In an unexpected turn of events, Zhang Fan, endowed with the extraordinary lineage of Superman, finds himself embroiled in a comedic struggle for survival in Hell's Kitchen. While casually replying to a comment, he is inexplicably transported to the Marvel Universe. Initially believing that his superhuman heritage would afford him limitless freedom, he soon discovers that he is now the target of a group of menacing individuals in Hell's Kitchen. "Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll grant you what you desire," he taunts, playfully slapping his own backside as he flees, pursued by 4 out-of-breath gentlemen. From a reclusive bookworm to a Marvel superhero, Zhang Fan's foremost challenge is not the formidable Thanos, but rather the precarious situation he finds himself in. Witness how this unconventional superhero embarks on his extraordinary journey while other time travelers engage in world-saving endeavors. He is desperately racing to protect his own virtue. A gentle reminder, this is not a conventional superhero tale, but a humorous account of a quirky individual striving to maintain his integrity in a perilous neighborhood. As the narrative unfolds, the tone shifts dramatically when Superman's lineage collides with the chaotic reality of Hell's Kitchen. Zhang Fan lay in bed, engrossed in his smartphone, aimlessly scrolling through the screen. Recently, he had been at a loss for captivating novels and resorted to perusing comments instead. "These comments are more entertaining than the stories themselves," he mused, when a particular unresponded comment caught his eye. "I currently have a time travel opportunity available on a first-come, first-served basis. Simply reply with the world you wish to visit and your desired power, and I shall assist you in your journey." With nothing better to do, Zhang Fan thought it a noble act to eliminate the comment's 0 replies. He clicked on the comment and whimsically typed, "I wish to travel to the Marvel movie universe, with Superman's lineage as my power." After sending his reply, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and despite his efforts to resist, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As he drifted away, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could he have perished from excessive phone usage? Then, darkness enveloped him completely. Once Zhang Fan's consciousness faded, a sudden flash of brilliance illuminated his room. In that moment, he transformed into a radiant light only to find that nothing extraordinary occurred. When the brightness dissipated, he vanished from his bed. Simultaneously, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, in a dimly lit, grimy alleyway of Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, an Asian man lay sprawled on the ground. The stagnant, murky water pooled around him, slowly soaking into his clothing, while a few audacious rats, their eyes glinting with hunger, circled around him, waiting for the moment he would cease to breathe. Who is this man? Why is he here? Indeed, you have deduced correctly. This man is none other than our protagonist, Zhang Fan. Remarkably, that comment had the power to facilitate his journey, and the fortunate recipient of this opportunity was none other than Zhang Fan, who had taken it upon himself to eliminate the 0 replies. Before long, Zhang Fan's eyelids fluttered as he began to regain consciousness. The alley's dimness enveloped him, and as he opened his eyes, a haze clouded his mind. He felt an uncomfortable dampness on one side of his body. Groggily, he reached out to investigate, discovering a transparent liquid of no discernible color. Bringing his hand to his nose, he was assaulted by an indescribable stench that jolted him awake, causing him to retch as if his very soul had been affronted. A chorus of squeaks from the rats seemed to scold him. "Curse this. This creature is still alive, showing no consideration for our time." With that, the rats scurried away, seeking sustenance elsewhere. Amidst the foul odor, Zhang Fan's senses sharpened, and he realized something was amiss. This was neither his room nor the hospital he had envisioned. He had awakened in a dark, filthy alley reeking of excrement. "Where am I? What is this place?" He pondered, bewildered by his surroundings, recalling that he had been asleep in his own bed. Clearly, he had no answers to his own questions. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly lifted his shirt to check his waist. Finding no wounds, a wave of relief washed over him. "Fortunately, my kidney remains intact. I haven't been robbed." He recalled a chilling report of someone who, after being incapacitated, awoke to discover a kidney had been removed. "Since I haven't suffered such a fate, I have little to worry about." Naturally optimistic, Zhang Fan consoled himself before stepping out of the alley, yearning to return home for a shower and a change of clothes. Stepping out into the light, he was greeted by a world that felt entirely different. The alley was dark, filthy, and foul-smelling, while the outside basked in glorious sunshine. As the warm rays enveloped him, he was momentarily at ease, akin to soaking in a hot bath. However, upon noticing the foreign faces bustling about, his astonishment grew. Why are there only foreigners? Where exactly am I? Before he could fully process the scene unfolding around him, time itself seemed to freeze. A shimmering line of golden text materialized in the air before him. You have successfully arrived in the Marvel movie universe. Your power, Superman's lineage, has been integrated, along with a gift of multilingual proficiency. Enjoy your adventure. As the golden letters transformed into shimmering dust, they entered his immobile body, restoring the world to its normal state. Wow, I can't believe it. I've actually traveled. In the face of this extraordinary occurrence, Zhang Fan was torn between exhilaration and trepidation, contemplating whether to rejoice in his newfound freedom or lament his predicament. Not the time for such thoughts. I should first question the authenticity of my journey and seek evidence to validate my reality, thereby establishing my persona as an intellectual. With that, he ambled along the street, confident that he would soon encounter a television displaying interviews or gossip from the Marvel Universe, thereby confirming his extraordinary circumstance. As he walked, soaked in the alley's filth, he was acutely aware of the malevolent gazes from groups of individuals nearby. Had he not appeared so disheveled, they might have already approached him. Yet, without resorting to theft, there were still other avenues for mischief. Nearby, a group of gentlemen loitering around a lamppost began to take notice of Zhang Fan. Most of them glanced at Zhang Fan before averting their gaze, but one African-American continued to fixate on him. As Zhang Fan approached, the onlooker leaned towards a muscular companion, pointing at Zhang Fan and saying, "Hey, brother, what do you think of that Asian guy?" Chapter 2, The Defense of the Chrysanthemum. The African-American, referred to as the boss, followed his subordinate's gesture. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, he quickly turned away and solemnly advised his follower, "In our line of work, perception is paramount. GD, after all this time with me, how have you made no progress? Clearly, that Asian has already been marked. There's no profit to be gained." With a sigh, the boss continued, "GD, I believe this line of work is not for you. It would be wiser to return home, focus on your studies, and aspire to become a doctor or a lawyer." The other subordinates erupted in laughter at the boss's words, fully aware of GD's character. The idea of him studying seemed utterly ludicrous. "But boss, I'm not looking to rob him," GD protested. "What else would you be after?" the boss asked, puzzled. "We are not familiar with organ trafficking." "That's not it either," GD fumbled, responding, "Oh, boss, you know me well. Surely you're aware of my preferences?" "I must admit, I do not know what you desire. Aside from money and organs, that Asian has little else to offer." The boss scratched his head, suddenly struck with realization, gasping in surprise as he looked at GD. "You can't possibly be thinking." "Exactly. Just as you imagined," GD interrupted, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at the boss. "What do you think?" "I think it's a terrible idea. Engaging in such reckless behavior could lead to serious consequences," the boss retorted, evading GD's fervent gaze, cursing inwardly at the decision to bring him into the fold. "However, if you must, you could always visit the establishment run by the Russians. They have both men and women, and the prices are reasonable." "Boss, the issue is that I have no money," GD replied, rummaging through his oversized pockets until he produced a $5 bill, which constituted all his wealth. "Even if the prices were low, it would still be exorbitant for me," GD lamented, stuffing his meager savings back into his pocket. "Moreover, I can't afford to engage in any free indulgences. The Chekhov brothers are not to be trifled with. How about you lend me a little support? What do you think about GD pursuing that Asian kid?" Quickly shifting the topic as it veered towards money, the boss surveyed his other subordinates. "You decide." Boss him indifferent. One of the first to speak swayed unsteadily, clearly under the influence. "I think it's a good idea. That Asian gives off a decent vibe," the second subordinate chimed in, locking eyes with GD before leering at Zhang Fan's backside, clearly sharing the same sentiments. "I want to give it a try too," piped up a true newcomer, eager to insert himself into any activity, fearing exclusion. The boss was astonished to discover such shared interests among his crew, tightening with disbelief. How had he missed this before? "Fine. You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." He waved off his subordinates, contemplating that he could no longer associate with them. If others learned of this, he would be the subject of ridicule, and he needed to devise a plan to distance himself from them. With the boss's approval, GD's face brightened as he extracted a bottle of clear liquid from his pocket, raising it high and turning to the others, exclaiming, with oil in hand, "Follow me." They laughed and cheered, following GD towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, unperturbed by the four imposing figures before him, confidently queried, "What do you want?" "I have no money." "You see, we're not after your cash. If you wish to avoid harm, you'd best comply and come with us," GD said menacingly, pulling out a switchblade. "Rest assured, as long as you indulge us in a few pleasurable activities, you will remain unharmed." The others, captivated by Zhang Fan's fair complexion and refined features, felt a surge of desire, eager to satiate their cravings. Huh, a mere switchblade? Did they believe such a flimsy threat would compel a man of my lineage to submit? It is laughable. Zhang Fan scoffed, then, in a flash, turned and barreled past one of the African-American men, sprinting away. GD stood momentarily stunned, not expecting the typically timid Asian to dare resist. But he quickly rallied, shouting to his comrades, "Let's pursue him, we cannot let him escape." Under the sun, Zhang Fan sprinted with all his might, not daring to relent. Should he be captured, the consequences would be dire. The physical prowess of the African Americans was commendable. Even though Zhang Fan had a head start of 5 or 6 seconds, they gradually closed the distance. Yet, endowed with superhuman lineage, Zhang Fan quickened his pace under the sun, seemingly possessing boundless stamina. Even as he maintained his swiftest speed, not a trace of fatigue plagued him. Initially, GD and his companions kept up with him, but after 200 meters, one by one, they began to falter, their endurance depleted. "Pant. That Asian kid runs remarkably fast," GD gasped, hands on his knees, breathless from the exertion. He had run the farthest and fastest, exhausting himself. Despite his efforts, he could not catch up to Zhang Fan, who continued to distance himself, leaving GD to watch in frustration. Zhang Fan, once breathless after 100 meters, now felt the transformation in his body, no longer doubting the authenticity of his extraordinary circumstances. A Marvel universe combined with superhuman lineage equated to boundless possibilities. As excitement surged, he glanced back, noticing his pursuers had ceased their chase. An idea sparked in his mind. Zhang Fan halted, turning to face the Africans, playfully patting his backside and provocatively calling out, "Come and catch me. If you do, I might just let you." Chapter 3. Life and Death Crisis. The passers-by, upon hearing Zhang Fan's exclamations, turned their gazes towards him, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Within their astonishment lay a clear appreciation, tinged with a hint of bewilderment, and beneath that confusion, there lingered a trace of yearning. It was a mystery how Zhang Fan could perceive such a spectrum of emotional shifts among the onlookers. Observing the complex expressions on the faces surrounding him, Zhang Fan felt no regret. However, he understood that he would never again tread upon this street for the next 10,000 years. Meanwhile, GD and his companions, incensed by Zhang Fan's provocations, erupted in fury, shouting vehemently. In their world, maintaining face was of utmost importance. To lose it would deal a devastating blow to their nascent ventures in the underworld. Many petty thugs found themselves unable to regain their lost pride and were ultimately forced to return home, pursue their studies, attend university, and aspire to become doctors or lawyers. GD and his comrades would never allow such a fate to befall them. What nonsense about becoming doctors and lawyers? They harbored a singular dream, to become legendary figures in the underworld, akin to the fabled Emperor Jinbing. For the sake of this aspiration, they could not tolerate a timid Asian daring to challenge them. Thus, GD and his crew exerted every ounce of strength, hastening their pursuit of Zhang Fan. Upon glimpsing the 4 menacing figures closing in on him, Zhang Fan dared not linger. He turned and fled, for his own virtue was at stake. However, this time he did not run blindly. He frequently glanced back to assess whether the 4 men were still in pursuit. The moment he sensed any semblance of hesitation from them, he would halt and provoke them anew. "A bunch of useless fools. Even I can outrun you. What purpose do you serve in this world? You might as well perish and contribute something to society." Upon hearing his taunts, the black men, now incensed once more, resumed their chase, vowing to beat this audacious Asian boy into oblivion. Oh heavens! Just look at your appearances. You defy the limits of human imagination. Do you even realize this? No, you do not, for you still have the audacity to loiter about the streets. After his second round of provocations, one of the black men, appearing utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving, refusing to rise again. Consequently, the remaining 3 had no choice but to abandon him and continue their pursuit of Zhang Fan. Thus, Zhang Fan led the 3 remaining pursuers on a lengthy chase. When he reached an overpass, he glanced back and saw that the trio had once again come to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, he taunted them, "Come at me. If you have the courage, come and confront me." Yet this time, no matter how he provoked them, the 3 men remained sprawled on the ground, feebly muttering expletives like shit and fuck in a futile attempt to express their frustration. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Fan cautiously approached, narrowing the distance to observe. Yet the three imposing figures remained unresponsive. He found himself in a predicament. Advancing any further would place him directly before them. Yet uncertainty loomed over whether they were genuinely exhausted or merely feigning fatigue to lure him into their grasp. After a moment of inner turmoil, Zhang Fan resolved to approach the trio. His decision was bolstered by two compelling reasons. First, during the recent chase, he had sprinted under the relentless sun, enduring its harsh rays. The exposure had undeniably transformed his physical state. Although he could not ascertain the extent of his newfound strength, he felt a confident assurance that even if they were indeed attempting to deceive him, he could evade their grasp. Second, he simply could not fathom that these individuals possessed the cunning to devise such a treacherous plan. However, to mitigate any potential risk, Zhang Fan did not approach them as cautiously as before. Instead, he surged past them at remarkable speed, delivering a swift kick to one of the figures' heads. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and before the unfortunate man could react, he was struck forcefully. The blow sent his head snapping back, and had it not been for the momentum, his spine might have endured a grievous injury. Without a sound of lament, the man fell into unconsciousness, blood streaming from his darkened visage, while a few stubborn teeth lay scattered nearby. The remaining two figures, witnessing this brutal display, were struck by fear and struggled to rise. But their bodies, drained of energy by Zhang Fan, trembled uncontrollably, leaving them incapable of standing. Observing their plight, Zhang Fan felt a surge of confidence. It seemed evident that they were indeed spent and posed no threat. Just as he approached, eager to incapacitate the remaining two, one of them suddenly drew a revolver from his waist, aiming it directly at him. Zhang Fan halted, his expression darkening as he faced the barrel of the gun, a chill coursing through him, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Cursed be the thought, he realized he had forgotten that he was in America, a land where gunfire echoed daily. Although endowed with superhuman lineage, Zhang Fan knew that he had only basked in the sun for a mere half-hour. His body was far from the indestructible form capable of disregarding the threat of bullets. Despair washed over him. GD observed the panic-stricken expression on the face of the Asian youth under the barrel of his gun, and a sinister smile crept across his face. He had momentarily forgotten about Zhang Fan's rear. His singular desire now was to eliminate this detestable Asian boy. Just before pulling the trigger, a peculiar thought flitted through GD's mind. If he could recover quickly enough, perhaps he could fire another shot while the adrenaline was still pumping. As the moment to pull the trigger approached, Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart racing at an accelerated pace, and in that instant, the entire world around him transformed into a slow-motion tableau. His mind raced, a myriad of thoughts flashing in and out of his consciousness, until a spark of inspiration ignited within him. I do not require the speed to dodge bullets. I merely need to be swifter than the muzzle of his gun. At the very moment GD squeezed the trigger, Zhang Fan deftly maneuvered to the side, evading the line of fire. The resounding crack of the gun reverberated beneath the overpass. In that moment, Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed with brightness. Following the gunshot, he emerged unscathed. He had successfully dodged the trajectory of the bullet. But this did not signify the end of his peril. Rather, it was merely the beginning. It is well known that a revolver holds a total of 6 rounds. Having fired one, 5 bullets remained. This meant that Zhang Fan would have to continue evading 5 more bullets to escape this crisis. However, dodging 5 bullets was far more complex than it sounded, especially given that he stood less than 7 meters away from the armed assailant. As the old adage goes, beyond 7 paces, a gun is swift. Within 7, a handgun is both precise and rapid. Zhang Fan's ability to elude the first bullet was purely due to a sudden surge of instinct and the opponent's negligence. Now, his adversary would certainly be more vigilant to Zhang Fan's evasive maneuvers, raising the stakes significantly. Dodging would become akin to a gamble with his life. He could not allow another shot to be fired. With clarity of thought after narrowly avoiding the first bullet, Zhang Fan's mind sparked with a plan. He lifted his foot and hurled his shoe towards GD's gun-wielding hand, then quickly lowered his body, following up with a swift motion. GD, seeing the close distance and realizing he had missed the Asian boy with his first shot, exhibited no surprise. He simply rotated the muzzle and prepared to pull the trigger once more. Clearly, he had not grasped that Zhang Fan had successfully evaded the first bullet. He believed his aim was merely compromised by fatigue. Little did GD know as he shifted his aim and prepared to fire again. A shadowy figure, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, came crashing towards him. GD was merely a low-level thug, not a hardened warrior. Throughout his time in the underworld, he had mostly wandered the streets, occasionally peddling laundry detergent or expired marijuana to earn some pocket money. Aside from that, his distinction from ordinary individuals was minimal. There was no remarkable composure akin to facing a mountain's collapse, nor did he possess extensive experience in street gunfights. When an object was hurled toward him, GD's reaction mirrored that of an average person. He instinctively closed his eyes and raised his hand to shield his face, opting not to draw his weapon immediately. Observing GD's instinctive response, Zhang Fan felt a surge of confidence. His strategy had proven effective, rendering GD incapable of aiming at him. How much time does it take to traverse a distance of 7 meters? In the face of life and death, Zhang Fan covered this span in less than half a second, reaching GD's side. This brief interval was scarcely sufficient for GD's other African companion to warn him. The shoe that flew toward GD didn't carry much force and merely bounced off his dark arm. Before he could lower his blocking arm, GD felt his grip on the gun go slack. In that half second, Zhang Fan, propelled by a sensation akin to bullet time, swiftly seized the revolver from GD's grasp. Careful, GD, he is coming for you. Oh, GD, he is coming, he intends to take your gun. At that moment, another African finally spoke up, albeit a moment too late. His warning sounded like a live commentary. Hearing his companion's alert, GD cursed internally, wishing for silence. Did he think he was a commentator? He always waited until the deed was done to speak. Having secured the firearm, Zhang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure in his heart lessened considerably, as he had narrowly avoided an untimely demise. Now armed, he regained the initiative, yet he remained wary. After all, there was still another African, and no one could be certain he was concealing a weapon as well. Hey brother, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I have no weapon. See? I am unarmed. GD's companion, seeing Zhang Fan wielding the gun and feeling the weight of his gaze, quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Zhang Fan diverted his gaze, took a few steps, and adjusted his stance to ensure all 3 Africans remained within his line of sight, then expressionlessly articulated his premeditated demands. I am the boss now, he proclaimed, shaking the revolver in his hand as he addressed GD and his accomplice. Hand over all the money you have. I do not wish to see anyone else harmed. Indeed, Zhang Fan aimed to rob these thugs. It was universally understood that without money, one could scarcely progress. A lesson unneeded to be taught. Having just arrived in this world, remarkably through a corporeal transition, Zhang Fan found himself with naught but the clothes on his back. A mere shadow in this realm. As a traveler endowed with a unique advantage, he had no intention of begging for alms. As for earning a living through labor, that thought had never crossed his mind. He had been a beleaguered worker prior to his transition, and now, with his newfound abilities, a different way of life awaited him. Surely, he would not revert to being a mere laborer. Thus, the prospect of working a conventional job seems utterly implausible. Throughout this lifetime, he believes he shall never engage in such labor. After much contemplation, he concludes that resorting to robbery may be the only means to sustain his existence. Upon discerning the intentions of the 4 menacing figures, he swiftly devises a plan to secure his inaugural fortune in this unforgiving world. Initially, everything unfolds seamlessly, save for the unforeseen peril posed by firearms, which nearly cost him his life. GD and his companions exhibited a spectrum of reactions to Zhang Fan's words. GD, with a nonchalant demeanor, retrieved the last $5 from his pocket, while his companion displayed visible distress, hesitating as he rummaged through his trousers. Hurry it up, Zhang Fan urged, snatching the $5 and pocketing it, then turning to GD's companion with a menacing glare. Do you wish for me to search your corpse? Upon noticing Zhang Fan's finger poised on the trigger, GD's companion promptly wilted, hastily producing 2 or 3 bundles of cash secured with rubber bands. Where did you acquire such a sum? GD inquired, astonished at the unexpected wealth of his ally, unaware of his companion's hidden fortune. This is money for laundry detergent and marijuana, funds owed to the gang, the companion explained. Oh, then you're as good as dead, GD lamented, taken aback by his companion's foolishness in divulging the gang's money so readily, merely succumbing to intimidation. Place the money on the ground and step back, Zhang Fan commanded. Although he was surprised by the amount of cash the thug had produced, he remained resolute in his intentions. Any money acquired by his own hands was rightfully his, regardless of its origins. Following Zhang Fan's instructions, GD's dim-witted companion laid the 3 bundles of cash on the ground and stepped back. Zhang Fan approached slowly, bending down to collect the money without bothering to count it, shoving it directly into his pockets. Chapter 5. A dream during my respite. Having successfully pilfered a sum of money, Zhang Fan wisely chose to leave the scene without lingering. As he walked down the street, his hand tightly clutched the ill-gotten gains within his pocket, his face betraying an unmistakable thrill of excitement. This marked Zhang Fan's inaugural foray into criminality. Candidly, aside from the exhilaration, he felt neither fear nor guilt, even after narrowly escaping death by gunfire. In fact, he mused that he could have executed the act more decisively, perhaps by eliminating the 3 assailants entirely, not out of vengeance, but rather out of concern for their potential to report him, which could lead to unwelcome complications. Was it possible he was, in truth, a prodigy of crime, destined for the role of a formidable villain? As he ambled along, lost in such thoughts, his stomach audibly protested, reminding him it was time to eat. The enthusiasm for indulging in food was clearly lacking, indicating a possible lapse in judgment. Zhang Fan retracted his wandering thoughts and glanced around, soon spotting a towering hamburger sign not far ahead. He quickened his pace and entered the hamburger establishment, where, despite the disdainful gaze of the attendant, he calmly produced $5 and requested a hamburger along with a cola, adding that the remainder was a tip for the service. Considering the monetary offer, the attendant refrained from ushering him away, accepted the $5, and placed the order. With a hamburger and cola in hand, Zhang Fan sought out a seat by the window, where sunlight streamed in. The flavor of the hamburger was somewhat peculiar, not quite to his liking. However, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he diligently consumed every last bite. Having satisfied his hunger, he ventured into the supermarket adjacent to the hamburger shop to purchase a black hoodie with a pocket and a pair of oversized sweatpants. His previous attire had been soaked in sewage, emanating an unpleasant odor. Had he not promptly produced the money, he might have faced expulsion from the hamburger shop. Eager to don his new apparel, Zhang Fan hurried into the restroom and changed, discarding the foul-smelling old clothes directly in the restroom. Emerging from the restroom, he returned to the street, feeling content after eating, having money, and wearing fresh clothing. The only remaining necessity was to find a suitable place to rest and recover from the disorientation of his recent journey. After strolling back and forth along the street, he found the environment quite pleasant, suitable for establishing a temporary residence, unlike the previous street he had traversed, which was rife with groups of menacing figures casting dubious glances at every passerby. Consequently, Zhang Fan identified a 4-story apartment building with a fire escape on its exterior. However, he was not interested in renting an apartment. Instead, he was drawn to the rooftop. Who could resist a rooftop offering a panoramic view with unimpeded sunlight? Zhang Fan certainly could not. Climbing the fire escape with ease, he reached the rooftop and surveyed the area, pleasantly surprised to discover that it was in decent condition. Aside from a few pipes, the space was quite clean, and there was a large water tank, resolving any concerns regarding water supply. Indeed, it was an excellent location, spacious, well-lit, and conveniently supplied with water. This would serve as his temporary refuge. After noting the building's location, Zhang Fan descended and returned to the supermarket where he had purchased his clothes, intending to acquire a few additional items. Before long, Zhang Fan emerged from the supermarket, a large travel backpack slung over his shoulder. Inside, he had procured numerous items. In addition to a blanket and a tent, he had acquired 2 sets of clothes for change, a plethora of snacks, an alcohol stove for cooking, and a pot, essentially a complete survival kit for the wilderness. To accommodate all these essentials, he had to purchase an oversized backpack. The total weight of his belongings amounted to approximately 50 or 60 kilograms. In the past, such a burden would have left Zhang Fan exhausted after merely a few steps. However, things were different now. After a period of rigorous training, this weight felt like a mere trifle to him, such as the prowess of his superhuman lineage. Upon returning to the rooftop with his considerable load, Zhang Fan first extracted the blanket from his backpack, finding a sunlit spot to lay it out. He then stripped down to just a pair of 4-cornered underwear and blissfully reclined on the blanket to bask in the sun. Having traversed through the night before, he was utterly fatigued after the hectic events that followed his arrival. He decided to attend to the rest of his belongings after a much-needed slumber. Meanwhile, in the skies above New York, a colossal space portal had opened, through which countless Chitauri were streaming onto Earth. The sheer number of Chitauri was overwhelming, plunging the Avengers into a fierce battle. Even the Hulk found himself immobilized under the assault of hundreds of flying crafts. On the streets, Black Widow was engaged in a desperate struggle against Chitauri infantry, a stark contrast to her usual elegance and poise. Now, she was breathless, bloodied, and covered in dirt. Having exhausted all her weaponry, she summoned all her strength to seize a gun from a Chitauri soldier and turned it against her foe. Just as she was catching her breath after dispatching the Chitauri, she heard footsteps behind her. Instinctively, she spun around, ready to fire, only to discover that the owner of the footsteps was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. "If we don't close the portal, we will never be able to stop them," she expressed her frustration to Steve. He glanced up at the portal in the sky and replied, "No weapon can accomplish that." "Perhaps it's not about the weapons?" Black Widow speculated. As Steve and Black Widow conversed, the Chitauri closed in around them once more. The Avengers were entirely out of ammunition, yet they still had not found a means to shut the portal. At that moment, a shadowy figure streaked across the sky. "What is that?" Thor inquired. "A bird? An airplane?" "No, it's Superman," Black Widow exclaimed with excitement. A shadow plummeted rapidly to the ground, resembling a small meteorite crashing down with a resounding thud. A wave of minor shock reverberated from the point of impact, toppling countless Chitauri. As the dust began to settle, a formidable figure emerged from the haze, exuding an unparalleled aura. Chapter 6. The Strange Dream. Before anyone could discern the figure's true appearance, two crimson beams of laser shot forth from the smoke, soaring towards the celestial portal above. The sheer power of these beams was astonishing, piercing through and incinerating anything that dared obstruct their path. In the distance, Stark was rushing towards them, a nuclear bomb in hand. As the dust gradually dissipated, the figure's true form was revealed, clad in a black, form-fitting suit adorned with a prominent Z emblazoned on his chest. A dark cape floated defiantly against gravity behind him. This individual could only be Zhang Fan. At that moment, the Chitauri, having recovered from the earlier shockwave, swarmed towards him like ants. Observing the hunched and timid Chitauri around him, Zhang Fan disdainfully curled his lip and stomped his foot with great force. Instantly, the ground beneath him erupted as if struck by a nuclear explosion, sending vast amounts of earth and stones soaring into the sky. The surrounding area, spanning several miles, trembled as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred, causing skyscrapers to collapse and the terrain to be upheaved. This single strike obliterated all Chitauri on the ground and decimated a significant portion of the Avengers. Except for Thor and Iron Man, who was still clutching the nuclear bomb, all others incapable of flight were buried beneath millions of tons of debris. 1/3 of New York lay utterly desolate, and more than half had been reduced to ruins, with distant areas also affected. Such was the terrifying power of a single footfall. A wretched collection of rotten potatoes and foul eggs dares to invade Earth. Pleased with the devastation wrought by his strike, Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction before soaring into the sky. He seized the nuclear bomb from the bewildered Iron Man and hurled it into the portal. "What is happening? What on earth transpired?" Iron Man inquired over the Avengers communication channel, his voice laced with urgency. "Is anyone still alive?" It was he who had laid waste to New York. Thor, his visage twisted with rage, hurled his enchanted hammer towards Zhang Fan, furious that his brother Loki, unable to fly, was buried deep beneath the ground, fate unknown. Zhang Fan effortlessly grasped the hammer and sent Thor sprawling with a swift kick, exercising restraint to avoid reducing the Asgardian prince to a mere mist of blood. "Let me remind you, your alien opinions are unwelcome in our earthly affairs. Did you truly destroy New York?" Tony Stark challenged, hovering nearby. "Why would you do such a thing?" Zhang Fan cast a glance at Iron Man and let out a cold snort, declaring with haughty pride, "In my lifetime, I owe you no explanations." His words ignited a furious rage within Tony Stark, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. However, the ammunition and weaponry he had relied upon in their earlier skirmish had been utterly depleted. Consequently, he transformed himself into a weapon, channeling all his energy into his flight suit, which accelerated to several times the speed of sound before charging directly at Zhang Fan. In response to Iron Man's audacious maneuver, Zhang Fan displayed no inclination to indulge him. Having saved the Earth, he could not fathom why Stark would dare to strike at him. With a swift motion, he seized Tony Stark by the neck, as if he were a mere kitten. Initially, he had no intention of killing Iron Man. He merely sought to teach him a lesson. Yet, in an unfortunate miscalculation, he exerted too much force, resulting in Stark's neck being crushed. One ill-fated turn of events, compounded by Stark's reckless pursuit of his own demise. With a dismissive shake of his hand, Zhang Fan turned his attention to Thor, who was on the ground vehemently cursing him. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. It appeared that the god of thunder did not comprehend the gravity of provoking a formidable being. Having spared him once, he expected gratitude rather than insults. If Thor chose to disregard this mercy, he would have no one to blame but himself. With that thought, Zhang Fan shattered the enchanted hammer in his grasp and lunged towards Thor, this time prepared to unleash his full might. Intending to reduce the thunder god to an unrecognizable mist of blood, even Odin would struggle to identify. Thor, unable to perceive Zhang Fan's movement, was swiftly enveloped in a crimson haze amidst his furious outcries. At last, tranquility descended upon the world. Zhang Fan hovered slightly above the ground, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he sensed a potent surge of energy emanating from beneath his feet, and he became acutely aware that he could no longer move. He hastily opened his eyes and looked down to discover a complex and mysterious array had formed beneath him. Then, he beheld a bald woman clad in a dark yellow robe floating in the air. "Ancient One," Zhang Fan exclaimed as he struggled violently to free himself from the array's confines. With each exertion, the Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically, her face becoming increasingly marred as blood streamed from her 7 orifices. Zhang Fan's strength proved overwhelming, compelling her to draw energy from multiple dimensions to stabilize the array. However, this came at a grievous cost to her own body, subjecting her to an onslaught of energy that would inflict irreversible damage. As blood continued to pour from her, her form became increasingly drenched. Yet, she resolutely maintained her position, unwavering in her effort to channel energy to stabilize the array. Finally, through the torrent of blood spilling from her lips, she uttered a single word: "Exile." A brilliant flash erupted within the magical array, and Zhang Fan felt as if he were suddenly repelled by the world itself. Unwilling to succumb, he valiantly resisted the overwhelming sense of rejection emanating from all directions. Yet, ultimately, he was expelled from the realm, leaving behind but a solitary proclamation in the air: "I shall return." After being cast out, Zhang Fan found himself not amidst the cosmos, but in a place ineffable by words. Moments later, he was jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open to the vast, dark sky, his mind still adrift in the remnants of the vivid dream he had just experienced. It dawned on him that it had merely been a dream, albeit one strikingly realistic, and it took several minutes for him to fully reorient himself. How could I have such a dream? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Attempting to rise from the ground, he was taken aback when his palm met the surface below. It felt alarmingly fragile. The ground seemed akin to weathered stone, threatening to shatter at the slightest application of force. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with Iron Man in order to avoid inadvertently destroying the precious resting place he had so painstakingly discovered. Zhang Fan hesitated on the blanket for some time, carefully calibrating his strength before finally rising. He was astonished to realize that merely basking in the sun for the better part of the day had significantly augmented his power. Just 24 hours prior, this reinforced concrete had appeared to him as a bastion of solidity, yet now it crumbled like severely eroded rock beneath his fingers, easily reduced to dust with minimal effort. More importantly, this newfound strength had come to him effortlessly. There was no need for arduous training or perilous trials, simply a matter of sunbathing. The superhuman lineage is remarkable, Zhang Fan mused inwardly, feeling emboldened in his endeavors within this world. However, the rapid acceleration of his power, devoid of any transitional phase, posed its own challenges. He gazed at the imprints of his palms left in the ground, contemplating whether even Superman faced such dilemmas under the sun, and how he might have resolved them. Beneath the night sky, Zhang Fan stood on the rooftop, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze upward, pondering how to address this predicament. While he could navigate with ease, instinctive acts of strength proved problematic. The most effective way to master his capabilities would be to exert himself fully in a vigorous exercise. Yet, The rooftop was hardly conducive to such exertion. He surveyed his surroundings with a shake of his head, given the ease with which he could crush concrete. Unleashing his full strength here could potentially obliterate the entire apartment building. Regardless, he resolved to descend, for this rooftop had been a carefully chosen sanctuary, and having invested nearly $1,000, he could not possibly abandon it after a single night. With this thought in mind, Zhang Fan cautiously descended the fire escape. Fortunately, the ladder was constructed of steel, ensuring it would not easily break, though it might bend or crush the handrails underfoot. After considerable effort, Zhang Fan finally reached the ground from the rooftop. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet was delightful. He glanced back at the rooftop, beginning to contemplate whether it was a mistake to have placed himself there. Under the sun's rays, his physical prowess would undoubtedly continue to enhance, and he feared such incidents might recur until he awakened his biological potential. Nevertheless, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. He decided it was best to engage in some exercise to channel this newfound strength. Perhaps this enhancement was merely a consequence of his previous weakness, and such lapses would not persist in the future. Donning his hood, Zhang Fan tucked his hands into his pockets and walked toward the street, seeking a more secluded area to exercise and harness his energy. Ignoring the drunken revelers and dubious characters lingering in the night, he quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run. As he sped along, many merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, only to find nothing upon closer inspection, leaving them to wonder if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Fan veered further away from the bustling streets, where buildings became sparse and the road widened into a highway, illuminated only by the flickering streetlights. After passing an intersection, he turned onto the coastal highway, which was devoid of streetlights. Earlier, while surveying from the rooftop, he had memorized the layout. As long as he continued along this road, he would soon exit the city. Beyond the city limits lay vast, sparsely populated areas, and at this hour, any commotion he caused would likely go unnoticed. After maintaining a steady pace for some time, the only sounds accompanying Zhang Fan were the waves and the wind, alongside the rhythm of his own heartbeat and breathing. This would suffice. He halted, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. This location was quite suitable, and not a single vehicle had passed in the last several minutes. Meanwhile, a sleek black luxury car turned onto the deserted coastal highway. "Happy, you're driving too slowly. It will be dawn before we know it," urged the mustached man in the back seat, embracing a blonde beauty, his impatience palpable. "We're going quite fast already, Mr. Stark. Any quicker could lead to an accident," replied the driver, happy. "Do you know, if I were behind the wheel, we would have been back at the villa long ago." Stark grinned at the beauty in his arms. "Really? That quickly? I don't believe it," the blonde laughed in response. "Then let me show you just how fast I can go," Stark declared, turning to Happy. "Pull over, stop the car. Let me take the wheel." After his vigorous exercise, Zhang Fan finally felt at ease with the enhanced strength he had acquired during the day, though the price paid was the road being riddled with numerous potholes. As he took a few steps back, intending to retreat, a sleek black sedan approached from the distance. Zhang Fan swiftly sidestepped, vaulting over the roadside barrier, seeking refuge on the embankment. Initially, he had no intention of engaging, but to his surprise, the vehicle halted not far from him. Instinctively, he touched the revolver at his waist, which still contained 5 bullets. Could it be that the petty criminals from earlier had come to confront him? "Happy, hurry up and get down here. Even my grandmother is faster than you." Upon parking, Stark eagerly flung open the car door and darted out, incessantly rapping on the driver's side window. "All right, Mr. Stark, I'm coming right down," Happy sighed, pulling the handbrake and opening the driver's door, pondering how he had ended up with such a boss. Though a genius, Stark's reckless demeanor often mirrored that of a troublesome child. Concealed on the embankment, Zhang Fan overheard Stark and Happy's conversation, his heart leaping with joy. Those names seemed to belong to the absolute protagonists of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man, Tony Stark, and his security chief, Happy. However, with so few foreign names, there were bound to be many with the same moniker. To confirm, he stepped up from the embankment, peering down the road in the moonlight. Indeed, it was unmistakably Tony Stark, his appearance almost identical to that of the actor Robert Downey Jr. from the films. This was the first time he encountered a living superhero in this world, and notably, the village chief of the novice village, Iron Man, Tony Stark. He simply had to greet him. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Fan drew his revolver, contemplating how to leave a profound impression on Stark. Happy exited the driver's seat. And before Stark could take his place, a gunshot rang out, followed by a voice from behind them. "Don't move, or I'll blow your heads off." Upon hearing the gunfire, Happy's heart raced, and instinctively, he shielded Stark with his robust physique, whispering urgently, "Mr. Stark, get in the car and drive away from here." Chapter 8. A lasting impression. Zhang Fan fired a warning shot into the air, intending to deter any reckless movements. However, he clearly overheard Happy's hushed exchange with Stark. "Don't even think about getting in the car to escape. You can wager whether your driving is faster than my bullet's accuracy," he proclaimed. Stark's initial intention to enter the vehicle froze in place. As a billionaire, he was not one to gamble on such matters. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated numerous scenarios. If this were an assassin, he would have already met his demise. But the fact that the assailant hadn't acted with lethal intent suggested that their purpose was not to take his life. With this realization, Stark donned a confident smile. As long as it wasn't a matter of life and death, everything was open for negotiation. Instead of heeding Happy's advice to flee, Stark closed the car door and opted to engage the armed assailant in conversation. "Mr. Stark." Upon observing Stark's actions, Happy instinctively elevated his voice. Clad in a bulletproof vest, he felt confident that if Stark could successfully drive away, he would be able to confront the assailant. For he had already caught a glimpse of Zhang Fan's reflection through the tinted window. "Do not panic, Happy. I am assured," Stark declared, turning around to don the sunglasses hanging from his collar, calmly gesturing for Happy to step aside. Awkwardly, he found himself unable to push Happy aside. Despite his efforts, Happy remained steadfastly in front of him. "Do not take risks, Mr. Stark. My duty is to protect you," Happy advised helplessly. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Fan's reflection. The moment Zhang Fan showed the slightest vulnerability, he would swiftly draw his weapon and turn, ready to demonstrate the Mozambique drill. "You are my employee, and I am your employer. I pay your salary, so you will do as I command. Now, immediately, clear the way," Stark bellowed at Happy, simultaneously winking at him. Upon noticing Stark's wink, Happy immediately grasped the unspoken message and feigned anger, shoving Stark slightly and retorting, "I am protecting you. Can't you see that? Why are you being so reckless? Why increase my workload? If you wish to court danger, then so be it. I quit." Happy's performance was remarkably convincing, leaving Stark momentarily stunned. Despite knowing that Happy was acting, he struggled to discern the authenticity of Happy's words. With reddened eyes, Happy glared at Stark, his chest heaving in a display of feigned exasperation. Then he attempted to pivot slightly, as if to expose Stark behind him. "Stop. If you move again, I will shoot," Zhang Fan warned, sensing something amiss. In the films, Stark and Happy shared a cordial relationship, yet here they were, embroiled in a heated argument without exchanging even a few words. Concerned, Zhang Fan hastily interrupted Happy's movements, threatening, "You two, raise your hand slowly. Do not rush. The moment I sense anything amiss, I will fire." Happy, caught in mid-turn, froze momentarily, yet his hand discreetly crept towards the hem of his suit, inching toward the grip of his weapon. Stark complied, gradually raising his hands, but his concealed gaze flickered between the armed Zhang Fan and the slowly drawing Happy. A palpable tension enveloped the scene as Stark nervously swallowed, even holding his breath. On the other side, although Zhang Fan observed that Happy remained still and Stark was slowly raising his hands, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. These two must be up to something, Zhang Fan pondered, contemplating whether to fire a warning shot to establish his authority. However, he found himself deliberating on whom to target. Zhang Fan's eyes swept left and right, contemplating whether to target the obedient Stark, who was slowly raising his hand while wearing sunglasses even at this late hour, or the immobile Happy, who stood beside him, turned slightly towards him. He felt a sense of conflict, unable to make a decisive choice between the two as time pressed on, and an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him. No longer able to wait, he resolved to follow his instincts, thus retracting his pistol and dashing forward. With a swift kick, he struck Happy in the waist, sending the burly man, who weighed at least 80 to 90 kilograms, flying through the air. Happy collided heavily with the rear door of a black sedan, shattering the glass and denting the door inwards. Struck by Zhang Fan, Happy felt as though he had been hit by a heavy truck. Aside from the numbing pain at the point of impact, he was overwhelmed by agony throughout his entire body. Were it not for the collision with the vehicle, he might have been sent tumbling off the road and over the cliff. As Happy's body rebounded from the sedan, he crashed down onto the ground, a black handgun slipping from his grasp. It was then that Stark's warning arrived, albeit belatedly. "Be careful, Happy." The scream, however, did not originate from Stark, but rather from the blonde beauty seated in the back of the black sedan, who had remained inside the vehicle all along. Upon hearing Stark's warning, Happy's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, his fallen handgun sliding to Stark's feet. Zhang Fan, of course, noticed the dropped weapon. He turned to Stark and subtly shook his head. Stark glanced at the handgun on the ground, then met Zhang Fan's gaze before looking back at the weapon. "Don't move." This was the warning Stark perceived in Zhang Fan's eyes. Yet who was he? An inventor, an adventurer, a billionaire, a playboy, or perhaps a madman? Seeing an opportunity, how could he possibly let it slip away? Stark swiftly bent down to retrieve the handgun, but before he could revel in his success, he felt the cold barrel of a still-warm gun pressed against his forehead. "All right, you win." Stark nonchalantly discarded the handgun he had just picked up, rising slowly while adjusting his sleeves with poise. "Now speak. What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, Zhang Fan burst into laughter. Intrigued by the thought, what would happen if he were to shoot Tony Stark dead right here? Chapter 9. Stark's deception before long. Zhang Fan relinquished the impractical notion of killing Stark with a single shot, although he had resolutely decided that in this world he would live as he pleased, doing as he wished. This conviction was predicated on the assumption that he had awakened to a superhuman status, surpassing all others in strength. Even if he were to eliminate Stark with a bullet, the ensuing complications aside, the mere act of taking a life based on a personal whim or conjecture was antithetical to the values instilled in him during his 9 years of compulsory education. Ultimately, Zhang Fan had a sudden inspiration and addressed Stark. "Now, remove your clothing." "Impossible." Stark immediately misinterpreted the request, crossing his arms and responding with fear, "Don't do anything reckless." "Will you strip or not?" Zhang Fan raised his firearm, aiming it steadily at Stark, his expression devoid of emotion. "Either you undress, or you perish. The choice is yours. How about we negotiate?" Stark proposed, gazing at Zhang Fan. $1 million, and I assure you, I will not cause you any trouble afterward. What do you say? To think that a mere $1 million could sway my resolve is a grave underestimation. I am a man of superhuman lineage, destined to acquire whatever I desire in the near future. Zhang Fan chuckled inwardly, shaking the revolver in his hand, yet maintained his impassive demeanor. "Not interested. Remove your clothing promptly, and do not test my patience." "Then how about 5 million? Stark, seeing no reaction, gritted his teeth and insisted, 10 million. "I will offer $10 million, and again, I will not seek any trouble afterward." "Spare your efforts. I have no interest in money. So, hurry up and undress." Zhang Fan flatly refused. To live or to die, that was the question. Faced with the choice between his virtue and his life, Stark hesitated for a long while before resolutely stating to Zhang Fan, "Go ahead and shoot. I will not remove my clothing." "Are you certain?" Zhang Fan gestured towards the lifeless body of Happy on the ground. "If I pull the trigger, he will die alongside you." Stark cast a glance at Happy's body, pain flooding his expression as he closed his eyes. Were it not for his insistence on driving, matters would not have escalated to this extent. "Wait, let me think this through." Stark raised a hand, signaling for Zhang Fan to grant him a moment. His mind was in turmoil, torn between Happy's life and his own virtue. "Very well. I shall give you 10 minutes to contemplate." After speaking, Zhang Fan looked up at the moon and sighed. Continuing, "What can I say? I am a reasonable and tender-hearted individual, you know? There's a song that captures my essence. It goes like this." As Zhang Fan began to sing, expressing, "I'm always too soft-hearted, alone," Stark was taken aback by the absurdity of Zhang Fan's increasingly erratic behavior, culminating in a cacophonous rendition that rendered him incapable of thought. With a cold sneer, he interrupted Zhang Fan's off-key performance, stating, "Since you were so soft-hearted, why not just let me go?" Annoyed by Stark's disruption of his lyrical indulgence, Zhang Fan snapped, "You now have only 1 minute to contemplate." Seizing the moment, Zhang Fan stepped aside to retrieve the handgun that Stark had discarded. After examining it for a while, he could not discern its model, so he mimicked what he had seen in films and tucked the gun into the small of his back. As the minute elapsed, he approached Stark with a grin, inquiring, "Well, Mr. Stark, have you made up your mind?" "You must guarantee that we will be allowed to leave afterward," Stark articulated, his heart resolute with the conviction that he could not allow innocent lives to be sacrificed for his sake. "I assure you that once you disrobe, you shall be free to go unharmed," Zhang Fan quickly promised, sensing Stark's wavering resolve, anticipating the amusement that would soon unfold. "You must keep your word," Stark shouted in indignation, beginning to remove his clothing. In no time, he stood utterly unclothed, not even a shred of underwear remaining. The blonde beauty in the car widened her eyes in excitement, eagerly watching the impending spectacle unfold outside the window. "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan, observing Stark's nudity, lamented his lack of a camera to capture this moment, then picked up Stark's expensive suit that lay discarded on the ground and feigned surprise, asking, "I merely desired your clothing." Stark's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors, pale, green, and flushed red, nearly causing Zhang Fan to burst into laughter. "Not a bad physique," Zhang Fan teased, and without waiting for Stark's retort, he swiftly departed, leaving Stark naked and alone. Shaking with anger, Stark stood frozen, unable to fathom that someone would mock him so brazenly. He vowed to track down this individual. In all his years, he had never experienced such humiliation. Initially intending to discard Stark's clothing on his way back to the city, Zhang Fan reconsidered. Recognizing the suit's potential value, he decided to sell it for some cash and hurried back to the city, clutching the garment. Upon his return, Zhang Fan found himself at a loss as to where to sell the suit. Then, he noticed a group of young black men loitering beneath a street lamp. Realizing he might as well inquire among the locals, Zhang Fan thought, these individuals, still awake at this late hour, must either be delinquents or vagrants, and they would surely know where he could offload the suit. He approached the group, and one of the men, noticing Zhang Fan's approach, gestured to his companions. The group ceased their chatter and turned their gaze toward him. "What do you want?" one bald individual inquired. "I'm looking to find out where I might sell this," Zhang Fan replied, raising the suit slightly. Another man, sporting dreadlocks, stepped forward, his eyes lighting up as he glanced at the suit. He grinned and said, "Brother, you're quite audacious to steal something like this." No, just trying to make a living," Zhang Fan retorted. Zhang Fan followed the words of the dreadlocked man, observing the craftsmanship and label. This was a suit from the esteemed XX brand, entirely handmade, with only a handful produced each year, each set worth no less than hundreds of thousands of dollars. The dreadlocked man spoke with confidence, stating, "Although this piece was custom-made for someone else, it appears to be in excellent condition, likely fetching $3,000 to $5,000 from a suitable middle-class buyer." Zhang Fan was taken aback by the seemingly unassuming dreadlocked man's fashion sense. Recognizing such attire was truly unexpected. Chapter 10. Encountering the dreadlocked version of Dominic Toretto, are you interested in purchasing it? "I can sell it to you at a discount," Zhang Fan inquired. Hearing this, the dreadlocked man showed signs of interest, contemplating that if the price were low enough, he could buy it and subsequently sell it at a higher price for a profit. With this thought in mind, he asked, "How much do you want for it?" "I'm new here and know nothing about this, so whatever you say goes." "Consider it a gesture of friendship," Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, as he originally intended to discard the garment anyway. "How about $300? The dreadlocked man pondered for a moment before proposing an exceptionally low price. "Deal. $300 it is," Zhang Fan readily agreed, as the suit was essentially acquired through dubious means, making any sale a profit. The dreadlocked man was elated by Zhang Fan's lack of haggling and quickly reached for his wallet. At such a low price, he could easily resell it for at least double. "Wait a moment," a bald man shouted, halting the dreadlocked man's actions. "James, have you examined it thoroughly? Are you sure this suit is worth anything?" The bald man approached, feeling uneasy about Zhang Fan's quick agreement. The dreadlocked man, named James, shrugged at Zhang Fan, shaking his head, indicating he was not the basketball player of the same name. "Of course, I'm certain. Brother, you know me, if I had doubts, I would have taken it straight to a pawn shop instead of paying for it," James replied while retrieving the cash. "Let us take another look." The bald man snatched the cash from James's hand and turned to Zhang Fan, asking, "Could we examine the suit?" "Certainly. Here you go." Zhang Fan easily handed over the garment, primarily because the demeanor of these men differed markedly from what he had previously encountered. Even if they decided to flee with his suit, he felt no fear. The physical assessment conducted earlier on the coastal highway had instilled in Zhang Fan sufficient confidence that these men would not escape his grasp. The bald man exchanged a knowing glance, and James took the suit, meticulously inspecting it under the streetlight as the others gathered around, intrigued by the spectacle. Zhang Fan observed them and then withdrew his gaze. If they truly intended to make a move, that would only serve his purpose. Seeing his subordinate examining the suit, the bald man casually initiated conversation. I'm Dominic Toretto. I hear you've just arrived here? Dominic? Zhang Fan found the name somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Could it be the name of a superhero from Marvel? Perhaps Falcon or Black Panther. It seemed these two were the only black heroes in the Marvel films. However, one was a retired military officer, while the other was the formidable prince of Wakanda. Yet, there was no reason for either of them to be mingling on the streets. What were their true names again? With this thought, Zhang Fan scrutinized the bald black man closely. He appeared to be of similar height, approximately around 1.8 meters, with a stout build and a face marked by rugged features. But he bore no resemblance to any black superhero that Zhang Fan could recall. What's wrong? Upon hearing his name uttered by Dominic Toretto, Zhang Fan froze and inquired, Do you know me? Unfamiliar, Zhang Fan glanced around before ultimately shaking his head. Yeah, your name does ring a bell. I feel I've encountered it somewhere. Dominic Toretto chuckled lightly. I have a bit of a reputation in this area. It's possible you've heard my name mentioned. I am Zhang Fan. He introduced himself, not dwelling too much on the matter. Perhaps this Dominic Toretto was merely a minor character from some Marvel film that he had fortuitously remembered. Brother, indeed, I've examined them closely. The clothes are authentic, called out the dreadlock James from nearby. Dominic Toretto nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to hand Zhang Fan $300, saying, Do not mind them. They have followed me since childhood, and I consider them family. No worries, it's quite all right, Zhang Fan replied as he accepted the money. Just as he was about to count it, a sudden realization struck him. Dominic Toretto was the name of a character from the Fast and Furious franchise, explaining why it sounded so familiar. Regrettably, the Dominic Toretto from those films was a Caucasian and a street racer. After counting the money, which totaled $300, Zhang Fan tucked it into his pocket. Just as he was about to depart, he couldn't resist asking, Can you drive? The fast kind. The black version of Dominic Toretto was taken aback by Zhang Fan's question, but replied, I can drive, but I never exceed the speed limit. Indeed not. Zhang Fan thought, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back, calling out to the black Dominic Toretto, I believe you have great potential for street racing. Without waiting for a response, he turned and vanished into the night. The black Dominic looked on, perplexed by Zhang Fan, as parting words, pondering how he knew of his passion for street racing. Brother, did you hear him mention street racing? Has he uncovered our plans? The dreadlock James approached with concern. No, there's no need for alarm, came the reply. The African-American version of Dominic Toretto withdrew his gaze and addressed his subordinate James, saying, What do you think about me participating in street racing? James, astonished, replied, Boss, you must be mistaken. You don't even own a racing car. How could you entertain such an idea? Unfazed, the African-American Dominic Toretto responded, In a few days, once our plan succeeds, we will have the funds to acquire one. Yes, indeed. Who am I to question your authority? James said with resignation, perplexed by his leader's sudden desire to engage in street racing. After departing from the African-American Dominic Toretto, Zhang Fan, cloaked in a hood, made his way through the streets towards his temporary lodging. With $300 in his pocket, he was now famished and in search of a place to eat. Almost a day and a night had passed since his arrival, during which he had only consumed a single hamburger and a cup of cola, leaving him ravenous. However, it was now the early hours of the morning, and in a few hours, dawn would break. The streets were deserted, save for a few inebriated souls sprawled on the ground, offering no hope of finding an open eatery. Chapter 11. The wanted notice Roddy, a military comrade of Stark, rushed to the hospital and upon spotting Stark standing outside the intensive care unit, inquired Stark, What has transpired? Stark gazed through the glass at Happy, who lay in the ICU, tubes protruding from his body. We were robbed on our way home. Happy was gravely injured while resisting and remains in critical condition. And you? Are you unharmed? Roddy asked, scanning Stark with concern, knowing that Stark was the foremost arms supplier for the U.S. military. Even a minor injury to him could spark widespread repercussions. Furthermore, Stark was scheduled to depart for the uncharted regions of Afghanistan the following day to showcase and market his latest innovation, the Jericho missile, an advanced cluster munition of unparalleled power, capable of delivering the firepower previously requiring an entire battalion. Should this endeavor succeed, it could yield billions in profit. I'm fine, The robber took the money and left. Stark replied nonchalantly. Roddy glanced at Happy's hospital bed and remarked, "This is a critical moment. I will bring a team to protect you tomorrow." "Let's not dwell on that, Roddy. I need you to assist me with something," Stark said, turning to face him. "What could possibly be beyond the reach of a billionaire such as yourself? Do you truly require the help of a mere lieutenant?" Roddy jested. "Roddy, I need you to help me locate the robber who attacked me tonight," Stark stated directly. "Stark, you know I am a soldier, not a police officer," Roddy began, but was interrupted by Stark. "Roddy, I am offering a bounty of $5 million, Stark declared, extending his hand and splaying his fingers, stating the staggering figure with unapologetic extravagance. $5 million? Roddy replied with excitement. "Stark, rest assured, I shall promptly reach out to my friends at the FBI, and within moments, we will uncover the whereabouts of this audacious, villainous robber." With that, Roddy eagerly turned and strode towards the exit, intent on notifying his associates. Stark, knowing that Roddy would not be the sole help he sought, reminded him, "I have already sent the video footage of the robber to your email." "Understood," Roddy called back without turning, merely gesturing with his hand as he swiftly vanished down the hospital corridor. Shortly after Roddy's departure, a striking woman approached, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Upon seeing her, Stark couldn't help but smile, extending his arms as he stepped forward, exclaiming, "Pepper, you have finally arrived." This captivating woman was none other than Stark's assistant, Virginia Potts, an astute and alluring individual affectionately nicknamed Pepper by Stark. Unmoved by Stark's welcoming demeanor, Pepper maintained her composure, stating, "Mr. Stark, you should be resting now. You have a flight to Afghanistan in the morning." "Isn't that my private jet?" Stark retorted. "Why must I be punctual rather than it waiting for me? Did you summon me at this late hour for a particular reason?" Despite Stark's playful banter, Pepper chose to bypass the humor and get straight to the point. "Pepper, I have a video file that I need you to deliver to the New York Police Department," Stark said, producing a USB drive. Pepper took the drive and inquired, "What is going on?" "Nothing much, just a warrant I wish to issue," Stark replied nonchalantly. "I was robbed on my way home, and Happy sustained serious injuries while protecting me." "How is Happy? Is he all right?" Pepper asked with concern. "Why don't you inquire about me first?" Stark pointed to himself. "Seeing you standing here, I could tell you're fine. Why should I ask?" Pepper retorted dismissively. "After all, I am your employer. Shouldn't you show some concern for your boss?" Stark countered. Pepper chose not to pursue the topic of Happy any further, instead stating, "I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, she raised the USB drive and turned to exit, only to pause momentarily, reminding him, "Do not forget about the flight this morning." Stark, ever defiant, retorted, "That is my jet. I'll decide when it takes off." Meanwhile, on his way back to the street where his apartment was located, Zhang Fan continued to feel the pangs of hunger. He had not encountered any open eateries during this hour. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had stocked up on snacks the previous day, tucked away in his travel bag. As soon as he returned to the rooftop of his apartment building, sustenance awaited him. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to purchase an abundance of snacks," Zhang Fan mused as he walked, unable to suppress his admiration for his own foresight, convinced that he was indeed a genius of high intellect. Although his stomach was empty, Zhang Fan's spirits remained buoyant as he soon arrived at the base of his apartment building. He glanced up at the rooftop, his thoughts consumed by the heap of snacks he had acquired, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. Climbing the fire escape to the rooftop, he hastened to open his travel bag, eagerly retrieving an array of snacks to indulge in. Once he had satiated his hunger, Zhang Fan reclined on a blanket, gazing at the distant clouds tinged with crimson. Awaiting the dawn, his mind wandering aimlessly. Which superhero works as diligently as I do? Waiting for the sun to rise before dawn? If I become famous in the future and a reporter asks me how I achieved it, I shall respond, "Have you ever seen New York at 4 in the morning?" Before long, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting the first rays of morning light upon Zhang Fan, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Simultaneously, in a printing factory working tirelessly, newspapers bearing Zhang Fan's likeness as a wanted criminal were being printed, bundled by workers, and dispatched throughout New York. Moreover, at that moment, Police Chief George was conducting a meeting, attended by drowsy detectives who had risen early, while a projection screen displayed an image of Zhang Fan, hooded and brandishing a revolver. The room sprang to life. This was the individual who had robbed Tony Stark the previous night. If they could apprehend him before others, Stark Enterprises had promised to donate a cache of weapons and equipment valued at millions of dollars to the police department. Upon concluding his remarks, Chief George surveyed the reactions of the detectives, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Although they appeared more alert than before, with a few detectives visibly excited and eager to act, the majority wore expressions of indifference. Clearly, a mere robber did not pique their interest. A bunch of brutes, the focus should be on the million-dollar weaponry. With their level of intellect, they would never rise through the ranks. This thought remained unvoiced, merely a silent lament within George's mind. However, this apathetic attitude could not persist. Just before the meeting, he had received reliable information that Stark Enterprises had not only enlisted their police department as help, but had also engaged the FBI and CIA, two formidable enforcement agencies, for assistance. After all, no one could ever have too much funding. Such an opportunity to capture a minor robber and procure million-dollar weaponry was rare. They had to act swiftly before the FBI and CIA intervened. Chief George contemplated how to ignite the fervor of his subordinates. As for how to invigorate the spirits of his subordinates, Director George was already well aware. He continued, "The Star Group has issued a bounty. Whoever apprehends this robber will receive a reward of $500,000. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room became abuzz with excitement. The detectives, who had previously shown little enthusiasm, were now brimming with energy, each eager to volunteer for the case, displaying a fervent determination to combat evil. "Director, let me handle this case. Director, please assign it to me. I currently have no cases on my desk. Director, you know my situation. I have a family of over 10 to support." The allure of money proved to be boundless. Observing the spirited demeanor of his young subordinates, Director George couldn't help but smile and nod, reflecting on the power of public sentiment. "All right, enough of the bickering. Anyone can take on this case. But will be first come, first served. The bounty goes to whoever captures the robber first." As the room gradually quieted down, Director George continued, "The materials are in my possession. Everyone come and collect a copy, then we will adjourn." No sooner had Director George finished speaking than the detectives surged towards him like a gust of wind, hastily grabbing the materials before swiftly exiting the conference room. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, lounging on the rooftop and basking in the sun, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Having just traversed into this world, he had yet to establish normal social connections, feeling an innate sense of detachment from it, along with a subconscious superiority over its inhabitants. In Zhang Fan's mind, robbing Stark felt akin to a cinematic plot or a scene from a game like Grand Theft Auto, as long as he wasn't caught in the act. It was as if nothing had transpired, completely disregarding the reality of the situation. He had long forgotten that he had robbed a billionaire, forcing him to disrobe and causing him great embarrassment, while both the legitimate and underground worlds of New York were actively searching for him due to the bounty, with numerous freelancers also pursuing him. At noon, Zhang Fan was stirred from his half-asleep state by the growling of his stomach. He glanced at the dwindling snacks in his travel bag and decided to bask for another 10 minutes before heading down for a meal. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and moments passed as swiftly as arrows. However, without a phone or a watch, Zhang Fan lost track of the 10 minutes, remaining sprawled until he could no longer bear the pangs of hunger, at which point he rose to dress and prepare for his meal. After donning his clothes, Zhang Fan descended the fire escape, making his way to the burger joint where he had dined the previous day, eager for fried chicken, having noted its presence on the menu, while he would not attempt the burgers again. Yet, no sooner had he descended the fire escape than he encountered an experience reserved for protagonists. A young girl cried out for help, her hair being yanked as she was dragged out of the apartment building, while passers-by exhibited an air of indifference, hastily lowering their heads and quickening their pace to flee the scene. Zhang Fan glanced over and lamented inwardly about the chaos in this country, astonished that such brazen abduction of a young girl could occur in broad daylight. Was there no law? He averted his gaze, spat on the ground, and continued on his way. Outside the apartment building, a slightly dilapidated yellow SUV stood parked, its emblem half-worn and unrecognizable. Beside the vehicle loomed several burly men clad in half-sleeved leather jackets, their arms adorned with tattoos. Each of these men possessed arms thicker than Zhang Fan's thighs, and they cast vigilant glances at the pedestrians passing by. One of the muscular men was drawn to the sound of Zhang Fan's spitting. He turned to scrutinize Zhang Fan and quickly concluded that he was merely an Asian, slender and dressed in a cheap hooded sweatshirt, posing no threat. However, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, the man turned back, his gaze fixating on Zhang Fan once more. He retrieved a photograph from his pocket and approached Zhang Fan. "You there, Asian? Stop!" he bellowed. Zhang Fan glanced around and realized he was the only Asian in the vicinity, evidently the target of the man's shout. "What do you want, big guy?" Zhang Fan asked lazily as the imposing figure approached. The man, now standing before Zhang Fan, held the photograph up, comparing it to Zhang Fan's face, and suddenly broke into a grin. He discarded the photo and, extending his large, furry hand towards Zhang Fan, exclaimed excitedly, 100,000 is mine. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. Not out of fear of the hulking man. His own latent strength offered him a myriad of ways to swiftly incapacitate this sluggish brute. What troubled him was the realization that the photograph he had seen was indeed of himself. What is going on? I have only just arrived in this world. How could there be a picture of me? Zhang Fan pondered, casually stepping back to evade the man's grasp. Don't run. Kid, just come with me. The burly man shouted menacingly, his mouth agape as he continued to lunge for Zhang Fan. Chapter 13. I could take on 10. Zhang Fan seized the floating photograph while simultaneously delivering a punch to the man's abdomen. The impact was such that the man's eyes nearly bulged out, his body propelled backward like a frog, flying over a meter before landing on his knees. Clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground. Disregarding the fallen man, Zhang Fan examined the photograph in his hand closely. Indeed, the person depicted was unmistakably him. Where did you get this photo? Zhang Fan approached the burly man kneeling on the ground, clutching his abdomen, and inquired. Unfortunately, no response came. The man was in such agony that even breathing had become a Herculean task, let alone speaking. You brat, seeking death. Beat him to a pulp. At that moment, the man's companions, realizing one of their own had been attacked, erupted in curses and rushed forward. Zhang Fan glanced around, noting 5 menacing figures surrounding him, 3 on his left and 2 on his right. Yet, he remained unperturbed, lifting a photograph and countering. Does anyone here know the origin of this photo? The hulking men disregarded his inquiry and charged at him, fists raised, ready to strike. Wait, Zhang Fan stepped back, raising his hands in a placating gesture. The assailants halted. One of them snarled, "You've crossed the serpent gang, and now you wish to beg for mercy?" It's far too late for that. Without giving Zhang Fan a chance to respond, he waved his hand, instructing his comrades. Let us take this brat down until his mother wouldn't recognize him. Then we'll sell him to Brother Kikoff's nightclub. As fists came flying from all directions, Zhang Fan merely smiled, even taking the time to fold the photograph away. The movements of these thugs appeared to him as sluggish as a tortoise. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Confronted with these ordinary men, Zhang Fan felt no need for any sophisticated combat techniques. I'll take on all 10. With speed and strength overwhelmingly surpassing those 5 brutes, he first executed a swift knife hand strike, intercepting the nearest thug's punch with remarkable precision. The sound of shattering bones echoed, and the man's fist contorted visibly, his face morphing in agony. Before the thug could utter a cry of pain, Zhang Fan unleashed a series of precise knife-hand strikes upon the incoming fists. He then retreated a step, calmly observing the 5 men as they knelt on the ground, clutching their wrists and gazing at their deformed hands, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Hey, I told you to wait. Why didn't you listen? Zhang Fan shook his head, hands behind his back, wearing an expression of frustration at their folly, lamenting their refusal to heed wise counsel. Now, shall we discuss where this photograph came from? He retrieved the picture from his pocket and inquired. Regrettably, the 5 men were still wailing, offering no reply. Zhang Fan then turned his gaze to the sole thug who had not joined the fray, as he was preoccupied with grasping a young girl by the hair. Upon meeting Zhang Fan's gaze, the thug, previously in a stupor, jolted back to reality. He hastily dropped the girl and clumsily fumbled at his waist, terrified. For he was merely a novice who thrived on bullying the weak. By the time he retrieved the handgun from his belt and looked up, Zhang Fan was already aiming a gun at him. Don't shoot, don't shoot. The last robust man hastily discarded the firearm he held and raised his hands high. Zhang Fan approached him, a smile illuminating his face, and kindly inquired, "What is your name?" Corrado Jack, the man replied swiftly, fearing that any delay would result in him sharing the same fate as his companions, writhing on the ground. Ah, so it's little Corrado. Zhang Fan nodded and introduced himself. I am Zhang Fan. Good to meet you, Mr. Corrado Jack. A sycophantic grin appeared on Corrado Jack's face. It's Zhang Fan, not Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan emphasized. Yes, yes. Mr. Zhang Fan, Corrado Jack responded, displaying a commendable linguistic aptitude, accurately pronouncing Zhang Fan's name after just one correction. Do not be nervous, little Corrado, Zhang Fan reassured, patting Corrado Jack's shoulder. He held up a photograph and gently asked, Do you know where this picture is from? Corrado Jack, having no objections to Zhang Fan's alteration of his name, glanced at the photo and eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, the entire city of New York is searching for this person. Why are they seeking him? Zhang Fan continued to probe. I heard he has offended Stark and is now wanted throughout the city. Whoever captures him will receive a bounty of $100,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan understood. This was Stark's retaliatory measure for the events of the previous night. However, he was perplexed about how Stark had obtained such a clear frontal photograph of him. Dashcam footage, satellites, surveillance cameras, but these angles could not provide a frontal view. Memories of the previous night flashed in Zhang Fan's mind, and he recalled the sunglasses Stark had worn. Could be those sunglasses? He dared not confirm whether Stark possessed such technology at that moment. With a sigh, he reprimanded himself for his lack of caution, realizing why superheroes often don masks. He was still too young and had acted somewhat rashly. Coming to this realization, Zhang Fan holstered his pistol, discarded the photograph, and stood in contemplation of how he should respond to Stark's bounty. Can I leave now? Corrado Jack timidly asked. Get lost. Zhang Fan impatiently waved him off. Pondering the predicament he found himself in, he was not a formidable superhero, lacking the prowess that would allow him to operate without fear of exposure. Corrado Jack smiled and turned to leave, but inwardly he mused about the inconsistency of being called Little Corrado when needed, and then being dismissed so brusquely. As he thought this, Zhang Fan's stomach growled again, prompting him to instinctively head toward a nearby burger joint. Yet after a few steps, he suddenly remembered the bounty placed on him by Stark's corporation. He could not simply stroll into a restaurant. Perhaps it would be wiser to return home and snack on something to hold him over for a few days until the situation calmed down. With this thought, Zhang Fan turned back, taking a few steps before suddenly glancing over his shoulder, and indeed, he noticed someone following him. What do you want from me? Zhang Fan gazed at the little girl behind him and said, Hurry home to find your mother. My mother is dead, the girl replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 14. You have touched me, then go find your father. Zhang Fan's heart sank. He sensed an ominous conclusion. The girl would likely say she did not know where her father was, and, out of pity, he would take her in, transforming into a superhero dad. I don't know where my father is. The little girl looked up at Zhang Fan, her large eyes glistening, her tear-streaked face rendering her exceedingly pitiable. As he had anticipated, Zhang Fan remained silent, fully aware of the girl's intentions. After all, raising an adorable daughter was the ultimate dream of many reclusive men. No, Zhang Fan shook his head, thinking that his persona of a high IQ individual was crumbling. If he were to adopt this little girl, he would be labeled as indecisive and overly compassionate, a fate from which he could never recover. He needed to maintain his image as someone who was decisive and cold-hearted. He absolutely could not allow this girl to cling to him. However, before Zhang Fan could voice his refusal, the little girl interrupted him. Uncle, you must be wanted by someone right now. Her innocent voice, combined with those big eyes, stirred a sense of affection within him. But who was Zhang Fan? A man trained to remain unfazed, devoid of sympathy, often referred to as the cold-faced Superman. How do you know? Zhang Fan inquired with a stern expression, as if to suggest that if she could not answer, he would eliminate her. It's simple, but given your intelligence, I find it difficult to explain. The little girl wiped her face, suddenly shedding her previous pitiable demeanor, appearing eerily composed. Hey, how can you speak like that, child? Zhang Fan rolled up his sleeves, raising his hand in mock threat. Be careful, or I might just hit you. I can help you, the girl declared, unafraid, with a boldness that surprised him. Zhang Fan chuckled. How audacious for such a small child to claim she could assist him. Pray tell, how do you intend to help me? Are you going to buy food, but fear being discovered? The little girl asked. Yes, you're absolutely right. Intrigued by her insight, Zhang Fan smiled and prompted her. And then? The little girl covered her forehead with one hand, thinking to herself how clearly she had articulated her thoughts, Yet this uncle still seemed unable to grasp them. Perhaps she had made a misjudgment in choosing this uncle. Despite his remarkable strength capable of taking down 4 or 5 strong men instantly, his foolishness left her astonished. Yet, matters had escalated to this point. Retreat was no longer an option for her. The little girl opened her arms, striving to simplify her thoughts. Then I propose a transaction. I can procure food for you, allowing you to remain incognito, thus alleviating your concerns regarding the warrant for your arrest. The little girl paused for a moment, shifted her tone, and continued, in exchange, you must offer me protection, ensuring that I am not abducted or captured by unsavory individuals. Zhang Fan listened to her words with an impassive expression, though he felt a pang of surprise, or perhaps pity, within. He gazed at the young girl who, despite her tender age that should have been filled with innocence and joy, feigned maturity in her desperate bid for survival. He inquired, do your parents have any relatives? Why not seek refuge with them? No, the girl responded impatiently. What about an orphanage? A charming girl like you should surely attract someone willing to adopt. Zhang Fan pressed further. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to discuss it, she replied, her demeanor growing increasingly frosty, her impatience evident. Stop asking questions. I will buy your food, and you will protect me. It's that simple. Will you agree or not? Seeing her expression, Zhang Fan dared not ask further. He knew instinctively that this was yet another sorrowful tale. Internally, he mused, very well, your determination to survive has moved me. Ishal acquiesce. He retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket, extracted 2 $10 notes, totaling $20, and handed them to her. Please go fetch me some fried chicken and a drink. I will wait for you in this alley. Understood, sir, the girl replied as she took the money. Zhang Fan watched her retreating figure until she disappeared from sight, then swiftly returned to the alley, leaping over 5 meters to scale the fire escape to the 3rd floor. He then returned to the rooftop, revealing only a sliver of himself to observe the alley below. One must always be cautious. The girl's mature demeanor could suggest she might report him, especially considering the reward of $100,000 at stake. Before long, the girl appeared, cradling a large bag of food as she approached from the street. She stood at the spot where they had parted, scanning for Zhang Fan as presence. However, concealed on the rooftop, he remained undetectable to her. After waiting for a while without seeing him, she assumed she had been deceived and angrily tossed the bag of food to the ground. Just before the bag could hit the ground, a pair of large hands caught it. She looked up to find that the hands belonged to Zhang Fan. What do you want now? The girl exclaimed, rushing towards him and pushing him forcefully. However, Zhang Fan remained steadfast, causing her to stumble and fall. Get up. Zhang Fan extended a hand to the girl on the ground and helped her to her feet, guiding her to his rooftop. As he munched on the food, he remarked, so what do you think? Isn't it spacious? Do you live here? She asked in disbelief, glancing around the rooftop. Indeed, see how bright the sun is. And the view is simply splendid. Isn't it? Is there a sensation of open-mindedness? Zhang Fan remarked while eating. The little girl rolled her eyes, suddenly feeling that it might be better to be taken away by someone from the poisonous snake gang. At least that would provide her with a shelter from storm. Have you considered what would happen if it rains? This question was well posed. Zhang Fan discarded the chicken bone in his hand, approached, and retrieved a tent from his backpack, saying, what do you think this is? Oh, I know. The little girl sighed, realizing that she must tread the path she had chosen, even if it meant shedding tears. By the way, I forgot to ask, how did you know I was hungry and needed to buy something to eat? Zhang Fan produced a piece of fried chicken. It's quite simple. Observe, reflect, and conclude. The little girl picked up the tent, intending to assemble it. Chapter 15. Lily Williams. Zhang Fan sat on one side, indulging in fried chicken while half reclining on a blanket under the sun. He watched the little girl struggle with the tent, showing no inclination to assist. Instead, he languidly remarked, it's all right. You need not set up the tent. I don't require it just yet. I'm not erecting it for you. I'm doing it for myself. Frustrated, the little girl tossed the tent aside, nearly ready to explode, pointing at the glaring sun and exclaiming to Zhang Fan, with such a blazing sun, do you wish to scorch me to death? Is it really that intense? Zhang Fan glanced up at the sun, feeling it was not overly harsh. It reminded him of basking in the winter sun, utterly delightful. The little girl was at a loss for words, sighed again, and resumed her attempts to assemble the tent. Ever since she had accompanied this uncle, she felt as though she had aged several years in mere minutes. Am I truly destined to reach adulthood? The little girl pondered with a touch of pessimism. Well then, Good luck. Zhang Fan nonchalantly tossed the chicken bones into a bag, lacking any sincerity in his words. He did not comfort the little girl. Instead, he lay back on the blanket, relishing the sun, finding her sulking demeanor rather amusing. Bathed in the golden sunlight, Zhang Fan, this time clad, soon drifted into a state of semi-consciousness. As the sun began to set, when the last ray of light faded from the horizon, Zhang Fan opened his eyes. Unlike before, he did not sleep until nightfall, nor did he dream. Observing the dimming sky, he carefully shifted his body, pleasantly surprised to find that this time his strength remained in check. Zhang Fan rolled over and rose from the blanket, scratching his head, pondering why he had maintained control this time. He glanced at his attire, wondering if it was because he had not stripped down, since he was clothed while sunbathing. Compared to the last time, when much of his skin had been exposed to sunlight, the additional strength he had acquired remained within his capacity to control, mitigating any risk of losing control. As Zhang Fan contemplated, his thoughts became increasingly lucid, and inspiration surged forth like an unceasing fountain, leaving him unable to pause. Thus, he arrived at a conclusion. The sunlight absorbed by the superhero unit's skin equates to, "You are finally awake. I thought the sun had scorched you to death." Suddenly, a little girl's voice rang out from behind Zhang Fan, interrupting the flow of his brilliant ideas. "Do you realize that you just interrupted the birth of a theory worthy of a Nobel Prize?" Irritated, Zhang Fan turned around to reprimand the girl, but instead of her, he beheld a large object resembling a sunshade standing behind him. Where did this come from? I distinctly remember not purchasing a parasol. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhang Fan inquired, "Where did this come from?" The little girl emerged from behind the parasol, asking, "What are you referring to?" "This," Zhang Fan said, pointing at the sunshade. The little girl glanced at the parasol and proudly declared, "I made it." "Not bad, right?" Zhang Fan, increasingly familiar with the sunshade, suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed, "You must have turned the tent into this." The little girl blushed, but retorted, "It's not my fault I can't read the instructions. It's quite impressive that I managed to create this." "Impressive indeed," Zhang Fan praised, giving her a thumbs up and chuckling. "This is the first time I've seen someone turn a tent into a sunshade." The little girl fell silent, seemingly shy, and retreated beneath the parasol. Zhang Fan stood up from the blanket, stretched his back with a series of crackling sounds, and asked, "Are you hungry? Come out quickly. Let's go eat." At the mere mention of food, the little girl scrambled out from under the parasol. Since following Zhang Fan onto the rooftop, she had only nibbled on some leftover snacks, and her stomach was already grumbling. As they made their way to the street, the little girl curiously asked, "Are you coming along too?" "Of course. I've been lying down all day. I definitely need to get up and walk around," Zhang Fan replied. "But aren't you a wanted criminal?" the girl inquired. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" "Nighttime is perilous," Zhang Fan said, pulling up his hood to conceal his face. "I will accompany you. I'll give you some money to buy what you want, and I'll wait for you outside." The girl did not protest. Zhang Fan was right. Nights in America could indeed be dangerous, especially in this notorious area known as Hell's Kitchen. Thus, the pair, one tall and one small, held hands as they arrived at a hamburger joint marked by a large sign. Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Fan withdrew $20 and handed it to the little girl, saying, "All right, you go in and buy. I want a portion of chicken nuggets and a large cup of soda. Buy whatever you desire." The little girl nodded, accepted the banknotes, and walked into the hamburger shop. Before long, she emerged with a large bag in her arms. Zhang Fan took the bag from the girl's hands and inquired, "Do you know if there's a park nearby? Let's go there to eat." He had spent the entire day sleeping on the rooftop and was already weary of the monotony. "Follow me. I happen to know of a park in the vicinity," she replied, choosing a direction and pulling Zhang Fan along. After walking several hundred meters, they arrived at the entrance of a park. Zhang Fan surveyed the area, and his first impression was that the park was quite small, reminiscent of those found within residential complexes, where one could see the periphery at a glance. In the center, there was a small open space equipped with exercise apparatus, and, as dusk fell, a few children played in the mud, the origin of which was uncertain. Occasionally, pedestrians would pass by on the adjacent sidewalk. The little girl confidently led Zhang Fan into the small park and found a relatively clean bench to sit on. Zhang Fan placed the bag containing their food on the empty spot of the bench and retrieved a large cup of cola and a portion of fried chicken, leaning back comfortably as he began to eat. As Zhang Fan finished his meal, the little girl pulled out a massive hamburger that drew Zhang Fan's attention. He estimated that the burger was larger than her face and, glancing at her, asked, "Can you finish such a big hamburger?" The girl did not respond, but merely shot him a playful glare before taking a big bite of the colossal burger. By the time Zhang Fan had consumed most of his food, the girl was still struggling with the enormous hamburger, which she had already devoured a significant portion of. Disposing of his trash in a bag, Zhang Fan turned to her and asked, "By the way, my name is Zhang Fan. What is yours?" Swallowing her food without looking back, she replied, Lily Williams. Chapter 16. The gift of encounter. Zhang Fan had never heard of a character named Lily Williams in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. She seemed to be just an ordinary, unfortunate girl. Had he not intervened, it was likely that Lily would have met a grim fate at the hands of the Poison Snake Gang, either being captured, killed, or sold. "From now on, I shall call you Lily," he said, lifting his greasy hand, which had just handled the fried chicken, to tousle her somewhat tousled hair. With her mouth full of hamburger, Lily mumbled a few words, batting Zhang Fan's oily hand away. He did not mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached into the pocket of his sweatshirt and pulled out a revolver with 2 bullets remaining, handing it to Lily. "Here, take this as a token of our meeting," he said. In the distance, a voluptuous woman jogging at night glanced over at them. Upon hearing about the gift, Lily hastily swallowed her food and set down the half-eaten Big Mac. However, when she turned to see what the so-called gift was, she was taken aback to find an old revolver. Rolling her eyes, she exclaimed, "I am but a child. Do you truly think it appropriate to gift a child a handgun?" "Why not?" Zhang Fan asked, puzzled. He recalled that during his childhood, possessing a toy gun would have made him the envy of the village, let alone receiving a real one. "Well," Lily retorted, "I am a girl. Even if you can't gift dolls or plush toys, how about a hairpin instead? How could you possibly think to give me a gun?" Zhang Fan nodded, acknowledging her point. Indeed, gifting a firearm to a young girl was quite unreasonable, particularly since not everyone could be likened to a femme fatale. "If you dislike it, then forget it. Let it be as if I never said anything," he said, attempting to reclaim the revolver. Yet at that moment, Lily lunged forward, snatching the gun from his hand, and began to play with it, clearly enamored. "You just said you didn't like it," Zhang Fan remarked, offering no resistance as she took the revolver. "I reconsidered," Lily replied, turning to Zhang Fan. "While I may not be fond of this gift, given that it is a sincere offering from you, I shall graciously accept it to ensure your efforts are not in vain." With a sardonic chuckle, Zhang Fan remarked, "This gun only has 2 bullets left. The issue of ammunition is yours to resolve." Lily, toying with the revolver, seemed unconcerned about the lack of bullets. "By the way, do you know how to use this gun?" Before she could respond, Zhang Fan continued, "If not, I can teach you. It's quite simple." "Oomph." Lily shot him a disdainful glance. With a swift motion, she flicked the revolver, causing the cylinder to eject with an air of elegance, as if it were an automatic action. But that was not the end. After ejecting the cylinder, Lily began to theatrically inspect the revolver, her demeanor exuding professionalism. After a cursory examination, she nodded, then deftly spun the cylinder and, without waiting for it to come to a halt, snapped it back into place with a satisfying click. Having completed her display, Lily turned to Zhang Fan, her gaze laced with contempt, as if to challenge him. "Can you do this?" Unable to tolerate her pretentiousness any longer, Zhang Fan thought, "How dare you flaunt your skills before someone of my extraordinary lineage? As the saying goes, endure no longer when patience has run its course." With swift resolution, he declared, "I am taking back what is rightfully mine." In a flash, before Lily could react, he snatched the revolver from her grasp. A gust of wind swept across Lily's face as she gazed at the familiar revolver in Zhang Fan's hand, then turned to observe her own empty palms, exclaiming in astonishment, "What incredible speed! How did I miss that?" Zhang Fan let out a cold smirk, raising the revolver and uttering in Mandarin, "Such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves before me." Just as he was about to replicate the movements he had recently committed to memory in front of Lily, the original owner of the gun, a sudden roar erupted from behind him. "Don't move. I am a police officer. Lower the gun. Raise your hands high where I can see them, or I will shoot." Zhang Fan instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to hear a gunshot ring out, a bullet grazing his cheek. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan's thick skin rendered him unharmed. The rush of air created by the bullet failed to inflict any injury, although he escaped unscathed. The suddenness of the shot startled him, cold sweat trickling down his back and forehead. His extraordinary dynamic vision had allowed him to witness the bullet whizzing past his face. Had it deviated just a fraction, it could have penetrated his cheek exiting through the back of his head in a gruesome display of blood and brain matter. He had only spent 2 days under the sun, and his body was certainly incapable of withstanding a bullet's force. Don't move. If you do, my next shot will blow your head off. Zhang Fan regarded the robust female officer before him, paralyzed with fear, while inwardly cursing, "Damn America. Damn American police. Shooting recklessly and disregarding life. That bullet nearly struck me. Shouldn't warnings be fired into the air? Now drop the gun quickly." The sturdy female officer commanded sternly. All right. I will discard it immediately," Zhang Fan replied. He dared not disobey her orders. For although this officer stood closer than the first man who had aimed a gun at him, that man had been merely an exhausted individual lacking training. This female officer, however, possessed a sharp gaze and a firm grip on her weapon, clearly indicating professional training. Zhang Fan obediently tossed aside the revolver, careful to minimize any sudden movements to avoid provoking her, merely using the strength of his fingers to send the revolver flying. Good. Now raise your hands high where I can see them. The officer continued to issue commands. Chapter 17. The rapid ups and downs of life. Zhang Fan complied, lifting his hands. Despite his extraordinary physical prowess, he had yet to reach the level of invincibility. A bullet would still cause injury, even death. Furthermore, if he were to resist, he could only muster a mere 70 to 80% certainty of subduing the officer before a bullet struck him. However, Zhang Fan harbored no desire to resist. Firstly, prior to his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary citizen of the great celestial empire, naturally possessing a certain affinity for the profession of law enforcement. This sentiment starkly contrasted with his unhesitating ability to subdue, even incapacitate, petty delinquents. Secondly, the prospect of resistance presented a perilous 30% chance of being fatally struck in the ensuing chaos. Zhang Fan perceived his future as bright and illustrious. Thus, wagering his life in such a gamble seemed ill-advised. At that moment, the female officer's partner approached, firearm in hand. The female officer glanced sideways and, upon recognizing her partner, remarked, "Well, your movements are far too sluggish. Why have you only just arrived?" "I was parking, and it's not that I am slow, but rather that you are far too swift. If I don't hasten, the perpetrator will escape," the officer replied. "Indeed, you are the bane of evil," Will quipped. Observing that the female officer had managed to gain control of the situation, he holstered his weapon, muttering as he retrieved a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs from his belt and advanced toward Zhang Fan. Lily, finally snapping out of her shock, saw Zhang Fan being taken away by the police and leaped off the bench, exclaiming, "Don't shoot. He is not a bad person. Don't take him away. He is not a bad person. Come here, little girl. You are safe now, so there is no need to fear." The female officer gently beckoned to Lily, her tone markedly different from that used with Zhang Fan. Will, referred to as such, lowered Zhang Fan's raised hands and coldly secured the handcuffs in place. Zhang Fan bowed his head, allowing his wrists to be bound, acutely aware that this might present a fleeting opportunity for escape. Regardless of the circumstances, he absolutely could not be taken to the precinct. Setting aside the issue of his undocumented status, Stark's bounty alone was sufficient to spell disaster for him. Who knew how Stark would treat him after stripping him of his clothes? Yet, the moment for action had not yet arrived. He needed to bide his time until the officer brought him closer to the female officer, as that would be the optimal moment to strike. Oblivious to Zhang Fan's clandestine plans for resistance, Will escorted him toward the female officer. As Zhang Fan neared her, poised to execute his plan, the female officer, engaged in a hushed conversation with Lily, looked up and said, "Will, let him go. This is a misunderstanding." Taken aback by her words, Zhang Fan froze. What was happening? Were they not here to apprehend him? "Are you certain?" Will inquired. "Yes, I'm certain." "Release him," the female officer insisted. To Zhang Fan's astonishment, the situation took an unexpected turn, and the tension in his muscles dissipated. "All right, as you wish," Will shrugged, producing a key to unlock the handcuffs. "Little girl, next time, please inform your uncle not to draw his firearm in public," the female officer said as she stood, holstered her weapon, and called to Will, "Let us depart." As Will glanced over Zhang Fan's shoulder, a fleeting sensation of familiarity washed over him upon observing Zhang Fan's visage, as if he had encountered this face in the past. Lily, witnessing Zhang Fan's release, hurriedly approached him, only for Zhang Fan to grasp her hand and turn away. "I haven't retrieved my handgun," Lily remarked, tugging at Zhang Fan's hand. "Forget the gun. Let us depart from this place first, Zhang Fan replied, casting a glance at the revolver on the ground. Speaking in hushed tones, having narrowly escaped peril, he was keen to avoid attracting the attention of the two policemen behind them. No, that was my first gun. It holds special significance. I must retrieve it, Lily insisted, attempting to release Zhang Fan's hand to retrieve the firearm. Zhang Fan firmly held her back, saying, "Let's return first. Once we are safe, I shall provide you with an even better gun." Upon hearing the promise of something superior, Lily immediately fell silent and obediently followed Zhang Fan. "What is it?" The female officer noticed Will's unusual demeanor as he approached, his gaze fixed on Zhang Fan, and inquired, "Is there a problem?" "This Asian man seems strikingly familiar. I feel as though I've seen him before," Will replied, his attention lingering on Zhang Fan's receding figure, deep in thought. The female officer, reflecting on Will's words, furrowed her brow and conceded, "Now that you mention it, he does seem somewhat familiar." Will, pondering deeply, recognized that he and his partner had worked together for nearly a year, devoid of any personal interactions beyond their professional duties. The emergence of a sense of familiarity in one of them could simply be a case of mistaken recognition. However, both experienced a similar feeling, leading to the deduction that the individual in question could either be a celebrity or a fugitive from a wanted poster. Only such circumstances would evoke simultaneous recognition. With a hand resting on his holster, Will hastened toward Zhang Fan, calling out to him, "Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment?" The intuitive female officer, drawing her firearm, prepared for potential confrontation, having concluded that this man might indeed be a wanted fugitive, an explanation for the shared sense of familiarity between her and her partner. As Zhang Fan heard these words, his muscles tensed instinctively. He was bewildered as to why the two officers had suddenly called out to him. Unable to fathom the situation, he opted to feign ignorance and continued walking, testing the officers' intentions, pondering that perhaps they were not summoning him, but rather someone else. Seeing Zhang Fan's lack of response, Will assumed he had not heard him and quickened his pace to catch up. "Sir, please wait. There are still a few formalities to complete, and we require your cooperation." Will reached Zhang Fan, placing a hand on his shoulder. Realizing they were indeed calling him, Zhang Fan acknowledged the futility of pretending not to hear them, as Will had caught up. The only solace was that they had yet to issue a formal request for him to stop. Upon this realization, Zhang Fan managed a smile and turned to Will, inquiring, "Sir, what brings me here?" "It's nothing significant. I merely require your signature on the matter we discussed earlier," Will replied, scrutinizing Zhang Fan's countenance while speaking casually. "Where shall I sign?" Zhang Fan asked. A female police officer approached and interjected, "Not far, just outside on the police car." Their vehicle housed all the wanted notices for fugitives. Since Will had parked the police car earlier, he took the lead, guiding the way. Zhang Fan exchanged a smile with the female officer, who reciprocated and gestured invitingly. Chapter 18. Developments are always unforeseen thus. The two officers led the way, with Zhang Fan and Lily sandwiched in between as they made their way outside the park. As they walked, Zhang Fan glanced back, feeling reassured. Although he was uncertain of the officer's intentions, he felt confident that even with the female officer's vigilant hand resting on her holster, she wouldn't be able to draw her weapon. Upon reaching the police car, Will turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Just wait a moment. I need to fetch a document." After saying this, he conspicuously exchanged a knowing look with his partner before stepping into the vehicle. Inside the patrol car, Will rummaged through a sizable stack of wanted notices, beginning to compare them with Zhang Fan's appearance. However, there were many notices, and it appeared he would be occupied for a while. Outside, Zhang Fan, feeling aimless, glanced around, musing about the officer's true intentions. They neither apprehended him nor allowed him to leave. What were they up to? I must gather some information. He glanced at the robust female officer, contemplating how to leverage his charm to extract some details. Zhang Fan struck a pose, attempting to utilize what he considered a captivating gaze to allure the female officer. The moment their eyes met, he flashed what he deemed a charming smile. Unfortunately, his efforts met with indifference, as the female officer remained expressionless and unyielding. Within a minute, he awkwardly chuckled twice, signaling the end of his attempts. The officer, with her hand resting on her holster, remarked flatly, "Sir, please remain patient. It will be resolved shortly." What a pity, Zhang Fan thought. This officer clearly has an impaired sense of aesthetics, as she failed to acknowledge my undeniably alluring gaze. He cast a sympathetic glance in her direction. The officer, bewildered by Zhang Fan's behavior, internally speculated. First, he stared at me with vacant eyes, then inexplicably sighed. Could he possibly be mentally unstable? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan turned to see Lily idly playing with her fingers. He suddenly recalled that the female officer had shown her kindness earlier. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Lily engage in conversation to glean some insights. Zhang Fan found this idea rather appealing, so he began to exchange knowing glances with Lily, albeit they had only met at noon that day. Having spoken fewer than 50 words in total, Lily, bewildered by Zhang Fan's cryptic expressions, could not fathom his intentions. "What are you doing? Is your eye twitching?" the policewoman suddenly inquired. No. Zhang Fan chuckled awkwardly, feigning an eye rub as he replied. "It seems like some sand has gotten into my eye. It feels a bit uncomfortable." At that moment, the policewoman's radio crackled to life, alleviating Zhang Fan's discomfort. "Attention all patrol officers on 10th and 9th Avenue. A group of armed bank robbers, equipped with fully automatic firearms, is entering 45th Street from 10th Avenue. Nearby officers, please proceed to intercept." The voice on the radio blared, and Zhang Fan couldn't help but think how typical of free America to encounter a bank heist within just 2 days of his arrival. Suddenly, Lily tugged at Zhang Fan's hand and pointed a street sign, exclaiming, "Look!" Following her gaze, Zhang Fan saw the sign, clearly marked 45th Street. "Received. Team 4. Proceed immediately to 45th Street for interception," the policewoman responded. Just then, the sound of a helicopter roared overhead, drawing closer. Amidst the cacophony, Zhang Fan thought he heard voices. "Boss, what do we do about the police ahead?" "Eliminate them. As long as we charge into Hell's Kitchen, we can shake off these officers." Zhang Fan looked up towards the source of the voices and spotted several figures emerging from a nearby alley, burdened with bags and wielding various firearms. Their heads adorned with classic bandit masks. "Get down," Zhang Fan warned the policewoman, having noticed the assailants kneeling and aiming their weapons at the police car. After shouting, he swiftly grabbed Lily and dove behind the vehicle. The policewoman, sensing something amiss, instinctively turned to draw her weapon. But her trained reflexes would cost her the only chance she had to survive. The robbers fired their weapons, the orange flames flickering from the barrels. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A precise volley of gunfire felled the policewoman, while Will, who had been perusing wanted posters inside the police car, met an even grimmer fate. Before he could exit the vehicle, bullets shattered the front windshield, transforming him into a gruesome sight, blood splattering against the rear window. As the gunfire subsided, Zhang Fan cautiously peered over the police car, observing the robbers approaching after their assault. He quickly recoiled, lowering his head to whisper to Lily in his arms. "They're coming. Hurry and crawl into the car." Once Lily was safely beneath the vehicle, Zhang Fan, free from worry, concealed himself at the rear of the car. Listening intently to the increasingly near footsteps, his muscles taut and poised for action. The bandits showed no hesitation when confronting the police. They fired without a second thought. Clearly a group of lawless, brutal, and cold-blooded thugs. Zhang Fan dared not entrust his life to such criminals. Yet he believed that if he could close the distance to them, he could render their firearms useless. Without their weapons, these villains would be at his mercy. The chaotic footsteps drew ever closer, as if a thrilling clash between a superhero and bank robbers was about to unfold. Suddenly, Zhang Fan noticed the footsteps gradually receding. Confused, he peered outside, only to discover that the bandits had turned into the park across the street, completely bypassing his location. Watching them vanish into the park, he felt a strange sense of disappointment. He had thought his journey as a superhero was about to commence. "Come out. It's safe now." They left. Zhang Fan stood and called to Lily, then approached the fallen policewoman to check if she was alive. As for Will in the car, he merely cast a glance before losing interest. The woman's head was a mangled mess. Zhang Fan feared that looking any longer would haunt his dreams. Upon reaching the policewoman, he found her situation no better. Although not as gruesome as the scene in the car, a large pool of blood gathered beneath her, suggesting a severe loss of life. Surely, she couldn't have survived this. He paused, shaking his head, knowing well that this officer had also perished. Zhang Fan then scanned the street, only to realize that passers-by had mysteriously vanished, leaving him utterly alone. A tattered newspaper fluttered across the street, underscoring the desolation of the scene. He stood out starkly against the emptiness. "We need to leave this place," Zhang Fan urged, pulling Lily, who had just emerged from beneath the car. As he turned to depart from this dangerous locale, at that moment, a blinding light illuminated both him and Lily. Looking up, he saw a helicopter hovering above them, its powerful searchlight casting a harsh beam downwards, guiding the police on the ground in their pursuit of the criminals. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat. As Zhang Fan pondered whether he should make a run for it, the wailing of police sirens crescendoed from a distance, drawing closer with alarming urgency. Several police cars raced towards him, screeching to a halt right before his eyes. Well, it seemed that retreat was no longer an option. Zhang Fan decided against fleeing. After all, he bore no weapon and was merely an innocent bystander, not a criminal. He resolved to remain and witness the unfolding spectacle of how American law enforcement engaged in a firefight with felons. Officers disembarked from their vehicles with haste, taking positions by the doors, weapons drawn, and aimed at Zhang Fan with an air of grave seriousness. "Get down. Lie on the ground. Place your hands on your head." At that moment, Zhang Fan made a grave error. Rather than complying with the officer's commands, he stepped forward, gesturing towards the park entrance and uttering, "They went that way." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gunshot rang out, cutting through the air. He could not ascertain which officer had fired, but the bullet was not a warning. It hurtled directly toward his face. In that instant, Zhang Fan realized that conventional firearms were no longer a threat to him, as he clearly perceived the bullet's trajectory. In that moment, he resembled an agent from the Matrix, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the bullet with ease. After dodging the shot, Zhang Fan turned back, eager to clarify that he was not a robber. The actual criminals had already dashed into the park. However, before he could voice his intentions, he found himself under fire from additional officers. "They want to kill me." This thought flashed through Zhang Fan's mind, igniting a sudden surge of rage within him. If these officers had been a gang of thugs indiscriminately shooting to kill, he might not have felt such indignation. But they were supposed to be law enforcement. How could they fire their weapons so recklessly? A mob of incompetence. Zhang Fan seethed internally, his anger clouding his judgment, momentarily forgetting that Lily was still by his side. All he could think about was delivering a harsh lesson to these reckless officers. Fortunately, Lily was quick-witted. Sensing the dire situation as shots rang out, she promptly dropped to the ground, cradling her head to avoid being caught in the crossfire and potentially meeting an untimely demise. Faced with a deluge of bullets raining down, Zhang Fan bent his knees slightly, channeling his strength into his legs. With an explosive burst of power, his shoes disintegrated, leaving behind mere scraps. Simultaneously, his immense force left two distinct footprints imprinted on the pavement as his body moved like a phantom, gliding several meters to evade the onslaught of bullets and arrive beside the nearest police car. Seizing the opportunity before the officers could react, he grasped the underside of the vehicle with both hands, exerting his strength to effortlessly hurl the police car towards the gun-wielding officers. Zhang Fan's aim was remarkably precise, and the car soared directly towards the cluster of officers. Upon encountering a police car hurled towards him, the officers were caught off guard, scattering in panic to avoid being crushed. In the ensuing chaos, none had the opportunity to fire at Zhang Fan, who seized the moment and swiftly darted into the disarrayed ranks of the police. His incredible speed caused his trousers and clothing to tear asunder, revealing a physique reminiscent of a classical Roman statue, sculpted to perfection. Yet there was no time for him to pause, akin to Tang Bohu, to take a moment for a photograph or to change attire. His velocity had yet to reach such a level. Regardless of the circumstances, even clad in nothing but a pair of briefs, Zhang Fan charged into the throng of officers, each step echoing like a descending tiger from the mountains, stirring a tempest of blood and carnage, and in his wrath, he showed no mercy. In this fray, Zhang Fan's strikes were lethal. A mere touch could spell death. A glancing blow resulted in severe injury. The scene was so harrowing that it defied description. Strangely, once engulfed in combat, Zhang Fan transformed into a paragon of calmness. Even in the face of gory mayhem, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. Requesting backup. "We are under attack." Requesting assistance. "Help. Who will save me? Who is it? Come out." The cries of anguish, accompanied by sporadic gunfire, faded rapidly. In a matter of seconds, Zhang Fan incapacitated all the officers, his body now stained with crimson, remnants of flesh clinging to his fists. With a resounding crash, the police car finally descended behind him. The spotlight from a helicopter illuminated Zhang Fan, causing him to furrow his brow. Still fuming, he glanced skyward at the hovering aircraft. I have yet to settle the score with you, the true instigator, and you dare to shine your light upon me? Had it not been for that helicopter losing track of the robbers and casting its beam upon me, none of this would have transpired. The more he contemplated the helicopter, the more his ire intensified. If you cannot pilot a helicopter, then do not attempt to. With two powerful strides, Zhang Fan launched himself towards the helicopter, crouching low before leaping with tremendous force. The ground beneath him yielded as if it were a trampoline, sinking deeply at the moment of his ascent. However, despite this display, he remained unsatisfied, feeling he had not harnessed sufficient momentum. Yet, he pondered that if he exerted himself any further, his legs might well sink into the earth itself, leaving him unable to leap at all. So be it, I shall proceed as is. Zhang Fan resolved, propelling himself skyward. A vast chasm appeared upon the ground, with a myriad of fissures extending from the spot where he had leapt to the sidewalk beside the street. Get down here, Zhang Fan roared, soaring like a meteor against the current, hurtling straight toward a helicopter hovering at an altitude of 40 to 50 meters. The two pilots aboard the helicopter remained oblivious to the impending danger, glancing about in search of Zhang Fan's recently vanished figure. Little did they fathom that someone could leap to such heights to launch an assault upon them. With a thunderous crash, bloodied and battered, Zhang Fan collided violently with the transparent glass of the helicopter's cockpit, startling the two pilots who were still scanning for him, causing them to momentarily forget their controls. In that instant, the helicopter began to sway perilously, on the brink of losing altitude and crashing to the ground. To avoid being thrown off by the erratically shaking helicopter, Zhang Fan shattered the cockpit's glass with his hand, grasped the steel pillar within, and, with his other hand, seized one of the pilots by the collar, forcefully unfastening his seatbelt and dragging him through the shattered opening, casting him out of the helicopter. By this time, the helicopter had completely lost control, plummeting headlong towards the earth. Zhang Fan had no intention of following it to his demise. He glanced at the other pilot, equally terrified, but paid him no heed. At such a low altitude, the pilot was doomed. With a powerful push of his feet against the helicopter's frame, Zhang Fan launched himself sideways into the air. The reason he did not leap upwards was that the rotor blades above were still rotating. He was not foolish enough to test whether the rapidly spinning alloy blades were harder than his own body. Suspended in midair, Zhang Fan engaged his core, adjusting his posture until he adhered to the wall like a spider. Unlike Spider-Man, who relied on his web-slinging abilities, Zhang Fan thrust his fingers into the red brick wall, anchoring himself to the surface. Then, with a resounding crash, the helicopter collided with a cluster of police cars below, triggering a series of explosive detonations akin to a cinematic spectacle, leaving Zhang Fan hanging on the wall, utterly exhilarated. Once the cacophony of explosions subsided, he relinquished his grip and leaped down from a height of over 10 meters. Having vented his frustrations and witnessed the chaos, he realized such a significant event would inevitably attract more, better-equipped officers. Now clad only in a pair of shorts, Zhang Fan yearned to escape. However, just a few steps away, he suddenly froze, abruptly turning his gaze towards the still raging inferno of wreckage. Oh no, he thought, having been so absorbed in his own thrill that he had forgotten about Lily still trapped there. Zhang Fan hurried over, calling out as he ran, "Lily! Lily! Are you there? Come out! I'm here!" came a reply. At the mouth of the alley, Lily's petite head peeked out, quick-witted as she was. She had already darted into the nearby alley to hide, fearing she would once again be left to wander alone. Seeing that Lily was unharmed, Zhang Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Had something happened to her, he would have found it hard to forgive himself. "Come quickly. We must leave this place," Zhang Fan beckoned. Lily noticed Zhang Fan covered in blood. Though a flicker of fear crossed her eyes, she hurried over, concern etched on her face. "You're hurt. Is it serious?" Hearing her words warmed Zhang Fan's heart. Yet he felt an even greater pang of guilt for having completely forgotten about her in that moment. "It's nothing. All this blood is someone else's." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively, boasting, "With these stinky sweet potatoes and rotten eggs, how could I possibly be wounded?" He had completely forgotten the earlier incident in the park when the female officer's gun had sent him into a cold sweat. "Enough talk, let's move." As the wail of police sirens grew closer, Zhang Fan urged, "If we delay any longer, we may not be able to escape. Given his bloodied appearance, he refrained from taking Lily's hand, opting instead to lead the way. However, Lily quickened her pace to catch up and grasped his hand. Zhang Fan glanced down at her and offered a faint smile, intertwining his fingers with hers as they made their way toward the apartment building. Following this tumultuous ordeal, Zhang Fan seemed to have shattered some invisible barrier, becoming increasingly carefree. Striding down the path in nothing but a pair of boxer shorts, he reveled in the attention of passers-by, showing no signs of embarrassment or shame, exuding a sense of reckless abandon. However, wandering about in just his underwear was hardly a sensible choice. Thus, as he strolled home and spotted a closed supermarket, he came to a halt. Gazing at the shuttered establishment, a scene from an old film he had watched, titled Mr. and Mrs. Smith, unexpectedly flashed through his mind. In that film, a couple, pursued by two rival assassin organizations, were forced to seek refuge in a closed supermarket, where they freely seized various items to fend off their assailants. Zhang Fan had always imagined that being in an empty supermarket, free to take whatever one desired, would be an exhilarating experience. "What's wrong?" Lily inquired, noticing Zhang Fan's sudden pause. He continued to gaze at the supermarket, disregarding her question and instead asking, "Lily, would you like to go shopping? The kind where you can take anything you want." "Of course," Lily exclaimed, but then added, "But where will we get the money?" "Leave that to me. I have a plan," Zhang Fan smiled, pulling Lily toward the closed supermarket. As they approached, Lily quickly grasped the implication of his earlier words. "Are we going to steal something?" she whispered excitedly. "Incorrect. We are not stealing. We are shopping," Zhang Fan replied with firm conviction. Hearing Zhang Fan's evasive reasoning, Lily, trailing behind, rolled her eyes. If they were to steal, then let it be acknowledged as such, rather than masquerading it as shopping. Upon reaching the front entrance, Zhang Fan released Lily's hand, glanced around, and checked the street behind him. He deemed it unwise to enter the supermarket through the main entrance, believing that such an approach would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, he guided Lily along the outer wall of the supermarket, maneuvering towards the delivery entrance at the back. Upon arriving at the rear entrance, Zhang Fan surveyed the area, nodding in satisfaction. The secluded and tranquil environment would allow them to shop undisturbed. He considered the potential consequences of entering through the front. Passers-by might notice the damaged entrance and alert the authorities, disrupting their shopping experience. Zhang Fan approached the supermarket's back door, grasped the lock, twisted it casually, and then forcefully yanked it free. As he opened the back door, a long corridor came into view, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. Excited, Lily glanced around and, seeing no one, hurriedly followed Zhang Fan into the corridor, shutting the door behind her. Although Lily had pilfered small items from solitary convenience stores before, this was her first venture into stealing from such a large supermarket. Just a few steps into the corridor, the lights suddenly illuminated, startling Zhang Fan. Uncertain of the situation, he paused to survey his surroundings. Clenching his fists, he scrutinized the area, ready to respond with fierce intensity to any sign of disturbance. "It's just a motion sensor light," Lily remarked casually as she passed him. A bit embarrassed, Zhang Fan relaxed his stance, quickened his pace to catch up with her, and coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. "Ah, a motion sensor. I was merely contemplating whether it was infrared or sound-activated." Whether Lily believed him was inconsequential. Zhang Fan convinced himself of his own words. After navigating the twists and turns of the back entrance and crossing the storage area, Zhang Fan and Lily arrived at their intended shopping zone. Zhang Fan gazed at the array of enticing products before him and waved grandly to Lily. "Go ahead, Lily. Take whatever catches your eye. We'll reconvene here in an hour." With a cheer, Lily dashed into the shopping area, disappearing into the darkness where no motion sensors were present. Zhang Fan watched her retreating figure and mused to himself. Indeed, it seemed that women were irresistibly drawn to the allure of shopping, especially in an environment where they could take whatever they desired. Zhang Fan was not as exhilarated as Lily. His primary intention was to acquire a few sets of clothing. Having previously visited this place and purchased an outfit, he navigated the clothing section with ease and selected several items. Just as he was about to try them on, he suddenly recalled the bloodstains that adorned his attire. Consequently, he set the garments aside and sought some bathing supplies, heading to the restroom to cleanse himself. However, upon arrival, he discovered the absence of any bathing facilities. The lone sink had a faucet that dripped pathetically little water. This, however, posed no challenge for Zhang Fan. He boldly approached the water-selling section and poured buckets of mineral water over himself, unabashedly washing in the supermarket. During the spectacle, Lily heard the commotion and came over to investigate, but upon realizing it was Zhang Fan causing the ruckus, she quickly disappeared again. In no time, Zhang Fan emerged rejuvenated, exuding the fragrance of jasmine, clad in his new clothes and shoes, transformed into quite the dapper young man. Initially content with the few outfits he had gathered, he intended to reunite with Lily. However, he was reminded of the recent confrontation with the police, where he had dispatched several officers. He surmised that the New York police would undoubtedly be frantically searching for him, the murderer. After much contemplation, Zhang Fan concluded that he should lay low on the rooftop for a few days. Thus, provisions became paramount. It was not fear of the police that deterred him. The recent clash had thoroughly illuminated his own prowess, and he recognized that even armed civilians posed little threat to him. Yet, Lily was different. She was merely an ordinary person, and even superheroes could not always protect those they cared for. With this in mind, Zhang Fan grabbed a large backpack and made his way to the canned goods section, sweeping the shelves clean and filling his bag to its brim. With a bulging backpack in tow, he returned to the spot where he had parted ways with Lily. Shortly thereafter, he spotted her struggling to drag a large bag in his direction. He approached and effortlessly lifted her burden. "All right, let us depart," Zhang Fan announced to Lily. "Not yet. I still have a few packages over there," she replied, pointing sheepishly. "More?" Zhang Fan exclaimed, astonished at her response. With her head lowered, Lily admitted, "They are all essential items." Thus, upon exiting through the supermarket's back door, Zhang Fan found himself laden with a hefty backpack, each hand grasping two sizable bags, transforming from a dapper young man into a figure of flight. Lily, too, aside from her small backpack, had both hands occupied with plastic bags filled to the brim. Meanwhile, not far away, atop an apartment building, a man clad in a tight red suit, complete with a mask, crouched on the rooftop, pretending to be a statue. Should Zhang Fan encounter this man, he would undoubtedly be taken aback and exclaim, "Who claims that foreigners cannot squat? This individual has just done so." Suddenly, it appeared that the man had perceived something, as he turned his gaze towards the unloading area at the back door of the supermarket. In his awareness, he noticed a large and a small figure emerging, both burdened with numerous bags. At this hour, carrying such a load, they must be thieves. The man in the red bodysuit quickly arrived at a conclusion. He stood up, drew two batons from his waist, and leapt from the rooftop. The moment the man in red stood, Zhang Fan noticed him, and the sight of the man jumping startled him. "Look, someone is jumping off." Zhang Fan pointed towards the man in red and shouted to Lily beside him. Lily followed the direction of Zhang Fan's finger, but was a moment too late. The man in red had already descended, and she saw nothing. "Where's the jumper? I didn't see anything," Lily exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "He has already jumped," Zhang Fan replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, what a pity," Lily said with a hint of regret, as she had never witnessed someone jump from a height before. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Encounter with Daredevil. "Well, if you didn't see it, it's all right. Such sights are not suitable for a child like you," Zhang Fan remarked. "Shall we head back?" Lily nodded in agreement, no longer searching for the jumper. After taking a few steps, Zhang Fan turned back with concern, asking Lily, "How are you carrying everything? Do you need my assistance?" "No, I can manage this," Lily replied. At that moment, another voice interjected, saying, "I fear that today you won't be taking anything with you." Zhang Fan turned to see a man clad in a red bodysuit and a matching mask who had inexplicably appeared before him. Recognizing the familiar attire, Zhang Fan pointed at the man and exclaimed, "I know you. You are Daredevil." Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, was taken aback, pondering how this person knew his identity. Had he, in his haste to leave home, forgotten his mask? "You're Matt Damon, right?" Zhang Fan asserted confidently. Upon hearing this name, Daredevil Matt Murdock breathed a sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided being deceived. "Put down what you have, and you may leave," Daredevil Matt Murdock said with a cold demeanor. "Otherwise, you may find yourselves in a bit of trouble." Typically, upon encountering thieves, the crime-fighting Daredevil would not be so accommodating. His usual procedure involved delivering a thorough beating before engaging in cordial dialogue. However, he sensed that the large and small figures before him were likely a father and daughter. If possible, he wished to avoid inflicting violence upon a father in front of his child. Upon hearing the words of Daredevil, Zhang Fan could not help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile, though he lacked the prowess of the legendary figures. Wielding the azure dragon to the left and the white tiger to the right, with an ox at his waist and a dragon's head upon his chest, capable of slaying men and gods alike, he remained confident. He did not possess the audacity to wield dual watermelon knives and cleave his way from the southern heavenly gate to Penglai East Road for 3 consecutive days and nights without blinking. Yet, to contend with a daredevil who could be deemed an ordinary individual was akin to catching a rice snail with 3 fingers, virtually assured of victory. To express his respect, Zhang Fan set down the 2 large bags he held and stretched his joints. Though he held a fondness for this superhero, he would not hesitate when it came time to engage. Matt Damon, he declared, I extend the same warning to you. Do not obstruct our path, lest you suffer the consequences. Zhang Fan offered Daredevil Matthew Murdock one final opportunity. It was evident he had made a grave mistake. With a tremor in his hand, Matthew Murdock transformed his short staff into a long pole and approached Zhang Fan, the metal rod clanging against the ground. Moreover, I do not go by Matt Damon, he asserted. Utilizing the sound of the metallic staff, Daredevil accurately pinpointed Zhang Fan's location and swiftly charged towards him. His movements were remarkably swift, and, in an instant, he stood before Zhang Fan, the metal staff swirling in an arc that seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, aimed directly at Zhang Fan's forehead. As the staff neared his face, Zhang Fan observed, the motion is quite slow. There is still time. He pondered whether to eliminate Daredevil in an instant or engage him in a few exchanges before delivering the final blow. Would a swift defeat of Matthew Murdock lead him to abandon his superhero career, opting instead to cultivate his legal practice, ascend the corporate ladder, marry a wealthy heiress, become a senator, and ultimately participate in elections to become the first blind president in American history? With a slight tilt of his head, Zhang Fan allowed the metal staff to graze past his cheek. He resolved to engage Daredevil in a few rounds, refraining from a hasty conclusion, for he found the notion of a blind president rather implausible. Matthew Murdock, having missed his strike, exhibited no surprise. Instead, he smoothly transitioned into a low, sweeping kick, his movements fluid and seamless, devoid of any flaws. However, the notion of flawless applied to ordinary individuals. As for someone of Zhang Fan's caliber, Daredevil's actions appeared exceedingly slow. In Zhang Fan's eyes, it was as if he could stand idly, digging his nose, while awaiting Matthew Murdock's turn. The disparity between Zhang Fan and Daredevil was indeed vast. In terms of speed and strength, Zhang Fan far surpassed the superhero, who, despite his rapid assault, could not even graze the hem of Zhang Fan's garment. This was quite an exaggeration, considering they were engaged in close combat. Sensing something amiss, the indomitable Daredevil, Matthew Murdock, gave a slight tremor of his metal staff before executing several rapid backflips, distancing himself from Zhang Fan. During their recent confrontation, he had keenly observed that Zhang Fan registered as a series of interruptions in his perception, distinctly different from the other thugs. Zhang Fan cast a fleeting glance, but chose to disregard Daredevil's subtle maneuver, refraining from pursuing the opportunity to attack. Why was he not retaliating? Gasping for breath, Daredevil endeavored to regain his stamina. Your movements are too swift, Zhang Fan earnestly remarked. I cannot locate. However, before Zhang Fan could finish his sentence, the unprincipled Daredevil forcefully flicked his wrist, causing a nearly transparent metal wire, one end affixed to the staff and the other tethered to Zhang Fan's ankle, to be drawn taut. The wire strained under pressure, and although Daredevil's veins bulged from exertion, Zhang Fan remained steadfast, unyielding to the sudden pull. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Your flaw, Zhang Fan concluded his earlier thought, glancing at the wire binding his ankle, realizing, so this is a means to trip me. I had presumed Daredevil intended to bind me and restrict my movements. To spare Daredevil any embarrassment, Zhang Fan opted not to resist, but instead leapt toward him, yielding to the tension of the wire. It is common knowledge that when 2 opponents are engaged in a fierce struggle, if one suddenly withdraws, the other is likely to lose balance and fall. Yet, Daredevil did not falter, for he was extensively trained. No matter how forcefully he exerted himself, he could maintain his center of gravity. Chapter 23. The superhuman snap of the fingers with merely a stumble, Daredevil steadied himself, feeling the pull of Zhang Fan approaching him. A flicker of joy surged within him as he leapt, intending to deliver a spinning kick to knock Zhang Fan out. After this prolonged bout, it should be sufficient. Zhang Fan mused. However, Daredevil's kick failed to connect. An alarm coursed through him. He quickly prepared to defend, yet his body continued to rotate mid-air, leaving him to flail the metal staff helplessly. In that moment, he heard the last words before his consciousness faded. Superhuman snap. Zhang Fan delivered a sharp strike to Daredevil's forehead, propelling him further into the air, executing another complete rotation. With a resounding thud, the unconscious Daredevil crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. To have narrowly escaped my newly devised technique, Matthew Murdoch, I Zhang Fan, shall bestow upon you the title of the strongest blind man in America. Zhang Fan proclaimed with satisfaction, raising his middle finger and exhaling softly, his voice low and resonant. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the confrontation, Lily approached, carrying 2 plastic bags, waddling like a duck. After reaching him, she glanced at the unmoving figure of Matthew Murdoch on the ground and inquired, "Did you kill him?" "No, I restrained myself. He merely fainted," Zhang Fan replied with pride. "You must trust my control. He likely only has a concussion." "Ah, that's a relief." Lily sighed, grateful that he was alive. "Let us go." Zhang Fan lifted the 2 large bags he had just set down. Lily hastily followed behind him with her own bags filled to the brim. After a few steps, she turned back to glance at the fallen Daredevil, unable to resist saying, "Aren't we going to help him?" "Why should we?" Zhang Fan replied incredulously. Looking back at Lily, "He was just trying to capture us." Lily, unable to meet his gaze, murmured, "But I think he is a good person." At her words, Zhang Fan fell silent. He looked at the pitiful sight of Daredevil, whose once vibrant red suit was now soiled with gray dust. If he remained unconscious for too long, he might be crushed by a delivery truck come morning, or worse, be discovered by someone with ill intentions. With a sigh, Zhang Fan said, "Lily, stay here and don't move. I'll handle this." He dropped his bags and approached Daredevil, lifting him and placing him by the rear entrance of the supermarket, removing his mask in the process. By removing the mask, Daredevil's identity would remain concealed, and should he be unconscious for an extended period, he would be found by the morning shift. A clever strategy indeed. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction, pocketing the mask as a trophy for his earlier exploits. As he prepared to leave, Zhang Fan caught sight of the rear door he had forced open, and an idea struck him. He turned back to the unconscious hero, letting out a peculiar chuckle. Zhang Fan dashed into the supermarket through the rear entrance, and soon emerged, carrying a large bag filled with various items. Approaching Daredevil, he set down the bag, retrieved several bottles of liquor, uncapped them, and poured the contents over the hero's red suit. The remaining half bottle he placed in Daredevil's hand before arranging the large bag closely beside him. Standing back, Zhang Fan admired his handiwork, inhaling the scent of alcohol that now lingered in the air. Satisfied, he clapped his hands together, confident that the supermarket theft would not lead back to them. 3 birds with 1 stone, I must say, Zhang Fan thought cheerfully as he whistled his way back. "Why are you so slow?" Lily complained upon his return. "I must ensure his proper placement, which is somewhat troublesome, primarily to prevent him from being picked up by the nearby vagrants and taken back to fencing." Zhang Fan casually concocted a reason to brush it off. Soon, the 2 returned to the rooftop, where they carelessly tossed their large bags aside. Zhang Fan reclined onto his blanket, utterly exhausted after the night's mental and physical exertions, including downing a helicopter. However, Lily was exuberantly examining the items she had retrieved from the supermarket, meticulously organizing them into categories. After a glance at Lily's activities, Zhang Fan closed his eyes to rejuvenate, as he had slept excessively during the day and found himself unable to doze off now. Before long, footsteps approached, and Zhang Fan opened his eyes to see Lily walking over. "Have you finished tidying up?" he inquired. "Yes, all done," she replied, with nothing more to say. Zhang Fan closed his eyes once again to rest. "How did you manage that?" Lily suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Zhang Fan questioned, uncertain of which matter she was referring to. Dodging bullets and leaping into the air to take down the helicopter, Lily articulated, "How could you be so formidable?" "Natural talent," Zhang Fan boasted, "and I shall only grow stronger." "If only I could be that impressive," Lily remarked enviously, gazing at Zhang Fan. "Becoming as formidable as I am is unattainable. However, this world still harbors many things that can endow individuals with immense power," Zhang Fan replied. "Is that true?" Lily inquired. "Absolutely. For instance, The Infinity Stones. Once 6 stones are gathered, one can achieve anything one desires. The heart-shaped herb from Wakanda can grant one strength akin to Captain America if consumed in a special manner. The sorcerers of the Himalayas and various super soldier serums, among others. However, such treasures are generally difficult for ordinary people to acquire. Merely contemplating them is enough. Listening to Zhang Fan speak of these wonders, Lily felt a twinge of disappointment, having never encountered any of it before. As Zhang Fan rested his head on his hands and gazed at the starless sky, he thought of Tony Stark and added, "If you possess talent, becoming stronger can be quite simple." "What kind of talent?" Lily pressed. Zhang Fan, noticing her eager expression, replied slowly, "The talent for learning. Knowledge can empower individuals." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lily's gaze dimmed. She was nearing 13 years of age, and the school books had never been opened. Now, having dropped out, she spent each day racking her brain for the next meal, leaving no room for study. Observing Lily's sudden despondence, Zhang Fan reassured her, "Do not worry. Once I awaken my biological stance, I can help you acquire any ability you desire." "Thank you. I'm going to sleep now," Lily exclaimed, her spirits lifted by Zhang Fan's assurance, and she skipped back to her resting place. The following morning, in the conference room of the New York Police Department, Director George and several of his subordinates were intently observing a video projected on the screen, their expressions marred by deep furrows of concern. A detective broke the silence, inquiring, "What should we do now? Should we request the deployment of SWAT? This individual is clearly beyond our capability to manage." Director George sighed and replied, "SWAT won't suffice. We need to escalate this matter. It has surpassed our ability to handle." Shortly after the video was reported, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, with a notably receding hairline, knocked on the door of Director George's office. Upon entering, the stranger was greeted by George, who stood and asked, "Who are you?" The man approached, producing his identification as he introduced himself, "Phil Coulson, from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistic Support, here regarding the video you just uploaded." Director George took a moment to examine Coulson's credentials. While he couldn't decipher much, he recalled hearing about this department during his training to become director. He returned the identification and shook Coulson's hand. After their handshake, Coulson took a seat at the desk and directly asked Director George, "Do you have any additional information beyond that video?" "Through analysis, we have determined that the Asian individual in the video bears a striking resemblance to the person sought in connection with the Stark bounty. However, we have been unable to uncover any further information about him. Based on his Asian features, we suspect he may be an undocumented immigrant who entered the United States through illicit means." As George spoke, he moved to a cabinet and retrieved the collected materials from his subordinates, handing them over. "Is there anything else?" Coulson inquired while perusing a thin file. George settled into his executive chair and replied, "No, that's all we have." Coulson pondered for a moment before closing the file and rising, stating, "Thank you for your cooperation. Director George, we will be taking over this case from here." "That is splendid news. If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask." George responded, also standing. The prospect of someone else taking charge of the case was a relief. This Asian suspect was a monstrous figure, having taken the lives of numerous officers. Yet, George was reluctant to send his men into peril. "Excellent. I will require your assistance," Coulson stated without reservation. "What do you need us to do?" George inquired. "If possible, I would like to request the withdrawal of the warrant for this individual," Coulson replied. "Understood. I will have the warrant rescinded immediately," George assured him. "Thank you." Coulson expressed his gratitude before turning and exiting the director's office. Upon exiting the police station, 2 suited agents waiting outside followed closely behind. Coulson made his way to a nearby vehicle and inquired of the agents trailing him, "Have you located this individual?" "Indeed, we have," replied one of the agents. "Oh, that was swift," Coulson remarked, pausing as he reached for the car door. "Where is he now?" Without any attempt at concealment, the agent responded, "According to satellite imagery, he is currently on the rooftop of a 4-story apartment building situated between 9th Avenue and 10th Avenue on 41st Street. Coulson entered the vehicle, closing the door behind him. He rolled down the window and instructed, "You two monitor him closely, but do not alert him. I must return to headquarters to report to the director and discuss our next course of action." Understood, the agents concurred. Coulson rolled up the window and merged into the flow of traffic. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan remained blissfully unaware that his whereabouts had been thoroughly exposed, continuously monitored by 2 military satellites overhead. Influenced by foreign popcorn films, Zhang believed that as long as he was not apprehended in public, the events of the previous night bore no consequence to him. At that moment, he was comfortably lounging on a blanket, basking in the sun, having shed all clothing save for a pair of briefs. Awoken by hunger around noon, Zhang Fan arose with the intention of consuming some canned food to quell his hunger. To his surprise, he found Lily beneath the sunshade, engrossed in a game on a tablet. Zhang approached and glanced at the screen, recognizing the game as unfamiliar. He inquired, "Where did you acquire that tablet?" "From the supermarket," Lily replied, her focus unwavering on the game. "That is not what I meant. I am asking where you sourced the power for it," Zhang clarified. The rooftop was devoid of any electrical wiring, save for a few hefty pipes, leaving Zhang puzzled about how Lily charged her tablet. Lily paused her game and calmly replied, "While you were still asleep this morning, I went downstairs to a 7-Eleven to charge it." "Ah, I see." Zhang nodded, raising the can in his hand. "Would you like some?" "I would like salmon," Lily responded enthusiastically. "All right, let me check for salmon cans," Zhang said, turning to search for them. "By the way, I have good news," Lily chimed in. "While I was charging at 7-Eleven, the television reported that Tony Stark has died." Her words brought a gleeful smile to her face. "He is dead. Your bounty should be nullified now." "What? Stark died in Afghanistan?" "That cannot be true," Zhang retorted, bewildered. "There is no reason for this. He was supposed to die only after snapping his fingers." Far from elated by this news, Zhang felt a rising panic as the world around him seemed to slip from his grasp, becoming suddenly unfamiliar. He turned and asked, "How did Stark die?" The news reported that Stark's convoy was ambushed by terrorists en route, although Stark's body was not found at the scene. The absence of any further information led analysts to conclude that he likely perished in Afghanistan. Lily remarked, Chapter 25, What do individuals with short legs and long bodies resemble? Upon hearing Lily's explanation, Zhang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. If all went according to plan, this should mark the beginning of the plot for Iron Man Stark, who was peddling arms in Afghanistan, chose to ride in a cheerful jeep instead of his aircraft, ultimately falling victim to an ambush. It was likely that he was now holed up in a cave, clutching a car battery while being beaten by terrorists. Contemplating this brought an unexpected lightness to Zhang Fan's mood, and he hummed along to Andy Lau's Today, cheerfully heading to find Lily some canned salmon. After a long wait, he finally thought of Stark being beaten and felt inexplicably joyful. Unfortunately, this good mood did not last long. Zhang Fan was unaware that some foreign cans required a can opener, unlike those at home, which all had pull tabs. Staring at the two cans before him, devoid of pull tabs, he recalled that he had seemingly forgotten to grab a can opener from the supermarket last night. However, mere contemplation would not suffice. A great thinker once proclaimed that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Without practice, one lacks the authority to speak. How could he make a decision without having searched thoroughly? Perhaps he had simply misremembered. With that thought, Zhang Fan hastily rummaged through his backpack. Unfortunately, his memory proved accurate. He had indeed forgotten to bring a can opener. "This is what you forced upon me," Zhang Fan declared with a serious expression as he sat cross-legged on the ground, eyeing the two cans before him. He extended his right hand and slowly uttered, "In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he scratched the can with his fingernail, producing a grating sound as it scraped against the metal. Observing the visible scratches on the can, he felt a surge of triumph. He must have awakened his super intellect, for how else could he have devised such an ingenious method? He quickly made several more scratches until the cans were opened. Yet, as he gazed at the open cans, he fell into contemplation once more. Where was his spoon? It appeared he had not brought one either. While Zhang Fan fretted over his lack of a spoon, Stark, as Zhang had surmised, was indeed in dire straits. His weary visage framed by hands gripping an old car battery. In an isolated valley in Afghanistan, he was being forcibly submerged in water by captors, due to his refusal to manufacture Jericho missiles for the terrorists. However, all these distant troubles were of no concern to Zhang Fan at present. He had his own predicament at hand. A striking red-haired beauty clad in a black jumpsuit, reminiscent of an investigator, stood at the base of his apartment building. Surrounding the building, heavily armed squads were strategically encircling the area. A team has reached the designated position. The second team has arrived at the designated location. The third team has also reached its assigned spot, as the 15th team awaited full deployment. A red-haired beauty clad in a form-fitting black leather suit spoke in her earpiece. "All squads, maintain silence and await my signal to act. After issuing her command, the striking woman gracefully strode towards the fire escape of the apartment building. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, contemplating whether to learn from the Indian practitioners, was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of whispers, the hum of vehicles, and even the sound of a flushing toilet. Amidst these myriad fleeting noises, which were not particularly loud individually, they converged into a disorienting clamor that overwhelmed him. Yet, despite the auditory chaos, Zhang Fan's expression remained untroubled. He bore a smile, resolutely enduring the disturbances. Today was a long-awaited moment. After 2.5 days of relentless exposure to the sun, he had successfully awakened his superhuman hearing. Gradually, the clamor subsided, replaced by the faint sound of footsteps on metal. Someone was ascending. Zhang Fan turned his gaze towards the direction of the fire escape, pinpointing the individual's location with astounding accuracy. His vision pierced through the rooftop and walls, clearly identifying the figure climbing upward. With his superhuman hearing having emerged, his extraordinary sight followed suit. The woman ascending the fire escape was clad in her iconic tight black leather suit, and Zhang Fan immediately recognized her. It was Natasha, the Black Widow, a senior agent of SHIELD, and a future member of the Avengers. However, he pondered her presence here. Was it not customary for Coulson to make the initial appearance? As Natasha reached the rooftop, she noticed the target's unwavering gaze upon her, immediately tensing her muscles and raising her hands in a gesture of peace. Having reviewed footage of the target battling law enforcement, Natasha was acutely aware of the calculations made by the agency's experts, realizing that this individual's strength was not far inferior to that of the Hulk, and his speed far exceeded that of the Green Giant. Now, in such proximity to the target, she understood that a sudden attack would leave her with no means of escape. Ultimately, Black Widow Natasha was merely a professionally trained individual, and in the face of such extraordinary beings, she was not significantly more capable than an ordinary person. The 2 Quinjet aircraft above and the 15 well-equipped tactical teams surrounding her were not there for her protection, but rather to facilitate capture should negotiations falter. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, Natasha's thoughts were her own, but he was no moral paragon like Clark. With his newfound X-ray vision, he intended to put to good use. At this moment, he was striving to control his X-ray vision, not for any ulterior motive, but merely to investigate the renowned Black Widow, Natasha, and a multitude of weapons she concealed upon her person. Let it be clear, Zhang Fan's intentions were purely driven by curiosity regarding how someone clad in a form-fitting leather catsuit could continuously produce an array of gadgets amidst battle. Noticing Zhang Fan's unwavering gaze upon her, Natasha, wishing to dispel the awkward silence, spoke up in a tone as gentle as she could muster. I harbor no ill will. I simply wish to engage in conversation with you. However, endowed with superhuman hearing, Zhang Fan failed to perceive Natasha's words. Instead, his eyes roamed over her figure, and he lamented under his breath, TSK, 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 a lovely face, commendable musculature, though her legs could use some lengthening. Each of Natasha's individual attributes appeared striking, igniting an inexplicable excitement within Zhang Fan. Yet, when he regarded her as a whole, the thrill dissipated entirely. He had never encountered anyone with legs so short, the torso appearing disproportionately longer, evoking a rather unpleasant comparison to a dachshund. Chapter 26. A dialogue with the world's premier espionage organization. Little did Natasha suspect that Zhang Fan was mentally critiquing her stature. Nevertheless, her extensive career as a spy had honed her ability to detect the wandering gaze of her target. Employing the art of seduction to elicit conversation was a fundamental skill for an operative of Natasha's caliber. Her body instinctively assumed a captivating posture, and she stated with utmost seriousness, I am Natasha, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Please do not be alarmed. We are not here to apprehend you. Our primary purpose today is to engage in dialogue regarding last night. Snapping Zhang Fan back to reality was her mention of short legs. He promptly deactivated his X-ray vision and interjected, posing a question he had long wished to ask. On such a sweltering day, under this blazing sun, how can you bear wearing a black, skin-tight catsuit? Isn't it stifling? Taken aback by the inquiry, Natasha found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The tactical attire issued to her by the agency was precisely as it appeared, and she felt powerless to alter it. However, As a top-tier operative, her adaptability was equally exceptional. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and explained, "This is not merely leather. It is my combat uniform." As she theatrically tugged at the leather around her waist to accentuate her posterior, she added, "See, it is not made of leather." Unmoved, Zhang Fan pressed further. "Is your suit breathable? If not, when do you develop heat rash? First and foremost, this is a combat uniform, not leather. Secondly, my uniform is not only breathable. It is also bulletproof, stab-resistant, waterproof, fireproof, and repels insect bites," Natasha replied through clenched teeth. "Very well. Let us consider it, as you say." Disappointed by the lack of the desired response, Zhang Fan shifted the subject, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Our primary intention is to comprehend the words spoken by Natasha last night, which were once again interrupted by Zhang Fan. "It wasn't me. You've mistaken the culprit," Zhang Fan vehemently denied, unwilling to confess. Even if they were to arrive here, it would not imply that they possessed all the knowledge. Perhaps they were merely deceiving themselves. Natasha smiled gently, and Zhang Fan's denial did not weigh on her mind. She had not come for such trivial matters, but merely sought an opportunity for conversation. "Whether you were responsible for last night's massacre is inconsequential. We are all aware of the truth. What truly matters," Natasha paused, observing that Zhang Fan did not interrupt her. "Before continuing, our department possesses a comprehensive database of individuals worldwide, yet your information remains elusive. It is as if you have suddenly materialized in this world. Can you elucidate why this is the case?" Upon hearing Natasha's inquiry, Zhang Fan realized he had caught the attention of the most formidable intelligence agency in existence, likely due to his impulsive actions the previous night. "Ah, you have indeed come," Zhang Fan sighed softly, reflecting that he should have turned and fled at that moment. As soon as Natasha began to speak, Zhang Fan voluntarily entered his bullet time. He needed this fleeting moment to contemplate. However, at that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely in Zhang Fan's perception. He gazed at Natasha, who was speaking before him, and after a prolonged silence, a single word escaped his lips. It was then that Zhang Fan recognized his speed had exponentially increased since the previous night. He circled around Natasha, observing that she remained utterly unresponsive, clearly indicating that his velocity had surpassed her dynamic visual capacity. Zhang Fan mused that his speed was comparable to that of the Flash. Nevertheless, this state ought not to be termed bullet time, for bullets were too slow. A more fitting name would be speed mode, experiencing a sensation akin to time, standing still. Zhang Fan reveled in this state, darting off to check on Lily and then to the streets to observe the passers-by. During this exploration, he discovered several fully armed squads positioned below his apartment. After a moment's thought, he activated his X-ray vision, surveying the area, and indeed, there were more than just a few teams. These tactical squads subtly surrounded his apartment, likely orchestrated by SHLD. Moreover, Zhang Fan noticed two small black dots in the sky. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as two hovering Quinjet aircraft. Excellent, excellent, he contemplated. A coordinated land and air operation, along with a hero unit. Zhang Fan could easily imagine that should he refuse their demands, or if negotiations faltered, he would be met with an unrelenting onslaught. He glanced down at his attire and chuckled. Unlike the Hulk, he would not cower in hiding. If they wish to confront me, let them come. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Fan returned to the rooftop, where Natasha seemed to have noticed his absence and was now scanning the area for his whereabouts. Paying her no mind, Zhang Fan approached Lily and swiftly lifted her, transporting her several blocks away. En route, he seized a substantial amount of cash from the register of a nearby convenience store, tucking it into Lily's clothing. Anticipating a potential confrontation ahead, he deemed it prudent to ensure her safety first. Afterward, Zhang Fan made his way back to the rooftop. Initially intending to exit the speed mode, he caught sight of an opened can of beef on the ground. Considering the impending altercation, he thought it wise to satiate his hunger beforehand. He quickly devoured the contents of the can and, in a moment of mischief, wiped his greasy hands on Natasha and his clothing before returning to his original position and disabling speed mode. Now, he was eager to hear what Natasha had to say or to discern the intentions of SHIELD regarding his presence. "Where have you been?" Natasha inquired, gazing at Zhang Fan, who had suddenly reappeared before her. "Oh, I just stepped out for a moment," Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. Natasha did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she stated, "Last night, 11 police officers were killed, and 3 others are in critical condition, still fighting for their lives. Even if they recover, they will likely be severely disabled and unable to care for themselves. Don't you think your actions were excessive? Zhang Fan let out a cold laugh. Responding, I recall a law that permits one to retaliate with unlimited force when faced with a threat to one's life. Natasha smiled and replied, but you are not an American. Her retort left Zhang Fan momentarily speechless. His understanding of the law was rather limited. Let us not dwell on trivialities, he said impatiently. What do you actually want? Who are you? Natasha asked directly. Zhang Fan sensed an opportunity to express himself. Since you've asked so earnestly, he exclaimed, lifting his chin and pointing at Natasha, nearly startling her into signaling for an attack. I shall generously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard global peace, to embody the delightful yet sinister charm of an antagonist, Zhang Fan declared, gesturing to himself with a deep voice. I am Zhang Fan, a superhero driven by curiosity. Empowered by his own conviction, he treated this like an interview, using an exaggerated self-introduction to ensure that this group would remember his name. Zhang Fan. Natasha articulated his name with precise Mandarin, succinctly distilling his verbose declarations into 2 simple syllables. Indeed, that is I, Zhang Fan replied, striking a pose. Natasha pressed a hand to her ear and continued. Are you an earthling? After a moment as contemplation, Zhang Fan stroked his chin and honestly replied, I suppose not. Natasha gazed at Zhang Fan with a furrowed brow, perplexed by his use of the phrase should not be. To her, something either is or is not. Zhang Fan, with a solemn demeanor, explained, because humans have their limits. I have chosen not to be one. At that moment, Natasha felt that this individual was not much different from the Hulk. His mind seemed equally troubled. The Hulk was perpetually enraged and devoid of reason, and Zhang Fan appeared to share a similar disposition. Although capable of communication, he seemed to exhibit a hint of mental instability. However, given Zhang Fan's formidable abilities, Natasha refrained from mocking him and instead inquired through her earpiece. Since you are not human, then what are you? I am a Superman, Zhang Fan replied, casting a glance at Natasha, who was pressing her ear against the device, feeling an odd sensation as if she had been chastised. Superman? Natasha echoed. Yes, Superman, Zhang Fan affirmed with a nod. But doesn't that still imply you are human? Natasha mused inwardly, convinced that his mental state was indeed questionable. What is the distinction? Natasha continued her questioning, feeling as though she were merely a soulless conduit for dialogue. The distinction is significant, Zhang Fan retorted, raising his voice. One is a human, and the other is a Superman. Merely in terms of nomenclature, there is an additional syllable. Why do you consider yourself a Superman? Natasha persisted in her role as an echo. Zhang Fan shot her a disdainful glance and replied, It is simply because I am far superior to the average person. Natasha then asked why he had become stronger than most. The one-eyed Nick Fury in the command room, having exhausted his patience, could no longer remain silent. Upon hearing Fury's interjection, Natasha nodded in acknowledgement. Yet before she could respond, Zhang Fan took it upon himself to elaborate. That is an excellent question, he said, adopting a mysterious air. In fact, it is the right question. Natasha, utterly confused, thought, did I even ask? Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhang Fan continued, to attain strength akin to mine, one must undergo rigorous training. Nick Fury promptly inquired, what kind of training? Unbeknownst to them, the two had engaged in dialogue, leaving Natasha to ponder her existence alone. Zhang Fan responded, to achieve my level of strength, one must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. This must be done daily. At this revelation, everyone in the command room gasped in astonishment, and Nick Fury's complexion shifted from dark to pale. Ignoring the reactions of others, Zhang Fan continued emphatically, of course, one must also eat 3 nutritious meals a day. A banana in the morning is acceptable, but the most crucial aspect is to cultivate willpower. Regardless of the season, summer or winter, one must refrain from using air conditioning. At first, it is excruciating, and the temptation to take a day off is strong. As he spoke, Zhang Fan clenched his fists and waved them before him. Yet, in my pursuit of becoming a powerful Superman, no matter how arduous or challenging it may be, I will persevere each and every day. Even if my legs feel as heavy as lead and I am unable to move, I must persist in my squats. As the peculiar sounds emanated from my wrists, Coulson, in the command room, cast a furtive glance at Nick Fury, whose countenance was shrouded in darkness, and whispered, "Director, it appears he is toying with you." The inscrutable Nick Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing his immediate ire, and directed his words to a bald man beside him. "Civitar, I entrust this matter to your stewardship." "Understood, Director," Civitar replied. Clad in a black trench coat, Nick Fury exited the command room, seeking a moment to compose himself. Civitar, a proponent of aggressive tactics, favored the apprehension of Zhang Fan rather than engaging in dialogue. With Fury appointing Civitar to take charge, the intentions of the gathering were unmistakably clear. The ensuing discussions within the command room revolve around the strategy to capture Zhang Fan, should he be taken alive, or would it suffice to bring him back in a state of near death? Natasha had already concluded that Zhang Fan's mental faculties were in question, thus disregarding his words as she pondered whether she had indeed relayed Fury's inquiries. Once Zhang Fan's ramblings ceased, Natasha could no longer restrain herself and inquired, "You did not voice your question." Zhang Fan, with an uncanny understanding, replied, "You, because I can't hear you." He gestured towards Natasha's earpiece. "How is that possible?" Natasha gasped, for her earpiece transmitted sound through vibrations against the cartilage behind her ear. How could he possibly have heard her? "You were discussing matters rather loudly, and I'm not deaf, so of course I could hear," Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. Natasha was further astonished. The previous thoughts she had merely contemplated were somehow audible to him. Could he possess the legendary ability of telepathy? "I do not read minds. It is merely your expressions that betray you," Zhang Fan remarked coolly. Despite his assertion, Natasha, being a top-tier agent, quickly regained her composure. Once calm, she swiftly focused on the crux of the matter and asked, "So, you overheard everything they said just now?" "Indeed, I did," Zhang Fan affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing his confirmation, beads of sweat began to form on Natasha's forehead. She chuckled awkwardly, her lips moving as she struggled to find the right words. Chapter 28. The Battle of New York. The exchange between Natasha and Zhang Fan did not go unnoticed in the command room, which now lay enveloped in an eerie silence. With no one daring to speak, Civitar, seated apart, signaled for the operators to mute the audio feed from that end. "So, what is it that you truly desire? To kill me, or to capture me for experimentation?" Zhang Fan advanced towards Natasha, gazing down at her with an air of aggression. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Fan had grown from a height of 1.7 meters to over 1.8 meters. He did not fixate on Natasha herself, but rather on the pinhole camera embedded in the chest of her combat suit, fully aware that those orchestrating the experiments were watching from behind the lens. As for why Zhang Fan had contemplated hiding for a few days just yesterday, yet now stood before the most formidable intelligence organization in the world, the answer was quite simple. Upon entering bullet time moments ago, he had realized that his speed was several times greater than it had been the previous night. Yet his clothing and shoes had not disintegrated as they had before. Only minor damage was evident. If his judgment was accurate, he had now awakened to a superhuman biological state. With this newfound capability, how far could flight be? If even the likes of the Hulk could wreak havoc, what was stopping him? Thus, it was time to announce his existence to the world. Zhang Fan thought with fervor, having waited 3 days solely to prove his remarkable worth to this realm. Natasha took a step back, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She averted her gaze from the aggressive Zhang Fan and dryly uttered, "We come with sincerity," falling silent, unsure of what else to say. The voice in her earpiece had been muted. The unfolding events were beyond her control. Whether to fight or retreat, her role was merely to obey orders. At that moment, the organization, known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, although not yet as inflated as it would become post-New York battle, was a formidable entity in America. How could they permit someone like Zhang Fan to challenge their authority? Even if he knew they intended to capture him, what of it? Gunfire erupted. The first shot fired by an unknown squad aimed at Zhang Fan. A specially designed tranquilizer bullet sped toward his chest. Natasha, hearing the gunfire, inwardly cursed, swiftly drawing her sidearm. With superhuman abilities came the expectation of a superhuman demeanor. Who had ever seen a superhero dodge bullets? It would be laughable. After all, Clark next door would dare to grasp kryptonite bombs with his bare hands. Faced with the incoming bullet, Zhang Fan chose not to evade but stood resolutely still. Predictably, as the specialized bullet made contact with his skin, it twisted and deformed upon impact. With a resounding pop, The altered bullet released its potent anesthetic, sufficient to incapacitate an elephant, forming a small cloud of mist upon bursting against Zhang Fan's chest. Originally developed to subdue the Hulk, the bullet's intended purpose failed, as General Ross was too stubborn to allow anyone else to capture the creature. However, the anesthetic vapor quickly dissipated into the air, having no effect on Zhang Fan whatsoever. The now powerless, deformed bullet fell from his chest, clattering to the ground. Zhang Fan cast a glance at the deformed bullet lying on the ground before turning his gaze to Natasha before him, remarking, "Is this the sincerity you speak of?" Natasha, her eyes fixed on the misshapen projectile, swallowed hard and suddenly pivoted, leaping down from the rooftop. Zhang Fan merely observed the fleeing Natasha without pursuing her. He deemed it unnecessary. What would be the point of capturing her? After all, Natasha was merely a spy, albeit one with superior skills compared to the average person, yet she possessed no extraordinary abilities. To put it bluntly, even if she were clutching a nuclear weapon, she posed no threat to Zhang Fan. Most importantly, she was a member of the Avengers. Although her role within the team was minimal, she remained a familiar face in Zhang Fan's eyes, and thus, he felt it was inconsequential to let her go. As Natasha successfully escaped from the rooftop, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, with an increasing number of bullets directed toward his position. Tactical squads, previously concealed around the apartment building, swiftly mobilized, taking strategic positions at various intersections to prevent Zhang Fan's escape. Above, 2 Quinjet aircraft descended rapidly, approaching the rooftop. In truth, Zhang Fan could have effortlessly eliminated all adversaries in an instant. However, he sensed that such a swift resolution lacked the necessary impact and thrill. He was not a psychopathic killer. This encounter was primarily intended to demonstrate his prowess, and there were myriad ways to do so without resorting to murder. In essence, he felt he had yet to fully assert his dominance. Zhang Fan resolved to emulate Superman, absorbing all incoming attacks to utterly dismantle the enemy's morale. With this mindset, he remained motionless, allowing a barrage of specially designed bullets to strike him relentlessly, resulting in a cascade of deformed projectiles accumulating at his feet, enveloped in clouds of dispersing tranquilizer gas that engulfed him entirely. The marksmen from S.H.I.E.L.D. were remarkably precise, with nearly every shot finding its mark upon Zhang Fan's body. Nevertheless, the impact of the specialized bullets was almost negligible to him. He felt no discernible discomfort, only the increasing number of holes in his clothing indicating that he had been shot. Observing the growing number of bullet holes in his attire, Zhang Fan mused that once this skirmish concluded, he would have to procure a vibranium suit from Wakanda, for his ordinary clothing was deteriorating far too swiftly. As the specially designed bullets continued to pummel him, the tranquilizer gas that could barely contain him began to proliferate, soon saturating the rooftop. Zhang Fan inhaled a few breaths of the anesthetic mist, experiencing no adverse effects. In fact, he detected a hint of sweetness that was somewhat intoxicating. "Cease fire. All personnel. Halt shooting," Natasha commanded through her earpiece as she descended from the rooftop. However, contrary to her expectations, the gunfire persisted, with no one heeding her command. The situation had spiraled beyond Natasha's control. Sensing the urgency of the matter, she abruptly turned and vacated the street, opting not to regroup with the other tactical teams. A masked operative stood silently on the rooftop of an adjacent building, observing Natasha as she departed from the scene, until the figure of Natasha vanished from sight. The hooded special operative communicated over the channel, "Natasha has left the block." At that moment, a voice broke through the channels. "This is Brock Rumlow. Agent Natasha is missing. I will now take command of the scene." Chapter 29. The Superman never dodges bullets. As soon as Brock Rumlow finished speaking, several squad leaders responded promptly. "Third squad acknowledged. Fourth squad acknowledged." As for the other special operations teams that remained silent, Brock Rumlow paid them no heed and issued commands over the channel. "Cease fire. All personnel. Halt shooting. Switch to live ammunition for alert. I repeat, immediately cease fire. Switch to live ammunition and maintain vigilance." After calling for ceasefire twice, the gunfire finally subsided. At this point, the rooftop was enveloped in a pale green anesthetic mist, rendering the specifics of the situation indistinguishable. Those in the command room observed the dissipating anesthetic gas through the cameras mounted on the Quinjet. Their demeanor relaxed. To them, such a concentration of anesthetic would be incapable of being resisted, even by the Hulk. Yet, they were unaware that individuals differ significantly. Nor did they comprehend the rationale behind comparing the Hulk to Zhang Fan. One person chuckled, "Success. Such a level of anesthetic mist would incapacitate even Hulk. What if he holds his breath?" Another inquired. "Impossible," came the swift rebuttal. "At this density, the anesthetic gas does not even need to be inhaled. Thus, holding one's breath would be futile, as one would still be subdued. Hey, have you considered that all those bullets hitting the target might have turned him into a pulp?" Another suggested, prompting the two to exchange looks, acknowledging the validity of the concern. If the target had indeed been killed outright, then those specialized bullets would have been wasted, and it was well known that each round was quite costly. "He won't be dead. The target will at most be lightly injured," insisted Civitol, who was intently watching the video feed. According to the technician's analysis, the target's strength is comparable to that of the newly transformed Hulk, given the muscle density of such monsters. These bullets would struggle to penetrate. With that, Civitol turned to the others and cautioned, "Until we receive results, please remain vigilant." Meanwhile, Brock Rumlow and his team maintained a relaxed demeanor, even lowering their weapons. The anesthetic mist on the rooftop dissipated rapidly, and they would soon ascertain the outcome. Observing that the fog was clearing, Brock Rumlow glanced at the positions of all the squads. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded over the channel, "Third squad, proceed to the scene. The remaining squads, stay alert." Third squad acknowledged. One of the squads broke away from the perimeter, donning gas masks and swiftly signaling as they advanced towards the apartment building. At that moment, a special operations member beside Brock Rumlow suddenly pointed toward the rooftop and inquired, "What is that?" Brock Rumlow turned to see a vague figure amidst the thin anesthetic mist on the rooftop. Immediately, he raised his weapon, utilizing the scope to get a clearer view. Within the scope, Zhang Fan was nonchalantly picking his nose, exuding an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected by the anesthetic gas that could incapacitate an elephant. "How is this possible?" Brock Rumlow exclaimed in astonishment. Did the technical team not say that just a small amount of this anesthetic gas could bring down an elephant? How can he still be standing? At that moment, all members of the third squad had already rushed up to the rooftop via the fire escape. Hearing the clanging of metal, Zhang Fan, noticing the approaching figures, quickly lowered his hand from his nose, realizing that a confrontation was imminent. Maintaining an impressive demeanor was crucial, and he couldn't afford to be seen in such an unrefined manner. Mimicking a superhero, he grinned widely, revealing 8 teeth, and approached the newly arrived special operations personnel. While Zhang Fan could clearly see the incoming squad members, the anesthetic mist still lingered, rendering others' visibility quite hazy and the situation difficult to discern. This was especially true for the third squad members, who, equipped with gas masks, found their vision further compromised. The third squad remained stationed at the entrance of the fire escape, exercising caution rather than advancing blindly, waiting for the mist to dissipate. Before long, Zhang Fan's figure became indistinctly visible to the third squad. "Halt!" the squad leader warned. Ignoring the caution, Zhang Fan continued his advance. The squad leader decisively commanded his team, "Open fire." Instantly, the rooftop erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Bullets struck Zhang Fan, producing a metallic clanging sound, and the flashes of gunfire rendered his already bullet-riddled clothing even more tattered. The impact of live ammunition was significantly greater than that of the specialized rounds earlier. Unlike before, Zhang Fan could now feel the bullets hitting him, akin to being caught in a light rain, requiring a keen sense to fully perceive the sensation. With a smile upon his face, he strode forward, undeterred by the barrage of automatic weapons, ultimately reaching the special operations personnel. The anesthetic mist dissipated rapidly, and soon it had nearly cleared. All the special operations members witnessing Zhang Fan advance through the hail of bullets widened their eyes in confusion. If their firearms proved ineffective, what could they possibly do next? In the command room, the atmosphere fell silent. Even breaths could scarcely be heard, as everyone lost the earlier sense of ease. The objective this time was vastly superior to the Hulk. Not only was the anesthetic gas ineffective, but in the face of concentrated fire, the adversary displayed an astonishing nonchalance. It is noteworthy that even the Hulk, when under heavy fire, would roar in anger, instinctively raising his hands to shield his face. "Retreat! Retreat!" shouted the captain of the third squad frantically. A Upon hearing the command, the soldiers, who had long since lost their fighting spirit, rushed to the fire escape, fleeing in disarray. However, while the captain of the third squad called for a retreat, he remained behind to cover their escape. He discarded his spent rifle and drew his handgun, approaching Zhang Fan with a deranged expression, raising the weapon menacingly to aim at Zhang Fan's eye, pulling the trigger without hesitation. He could not believe that this man could even have bulletproof eyeballs. Initially, Zhang Fan had no intention of letting this squad escape, but upon witnessing the captain's actions, he halted his pursuit. The objective was not merely to kill, but to shatter their will to fight. Chapter 30 commenced with action. The special forces on the other rooftops ceased fire, their eyes fixated on the captain of the third squad as he fired a shot, uncertain of what to expect in their hearts. The gunshot rang out, and amidst the flash of the muzzle, a 9mm bullet emerged, carrying the hopes of all. Spinning forward with an unyielding momentum aimed directly at Zhang Fan's left eye. Brock Langmuir watched the scene with his heart in his throat. As long as the target was injured by this shot, though not necessarily hurt, he could accept it, even if Zhang Fan managed to evade it. Evasion would imply vulnerability, and vulnerability suggested there were weaknesses to exploit. The 9mm bullet struck Zhang Fan's left eye with pinpoint accuracy. However, upon contact, the bullet met an impenetrable barrier, akin to striking titanium alloy, and was abruptly halted, subsequently exploding from its own tremendous force. The now dormant bullet tumbled from Zhang Fan's eye. Surprisingly, Zhang Fan exhibited little reaction, merely feeling as though a drop of eye medication had been administered, involuntarily blinking. As the others finished firing, Zhang Fan was about to say something to assert his dominance when he noticed the captain glancing at the bullet that had fallen to the ground, only to pull the trigger once more, intent on another attempt. Infuriated by the captain's audacity to continue shooting, Zhang Fan wondered if this man was oblivious to the conclusion of his turn. Shouldn't it be his moment to shine? The captain's blatant disregard for the rules of engagement, his refusal to acknowledge the situation, and his attempt to disrupt the flow of the game were intolerable to Zhang Fan. Without allowing the captain to fire a second shot, Zhang Fan delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, fueled by anger and devoid of restraint. The captain of the third squad, caught off guard, did not fly backward due to the lack of leniency. Instead, he was pierced straight through the abdomen by the force of the blow. The sanguine mist mingled with the visceral remnants erupted from the back of the captain of the third squad under immense force. Zhang Fan's fist had barely struck the abdomen before retracting, thus avoiding the taint of blood upon his knuckles. The captain sensed something amiss, a chill enveloping his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover a gaping wound in his abdomen. Before a scream could escape his lips, the torrent of blood surged forth, filling his mouth. "What are you howling for? Conserve your energy and lie down," Zhang Fan remarked, swiftly slapping him aside, fearful of the splatter staining his own attire. Though his clothing was already tattered, at least it remained unblemished. The grotesque demise of the third squad's captain struck terror into the hearts of many elite operatives. Despite their rigorous training and experiences abroad, where they relied on superior technology to confront various adversaries, most were novices who had never faced a true battle. Monsters perish. One operative, perhaps a close associate of the fallen captain, was overwhelmed with a mix of rage and terror, spiraling into a mental breakdown. He raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage towards Zhang Fan, venting his inner dread. Observing the chaos erupting anew, Block Romlo hastily covered his headset and bellowed, "We require heavy fire support." The gunfire triggered a chain reaction, igniting a fresh volley of concentrated fire. However, Zhang Fan was no longer a passive target. The performance had concluded, and it was time to retaliate. He leaped gracefully, traversing over 30 meters to land beside the first operative who had fired. Unrepentant, the operative swung his weapon towards Zhang Fan, finger firmly pressing the trigger. The bullets rained upon Zhang Fan's chest, sparks flying as they ricocheted wildly. Another operative, witnessing Zhang Fan's approach, discarded his firearm and drew a small knife, attempting to assist. It had scarcely moved before a deflected bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, silencing him instantly. The rationale behind his choice to abandon his gun for a blade remains unclear. Perhaps he harbored an overconfidence in close-quarters combat, though fate denied him the opportunity to demonstrate it. A third, with a clearer mind, attempted to flee, but was swiftly felled by several errant rounds, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wounds in agony. Mere seconds later, the sound of his empty firearm echoed with a series of clicks, signaling his ammunition had been expended. Finished, are we? Now it's my turn, Zhang Fan declared, delivering a resounding slap to the operative. This time, he restrained his strength, opting not to obliterate the man's skull in a display designed to instill maximum terror in the remaining onlookers. However, such an approach was far too brutal, even for Zhang Fan himself, who could not tolerate it. The strategy of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return had never been his choice. Therefore, he simply delivered a swift blow, sending the man into a graceful aerial spin of 720 degrees. Yet, this individual, possessing an unyielding competitive spirit, stubbornly completed a full rotation of 1,080 degrees before finally coming to a halt, exceeding the original spin by 360 degrees. The crowd erupted in applause. Zhang Fan clapped his hands, admiring the tenacity and spirited ambition of the fallen figure writhing on the ground, a quality worthy of encouragement. After swiftly concluding his applause with his extraordinary speed, he glanced down at his attire, which had deteriorated to the point where it could scarcely be considered clothing, more aptly described as tattered rags. With a decisive motion, he tore the rags from his body, revealing a physique that glistened in the sunlight, eliciting appreciative glances from women and prompting men to hastily adjust their own garments, their muscles gleaming like finely sculpted marble. Zhang Fan cast a regretful gaze at the rags he had discarded, for he had painstakingly selected that very outfit from a multitude of choices just the night before. One can only imagine the effort expended by someone with indecisiveness, only to see it rendered useless in less than a day's wear, a truly lamentable loss. To prevent a recurrence of such a predicament, Zhang Fan's resolve strengthened. He was determined to acquire a vibranium suit from Wakanda. At that moment, an object was hurled in his direction. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Fan reflexively caught it in his hand. Upon opening his palm, he discovered it to be a grenade. Chapter 31. The missile, with a muffled thud, smoke billowed forth, and a flash of fire flickered in Zhang Fan's grasp as he detonated the grenade, advancing toward the final special operations soldier on the rooftop. Block Romlo, a seasoned warrior, stood in stark contrast to some of his comrades. Even when faced with dire circumstances and immense pressure, he maintained an unwavering spirit of perseverance. He continued to fire at Zhang Fan, with scattered bullets ricocheting off his glistening body, yielding no effect, merely transforming into perilous stray rounds that flew wildly about. "Support! We need support!" Block Romlo shouted into his earpiece, his voice laced with frustration. "Where are our aircraft? Why can't we hear the thunderous roar of your machine guns? Who is piloting the plane? My grandmother could do it faster. What about the missiles? Why aren't they being launched?" Block Romlo incessantly vocalized his thoughts, as it was the only way to alleviate the pressure building within him. His command on the ground had proven to be a complete failure. Not only had he failed to capture the target, but the team he led had also suffered significant casualties. Even if he were to survive this ordeal, he would surely face severe repercussions upon his return to headquarters. At that moment, the last standing Special Forces member, noticing Zhang Fan's gaze upon him, wisely discarded his firearm and knelt upon the ground, trembling as he raised both hands. "I surrender," the soldier uttered softly, yet Zhang Fan heard him distinctly. Since he had surrendered, Zhang Fan felt no inclination to annihilate him. After all, he was a superhuman and should possess a broader perspective. He halted his advance and turned his attention to the rooftop where Block Romlo remained, still firing his weapon. As Zhang Fan's gaze shifted in that direction, Block Romlo's heart skipped a beat. His seasoned instincts, honed through countless battles, warned him of imminent peril, as if he would meet his end in the next heartbeat. Yet, in that very next moment, he beheld a familiar object soaring toward the rooftop. Saved, crossed his mind, but this was not the time for celebration. He bellowed, "Missile, take cover," and quickly recoiled behind cover. If he could eliminate this target, the display of power would conclude. Regrettably, this group of incompetent fools failed to utilize their thermal vision. As Zhang Fan contemplated leaping forward, he suddenly noticed something hurtling toward him from the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the object in his hand, but before he could discern what it was, it exploded. The force of the explosion exceeded all expectations, collapsing half a building and sending a colossal mushroom cloud skyward, visible from several streets away. The shockwave shattered most of the glass along the street, and the magnitude of the explosion led the nearby citizens to believe they were reliving the 9/11 tragedy. Two Kuan-class fighter jets hovered nearby, one to the left and one to the right. The object Zhang Fan had instinctively caught was a missile launched by these jets. Before the smoke dissipated, one of the Kuan-class jets fired another missile at the building, intent on reducing Zhang Fan to mere fragments. Seemingly oblivious to the ramifications of launching missiles in such a bustling metropolis as New York, the missile, trailing a long tail of fire, soared into the smoke. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the remaining half of the building collapsed, followed by yet another massive mushroom cloud rising into the air. In the command room, Nick Fury returned hastily. It appeared someone had rushed out to inform him, following the first missile's detonation. With a scowl, he thrust open the door, and his first words upon entering were, "Who authorized the use of missiles?" The personnel in the command room, witnessing the director's furious demeanor, dared not speak, quickly bowing their heads to tidy documents or scrutinize data. It was I, a bald man with a pale complexion, stepped forward. "Can you explain why the missile was launched?" Nick Fury, with his bald head and a single eye glaring like a brass bell, was filled with suppressed fury as he recognized the figure before him, Sivertel. His expression conveyed a menacing implication that if there were no justifiable reasons for Sivertel's actions, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Under the intense scrutiny of Director Fury, Sivertel adjusted his gaze and calmly explained, "Unforeseen circumstances arose. The target's power exceeded our estimates. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective against him. Had we not launched the missile earlier, our special forces would likely have perished." "Then why did you launch the missile without my authorization?" Fury pressed on, fully aware of the facts, but incensed that such a potent weapon had been deployed without his consent, feeling as though his authority had been undermined by his subordinate. Sivertel, unfazed, replied, "The situation left no time for communication. The target eliminated an entire squad in mere 5 seconds, which also includes the time it took him to cover a distance of over 30 meters. Fury was momentarily silenced. He could not rebuke the necessity of the missile launch meant to save his comrades. He could hardly voice that special forces were expendable, easily replaced from the army, while insisting that such critical decisions required his approval, lest it appear that his authority was disregarded. Such sentiments, if expressed, would surely jeopardize his standing as a director and diminish his subordinates' loyalty. "Rest assured, Director," Sivertel continued, sensing Fury's silence. "All residents of the destroyed building have been evacuated without any casualties. I will personally investigate the specifics." Fury chose to gloss over this matter, mentally preparing to reassign Sivertel to a base in Africa at a later date as a consequence of his insubordination. He swiftly took his seat at the command center, stating, "The current predicament is that the missile launch has now attracted the attention of the Department of Defense, and military forces are already en route to New York." Rubbing his temples, Fury recognized the complexity of the situation. "If it becomes known that we were behind the missile launch, our already strained relations with the FBI and CIA will certainly worsen, placing us in an awkward position." "How did the Department of Defense receive news so swiftly?" Sivertel inquired. His brow furrowed. "Someone recorded the incident," Fury replied, casting a regretful glance at Sivertel. "It's unfortunate that the only competent individual prefers to act independently. But if it's merely a video, how could the Department of Defense react so quickly?" Sivertel pressed further. "It is not the time to ponder such matters just yet." Nick Fury redirected his focus and remarked, "This individual possesses quite a bit of energy, having directly alarmed the upper echelons of the Department of Defense and bypassed the approval process." "Director, what should we do now?" someone foolishly inquired. Sivertel cast a disparaging glance at the speaker, internally cursing their foolishness. Noticing Fury's increasingly darkened expression, which was beginning to radiate with intensity, he felt a sense of foreboding. Fury shot a glance at the individual who had spoken, prepared to reprimand them, but the words caught in his throat. He sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down upon him. "Do you not consider the consequences when missiles are launched? I have brought this up to collectively brainstorm solutions. Yet you inquire what we should do? Director, perhaps we could share the target's data with the Department of Defense?" Sivertel suggested. "Haven't they been investigating super soldier serum? They would undoubtedly be interested in the target. In exchange, we could leverage their influence, and with the Department's endorsement, we could publicize it through our control media as a counterterrorism drill or a natural gas explosion. After contemplating Civitell's suggestion, Fury drummed his fingers against the table, scanning the command room before asking, "Does anyone else have alternative ideas?" The room fell into an expectant silence, each individual embodying the virtue of silence as golden, believing that by remaining quiet and focused, they became part of the backdrop, impervious to distraction. With no further contributions, Fury resolved to proceed with Civitell's plan. "I will reach out to the Department of Defense. You all manage the target," he stated, a hint of despondency in his tone as he exited the command room. As Fury departed, the previously tense atmosphere in the room lifted significantly. The team crowded around Civitell, animatedly discussing his proposal. "This plan is brilliant. How did you conceive it? Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." After concluding the call with the Department of Defense to finalize subsequent cooperation and managing to obscure the missile strike on New York, Fury sat on the toilet, his expression still grim. There was a matter he had not addressed in the command room, Natasha's issue. Why had the on-site command changed without his knowledge? Most troubling was that no one had mentioned it afterward. This left Fury, already plagued with insecurity, feeling an unsettling chill. Rising from the toilet, he exited the restroom and approached the sink, a thought flickering through his mind. Could it be that our homeland strategic defense was involved? With a forceful slap on the marble sink, Fury cursed, "Damn it, we need to convene a meeting tomorrow to discuss renaming this." After berating his own department's name, Fury attempted to recapture the fleeting inspiration that had just vanished. Most individuals would have struggled to remember or would have simply forgotten after such a distraction. However, Nick Fury is distinct. He is renowned in the circle as the king of spies. The ability to multitask is merely the simplest of his vast array of skills. Soon, he rekindled the inspiration from earlier and continued to analyze in his mind. Could it be that a traitor has emerged within our ranks? If indeed a traitor or spy exists, we would need additional funding to establish more secret bases and safe houses. Having washed his hands, Nick Fury leaned against the marble sink. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he contemplated that as long as he constructed enough secret bases, he would possess ample trump cards. With sufficient trump cards, the presence of a traitor would pose no threat. Just a few seconds had passed since the second explosion, and the scene was shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring the details. Brock Rumlow rose from the ground, shaking off the debris and dust clinging to him. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. He glanced towards the spot where Zhang Fan had been, but saw nothing of value. That area remained enveloped in dust, revealing only a faint outline of the ruins. At that moment, his earpiece crackled to life, and the voice of Civitell echoed in his ear. "Brock, assess the condition of the target." "Understood," Brock Rumlow responded, turning to observe that his team had already regained their footing. "William, take a few men and check on the target." Brock commanded his team. "All right, no problem," William replied casually, selecting a few teammates before descending towards the ruins. Amidst the haze of smoke, Zhang Fan stood, unscathed even after 2 missile strikes. However, he looked at the scant remnants of his clothing, just his remaining underwear, and felt a surge of anger. It was one thing to be unable to fight back, but resorting to such underhanded tactics was utterly dishonorable. Fortunately, he had desperately protected his last line of defense during the explosions. Had he been left completely exposed, it would have been quite a predicament. With his super speed and the battlefield set in an urban environment, he contemplated whether he should take a moment to shower and change before rejoining the fray. Yet, the only dilemma was whether to change clothes now or after the fight. Zhang Fan mused that with his speed, he could change at any moment, so it would be better to finish the battle first. After all, why let his well-defined physique go to waste? As Lu Sun once remarked, everyone harbors the notion of running naked, yet societal morals restrain us. In the midst of the smoke, Zhang Fan activated his X-ray vision, scanning the surroundings as he sought the mastermind behind the 2 explosions, eager to avenge the destruction of his attire. Chapter 33. How could Superman not fly after some contemplation? Zhang Fan concluded that the culprits were the 2 hovering Kuan-type fighter jets above him. Having observed the other Special Forces personnel, he noted that the most formidable among them merely carried a small amount of C4 explosives, incapable of wielding such destructive power. He gazed skyward at the Cohen jets, feeling a sense of trepidation. They soared at a considerable altitude, at least several hundred meters above. This height was uncharted territory for him, and he felt uncertain. It was not that he doubted his ability to leap that high, but rather the fear of lacking sufficient force on this terrain or miscalculating his jump. The previous night's battle had left a profound impression on Zhang Fan. He had experienced firsthand the consequences of exerting too much force, causing his legs to sink into the ground, rendering him powerless and creating an awkward predicament. Conversely, if he exerted too little force, he risked failing to ascend altogether, which would be equally embarrassing, provoking laughter from onlookers. The outcome would be akin to a botched jump, leaving him an easy target in midair, subject to the whims of his adversaries. Though he harbored no fear of injury, the thought of losing the only piece of clothing shielding his modesty, his underwear, was intolerable. That was a line he would not allow to be crossed. Thus, the situation grew increasingly complex. Fortunately, Zhang Fan recalled a saying he had once heard, though he could not remember its origin, likely attributed to Lu Sun, who was known for his plethora of maxims. The essence of the saying was that solutions outnumber difficulties, a sentiment Zhang Fan wholeheartedly embraced. In his cinematic experiences, he had often pondered how the Hulk could effortlessly leap hundreds of meters, as if he could hoist himself by his own head without any assistance. After much deliberation, Zhang Fan struggled to devise a viable strategy to counter the two Kuan jets. Unless he could fly, awaken thermal vision spontaneously, or hurl stones to bring them down. The former two options were currently beyond his capabilities, necessitating practice or the hope for a natural awakening. However, the last option, throwing stones, was within his reach. He believed that propelling stones several hundred meters should be a straightforward task for him, albeit aesthetically unpleasing and lacking in flair. With the advantage of his super intellect, Zhang Fan quickly conceived a plan. He would wait for the two Kuan jets to descend to a height that he found manageable, then leap into the air, tearing through the jets as one would rip apart Orlan-style chicken wings. As for luring the jets to lower their altitude, his super intellect swiftly generated two ideas. One was to wait for the jets to grow complacent and descend on their own. The other involved enticing them downward. However, in order to lure them, Zhang Fan realized he lacked specific intelligence about the jets, such as their operational data or strike range. His only option would be to feign incapacitation, making the jets perceive no threat, thereby compelling them to lower their altitude or land altogether. Regrettably, feigning death is an impossibility. How could a dignified superhero, such as myself, truly pretend to be lifeless? Thus, an alternative approach must be devised, waiting for them to unwittingly descend. However, rather than relying on the carelessness of the Kuan-style aircraft to lower their altitude, Zhang Fan surmised that it would be more prudent to take the initiative. As the adage goes, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Given this, it seems you have compelled me to unleash my extraordinary abilities. He resolved to experiment, to see if he could indeed take flight. If not, he would have to devise a method to lure the two Kuan-style aircraft down, or perhaps bring them down with stones. Closing his eyes, Zhang Fan concentrated intently on sensing his biological field. Moments later, the pebbles surrounding him began to tremble slightly. After a few more seconds, the fragments of rock on the ground defied the pull of gravity, gently floating into the air. Upon reopening his eyes, he found his body mirroring the ascent of those stones, gradually levitating. Zhang Fan had succeeded. In fact, the ability to fly was far simpler than he had anticipated, effortlessly grasped as if it were an innate talent, merely forgotten in the everyday hustle. Hovering several meters above the ground, he cast his gaze once more at the two Kuan-style aircraft soaring above, contemplating, did you truly believe that your altitude would render you invulnerable? How naive. The next moment belonged to me. With that thought, Zhang Fan's floating form surged upward at an astonishing speed. A white circular shock wave emanating from his waist, the hallmark of breaking the sound barrier. The disturbed air currents whisked away the surrounding smoke, ascending in grand spirals, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon breaching the sound barrier, he accelerated to several hundred Mach. Thanks to the protection of his biological field, his undergarments remained intact during this rapid acceleration. Otherwise, it would have been an embarrassing spectacle indeed. The final layer of clothing clung tightly to him, serving as Zhang Fan's last line of defense in this combat. Like a flash, he appeared atop the cockpit of a Kuan-style aircraft. Previously, his hesitation had led to missile strikes. This time, he returned with purpose, eschewing any bravado or excessive chatter. Firmly positioned on the cockpit, he tore away the alloy panels, yanking out the unsuspecting pilots within before casually discarding them. He then soared toward the second Cohen-style aircraft, employing the same technique to extract the bewildered pilots and cast them into the air. In under a second, he neutralized both Cohen-style aircraft and, seizing the moment, gracefully descended before William's search team. The sun blazed overhead as the now pilotless aircraft fell behind him. Moments later, two explosions resonated from his rear, giving rise to twin mushroom clouds that ascended alongside bursts of flame. A true man never looks back at explosions. The members of Team William looked up at Zhang Fan, who appeared as if a celestial deity had descended, beads of sweat cascading down his face. They were uncertain whether to raise their weapons in attack or to surrender. "Kneel before me and surrender, and I shall spare you." Zhang Fan spoke softly to the Special Forces team before him. Before Team William could respond, sporadic gunfire erupted, bullets striking Zhang Fan without leaving so much as a mark. The deformed projectiles were deflected, transforming into stray shots. A few stubborn individuals, like Brock Romlow, refused to concede, believing that the mission took precedence above all else. As long as they were able to move, they would not cease combat, even if it proved futile. Chapter 34. Heat vision. Observing those who continued to fire upon him, Zhang Fan felt a surge of irritation. He was attempting to display his prowess, yet someone dared to slap him in the face. This was simply intolerable. His gaze began to redden, and two brilliant beams of crimson light shot forth from his eyes. "Thank you for your patience." The intensely heated rays instantly reduced one of the assailants to ashes. As Zhang Fan had only recently awakened his heat vision, he struggled to control its power, resulting in a discharge at full intensity. Consequently, after penetrating one individual, the ray did not halt. It continued to pierce through a large building behind the fallen soldier. But that was not the end of it. Zhang Fan's heat vision, having reduced one member of the Special Forces to ash, maintained its penetrating power and temperature, shooting from a residential area on 9th Avenue to a skyscraper on 10th Avenue, ultimately veering towards the sky due to an angle miscalculation. Zhang Fan, with his heat vision activated, turned to face another Special Forces member still firing, his gaze slicing through all obstacles like a sharp knife through cheese, impervious to steel or skyscrapers. In a pre-superhero era America, Zhang Fan's heat vision exhibited such astonishing might that all witnesses were rendered speechless. Even battle-hardened warriors like Brock Romlow stood frozen in shock upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the heat rays. Is this even humanly possible? Brock Romlow thought, snapping back to reality amidst the destruction. He then realized that this was a calamity. The level of devastation threatened to cleave New York in half. This time, even if he survived, he felt certain that it would not end well. He turned to Zhang Fan, despairing, pondering how one could possibly overcome such an adversary. After eliminating all the obstinate Special Forces members who continued to fire, Zhang Fan retracted his heat vision and refocused his attention on William. "Have you come to a decision? Surrender or annihilation?" Zhang Fan declared. The members of Team William exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards their leader, William. The meaning in his gaze was unmistakable, compelling him to make a choice. Should he launch a suicidal attack or surrender? To survive or to perish? This was the dilemma. Was there truly any choice to be made? In matters of dignity and honor, William cast aside his weapon, the dull thud echoing as his knees met the ground. He surrendered. The other members of the team, witnessing William's nonchalant capitulation, were momentarily taken aback. "William, have you not considered this? Are you so swift in your decision, unaware of how your family might react?" As the saying goes, amidst the vastness of the world, one's own life holds the utmost significance. William had little time to ponder his comrade's thoughts. He gazed up at Zhang Fan, whose sculpted physique shimmered like gold under the sun, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. How could we possibly triumph against a god? Zhang Fan turned his attention to the others, his eyes beginning to redden as he declared, "I will count to 3. If you do not kneel and surrender by then, you shall meet your demise. Fear not, your end will come swiftly and without much suffering." As Zhang Fan reached the count of 1, a team member gradually knelt, raising his hands in surrender, rationalizing that since William had been the first to yield, any subsequent punishment would likely fall upon him first. Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon those who remained standing, the intensity in his eyes growing fiercer. As the adage goes, where where there is one, there is two. Where there are two, there is three, and from three springs forth all creation. With Zhang Fan nearing the count of three, the remaining team members hastily followed suit, discarding their weapons and kneeling in submission, fearful that the delay would invite the wrath of the powerful crimson light upon themselves. Upon witnessing the collective surrender, Zhang Fan let out an exhilarated howl, and in an instant, a wave of white energy surged forth, propelling him past the sound barrier and into the sky, leaving behind William's team clutching their bloodied ears in agony. Zhang Fan soared through the heavens, aimlessly advancing, with but a singular thought occupying his mind. From this day forth, in this world, I shall do as I please. A surge of inexplicable impulse urged him higher, and he accelerated faster and faster. Moments later, he suddenly felt the constraints of his surroundings dissipate. Unbeknownst to him, he had breached the Earth's atmosphere and entered the vast expanse of outer space. The harshness of the environment in outer space is well known, even to those who have undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Even a mighty Thor nearly perished in the void. Yet, this inhospitable realm posed no hindrance to Zhang Fan. Instead, the omnipresent sunlight in space enveloped him in comfort, akin to returning home. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing under the sun's rays, continuously growing stronger. In the vastness of space, Zhang Fan spread his arms wide. Facing the sun, slowly closing his eyes, he lay there, indifferent to everything, allowing his body to drift freely through the cosmos, and before long, he had succumbed to slumber. After Zhang Fan departed, the surviving special operations personnel on site found themselves unable to establish any contact with the commanding officer, Brock Romlow. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and chaos. Flames from the exploding Kuan-style aircraft continued to rage, while buildings severed by thermal beams lay in ruins. At first glance, the scene resembled a battlefield in a conflict-ridden Middle Eastern city. The location of Zhang Fan's fierce confrontation with the SHIELD operatives was at the periphery of Hell's Kitchen, where the sounds of gunfire and missile explosions echoed, and 2 Kuan-style aircraft plummeted from the sky. Such terrifying sights sent shivers down the spines of many onlookers, leading some to mistakenly believe that the Third World War had erupted. In the distance, several office buildings, severed in half by thermal beams, presented a harrowing sight. Although the devastation on the front lines was more complete, many residents had already been evacuated by the special operations personnel before the battle commenced. Thus, apart from the SHIELD agents, civilian casualties in this area were not as severe. The scenario was starkly different across the street, where the timing coincided with midday, a period when most individuals were at work. Not to mention the unfortunate souls directly struck by Zhang Fan's thermal beams. The collapse of a substantial portion of a building crushed numerous individuals. The fallen skyscraper caused further calamity by crashing into another structure or directly onto the street, blocking traffic and trapping vehicles. In areas swept by Zhang Fan's thermal vision, the air was filled with incessant cries and wails, painting a picture of hell on earth. Chapter 35. Aftermath of the battle. Half an hour later, the sounds of fire trucks, police cars, and ambulances echoed throughout New York City. Undoubtedly, this calamity would linger in the memories of New Yorkers far more than the 9/11 terrorist attacks from years prior. However, there is no need for concern. In a few years, the people of New York would forget this disaster, not due to forgetfulness, but because they would endure an even more devastating invasion by extraterrestrial forces. Zhang Fan was acutely aware of the destruction his thermal vision had wrought, yet he remained oblivious to the extent of the casualties behind that devastation. Even if he were to learn of it, he likely would not care. After all, he possessed superhuman abilities, not a superhuman disposition. Moreover, the destruction caused by Zhang Fan was not the most severe. While all law enforcement agencies exerted their full efforts for rescue, the more critical situation in Hell's Kitchen began to quietly emerge, unnoticed. Initially, a few petty criminals armed with guns took to the streets, hoping to capitalize on the chaos, to snatch valuable items and make a quick fortune. However, when these opportunistic delinquents realized that no police had appeared to restore order for quite some time, they eagerly shared this promising news with their associates. And who were these associates? More petty criminals, of course. Thus, an influx of miscreants flooded the streets, engaging in rampant looting and vandalism. After all, Opportunities to brazenly pillage and become overnight millionaires were few and far between. Most of these delinquents are predominantly composed of African Americans, often congregating in small groups of 3 to 5. They brazenly roam the streets, firing shots into the sky, vandalizing shops, and robbing passersby. The more aggressive among them resort to gunfire at the slightest provocation, treating murder as casually as one would swat a fly. There are even those who, in broad daylight, forcibly drag attractive women into alleys or assault female employees within stores. Such occurrences are too gruesome to describe in detail. In an environment like America, where firearms are readily available to all, some of the robbed shopkeepers are not to be trifled with. They retrieve shotguns hidden beneath counters and retaliate with gunfire. At times, these shopkeepers become the very embodiment of brutality, joining the fray and taking to the streets to kill. In such moments, notions of racial prejudice and psychopathic violence become irrelevant. The delinquents, primarily driven by greed, are overshadowed by those who derive pleasure from murder, escalating the chaos to terrifying new heights. These individuals are typically well-equipped. Upon entering the streets, they indiscriminately open fire on strangers. The pandemonium spreads like a contagion, one street infecting another, and within a mere 2 hours, Hell's Kitchen devolves into a chaotic haven for rioters. Meanwhile, what are the police doing? Their phones have been inundated with calls, and a majority of their forces are trapped near several office buildings rendered inaccessible by collapsed structures, obstructing all routes. A handful of police cars attempting to navigate through the turmoil quickly turn around, believing that their duty is not worth the risk of losing their lives. By evening, in just a few short hours, these rioters have nearly obliterated Hell's Kitchen and the surrounding streets. The absence of law enforcement emboldens their audacity, and with no targets left to rob, they begin to scatter toward the bridges. Their sights are set on the wealthier neighborhoods of Manhattan, where the potential for plunder is far greater, transforming dreams of overnight riches into reality. The affluent district's encounter with the rioters sends our Chief George into a frenzy, prompting him to withdraw officers engaged in rescue to safeguard the wealthy area. Such chaos persists until the military finally intervenes at night to restore order. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, who had been slumbering in outer space, awakens and stretches comfortably, the sound of cracking bones echoing through his body, a clear indication that his strength has significantly increased. Contemplating his next steps, he decides to seek out Lily first. Closing his eyes, he activates his super hearing, immersing himself in the myriad of sounds that swirl around him. Soon, he opens his eyes, his brow furrowing as his gaze locks onto a specific direction. In an instant, he vanishes into the atmosphere. On the meticulously chosen rooftop of an apartment building, Zhang Fan's carefully selected vantage point, Natasha, who had mysteriously vanished after the onset of battle, unexpectedly appeared, accompanied by Lily. It was curious how the two of them had come together. Natasha picked up a backpack from the ground. Upon lifting it, she found it surprisingly heavy. As she unzipped it, she discovered it was filled with an assortment of canned goods. She casually extracted 2 cans and inquired of Lily, "Are you hungry?" Lily glanced at the cans in Natasha's hand, swallowed hard, and replied, "I am," although Zhang Fan had given her a significant amount of money when he took her away. She hadn't eaten since noon. Initially, her concern for Zhang Fan's safety had dampened her appetite. Later, when hunger struck, the chaos in the streets had compelled her to hide, leaving her too afraid to venture out for food. Natasha retrieved a tactical knife, approximately 10 centimeters long, from her boot and deftly opened a can while asking, "I'm quite curious. How did you come to know him?" Lily hesitated. She recognized this short woman as the one who had led a group to capture Zhang Fan, and logically, Natasha should have been her adversary. Yet it was this very woman who had saved her from a group of thugs moments ago, preventing what could have been a grim fate. After a moment's reflection, Lily decided that her knowledge was limited and sharing it wouldn't cause any harm. She replied, "He saved me when I was captured by the Viper gang." "Oh, I see. So he seems to be a good person after all?" Natasha remarked, handing the opened can to Lily. "He has always been a good person. Had it not been for your attempt to capture him." Lily accepted the can, peering into its contents with a hint of distaste. "I don't eat pork. I was merely there to negotiate. Capturing him was never my intention," Natasha countered, reclaiming the pork can from Lily's hands. "What would you prefer to eat?" "I want canned salmon," Lily replied, raising her hand. Chapter 36. Natasha and Lily. After rummaging through the backpack for a while, Natasha finally unearthed a can of salmon. She wielded her tactical knife to open it, explaining, whether you believe it or not, I remain utterly perplexed as to who issued the order to fire, and following that, my command authority was stripped away. Natasha handed the open salmon can to Lily, stating, thus, I was entirely unaware of the events that transpired afterward. Lily accepted the salmon can without uttering a word. She had no faith in the words of this short woman, having navigated the streets for years. She was no naive girl, easily swayed by the words of others. Natasha, skillfully using her tactical knife to pry open the pork can, casually asked, where do you think he has gone? I don't know, Lily replied nonchalantly, indulging in her meal with abandon, grabbing food directly with her hands. Fortunately, the salmon in the can is in chunks. If it were a paste, it would be quite unappealing to eat with one's hands. Natasha took a couple of bites before setting down the can of pork, pondering to herself, the fish has a distinctly fishy odor. It is truly unpalatable. No wonder that little girl refused to eat it. Do you know how to contact him? Natasha inquired, putting down her can. Lily glanced up at Natasha, instantly alert from the barrage of 2 questions, thinking to herself, this short-legged woman is quite cunning, trying to pry information from me while I am eating. She swallowed the morsel of salmon, and her previously amiable demeanor towards Natasha turned frosty as she retorted, what do you want to contact him for? Are you planning to capture him? I believe the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding, and I wish to clarify it with him, Natasha hastily explained. Lily scoffed. She had no faith in the short woman's words. After finishing the last piece of salmon, she tossed the empty can aside and shrugged at Natasha, saying, you'll be disappointed. I've known him for no more than 3 days, and we've exchanged fewer than 20 words. There's no way I have any contact information. Undeterred, Natasha pressed on. Do you know where he might go? I don't know, Lily replied curtly as she stood up to retrieve her tablet. Just as Natasha was feeling disheartened by the lack of information from Lily, a man's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Are you looking for me? The unexpected voice startled Natasha, prompting her to instinctively roll forward, swiftly creating distance while drawing a small handgun from her waist, rising quickly to aim at the source of the sound. This series of movements was executed flawlessly, reminiscent of an eagle striking its target. In an instant, the situation had reversed. Natasha truly was an exceptional agent. However, a smile soon graced her face as she holstered her weapon. Realizing that the voice belonged to none other than Zhang Fan, her target this time, Zhang Fan, leaning against his head with a casual posture, floated sideways in midair and inquired, what do you want? Natasha regarded Zhang Fan, who was clad in nothing but a pair of briefs, her expression unfaltering. Having weathered many storms, she was unfazed by a mere display of muscle, regardless of its allure. Unmoved by Zhang Fan's unconscious charm, she maintained a serene smile and replied, I approach you with no ill intent. I merely wish to explain that the conflict earlier today was not my intention. Zhang Fan let out a laugh, saying, no ill intent. I recall that when you first sought me out, you said the same thing, yet it was you who fired the gun, if memory serves me correctly. Nearby, Lily, upon seeing Zhang Fan's return, hastily set down her tablet. She initially intended to greet him, but upon hearing Zhang Fan's charged words, the renowned queen of perception on 39th Street wisely halted her steps, opting to observe the situation before approaching. Regarding this matter, I shall provide you with an explanation. Natasha, maintaining her composure, responded with a gentle smile. What explanation? Zhang Fan inquired, adjusting his posture as he descended from the air towards the backpack filled with canned goods. I will identify the perpetrator behind the gunfire and deliver them to you for judgment, Natasha replied. Is that all? Zhang Fan retorted disdainfully, rummaging through the backpack until he extracted a can of beef. After a moment's contemplation, he discarded it, having already consumed beef for lunch. He desired a different flavor this time. What else do you wish for? Natasha asked. If you truly possess sincerity, you should not be inquiring about my desires, but rather revealing what you have to offer, Zhang Fan remarked while continuing to search through the cans. He then retrieved a can of pork, inspecting it closely. Just as he was about to open it to compare American and Chinese pork, he noticed Natasha's subconscious glance at the can in his hand. Would you like it? Zhang Fan generously extended the pork can towards her. No, thank you. That canned pork is rather unpalatable, Natasha replied, gesturing towards the can of pork she had just consumed on the ground. I believe you would not find it enjoyable either. Zhang Fan instinctively inhaled the scent from the open can on the ground, and his expression contorted in distaste. He quickly adjusted his sense of smell and glanced at the can of pork in his hand, tossing it away carelessly. The discarded can whistled through the night sky in Natasha's view. Aren't you concerned about hitting someone when you throw things around like that? Natasha remarked, attempting to initiate conversation. Oh, that person would indeed be quite fortunate, Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, continuing to rummage through the bag. Moments later, he stumbled upon a familiar can, exclaiming in surprise. Isn't this the premium crab meat can that appears in Crayon Shinchan, typically reserved for festive occasions? Zhang Fan's exceptional memory allowed him to recall every sight he had encountered, including images from before he had become extraordinary. What is happening? Natasha interjected eagerly. Her mission had shifted, and her primary objective was to cultivate a good rapport with Zhang Fan. Engaging in conversation was an excellent means of fostering goodwill, especially when one party was intentionally accommodating. Zhang Fan presented the premium crab meat can to Natasha, joyfully exclaiming, "Look what I've found. Isn't that just a can of crab meat? What is there to be excited about?" Natasha remarked, observing the can in Zhang Fan's hand. Yet, her mind raced with thoughts. If it were merely a simple can of crab meat, why did he exhibit such astonishment and delight? Was there more to this than met the eye? For instance, this can of crab meat felt to him akin to spinach for Popeye, exquisite. Information is gathered gradually, and Natasha silently committed this can of crab meat to memory. One could only wonder what the taste of this luxurious crab meat, reserved for the new year, might be like. Perhaps it would be as delectable as depicted in the animations. Zhang Fan muttered to himself before using his fingernail to pry open the can, which was typically reserved for festive occasions. He cautiously brought the can to his nose for a whiff, maintaining a sense of smell akin to that of an ordinary person. Detecting no unpleasant odor, Zhang Fan picked up a piece of crab meat and savored it. In the next moment, he nodded appreciatively and reached for another piece. Thinking that this luxurious crab meat, reminiscent of Crayon Shinchan, had indeed lived up to his expectations. Observing Zhang Fan indulging in the crab meat, Natasha contemplated for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Do you realize that your battle with the Special Operations Team resulted in a staggering 1,341 fatalities, with countless injuries, and the death toll continues to rise? You initiated the conflict. Thus, the consequences are yours to bear. Why should I care about how many lives were lost? Zhang Fan interrupted Natasha, fully aware of her sudden shift in topic. His keen intellect discerned her intention to morally manipulate him, perhaps as a means to gauge his character. However, as long as I lack morality, no one can impose it upon me. At that moment, he glanced at the empty night sky behind Natasha and hastened his consumption of the crab meat. He had already spotted the stealth mode aircraft carrier approaching from a distance. If all went as expected, it would be Nick Fury himself arriving. Just as Natasha was about to say something further, she suddenly lowered her head to press against her ear and nodded. Raising her gaze to Zhang Fan, she remarked, "Our director has arrived. Let him handle the rest. Or perhaps I shall seek him out myself." "I have yet to visit the flying aircraft carrier," Zhang Fan replied, discarding the empty can and slowly ascending. Just as he was about to take flight, a thought struck him, and he hovered in front of Natasha, speaking earnestly. "By the way, keep an eye on Lily for me. Otherwise, I might have to break your legs." With that, Zhang Fan turned and soared toward the distant aircraft carrier. Watching him depart, Natasha pressed her earpiece and whispered, "Director, he is gone to find you." "Understood. Thank you for your efforts." Nick Fury's voice resonated in Natasha's ear. She lowered her hand and turned her gaze to Lily, her face breaking into a perfect smile honed over years of practice. Meanwhile, Lily, watching Zhang Fan fly away, suddenly shivered, sensing that someone was watching her. On the other side, aboard the sky carrier, Nick Fury, en route to the deck, halted upon receiving a message from Natasha. His capable aide, Coulson, and the bow-wielding Hawkeye, who trailed behind him, also came to a standstill. Coulson had originally been in Mexico dealing with an incident involving an unmovable hammer that had fallen from the sky, but was summoned back by Fury. Observing Fury's sudden pause, Coulson inquired, "What is the matter, Director? Is there an issue?" "Nothing is amiss," Fury replied, turning towards the command center of the sky carrier. "We are returning." "Director, aren't you going to speak with him?" Coulson questioned, following closely behind. "He has already arrived." Fury responded with an impassive demeanor. Typically, Fury would never seek out Zhang Fan, especially after half of New York had been devastated. What was there to discuss? However, The overwhelming power displayed by Zhang Fan in the satellite footage reminded Fury of that nearly invincible woman, though she was now nowhere to be found. Under Fury's direction, Coulson and Hawkeye, who had just stepped outside, turned back. Upon their return to the command center, they beheld Zhang Fan, clad only in a pair of undergarments, hovering before the high-intensity, transparent metal glass. Noticing the slight disarray among the personnel in the command center upon Zhang Fan's appearance, Fury's voice rang out with authority. "Remain calm and attend to your duties. He is my guest." Outside the command center, unfazed by the howling wind, Zhang Fan extended his finger, tracing a circle on the transparent glass before him. With a gentle flick of his finger, a circular aperture appeared in the glass. As the opening manifested, the command center was instantly subjected to a loss of pressure, sending numerous documents swirling in the tempest. Yet, the others within the command center maintained their composure. Unlike the chaotic papers around them, Zhang Fan glided through the circular opening and descended gracefully before Fury. "What do you wish to discuss?" he inquired. "Please hold on a moment," Fury said, turning to the technicians operating the sky carrier below, instructing them, "Activate protective mode." At that moment, Coulson stepped forward with a warm and approachable smile, extending his hand towards Zhang Fan. "Hello, I'm Coulson. It's a pleasure to meet you." Following Fury's command, the technicians executed their tasks, illuminating the command center's lights, while two metal plates began to gently close above and below the transparent glass. Once the plates were fully sealed, the loss of pressure within the command center dissipated. Zhang Fan, however, paid little heed to these proceedings, instead scrutinizing the middle-aged, balding man before him who wore a friendly smile, cultivating a sense of curiosity about this individual. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Coulson's smile was not that of a trained professional. Rather, it was the kind that, at first glance, appeared charming, yet upon closer inspection, seemed somewhat insincere. Instead, it radiated a sincerity that was immediately apparent. In Chapter 38, Dominance, Zhang Fan cast a glance at Coulson's outstretched hand but refrained from shaking it immediately, deeming such a gesture too superficial for someone of his youth. Although he withheld his handshake, he found himself intrigued by the smile on Coulson's face. Zhang Fan harbored doubts about the authenticity of such a genuine smile from a high-ranking agent like Coulson, and he scrutinized Coulson's visage, searching for evidence of any insincerity. Regrettably, even as he observed the mites crawling across Coulson's face, he could not uncover any flaw in that smile. Zhang Fan remained silent and continued to gaze intently at Coulson, causing the atmosphere in the room to gradually solidify. The only other two individuals capable of conversation, Nick Fury pretended to direct the situation, while Hawkeye, though adept at archery, found social interactions rather daunting. Unfazed by the tense atmosphere, Zhang Fan persisted in his examination of Coulson's smile, oblivious to the quickening heartbeats of Hawkeye and Nick Fury nearby. Eventually, as Coulson's smile began to stiffen and beads of sweat threatened to cascade down his forehead, Zhang Fan relented and extended his hand for a brief handshake. Introducing himself as Zhang Fan. Observing this interaction, Hawkeye exhaled quietly in relief. He had been on edge, fearing a potential confrontation. His anxiety stemmed not from cowardice, but from pondering whether the situation warranted such tension. In ancient Eastern wisdom, it is said that every human inevitably faces death. Yet some lives hold more weight than others. Some are as heavy as a mountain, while others are as light as a feather. Hawkeye concluded that he was not truly afraid of death. Should it come, he would prefer it to carry as much significance as a military aircraft, rather than be as inconsequential as a mere strand of hair. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, though less overtly anxious than Hawkeye, also felt a tightening in his chest, clearly having shared concerns regarding Zhang Fan's potential for hostility. It is understandable that they are on edge should a conflict arise here with Zhang Fan. Given the display of his might, the anniversary of their proud spacecraft's crash will be marked on this very day next year. As the atmosphere began to ease, Nick Fury had just concluded addressing the breach caused by Zhang Fan, timing his arrival impeccably. Hawkeye, observing from the side, couldn't help but admire, acknowledging Fury's prowess as the king of spies. Very well, Nick Fury turned to Zhang Fan and suggested, "Shall we convene in the meeting room to discuss?" "Absolutely. Lead the way," Zhang Fan replied with a grin, displaying a boldness that belied any concern over whether Fury's invitation concealed a trap. In this world, devoid of Superman's kryptonite, He felt confident enough to face any potential snare, akin to the glass containment used for the Hulk in the first Avengers film. "Follow me," Fury instructed as he guided Zhang Fan toward the meeting room, with Coulson and Hawkeye trailing behind. Upon entering, Zhang Fan boldly pulled out a chair and seated himself, inquiring, "So, One-Eyed Dragon, what is it you wish to discuss?" Fury raised an eyebrow. It had been ages since anyone had referred to him by that moniker since he ascended to the directorship. Yet, considering Zhang Fan's prowess, he chose not to take offense, recognizing that to do so would be beneath him and detrimental to the flow of conversation. "Before we begin, may I pose a rather personal question?" Fury asked. "How personal?" Zhang Fan replied, curiosity piqued. "Just a tad," Fury responded with a stoic expression, a vein pulsing on his forehead, though obscured by his dark complexion. "Proceed, One-Eyed Dragon." Zhang Fan replied cautiously, "But I cannot guarantee an answer." Fury's forehead tensed further as he inquired, "Is your lack of clothing a matter of personal preference?" Zhang Fan glanced down and realized he was indeed clad only in his underwear, having felt comfortable until Fury's remark brought it to his attention. While he had previously asserted his newfound freedom post-awakening, he was not yet at the level of Dr. Manhattan, who had transcended conventional morality and embarrassment to a state of complete indifference to others' perceptions. The absence of clothing might have gone unnoticed, but with it now acknowledged, Zhang Fan felt a flicker of embarrassment and an urge to find a place to hide. However, he reminded himself that he was conversing with the cunning Nick Fury and could not allow any sign of discomfort to undermine his position in this dialogue. "I am not an exhibitionist. How could I possibly be without clothes?" Although somewhat awkward, Zhang Fan feigned calmness as he stated, "These are all pieces of evidence against your attack on me. I was unaware of the gunfire." Nick Fury, his veins calming slightly, responded with a hint of amusement. "The original mission was merely to have a conversation with you, without any intention of employing force. However, it was your people who fired the first shot, a fact you cannot deny." Zhang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Yet, you need not have devastated half of New York," Nick Fury replied earnestly. "Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in this incident?" "It was your people who fired first. I merely retaliated," Zhang Fan retorted indifferently. Ignoring Zhang Fan's remarks, Nick Fury retrieved a document from his voluminous black coat. After a brief glance, he stated, "According to our statistics, 31,143 individuals have perished, with countless others suffering severe or minor injuries. The direct economic losses amount to billions of dollars. While indirect losses are incalculable, it would not be an exaggeration to say that New York's economy has regressed by a decade." Chapter 39. Nick Fury's Leverage. "Ha," Zhang Fan scoffed. "Just half an hour ago, your agent Natasha told me that 1,341 people had died. You, the one-eyed bald man, are truly impressive. With a mere utterance, you've inflated the figure 30-fold. Capitalists would weep at such exaggeration." "The one-eyed bald man? What kind of title is that?" Hawkeye glanced at his director, nearly laughing had he not been professionally trained. Indeed, the description was quite vivid. Coulson's lips twitched, a fleeting look of sorrow crossing his face. He had noticed his hairline receding while grooming that morning. Veins on Nick Fury's forehead began to throb. Yet true to his reputation as the king of spies, he maintained an impassive demeanor as he folded the document and replied, "What I possess is the most recent information. Natasha's report is outdated." Hawkeye admired Fury's composure, a testament to his capabilities as a director, remaining unperturbed even when confronted with such direct ridicule. In a moment of reflection, he considered that if he were bald and had lost an eye, he would be inclined to retaliate should someone label him a one-eyed bald man. Coulson discreetly touched his hairline, pondering when he might experience baldness and what remedies might be available. "Very well, one-eyed bald man. Even if your information is accurate, what then?" Zhang Fan spread his arms in mockery, stating, "The conflict was instigated by you, and thus you must bear the consequences. Why should the loss of life concern me? Do you not think your actions are excessive? The shooters will face legal repercussions. Why destroy half of New York?" Nick Fury stood up, filled with righteous indignation, and shouted at Zhang Fan, "Do you have any idea how many lives, directly or indirectly, have been lost because of your retaliation?" Dodging the spittle flying from Fury's mouth, Zhang Fan grimaced and replied, "But do you know how the First World War began?" "Of course I do." Fury sat back down, muttering, "But what does that have to do with our conversation?" Zhang Fan continued, "The spark that ignited the First World War was merely 2 gunshots. resulting in over 16 million casualties. Considering that you have fired so many shots at me and only a few tens of thousands have died, it seems you have truly profited. You are just one person. The situation is not comparable to that of the Great War, Fury responded, his voice somewhat weakened. Then why don't you give it a try? See if I can pull it off? Zhang Fan retorted, levitating a few feet off the ground and flying before Fury. He clenched his fist and crushed the air within it, producing a resounding explosion. Following the blast, a current of air swept through the windless conference room, the compressed air rushing past Fury's face like a tempest, nearly dislodging his spittle. Nearby, Hawkeye tensed up, gripping his bow, muscles coiled and ready, his posture suggesting he was prepared to spring into action. Meanwhile, Coulson discreetly reached for the grip of his gun, eyeing Zhang Fan with caution. There will be those who will stop you, Fury asserted, maintaining his composure. Yet, despite his stoic facade, Zhang Fan could hear the drumming of his heart and the rushing of his blood, revealing an underlying tension. Seeing the intimidation take effect, Zhang Fan returned to his seat, his previous gloom replaced by a dismissive smirk. On what basis? Your pager? Though Captain Marvel, with her youthful visage, was formidable, having demonstrated her ability to traverse the void of space, withstand alien bombs, and transform into droplets to shoot down extraterrestrial vessels, Zhang Fan believed he could match her prowess. He felt no fear. As long as the sun remained intact, he doubted he would be defeated, the fight possibly ending in a stalemate. Moreover, in the portrayal of Avengers Endgame, Captain Marvel had mentioned that other planets needed assistance, suggesting a preference for aliens over humans. You know, this time, Fury's expression shifted. This secret was pivotal to his ascension as director. Otherwise, as a black man, he would never have attained such a position, and the pager remained his final trump card. Similarly, Coulson's demeanor shifted as he pondered the implications of such a highly classified matter being known to someone. Could it be that there was a breach of confidentiality? I'm aware of much, but which incident are you referring to? Zhang Fan remarked nonchalantly, absent-mindedly examining his nails, which had grown rather long. He mused on how Superman managed his grooming. Nick Fury, slightly flustered, swiftly composed himself, refraining from inquiring how Zhang Fan had acquired such knowledge. It would be futile for him to ask, as it would only reveal his own desperation. The only course of action was to tactfully change the subject. With that thought, Nick reiterated, I will state once more, the order to fire was not mine. The mission I assigned did not encompass the use of force. Bold of you. I assent it. Your agent, Natasha, just conveyed the same sentiments to me, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. Who would have thought that a director of a prestigious agency could not manage his own operatives? To feign ignorance and absolve oneself of responsibility is cowardly, a pattern that pervades from top to bottom. Though Nick Fury maintained a stoic expression, the tension was evident in the throbbing veins on his forehead and the rising and falling of his chest. Zhang Fan could discern that he was quite agitated. At this juncture, Coulson's role became apparent. Sensing the conversation was growing increasingly tense, he interjected, Mr. Zhang, do you require attire? Appreciative of Coulson's presence, Zhang Fan nodded and stated bluntly, I need a complete outfit, and it must be pristine. Coulson acknowledged and promptly exited the conference room, hurrying down the corridor where he spotted a staff member carrying documents. He waved and instructed, You there, yes, you. Fetch me a complete outfit, size 40, please. In the conference room, Nick Fury utilized the brief respite to regain his composure and reorganize his thoughts, opting for a different approach in their dialogue. He leaned forward, casting his face in a shadow, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone. You must understand, you are not the most extraordinary individual on Earth. I am aware. And what of it? Zhang Fan impatiently interrupted, thinking, is this even necessary? I have traversed realms. What exceptional figures could possibly elude my understanding? I surely know far more than you, yet you attempt to feign superiority. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, many of his thoughts stifled before they could escape. He regarded the composed Zhang Fan, internally cursing, this individual defies convention, disrupting my innovative line of reasoning. However, as the king of spies, he could not allow such trivial matters to impede his resolve. Adaptability was paramount. With a swift shift in topic, Nick resumed, You have attracted excessive attention. The recent devastation of half of New York has caught the notice of the Department of Defense. Had I not intervened, those approaching you would not have been my agents, but rather fully armed fighter jets and extraction teams. Chuckling at Nick Fury's words, Zhang Fan sneered and retorted, "Indeed, were it not for you, bald-headed one, obstructing my path, I would not be seated in this desolate place, devoid of even a glass of water, conversing with you, the one-eyed, bald titan. I would have already stormed into Washington, captured the president, and acted with impunity. I acknowledge your formidable prowess, yet do not underestimate the Department of Defense. They possess more than mere aircraft and artillery." Nick Fury, arms crossed, replied with an air of calm assurance, "Indeed, they also have the vagrants." Zhang Fan interjected, further bewildering Fury, who found himself at a loss against Zhang's unpredictable nature. Certain matters, however, remained confidential and could not be articulated overtly. Yet, such challenges were no match for the astute Nick Fury, who shifted his approach and stated, "You must understand, the waters of this world run deep, far more intricate than you can fathom. Should you continue on this path, you risk becoming a pariah on the global stage." Zhang Fan could not contain his laughter, interrupting Fury once more, momentarily mistaking his demeanor for that of Uncle Pan. Observing Zhang's incessant mirth, Fury furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is so amusing? Is what I say truly that funny?" "Not at all. Your words are yours alone. I merely recalled a delightful memory," Zhang Fan replied, lifting his gaze and waving his hand dismissively. Fury opened his mouth, but no words emerged, and the conference room was filled solely with Zhang's stifled laughter. Faced with the formidable and unyielding Zhang Fan, even after several attempts to redirect the conversation, Fury found himself at an impasse. He cast a glance at Hawkeye, silently hoping he might offer some assistance. Hawkeye, ever observant of the situation, promptly caught Fury's subtle cue. He nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he had received Fury's unspoken message. Pleased by Hawkeye's response, Fury nodded appreciatively, recognizing him as the capable ally he valued. After a moment of contemplation, Hawkeye stood and declared after all this talk, "Are you not thirsty? Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?" At Hawkeye's words, Fury's previously content expression faltered, a few barely perceptible lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. "I would like a can of cola," Zhang Fan remarked, casting a glance at Hawkeye, surprised that such a robust individual was relegated to the role of a secretary aboard the aerial carrier. Hawkeye turned to Fury and asked, "Director, what about you?" Fury regarded Hawkeye with a penetrating gaze and sighed, "I will have a glass of water." As Hawkeye made his way out of the conference room, he winked at Fury, then departed with a light-hearted stride. Once he exited, the room fell into silence, with no one daring to break the stillness. Zhang Fan lightly drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought and remaining silent. Nick Fury, too, stared at his own fingers, not for lack of desire to speak, but rather for uncertainty regarding what to say. Suddenly, a knock on the conference room door shattered the stillness. Zhang Fan glanced up to see Coulson standing outside, clutching a set of clothes. "Come in," Nick Fury commanded in a low voice. Coulson entered, placing the garments before Zhang Fan. "Mr. Zhang, here are your clothes." Zhang Fan stood and examined the items: a black stretchy t-shirt, a mustard yellow jacket, and a pair of jeans. "What about the shoes?" he inquired, turning his head. "My oversight," Coulson admitted, realizing that a pair of shoes was indeed missing. "I'll fetch them right away." "Never mind, it's unnecessary," Zhang Fan replied, already donning the attire. Seizing the moment while Zhang Fan dressed, Coulson and Nick Fury engaged in hushed conversation. "Director, how are the discussions proceeding?" Coulson asked. "Not particularly well," Nick Fury responded. "Is Mr. Zhang not agreeable?" Coulson pressed further. "I have yet to inquire," Nick Fury replied, glancing at Zhang Fan, who was still putting on his trousers. However, his demeanor leaves much to be desired. He is unlikely to acquiesce. Before Coulson could respond, Nick Fury added, "Wait, you should ask him, Coulson." Coulson nodded in acknowledgement, understood. "Director," Zhang Fan, overhearing their exchange, silently chuckled to himself. As he finished dressing, Hawkeye entered, carrying a bottle of water and a can of cola. "Mr. Zhang, your cola," he announced, placing the can before him and setting the water in front of Nick Fury before returning to his seat. Now attired, Zhang Fan picked up the cola and frowned. "Why isn't it chilled? Can a cola even be called such if it isn't cold?" Coulson chimed in. "Would you like me to fetch another can for you?" "There's no need to go to such trouble," Zhang Fan declined, suddenly recalling that Superman possessed a freezing breath ability, which he thought might be worth testing. He took a deep breath and blew gently on the can of cola, yet it showed no signs of cooling. Chapter 41. Freezing breath. However, Zhang Fan was not entirely without success. During the exhalation, he sensed a fleeting hint of the freezing breath. A spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Without regard for the other 3 individuals in the conference room, he began to inhale and exhale repeatedly toward the can of cola, experimenting with the technique of freezing breath, causing a gust of wind to swirl within the confines of the room. This was indeed the first time he had to explore the use of such abilities. Previously, his superhuman powers were effortlessly acquired through mere thought. They manifested instantly without any process of trial and error. Nick Fury, Coulson, and Hawkeye gazed quizzically at Zhang Fan as he inhaled and exhaled over the can in his hands, uncertain of what he was attempting to accomplish. Just as Coulson could no longer contain his curiosity and was about to inquire, an astonishing scene unfolded. The surface of the can of soda in Zhang Fan's hand began to frost over at a visibly rapid pace. "How did you manage that?" Coulson blurted out, voicing the question that both Nick Fury and Hawkeye were pondering. "It's quite simple. You just blow," Zhang Fan replied, as he popped open the frozen soda can and gulped it down in one go. He released a resounding belch, placing the empty can down and exclaiming, "Refreshing." Had it been in the past, he would never have been able to consume an entire can in one breath. Being superhuman had its undeniable perks. "Just blowing?" Coulson asked incredulously. "Of course, it's not that straightforward. This is merely Zhang Fan's first attempt at harnessing his superhuman ability," he said, somewhat boastfully. "This is based on the Joule-Thomson effect in thermodynamics, which describes the temperature change of compressed and insulated gases or liquids as they pass through a valve under high pressure." Upon reaching this point, Zhang Fan faltered, unable to continue, and ultimately waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway." "What does that mean? Can you comprehend it?" Hawkeye directed his question at Coulson, feeling a twinge of frustration at his own lack of understanding while he had been practicing archery at a circus during his studies. Now, he found himself baffled by Zhang Fan's words. Hawkeye's inquiry piqued Nick Fury's interest as well. "It means that at room temperature, all gases, except for hydrogen, helium, and neon, will cool rapidly after expanding in this process," Coulson answered, his expression one of astonishment as he looked back at Zhang Fan. "What does that imply?" Hawkeye pressed on, still unable to grasp the explanation despite Coulson's clarification. "I can't believe you actually understand," Zhang Fan remarked with a sense of gratitude directed at Coulson, thinking to himself that in terms of imagination, he deemed Coulson the strongest. The feeling of having someone assist him in showcasing his abilities was exhilarating. Coulson had initially hesitated to continue explaining, as his subsequent hypotheses were rather astounding, and he feared they might be met with disbelief. However, seeing Nick Fury's equally inquisitive demeanor, he sighed and elaborated. "The primary components of Earth's atmosphere are nitrogen and oxygen. Consider Mr. Zhang Fan's respiratory system as an insulated sealed system, with his lips acting as a valve. When he inhales, certain organs within his lungs or abdomen, which we may not fully comprehend, compress and concentrate the air, causing it to overheat. When he exhales, the heated and compressed air expands rapidly, and the faster it expands, the quicker it cools." Having reached this depth of explanation, Coulson felt compelled to share his entire hypothesis. "To achieve such a level, I estimate that Mr. Zhang Fan's breath can exert a pressure of at least 2 million tons per square meter of air." Upon hearing Coulson's explanation, both Nick Fury and Hawkeye gasped in astonishment, recognizing the significant contribution to global warming. Although they struggled to fully grasp Coulson's explanation, the phrase about exerting 2 million tons of pressure per square meter resonated with them. Despite their prior awareness of Zhang Fan's formidable capabilities, the enormity of 2 million tons still left Fury and Hawkeye astounded. It is worth noting that this figure merely represents the force generated by Zhang Fan's breath. "Ha!" Observing their shocked expressions, Zhang Fan waved his hand with a humble demeanor, stating, "It's merely a trivial skill, nothing to make a fuss about." It remains a mystery how Zhang Fan managed to express both joy and humility simultaneously on his face. After recovering from their astonishment, Nick Fury, seeking to mask his surprise, opened a bottle of mineral water on the table and exchanged a knowing glance with Coulson. Coulson nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Zhang Fan, saying, "I have heard that there are many handsome men in Asia, and you are certainly one of them." As Nick Fury was drinking water, he nearly spilled it all over himself in shock at Coulson's remark, almost shoving the bottle into his nostril. looking at the unfazed Coulson. Fury noted that the line was reminiscent of the pickup lines they often used at bars years ago, albeit with a slight modification. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Fan replied with an expression of appreciation. "Coulson, you have quite the discerning eye." Seizing the opportunity, Coulson continued to extol Zhang Fan, saying, "Moreover, I find Mr. Zhang to be an exceptionally charismatic individual. A person like you stands out in a crowd like a firefly in the pitch-black night, so vivid and remarkable." Meanwhile, Hawkeye silently critiqued the notion that an Asian man with black hair could be anything but conspicuous amidst a group of Caucasians and African Americans. In addition to his innate charm, Mr. Zhang Fan's personal abilities are something I have long envied. How wonderful it would be to work alongside someone of his caliber. In response to Coulson's relentless praise, an ordinary person might display a bashful demeanor while secretly reveling in the accolades, ultimately deeming Coulson a good, honest, and trustworthy individual. However, Zhang Fan is no ordinary individual. He is superhuman. While he feels a sense of happiness and appreciation in the face of compliments, he maintains a degree of vigilance, refraining from becoming lost in such insipid flattery. Seeing that he had nearly exhausted his compliments, Coulson shifted the conversation, directly extending an invitation. "As it happens, our director greatly admires capable individuals like Mr. Zhang." Zhang Fan glanced at the silent Nick Fury and, with a wry smile, remarked, "But it seems the bald man over there doesn't appear to appreciate me very much." Coulson cast a glance at Nick Fury and remarked, "Our director usually speaks in such a manner. It is not directed at you." "Oh, I see." Zhang Fan feigned sudden enlightenment. He had intended to join S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, for it is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to engage in idle chatter aboard an aircraft carrier with someone like Nick Fury. Chapter 42, Salary and Benefits. Certainly, one must strive for a better life if capable. Yet Zhang Fan lacked the energy and ambition to establish an organization for his own service, finding it too cumbersome. It will be far simpler to join an existing organization. "So, what do you think about joining us, Mr. Zhang Fan?" Coulson inquired. "While I am open to the idea of joining, I have a few conditions." Zhang Fan pretended to deliberate before speaking. "Do tell," Nick Fury interjected from behind. "First, I refuse to be a mere pawn." Zhang Fan raised a finger. "I do not wish for anyone to command me at will." Nick Fury observed Zhang Fan's raised finger, clearly aware that there were further stipulations to follow. With a clever twist of thought, he redefined Zhang Fan's perspective, stating, "Upon joining S.H.I.E.L.D., your agent level will be just one rank below mine." Zhang Fan recognized this agent ranking from Marvel films, wherein agents were categorized into 10 levels, with Nick Fury being the highest, at level 10. He was uncertain about the rationale behind such classifications, but understood that it seemed to correlate with one's authority. "What does this have to do with my conditions?" Zhang Fan inquired. "I'm the highest rank, the sole level 10 agent," Nick Fury clarified. "You will be a level 9 agent, meaning that aside from me, no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. can issue commands to you at will. But what if I choose not to heed your commands?" Zhang Fan pressed further. It was imperative to clarify this point. He was not there to toil, but to enjoy. Nick Fury felt a wave of frustration at Zhang Fan's question, were it not for his envy of Zhang Fan's formidable abilities. He would have preferred him to be far away. "I will not impose unreasonable demands or commands upon you. You may refuse to comply," Nick Fury patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan nodded, firmly asserting, "That sounds more reasonable. Even if you are the director, it cannot be that I must comply with every word you utter." Nick Fury's temples throbbed with frustration, yet he knew that minor irritations could jeopardize greater plans. He consoled himself internally. At least this time Zhang Fan did not refer to him as the bald one-eyed dragon. "What other conditions do you have?" Nick Fury inquired. Initially, Zhang Fan had several conditions in mind, but after Nick Fury's lengthy discourse on agent rankings, he found himself at a loss for words. The conditions were right at his fingertips, yet Zhang Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an unsettling impression as if he had been outmaneuvered by Nick Fury. In an effort to pinpoint the source of his unease, Zhang Fan mentally retraced his steps from the spacecraft to the present. Initially, his purpose in approaching the spacecraft and Nick Fury was to join S.H.I.E.L.D. This was straightforward enough. He continued to reflect, recalling the verbal sparring that had ultimately led to his successful induction into where he had ascended to the rank of a level 9 agent, endowed with the privilege of leisure. Overall, this journey aboard the spacecraft had been flawless. However, as he contemplated this, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, particularly when he gazed at Fury's visage. Why did he feel as though he had been ensnared? Dismissing the thought, Zhang Fan resolved to abandon his musings, telling himself that if Fury dared to deceive him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. With clarity restored, Zhang Fan looked up at Nick Fury and declared, "I have no further demands. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D." Fury responded, extending his hand, a smile breaking across his face after what seemed like an eternity. Zhang Fan grasped Fury's hand, yet at that moment, a glaringly overlooked question surged to the forefront of his mind. "By the way, Director, do I receive a salary? How much is it? Are there accommodations available? If so, I would prefer a house with a pool." Fury attempted to withdraw his hand, but when he found it firmly in Zhang Fan's grip, he resigned himself to the hold and replied, "The salary is an annual sum of $200,000. As for housing, if you desire a house with a pool, that would be your own responsibility to procure. However, if you merely seek a place to stay, we do have employee dormitories available." Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He released Fury's hand and pointed an accusing finger at him, incredulous. "I refuse to believe it, ball man. Are you trying to deceive me? Tell me, have you shortchanged my salary? $200,000 a year. What could that possibly afford?" Zhang Fan had envisioned a life of daily indulgence, replete with French wine, lobster feasts, luxury cars, yachts, and glamorous companions in a villa complete with a pool. Yet, he quickly realized that such a lifestyle could not be sustained on a mere $200,000 annually. In Zhang Fan's mind, a level 9 agent should rightfully command a salary of at least $1 million per year. How could it be that he was offered so paltry an amount? Clearly, there must be some underhanded dealings at play, orchestrated by Fury, who had a history of deception. Fury was taken aback by Zhang Fan's sudden shift in demeanor, as if he had flipped through a book. "The director is not deceiving you," Coulson interjected, hurrying over to offer reassurance. "We are government employees, and our salaries are clearly stated. Is that so?" Zhang Fan scrutinized Fury's shiny face and meticulously groomed bald head, shaking his head defiantly. "I refuse to be fooled by you." Coulson, still unconvinced by Zhang Fan, leaned closer and whispered discreetly into his ear, "Aside from a few low-level agents and clerks, we do not solely rely on this meager salary. There are additional sources of income." "Additional income? What do you mean by that?" Zhang Fan inquired, intrigued by the prospect. Noticing the gleam of avarice in Zhang Fan's eyes, Coulson felt a sense of relief and continued, as senior agents leading mission teams, "We can request operational funds from our superiors whenever we embark on assignments." At this point, Coulson paused and flashed a knowing smile at Zhang Fan. Believing he had been sufficiently clear, discussing further would be inappropriate with the director present. "Oh, I see now. I understand," Zhang Fan replied, suddenly enlightened by the revelation. Coulson's distinct smile instantly reminded Zhang Fan of scenes he had witnessed in wartime television dramas, where traitors engaged in dubious dealings. "I comprehend your implication," Zhang Fan exclaimed. "Are you suggesting that during missions, we can exploit our positions for personal gain, extorting and shaking down individuals, and anyone who dares resist could be framed and apprehended?" Zhang Fan's audacious remarks left everyone in stunned silence. Not only was Coulson taken aback, but even Nick Fury and Hawkeye, who were nearby, appeared bewildered. "So, this is the kind of person you are, Coulson. How wicked." After uttering this, Zhang Fan regarded Coulson with a look of disdain, as if he had come to a startling new understanding of him. Nick Fury, already somewhat familiar with Coulson, found Zhang Fan's comments had even Hawkeye looking at Coulson in a new light, his expression revealing disbelief. Who would have thought that this robust and earnest Coulson would have such tendencies? Realizing the need for clarification, Coulson quickly interjected, "Mr. Zhang, please refrain from making such assertions. That was not my intention at all." He waved his hands in protest, wearing a wry smile. "What I meant to convey is that any operational funds allocated for assignments that go unused can be retained or shared among our team. That is what I refer to as additional income." "Oh, so that is the nature of your extra income." Zhang Fan responded once more, enlightened. Hawkeye, however, did not relinquish his scrutinizing gaze. Instead, it morphed into one of longing, as he pondered, "Coulson, why have you never shared this with me? Why keep a secret?" After years in the field, Hawkeye felt he had missed out on a fortune. Nick Fury, feeling a headache coming on, turned to Zhang Fan and asked, "Do you have any further questions?" "I have no questions," Zhang Fan shook his head, only to follow up with, "What will my specific duties entail?" After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury replied, "For now, you should accompany Hawkeye to the training facility for an assessment of your abilities. Once we understand your specific skills, we can decide on your precise responsibilities." "Understood," Zhang Fan readily agreed. Upon Zhang Fan's agreement, Nick Fury began issuing commands. "Hawkeye, take him to the training grounds and have a few experts conduct tests. Coulson, you stay. I need to discuss something with you." "Understood," Hawkeye replied cheerfully, leading Zhang Fan out of the conference room towards the training area aboard the aerial battleship. In Hawkeye's view, Coulson, left behind by Nick Fury, was undoubtedly in for a reprimand, perhaps even a demotion. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Nick Fury did not scold Coulson, but instead sat quietly in his chair, his head bowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Coulson, seated on the opposite side of the room, instinctively toyed with his fingers, remaining silent. The two sat in the conference room, wordlessly awaiting something. After a considerable pause, Nick Fury rose and approached a discreet button on the wall. Upon pressing it, 4 dark walls descended, sealing off the conference room entirely. A closer inspection revealed that these walls, pockmarked and charred as if scorched by fire, were made of a special material, rather fragile, yet excellent at sound absorption and capable of dissipating any electromagnetic waves. Once this was accomplished, Nick Fury raised his gaze to Coulson and inquired, "Coulson, what are your thoughts? Based on his previous behavior and the patterns of his discourse, it is highly probable that he is indeed a human from Earth." Coulson replied calmly. Upon hearing Coulson's analysis, Nick Fury produced a tablet from seemingly nowhere and began to operate it, stating, "I share your perspective. Director, are you truly going to grant him level 9 agent privileges?" Coulson asked. "Certainly," Nick Fury replied without looking up, "though I shall restrict his access to intelligence and resource mobilization. Then, that level 9 designation becomes merely nominal." Coulson expressed with concern, "What if he discovers this later on? I will assign him to your team. Thus, he should remain oblivious for the time being. As for the future," Nick Fury glanced at Coulson and continued, "that will depend on your discretion. Director, your approach places considerable pressure on me." Coulson jested. "There's no alternative. I sense something amiss within the agency lately, and at this moment, you're the only one I trust," Nick Fury stated, stowing away the tablet. "Coulson, he is our secret weapon. I need you to be particularly diligent." "I understand, and I will do my utmost," Coulson responded. Nick Fury pressed the button again, and the previously sealed conference room gradually opened. Coulson rose to leave, burdened with numerous tasks ahead. "By the way, Coulson," Nick Fury suddenly called out to him. "What is it, Director?" Coulson turned back. "Never push him to our opposing side," Nick Fury cautioned. "Director, rest assured," Coulson replied with a smile, "with his abilities, even my most stringent methods would be futile." After speaking, Coulson turned and exited, swiftly vanishing from Nick Fury's view. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, who was undergoing tests at the training ground, gazed up at the conference room in response to the exclamations of the specialist clad in white. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" he thought, chuckling softly to himself. He had finally discerned the peculiarities from earlier. A level 9 agent had captivated his attention, causing him to forget the conditions he had intended to express. However, it turned out that this level 9 agent was merely a title devoid of any real authority. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He did not place much value on it, merely seeking the facade it represented. Returning his focus to the tests, Zhang Fan was eager to ascertain his current capabilities. Half an hour later, a plain white A4 sheet appeared on Nick Fury's desk, containing Zhang Fan's test results. Though simplistic, it bore significant implications. Upon first glancing at the exaggerated data, even the seasoned Nick Fury gasped in astonishment, relieved that he had intercepted Zhang Fan beforehand. Had he clashed with the Department of Defense, it would have undoubtedly signaled an impending catastrophe. The A4 sheet detailed several figures. Test results, 44. Name, Zhang Fan. Special abilities, flight, heat vision, and ice breath. Flight speed approached that of light, with heat vision capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 30,000 degrees, and ice breath plummeting to at least minus 210 degrees. However, the report did not document Zhang Fan's X-ray vision, superhuman sight, or enhanced hearing, as he had deliberately concealed these attributes. After all, one must retain a few cards close to their chest in life. When Nick Fury saw Hawkeye returning with Zhang Fan post-test, he summoned Coulson back as well, and the four reconvened in the conference room. Zhang Fan's results circulated between Coulson and Hawkeye, eliciting multiple gasps, prompting even the trench-coated Nick Fury to consider adjusting the air conditioning. Once Coulson and Hawkeye regained their composure from the astonishing results, Nick Fury, adhering to their prior discussions, addressed Zhang Fan. Your test results are in, and we have a general understanding of your abilities. Given your lack of experience, you are not yet ready to lead a team independently. I recommend you join Coulson's squad for some training. What do you think? I have no objections, Zhang Fan replied, spreading his hands with a cheerful smile. Mr. Zhang Fan, from now on, we shall be colleagues. This is truly a cause for celebration, Coulson remarked as he approached. Zhang Fan looked at Coulson. Then suddenly his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Hey, Coulson, this isn't right. We need to have a proper discussion. What did I say wrong? Coulson inquired, perplexed. From now on, you may simply call me Zhang Fan. Addressing me as Mr. Zhang would create unnecessary distance, Zhang Fan remarked with a serious expression. Very well, Zhang Fan, Coulson replied, his demeanor softening as a smile returned to his face. Nick Fury interjected, should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to consult Coulson. We must attend to other matters and shall take our leave. With that, Nick Fury and Hawkeye exited the conference room without a backward glance, eager to rush to a meeting with Zhang Fan's test data in hand to secure funding for the base. Once Nick Fury and the others had departed, Coulson glanced at his wristwatch and turned to Zhang Fan. It is already 11 o'clock in the evening. Please follow me. I will take you to the armory to collect your equipment. Equipment collection? Zhang Fan floated along, inquiring what kind of equipment is available. Are there firearms? Coulson, observing Zhang Fan gliding effortlessly alongside him, chose not to address the question. Instead, he asked, do you not expend energy or any form of stamina while floating like that? No, it is innate, Zhang Fan replied, playfully transforming his floating posture into that of a fish swimming around Coulson. By the way, will there be any firearms in the equipment? As Coulson watched Zhang Fan's effortless movements, a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed his eyes. He disregarded Zhang Fan's question and pressed on. Do you also require no energy or stamina when flying at high speeds? Zhang Fan's smile faded, and he halted, returning to his floating stance, feeling a swell of frustration. Why was Coulson so persistent in his inquiries while ignoring his own? At that moment, he began to reassess his earlier impression of Coulson, realizing that the once approachable smile now seemed disingenuous. Admiration for someone can blossom in an instant, just as disdain can emerge in a heartbeat. Zhang Fan pondered whether his perception had been skewed by films, leading him to subconsciously regard Coulson as a trustworthy individual while overlooking the reality of his status as a high-ranking agent. As he observed Coulson's retreating figure, Zhang Fan mused, have I perhaps been overly cordial? Coulson, having not received an answer, turned back to find Zhang Fan had inexplicably come to a halt. Why have you stopped? He inquired. Instead of responding, Zhang Fan countered, Coulson, what is your agent rank? A sense of unease stirred within Coulson at Zhang Fan's expression, sensing a shift that he could not quite identify. Finally, he replied, I'm a level 8 agent. Why do you ask? Indeed, there is a problem, Zhang Fan responded, floating expressionlessly to Coulson's side. What problem? Coulson inquired, curiosity piqued. The issue is that you ask too many questions. Zhang Fan gazed at Coulson, tauntingly remarking, do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Some questions are beyond the grasp of a mere level 8 agent like yourself. Zhang Fan, you must be jesting. Are you not? Coulson's smile faltered. Confusion etched on his face as he pondered why Zhang Fan had so abruptly turned against him. I am a level 9 agent. A whole rank above you, Zhang Fan asserted, puffing out his chest. Do you truly believe I would jest with someone as insignificant as you, a level 8 agent? At this, a chill ran down Coulson's spine. Though he could not fathom why Zhang Fan's demeanor had shifted so dramatically, he was acutely aware that a far more pressing issue had arisen. Zhang Fan equated the hierarchy of agents directly with authority. Yet the moment was not ripe for a candid discussion. Coulson found himself in a quandary, torn between revealing the truth and deflecting the conversation for the time being. Why the silence? Zhang Fan pressed on. Do you think I am mistaken? He had no doubt that Coulson would not dare disclose the true nature of his level 9 designation. Indeed, Coulson opted to maintain his composure, refraining from revealing that Zhang Fan's level 9 status was merely a title. No, Zhang Fan, you are absolutely correct, Coulson admitted, acknowledging his earlier misstep. I was simply overwhelmed with joy at having you as a new colleague, and I momentarily lost focus. Coulson's deft maneuver left Zhang Fan, who sought to unleash his frustration, without a valid excuse to do so. Ultimately, he approached Coulson and, in a faux authoritative manner, patted him on the shoulder, solemnly advising, remember, do not commit such trivial errors in the future. Yet even so, Coulson chose not to retort, but merely nodded in acknowledgement before leading Zhang Fan onward to the supply room. Chapter 45. Acquisition of gear. As they made their way to the supply room, Coulson wore a constant smile, yet remained silent, refraining from further conversation. Perhaps it was his earlier acquiescence that caused Zhang Fan to feel frustrated, his anger simmering as he followed in Coulson's wake. Unable to let the matter rest, Zhang Fan provocatively queried, Coulson, why the silence? Are you not aggrieved? No, you were right. I'm quite humbled. Coulson turned, a smile gracing his face as he spoke in a gentle tone while continuing to walk. I am merely contemplating the tasks at hand. What tasks? Zhang Fan inquired. Curiosity piqued. However, as soon as he posed the question, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself for inadvertently shifting the conversation away from provocation to a discussion of missions. Coulson appeared to have forgotten Zhang Fan's earlier taunts as he continued. There is a hammer that has fallen from the sky in Mexico, one that no one can lift. I am at my wit's end on how to handle this predicament. As the hammer descended from the heavens, an image so familiar emerged, and Zhang Fan instantly grasped the situation. If his intuition served him right, this should be reminiscent of the opening scene from the first Thor film, with the unliftable hammer from the sky being none other than Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. Rumor had it that only those of Odin's bloodline or individuals of noble character and righteous hearts could wield Mjolnir. Zhang Fan pondered whether he should attempt to lift the hammer. Yet, he quickly found himself in a conundrum. If he managed to lift it, how would he discern the reason behind his success? Was it due to his virtuous qualities and the recognition of his pure heart, or simply the result of his immense strength? He swiftly concluded that it was undoubtedly his noble character and righteous spirit that had earned the hammer's approval, never once considering the possibility that he might fail. At that moment, Coulson interrupted Zhang Fan's reverie, declaring, I depart tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fan agreed enthusiastically. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's affirmation, Coulson smiled and remarked, with you along, I need not fear the hammer's weight. Zhang Fan chuckled, replying, Coulson, you truly have an eye for talent. Coulson's social prowess was remarkable. In mere moments, Zhang Fan had forgotten about his initial intent to confront him. Upon arriving at the storeroom, Coulson first guided Zhang Fan to procure 2 suits. As Zhang Fan held the 2 garments, his thoughts drifted to the vibranium armor he yearned for, contemplating the need to seize an opportunity to visit Wakanda and obtain it swiftly. Subsequently, Coulson led Zhang Fan to an office where they collected several identification documents. Zhang Fan noticed one bore the emblem of the FBI and inquired, why are we using FBI credentials? Coulson explained, as agents, we typically do not operate under our true identities. The FBI's reputation is substantial, so we opted to adopt it. Holding the FBI identification, Zhang Fan examined it closely, imagining a future scenario where, should he encounter someone unsavory, he could produce the document and declare, excuse me, I am with the FBI. I suspect you may be involved in multiple cases. Please accompany me for further investigation. Noticing Zhang Fan still scrutinizing the FBI credential, Coulson reassured him, rest assured, these documents are authentic and verifiable online. Finally, Coulson handed him an unassuming mobile phone, stating, we shall use this to keep in touch. Zhang Fan accepted the device, noting its outdated appearance, a simple black button phone devoid of any brand markings. Upon opening it, he discovered the contact list contained only Coulson's name. Beside him, Coulson observed Zhang Fan's actions and remarked, I have entered my number. The other numbers you'll need to save yourself. Zhang Fan put away his phone and inquired, is that all? Coulson paused momentarily before responding. There is still a self-defense weapon that you have yet to collect. Then lead the way, Zhang Fan eagerly replied, for this was the aspect he anticipated the most. He wondered if there might be a Gatling gun emitting blue light within. Thus, Coulson guided Zhang Fan to the designated area for retrieving self-defense weapons. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan was left disillusioned. The selection consisted entirely of handguns, large and small, fully automatic and semi-automatic, practically every variety imaginable. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Coulson inquired, noticing the expression on Zhang Fan's face. A bit, Zhang Fan admitted with disappointment. I was hoping for something like a 6-barrel Gatling gun. Coulson chuckled at Zhang Fan's words and clarified, those are weapons reserved for specialized tactical units. As agents, standard handguns suffice. Zhang Fan contemplated this and agreed. After all, it would be impractical to don a suit while carrying a Gatling gun. Yet, with a hint of reluctance, he asked, are there no other weapons available? What do you mean? Coulson responded, some high-tech gadgets, perhaps explosive chewing gum or a detonating Zippo lighter, or even a pen that can fire bullets. Or a wristwatch that emits lasers, Zhang Fan suggested, recalling various gadgets he had seen in films featuring spies. Oh, you mean those? Coulson exclaimed in realization, then added, those items need to be custom-ordered from the Academy of Sciences, but they require payment. Upon hearing that a fee was involved, Zhang Fan inwardly cursed, damn capitalism. He then dismissed thoughts of flashy gadgets and turned his attention to selecting a handgun. A handgun would suffice. It was certainly better than relying solely on his fists for intimidation. After a while, Zhang Fan swaggered out of the armory. Upon seeing him emerge, Coulson asked, have you made your selection? Yes, Zhang Fan replied, patting the handgun at his waist. Coulson glanced at it and said, a Colt Python revolver, equipped with precise combat-type mechanical sights and a smooth trigger. An excellent choice. I think so too, Zhang Fan replied with a smile, clearly pleased with his discerning taste. Chapter 46. Lily's adoption with a handgun in hand. How could one overlook the need for ammunition? Subsequently, Coulson escorted Zhang Fan to the armory to collect 2 boxes of bullets. Once they had gathered the ammunition, Coulson stated, now that we have everything, I will show you to your room. No need. I have other matters to attend to, Zhang Fan replied, recalling that Lily was waiting for him. Perhaps next time. He declined. Coulson did not press for details about Zhang Fan's other obligations and simply said, then I shall take you to the deck. Upon reaching the deck, Coulson cautioned, I will call you tomorrow when we depart. Remember to keep your phone on. Zhang Fan remained silent, merely gesturing an okay with his hand before soaring into the sky with 2 suits in tow. 2 minutes later, he returned to the rooftop, this time flying at a more leisurely pace, not exceeding the speed of sound. There was no particular intent behind his actions. He simply wished to behold the nightscape of New York and to ascertain whether any superheroes were active at this hour. He thought it might be an opportune moment to introduce himself, displaying his credentials as a Level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., an FBI agent, a CIA operative, and so forth. While indulging in a bit of ostentation, he intended to inform them, from now on, you shall answer to me. Naturally, this was a land of freedom, and he anticipated various forms of dissent, even outright rebellion. However, he had already foreseen such occurrences and considered it an opportunity to apprehend the dissenters and educate them, ensuring they understood who truly held authority. Unfortunately, New York was currently under military control, and Zhang Fan, upon returning to the rooftop, found no signs of superhero activity. Natasha and Lily remained on the rooftop, engrossed in a game. The moment Zhang Fan landed, Natasha, ever vigilant, turned to investigate the noise. Aware that the streets below were under military surveillance and that some discontented youths might have scaled the fire escape. In contrast, Lily, donned in headphones, was wholly absorbed in her game and had not perceived any commotion. It was Natasha's movements that drew her attention. Upon realizing that the source of the noise was Zhang Fan, Natasha stood up from the ground. She glanced at the suits in his hands, but refrained from further inquiry. Simply stating, "You've finally returned. I need to discuss something with you regarding Lily." "What is it?" Zhang Fan inquired, setting down the suits, curiosity piqued. "I'm thinking about adopting her." Lily's voice rang out unexpectedly. It appeared that Natasha's movement had startled her, and upon seeing Zhang Fan's return, she had also risen. "I believe we connect quite well. What do you think?" Natasha remarked, gently tousling Lily's fluffy hair. If a reputable individual were to adopt Lily, Zhang Fan would wholeheartedly agree. For a man like him, akin to the wind, would find it challenging to care for a young girl. However, hearing such words from Natasha, an agent, Zhang Fan's immediate reaction was to perceive it as an attempt to manipulate Lily to exert pressure on him. "Lily, has she threatened you?" Zhang Fan asked, casting a sharp gaze at Natasha, his expression growing cold, as his biological field instinctively enveloped her. Caught in Zhang Fan's biological field, Natasha felt an abrupt increase in pressure surrounding her, reminiscent of being submerged in water 100 meters deep, causing her vision to blur momentarily. The sudden wave of pressure overwhelmed her, making even the act of breathing a struggle, let alone articulating an explanation to Zhang Fan. This sensation transported Natasha back to a mission from years past, reminiscent of a time when she found herself drowning in the sea. Endless descent, the same despair, the same darkness, and the same suffocating struggle for air. Just as Natasha felt herself slipping into the abyss, on the brink of death, Lily spoke up. "Sister Natasha has never threatened me." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Lily's words, Zhang Fan's formidable aura faltered as he turned to face Lily, his expression momentarily dazed, and the palpable tension that had enveloped Natasha dissipated. With a weight lifted, she inhaled the fresh air deeply, reveling in the beauty of the world around her, questioning why she had overlooked it before. However, as her mind began to resume its function, she was instantly reminded of her precarious situation. Fearing she might miss her chance to clarify, she hastily exclaimed, "Cough, I never threatened Lily. Cough, I genuinely wish to adopt her." Zhang Fan disregarded Natasha's explanation, instead focusing on Lily as he sought confirmation. "Really?" "Indeed, Sister Natasha said she wants to adopt me," Lily replied. Zhang Fan initially contemplated a firm rejection, but decided it prudent to first ascertain Lily's feelings, for if he refused without understanding her stance, it would lead to an awkward situation. He bent down, asking, "Lily, do you wish to be adopted by Natasha? The choice is yours." Lily, gazing downward, replied, "You can decide." Observing Lily cling to Natasha's waist without letting go, Zhang Fan felt a sense of understanding. He pondered what had transpired aboard the airship that had forged such a bond between them, especially considering the hostility Lily had exhibited towards Natasha upon their first encounter. He lifted his gaze to Natasha and stated, "If Lily is willing, I certainly have no objections." "Then it's settled. I shall take Lily with me shortly," Natasha affirmed, lightly tapping her arm before adding, "I've called for support. The aircraft will arrive soon. By the way, you wouldn't be planning to train Lily as a spy, would you?" Zhang Fan suddenly recalled Natasha's background and inquired. "Rest assured, I would never do such a thing," Natasha replied, casting a sincere glance at Lily, who was still embracing her. "I intend to enroll Lily in school, guiding her to become a doctor or a lawyer, ensuring she grows into a contributing member of society, far removed from the path I have tread." Given Natasha's profession as a spy, the art of deception and subterfuge came as easily to her as the most mundane of tasks. Even if Natasha were to kneel and plead, Zhang Fan felt a lingering doubt. However, since Lily desired Natasha's guardianship and they shared no familial ties, he found it inappropriate to intervene. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I will make time to visit her in the future, and if I discover that her life is not as you have described, you are well aware of the consequences. Of course, you are always welcome to supervise me," Natasha said with a smile. Chapter 47. Finding something to do before long. The aircraft summoned by Natasha arrived. It was yet another Cohen-style fighter. The fighter hovered at the edge of the rooftop, its rear door opening. He waved goodbye, watching as Natasha took Lily's hand and boarded the aircraft, feeling a twinge of sadness in his heart. After all, Lily was arguably the person with whom he shared the closest bond in this world. From this moment onward, he would once again be navigating this realm alone. Once Lily departed, Zhang Fan reclined on the blanket, inexplicably overcome by a sense of emptiness. He turned to glance at the small sunshade nook that Lily had fashioned and suddenly rose to his feet. Running a hand through his hair, he swiftly transformed his casual, tousled hairstyle into a slicked-back look. Zhang Fan picked up the suit from the ground and began to change his attire. The long night stretched before him, devoid of sleep, and he resolved to find something to occupy his time. After donning the suit, he meticulously organized his documents before finally reaching for the Colt Python, loading the bullets one by one. Imitating Lily's actions in the park, he closed one eye to align his aim, then stylishly flicked the gun, using the recoil to snap the chamber shut before deftly holstering it at his waist. As for the remaining ammunition, he paid it no mind. The gun was merely for show, and the quantity of bullets was of little concern to him. With everything in order, he gradually levitated, encasing his attire with a biological shield. Suddenly, he accelerated skyward, swiftly breaking through the sound barrier. The sonic boom reverberated, prompting American soldiers stationed several streets away to instinctively look towards the source of the sound. Yet in the inky darkness of the night, they saw nothing. Zhang Fan ascended, traversing the troposphere, stratosphere, and mesosphere, until he reached the thermosphere, which could be considered the threshold of outer space. Here, the air was so sparse that it was nearly indistinguishable from the vacuum of space, leaving ordinary individuals utterly unaware of its presence. Of course, Zhang Fan did not rise merely to bask in sunlight. Had that been his intention, there would have been no need for a change of clothes. His purpose for ascending was to locate the African continent, as Wakanda resided within its bounds, and he intended to commission a suit from there. Although Zhang Fan was unaware of Wakanda's precise location, and even uncertain of the direction of the African continent, he had seen a world map and was aware of the continent's general shape. As the saying goes, one who stands high sees far. Thus, he soared at great heights, seeking to discern the location of the African continent. As Zhang Fan glided at the edge of the atmosphere, he soon spotted the vast landmass resembling an enormous, irregular triangle, Africa. Having located the continent, he activated his super hearing and X-ray vision, keeping his enhanced sight engaged since his ascent. Zhang Fan hovered in space, maintaining a speed synchronized with the Earth's rotation, ensuring that Africa remained within his line of sight. He began to meticulously scan the African continent, his gaze traversing every inch, as if peering through an X-ray vision. In this state, the cloaking effect of Wakanda was rendered virtually non-existent. Stripped of its camouflage, Wakanda's advanced technology made its cities strikingly prominent on the African landscape. It did not take long for Zhang Fan to locate the high-tech city of Wakanda. He pinpointed its location and swiftly propelled himself toward it. Under the influence of Earth's gravity, Zhang Fan hurtled like a silent meteorite, crashing directly into Wakanda's protective shield. The advanced energy barrier of Wakanda was no match for him. He penetrated it with ease, creating a breach that wholly failed to serve its purpose of interception. Had it not been for the rippling blue waves that emanated from the impact, he might have thought the shield had been left unactivated. At that moment, it was morning in Wakanda. Many citizens observed the waves rippling across the protective barrier above them. Yet most were oblivious to the cause and dismissed it, assuming yet another bird had collided with the shield. However, Wakanda's radar detected an anomaly. It seemed something had entered the city. Yet before they could issue a warning to the king, the disturbance vanished without a trace. Having breached the shield, Zhang Fan hovered above the city, employing his superhuman vision in conjunction with X-ray perception to search for the king of this metropolis. He recalled that the king was the supreme leader of Wakanda. While not seeking conflict, he understood the importance of targeting the leader first. He wished to avoid the tiresome scenario of pleading for assistance, only to be rebuffed, necessitating a show of force, followed by further entreaties to higher-ranking individuals, which would only lead to more rejections. Time was of the essence. He needed to journey to Mexico, soon to wield a hammer and encounter extraterrestrials, leaving no room for wasted moments. Before long, he spotted an elderly black man dining in a grand and opulent building. The sight of the elderly monarch surrounded by spear-wielding, shaven-headed women elicited a smile from Zhang Fan. He had found the king. King Chaka, upon beholding this uninvited guest, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably and his pupils constricted to mere pinpoints, clearly enmeshed in a profound state of shock and trepidation. Moments ago, he had witnessed this impeccably dressed Asian man descend from the heavens, swiftly incapacitating all of his guards within mere seconds. However, King Chaka's astonishment was not solely due to the defeat of his numerous protectors. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and he, as the current Black Panther, could certainly achieve similar feats, though not with the same swiftness as this Asian intruder. Yet, what transpired next transcended King Chaka's comprehension, plunging him deeper into a state of bewilderment and fear from which he could not extricate himself. An Asian individual felled the guards and, upon retrieving a spear from the ground, assessed it before forcefully snapping it in two with his bare hands. This spear, known to the old King Chaka, belonged to the captain of his guard and was crafted entirely from vibranium, rendering it extraordinarily resilient and impervious to damage under normal circumstances. Yet, it was now shattered by this sudden intruder, leaving the once unshakable king in a state of profound shock and dread. "Are you not aware of my martial prowess?" Zhang Fan remarked, kicking aside the broken vibranium as he surveyed the scene, littered with the fallen, bald-headed female warriors, and began adjusting his sleeves. Chapter 48. Demanding vibranium. As Zhang Fan descended, ready to introduce himself, the group of bald-headed female warriors, sensing his presence, erupted with fierce cries and charged towards him. Their faces contorted with rage and aggression. Their grotesque expressions were so unsettling that he found it momentarily difficult to meet their gaze, as if he had personally slain their kin. Yet, he could not deny the formidable spirit of these warriors. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of fear, contemplating a retreat to confront them another day. Alas, their lack of strength rendered them helpless against his swift strikes, each one collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. After dispatching them, he felt no inclination to utter even a single word about their swift defeat. Once he had arranged his sleeves, he straightened his attire before turning his attention to the only remaining standing figure, an elderly black man. "Greetings." Zhang Fan approached the elder, adopting a casual demeanor reminiscent of Coulson, extending one hand while the other brandished an official identification. "I am Zhang Fan, a level 9 agent of the SHIELD, a division under the United Nations." Though uncertain whether SHIELD was indeed still under the aegis of the United Nations, he saw no harm in borrowing its prestige for his own purposes. "Hello." The old King Chaka, a frequent participant in various United Nations meetings and a recipient of numerous forms of aid, instinctively grasped Zhang Fan's hand in return. After a brief shake, Zhang Fan released the elder's hand with little regard and inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of the King of Wakanda?" While Zhang Fan strongly suspected that the man before him was indeed the King of Wakanda, he deemed it prudent to ask for confirmation. After all, it was better to inquire than to risk making a fool of himself. "I am Chaka, the King of Wakanda," the elder replied, visibly relieved upon hearing Zhang Fan's introduction. Since this individual is an agent of the United Nations, it is evident that he cannot be an assassin targeting himself. Although his life has been spared, a new quandary arises. Why would the United Nations deploy an agent in such a provocatively audacious manner? The former King Chaka glanced up at the gaping hole in the ceiling and surveyed the motionless body of his guard on the ground. A sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that the United Nations has uncovered the secrets of Wakanda? Zhang Fan, however, had no time to indulge the chaotic thoughts of the aging monarch. Having confirmed that the elderly black man before him was indeed the King of Wakanda, he spoke directly. "I wish for you to craft a suit of armor for me using vibranium." "Impossible. Vibranium is not for sale." Upon hearing the mention of vibranium, King Chaka immediately rebuffed the request without a second thought. He had gone to great lengths to prevent vibranium from falling into the wrong hands, even going so far as to eliminate his own brother. How could he possibly hand it over to Zhang Fan, a person of unknown origins? "That's quite all right. I never stated that I would purchase it." Zhang Fan spread his hands with a smile. "If you create a suit for me without compensation, then it wouldn't be considered a purchase, would it?" The king was left speechless, astonished at the audacity of Zhang Fan's interpretation. After a moment of stammering, he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Vibranium is not only off-limits for sale, but it will also never be given to outsiders. I absolutely refuse to craft a suit for you." With the king's second rejection, Zhang Fan's expression darkened considerably. "My mood is rather foul, but out of respect for your advanced age, I shall grant you another opportunity to rephrase your words. Otherwise, the existence of Wakanda may very well become unnecessary." Just as Zhang Fan's words hung in the air, the large door to the room was abruptly pushed open, revealing a battalion of armed bald women entering in formation. In an instant, at least 70 or 80 spear-wielding warrior women surged into the room, their presence exuding an ominous aura. Fortunately, the palace-like chamber was spacious enough to accommodate such a multitude, or else there would have been no room to stand. Suddenly, the elderly King Chaka performed an astounding display of agility before Zhang Fan. He leaped several meters into the air, executing a series of backflips before being caught by the incoming guard team, showcasing a gymnastic display with a difficulty rating of at least 9. Zhang Fan stood his ground, making no attempt to obstruct the king, allowing the guards to encircle him. He had come to realize that mere words would not suffice in obtaining the armor he desired. He would now need to employ a modicum of force to secure his coveted suit. Once King Chaka was escorted away from Zhang Fan, he was promptly assisted towards the door, at which point a guard presented a black bodysuit. This suit was none other than the famed Black Panther suit, renowned for its seemingly thin construction, yet boasting maximum defensive capabilities as it was crafted entirely from vibranium. Due to the unique craftsmanship employed in its creation, this suit not only offers formidable protection, but also grants the wearer remarkable agility, akin to being unadorned. Your Majesty, the Intelligence Division has thoroughly investigated, and it appears this individual arrived alone, with no signs of companions outside, and there have been no transmissions of information regarding Wakanda internationally. As the old King Chaka listened to the report from his guard, he deftly donned the black bodysuit, transforming into a formidable human panther. After hearing the report, a deep voice resonated from within his panther mask. Has his identity been clarified? The intelligence personnel reported that they could not ascertain any information about this individual. The guard hesitated before responding. According to the analysis from the intelligence division, this person is likely merely a fortuitous individual endowed with extraordinary abilities who, upon learning of vibranium, ventured here alone. The old King Chaka cast a glance at the guard and stated, "I shall make my own assessment. Refrain from presenting unverified claims in the future." Zhang Fan surveyed the myriad of glinting spearheads surrounding him, undeterred, and inquired, "Are your people all present?" "Seize him." The old King Chaka, standing at the periphery of the crowd, commanded with a unique, resonant tone characteristic of his panther suit. Alive. Chapter 49. The Annihilation of the Bald Black Female Guards. Perhaps the empowerment granted by the panther suit imbued the old King Chaka with a sense of security, or perhaps the overwhelming numerical advantage made him feel invincible, causing him to forget the shock and fear Zhang Fan had instilled upon his arrival. Hearing the old King Chaka's order to capture him alive, the bald black female guards lowered their spears, believing Zhang Fan was now ensnared, the only distinction being whether he would live or die. As the dark mass prepared to surge forward, Zhang Fan decisively called out, "Wait, do you have something to say?" The old king, transformed into the Panther Chaka, inquired among the throng, presuming Zhang Fan had succumbed to fear and sought mercy. "Before we resume hostilities, I have a statement to make." Zhang Fan smiled as he addressed the encircling bald black females. "My name is Zhang Fan. Please remember me, and I hope you will conduct yourselves appropriately in my presence henceforth." "Seize him." Upon the old Black Panther Chaka's command, all the bald black female guards extended their hands toward Zhang Fan. Faced with the encroaching guards from all directions, Zhang Fan's expression hardened as he entered a combat stance. Under normal circumstances, he could easily resolve such a situation with a mere display of thermal vision. However, that would result in dismembered limbs and a gruesome scene, an outcome he found distasteful. He would not resort to such measures unless in extreme circumstances. Consequently, only one course of action remained. Zhang Fan, having observed the earlier skirmish, reined in his strength. This melee provided an apt opportunity to vent his frustrations. With a sinister grin, he unleashed a swift kick to the abdomen of a bald, female African-American standing before him. The force of the blow contorted her body into a U shape, lifting her off the ground and sending her crashing into a throng of individuals behind her, thereby granting Zhang Fan a modicum of space. With this newfound room, he advanced a step and began delivering resounding slaps to every approaching bald female African-American. Each strike sent her victims hurtling away, often accompanied by bloodied teeth flying from their rapidly swelling mouths. Within a mere 2 to 3 seconds, Zhang Fan had delivered dozens of slaps, and thus far, none of the struck women had managed to rise again. Under the relentless efficiency of Zhang Fan's assault, the previously crowded room began to visibly empty. Observing the dwindling numbers, an onlooker, the old Black Panther Chaka, could no longer restrain himself and leapt into the fray. However, before he could touch the ground, Zhang Fan struck him back with a slap, transforming him from the old Black Panther back into the old King Chaka. Fortunately, the Black Panther suit he donned possessed not only exceptional defensive capabilities, but also remarkable damage reduction. After being sent back by Zhang Fan's blow, he merely shook his head. Unlike the other bald women who had succumbed into unconsciousness after receiving a slap, one of the bald women, witnessing the old King Chaka being knocked out, hurried over to support him. Upon regaining his footing, the old King Chaka commanded the woman assisting him, "Quickly call for reinforcements. Instruct the guards to use their weapons. Regardless of the consequences, capturing them alive is not necessary." Had this been a decade prior, the old King Chaka would have never issued such a command. Back then, he viewed himself as the final trump card of the nation, unwilling to retreat after a single blow. He would have preferred to engage the enemy until the end. Regrettably, age had taken its toll, and with his son yet to mature and his daughter still young, the country needed him now more than ever. He could not afford to falter at this critical moment. "Acknowledged, Your Majesty." The bald woman, upon receiving the command, tapped a metallic piece on her forearm that resembled a bracer but was, in fact, a communicator. After calling for reinforcements, she turned to the remaining bald women and announced, "The king has commanded. Arm yourselves. No regard for life or death." At this moment, the number of bald women still standing had noticeably diminished, and upon hearing the order, they all took a step back, drawing forth their spears, aimed directly at Zhang Fan. To speak candidly, while this group of bald female warriors may not possess remarkable prowess, their fighting spirit remains resolutely unyielding, never faltering in the face of adversity. Even with their numbers diminished by half, Zhang Fan discerned no hint of retreat in their eyes. The bald female warriors evoked the image of fervent gamers, perhaps not an entirely accurate depiction, yet it encapsulated the essence of their relentless zeal. As the bald female warriors brandished their spears and charged at Zhang Fan, the battle reignited with fervor. Regrettably, the disparity in skill levels was insurmountable. Even armed, they resembled mere children before Zhang Fan. He effortlessly dispatched them, and with the dwindling numbers, he reveled in the newfound space, allowing him to swing his arms freely. This brought him a sense of relief. In no time, Zhang Fan cleared the room of the remaining bald female warriors. Observing the emptiness around him, King Chaka, now aged, looked about and found himself utterly alone, realizing that all the bald female warriors had been vanquished by Zhang Fan, yet reinforcements had yet to arrive. Zhang Fan, addressing the diminished King Chaka, boldly shouted, "Is there anyone left? Not a single worthy opponent?" The aged king, adorned in his Black Panther regalia, stood silently, motionless. "Old man, is there anyone else?" Zhang Fan brushed off his sleeves, having enjoyed himself a bit too much, causing a stray tooth to strike and stain his garment with blood. "Not speaking? Then it seems there is no one left." He lowered his sleeves and continued, "If no one remains, could you craft me a suit of vibranium?" King Chaka, with his head bowed, engaged in a fierce internal struggle, contemplating whether to charge forth or await reinforcements. "Speak up. Are you mute?" Zhang Fan inquired, advancing towards the old king. Chaka lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Fan's approach and assumed a combative stance. After an intense internal battle, King Chaka resolved to confront Zhang Fan rather than remain passive. Summoning his dwindling courage, he underwent a transformation, reverting to his more formidable form as the Black Panther. Chapter 50. Tomorrow is Qixi Festival. I shall request a day off. Having resolved to engage in battle, the Black Panther cast aside all reservations. Fixating his gaze upon Zhang Fan, he crouched low, eyes locked on the vulnerabilities of his opponent, emitting a low, guttural growl akin to that of a true panther. Memories of past victories in combat replayed in his mind. He had never known defeat. In that moment, a long-buried fervor surged within King Chaka, his heartbeat echoing the rhythm of his invigorated blood flow. "Ah, I yearn for a worthy adversary." "Oh, intriguing." Zhang Fan, upon witnessing the imposing demeanor and formidable aura exuded by the elder Black Panther Chaka, halted his advance. With a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, he playfully beckoned Chaka with a flick of his fingers. This provocative gesture, coupled with the irksome grin upon Zhang Fan's face, instantly ignited a fire of fury within Chaka. In response to Zhang Fan's taunt, the elder Black Panther unleashed a roar towards the heavens before swiftly and silently circling around the periphery. Although Zhang Fan's provocation stoked the flames of anger within him, compelling him to rush forth and impart a bloody lesson, Chaka maintained his composure, opting instead to traverse the perimeter, seeking vulnerabilities and an opportune moment to strike. Zhang Fan remained stationary, a faint smile lingering on his lips as he leisurely turned his head and body, clumsily searching for the whereabouts of the elusive Black Panther. He appeared to feign an inability to keep pace with Chaka's rapid movements. However, the cautious Chaka refrained from a direct assault. Instead, he continuously circled around Zhang Fan, feigning pounces from various angles. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan remained unfazed, persistently rotating his body to track the shifting position of Chaka. Eventually, Chaka could no longer contain himself. He maneuvered behind Zhang Fan and, seizing the moment before Zhang Fan could pivot, leapt silently towards him. "Give it to me, sign." Zhang Fan, with his back turned to Chaka, smiled subtly, remaining unfazed, even mentally narrating Chaka's actions. Just as Chaka's lethal claws were poised to graze Zhang Fan's neck, he, as if foreseeing the impending strike, took a step forward, narrowly evading the glistening claws. Having dodged Chaka's assault, Zhang Fan utilized the momentum from his forward leg to pivot his body, allowing his arm to whip through the air like a striking whip. His fingertips sliced through the atmosphere, tracing a fine white line that descended rapidly, delivering a resounding slap to Chaka's face, which was still airborne. The sound reverberated like a tire bursting, as a visible wave of pale energy radiated from the point of contact between Zhang Fan's palm and Chaka's visage. Zhang Fan aptly named this maneuver the supersonic slap, a true signature move. Struck by Zhang Fan's supersonic slap, Chaka plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a shallow pit that bore a slight resemblance to a human shape. This slap had effectively reduced the once super-evolved Chaka back to the form of the Elder King Chaka. Lying in the pit, the Elder King felt a dizzying hum in his head, his vision blurred, occasionally darkening, overwhelming him with nausea, making him wish he could simply faint on the spot. Even the formidable Black Panther suit worn by Chaka could not entirely mitigate the damage inflicted by Zhang Fan's self-created supersonic slap. However, the seasoned warrior Chaka understood that he must not succumb to unconsciousness at this critical moment. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. With unwavering determination, he bit down on his tongue, a surge of excruciating pain jolting through him, which he harnessed to quell the lingering dizziness. He executed several roll maneuvers, desperately attempting to evade any imminent attacks. In the midst of his tumbling, Chaka inadvertently collided with the physique of the bald female warrior, yet he dared not pause, rolling over her without hesitation. As the aged king rolled upon the ground, Zhang Fan contemplated delivering a kick, when suddenly a buzzing vibration emanated from his shirt pocket. His phone was ringing. He halted his pursuit and retrieved the device, glancing at the screen to see the name Carlson. Casting a brief look at the old king, who had now managed to lean against the wall, he shifted his focus back to the call. "Hello," Zhang Fan answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Zhang Fan, where are you? I haven't spotted you on the rooftop," Carlson inquired from the other end. "I'm currently in Africa," Zhang Fan replied, eyeing the swaying Chaka. "How did you get to Africa?" Carlson asked, bewildered, as they had parted ways less than an hour prior. How could Zhang Fan have traveled so far? "Are you daft?" "I flew, of course. Do you think I walked?" Zhang Fan retorted. "What is your purpose in Africa?" Carlson pressed further. "I needed a change of scenery to clear my mind and observe the giraffes," Zhang Fan replied, his irritation palpable as he added, "Do you have something to discuss? If not, I'll hang up, as I am quite occupied." Sensing Zhang Fan's impatience, Carlson swallowed the question about his supposed leisurely stroll and hurriedly stated, "They've just reported an intruder in Mexico, and I need to head over immediately. I wanted to see if you would join me." Zhang Fan glanced at the visibly unsteady Chaka while hearing approaching footsteps drawing near. He estimated that it would take some time for the vibranium suit to be ready. Thus, he spoke into the phone, "I don't have time right now. You should go ahead. Give me the address, and I'll make my way there later." Carlson relayed the address, asking, "Did you get that?" "Got it," Zhang Fan repeated. "I understand. I'll see you there. I'm hanging up now." Without waiting for Carlson's response, he ended the call and stowed his phone back into his pocket. Turning to the wall-bound Chaka, Zhang Fan inquired, "How about now? Can you craft a vibranium suit for me?" The aged King Chaka, panting and silent, endeavored to buy time, for he had glimpsed the approaching army in the distance and the airborne vessels encircling their stronghold. Chapter 51. "Very well. Since everyone opposes, I shall not ask for leave. You see, I am exceedingly busy with calls coming in one after another. Please do not waste everyone's time." Zhang Fan implored earnestly in life. One must be generous and open-minded, not so miserly. One should have a long-term vision. You possess such an abundance of vibranium. What good is it to hoard it? As one cannot take it with them in death, let us befriend each other. Craft me a suit of vibranium. What do you say? As the reinforcements neared, King Chaka finally spoke, his tone resolute. "I shall never allow vibranium to leave my nation." "Stubborn fool." Zhang Fan's expression darkened once more, but this time, Genuine anger flickered within him. He had fought and pleaded, even spoken with heartfelt sincerity, yet this old man remained obstinate, offering no room for negotiation. The more Zhang Fan pondered, the more incensed he became. It was truly intolerable. This was nothing short of bullying an honest man. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Fan was distracted, King Chaka made a daring leap from the window. Zhang Fan witnessed this and possessed the power to thwart the king's escape. Yet he refrained, knowing that such an action would only bind the old king's body, not his heart. He was determined to win King Chaka's genuine compliance in crafting a vibranium battlesuit for himself. Observing the encroaching forces outside, Zhang Fan began to stretch his limbs. It seemed that mere displays of violence would not sway the noble king of Wakanda. It was time to escalate the situation. Upon seeing King Chaka emerge from the building, a small team from the surrounding army advanced to assist him. Upon reaching King Chaka, the squad leader inquired, "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." King Chaka waved dismissively, casting a glance back at the building. Noticing no sign of Zhang Fan in pursuit, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The brief skirmish had drained his resolve and made him acutely aware of Zhang Fan's formidable strength. The disparity between them was akin to that of a child facing a giant. Recalling the earlier encounter, King Chaka couldn't help but instinctively touch his cheek, still stinging from Zhang Fan's supersonic slap. "Your Majesty, have you dealt with the enemy?" the squad leader asked as they escorted King Chaka. "No, the invading forces remain unvanquished," King Chaka replied. "This time, the invaders are exceptionally powerful. As soon as they complete the encirclement, we must launch a saturation attack." "Saturation attack?" the squad leader exclaimed. "But that is your palace, Your Majesty. If a saturation attack were to commence, it would undoubtedly reduce the surroundings to mere rubble, and our sensors still indicate the presence of a guard detail within. However, the guards have perished at the hands of the invaders," the old King Chaka stated impassively. "As for the palace, it can be rebuilt in due time." Upon hearing the words of King Chaka, the rest of the team wore expressions of indignation, save for the squad leader, who appeared torn between speaking and remaining silent. As one responsible for monitoring the sensors, he was acutely aware that, given Wakanda's advanced technological prowess, detecting life signs was merely a fundamental function of the equipment. Just moments ago, he had observed dozens of life signs on the sensors. "Do you have something to say?" King Chaka's gaze bore into the squad leader as he inquired. "And no," the squad leader stammered, lowering his head upon meeting the king's penetrating eyes. "Very well. You understand what needs to be done, correct?" King Chaka stated with a grave demeanor. "Why, yes. Once we encircle the area, we will initiate the saturation attack," the squad leader replied. At that moment, a flying vessel resembling an ancient war chariot approached, landing beside King Chaka. "Well said," the king remarked, patting the squad leader on the shoulder before boarding the vessel. "What is your name?" "My name is M'Baku," the squad leader responded, his excitement palpable amidst the envy of his comrades. "M'Baku, give it your all. I have high hopes for you." With that, King Chaka disregarded the fervently enthusiastic M'Baku and stepped aboard the flying vessel. Upon M'Baku's return to the ranks, a barrage of energy beams, both thick and thin, surged toward the palace where Zhang Fan resided. Indeed, these were energy beams. Wakanda's technological advancement, rooted in vibranium, allowed for the creation of energy-based weaponry. After a tumultuous bombardment, the once magnificent palace was reduced to mere ruins, and throughout it all, Zhang Fan's figure remained conspicuously absent. Would he perish within? Standing on the flying vessel, King Chaka was suddenly reminded of sharp slap across the face and commanded, once more. However, before his forces could launch another assault, two brilliant crimson beams erupted from the dust. That familiar hue. Could it be anything other than Zhang Fan's heat vision? As Zhang Fan's heat vision swept across the sky, every vessel caught in its path was obliterated. Truly, Wakanda's technology was formidable. Even their flying vessels were remarkably resilient. Had they been Quinjet fighters, such an impact would have resulted in complete perforation or even bifurcation. The heat vision continued its sweeping assault, swiftly clearing the sky of all aerial vessels, including the one carrying King Chaka. Yet, despite the explosion of the vessel, the old king, clad in the Black Panther suit, emerged unscathed, landing gracefully on one knee like a quintessential superhero. Debris from the exploded aircraft continually descends from the heavens. The aged monarch Chaka, adorned in a sleek Black Panther suit, kneels gracefully on one knee, supporting himself with a hand on the ground, a sight of unparalleled majesty. To the unknowing observer, it might appear that he single-handedly brought these flying machines down. After neutralizing Wakanda's aerial forces, it was time for the ground troops to face their fate. Zhang Fan ascended slowly from the dust, his heat vision sweeping across the army below. The tremendous power of his gaze carved a deep chasm into the earth, rendering the existing Wakandan forces virtually non-existent. Having obliterated the ground troops, Zhang Fan's keen eyesight soon spotted the regal Chaka, who was attempting to maintain his composure. He soared over and seized the old king by the neck, lifting him into the air. "Let me go! Let me go!" Chaka flailed desperately in Zhang Fan's grasp. "Did you think I was jesting when I spoke of destroying Wakanda?" Zhang Fan chuckled, addressing the captive monarch. Chapter 52. Surrender. Behold how Wakanda meets its demise. With that, Zhang Fan's eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed a torrent of scorching heat vision upon the city below. The beam struck an uninhabited park in Wakanda, instantly uprooting the earth and creating a chaotic web of ugly ravines that shattered the park into fragments. The entire spectacle lasted a mere 3 to 4 seconds, executed with an effortless grace that was nothing short of poetic. "What do you think? At this rate, Wakanda will soon be reduced to a pile of rubble," Zhang Fan remarked, tossing Chaka slightly in his grip. "Care to place a wager? Guess how long it will take me to completely annihilate Wakanda. I wager I could turn it into ruins within half an hour. What's your take?" Chaka ceased his struggles, silent as he gazed at the devastated park, his back drenched in cold sweat. His mind raced with the chilling thought of what such an assault would wreak upon the bustling commercial or residential districts. There would surely be a sea of corpses. Wakanda would descend into a veritable hell on earth. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the precious vibranium, the very foundation of Wakanda's existence, was agonizing. Without vibranium, Wakanda would cease to be. Should he surrender the vibranium? Chaka's mind was a tumultuous sea of contemplation. Alas, such a beautiful city was on the brink of destruction, all for the sake of a mere garment made of vibranium. To provoke the old king further, Zhang Fan made a small gesture with his hand, implying that his demands were minimal. Seeing that Chaka remained mute and unresponsive, Zhang Fan smirked, thinking, "It seems he will not relent until he is truly cornered. More pressure is required." He began surveying the city below, murmuring to himself, "Where shall I strike next? Let me see. Ah, found it. It is decided." Zhang Fan suddenly exclaimed dramatically, casting his gaze downwards, his eyes reddening once more. The aged king Chaka followed Zhang Fan's gaze and was instantly startled to discover that Zhang Fan was looking at their Wakandan commercial district. "Wait, I have something to say." King Chaka hurriedly called for a halt. A flicker of joy ignited within Zhang Fan. The old man had finally reached his limit. If he had remained obstinate, Zhang Fan was uncertain how he would have proceeded. The crimson glow in his eyes diminished as he turned back to inquire, "So, have you come to a decision?" King Chaka raised his head to regard Zhang Fan, hesitated, and ultimately removed his Black Panther mask, bowing his head as he spoke. "Yes, I concede to your demands. Please cease your assault." A sigh of relief escaped Zhang Fan as he cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, persistent thoughts yield resonant echoes." Once they descended to the ground, Zhang Fan released his grip from around King Chaka's neck and tossed him down, inquiring, "Where's my vibranium suit?" "Follow me," King Chaka replied, rising from the ground and leading the way toward Wakanda's research facility. After walking several kilometers, just as Zhang Fan's patience began to wane, King Chaka finally halted at the edge of a cliff on the outskirts of Wakanda. The research facility was constructed here, nestled into the mountainside. Zhang Fan looked up to see that the facility was embedded in the cliff, and after a moment, his gaze lowered until he nearly stared at his own toes. Beneath them, 100 meters deep, lay a colossal meteorite composed entirely of vibranium, serving as the foundation for Wakanda's research facility. "Here we are," King Chaka announced, pressing a button on an elevator located at the base of the cliff. The elevator was entirely transparent, lacking any cables, resembling a glass box. Imbued with a hint of high-tech allure, perhaps due to the absence of usage, the elevator descended rapidly, and soon the door slid open. Just as King Chaka was about to step inside, Zhang Fan placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, speaking in a grave tone. If you deceive me, the consequences will be dire. King Chaka stiffened for a moment, then slowly responded, it is merely a vibranium suit. I have no intention of reneging. With that, King Chaka entered the elevator, followed closely by Zhang Fan. Inside the elevator, there were no buttons. King Chaka placed his hand on the transparent glass. With a beep, a sudden red laser swept from top to bottom, scanning both King Chaka and Zhang Fan. Ah, high-tech indeed, Zhang Fan exclaimed, somewhat astonished. To be honest, while films often boast of Wakanda's technological advancements, claiming to surpass humanity by countless years, Zhang Fan had only felt a semblance of high-tech sophistication since entering Wakanda. And that was merely due to this elevator. The venerable King Chaka paid no heed to Zhang Fan's words, steadfastly pressing his hand against the transparent glass, seemingly oblivious to the fact that releasing it might halt the elevator's ascent. After a thorough scan, no anomalies emerged, and the elevator began to rise steadily, revealing the majestic city of Wakanda before the two men. To the east, thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward, the aftermath of numerous aerial explosions. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Fan pointed towards the source of the smoke and remarked to the old king, look at that tremendous smoke. It was my doing. King Chaka's anger flared at Zhang Fan's brazen admission. To declare such a thing so openly was truly insufferable. He contemplated imparting a lesson to Zhang Fan, but upon reflection, realized he lacked the means to do so. Thus, he stood silently, his face a mask of frustration, seething in solitude. Noticing the deepening scowl on King Chaka's face, Zhang Fan chuckled and patted the king's shoulder, saying, do not be so angry. I have a few good tidings you might wish to hear. King Chaka refrained from inquiring about the good news, treating Zhang Fan as if he were merely a figment of the air, choosing to ignore his presence altogether. Despite the king's apparent display of non-cooperation, Zhang Fan remained unfazed, recognizing that, from another perspective, King Chaka's demeanor was rather commendable. After all, if one were to imagine being at home, living a peaceful life, only to have a stranger forcibly intrude, demanding your treasured heirloom and resorting to violence when denied, it would evoke a profound sense of indignation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Fan halted his reflection. Realizing he had become too immersed in the scenario, his own frustration was almost palpable, and he felt an urge to chastise himself for his audacity. Yet what could he do? He was not of this world. Subconsciously, he regarded himself as superior, and in confronting characters from the film, he was often unaware of the inexplicable air of superiority he exuded. Casting a sympathetic glance at King Chaka, Zhang Fan thought, how pitiable. But then again, who could blame them for possessing vibranium? The first piece of good news is that I have come alone. The outside world remains oblivious to Wakanda's affairs. How does that strike you? Observing the king's expression, which remained unchanged, Zhang Fan continued, moreover, I shall keep this information to myself, ensuring it remains confidential. Does that not move you? King Chaka remained silent, his countenance still sour, yet appeared somewhat less grim than before. At last, the elevator came to a halt, and Zhang Fan, now silent, eagerly anticipated the vibranium suit that was soon to be within his grasp. As the elevator doors opened, King Chaka lowered his hand from the glass and led the way out. Zhang Fan followed closely behind, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he had previously employed X-ray vision to scan the area, he still felt compelled to observe in person. The scientific department of Wakanda was bustling with researchers, predominantly of African descent, who appeared oblivious to the recent battle that had nearly led to their annihilation. As they passed, the researchers greeted the former king, Chaka, with respect, casting inquisitive glances at Zhang Fan, who was inexplicably accompanying him. They could not fathom why Chaka would bring an Asian individual to this central hub of Wakandan activity, a place typically restricted to authorized personnel only. A few distinguished scientists inquired aloud, but their questions were brusquely dismissed by Chaka. Thus, under the scrutiny of many curious eyes, Zhang Fan arrived at a laboratory brimming with various equipment, guided by Chaka. Through the glass, he discerned two figures busily engaged in their work, one larger and the other smaller. The larger appeared to be a woman, while the smaller's gender was indeterminate. Chaka rapped gently on the glass door, prompting the larger figure to turn and glance in their direction. As Zhang Fan had anticipated, She was indeed a female researcher. Upon recognizing Chaka at the door, she did not immediately approach to open it. Instead, she exchanged a few words with the smaller figure beside her. The smaller figure, a little girl, scampered over to unlock the door. "Father, are you here to see me?" As the door swung open, the small figure leaped into Chaka's arms. It was revealed that this little girl was Chaka's daughter. A smile finally graced Chaka's face as he embraced his daughter, laughing softly. "Shuri, have you been well behaved today?" "I have been good. Sister Mommy can vouch for me," the girl named Shuri replied, casting a glance at Zhang Fan. "I don't believe it. I must ask Mommy." Chaka chuckled as he carried his daughter into the laboratory. Zhang Fan followed them inside and immediately noticed the walls lined with numerous illuminated cabinets of varying sizes. Intrigued, he approached to examine the contents, discovering an array of disassembled Black Panther suits alongside various high-tech items whose purposes eluded him. "Your Majesty, is there something you require?" A female researcher, referred to as Mommy, inquired as she approached. "I need your assistance in crafting a new vibranium suit for him," Chaka indicated Zhang Fan. "For him?" Mommy exclaimed in astonishment. "Why? There is no need for explanations. This is an order. Comply with it," Chaka replied sternly. "Understood," she responded. Upon encountering the old king to Chaka's displeasure, Mommy promptly acquiesced, refraining from further inquiry. "Father, please do not frighten my sister Mommy," spoke Suri, nestled in the old king's embrace. "Very well. I shall not frighten your sister Mommy," replied King T'Chaka, and turning to the still-standing Mommy, he whispered, "Why do you not hasten to fulfill your task?" Mommy quickly responded and made her way toward Zhang Fan. The old King T'Chaka then turned, his face alight with a smile as he addressed Suri. "Have you learned anything today? Pray, do share with me." Mommy approached Zhang Fan and inquired, "Is it true that you wish to create a suit of vibranium armor?" Zhang Fan turned, assessing the young researcher before responding, "Indeed. Come, let us proceed." Mommy, turning on her heel, led the way to one end of the laboratory, with Zhang Fan following closely behind. The laboratory was spacious, divided into several small compartments. Mommy guided Zhang Fan to one such compartment and pointed to a hollow, cylindrical apparatus seemingly crafted from glass. "Please disrobe and step inside," she instructed. Zhang Fan glanced at the device and asked, "Must I remove everything?" "Yes, everything," Mommy replied with a stoic expression. "Might you step outside?" Zhang Fan cautiously inquired, still a young man of modest experience. "No, I must operate the machinery," Mommy answered flatly. "May I at least keep my undergarments on?" Zhang Fan pressed further. "Of course," Mommy replied, but before he could revel in the preservation of his modesty, she added, "However, if the instrument's measurements are inaccurate and you find the vibranium suit ill-fitting, you may wish to reconsider your decision to retain those undergarments." Faced with the prospect of bearing himself before a woman, Zhang Fan, a seasoned bachelor, struggled to overcome his own reservations. Yet, the alluring prospect of the magnificent armor loomed before him, plunging him into a state of inner turmoil. Noticing Zhang Fan's hesitation to disrobe, Mommy assumed he might have physiological inhibitions, and thus she consoled him. "Fear not. I shall not mock you. I have seen countless naked forms and have no time to scrutinize you, for I must operate the machinery. Consider me as a physician. To me, you are merely flesh. Nothing extraordinary." Chapter 54. In pursuit of the armor, what is the harm in disrobing? Mommy's reassurances became the final impetus for Zhang Fan to commence shedding his suit. For the sake of future elegance, what was the sacrifice of modesty? After all, he would inevitably be seen. As he undressed, he mused that such a significant sacrifice must result in an armor that was not only stunningly magnificent, but also understatedly luxurious and profound. He resolved that if it resembled the attire of the Black Panther, it would be a tremendous disappointment. As Mommy inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhang Fan's physique from the corner of her eye, her gaze became irresistibly fixed upon him, as if drawn by an unseen magnet. Each contour of his muscles captivated her, rendering her unwilling to look away. The words she had uttered moments earlier, proclaiming him merely a piece of meat in her eyes, dissipated into the ether, as inconsequential as the sound of wind. Soon, Zhang Fan, now unclothed, stepped into the cylindrical glass chamber under Mommy's unwavering gaze. He stood still for a moment, but when the chamber showed no sign of activation, a sense of unease washed over him. "Is it ready?" he inquired. Mommy, finally snapping back to reality, wiped away the drool at the corner of her mouth, mustering great willpower to divert her eyes from Zhang Fan's form. She focused intently on the machine, stammering, "And no, don't rush. The machine needs a moment to start." After hastily pressing the start button, having been so engrossed in observing Zhang Fan that she had forgotten to activate the device, numerous shifting red dots suddenly illuminated Zhang Fan's body within the chamber, enveloping him like a tiny red figure. "Please perform some movements, such as leg raises, punches, and squats. The more you do, the more comprehensive the data collected will be," Mommy instructed. Zhang Fan complied with her directives, executing various motions for several minutes before pausing, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. "Is it not done yet?" "Almost there. Let me check," Mommy replied, glancing at the machine's display, which indicated that data collection had reached 100%. Yet, with unwavering composure, she stated, "Please do a chest expansion exercise. We still require a bit more data from your back muscles." Inside the glass chamber, Zhang Fan began to doubt Mommy's honesty, pondering how he could possibly lack data after performing so many back muscle exercises. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the perfect battle suit, he resolved to follow her instructions and performed several chest expansion movements. This was followed by additional leg raises, and when she claimed the chest data was still insufficient, the cycle continued interminably. For the sake of acquiring a dashing attire, Zhang Fan endured and complied with Mommy's every command. Just as he was on the verge of losing his patience, he finally heard Mommy declare that they were finished. Exiting the transparent glass chamber, he hurriedly donned his clothes, eager to discover the results of the data collection. However, upon seeing Mommy's flushed countenance and detecting a peculiar odor in the air, he, having never experienced such a situation, quickly grasped that something unusual had transpired. Having been the subject of someone else's fantasies, particularly that of a woman of African descent, Zhang Fan found himself in a quandary. If the woman had been somewhat more attractive, he might have been magnanimous and accepted the situation with grace. However, upon glancing at Mommy, he quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to steal a second look. It would be disingenuous to label her as ugly. Rather, she simply did not align with his aesthetic preferences, a tactful response. A more blunt assessment might liken her appearance to that of a chimpanzee, suggesting only a slight divergence, perhaps due to some evolutionary variance. He sighed, resigning himself to the thought that it was as if he had been observed by a gorilla while bathing. Upon this reflection, he felt a sense of relief, reminding himself that he was still a pure and virtuous young man. After this moment of self-comfort and a mental adjustment, Zhang Fan inquired, "What shall we do next? Can we commence the creation process?" "Please hold on. I need to transfer the data first," Mommy replied, raising her gaze to meet his. On her round face, coupled with those captivating little eyes and full lips, Zhang Fan turned away, resisting the urge to retch, and simply nodded in acknowledgement, fearful that another glance might provoke an irrepressible desire to eradicate this woman from existence. Mommy, re-energized, began to operate deftly at the pristine workstation. In no time, she stood and announced, "It's done. The data has been transferred. Now we can proceed to the other room to craft your vibranium suit. Can I choose the style of the suit?" Eagerly, Zhang Fan asked, anxious that if he did not voice his preferences now, he might end up adorned in a Black Panther suit, which would surely be a source of amusement. "Are you not making a Black Panther suit?" Mommy inquired, puzzled by his request. "Certainly not. I have my own taste," Zhang Fan replied, feeling a twinge of concern. "I can design it myself, right?" "Of course. Follow me," Mommy said, changing direction and guiding Zhang Fan toward the heart of the laboratory. Observing her movements, Zhang Fan thought to himself how fortunate he was to have been astute enough to ask, lest he find himself once more threatening the old King Chaka to remake a suit. Upon entering the main hall of the laboratory, Zhang Fan's eyes were immediately drawn to King Chaka, who was conversing with his daughter. Mommy, surprised to see the king still present, noted that he usually came and went quickly, seldom lingering in the laboratory for such an extended period. "Is the suit ready?" Chaka inquired as the two emerged, directing his question not at Zhang Fan, but at Mommy. "Not yet," Mommy replied, pausing to respond. "Why the delay?" Chaka asked, his brow furrowing. The creation of a vibranium suit is, in essence, a straightforward task. Even a fully vibranium ensemble should not consume an excessive amount of time. "This gentleman wishes to design his own suit," Mommy replied, skillfully sidestepping the king's inquiry. The aging King Chaka conversed with Mommy, While Zhang Fan gazed curiously at his little girl nestled in the king's embrace, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The girl's fluffy blonde hair evoked memories of Lily. However, it seemed this child was acutely aware of her father's disdain for Zhang Fan, thus harboring a certain animosity towards him. In response to Zhang Fan's smile, she stuck out her tongue and made a face. Fortunately, Zhang Fan, absorbed in recollections of Lily, paid little heed to the girl's hostility. Otherwise, his petty nature might have led to a rather explosive confrontation. Noticing that King Chaka appeared poised to further admonish Mommy, eager to display his authority and squander his own time, Zhang Fan, already somewhat impatient, interjected, "A few words will suffice. There is no need for unnecessary rambling. Do not hinder my work on the battle attire." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's remarks, King Chaka cast a sidelong glance at him, let out a disdainful huff, and swallowed the lengthy lecture he had been about to deliver to Mommy, substituting it instead with a succinct command: "Hasten the creation of his garments." "Very well, Your Majesty," Mommy replied, bypassing King Chaka and striding towards a large silver table in the laboratory hall. Meanwhile, King Chaka, after issuing his command, took his daughter and exited the laboratory. Brooding over the audacity of his subordinate to interject during his reprimand, feeling that his authority had been undermined and his dignity publicly tarnished before his child. Yet, the formidable power of Zhang Fan rendered him unable to retaliate, leaving him in a state of suppressed frustration as he felt the bitterness rise within him. Unable to expel or swallow it down, utterly vexed. Consequently, King Chaka left with his daughter, seeking to distance himself from Zhang Fan, preferring the tranquility of absence. Zhang Fan, however, had no time to ponder the king's emotional turmoil. He merely waved at the little girl before approaching Mommy. Upon reaching the silver table, Mommy's fingers danced across its smooth surface, tapping several times, after which the edges of the expansive table began to pulsate with a menacing red light. This flickering red glow was somewhat intimidating, evoking a sense of impending countdown. As Zhang Fan arrived, the sight of the flashing red light prompted an immediate suspicion. King Chaka, unwilling to concede defeat, had set a trap, intending to obliterate him. Given the bizarre resemblance of this device to a bomb, it seemed likely that it was a weapon of considerable power. After all, as Lu Sun once noted, the stranger the bomb, the swifter the demise. If this indeed was an explosive device, Zhang Fan's mind involuntarily conjured the image of King Chaka exiting the room with his daughter. No wonder the king had chosen to leave. Zhang Fan had initially assumed his departure was merely to avoid him. Yet the reality was far more complex than he had perceived. However, when was the bomb planted by the old King Techaka? "We have undeniably been together since my arrival." Zhang Fan's mind raced, his eyes gleaming with insight. No, we had not been together the entire time. I had separated from the old King Techaka when I went to the compartment. Unfortunately, due to my fear of inaccurate data collection affecting the formation of the battle suit, I refrained from using X-ray vision to monitor the old king's movements. Therefore, I remained oblivious to what he was doing during that interval. Additionally, the time spent collecting bodily data in the compartment was excessive. It provided ample opportunity for the old King Techaka to plant the bomb outside, and he could have even indulged in a bath and changed his attire before returning. Was that when the bomb was planted? Zhang Fan felt he was inching closer to the truth. Logically, it seemed that Mommy's earlier infatuation with me was likely a ruse, merely a tactic to delay my progress and afford the old King Techaka more time for his actions. This also elucidated why Mommy became indifferent after I donned my clothing, behaving as if I were a stranger. Thus, Mommy was an accomplice. With this realization, Zhang Fan had unraveled the sequence of events in his mind. He silently marveled at the cunning of a king. Such acting skills were commendable, and he had been thoroughly deceived, failing to detect any anomalies throughout the entire process. He glanced at Mommy beside him, observing her fixated on the table flashing red lights, and he couldn't help but admire her. Even when cornered, she continued to feign, a true warrior undeterred by the prospect of death. What a pity! Zhang Fan averted his gaze, subtly shaking his head, contemplating that their plan was flawless. Even someone as astute as himself only discerned the discrepancies at the final juncture. They had even deliberately chosen the research facility embedded deep within the mountain to curtail my escape, utilizing the abilities I had revealed during combat. Intricately interwoven, the layout was undeniably exquisite, and the performance was nothing short of remarkable. Their sole misstep was underestimating my strength, which proved to be fatal. For with my speed, I could easily escape the moment the bomb detonated. Upon uncovering the old King T'Chaka's conspiracy, Zhang Fan was no longer in haste to flee. He was curious to witness the bomb's power that compelled the old king to resort to such a desperate gamble. Moreover, he was eager to see the old king's expression when he believed himself perished in the explosion, only to find Zhang Fan unscathed. Zhang Fan mused that the scene would surely be spectacular. Having resolved to flee at the moment of detonation, he began to ponder the type and function of the bomb during this brief interval. Based on the advanced technological prowess of Wakanda and its unconventional technological tree, Zhang Fan initially dismissed the notion of a chemical bomb. He surmised that it could not possibly be a nuclear weapon, given its extensive destructive capacity. Otherwise, the late King T'Chaka would not have had the time to escape the blast radius. If all went as he conjectured, Zhang Fan believed this to be an energy bomb, one of immense lethality yet confined in its area of effect. But what kind of bomb could it be? He pondered, stroking his chin, as vivid images of formidable explosives from various science fiction films danced through his mind. A black hole bomb, perhaps? One that would create a miniature black hole at the center of the explosion, devouring all matter within its radius. Or a biochemical virus bomb, which would disseminate a highly infectious virus with a 100% mortality rate upon detonation. Alternatively, it could be an antimatter bomb, annihilating all matter within its explosive range. If any of these were the case, Zhang Fan could not guarantee his own safety. A second later, the crimson light at the edge of the silvery table ceased its flickering. Chapter 56. Just as Zhang Fan was about to utilize his super speed to flee, he realized that the anticipated explosion had not occurred. He halted, curiosity piqued as he sought to understand why no explosion had transpired. Had anyone been observing, they would have noted how Zhang Fan's form seemed to instantaneously adjust its orientation. The red light had stopped flashing, and instead of the explosive event he imagined, a lifelike holographic projection of a robust figure emerged upon the silvery tabletop. Ah, so it was not a bomb, but a holographic projector. At that moment, despite the absence of witnesses to his actions, Zhang Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to discreetly turn away. Mamie, noticing his movement, glanced back. Upon realizing her gaze was upon him, Zhang Fan abruptly ceased his motion, maintaining a stoic expression as he focused on the holographic figure. His thoughts entirely concentrated on Mamie's face. His heart raced, fearful that she might discern his unease. Fortunately, Mamie's attention wavered, and she turned away without uncovering Zhang Fan's anomaly. With her gaze redirected, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his earlier composed analysis, which had prevented him from impulsively exclaiming in shock or making an unseemly display. Otherwise, to safeguard his secret and uphold his dignified image, he might have been compelled to obliterate Wakanda entirely. Nonetheless, returning to the matter at hand, it was astonishing to discover that this table was, in fact, a holographic projector, truly a case of not judging by appearances. Initially perceived as an ordinary table, its flickering crimson light had suggested a mysterious bomb, only to reveal itself ultimately as a sophisticated holographic device. The technology of Wakanda is indeed enigmatic and profound, leaving one in awe. After all, whose projector emits a flashing red light akin to that of missile launch? After alleviating his embarrassment with a touch of mental fortitude, Zhang Fan finally found the opportunity to scrutinize the holographic figure that had materialized on the desktop. However, upon closer inspection of the holographic projection, he was suddenly taken aback, not for any other reason, but because he perceived that this holographic figure exuded a remarkable aura of masculinity and bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, evoking a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered this visage before, yet he could not quite place it. Such a dashing image. There was no reason for him to forget. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering deeply. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Zhang Fan clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm, exclaiming, "This holographic figure is none other than myself." "What are you doing?" Mommy inquired, turning her head upon hearing the sound of Zhang Fan's fist. "Nothing much," Zhang Fan replied with a smile, gesturing toward the holographic figure before him. "This person is me, right?" "Yes, this figure was generated based on the bodily data collected earlier," Mommy confirmed, tapping a few more times. before the holographic figure, a lineup of 6 different battlesuit designs materialized. Take a look. Which design do you fancy? The details can be fine-tuned. Zhang Fan glanced over the options, finding them largely similar to the Black Panther's suit, which did not particularly appeal to him. He thus inquired, "Are there only these 6 designs?" "Certainly not. There are more to come," Mommy replied, tapping on the projection of the battlesuits and then sweeping her hand to the right. Instantly, the 6 designs swiftly moved to the right, vanishing beyond the table's edge, only to be replaced by another set of 6 battlesuit designs. "And what about these?" Mommy continued to inquire. Truly, the pinnacle of Earth's technological advancement is reflected in this interactive holographic projection. One can only wonder if Wakanda has also invented virtual gaming. Zhang Fan snapped back to attention, examining the newly unveiled 6 designs. Yet he shook his head in discontent, as these suits bore little variation from the previous set. Unperturbed by Zhang Fan's repeated refusals, Mommy continued to cycle through new designs, presenting yet another 6. Zhang Fan shook his head once more, expressing dissatisfaction and requesting further changes. Thus, Mommy continued to flip through designs, while he consistently declined. After cycling through a dozen rows of designs, Zhang Fan remained unsatisfied. In truth, each set of 6 designs was merely a variation of the same style, differing only in the method of fabrication, resulting in distinct appearances, some sleek and smooth like leather, while others bore the texture of knitted fabric. "Isn't it possible to create a design myself?" Zhang Fan finally could not contain his curiosity after viewing nearly 50 or 60 battlesuit designs. In contrast to Zhang Fan's impatience, Mommy exhibited a remarkable composure. Devoid of any signs of frustration, she raised her hand and dismissed another design, stating, "There is no alternative. These are pre-designed and ready for production. Should you wish to redesign the schematics, the equipment for crafting the battlesuits would likely require a complete overhaul, and the procedural framework would need to be reconfigured as well. This back and forth could take approximately 1 to 2 months. If the result remains unsatisfactory, we would face an additional 1 to 2 months of delay. Would you care to proceed with that? 1 to 2 months? That is far too lengthy." Zhang Fan instinctively shook his head and replied, "Let us move on to the next set and reassess." Mommy then switched to another design, yet Zhang Fan continued to shake his head. After several iterations, dissatisfaction lingered as none of the battle suits resonated with him. He found not a single piece to his liking. The cycle persisted. Mommy would change a set, and Zhang Fan would shake his head, repeating this until Mommy glanced at the lower left corner and suddenly remarked, "Only a few designs remain. They are nearly exhausted." "Very well, I understand. Please continue to reveal the remaining options," Zhang Fan responded, contemplating that if none were suitable, he would prefer to be selective rather than compromise, opting instead to preserve his current attire as much as possible. After browsing through several more designs, just as despair over Wakandan aesthetics began to envelop him, he was struck by the final battlesuit, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Superman's attire, catching his attention. This particular suit, aside from the absence of exterior undergarments and a different color scheme, featured an additional Black Panther emblem, making it almost identical to Superman's outfit. "Wait a moment," Zhang Fan quickly called out to Mommy. "Do you find one appealing?" she inquired, halting her actions and turning to him. Pointing to a specific design, Zhang Fan asked, "What about this one? Is this the one?" Mommy confirmed, gesturing toward the penultimate design. "Yes, precisely this one," Zhang Fan affirmed with a nod. Chapter 57, My Vibranium Battle Suit. Upon confirmation, Mommy indicated the chosen design, projecting it onto the holographic figure. As the hologram donned the suit, it began to perform a series of familiar movements, those Zhang Fan had just executed within the glass chamber. "What do you think?" Mommy inquired, glancing back at him. Watching the holographic figure continuously engage in various actions, Zhang Fan stroked his chin, sensing that something was still amiss. He pointed to a textured design, suggesting, "Let us try this one, but remove the panther head." Mommy complied, swapping the textured suit into place while eliminating the emblem. "Much improved, yet it still feels like something is lacking," Zhang Fan mused, deep in thought. Although the alternative was a significant upgrade from the previous design, a nagging sense of incompleteness persisted, as he could not articulate what precisely fell short of his envisioned battlesuit. "You may consider making some adjustments to the finer details," Mommy advised from the side. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhang Fan's mind. He realized what was missing. Not red outer underwear, but rather a cape. It was indeed a cape that was lacking, which explained the disquiet he felt. The vibranium suits of Wakanda were exclusively worn by the Black Panther, a mere super soldier who lacked the ability to fly. Thus, the design of these suits did not incorporate capes. Zhang Fan perused hundreds of designs of vibranium suits devoid of capes, nearly succumbing to a form of brainwashing, failing to remember the existence of such an accessory. Could we add a cape? Zhang Fan inquired. Yes, we can, Mommy replied, but the cape must be crafted separately and manually affixed. It is not an integral part of the suit. That's even better. If it looks unappealing, I can simply remove it, Zhang Fan chuckled. I will first create a model on the holographic display to assess the effect, Mommy stated, and with a series of deft maneuvers. She conjured a cape for the holographic figure. The moment the cape materialized, Zhang Fan felt significantly uplifted, sensing that this was the suit he had longed for. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. Upon attaching the cape to the holographic figure, Zhang Fan was thoroughly satisfied. It was nearly identical to the suit in his memory. Can it be colored? Zhang Fan asked. Certainly, but the color may easily fade, Mommy responded. Zhang Fan contemplated the implications of fading, considering a patchwork of hues, and shook his head, stating, if it fades, then let it be. Are there any other concerns? Mommy inquired. If there are no issues, I shall commence the creation. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and added, could we inscribe a few characters on the chest of the suit? What characters? Mommy responded. Complex designs are not feasible. In Chinese, my name, Zhang Fan, he declared, tracing his finger in the air. That's too intricate. It cannot be inscribed. Mommy swiftly dismissed his proposition, observing his elaborate gestures in the air. Is that so? Zhang Fan mused, then conceded, well, never mind then. Let us proceed as is. Shall I begin the crafting? Mommy confirmed. Go ahead. With Zhang Fan's affirmation, Mommy began to operate at the workstation, her fingers dancing across the controls. Moments later, she turned to him, stating, your suit is already in production. It should take a few minutes. Is it truly that swift? Zhang Fan exclaimed, surprised. A few minutes seemed remarkably rapid for a suit. Far from mere towels or t-shirts. Because you selected a template and we have the requisite equipment ready, it will expedite the process, Mommy explained. Zhang Fan, still concerned, queried, a few minutes seems excessively quick. Might it be somewhat hasty? With a template and automated machinery, it's not like forging metal. It doesn't require such lengthy durations, Mommy retorted, rolling her eyes. Upon hearing her rationale, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity in her words, and consequently ceased his inquiries, standing quietly in anticipation. As mere minutes slipped away, just as Mommy was about to retrieve the completed vibranium suit, the old King Chaka ambled in, as if he had timed his entrance perfectly. Meanwhile, his daughter, whom he had carried out moments earlier, was nowhere to be seen. Is the vibranium suit ready? The old king inquired upon his arrival. Your Majesty, the vibranium suit is indeed complete. I was just about to fetch it, Mommy replied. Then go ahead. I shall wait here for a while, King Chaka responded. Mommy then exited the laboratory, heading to another room to collect the finished vibranium suit. Once Mommy departed, King Chaka spoke up. What you mentioned earlier about not leaking information regarding Wakanda, is that truly the case? Zhang Fan, observing the old King Chaka, who stood with his back turned and hands clasped behind him, pointed to himself and asked, are you addressing me? I'm not speaking to anyone else. Is there another person present? King Chaka retorted, turning to face him. One ought to maintain eye contact while conversing. Is that not a fundamental courtesy? You were not looking at me when you spoke. I assumed you had some peculiar habit of addressing walls, Zhang Fan quipped, refusing to indulge King Chaka's poor manners. Ire surged within the old King Chaka, yet he stifled his anger, mindful of Zhang Fan's formidable prowess. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, he turned back to Zhang Fan and reiterated his earlier question. What you said about not disclosing Wakanda's secrets, was that genuine? Of course, it is genuine, Zhang Fan replied, stretching out his hand and casting a languid glance at King Chaka. Rest assured, after wandering the world for so many years unscathed, it is due to one principle, keeping my word. You are an elder, and I would never deceive you. As long as I obtain the vibranium suit I desire, I shall never divulge Wakanda's secrets. Can you guarantee that? King Chaka pressed, resorting to the unreliable tactic of seeking a promise. Shall I draft a written guarantee for you? Zhang Fan retorted dismissively. Very well, I shall fetch paper and pen, King Chaka declared, feigning ignorance of Zhang Fan's sarcasm. Even though a written guarantee would not ensure that Zhang Fan would keep the secret, it would at least provide some psychological comfort. Upon witnessing King Chaka actually retrieving paper and pen to present to him, Zhang Fan found it perplexing. Did the old king truly lack the discernment to recognize his sarcasm? Chapter 58. The vibranium suit in hand. As King Chaka approached with paper and pen in hand, Zhang Fan chose not to accept it, feigning ignorance in hopes that the old king would retreat in light of his obstinacy. Yet, King Chaka, noticing Zhang Fan's inaction, boldly inquired, "I have brought the paper and pen. Would you prefer to write here or at the table?" Upon hearing the words of the old King Chaka, Zhang Fan could no longer contain his anger. He pointed his finger at the king's nose and exclaimed, "You have gone too far. I have tolerated you for long enough. Are you out of your mind? Can you not comprehend the meaning of my earlier words?" After exchanging a few heated remarks, without allowing the old King Chaka a chance to respond, Zhang Fan continued, "In our line of work, the essence lies in trust. A promise is a matter of the heart. If you do not believe in me, then no amount of guarantees will suffice." Noticing the old King Chaka bow his head and retract the paper and pen, Zhang Fan felt that his words had struck a chord deep within the king's soul. He believed his eloquence had been commendable, firm yet gentle, logical and persuasive. His resonant voice imbued his words with a compelling force, prompting an involuntary nod of agreement from the king, far superior to the former Zhou dynasty. The old King Chaka fell silent, no longer insisting on the written guarantee. Not because Zhang Fan had touched his soul, but rather out of fear of provoking Zhang Fan further, having witnessed his intense reaction to the notion of a written promise. At that moment, the king could only hope that a formidable individual like Zhang Fan would value his reputation and uphold his word. With a sigh, the old King Chaka resigned himself to employing an alternative method. Observing the king's despondent demeanor, Zhang Fan approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, my title as New York's foremost man of integrity is not without merit. If I say I will keep the secrets of Wakanda, then I shall." Just then, M'Baku returned, holding freshly crafted vibranium armor. She stepped forward and handed it to Zhang Fan, declaring, "Here is your vibranium armor." Upon receiving the armor he had longed for, Zhang Fan scarcely had time to consider the feelings of the old King Chaka. He eagerly accepted the vibranium armor from Baku's hands and examined it closely. Initially, the arrival of the armor filled him with joy. However, before long, his expression grew increasingly subdued, not due to any deficiency in the armor itself, but rather an inexplicable inability to feel the joy he had anticipated. He had expected that finally obtaining the vibranium armor would elate him beyond measure. Yet the reality was starkly different. He felt a sense of emptiness instead. Zhang Fan gazed at the armor in his hands, perplexed as to why his feelings had shifted. Prior to its acquisition, he had desired the armor with fervor, yet upon possession, he discovered it was not as essential as he had imagined. Was this what they referred to as the fickleness of human desire? He never expected to be that kind of person. Is something wrong? M'Baku inquired. Noticing the change in Zhang Fan's expression, Zhang Fan regained his composure and glanced at the vibranium suit in his hands, suddenly pondering a rather serious question. He inquired, "Why is there no outer packaging?" The question caught Mommy off guard. It was something she had never considered before. The old king, Chaka, approached Mommy and instructed, "Go fetch a box." Nodding, Mommy hurriedly exited. As Mommy left to retrieve a box, Chaka turned to Zhang Fan and asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Zhang Fan looked at the old king and replied, "Is there a fitting room? I would like to try it on and see how it looks." Chaka responded, "There is no fitting room. We change directly here." Here, Zhang Fan glanced around and remarked, "But there are no mirrors." Chaka said, "Just put it on first. When Mommy returns with the box, I will have her find you a mirror." Zhang Fan thought this was acceptable. It was certainly preferable to changing in front of Mommy. He quickly stripped down. The old king, witnessing Zhang Fan's sudden undressing, curiously asked, "Why are you taking everything off? Isn't it necessary to be completely undressed?" Zhang Fan queried. "Not all," Chaka replied. "But when I was collecting data, she said I needed to be fully undressed." Zhang Fan explained as he put his underwear back on. Chaka clarified, "When collecting data, one must observe muscle movement, hence the need to be undressed. However, it is not required when putting on the suit." "You should have mentioned that earlier. I thought one had to be completely undressed while wearing it." A user manual would have been helpful. Zhang Fan grumbled as he began to don a vibranium suit. Once he had put on the suit and draped the cape over his shoulders, he inspected himself from various angles, searching for any defects. The technology of Wakanda was indeed commendable, as he found no flaws in the suit. He performed several warm-up stretches and felt quite satisfied. Although the vibranium suit was crafted from metallic material, it did not possess the typical coldness and rigidity associated with metal. The sensation against the skin was almost akin to that of ordinary clothing, merely a tad cool. Moreover, Zhang Fan noticed that the suit clung tightly to his skin, creating a sensation of being restrained. However, upon exerting himself slightly, this feeling dissipated, allowing for unrestricted movement. After completing his warm-up, he activated the biofield, and suddenly, the cape behind him began to float as if weightless in the windless laboratory. This action was not merely to protect the vibranium suit, but also to safeguard the laboratory itself, as he feared his vigorous movements might inadvertently cause damage. With the biofield engaged, Zhang Fan began to run within the confines of the laboratory, intermittently stopping to perform various movements, eager to observe how the vibranium suit would respond to his strenuous activity. The consequence of this action was that in the eyes of the old King Chaka, as Zhang Fan commenced his movements, the entire laboratory was instantly filled with his figure. Some were throwing punches, others were executing kicks, some were bending at the waist, and there were even manifestations of Zhang Fan traversing the ceiling. This bizarre scene left the old King Chaka utterly astonished. It is worth noting that he had consumed the heart-shaped herb, endowing him with physical abilities that surpassed those of ordinary humans, by more precise standards. He had reached the prowess of Captain America. Yet, despite his enhanced physique, his dynamic vision was woefully inadequate to capture even a fleeting glimpse of Zhang Fan's movements. Apart from the residual shadows left in Zhang Fan's wake, he perceived nothing. What astonished King Chaka even more was that amidst such rapid motion, Zhang Fan was capable of executing his actions in near silence. Aside from the gentle breeze that caressed his face, it was almost completely noiseless. This was nothing short of astonishing. What fueled his extraordinary speed? It was a challenge to Chaka's understanding of the world. Fortunately, this spectacle did not persist for long. As Zhang Fan soon ceased his movements, the laboratory was rather confined, restricting him from unleashing his full potential, and he needed to exercise caution to avoid inadvertently causing destruction to the space. By the way, is this vibranium suit breathable? Zhang Fan suddenly inquired as he appeared before King Chaka. The abrupt appearance of a face startled the old king, causing him to lean back, but thankfully, due to the effects of the heart-shaped herb, he was physically superior and managed to regain his balance at the last moment. What did you just say? King Chaka asked, having missed Zhang Fan's question due to his shock. I asked if this vibranium suit is breathable. Zhang Fan reiterated his previous inquiry. Of course it is breathable. Otherwise, what happened when you sweat? Chaka replied, somewhat irked. How breathable is it? If I were to pass gas, would it cause a bulge? Zhang Fan queried further. It wouldn't, Chaka responded with a slight smile, exuding confidence. How do you know? Zhang Fan expressed skepticism. Because I've tried it, Chaka declared proudly. Impressive. You actually tested that. Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up to the old king. You're too kind. I was just young and foolish back then. Chaka modestly waved his hand, then continued. But you are truly remarkable. During your movements just now, I cannot catch sight of you at all. That's rather typical. Not being able to see me is quite normal, as I'm famously swift, Zhang Fan replied with humility. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Fan's words left King Chaka at a loss for how to respond, prompting only awkward laughter as he prepared to deflect the conversation. Just then, Mommy entered the room, carrying a black box reminiscent of the kind often seen in television and movies, usually exchanged for cash upon delivery. Upon the return of Mommy, the aging King Chaka, unable to continue his conversation, hastily approached her and instructed, Mommy, please place the box here and fetch a mirror. Certainly, Mommy replied, placing the box down before turning to retrieve the mirror. Zhang Fan stepped forward, lifted the box's lid, and placed his recently discarded suit inside before closing it and hoisting it up. Observing Zhang Fan's actions, King Chaka inquired, Are you departing? What else could I do? Zhang Fan retorted, Are you inviting me to stay for lunch? No, I meant to say that I will see you off, King Chaka quickly clarified, anxious that Zhang Fan might linger. He was eager for Zhang Fan to leave, as he had pressing matters to attend to following the recent battle and could not afford to remain in his company. King Chaka escorted Zhang Fan to the entrance of the research department. As Zhang Fan began to levitate with his box, poised to take flight, the king suddenly called out to him, "Wait, is there anything else?" Zhang Fan turned to ask, "Did you not mention having a few good news items to share with me? One being that you would keep Wakanda's secrets. What about the other good news?" King Chaka reiterated the importance of confidentiality. Zhang Fan smiled, nearly having forgotten the matter until now. "The other piece of good news is that your bald female guards are alive. I did not slay them, nor did you." With that, Zhang Fan soared into the sky, once again breaking through the protective barrier and vanishing from King Chaka's view. This time, his flight past the sound barrier was devoid of the usual thunderous roar, leaving behind a long, silent white trail as he disappeared among the clouds. After exiting Wakanda, Zhang Fan did not head directly to New York, but instead intended to visit Mexico to see Thor and showcase his vibranium armor. However, he soon found himself hovering above the ocean, perplexed by the sight of several spouting whales, as he realized he was unsure of Mexico's exact location. He vaguely recalled that Mexico was a neighboring country to the United States in North America. Consequently, the specific coordinates that Coulson had shared over the phone were of little use, especially since he couldn't even locate Mexico. Was he to call Coulson for assistance? Zhang Fan instinctively rejected the notion. Summoning Coulson would be less efficient than simply acquiring a map. The thought of a map sparked a sudden clarity in his mind, leading him to a solution. Since Mexico was adjacent to the United States, he could first fly to the U.S., procure a map, and then ascend to a higher altitude to locate Mexico. Armed with this plan, Zhang Fan swiftly returned to New York, eager to execute his next steps. As for why New York, rather than Los Angeles or any other American city, is simply because Zhang Fan currently only knows the location of New York, and arriving in New York equates to being in America. After spending a few minutes, Zhang Fan returned to New York. Although he had previously visited Wakanda in Africa and crafted a vibranium suit, he did not linger long. Upon his return to New York, it was still night. Initially, Zhang Fan intended to use a world map. However, at first glance, he spotted a globe in a classroom of a certain school. Compared to a map, he undoubtedly preferred the globe. It was fortunate that it was midnight, and aside from 2 security guards huddled in the duty room, the school was deserted. Seizing the cover of night, Zhang Fan boldly entered the school, shattered the window of the classroom housing the globe, and obtained it, with the globe in hand. The subsequent task became considerably simpler. He merely had to follow the globe's guidance to locate Mexico. Chapter 60. Mexico. Zhang Fan held a suitcase in his left hand and the globe in his right, ascending in a spiral towards the heavens. Of course, as a superhero, he would not engage in frivolous displays. This spiral ascent was literal. Familiar with the path, he soon reached outer space and began by locating North America. A glance confirmed its position directly beneath him, and he then consulted the globe to pinpoint Mexico on the continent. With Mexico identified, the next step was to locate Thor's hammer, which had fallen there. Finding the hammer would naturally lead him to Coulson and his companions. Zhang Fan had experience in searching for items, akin to his quest for Wakanda in Africa. He hovered over Mexico, utilizing his superhuman vision to scan for the hammer. Yet, he remained unaware of the stark contrast between the simple search for Wakanda and the daunting task of locating an unremarkable hammer in Mexico. Why is this so? In impoverished Africa, seeking the highly advanced Wakanda was akin to spotting a firefly in the pitch-black night, distinct and conspicuous, impossible to overlook once seen. In contrast, searching for a small hammer amidst the vast expanse of Mexico resembled the challenge of finding a grain of yellow sand in a broad landscape, even when spotted. The hammer's silvery gray exterior was likely to be easily disregarded. Initially, Zhang Fan patiently scoured the entirety of Mexico several times, yet the hammer remained elusive, with no trace or relevant information in sight. Consequently, he adjusted his vision to enhance his clarity of the ground below. However, it was not long before he abandoned this approach. Despite the ground becoming exceedingly clear, his field of view had significantly narrowed. As the perspective narrowed, it became evident that Zhang Fan would require additional time to thoroughly explore the entirety of Mexico. This realization led him to conclude that it would be more expedient to simply descend and inquire with locals for directions. Acknowledging the limitations of his supervision, he decided to close his eyes amidst the vastness of space and began to harness his extraordinary hearing to gather the sounds permeating the entire country. Indeed, his super hearing did not disappoint. Within mere minutes, amidst a cacophony of noises, he discerned valuable information, filtering out the irrelevant sounds. Zhang Fan distinctly heard discussions about a peculiar hammer that had fallen from the sky, one that no one could lift. Opening his eyes, he surmised that this hammer was likely his objective. Focusing on the direction from which the sound emanated, Zhang Fan utilized his supervision to gaze toward the source, pinpointing a tavern located within a small town in central Mexico. The sight of this town evoked memories of a film in which Thor's hammer had purportedly landed on the outskirts of a Mexican town. Could this be the very town depicted in the movie? Contemplating this, he employed his supervision, centering on the town as he meticulously scanned the surroundings. Before long, he discovered a small, seemingly makeshift outdoor base situated not far from the town's periphery. Despite the late hour, the base was ablaze with lights, bustling with vehicles and soldiers patrolling incessantly around its perimeter. At the center of the base stood a square tent constructed of white plastic, with circular passageways extending from each side, leading to a series of mustard-colored tents. Disregarding everything else, Zhang Fan activated his X-ray vision to scrutinize the central white tent, as it appeared to be the most likely location for the fabled hammer. As anticipated, he uncovered no surprises through the X-ray vision. He spotted Thor's hammer resting within the tent, where several researchers clad in lab coats were diligently conducting various tests with unfamiliar instruments. Having located the hammer, Zhang Fan prepared to proceed. He casually discarded the now superfluous globe, allowing it to drift aimlessly in space, destined to become a piece of space debris. Whether it would eventually fall back to Earth or collide with a satellite or space station was of no concern to him. With a suitcase in hand, Zhang Fan swiftly made his way toward the town, opting not to rush directly to the base housing Thor's hammer, reasoning that it would remain there regardless of his timing. For now, he sought to indulge in a meal and rest at the town's tavern. As it was the middle of the night, he descended into an unoccupied alley adjacent to the tavern. Upon his arrival, he unlatched his suitcase, retrieving his tailored suit and the unused Colt python. While placing the disassembled cloak back into the case, he decided against removing the vibranium armor, as it was not cumbersome, even if he donned the suit directly over it. No one would discern the difference. Once attired, Zhang Fan grasped his suitcase and emerged from the alley, striding towards the nearby tavern. As he pushed open the tavern's grand doors, all eyes turned in his direction. Zhang Fan entered with a measured pace, yet upon noticing his suit, the patrons swiftly diverted their gazes, resuming their previous conversations. Another figure in a black suit, one patron murmured to his companion. There have been many of them in town lately. They say they are agents licensed to kill. Brother, what do you suppose their purpose is? Another inquired. Best not to provoke them. Word has it they are here for that hammer. Many townsfolk have been summoned for discussions. A warning echoed among the group. Indeed, let us not concern ourselves with their affairs. To drinking, then. To drinking. Several raised their beers and toast, clinking their glasses before indulging in hearty gulps. Clearly, their interest in the newly arrived Zhang Fan was veiled yet palpable. The tavern was filled with soothing melodies, and Zhang Fan paid no heed to the hushed whispers. Opting instead for a solitary seat at the bar, he observed the bartender diligently polishing glasses, then tapped the table gently with his fingers. "A glass of iced milk, please," he requested. The bartender paused, regarding Zhang Fan with a hint of incredulity, uncertain if he had misheard. "You desire a glass of iced milk?" he confirmed. "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Zhang Fan replied. "No, it's just that you are the first person I've encountered requesting milk at a bar." The bartender chuckled as he produced a large jug of milk from beneath the counter. Chapter 61. The Problematic Hammer of Thor. Every experience has its inaugural moment. Zhang Fan remarked. "You will grow accustomed to it." "You are correct. Every experience has a first. How about trying our signature tequila?" the bartender suggested. "It's our tavern's exclusive recipe, delivering a delightful blend of spice and sweetness that dances upon the tongue and lingers in the throat. It is truly exquisite." Drinking is detrimental to one's health and can lead to trembling hands, Zhang Fan intoned with a low voice, attempting to appear sophisticated. "In our line of work, one cannot afford to tremble. A shaky hand equates to self-destruction." With an expression that suggested worldly experience, the bartender poured a generous glass of milk, adding a few ice cubes to create an iced milk concoction, which he then slid toward Zhang Fan. So, you never drink? He inquired. Correct. Zhang Fan pointed to his head, stating, I must maintain a clear mind at all times, at least when I meet my demise. I will understand how it came to pass. You are rather pessimistic, the bartender remarked, picking up another glass to polish. Were you to walk in my shoes, you too would adopt a similar outlook. Zhang Fan spoke in a manner that even he found perplexing, lifting a glass of milk to his lips. The next moment, he frowned, for the milk was pure and utterly unpalatable. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? The bartender astutely observed Zhang Fan's expression. It lacks flavor. Zhang Fan replied, This is pure milk. Naturally, it has no flavor. The bartender responded with a smile. I'm not fond of pure milk, Zhang Fan stated, setting down the glass. Is there anything to eat? I'm quite hungry. It's rather late. The chef has already left for the day, the bartender indicated, pointing to the clock on the wall. Is there truly nothing at all? Zhang Fan frowned once more, as he had come specifically to dine. If you wouldn't mind, I could step in as the chef, the bartender suggested, rubbing his thumb against the tips of his middle and index fingers. It would just require a bit of extra payment. Money is no object, as long as there is food, Zhang Fan declared grandly. Here is today's menu. Take a look and see what you'd like, the bartender said, retrieving a small blackboard from beneath the bar. I'll have a spicy beefsteak and a corn cake. Zhang Fan perused the menu and inquired about the last item. What is this fried chapulin? Upon noticing Zhang Fan's curiosity, the bartender raised an eyebrow and replied, Chapulin, a type of grasshopper. It's quite tasty, though a bit pricey. Would you care to try it? Grasshopper? As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Zhang Fan did not exhibit the disgust or aversion the bartender anticipated. Instead, he responded with a hint of excitement. I'll have one of those as well. Aren't you afraid? The bartender asked, puzzled. It's just grasshopper. Should I be afraid? Zhang Fan retorted. The bartender, recalling Zhang Fan's profession, understood. After all, how could one who faced life and death daily fear something as trivial as grasshoppers? However, before heading to the kitchen, the bartender cautioned, This dish is indeed a bit costly. Are you certain you wish to order it? As long as you're not intentionally trying to swindle me, it's no problem, Zhang Fan replied, taking another sip from his glass. In truth, his resistance to the pure milk had diminished considerably. Rest assured, I guarantee you'll receive excellent value. I will not deceive you, the bartender assured before making his way to the kitchen to commence his work. I look forward to your culinary skills. Zhang Fan signaled with his glass. Once the bartender had departed, Zhang Fan retrieved his phone and dialed Carlson's number. Outside the small town in a base, Carlson stood with his hands in his pockets, engaged in conversation with a muddy blonde man seated in a chair before him. You've made my people, those who have undergone the most professional training in the world, appear as disheveled as a group of minimum-wage supermarket security guards. This blonde man was the one who had previously intruded upon the base and had been captured. Carlson expressed a lengthy discourse, yet the muddy blonde man seemed lost in his own thoughts, entirely oblivious to Carlson's words. That's quite disheartening. Carlson remained unfazed by the blonde giant's demeanor and continued. In my experience, one must undergo a similar level of training to defeat them. Where did you receive your training? Pakistan? Chechnya? Or perhaps Afghanistan? Carlson scrutinized the blonde man, listing a series of locations, yet he gleaned no useful information from the expression on the giant's face. Thus, he observed the mud-streaked figure before him and added, however, Your fighting style resembles that of a mercenary. Was it South Africa? The mud-caked giant remained unresponsive, lost in his own thoughts. Carlson inquired, Some organizations would pay handsomely to employ a mercenary of your caliber. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, the mud-covered giant finally reacted. He lifted his gaze to meet Carlson's, his lips twitching momentarily, yet he ultimately remained silent. Noticing the continued reticence, Carlson pressed on, regardless. We will obtain the information we seek. This is our forte. At that moment, Carlson's phone rang, interrupting his dialogue. He glanced at the screen to see it was a call from Zhang Fan. After a brief contemplation, he looked up at the blonde giant and instructed, Stay put. With that, Carlson turned and exited the room to take the call. As soon as Carlson stepped outside, a figure clad in a dark green trench coat and sporting slicked-back hair appeared before the blonde giant. Upon seeing this individual, the giant could no longer maintain his silence and exclaimed in astonishment, Loki, what are you doing here? It was revealed that this blonde giant was none other than the legendary Thor, the god of thunder. who had been stripped of his divine powers by Odin for instigating war and exiled to Earth. The ensuing events unfolded similarly to those depicted in the films. As Loki deceived his brother Thor into believing that their father had perished and that he had ascended to the throne. Under Loki's elaborate ruse, Thor was thoroughly misled. Once Loki confirmed that his brother had fallen for his trickery, he confidently approached Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, eager to test his ability to lift it. Unlike in the films, when Loki was unable to wield the hammer, this time, as he approached Mjolnir, he sensed something amiss. As a master of magic, he keenly detected a disturbance in the magical elements surrounding the hammer, suspecting that a magical trap had been set. Who could have laid such a trap? With a prudent sense of caution, Loki chose not to approach Mjolnir any further, retreating slowly while pondering the enigma. Chapter 62. Drinking at the Tavern. Coulson did not keep Zhang Fan waiting long. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, is this Coulson? This is Zhang Fan. I know, your name appears in my contacts, Coulson replied. Coulson, I've arrived, Zhang Fan stated. Where are you? I'll come to get you, Coulson responded. As Coulson continued his phone conversation, he hurried towards the base's entrance, initially believing that Zhang Fan was waiting there. I'm at the tavern in the town, come over. Zhang Fan responded over the line. The tavern in the town? Coulson halted his stride towards the base gate and diverted to a nearby jeep. Yes, at the tavern in the town. Remember to bring some extra money. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you, Zhang Fan concluded before hanging up. Coulson stowed his phone away and felt the wallet in his pocket. Reassured, he settled into the jeep. Sir, where to? The jeep driver inquired. To the town tavern. To pick someone up, Coulson replied. Understood, sir. After receiving the address, the driver started the vehicle, speeding away from the base towards the town. Zhang Fan hung up the phone and tucked it away, lifting a glass of fresh milk for another sip. As the food had yet to arrive, he grew somewhat bored and began to survey the tavern. Unfortunately, this establishment was rather small, merely an ordinary bar devoid of any special performances. He quickly lost interest, failing to discover anything captivating. Regarding the legendary bar encounters, a glance around at the patrons extinguished any such hopes. It was midnight, and only 2 or 3 tables were occupied, all by burly men clad in leather jackets, their muscular arms exposed and heads wrapped in bandanas. Scanning the room, he found not a single attractive woman, let alone any female presence at all. With little amusement to occupy his time, Zhang Fan withdrew his gaze in disappointment, resorting to sipping his iced milk as he waited for the bartender to serve his meal. Boring moments tend to stretch endlessly, and after what felt like several hours, he finally spotted the bartender approaching with a plate. Your service is quite slow. I've been waiting for you for nearly 20 years, Zhang Fan exaggeratedly complained. Who can blame me? I'm not a professional chef. The bartender grinned in response to Zhang Fan's lament. Setting the plate before him, he added, since I'm a bartender, it's only logical that my cooking takes a bit longer. You have a point. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement with the bartender's reasoning. Try the taste first, the bartender suggested, retrieving a glass from beneath the bar and polishing it. Pushing aside the glass of milk, Zhang Fan drew the plate closer, his attention immediately captured by a serving of fried locusts. Each locust measured around 2 centimeters, perfectly fried to a golden hue, dusted with a layer of bright red chili powder that tantalizingly stimulated the appetite. Unable to resist, Zhang Fan grabbed one of the locusts and popped it into his mouth. Crunching down, with the fried locust now consumed, his expression remained impassive, perhaps due to his origins as a Chinese individual before his journey. The fried locust failed to evoke any surprise or excitement within him. Aside from its delightful crispiness, this dish's flavor is somewhat akin to that of barbecue. It is certainly not inedible, yet falls considerably short of Zhang Fan's expectations. Were this a culinary show where he could assign scores, he would grant the fried locust no more than 6 points out of 10, with a single point awarded for the chili powder sprinkled atop. The bartender, who had been attentively observing Zhang Fan, advised that this dish pairs better with corn tortillas for an enhanced flavor. Is that so? I shall give it a try, Zhang Fan responded. As the saying goes, heed the advice of others, and you shall be well fed. He glanced at the bartender, noticing his unwavering confidence, and thus picked up a similarly crisp corn tortilla to experiment with. Under the bartender's guidance, Zhang Fan created a sandwich-like concoction by placing the fried locust between 2 pieces of corn tortilla and took a bite. Indeed, the taste transformed entirely compared to eating them alone. The tortilla absorbed the excess oil from the locusts, and the inherent sweetness of the tortilla mingled with the spiciness of the fried locusts, resulting in an appetizing sweet and spicy flavor, coupled with a delightful dual crispness. It was simply irresistible. This time, he would rate it a solid 7 points. As he savored his meal, he gave the bartender a thumbs up, prompting a satisfied smile from the bartender, who felt his creation had received due recognition. After finishing the tortilla with fried locusts, Zhang Fan turned his attention to the final main dish, spicy beefsteak. Do you need to introduce this one? Zhang Fan inquired. No, I have absolute confidence in this dish, the bartender replied while polishing a glass. Such confidence? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, picked up a fork, pierced the center of the steak, lifted it to his mouth, and took a bite. The texture is tender and the flavor rich. It appears the beef has been marinated, as such a taste could not arise otherwise. Zhang Fan nodded in approval. Once again, it was a dish deserving of 7 points. After completing his critiques of the dishes, he immersed himself in his meal. Halfway through his meal, Coulson pushed open the tavern door and entered. After surveying the establishment, his gaze settled on Zhang Fan, who was focused on his food. Coulson approached Zhang Fan and asked, "When did you arrive? Why didn't you notify me in advance so I could pick you up?" Zhang Fan looked up at Coulson, took a sip of his cold, pure milk, swallowed his food, and replied, "I just arrived and called you." Coulson glanced at the milk in Zhang Fan's cup and chuckled. "Why are you drinking milk in a bar? You should be having a drink. The house special tequila is quite good." "I never drink alcohol, as it impairs my mind," Zhang Fan replied earnestly. "It dulls my intellect and slows my reflexes." Coulson laughed at this and countered, "Moderate drinking can enhance blood circulation and sharpen your mind." "And what constitutes moderate?" Zhang Fan retorted, returning to his meal without further ado. Coulson chuckled softly, refraining from offering further advice. Instead, he turned to tap the bar. Addressing the bartender, "A glass of your secret tequila, please." "Sir, you possess discerning taste," the bartender remarked, setting down his glass before skillfully preparing a special tequila for Coulson. Thus, Coulson settled beside Zhang Fan, sipping his tequila in leisurely gulps while awaiting Zhang Fan's meal to conclude. Chapter 63. Funds as Coulson finished his drink. Zhang Fan had just finished his meal. He drained his glass of fresh milk, let out a long sigh, and said to Coulson, "I'll head out first. Please settle the bill." Coulson turned to the bartender, who was still polishing glasses, and inquired, "How much do I owe? Shall we settle it together?" The bartender glanced at Zhang Fan as he exited and asked, "Together?" "Yes," Coulson replied, retrieving his wallet from his pocket to settle the payment. "That will be $88. The bartender announced. Coulson produced a $100 bill and placed it on the bar, saying to the bartender, "Keep the change," as he picked up the forgotten suitcase and hurried after Zhang Fan out of the tavern. "Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit." The bartender called after them, placing down his glass and picking up the $100 bill. He shook it, ensuring it was genuine, and thought to himself how delightful it would be to have more customers like this one who left a $12 tip. He tucked the bill into his pocket, calling out to Coulson's retreating figure, "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you back anytime." Upon exiting the tavern, Coulson spotted Zhang Fan standing a short distance away, suitcase in hand. He approached and said, "You forgot your suitcase." Zhang Fan glanced at it, reached out to take the suitcase from Coulson, and remarked, "I thought something was amiss after stepping out." After handing over the suitcase, Coulson replied, "Follow me. Our vehicle is parked over there." Coulson led Zhang Fan to a jeep, and without needing to inquire about their destination, the driver started the engine and drove directly towards the base. During the journey, Coulson asked Zhang Fan, "What brings you to Africa?" "To create a suit of armor," Zhang Fan replied, pulling down his collar slightly to reveal a black and gray vibranium suit beneath. "What is that?" Coulson inquired, intrigued. Zhang Fan contemplated for a moment before responding. "It's akin to a combat uniform." "What capabilities does it possess? Is it bulletproof?" Coulson probed further. Having enjoyed his meal, Zhang Fan was in good spirits and patiently replied to the incessant questions from Coulson. "Not only is it bulletproof, but it can withstand cannon fire as well." "Is that so? It can endure cannon shells?" Coulson exclaimed with astonishment. "Absolutely, and it offers perfect defense. It can absorb the kinetic energy of the shell, ensuring that the suit remains intact while the internal organs do not turn to mush." "Are you serious?" Coulson was genuinely taken aback. Materials capable of withstanding cannon fire without damage were not unheard of within S.H.I.E.L.D.S. research department. Yet, Can it withstand the immense force brought by a projectile? He shook his head. This was astonishing, utterly unbelievable, akin to the shield of Captain America, capable of nullifying kinetic energy. Why would I deceive you? Zhang Fan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Coulson before continuing. Moreover, beyond its bulletproof capabilities, it possesses another significant function. Oh, what is this important function? Coulson inquired, intrigued. With a sense of pride, Zhang Fan extended his finger and declared, in addition to providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, it boasts excellent breathability, allowing me to maintain dry skin even after engaging in vigorous exercise. Coulson paused, slightly bewildered. Weren't we discussing bulletproof capabilities? How do we suddenly shift to winter warmth, summer coolness, and dry skin? How should I convey this function? It cannot be deemed unimportant. Yet as Coulson pondered, it did not seem all that essential. Noticing Coulson's apparent indifference towards the benefits of temperature regulation and skin dryness, Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat irked, asked, "What's the matter? Do you have any questions?" "No, not at all," Coulson quickly responded. "I was merely contemplating what materials this combat suit is composed of. It is made of vibranium. My armor is crafted from vibranium," Zhang Fan stated confidently. Vibranium? Coulson recalled that Captain America's shield was also a product of a vibranium and iron blend. Could it be that vibranium exists on the African continent? With this thought, Coulson inquired, "Where did you find the vibranium in Africa?" "I'm afraid that is a secret I cannot divulge," Zhang Fan replied with a smug expression. He had promised the late King T'Chaka not to disclose Wakanda's secrets, and he intended to honor that commitment. Were it anyone else, Coulson would have employed tactics to extract information about vibranium, but before Zhang Fan, he dared not resort to any such measures, resolving instead to discuss the existence of vibranium in Africa with director Nick Fury at the earliest opportunity. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Fan asked. "Nothing much," Coulson replied. "I was just pondering the identity of that blonde giant who intruded upon the base. I know who that person is." Just as Zhang Fan was about to reveal the identity of the blonde giant, a thought suddenly struck him. He shifted his gaze and asked, "What is the budget for this mission?" Upon a mention of finances, Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Why do you ask about that?" "Just a casual inquiry," Zhang Fan replied. "This mission has a budget of $100,000. Coulson considered for a moment before disclosing the information to Zhang Fan. "Is that all?" Zhang Fan expressed a sense of disappointment upon hearing the modest sum. What can one do with such a paltry amount? It's merely a hammer in need of a heftier budget. As the conversation progressed, Coulson suddenly connected the dots, asking, "Do you know about this hammer?" "I am aware of the entire sequence of events," Zhang Fan responded. "I established a base and allocated salaries and bonuses for some personnel. Currently, the remaining funds amount to approximately $50,000. If you truly comprehend all matters, I could hand over the remaining budget entirely to you. What do you think?" Coulson replied. $50,000, Zhang Fan mused. It is astonishing that Thor, the god of thunder, is afforded such a meager sum. When I was once a target for bounties, my price reached $1 million. Nevertheless, free money is too good to refuse. Zhang Fan began to recount the origins of the hammer. That hammer is Mjolnir, the weapon bestowed upon Thor by Odin, the Allfather. Its heft is due to the enchantments it bears. Are there truly gods? And magic? Although Coulson is privy to many secrets, he has never encountered any documentation regarding gods or magic, and this inquiry exceeds his expectations. Additional compensation is warranted. Zhang Fan rubbed his fingers and remarked, "Let us hear it." Coulson responded. Zhang Fan was unconcerned. He did not believe that SHIELD would dare to withhold payment from him. They cannot be referred to as gods. More accurately, they are Asgardians. Chapter 64. Journey to the Base Aliens? Coulson asked, drawing parallels. Indeed, one could say that. However, their physical prowess and technological advancements far surpass those of Earthlings, coupled with their mastery of magic, which renders them gods in your eyes. Coulson astutely noted that Zhang Fan referred to you. His thoughts raced. This implies our previous conjectures were erroneous. Zhang Fan is not merely an Earthling with superpowers, but rather an extraterrestrial. Otherwise, he would have said we instead of you. What do you think? Does this information warrant additional payment? Zhang Fan inquired with a smile. If the information proves accurate, I will report to the director for funding. However, the specifics of the amount will be at the director's discretion. Of course, the budget for this mission will also be included. Coulson replied, regaining his focus. Since it does not require my own funds, receiving 2 confidential pieces of information made Coulson quite agreeable, without any hesitation. Witnessing Coulson's readiness, Zhang Fan generously added, "By the way, here's an additional piece of information at no cost. The blonde giant you captured is Thor, Odin's son, whose powers have been sealed." Coulson paused upon hearing this revelation. The blonde giant, who single-handedly stormed the base and grappled with the security personnel covered in yellow mud, is indeed Thor? If I were you, I would ensure he is treated well upon returning to the base. Even if his powers are sealed, he remains Odin's son, Thor. Perhaps this connection could foster relations with Asgard. At this point, Zhang Fan seemed to have an epiphany and gleefully remarked, "Oh, by the way, Asgardians have long considered Earth their territory. If you attempt to engage with Thor, you might not receive equitable treatment. Let us verify this information before proceeding." Coulson replied with a smile. During the remainder of the journey, Coulson and the Jeep fell silent, as the volume of information Zhang Fan had divulged was substantial. He required time to contemplate and determine the next course of action. Coulson remained silent, while Zhang Fan also refrained from speaking, contemplating how much the bald, one-eyed Nick Fury would be willing to pay for this information. If the sum were inadequate, he would not proceed. Before long, the Jeep returned to the brightly lit base. Just as Zhang Fan was about to disembark, Coulson handed him a card adorned with a ribbon. "What is this?" Zhang Fan inquired, reaching to accept it. "It's a base access pass," Coulson replied. "Wear it around your neck, and you shall traverse the base without being halted for inquiries by security." Zhang Fan examined the pass in his hand, a plastic card with a blue background and white lettering, inscribed with the name of the United Nations affiliated organization, SHIELD, followed by his own name, alongside a portrait of himself. He recalled never having taken such a photo and wondered where it had originated. However, he dismissed the thought, considering it a trivial matter, merely a photograph. It was of no great consequence. The card also bore his title, which read Senior Consultant. This warranted further inquiry. He must ascertain the nature of this position, for he had no intention of engaging in labor. Thus, Zhang Fan posed the question, "What are the responsibilities of a senior consultant?" Coulson replied, "There is nothing particularly special about it. It primarily serves as a means of access within the base. Every newcomer receives a similar pass." "Oh, so it's merely an access pass," Zhang Fan mused, feeling relieved at the notion of being exempt from any duties. However, as he prepared to don the pass, Zhang Fan noticed that Coulson did not possess one. He pointed to Coulson's chest and asked, "Why do you not wear such a pass? I am the overseer here. The entire base operates under my watchful eye, and everyone knows me. Thus, I have no need for this," Coulson explained. "You, on the other hand, are new here, and no one is acquainted with you yet. So it is necessary for you to wear it." Zhang Fan nodded in understanding, affixing the pass around his neck before opening the car door and stepping out. While Zhang Fan exited, Coulson remained behind, as he had a lingering concern to address. He turned to the Jeep's driver and asked, "What is your name?" "Sir, my name is Bond," the driver responded. "James Bond, Level 2 Agent of SHIELD. Very well, Bond. Your name carries a certain charm, evoking the essence of a secret agent," Coulson complimented. Before continuing, "The matters we discussed in the vehicle must remain confidential for the time being. Do you understand? This is a mission. Isn't it, sir?" Bond inquired softly. Coulson chuckled at Bond's comment, responding, "Indeed, it is a mission, and it will be documented in the records." "Thank you, sir. I did not overhear anything while in the vehicle," Bond replied loudly. "Excellent. Keep up the good work. I shall remember you, James Bond." Coulson patted Bond on the shoulder and opened the car door. After eliminating the risk of information leakage, Coulson exited the vehicle with a smile. However, at that moment, he noticed that Zhang Fan, whom he expected to wait for him beside the Jeep, was nowhere to be seen. Coulson scanned the surroundings but failed to spot Zhang Fan's figure. He was perplexed as to where Zhang Fan could have vanished in such a short span of time. In the distance, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the makeshift command center, seemingly in response to some incident. Nevertheless, Coulson had no time to concern himself with that. He needed to locate Zhang Fan first, in such a compact base where everything was nearly visible at a glance. Where could Zhang Fan have wandered off to? Coulson looked up at the pitch-black sky, retrieved his phone, and dialed Zhang Fan's number. Outside the temporary command room. "Did you say his name is Donald Black?" The bald man, Sievert, harbored doubts regarding the veracity of Dr. Eric Shavik, who held multiple doctoral titles and specialized in astronomy. "Is Dr. Donald Black, my research partner?" Dr. Eric Shavik corrected him. Sievert chuckled, refraining from disputing, and remarked, "Dr. Eric Shavik, your partner certainly seems to be a perilous individual." Dr. Shavik explained, "After you took all our research materials, he was frantic. That was the culmination of his life's work." Lost in an instant, Sievert glanced at his subordinates, feeling a headache coming on. His men had failed to manage such a trivial matter, drawing unwanted attention. Chapter 65. The Hammer of Thor. It just so happened that Dr. Eric Shavik had numerous friends in the scientific community and a significant international reputation, without exceptional circumstances. He was untouchable. Noticing Sievert's silence as he regarded his subordinates, Dr. Shavik continued, "You must understand that every man reacts explosively in such situations, especially in an organization as vast and shameless as yours, storming in with a horde of thugs in long boots." However, it was not the time for inquiries. Sievert turned to glare coldly at Dr. Shavik. Startled by Sievert's gaze, Dr. Shavik fell silent momentarily, but soon muttered. Dr. Donald Black said as much. As Sievert was about to respond, a voice from the side drew everyone's attention. "RSHIELD agency, under the guidance of the United Nations, is dedicated to maintaining world peace. This is how we operate." Zhang Fan approached, casting a dubious glance at Dr. Eric Shavik. "If you disagree, then you are opposing SHIELD, and opposing SHIELD implies opposition to the United Nations, which indicates a potential inclination towards anti-human sentiments. I believe you warrant investigation." Zividol turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, eager to discern the individual who had articulated the very thoughts he himself dared not express. Such a person must undoubtedly be recruited into their ranks. However, upon turning to confront the speaker, he was taken aback, had it not been for his keen eyesight catching sight of the badge hanging from Zhang Fan's chest. He might have called for backup and alarm. No, I harbor no opposition towards SHIELD. I merely seek to reclaim our research materials." Zhang Fan's words prompted Dr. Eric Selvig to hastily wave his hands in a gesture of clarification, fearing that without such an explanation, he might find himself unjustly accused of crimes against humanity. "You claim there is nothing amiss, yet I remain unconvinced. He must be apprehended. Is this the sensation of wielding power over others?" Quite exhilarating. As Zhang Fan reveled in this newfound thrill, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a call from Coulson. "Hello, Coulson. What is the purpose of your call?" Zhang Fan inquired upon answering. "Where have you been?" Coulson asked from the other end. "I haven't gone anywhere. I'm right here in the base," Zhang Fan replied. "All right, understood." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's assertion of being at the base, Coulson ended the call and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze soon fell upon the crowd near the command room. If all went as expected, Zhang Fan should have ventured that way, thus eluding his view. Just as Zhang Fan tucked his phone away and was about to continue his conversation, Coulson approached him, questioning, "What brings you here?" "Boredom, just taking a stroll," Zhang Fan responded, somewhat irked by Coulson's tone of inquiry. "What? Do you have a problem with that? I didn't see you when I got out of the car. I thought you had flown off somewhere for fun," Coulson explained. He then turned his attention to Dr. Eric Selvig and the others, asking, "What is their situation?" "I'm not sure. I just arrived," Zhang Fan replied. At this moment, the bald man, Zividol, who had noticed Coulson's arrival, approached him and quietly recounted the events. After listening, Coulson addressed Dr. Selvig, stating, "Your explanation is insufficient. It does not clarify how he managed to bypass our security systems." Dr. Selvig, relieved to finally engage in a rational discourse, quickly replied, "Stimulants. He has used stimulants, as evidenced by his demeanor. Clearly, he is a muscle-bound individual with a simplistic mind." At that juncture, an agent carrying a tablet approached. "Sir, take a look at this," he said. Coulson glanced at the information displayed on the tablet, revealing Thor's forged identity. Reflecting on Zhang Fan's earlier comments in the vehicle, he turned to Dr. Selvig and remarked, "The system indicates he is a medical doctor." Dr. Selvig was taken aback, recalling that he had fabricated Thor's identity as a physicist. How had it transformed into that of a medical doctor? Indeed, the unforeseen circumstances disrupted Dr. Eric Selvig's train of thought. However, as a scientist with multiple doctoral degrees, his mind remained agile. After mumbling a few incoherent words, he promptly devised a plan. He had once been a distinguished physicist before changing his career path. As Dr. Selvig spoke, he observed Coulson's demeanor. He was a remarkable individual, albeit one who had endured many trials. Coulson's impassive expression caused Dr. Selvig's voice to dwindle into silence, ultimately leaving him to gaze at Coulson in quiet reflection. Once Dr. Selvig concluded his remarks, Coulson turned to his companion, Sitwell, and signaled him to take Dr. Selvig to the detention room. "Yes, sir," Sitwell replied with a blink. Refraining from questioning the order, and then addressed Dr. Selvig, "Please follow me." As Sitwell escorted Dr. Selvig away, Coulson turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Let us proceed. I shall take you to see the hammer. It is the legendary weapon of Thor, son of Odin, who is destined to inherit Odin's throne. Wouldn't you want to make a favorable impression?" Zhang Fan inquired with a smile. "There is no need for that. Let's first see the hammer," Coulson replied as he moved ahead. Though Coulson spoke nonchalantly, appearing to have everything under control, he was in fact uncertain of how to approach the suddenly transformed Thor, the imposing blond man. Furthermore, he had yet to ascertain the truth of Zhang Fan's claims. Since Coulson maintained an air of confidence, Zhang Fan chose not to press further, merely following Coulson. Compared to meeting Thor, he was far more eager to attempt lifting the mighty hammer. Coulson led Zhang Fan through the white corridors, navigating through twists and turns until they reached the central white chamber of the base. Upon sighting the hammer nestled within the pit, Zhang Fan was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement and an irresistible urge. "What is happening? Is there a connection between this hammer and me? Am I the true Thor? I shall give it a try," Zhang Fan declared, leaping into the pit and approaching the hammer. Coulson stood by, not intervening, as he too was curious to see if Zhang Fan could lift it. As Zhang Fan grasped the hammer's handle, a chilling sensation coursed through him, momentarily stunning his senses. Suddenly, radiant light enveloped his surroundings, and the space around him began to fold. Chapter 66. The great battle merely holding the hammer had conjured such a magnificent display of sound and light. Could it be that I am the rightful owner of Mjolnir? Just as this thought flickered through Zhang Fan's mind, he was startled by the appearance of a bald woman clad in a robe of a peculiar yellow hue. Recognizing her instantly, he exclaimed, "Gu-yi, what are you doing here?" Though Zhang Fan currently felt invincible, believing he could face the likes of Ancient One, Thanos, and Odin without fear, the sudden appearance of the enigmatic Ancient One before him stirred a sense of trepidation within. He might claim to be unfazed, yet internally, he was anything but secure. However, his outward demeanor betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Coulson, standing nearby, suddenly noticed that Zhang Fan, who had just grasped the hammer's handle, had inexplicably vanished from his sight. "Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan," Coulson called out, looking around in confusion, but received no response. He promptly retrieved his phone to make a call. "I have come for you," Ancient One declared with a serene smile as she began to trace circles in the air before her. This circular motion was not a whimsical gesture akin to the antics of animated characters, but rather a familiar incantation Zhang Fan had witnessed in films, typically employed by sorcerers to conjure portals. A smile does not always signify goodwill. It can equally mask ulterior motives. Despite the seemingly harmless nature of Ancient One's gestures, Zhang Fan instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He immediately entered a rapid mode, lunging towards her in an attempt to seize the initiative. Setting aside any malicious intent, he believed it prudent to engage first. After all, strength speaks volumes and grants one leverage. As Zhang Fan vanished from his original position, Ancient One continued her tranquil circling, unfazed. Yet, Zhang Fan, propelled by his speed, found himself airborne for nearly half a second, a duration sufficient to reach the moon for a brief respite, given his capabilities. Realizing something was awry, Zhang Fan activated his enhanced vision and hearing to assess the situation. Although he perceived Ancient One to be merely 5 meters away, almost within reach, he soon discerned the truth. The figure before him was a mere illusion, a remarkably lifelike projection devoid of substance. However, he quickly recalibrated his auditory senses to pinpoint Ancient One's true location, discovering she was over 40,000 kilometers distant, with a slight directional deviation. Unfazed by the distance, he resolved that a single sprint would suffice. Eschewing his visual reliance, he locked on an Ancient One using his superior hearing, adjusted his form and trajectory, and surged forward once more. Ancient One continued her circular incantation, seemingly oblivious to the time it took her, a supreme sorceress, to craft such a basic portal. Yet, as Zhang Fan reoriented himself, he noticed that Ancient One had begun to employ her other hand in complex gestures. With each movement, a series of translucent barriers akin to glass walls emerged in Zhang Fan's path, obstructing his advance towards Ancient One. These obstacles did not impede Zhang Fan's velocity. Rather, the sheer force generated by his full-speed flight, coupled with his nearly indomitable physique, rendered these barriers as insubstantial as air, shattering upon contact. With each barrier he demolished, Gu Yi's complexion paled further. In mere moments, her face had turned ashen, devoid of any hint of color. After obliterating what seemed like countless glass-like impediments, Zhang Fan finally stood before Gu Yi. Just as he was about to grasp her throat to declare victory in this confrontation, Gu Yi completed the incantation for her portal. However, as Zhang Fan reached for her, he found himself unable to advance any further, as an irresistible force of attraction emanated from behind him, anchoring him firmly in front of Gu Yi. This pulling force was so potent that even when he pushed his flying speed to its utmost limit, he could not move forward an inch. Any reduction in velocity would result in being drawn back. What could be behind him? What was happening? Unable to resist the urge, Zhang Fan glanced back, eager to discern what was ensnaring him. To his astonishment, he beheld a pitch-black portal, less than 10 meters away, leading who knows where, and the unimaginable force of attraction was emanating from it. Observing that Zhang Fan was indeed ensnared, Gu Yi appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, her pallor regaining some semblance of color. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and inquired, as speaking was now his sole recourse. To resist the pull from behind, he strained every muscle to propel himself forward, yet his form continued to be inexorably drawn back. "I will seal you away permanently, restoring the world to its rightful course," Gu Yi replied. "Why?" Zhang Fan managed to ask, feeling himself slip further backward. "In the near future, you will disrupt the flow of the world, ultimately leading to its destruction," Gu Yi stated calmly. "You will spread like a virus, annihilating all parallel universes." "Nonsense. I have never harbored such intentions," Zhang Fan shouted vehemently at Gu Yi, his face flushed with indignation. "You cannot seal me based on events that have yet to occur. You have caused the world's destruction 28,531 times, sooner or later. Thus, you must be sealed," Gu Yi retorted, retrieving a necklace radiating a green light from her chest. "The Eye of Agamotto allows me to perceive infinite futures." Zhang Fan recognized this artifact. The Eye of Agamotto contained the Time Stone, which indeed permitted its wielder to traverse the rivers of time. Did this mean Gu Yi's assertions were valid? Was it possible that he would truly bring about the world's end? Was he destined to annihilate existence itself? Overwhelmed by confusion, Zhang Fan lowered his head, his eyes gradually filling with tears. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head. Two piercing beams of deep crimson light aimed directly at Gu Yi before him. Unfortunately, the ambush was unsuccessful. Gu Yi seemed to have anticipated this, and as Zhang Fan lowered his gaze, a faint yellow protective shield materialized before her, safeguarding her from harm. Chapter 67. The conclusion of battle. Zhang Fan's searing gaze struck the pale yellow barrier, creating ripples that danced across its surface. While Gu Yi remained sheltered behind the shield, she was not idle. Her right hand, resting at her back, extended 2 fingers to trace a circular motion in the air. Suddenly, a portal, approximately the size of a human head, manifested before Zhang Fan, revealing his own form on the other side. What sensation accompanies being struck by one's own full-powered thermal gaze? Zhang Fan felt as though he'd been dealt a heavy blow from the side. Even his ironclad physique struggled to withstand that force. With a pain scream, he faltered in his flight, instantly drawn into the ominous black portal behind him. The dark portal closed swiftly, and upon witnessing Zhang Fan's successful confinement, Gu Yi, who had stood resolutely until that moment, could no longer maintain her earlier composure. She collapsed to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. Despite her earlier appearance of effortless control, the series of maneuvers had drained her of every ounce of energy. It is noteworthy that her actions had been rehearsed countless times with the aid of the Eye of Agamotto, and during Zhang Fan's final counterattack. She had met her demise no fewer than 3 times. with earlier failures far exceeding that number. After a brief respite on the ground, Gu finally regained her footing. Upon ensuring there were no lingering issues, she closed her eyes to confirm that the world had indeed returned to its rightful course before she gestured to create a circle. Transporting herself back to Kamartaj, Carlson listened to the busy tone emanating from his phone, pondering the whereabouts of Zhang Fan. Why was he not answering? Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan was drawn into the dark portal, he found himself in a silent realm, filled with a myriad of colorful lights. Yet, the terrifying gravitational pull persisted, continually drawing him downward. Initially, Zhang Fan attempted to fly upward, striving desperately to escape this force. However, he soon relinquished this futile endeavor, allowing himself to be pulled downwards. For even with all his might, he could not resist the overwhelming attraction. His body continued to plummet. As the descent persisted, the profoundly tedious nature of his situation led Zhang Fan into a spiral of thoughts. Where exactly was this place? His enhanced vision could discern no boundaries, and his acute hearing yielded no useful sounds. Apart from a myriad of colorful lights, there was nothing else here. After contemplating for an extended period without arriving at any conclusions, Zhang Fan redirected his thoughts to what he would do upon his eventual escape. Initially, I had no intention of annihilating the world. However, I have since altered my course of action. If given the chance to return, I would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to assault the Himalayas, capture the bald sorceress Dormammu, and eliminate all those mages. I would then make her witness the cataclysmic explosion of Earth. The descent seemed interminable, with the scenery remaining monotonously unchanged, leading Zhang Fan to the brink of boredom and slumber. Accepting his fate, he casually shifted his form and closed his eyes in sleep. Time passed, though the duration was indeterminate, and Zhang Fan awoke to find himself still in freefall, surrounded by the same unaltered landscape. This state of affairs was untenable. Sitting cross-legged, he rubbed his chin and contemplated. Merely waiting in this descent would yield no results. Perhaps he should allow the force of attraction to guide him and discover its nature. Resolute in his decision, he followed the pull downward, accelerating rapidly under its influence. As he descended, the scenery indeed began to transform, no longer the static display of before. Although the colorful points remained, they at least began to shift. This was a promising sign. After an indeterminate duration, Zhang Fan grew weary of the endless fall. He often paused to observe the varying light points before summoning the courage to continue his descent. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he sensed a force propelling him outward, and the gravitational attraction dissipated. His formerly frozen thoughts ignited with activity as he surveyed his surroundings, where countless luminous points erupted from a source radiating white light. Was I expelled from that very place? Turning to inspect his environment, he noted numerous white openings against a backdrop of darkness, each releasing a cascade of vibrant lights. Bathed in the glow of these white points, Zhang Fan discerned that they resided upon colossal spherical structures. Some points drifted past him, gradually vanishing into the black mist. Where am I? Just as he raised his hand to stroke his chin in contemplation, he was met with emptiness. Curious, he glanced down at his arms, only to be startled. He realized that the area below his elbows had inexplicably vanished. Not only his hands. Upon glancing downward, he discovered that his legs had also disappeared, and a portion of his abdomen was missing, presumably where his kidneys once resided. Additionally, strange tendrils of black mist coiled around his body, continuously eroding his flesh. Strangely, Zhang Fan felt no pain. He could even sense that the parts of him that had dissolved had not truly vanished, merely rendered invisible to his perception. Of course, this could merely be a figment of one's imagination, rather than reality. The black mist consumed flesh at an alarming rate. Before Zhang Fan could devise any strategy, he found himself reduced to naught but a head. As his cranium gradually succumbed to dissolution, his consciousness began to plunge into darkness. In the final moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the crown of Zhang Fan's head, illuminating the area and causing the black mist to dissipate completely. The flesh that had been engulfed by the dark fog reappeared one by one. Once Zhang Fan was fully restored, the golden light concealed within his mind had dimmed significantly, and the surrounding black mist surged forth once more. Although Zhang Fan's body had returned, his eyes remained tightly shut, and he did not awaken. However, at that moment, his body began to move naturally through the void, accelerating with each passing second. as Zhang Fan passed a small spherical entity adorned with several tiny white openings. He suddenly veered sharply, hurtling towards a sphere. The instant he made contact with it, his body vanished into the vastness of the void. Chapter 68. Awakening in a primordial forest, the underbrush was sparse, dominated by ancient trees that soared towards the heavens. Their branches intertwined, allowing only fleeting rays of sunlight to pierce the ground. Zhang Fan, clad in black battle attire, lay motionless beneath the dappled light, his eyes firmly shut and devoid of consciousness. The cheerful chirping of birds echoed from the trees, but soon fell silent as they took flight in unison. What transpired? Why did the birds suddenly disperse? Had they ventured out in search of sustenance? The reality was far more complex. With the departure of the noisy birds, an eerie stillness enveloped the forest, and a heavy, ominous atmosphere began to permeate the quiet surroundings. Amidst the shadowy foliage, a flickering yellow silhouette crept ever closer to Zhang Fan. At that moment, Zhang Fan abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of entirely black pupils, starkly different from before. Upon awakening, he swiftly rose from the ground, mechanically turning his head to survey his surroundings before advancing forward. Initially, his steps were unsteady, as if he might take flight with the slightest effort. Yet, after a few paces, his gait stabilized, and he walked with increasing confidence. Upon reaching a spot where sunlight was more abundant, he halted, standing motionless, silently basking in the warmth. His peculiar demeanor resembled that of a thoughtless, lifeless automaton recharging under the sun. At that moment, a colossal shadow gradually emerged behind him, ultimately obscuring the light from above. The sunlight was obscured by something, yet Zhang Fan seemed oblivious to any sense of unease. He merely took a few steps forward, leaving the shadow behind, and halted in a sun-drenched spot. A low, rumbling growl echoed behind him, evidently heralding the presence of something formidable. Despite this, Zhang Fan remained motionless, standing there with an air of indifference. What lurked behind him was a tiger, an imposing creature nearly 3 meters tall, adorned with a prominent king-like symbol on its forehead, exuding an aura of dominance. Its massive head alone was nearly the size of Zhang Fan's own body. The tiger observed Zhang Fan's silhouette, circling around him a few times, and as it recognized the figure before it, its gaze grew increasingly menacing. Gradually, it opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth, while thick, transparent saliva dripped from its jaws onto the ground. All these signs indicated that it had already marked Zhang Fan as its prey. Facing away from the tiger, Zhang Fan seemed to sense the impending danger. He turned around just in time to encounter the gaping maw of the beast. Unfazed by this terrifying sight, he calmly stepped back, narrowly escaping the tiger's attack range. With a sharp snap, the giant tiger bit down on nothing but air. Gazing at the tiger's massive head before him, Zhang Fan expressionlessly placed his hand gently upon it. The tiger, pinned beneath his touch, struggled fiercely, its limbs thrashing about. Yet, no matter how vigorously it fought, Zhang Fan's hand remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain, anchoring the tiger's head in place. After a while, the exhausted tiger ceased its struggles, lying still and panting heavily, while Zhang Fan's hand remained firmly pressed upon its head. Soon enough, having regained some energy, the tiger began to thrash once more, its low growls signaling its refusal to submit. This cycle continued for an extended period until, finally drained of strength, the tiger surrendered, resigning itself to the ground, breathless and motionless. At this juncture, Zhang Fan finally released his grip on the tiger's head and took a step back, resuming his sunbathing, for he no longer sensed any malice. With the weight of confinement lifted, the previously weary tiger sprang to its feet, flicked its tail, and departed without a backward glance. Zhang Fan paid no mind to the retreating giant, remaining in his spot, lost in the warmth of the sun. He stood there in a daze, neither moving nor departing, until his vacant mind slowly began to fill with emerging memories. My name is Zhang Fan, an ordinary working-class individual. As memories began to resurface, his previously dull gaze became increasingly vibrant and animated. Once all his recollections materialized, Zhang Fan promptly sought to ascertain his condition. Amidst the black mist, he witnessed his own flesh and blood gradually dissolving, an image seared into his mind. He glanced down and confirmed that his limbs were intact, without any missing appendages or visible wounds. However, his suit had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, he still wore the vibranium armor, sparing him from a state of utter exposure. Having verified his physical state, Zhang Fan lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Towering trees encircled him, suggesting he found himself deep within a primordial forest. So I escaped? Realizing this, Zhang Fan placed his hands on his hips and erupted into joyous laughter. What a farce, he mused, as he thought of the so-called Ancient One, boasting about an eternal seal, yet here he was effortlessly liberated. After a fit of laughter, it was time to attend to more serious matters. Zhang Fan stroked his chin, contemplating with fierce determination. Now that he had emerged, it was time to devise a plan for revenge against the Ancient One, to teach her the true meaning of cruelty. Various vengeful schemes flashed through his mind, each one more brutal and terrifying than the last, leaving him uncertain as to which would be the most effective. Unable to reach a decision, Zhang Fan observed the landscape around him and thought, perhaps I should return and contemplate my next steps while lying comfortably in bed. Finding this notion agreeable, he prepared to take flight. However, as he began to ascend, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Yet he dismissed it and spiraled upwards into the sky. Upon swiftly reaching outer space, he gazed at the diminutive planet before him and finally understood why he had felt something amiss. This was not Earth. Although it bore a yellow sun akin to that of the solar system, it was not part of it. Zhang Fan stared blankly at the planet, significantly smaller than Earth, and mused, could the Ancient One's so-called seal truly mean he had been exiled? Chapter 69. The Way Back Exiled to a Strange, Primitive Star System? What a diabolical idea. Zhang Fan thought, his teeth clenched. Observing the exceptionally pristine outer space surrounding the planet, he quickly grasped the malevolent implications of this predicament. In a vast universe, even if one could survive and travel at near light speed, what good would it do? The diameter of Zhang Fan's tiny solar system spanned a light year, and accounting for the orbits of comets, it could extend to nearly 2 light years. This meant Zhang Fan would need to fly nonstop for over a year to traverse from this location to the opposite side of the solar system. As for the distances between stars and galaxies, they are indeed vast, often spanning hundreds or even millions of light years. In other words, without the aid of some superluminal spacecraft or a teleportation portal, Zhang Fan is likely to remain forever trapped in this alien galaxy, unless his superhuman lineage evolves into the extraordinary versions depicted in comics, such as the Silver or Golden Superman, possessing the ability to transcend light speed and break through the barriers of time. Leaving this place seems an unattainable dream. However, Zhang Fan's understanding of Superman is limited to a handful of films. He has never delved into the comics, and the notions of Silver Superman and Golden Superman are merely fragments he has gleaned from observing others' discussions. Consequently, he is utterly at a loss as to how he might transform into such beings. Yet, if he cannot return, how can he exact revenge on Gu Yi? As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself after 10 years, while a petty person seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. Believing himself to be the latter, Zhang Fan is tormented and anguished, unable to retaliate against those who have wronged him. The mere thought of Gu Yi, at this very moment, leisurely sipping tea in some corner of Earth, reminiscing about her joyous times saving the world, causes him immense distress, filling his heart with a tumult of emotions. He feels as if he could twist her bald head off and use it as a drum, thus suspended in the void of space. He racked his brain and finally conceived several potential methods to return to Earth. The first method is to find a way to become Silver or Golden Superman. Then return to Earth, locate Gu Yi, and exact his revenge. While this idea is appealing, Zhang Fan lacks the knowledge of how to evolve into Silver or Golden Superman. Should he bask in sunlight, or is there some sort of artifact required? He laments not having thoroughly explored the various iterations and advancement conditions of Superman before his journey. Now it seems too late. The second method posits that only magic can defeat magic. He resolves to diligently study and master magic, ultimately becoming a sorcerer capable of opening a portal back to Earth, where he can confront Gu Yi and fulfill his desire for revenge. This approach is promising, not only enhancing his future competitiveness, but also enabling him to see through Gu Yi's tactics, preventing her from escaping upon his arrival. However, starting from scratch presents its own challenges, leaving him uncertain of his direction. The third method involves waiting for a spaceship to arrive or searching within this galaxy for a spacecraft, then boarding it to return to Earth and locate Gu E, thereby enacting his revenge. Zhang Fan has carefully considered this option. Since there is a life-bearing planet present, the likelihood of encountering an exploratory spaceship is quite high, as is often depicted in films. The fourth approach entails personally guiding the intelligent life on this planet in the development of technology. As the saying goes, technology is the primary productive force. Perhaps there exists a genius, cursed by knowledge, joyfully picking lice off their compatriots. In such a scenario, one might merely propose the principle of the steam engine, and in turn, they could innovate a coal-powered superluminal engine. At that moment, one could lead an entire fleet back to Earth, seeking out the Ancient One, and twist off her bald head to use as a wooden fish for meditation. This method, while intriguing and seemingly feasible, caused Zhang Fan's expression to shift as he contemplated the intricate details. Ultimately, he could only sigh inwardly, reflecting on the old adages, the regret of insufficient knowledge when needed, and the lament of youth squandered. Though each method carries its own set of drawbacks, some lacking direction, others reliant on a stroke of luck, and some being exceedingly time-consuming, belonging to the series of endeavors that may only bear fruit in a lifetime. These options are certainly preferable to remaining stagnant in impotent rage. A great man once proclaimed that if one has the means, they should act. If not, they must create the conditions to act. Ancient wisdom asserts that human determination can conquer nature, and even songs echo this sentiment, celebrating the favor of the heavens upon the foolish child. Moreover, before traversing time, Zhang Fan had neither superhuman abilities nor wealth, yet he endured significant calamities, including a major earthquake and a stock market crash. In the face of such tribulations, he managed to survive without any extraordinary capabilities. Thus, he saw no reason to falter now. Revitalized by his own resolve, Zhang Fan felt an exhilarating surge of energy, yearning to return to Earth and twist off the Ancient One's bald head for his wooden fish. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. With a plan in mind, he knew it was imperative to act swiftly, for time waits for no one. He recalled that the Ancient One in the film seemed to perish within a few years. If he were to exhaust all efforts to return to Earth only to discover her demise, it would be most disheartening. He would then have to learn about soul summoning, which would be rather cumbersome. Of course, one cannot act on every thought that arises. Meticulous planning and strategy are essential. Thus, Zhang Fan categorized the tasks by their complexity, determining the order of execution, some actions to be undertaken first, others to be pursued concurrently, and some to be postponed until later. Consequently, the first task he resolved to undertake was to circle the outer sky of this life-bearing planet, scrutinizing for any signs of advanced civilizations hidden in the shadows. Observing this vibrant world, simultaneously, he could glean insights into the planet's overall conditions, as he might reside here for an extended period. Due to the planet's modest size, he swiftly completed a full orbit. There was both good news and bad news. To begin with the bad news, Zhang Fan did not detect any advanced spacecraft in the outer reaches of space. The good news, however, was that while circling the planet, he discovered signs of life on its moon. This is deemed good news because, according to Zhang Fan's conjecture, the life signs detected on the satellite are highly likely to originate from the planet before him. Chapter 70. Where am I? If Zhang Fan's hypothesis holds true, it would imply that the intelligent life on this planet has already mastered the ability to transport living beings to its satellite, indicating that they have commenced their exploration of the cosmos. The fact that these sentient beings have begun to venture into the universe signifies that their technological advancement has reached a considerable level, which, for Zhang Fan, is indeed promising news, as it would render his future existence more convenient. He resolved to first investigate the signs of life on the satellite before delving deeper into the exploration of this planet. Having made his decision, Zhang Fan ascended directly toward the diminutive satellite to uncover its mysteries. Before long, his feet graced the surface of the satellite, and the life signs he had previously sensed were now beneath him, buried within the ground. During his initial approach, he had merely detected the fluctuations of life signs without paying heed to their precise location. However, upon reaching the satellite, his perception sharpened. Indeed, there were unmistakable signs of life emanating from the depths of the satellite, and based on his estimations, these signals were originating from its very core. Could it be that this satellite was a spacecraft in disguise? The mere thought sent a thrill through Zhang Fan's heart, and filled with anticipation, He activated his X-ray vision to peer into the satellite's interior. As he penetrated deeper with his vision, he found naught but soil and rock until, at the heart of the satellite, he beheld an alien humanoid being. Unsure of this entity's intelligence, Zhang Fan temporarily referred to it as an alien creature. Observing this otherworldly being closely, he surmised, based on his own worldview, that it was likely female. It adorned a distinctive white garment embellished with an intricate jade-like design, possessed pale skin, and bore long, flowing hair that cascaded beyond its feet in shades of blue and white. Its visage was devoid of eyebrows, yet upon its forehead lay a gem-like red object, and atop its head sprouted two appendages resembling rabbit ears. It must be stated that this alien humanoid was quite unique in appearance, and its life signs were surprisingly potent, suggesting it was not to be trifled with. The fact that it wore clothing indicated a sense of modesty, thus implying a degree of intelligence, an entity with which communication could be established. With this in mind, Zhang Fan resolved to extract it. Having determined the precise location, Zhang Fan lifted off the ground, hovering slightly above, his gaze fixed on the creature's position. He activated his thermal vision, unleashing two crimson beams that converged into a robust ray directed toward the ground. Amidst a swirling haze of smoke, it was not long before he retracted his thermal gaze, having successfully cleared a path to the satellite's core. Ignoring the surrounding billows of smoke and the flowing red magma, he ventured forth into the opening, hastening towards the heart of the satellite. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Zhang Fan was met with an obstruction of rock and soil. To avoid causing harm to the alien being, he refrained from directing his thermal vision directly at its location, instead halting just short of the creature's vicinity. In the final few meters of the journey, it was best to excavate the ground himself to avoid causing harm to the extraterrestrial within. With nimble hands and feet, Zhang Fan began to dig fervently, pondering why this alien would appear at the heart of the satellite. Could be a sealed Dark Lord or some such entity. Lost in thought, he soon unearthed the location of the alien creature. Observing the being he had excavated, he noted it remained motionless, its eyes tightly shut. Could it be lifeless? Yet, the life force emanating from it was undeniably vigorous, a fact that could not be deceived. Unable to resist, Zhang Fan reached out to touch the two horns atop its head, but just as his fingers were about to make contact, an unexpected event transpired. The alien suddenly opened its eyes, revealing pure white pupils fixed intently on his hand. "Hello." Zhang Fan calmly withdrew his hand and greeted the alien. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The alien appeared somewhat frail, attempting to rise from the ground, but faltering as its strength waned. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Fan." He naturally switched to the alien's language, responding, "What is your name?" Seeing itself unable to stand, the alien opted to float effortlessly into the air. Gazing down at Zhang Fan with its white pupils as it replied, "I am Kagaya Otsutsuki." "You are Kagaya Otsutsuki?" Zhang Fan exclaimed, taken aback. This name was renowned, and he was profoundly impacted by it. Although he had never watched Naruto, his prior enjoyment of fan fiction had acquainted him with references to allowing Kagaya maternity leave and other such notions. Wait a moment. Zhang Fan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. "Isn't this Marvel? How has it transformed into Naruto? Do you know me?" Kagaya inquired. Due to Zhang Fan's lack of chakra, the weakened Kagaya's demeanor was relatively amicable, perhaps influenced by his unremarkable appearance, which she found somewhat appealing. "Please hold on. Do not speak. I need a moment to collect my thoughts." Zhang Fan gestured for Kagaya to remain silent. "How dare you command me to be quiet?" Kagaya's irritation flared, but when her Byakugan failed to penetrate Zhang Fan's being, a faint sense of danger washed over her, prompting her to wisely acquiesce and close her mouth. "Am I not in the Marvel Universe? How have I arrived in Naruto?" Zhang Fan pondered, perplexed. Could it be that Ancient One has cast me out of the Marvel realm? Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed this notion, concluding it was unlikely. Although Ancient One was indeed formidable, it seemed implausible she possessed such power. Moreover, this was not the solar system. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, the universe is vast, and anything is possible. Perhaps Naruto and Marvel coexist within the same universe. The most important aspect is that this is merely a name. Perhaps the Kagaya Otsutsuki from this realm is entirely distinct from that of Naruto. You call yourself Kagaya Otsutsuki. Does that mean you have two sons? One named Hagoromo and the other Hamura. Am I correct? Zhang Fan inquired, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Hagoromo and Hamura are the two sons of my family, Kagaya, Otsutsuki replied. Well then, this solidifies it. This is indeed the world of Naruto. However, having already been astonished, Zhang Fan, upon confirming this realm, had mentally prepared himself and was not overwhelmingly surprised. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether there might be anything to aid his return to Earth. Chapter 71. Hitting a brick wall suddenly, Zhang Fan appeared to have an epiphany. His eyes sparkled as he turned to Kagaya Otsutsuki beside him and asked, I have heard you are not from this planet. How did you arrive here? Did you come by spaceship? To his astonishment, Kagaya Otsutsuki, with a curious expression, responded, What is a spaceship? Is it a flying boat? Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. He had considered that Kagaya might not divulge information about spaceships, but he never anticipated that this extraterrestrial being, who viewed planets as mere fields, would be entirely ignorant of what a spaceship was. How then did she arrive on this planet? Could one traverse between worlds merely by the demands of the narrative? Yet, upon further contemplation, he pondered the possibility that perhaps his inquiry itself was flawed. It is well known that Kagaya Otsutsuki is an alien, and this star domain may not even reside within the Milky Way. Perhaps they have a different term for spaceships, something akin to toothpicks or toilets. Do not laugh. Such things are entirely plausible. Thus, he realized he could not impose conventional reasoning upon Kagaya Otsutsuki. What I mean to ask is, how did you arrive on this planet? Zhang Fan rephrased his question. I flew here, Kagaya Otsutsuki replied. Flew? Zhang Fan frowned, sensing something amiss. He levitated from the ground, hovering before Kagaya Otsutsuki, and asked, Is this how you fly? You can fly too? Kagaya Otsutsuki exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Zhang Fan, who floated before her. Indeed, impressive, isn't it? Zhang Fan replied with a forced smile. The notion that the Otsutsuki clan utilized such a mode of transportation to traverse between planets and even star systems left him incredulous and somewhat incredulous. In his understanding, the Otsutsuki clan, renowned for seeking various life-bearing planets as agricultural fields, could not possibly be so primitive as to lack any form of flying apparatus. How then did they locate habitable planets among the cosmos? By the crimson eyes upon their foreheads. With a whimsical spirit, one could soar into the cosmos, drifting aimlessly in search of a planet teeming with life, akin to a game of chance. Zhang Fan observed the disdainful gaze of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Since her awakening, he had been vigilantly monitoring her physiological data with his extraordinary senses. Thus far, he discerned no signs of deceit from her. If Kagaya was indeed truthful, it implied his aspirations of returning to Earth aboard his vessel were futile. Fortunately, Zhang Fan possessed a resilient heart, having anticipated such a setback, and thus was not disheartened by this minor obstacle. Soon, he regained his composure, stroking his chin in contemplation, pondering what elements from the world of Naruto might assist him in his quest to return home. A plethora of fanfiction narratives danced through his mind. Space-time ninjutsu? The Sharingan? These two possibilities seemed promising, as he recalled the existence of numerous alternate dimensions within the Naruto universe. Might these dimensions, in a different context, be the realms where the dimensional demon yearned to invade Earth, as spoken of by the Ancient One? For instance, there was a malevolent deity within Naruto that granted immortality. As Zhang Fan's imagination flourished, his thoughts crystallized. Could he not traverse these dimensional spaces and inquire with their deities about the whereabouts of Earth? Perhaps these dimensional gods possessed the coordinates to his home, enabling him to return directly, locate the Ancient One, and confront her. Noticing Zhang Fan's prolonged silence, Kagaya Otsutsuki broke the stillness. You have saved me. Speak of your desired reward. At that moment, Zhang Fan was joyously envisioning his actions upon his return, contemplating what he might say to the Ancient One, perhaps a quip about the tides of fortune. His daydream was rudely interrupted by Kagaya's interruption. Zhang Fan turned to appraise Kagaya, initially intending to silence her, but a thought struck him, and he grinned. Any reward will suffice? It became apparent that Kagaya had intended to assert her dominance by declaring that anything was possible, yet Zhang Fan's scrutinizing gaze unsettled her, prompting her to temper her response. Rest assured, whatever is within my power, I shall not be stingy. Zhang Fan smirked knowingly. Oh, then what reward do you seek? Kagaya inquired. Lifting her hand to shield half her face with her voluminous sleeve, her unease escalating, especially upon witnessing Zhang Fan's ambiguous smile. "I desire you," Zhang Fan declared, pointing playfully at Kaguya. "Rogue," Kaguya exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation, her pristine eyes narrowing in fury as an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped Zhang Fan. While she found the man undeniably handsome and held a certain admiration for him, she could not abide such frivolous and audacious words directed at her. She must impart a profound lesson to this arrogant and shameless man, making it clear that Kaguya Otsutsuki is not someone to be trifled with. Although at this moment, Kaguya has been extracted by Zhang Fan, devoid of the 10 tails and chakra. Her Byakugan and the Rinnegan with its 9 tomo on her forehead possess capabilities that do not necessarily require chakra to activate. As a gentle breeze brushed against his face, Zhang Fan noticed Kaguya's growing agitation and scratched his head, pondering how this was different from his expectations. Kaguya wasn't as infatuated as described in the books. Could it be that his appearance was not as unremarkable as he had thought? Upon realizing that her attack had no effect on Zhang Fan, Kaguya's anger escalated. What had begun as a mere reprimand transformed into a resolve to hold nothing back. The 9 tomo of her Rinnegan began to spin. In the next instant, Kaguya beheld an overwhelming light and heat in a pitch-black void. Just as she altered her intent, Zhang Fan immediately sensed her malevolence. As he swiftly maneuvered to grasp Kaguya by the neck, he was startled by her piercing scream, followed by her eyes rolling back as she succumbed into unconsciousness. Blood tears streamed from her Rinnegan, which began to shrivel and slowly close. Chapter 72. Seeking a modicum of chakra, what is happening? I hardly exerted any force. Zhang Fan felt as if he had been set up, caught in a dilemma over whether to release his grip on Kaguya's neck or to maintain it. "Are you all right?" he gently inquired, shaking her slightly. Fortunately, Kaguya did not remain unconscious for long. Upon the complete disappearance of her Rinnegan, she opened her eyes and regained consciousness. "What are you?" she asked, seemingly indifferent to the fact that her neck was still in his grasp. Having narrowly escaped death, she wondered how an individual's spiritual realm could manifest such intense light and heat. Upon hearing her question, Zhang Fan's eyes flickered, and an idea formed in his mind. His expression suddenly turned resolute. "I am an Avenger." "Avenger?" Kaguya repeated, the term evoking memories from her past. "Indeed, I am an Avenger," Zhang Fan declared, extending his arms towards her, gazing into her pure, white eyes. "From this moment forth, I shall make the world understand pain and experience suffering." Kaguya snapped back to reality, and as she listened to Zhang Fan's explanation, she suddenly comprehended why he had responded with a desire for her when she inquired about his reward. It turned out she had misjudged the situation and targeted the wrong person. She extended her hand, using her voluminous sleeves to conceal the crimson hue of embarrassment that had crept on her face, and curiously inquired, "Why do you refer to yourself as the Avenger?" Zhang Fan cast a glance at Kaguya Otsutsuki, withdrew his hand, and lowered his head to weave a tale. "I was born in a tranquil village nestled in the mountains, where my family owned both a home and fields, leading a life of unbounded joy. However, one fateful day, a band of ninjas descended upon our village, seemingly drawn by the chaos of war outside, seeking supplies for their troops. Alas, our meager provisions sufficed only for our own sustenance, leaving us with nothing to spare for them. Thus, a tragedy unfolded." As Zhang Fan spoke, he covertly observed Kaguya Otsutsuki, noticing her rapt attention, which spurred him to embellish his narrative further. "Out of the 134 villagers, none survived but me. To this day, I vividly recall the moment my parents concealed me in the cellar, urging me to survive at all costs." He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, feigning reminiscence of that harrowing scene, a sorrowful expression gracing his face, all the while contemplating his next move in the tale. Kaguya Otsutsuki remained silent, her long years of confinement rendering her deeply captivated by her son's story. After a brief pause, Zhang Fan devised a new plot point and continued. "I yearned for vengeance, yet the culprits were ninjas, each a master of lethal skill with extensive combat experience. I understood full well that I was merely a farmer. Save for my considerable strength derived from years of toil, I possessed no other advantages. Unlike those ninjas who could conjure electricity, summon water, wield fire, or even burrow into the earth, I was no match for them. I needed greater power, So I departed the village in search of the strength that would enable my revenge. At this juncture, Zhang Fan found himself at a standstill. His thoughts unformed for what came next. Noticing his silence, Kagaya Otsutsuki could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Did you find it?" Zhang Fan refrained from answering her question, for doing so would sever the thread of his newly conceived narrative. I buried the villagers, packed my belongings, and set forth under the cover of night. Along the way, I was robbed by bandits and fought off wolves alone, enduring countless trials and tribulations, until I ultimately discovered this power. What power? Kagaya Otsutsuki pressed eagerly. This power is chakra, Zhang Fan replied. The ninjas wield their prowess because they possess chakra. Yet if you have found it, why do I perceive no signs of chakra flowing within you? Kagaya Otsutsuki queried, puzzled. Indeed, Zhang Fan clarified, I have merely discovered the existence of this power, not the ability to harness it. Tests have shown that I am inherently unable to extract chakra. What? How can this be? Kagaya Otsutsuki exclaimed in frustration, fully engrossed in the tale. After enduring so many dangers, to be so close to power, yet unable to grasp it fills me with an intense sense of dissatisfaction. Zhang Fan declared passionately, clenching his fists with fervor. Thus, I traversed the realms of the ninja world, seeking esteemed masters and scouring ancient tomes. Fortune favored the diligent, and at long last, I discovered a method to acquire chakra. Zhang Fan paused, casting a glance at Kagaya Otsutsuki, awaiting her response. As an attentive listener, Kagaya Otsutsuki promptly inquired, "What is this method?" "The method is you, Kagaya Otsutsuki," Zhang Fan declared, pointing at her. Why would it be me? Kagaya Otsutsuki was perplexed, unable to grasp why this path of vengeance, ostensibly his, seemed to entwine her fate. Before your arrival, this world was devoid of chakra. If I am not mistaken, chakra is a gift you brought forth, Zhang Fan asserted, a confident smile gracing his face. Indeed, you are correct. Chakra is indeed my contribution, Kagaya Otsutsuki readily acknowledged. Then curiously asked, but what does this have to do with your revenge? It was bewildering that Kagaya Otsutsuki failed to comprehend the implications of his words, which perhaps explained why she had been sealed away by her own son. Since chakra is your creation, you must possess the ability to bestow it upon others, Zhang Fan bluntly suggested. At last, Kagaya Otsutsuki grasped his intent, inquiring, "Do you wish for me to grant you the power of chakra?" "Precisely. Only in this way can I attain chakra and the strength for my revenge," Zhang Fan affirmed with a nod. The endeavor of refining chakra independently seemed cumbersome, and with Kagaya Otsutsuki conveniently present, albeit appearing somewhat naive, he contemplated deceiving her into imparting a portion of her power. This way, all parties would benefit. "I'm afraid I cannot do that," Kagaya Otsutsuki replied decisively. Her response took Zhang Fan by surprise, prompting him to frown and ask, "Is it that you do not wish to, or is it beyond your capabilities?" "I cannot," Kagaya Otsutsuki shook her head, explaining, "I can absorb chakra, but I lack the ability to bestow it upon others." "Is that truly the case?" Zhang Fan found it hard to believe her assertion. Chapter 73. A transaction. If Kagaya Otsutsuki were incapable of granting chakra to others, then his carefully laid plans would be in vain. With this thought, Zhang Fan felt a wave of frustration. Would he truly have to refine chakra himself? Being an extraterrestrial, whether he could even manage such a feat was uncertain. In truth, Zhang Fan did not necessarily require chakra. Another possibility existed. He could cultivate several ninjas and have them perform jutsu to access alternate dimensions. Yet, one should never underestimate the potential for failure, especially when venturing into unknown realms. Should something go awry, how would he return? Would he be trapped in a dimension devoid of sunlight? Thus, possessing his own chakra remained paramount. At least then, should complications arise, he would have a means to navigate back, avoiding utter despair. Zhang Fan pondered over the various Naruto fanfictions he had encountered, seeking inspiration to discover something that could grant him chakra. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded. After a moment of deep contemplation, he indeed recalled a legendary item that could bestow chakra upon its possessor, the fabled fruit of the god tree. It was said that Kagaya Otsutsuki acquired her chakra by consuming the fruit of this tree, and thus, he could similarly cultivate a god tree and partake of its fruit to obtain chakra. As for the potential ramifications of planting the god tree in the ninja world, Zhang Fan dismissed such concerns, reasoning that this was your ninja world, not his. With this thought in mind, Zhang Fan inquired Kaguya, "Do you know where I might find a god tree?" Upon hearing this question, Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart stirred, and a knowing smile crept upon her face, hidden from view behind her sleeves. After playing along for so long, he finally revealed his true intentions. It was indeed the fruit of the god tree that he sought. As for the tale Zhang Fan had concocted, Kaguya did not take a single word of it at face value. She had sacrificed one of her precious Rinnegan eyes to ascertain the extent of Zhang Fan's power. How could she possibly believe his fanciful claims? Such a formidable individual must be drawn into her camp. After all, it was her lack of allies that had led to her being sealed away by her two sons for over a millennium. Regardless of the cost, she had to secure a victory this time. "You wish to cultivate a god tree and gain chakra from its fruit?" Kaguya queried. Indeed, Zhang Fan readily acknowledged his objective and continued. "Do you know the current location of the god tree? I can reveal its whereabouts and even assist you in planting it. But you must agree to a small request of mine," Kaguya replied, lowering her sleeves. "What is your request?" Zhang Fan instinctively guarded his chest as he met her gaze. Entranced by her pale eyes, Kaguya paid no heed to his gesture and stated, "I require your assistance in reclaiming my power." "That is acceptable," Zhang Fan responded, lowering his hands, eager to comply as long as it did not involve any intrusion upon his physical form. "Will you not contemplate your decision?" Kaguya asked, puzzled by his swift acquiescence, which left her feeling uneasy. "Contemplate what?" Zhang Fan retorted. "If I refuse your request, will you divulge the location of the god tree to me?" Kaguya considered for a moment before shaking her head. "No. Precisely. If I do not comply with your request, you will withhold information about the god tree's whereabouts. Thus, there is no need for further consideration. It is either acceptance or refusal," Zhang Fan asserted. Kaguya found herself nodding in agreement, recognizing the logic in Zhang Fan's reasoning. Moreover, even if she revealed the location of the god tree in advance, it would matter little. For once Zhang Fan planted it, he would become her natural ally. Upon comprehending the meaning, Kaguya Otsutsuki responded, "Well, I have acquiesced to your request. Now you may reveal the whereabouts of the divine tree." "I'm still unaware of its location," Kaguya replied. "Are you mocking me?" Zhang Fan gasped in disbelief. "I am not jesting," Kaguya explained. "I have only just emerged from my seal and am not yet familiar with the outside world. However, rest assured, once I establish contact with my son, I shall quickly ascertain the location of the divine tree." Upon hearing Kaguya's words, Zhang Fan recalled a character from the Naruto fan fiction, whose name he remembered to be Kurizetsu. "What are we waiting for?" he urged. "Hurry and contact your son." Under Zhang Fan's persistent urging, Kaguya sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to invoke a secret technique to reach her son. After a brief moment, she exhaled softly and opened her eyes. "Well, were you able to establish contact?" Zhang Fan inquired as he noticed Kaguya's eyes fluttering open. Kaguya glanced at him, smiled, and replied, "I was unable to make contact." "What is the situation?" Zhang Fan asked. "The distance is too great, and my chakra is insufficient to establish a connection," Kaguya explained. "What shall we do? Do you have any solutions?" Zhang Fan pressed. Kaguya regarded him with her large, white eyes and stated, "Chakra. I require a substantial amount of it." Zhang Fan, perplexed, queried, "How can a member of the Otsutsuki clan lack chakra? All my power has been sealed away by Kaguya and the others. I am left with nothing but my physical form," Kaguya elucidated. "Then why not refine chakra?" Zhang Fan continued to inquire. "Refine? What do you mean by that?" Kaguya responded, puzzled. "Isn't chakra an innate essence? Can it truly be refined?" Zhang Fan found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether the sage of six paths had sealed their mother during the establishment of the shinobi sect. At that moment, Kaguya remarked, "I can absorb any chakra, but that is of no use. I do not possess any." Zhang Fan suddenly realized, pointing to himself, "Are you suggesting that I capture individuals with chakra for you to absorb?" Kaguya nodded in response. "Then let us go," Zhang Fan declared with a sweeping gesture, exuding confidence. "I shall procure a few ninjas to replenish your strength." "Do I accompany you?" Kaguya asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "Of course," Zhang Fan explained. "If you do not accompany me, those I bring will be lifeless. And can you absorb from the deceased? Then we shall proceed," Kaguya affirmed, rising to her feet. Chapter 74. The location of the divine tree. Zhang Fan surged ahead, flying forth with great speed, yet mindful of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he refrained from accelerating excessively, instead soaring towards the cave entrance at several times the speed of sound. However, he quickly realized that the speed was far too swift for Otsutsuki Kaguya to keep up with. She was almost instantaneously left behind. Reluctantly, Zhang Fan had no choice but to halt and wait for Kaguya to catch up. After a brief moment, he observed her leisurely approach and sighed, extending his hand, saying, "Please, give me your hand." Kaguya, gazing at Zhang Fan's outstretched hand, inquired curiously, "What do you intend to do?" "I shall guide you, for you are flying too slowly. At this pace, when shall we reach the shinobi world?" Zhang Fan explained. Kaguya pondered for a moment, said nothing further, and placed her hand within his grasp. Zhang Fan immediately seized Kaguya's hand, and his biological field emanated towards her, enveloping her entirely. The perceptive Kaguya instantly sensed the presence of this biological field and asked, "What is this force that surrounds me?" Turning to glance at Kaguya, Zhang Fan elucidated, "That is my biological field. It serves to protect you from the harmful gusts of high-speed flight." Kaguya reached out to touch this force, known as the biological field, but her hand met only air, as if this enveloping power were non-existent. "How peculiar! Why can't I grasp it?" she mused, feeling the weight and presence of the force so distinctly, unwilling to relent. She reached out once more to touch the power she felt. After explaining the biological field, Zhang Fan, observing Kaguya's foolish antics as she flailed her hand through the air, asked, "Are you ready?" "I am ready," Kaguya replied, ceasing her motions and nodding at Zhang Fan, marveling at the wondrous force that could be sensed yet not touched. Zhang Fan turned, taking Kaguya's hand as they began to ascend from the ground, stating, "We shall set off now. The ensuing speed will be exceedingly rapid. So please refrain from screaming, for it will be inaudible." With the protection of the biological field, Zhang Fan felt no concern for Kaguya, and, in an instant, he accelerated to several dozen Mach, soaring towards the cave's mouth. Kaguya, tethered to him, resembled a kite trailing behind. Experiencing such velocity for the first time, Kaguya covered her mouth with her other hand, fearing that if she did not, she would be unable to suppress her cries. Upon exiting the cave, Zhang Fan showed no intention of slowing down, directly pulling Kaguya's hand toward the continent of the shinobi world. The beauty of the Naruto world lay in its singular landmass. He need not worry about veering off course. Soon, Zhang Fan guided Kaguya into the atmosphere. Upon entering, the resistance of the air gradually diminished his speed, though it remained approximately at several dozen Mach. Fortunately, thanks to the biological field, neither of them transformed into a meteor. Suspended several hundred meters above the ground, Zhang Fan came to a halt, as he seemed to perceive that Otsutsuki Kaguya had something to convey. "What do you wish to say?" Zhang Fan inquired, releasing his grip and turning to face her. "I sense the presence of my son," Otsutsuki Kaguya replied. "So, without the need for chakra, you can establish contact now?" Zhang Fan asked. Otsutsuki Kaguya did not respond. Her eyes were closed as she began to reach out to her son. Bored, Zhang Fan reclined in midair, awaiting the outcome of her communication with him. This time, Otsutsuki Kaguya took longer than she had while on the satellite. If all went as expected, she should have connected with her son, Kaguya. After a while, she finally opened her eyes. Noticing the movement, Zhang Fan swiftly approached and asked, "What news? Have you made contact?" "I have indeed established contact," Otsutsuki Kaguya said with a smile. "Do you already know the whereabouts of the divine tree?" Zhang Fan quickly inquired, eager for early rewards. "Kaguya has informed me," she responded. "Where is it? Let us hasten to retrieve it." "The power of the divine tree has been divided into 9 parts by my son, transforming into 9-tailed beasts, which are now scattered across various ninja villages." Otsutsuki Kaguya explained. "You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Zhang Fan looked at her skeptically. From his limited knowledge of the ninja world, tailed beasts seem to be creatures with infinite chakra, often sealed within the bodies of ninja, known as jinchuriki, strategic weapons on the battlefield. Moreover, these tailed beasts were clearly animals, like the 9-tailed fox or the 1-tailed tanuki. How could they be the divine tree? "There is no need for me to deceive you," Otsutsuki Kaguya asserted. Zhang Fan gazed in her large, white eyes, and only after seeing her face flush did he speak. "I dislike deceit, so please do not mislead me, as the consequences could be dire. Rest assured, I guarantee in the name of Otsutsuki Kagaya that I will not deceive you, she replied, her face still blushing. Yet her gaze remained resolute. What shall we do then? Zhang Fan asked, deciding to trust her this once, captivated by her adorable, large white eyes. We must capture all 9-tailed beasts, extract their chakra, and merge it to restore the divine tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya explained. Then let us not delay. We must swiftly capture the tailed beasts. As he spoke, Zhang Fan activated his super sight and X-ray vision, beginning his search for the ninja villages. Eager for the rewards that awaited. Wait a moment, there is no need to rush. My son, Kagaya, has devised a plan and is en route. Let's first hear his strategy, Otsutsuki Kagaya advised. Upon hearing the words of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Zhang Fan halted his actions, not because he deemed Black Zetsu's plan particularly commendable, but rather because he was intrigued by the information in Black Zetsu's possession. Surely, he must know the locations of all the shinobi villages and be familiar with every jinchuriki. With such intelligence, capturing the tailed beast would become significantly easier. Can your son fly? Zhang Fan inquired. No, why do you ask? Replied Otsutsuki Kagaya. Considering we are currently hundreds of meters above the ground, are you certain your son will be able to locate us? Zhang Fan pressed on. Chapter 75. Waiting for Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya glanced around and nodded in agreement with Zhang Fan's reasoning. Indeed, this place was rather elevated, and it was plausible that her son might not find her here. Consequently, she descended. As she approached the ground, she halted, noticing that below lay a dense forest, where trees vied for sunlight, their branches reaching out in fierce competition, leaving no space unoccupied. Zhang Fan, following closely behind, observed Kagaya's sudden stop and flew alongside her, asking, "What troubles you?" Kagaya turned to him and replied, "I cannot descend." "Cannot descend? Is there an ambush below?" Zhang Fan looked down, but saw nothing amiss. He activated his X-ray vision, yet all that met his gaze were the lush branches and the forest floor. No traps or ambushes revealed themselves. "There's no issue. Why can't you come down?" Zhang Fan retracted his X-ray vision and questioned her. "The trees are too dense. I cannot land without risking damage or dirt to my garments." Kagaya expressed with furrowed brows, her concern evident. Were Kagaya's powers not sealed, she would have effortlessly leveled the forest with a single strike of her 80 God's Air strike in such a situation. Hearing her words, Zhang Fan scrutinized Kagaya, nodding in understanding. After all, she was clad only in a white robe, and given the desolation surrounding them, any damage to her attire would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. "Let us wait over there," Zhang Fan suggested, pointing towards a distant bald mountain. Kagaya followed his gesture, and upon sighting the bald peak, she nodded, thinking that the sheer cliffs would spare her garments from becoming soiled. "Let us proceed." With Kagaya's assent, Zhang Fan surged ahead towards the mountain, while she leisurely trailed behind. Zhang Fan was the first to reach the summit, and upon landing, he turned back to see Kagaya still floating leisurely, as if indulging in a scenic tour. Zhang Fan cast a glance and felt no surprise. He had long been acquainted with the remarkable flying speed of Otsutsuki Kagaya. His brief observation was merely to ensure she would not veer off course. After circling the mountaintop, he sought a location with an expansive view. He then exhaled towards the ground, dispersing the dirt and debris to reveal the underlying rocky terrain. Contemplating the exposed rock for a moment, Zhang Fan directed his scorching gaze towards it, meticulously controlling the intensity of his heat vision to slice through the stone, crafting a rock lounge chair from his accumulated knowledge. Uncertain of when Kurizetsu would arrive, Zhang Fan had no intention of idly waiting for him. By the time Otsutsuki Kagaya reached the summit, Zhang Fan was already reclining on the rock chair he had fashioned, testing its durability. Kagaya glanced at Zhang Fan, who lay comfortably, and without uttering a word, she flew to his side. Finding a smooth stone with a glassy surface, she sat down, closing her eyes, perhaps to meditate or to engage in a secretive conversation with her son. As Zhang Fan surveyed the vast, boundless forest, a gentle breeze wafting through, a sudden thought struck him. It seemed an eternity since he had last eaten. The mere notion of food conjured images of fried chicken, barbecues, and milk tea. Although less than a month had passed since his arrival in this realm, reflecting on such meals felt like memories from a distant past, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Sighing, he lamented how wonderful it would be if one could order takeout here. After a while, Kagaya opened her eyes and addressed Zhang Fan, inquiring, "If we wait here, will my son be able to find us?" "Find us?" Zhang Fan rose from his chair and asked, "Is there no connection between you?" "I do not know," Kagaya replied, revealing that she had been sealed for over 1,000 years, and many events that were not deeply etched in her memory eluded her unless prompted or experienced anew. "Then allow me to create a marker," Zhang Fan proposed after a moment's thought. "A marker?" Kagaya turned to him, curious. "What kind of marker?" "Just this." Zhang Fan focused on the forest below, unleashing a powerful beam of heat vision that carved a long, black scar through the verdant expanse. "How is that?" he inquired, retracting his gaze to look at Kagaya. "With this marker in place, your son should not have trouble finding us." Kagaya examined the mark with a nod of satisfaction, stating, "In that case, I shall rest easy." With that, she closed her eyes once more, and Zhang Fan surmised she was likely employing her secret techniques to notify her son. Kurizetsu. The ensuing period was marked by a prolonged wait. As Zhang Fan accompanied the illustrious Kagaya Otsutsuki into the realm of ninjas, daylight still prevailed, with the sun perched high above. Now, however, the sun was descending towards the horizon, casting a crimson twilight, yet Kagaya's esteemed son, Kurizetsu, had yet to make his appearance. Zhang Fan's patience was waning, as the tedium of merely sitting and waiting for someone was becoming exceedingly dull. Had he known, he would have preferred to pursue the tailed beasts directly for swifter results. "When will your son arrive?" Zhang Fan could not refrain from inquiring. "I do not know," Kagaya replied, her eyes still closed. "Perhaps you can inquire about his arrival time, or at least ascertain his location, so I might fetch him," Zhang Fan suggested. Kagaya remained silent, offering Zhang Fan a dismissive glare before shutting her eyes once more. Assuming Kagaya was employing some secret technique to divine the answer, he reclined back in his chair, awaiting the outcome. As time passed and the sun vanished completely, Zhang Fan, growing increasingly impatient, asked, "Have you received any word?" "No," Kagaya replied, her eyes still shut. "If you haven't asked, then why did you close your eyes?" Zhang Fan questioned incredulously, pointing at Kagaya. "I was resting my mind," Kagaya replied nonchalantly. "Resting your mind?" Zhang Fan chuckled in disbelief. "If you had no intention of inquiring, why not inform me beforehand? To put it mildly, you toy with my emotions, inflicting irreparable harm upon my tender psyche. To put it more bluntly, you seem to regard me with utter disdain." "I did not wish to discuss it." Kagaya maintained her stance, her eyes still closed. "So, you are merely toying with me?" Zhang Fan rose from his chair and approached Kagaya. "For the sake of the divine tree, I grant you an opportunity to articulate your thoughts anew." Finally, Kagaya opened her eyes, gazing at Zhang Fan before responding slowly. It was intentional. Faced with such provocation, the composed Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, stifling his anger. "Why would you do such a thing?" he inquired. Kagaya remained silent, merely glancing at Zhang Fan's chair. Noticing her gesture, Zhang Fan turned to observe his own seat, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, causing him to draw a sharp breath. With a mix of emotions, he pointed at his chair and asked, "Is it truly because of this?" "Indeed," Kagaya replied, standing resolute upon the stone, meeting Zhang Fan's gaze. "Why do I not possess a chair?" Zhang Fan, feeling a twinge of frustration, could only respond, "You did not inform me. I did not mention it. Should you not have asked?" Kagaya retorted, "Why should I inquire if you did not state it?" Zhang Fan replied, "If I had stated it, would you need to ask?" Kagaya replied with a cold smirk. Zhang Fan found himself momentarily speechless, finally managing to utter, "You are being unreasonable." "I have indeed been unreasonable. What of it?" Kagaya Otsutsuki stood upon the stone slab, tilting her head upwards and proclaiming. How audacious she was, daring to leap about without any power. What would happen once she gained strength? At that moment, Zhang Fan finally grasped why her two sons sought to seal her away. She must be taught a lesson. Her arrogance could not go unchecked. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Fan wished to retort, but eloquence was not his forte. His mind was racing, yet he could conjure no compelling rebuttal. If words failed, then silence sufficed. Casting a glance at Kagaya Otsutsuki, a surge of rage ignited within him, and he swiftly seized her by the neck, spinning around to swap their positions. After seating himself upon the stone slab, Zhang Fan pulled Kagaya into his embrace, flipping her onto his lap. It must be said, despite her flowing robe that concealed her form, The sensation of her writhing against him was undeniably captivating. Though such actions might seem somewhat improper, Zhang Fan had indeed activated his super speed, stretching time itself, allowing him to explore her form before she could react. Once he had steadied his focus, Zhang Fan resolved to impart a genuine lesson to Kaguya. He pressed one hand firmly against her back to prevent her escape, while the other rose high before descending rapidly. The sharp crack echoed, sending ripples through the air. He raised his hand once more, the sound of successive strikes resonating like a relentless melody. "Ah, it hurts. How dare you treat me this way? I shall kill you," Kaguya lamented as she flailed on his thigh, her cries mingling with her defiance. Embodying an obstinacy that refused to yield, Zhang Fan, undeterred, increased the speed of his strikes, leaving behind mere afterimages, the crisp sounds intensifying into a rapid crescendo. "Ah!" Kaguya's cries grew desperate, her limbs stiffening in spasms, leaving her unable to utter a single word beyond her wails. The scene was so pitiful that even the moon above could scarcely bear to witness, retreating behind the clouds in silence. When Kaguya's voice threatened to falter, Zhang Fan finally ceased his onslaught. "Do you still desire the chaise?" he inquired, observing her heavy breaths, yet receiving no response. Her silence spoke volumes of her defiance. Zhang Fan raised his hand once again, resuming his strikes with the initial fervor. "Please, no more. I cannot endure this," she cried. "Do you still wish for the chaise?" Zhang Fan slowed his tempo, posing the question once more. "No, I do not want the chaise anymore," Kaguya sobbed. "Have I brought you to tears?" Zhang Fan halted his hand, yet continued to probe. "Will you not rest and recover?" "Woo, I shall not recover. I shall not," Kaguya wept. "Do you now comprehend your errors?" Zhang Fan pressed on. "I understand my mistakes. Please, cease your strikes," she implored. As the formidable Kaguya Otsutsuki gradually regained her composure, she whispered in agreement with Zhang Fan, secretly vowing, "I shall kill you. I am determined to end your life." "Ah, a good child recognizes their mistakes and seeks to amend them," Zhang Fan remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Kaguya's tear-streaked face. He could not bear to witness her distress, so he placed his hand upon her posterior, offering comfort. "Does it hurt? Allow me to soothe your pain." With gentle motions, he began to knead her. As Zhang Fan applied a moderate pressure, a wave of warmth enveloped Kaguya, and the searing pain in her backside dissipated entirely, eliciting an involuntary gasp from her lips. Realizing her reaction, Kaguya quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Hearing her muffled sounds of relief, Zhang Fan inquired, "How do you feel now? Is it any better?" Kaguya fought to suppress her urge to vocalize her sensations and replied in a subdued tone, "Not yet." Given her response, Zhang Fan continued his ministrations, fully aware that the outcome remained uncertain. Under his relentless care, Kaguya began to perceive that Zhang Fan genuinely cared for her well-being. He was not as malevolent as she had initially believed. Her thoughts shifted from a resolute desire to kill him to an acknowledgement of his potential assistance in regaining her strength, prompting her to spare his life for the moment. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, Kaguya's inner conflict unfolded while he remained occupied, finding himself no longer bored. At that moment, from behind him, a visage emerged from a small tree on the opposite side of the mountaintop, quietly observing Zhang Fan. Once it confirmed that he was oblivious to its presence, it stealthily descended from the tree. Chapter 77. The arrival of Black Zetsu. This entity was a completely black humanoid figure, and upon seeing Kaguya sprawled across Zhang Fan's legs, it trembled with excitement. "Mother!" The creature that had emerged from the tree was none other than Kaguya's third son, Black Zetsu. Overcome with joy at the sight of Kaguya, Black Zetsu called out and leapt towards her, regarding Zhang Fan as if he were utterly inconsequential. However, upon hearing an unexpected sound behind him, Zhang Fan turned to investigate, only to be confronted by a mass of darkness hurtling towards him. What on earth is that? He instinctively swatted at the shadowy figure, delivering a swift blow. With a resounding smack, Black Zetsu, who had aimed to reunite with his mother, was flattened into a pool of black liquid, evenly spreading across the mountaintop. Pushing aside the groaning Kaguya, Zhang Fan rose to his feet, eager to discern what had attempted to ambush him. To his astonishment, he noticed that the black liquid he had struck was still writhing, seemingly attempting to coalesce once more. Gazing at the swiftly coalescing black liquid, Zhang Fan, though unaware of its true nature, could discern from its hue and appearance that it was likely no benign substance. How dare you attempt to ambush me? I shall reduce you to ashes and see if you can still move. With such thoughts racing through his mind, his eyes began to glow a fierce crimson. His thermal gaze poised to unleash its wrath. Just as he was about to release the searing beam, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had been pushed down, caught sight of the writhing black liquid and immediately exclaimed, "Wait, do not act. This is my son." Upon hearing Kagaya's words, the fiery glow in Zhang Fan's eyes rapidly dissipated. He turned to regard the standing Kagaya and inquired, "Is your behind all right?" Kagaya said nothing, but shot him a fierce glare. Realizing he had struck a nerve, Zhang Fan inwardly cursed himself for his careless remark and quickly sought to divert the conversation. He turned back to the gathering mass of black liquid and asked, "Are you certain he is your son? What do you think? Would I fail to recognize my own child?" Kagaya replied, lifting her chin as she approached the writhing black substance, disdainfully snorting as she passed Zhang Fan. Upon reaching the black liquid, Kagaya extended her hands and gently called out, "Son, come to your mother." No sooner had her words left her lips than the black liquid sprang from the ground, swiftly cascading into Kagaya's voluminous sleeves like fledglings returning to the nest, vanishing without a trace. Once all the black liquid had entered her sleeves, Zhang Fan spoke up, "Now that your son has arrived, let us set off to capture the tailed beasts." Before Kagaya could respond, a head resembling that of a venomous creature from the movies emerged from her sleeve, glancing at Zhang Fan before silently intimidating him with its toothy grin. It then turned to Kagaya and in a hoarse, deep voice asked, "Mother, who is he?" Kagaya, stroking the fearsome head gently, replied with a calm demeanor, "His name is Zhang Fan. He rescued me from my seal and is my companion." Realizing that this man was his mother's savior, the head of Kurojitsu turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Greetings, I am Kurojitsu. Thank you for liberating my mother from her seal. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten to capture the tailed beasts," Zhang Fan urged with impatience. He had already squandered half a day waiting for Kurojitsu, and with Ancient One near death, he had little time to waste. However, Kurojitsu offered a differing perspective, stating, "Young man, capturing tailed beasts is far more complicated than you envision. Currently, aside from the three tails Isabu, all other tailed beasts are under the control of various ninja villages, making them difficult to procure." Upon this, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of Black Zetsu, turned to him and said, "My child, in order to rescue you, I have devised a plan. With just a slight modification, this strategy can serve as a means for you to reclaim your powers. I have gathered a formidable alliance, and in a few months we shall proceed." After hearing Black Zetsu's plan, Kagaya maintained a stoic expression, offering no further comment, merely stating, "Black Zetsu, your plan is commendable. I have no objections." Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, patiently listening to Black Zetsu's proposal, interjected, "Your plan is flawed. A truly effective strategy must be simple. Yours is overly complicated, involving too many participants and requiring too much time. Let us proceed with my plan instead." "Oh, young one, and what might your plan entail?" Black Zetsu inquired, intrigued, for he could scarcely believe there could exist a plan superior to his own, which he had meticulously refined over a millennium. "My plan is quite straightforward. You guide me to identify the Jinchuriki, and I will capture the tailed beasts," Zhang Fan articulated his practical approach. "Is that all?" Black Zetsu's expression darkened as he considered the simplicity of Zhang Fan's proposal. The initial part of the plan posed no issue. Directing him to identify individuals was indeed straightforward. However, the latter portion raised concerns. "You intend to capture tailed beasts? That is stated far too casually. Do you consider yourself Hashirama Senju? Bear in mind, these are Jinchuriki, fiercely protected by the ninja of their respective villages, each possessing formidable combat prowess. A misstep would incite the wrath of an entire village of ninjas. Furthermore, even if by some stroke of luck he succeeded, how would he retreat? Would he simply endure the pursuit of an entire village?" It seemed he had not contemplated these ramifications, mistakenly believing that capturing them alone sufficed. With this in mind, Black Zetsu shook his head, reflecting on the naivety of youth, always bearing the attitude of being invincible, oblivious to the vastness of the world, recklessly undertaking tasks without consideration of potential consequences. "What? Do you harbor objections to my flawless plan?" Zhang Fan queried, noticing Black Zetsu's disapproval. Your plan is far too simplistic. It is utterly impractical, Black Zetsu retorted without hesitation. How can you deem it impractical without having tried it? Zhang Fan replied with a shrug. Just as Black Zetsu prepared to counter with the reasons he had previously conceived, Kagaya interjected, commanding Black Zetsu, assist him in identifying the Jinchuriki and capture the tailed beasts. As a dutiful son, Black Zetsu naturally acquiesced to his mother's wishes, suppressing his initial retort. Very well, mother. Chapter 78. The departure. Although he held little faith in Zhang Fan's simplistic plan, Black Zetsu, obedient and dutiful, resolved to lead Zhang Fan in the pursuit of the tailed beasts under Kagaya's directive. He emerged from Kagaya's sleeve, extending his dark hand toward Zhang Fan. What are you doing? Zhang Fan queried, bewildered by Black Zetsu's gesture, uncertain of his intent. Shake hands. I shall possess your body, Black Zetsu replied. Possess my body? Zhang Fan cast a glance at the figure of Heiju, his mind recalling the raspy timbre of his voice. The mere thought of merging with Heiju filled him with revulsion, prompting him to shake his head vehemently, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. Why not? Heiju urged. Rest assured, you are the benefactor of my mother. I would never bring you harm. Moreover, should I merge with you, I could significantly enhance your abilities and even forcibly extend your life in the event of a life-threatening injury. No, Zhang Fan persisted, shaking his head in refusal. If you are unwilling to merge, how can I guide you? Heiju inquired. I can carry you, Zhang Fan retorted. With that, he moved behind Heiju, grasped the nape of his neck, and lifted him into the air. When did you get behind me? Heiju exclaimed in bewilderment, his mind struggling to comprehend how he had suddenly found himself suspended midair. How about this? Is it acceptable? Zhang Fan questioned. Truly, you are a companion recognized by my mother. Your speed is astonishing, and I could not react in time. Your power is indeed unfathomable, Heiju thought to himself, quickly regaining composure and allowing a smile to grace his features. Yet internally, he mused, though you are formidable, I am no trifling opponent. Young man, you are too complacent. I am not limited to mere handshakes for merging. Moments later, Heiju, with a look of astonishment, discovered that he could not merge with Zhang Fan's body. To his perception, Zhang Fan's form resembled impenetrable steel, devoid of any crevice for merging. Zhang Fan observed Heiju writhing in his grasp and inquired, What are you doing? Does this grip make you uncomfortable? Ahem. Stopped in his movements. Heiju feigned a cough and replied, In my old age, this position indeed feels a bit uncomfortable. Oh, then I shall change my grip. With that, Zhang Fan swiftly adjusted his hold, now grasping Heiju by the lower back and lifting him once more. As his body shifted from vertical to horizontal, Heiju inhaled sharply, realizing that this new position was even less comfortable than the last. Chuckling softly, Otsutsuki Kagaya covered her mouth and remarked, Perhaps I should hold him as well. Then Heiju could conceal himself within my being. No way, mother. Heiju immediately protested. Then let us all go together. Zhang Fan responded without hesitation. Heiju, still suspended in Zhang Fan's grip, hastily explained, Mother, you have just emerged from your seal. You have yet to regain your powers. It would be too perilous to venture together. Fear not. I trust in his strength, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied with a smile. Upon hearing his mother's words, Heiju's mind swiftly recalled the information gleaned from their earlier exchange. Zhang Fan's speed was astonishing, and he possessed the ability to fly. Moreover, given the density of his body, it was evident that his physical prowess was extraordinary. Should he fail, his speed would surely allow him to escape with his mother without difficulty. However, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Contemplating this, Heiju urged once more, Mother, might you reconsider? No, I have made my decision. It is an opportune moment to observe the changes in this world, replied Kagaya Otsutsuki. Very well, I understand. Heiju conceded, realizing his mother's resolve and refraining from further persuasion. He transformed into a black fluid, slipping back into the ample sleeves of Kagaya Otsutsuki's robe. Which tailed beast do you wish to pursue first? Heiju inquired, peering out from the sleeve. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan responded, We shall go for the nearest tailed beast. We are within the land of fire, and the closest one is the 9 tails of Konohagakure. Heiju informed him. However, Konohagakure is the strongest of all the ninja villages. Are you certain you wish to proceed? How strong can they be? Zhang Fan scoffed, Do you truly need me to inform you that with a full force strike, I could shatter this continent? It would be wise to exercise caution, Hey Ju suggested, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Shall I summon a few allies? That would be too cumbersome. Zhang Fan dismissed the idea. Which direction is Kanahagakure? Head that way, and you shall reach it, Hey Ju indicated. Zhang Fan glanced in the direction Hey Ju pointed and approached Kagaya Otsutsuki, standing almost face-to-face with her. Noticing his peculiar behavior, Kagaya felt a hint of suspicion but did not dare to voice it. What are your intentions? She asked. You are flying too slowly. Allow me to assist you. Zhang Fan replied as he wrapped his arms around Kagaya's waist, pulling her close. Hidden within the sleeves, Heiju was incensed by Zhang Fan's actions. Just as he prepared to confront Zhang Fan, he noticed his mother resting her hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder. In that instant, Heiju felt a chill wash over him, as though his existence had suddenly lost all meaning. As Zhang Fan prepared to take off, he noticed Heiju's head emerging from Kagaya's sleeve. What do you intend to do? He asked. Heiju turned away, resigned, and replied, It is too stuffy in there. I need to breathe. We are about to depart. Zhang Fan reminded him. At that moment, Kagaya felt a familiar force envelop her body. Zhang Fan lifted Kagaya Otsutsuki gently into the air, observing the rapid ascent. The seemingly nonchalant black Zetsu let out a disdainful snicker, dismissing it as mere spectacle devoid of substance. The speed was hardly impressive. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Zhang Fan suddenly accelerated, creating a resounding sonic boom, leaving behind a swirling white vapor that gradually dispersed. He soared upwards, a slender black line trailing behind him, piercing through the clouds and emerging into the stratosphere. Below him, the sea of clouds flowed languidly, while the small moon above appeared almost within reach. Embracing the large Tsutsuki Kagaya, Zhang Fan reveled in the breathtaking scenery, a rare sight to behold. Chapter 79. Target Ninetales. Such splendid scenery was lost on Black Zetsu, who, regrettably, could not partake in the beauty. As Zhang Fan paused, he withdrew into the sleeve of Tsutsuki Kagaya, consumed by his own woes and nursing his wounds. During the earlier high-speed flight, he had been mercilessly buffeted by the razor-like currents, resulting in the loss of nearly half of his corporeal form. Zhang Fan's biological stance had failed to shield the protruding black Zetsu. It was not a deliberate oversight, but rather a lapse in attention. After a brief period of admiring this cinematic panorama, Zhang Fan, still cradling Tsutsuki Kagaya, set off in the direction indicated by black Zetsu, cruising at a conventional speed several times the speed of sound. Employing his superhuman vision with X-ray capabilities, he diligently scanned the terrain below, ensuring he did not inadvertently overshoot his destination. Before long, he spotted a grand city nestled against the mountains, fortified by imposing walls and illuminated against the night sky. This, without a doubt, must be Konoha. Zhang Fan halted, narrowing his gaze to survey the bustling city beneath, and indeed, he discerned the 4 monumental head sculptures perched atop the cliffs, one of his few recollections of Naruto. Black Zetsu, emerge and guide me. We have arrived at Konoha. Zhang Fan called toward the sleeve of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu, still concealed within the fabric, was immersed in his own melancholic musings and nursing his injuries. Yet, despite his ailments and somber mood, he recognized the necessity of action. Responding to Zhang Fan's call, he cautiously re-emerged from his sleeve. Gazing at the village below, he began to expound. The Ninetales Jinchuriki of Konoha is named Naruto Uzumaki, a mere child, but do exercise caution around him. There's no need for further introductions. Just indicate his whereabouts. Before Black Zetsu could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Zhang Fan. Taken aback, Black Zetsu glanced at his mother, and upon seeing her lack of objection, he conceded, understood. He then turned his attention back to the village, commencing his search for Naruto Uzumaki's residence. However, it was not long before Black Zetsu withdrew his head once more. Zhang Fan, noticing this, inquired, Have you found him? Shaking his head, Black Zetsu replied, It's too high. I cannot see clearly. Zhang Fan, feeling exasperated, retorted, Why didn't you mention that sooner? You took so long to say anything. What now? He adjusted his altitude to approximately 300 meters. Peering downward once again, Black Zetsu responded, This should suffice. After a while, Black Zetsu exclaimed, I found it. Where? Zhang Fan inquired. Black Zetsu, extending a small black hand from his neck, pointed to a certain area below. That house, he indicated. Zhang Fan followed the direction of Black Zetsu's finger, noticing that the location was directly beneath him. However, Black Zetsu's indication was somewhat vague, as there was an entire row of houses. Thus, he asked which specific house. The one without lights, Black Zetsu replied. Among the row of houses, only one remained unlit, making it easy for Zhang Fan to spot it at a glance. Subsequently, he activated his X-ray vision to peer inside the house, and indeed, he saw a child with yellow hair and 6 whisker-like markings on his face, peacefully asleep in bed. Zhang Fan recognized the main character from Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. In addition to confirming Naruto's presence in the house, Zhang Fan also noticed 3 individuals concealed on the roof, among the surrounding trees, and in the shadows of an alley. Likely the ninjas secretly guarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Observing Zhang Fan's silence as he gazed at the house, Black Zetsu assumed he was worried about Naruto's absence, and thus offered, "Let me go down. My stealth abilities are unparalleled. I will check if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is inside." "No need. I've already seen him." Zhang Fan declined Black Zetsu's suggestion. Turning to Kagaya Otsutsuki, he said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Zhang Fan released his hold on Kagaya's waist, stepped back, and aimed for the house where Uzumaki Naruto resided, plummeting downwards like a freefall. On the roof, a ninja adorned with a somewhat distorted animal mask crouched motionless like a statue at the eaves, appearing indistinguishable from mere debris from a distance. The mask obscured whether he was asleep or vigilant. Zhang Fan descended with a rush of wind. "Something's falling from the sky." The masked ninja was startled by the sound, and his seasoned instincts quickly pinpointed the direction from which the noise originated. However, just as he intended to look up, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow plummeting straight into Uzumaki Naruto's house. "Enemy attack!" the masked ninja shouted, leaping without hesitation into the hole Zhang Fan had created. The ninja's reflexes were indeed swift. The other 2 masked ninjas, alerted by the commotion, dashed from their hiding places toward Naruto's house, one of them even pulling the pin on a smoke bomb as they rushed. Inside the house, Uzumaki Naruto, blissfully asleep with drool at the corner of his mouth, was abruptly awakened by the loud commotion. As he opened his eyes, still disoriented, he heard someone calling his name. "Uzumaki Naruto, I'm here." As soon as Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he felt someone grasping his neck, lifting him off the ground. Zhang Fan seized his target. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, much like one would catch a chicken. Just as he intended to depart, 3 masked ninjas encircled him. "Who are you? Release Naruto." The last one remained silent, gripping the hilt of his sword, and taking advantage of his companion's distraction, he suddenly advanced with an almost imperceptible speed, drawing his blade to strike at Zhang Fan's hand that held Naruto, clearly intending to execute a classic tactical maneuver of feigning an attack elsewhere. Although Zhang Fan was indeed momentarily distracted by the shouts of the first 2, his reaction speed was akin to light itself, including his dynamic vision. Anything reaching a certain velocity would appear to slow down in his perception, making him difficult to ambush. Thus, while the ninja's speed seemed remarkably swift to his allies, without preparation, they would have little confidence in countering such an attack. However, Zhang Fan stepped forward, raising his other hand to deliver a casual yet powerful strike towards the advancing ninja, an ultrasonic slap. Unsurprisingly, the ninja, with his shattered mask, spun wildly backward as he was sent flying. Chapter 80. The Nine-Tails in hand above Kanoa, Black Zetsu, upon witnessing the fireworks, turned to his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and suggested, "He has been discovered. Mother, we should retreat." Kagaya floated in the air, gazing down at Konoha, and replied calmly, "No, let us wait and observe." Within a second, it seemed as though a tremendous explosion erupted from the vicinity of Naruto's residence. Strangely, the force of the explosion was directed toward one side, with Naruto's house as the boundary. One side remained intact, while the other was utterly devastated, including neighboring structures. Observing the scene, Black Zetsu urged again, "Mother, he is being held back and cannot escape. We should leave now. Matters concerning the tailed beasts require careful planning. I already have a scheme in mind." Meanwhile, inside Uzumaki Naruto's abode, as the other 2 ninjas witnessed their companion charge out, one immediately began forming hand seals, preparing a jutsu, while the other drew a kunai and rushed forward, shouting loudly to continue drawing Zhang Fan's attention. Zhang Fan kicked the second ninja who had charged at him. And just as he turned to leave, he heard another loud shout. Water release. Water shuriken. A jutsu? This was something he had yet to see. Thus, instead of departing, Zhang Fan paused, curious to observe what the jutsu entailed. The final ninja, after calling out the technique, unleashed a rapid jet of high-pressure water from his mouth directed at Zhang Fan's body. Initially, Zhang Fan considered bracing himself against this jutsu to compare its power with firearms. However, upon realizing that the water was expelled from the ninja's mouth, he was nearly repulsed. Was this not merely saliva? Such a lack of decency. Engaging in a brawl while spitting, Zhang Fan, naturally unwilling to have someone has saliva on him, took a deep breath and blew back at the high-pressure stream of spit aimed at him. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the house, sending the incoming stream of saliva hurtling back, perfectly landing in the mouth of the last ninja. Cough, cough, the final ninja was caught off guard, choking on his own saliva, which disrupted the chakra adhering to his feet. Without the chakra's support, he could not maintain his balance amidst the fierce wind and was swept away, along with various pieces of furniture, out of the room. Zhang Fan ceased his blowing. Within a conical space of 100 meters in front of him, everything had been sent flying. Even the walls of the house were not spared. What sort of nonsense is this? Fighting while spitting. Zhang Fan glanced outside from the half-destroyed house, noticing numerous ninjas leaping and bounding towards him from the rooftops in the distance. He quickly averted his gaze. The nine-tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, was now within his grasp. And with 8 more tailed beasts to capture, time was of the essence. He had no leisure to entertain them. Thus, Zhang Fan slightly bent his knees. Wrapping the struggling Naruto Uzumaki in a biological stance, he leapt into the air, crashing down to create a large pit in the ground, simultaneously causing the remaining half of the house to collapse. Let me go. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? Naruto, full of vitality, struggled relentlessly in Zhang Fan's grip, yet Zhang Fan paid him no mind. What are you talking about? Zhang Fan suddenly appeared before Kaguya Otsutsuki, holding the still struggling Naruto. Black Zetsu, who was fervently explaining his meticulously devised plan to his mother, halted abruptly upon hearing Zhang Fan's voice. He stiffly turned his head to see Zhang Fan grasping Naruto and awkwardly chuckled. Nothing at all. With that, he swiftly retreated back into Kaguya's sleeve. Inside Naruto's body, the nine-tails, Kurama, felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon seeing Kaguya, as if encountering a formidable enemy. The threat of death loomed closely. It frantically shouted in Naruto's mind, Kid, quickly relinquish control of your body to me, or we're doomed." Simultaneously, Kurama violently pounded against the seal, sensing that if they died this time, it might be impossible for him to resurrect. "Who are you? Why are you speaking in my mind?" Naruto exclaimed, startled by the sudden presence, his struggling limbs losing their agility as he sensed something vying for control over his body. "There's no time for explanations. Kid, you must quickly hand over control to me. It's the only way I can save you," Kurama urged desperately. "I don't know how to do that." Naruto Uzumaki responded, his instincts urging him to trust the voice echoing in his mind. "Open your heart and relax. Do not resist," the nine-tails Kurama implored anxiously. "I understand," Naruto replied as his body suddenly relaxed. Yet he remained uncertain how to calm his mind, striving only to restrain his limbs from moving. Hurry, Kurama incessantly urged within Naruto's consciousness, simultaneously channeling an unending flow of chakra into him. In an instant, Naruto was enveloped in a faint red glow emanating from Kurama's chakra, his body seemingly sprouting a delicate tail. Furthermore, his eyes turned crimson, sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and the whiskers on his face lengthened while his nails grew increasingly sharp. The gentle red luminescence radiating from his form made him strikingly conspicuous against the night sky. Such a dramatic transformation in Naruto was evident to anyone with sight. Zhang Fan certainly noticed, but he paid it little heed. After all, Naruto was the protagonist. It was only natural for unexpected circumstances to arise in times of peril. Grasping the unusually quiet Naruto, who had ceased to struggle, he inquired, "What has happened, Kaguya?" "I do not know," responded Kaguya Otsutsuki, her gaze fixated on Naruto in Zhang Fan's grasp, sensing a portion of her power residing within a boy. At that moment, the ethereal tails sprouting from behind Naruto had reached 8, and his aura continued to swell, the emergence of a ninth tail imminent. Hidden within the folds of his sleeve, Black Zetsu sensed the shift in the atmosphere and could not resist peeking out. Upon witnessing Naruto's transformation into a half-human, half-fox entity, he was startled and exclaimed, "Be careful. The Nine Tails is about to emerge." Chapter 81. Absorbing the Nine Tails too late. I have already emerged. Just as Naruto sprouted 9 tails and transformed into a half-human, half-fox creature, he suddenly lifted his head, laughing maniacally as his clawed hands swiped fiercely at Zhang Fan's chest. Ha ha ha! Cry, scream, and then perish. Fully under Kurama's control, Naruto laughed maniacally. His claws, imbued with red chakra, relentlessly raking across Zhang Fan's torso. Faced with the glowing claws of the 9 tails, Zhang Fan did not flinch. Instead, he remained motionless, allowing the claws to dig into him, curious to see if the protagonist's outburst could inflict any harm. Kurama, reveling in the chaos, thought to himself, "How dare you grasp this lore by the neck like a mere pet? Watch as I eviscerate you, leaving you unrecognizable to your mother, and teach you the meaning of never underestimating a tailed beast." In an instant, a cacophony of creaking sounds reverberated incessantly, as sparks flickered and danced chaotically upon Zhang Fan's chest. However, the blissful moments were fleeting, as the 9 tails, Kurama, soon discerned an anomaly. Were the delightful screams of anguish? Where had the tantalizing flesh gone? Why did its once indomitable claws, now imbued with chakra, cause it increasing pain? Realizing that something was amiss, Kurama paused from his maniacal laughter, intent on uncovering the source of the dissonance. Why had the anticipated cries and scenes of carnage failed to materialize? Yet, when Kurama beheld the result of its relentless assault with chakra-infused claws, only faint white marks marred Zhang Fan's chest, which remained almost entirely unscathed. Stunned, Kurama's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Why was he utterly unharmed? Its claws, inherently as hard as iron, could shatter stone with ease, and now, enhanced with chakra, their destructive power had multiplied. Surely, even a robust steel plate would be torn to shreds, so how could a mere mortal body withstand such force? Yet, inexplicably, Zhang Fan's chest bore no injury, a reality that Kurama found difficult to accept, leaving it momentarily bewildered. In contrast, Zhang Fan harbored no such convoluted thoughts. Rather, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The protagonist's surge of power could not even breach his vibranium armor. He brushed his chest, dislodging the white claw fragments that clung to his armor, revealing an unblemished black suit beneath. Beside him, Kurizetsu stared in astonishment. Having anticipated that Zhang Fan would be gravely injured and was already calculating how to manage the aftermath to regain his mother's favor. Yet upon a second glance, he realized that not only was Zhang Fan unharmed, but not a single hair had been displaced. With a disdainful glance at the tranquil 9 tails in Zhang Fan's grasp, Kurizetsu mused on how the once mighty beast had become so ineffectual, utterly lacking in prowess. "How do I absorb chakra?" Zhang Fan inquired, holding the half-human, half-fox figure of Naruto Uzumaki, directing his question towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is it a direct absorption, or is there some ritual involved? Just as Kagaya was about to respond, the subdued 9 tails sensed the impending threat of death and suddenly cried out, "You think killing me, Kurama? Is that simple?" As the words fell, Naruto's features contorted, veins bulging as small wounds appeared on his face only to heal almost instantaneously, his previously faint red aura intensifying visibly. What is he doing? Zhang Fan questioned, puzzled. This is not good. The 9 tails intends to channel all its chakra into this Jinchuriki's body, Kurizetsu revealed, his extensive knowledge coming into play. Oh, he can grow stronger? Zhang Fan remarked in surprise, observing the now plumper Naruto, reflecting inwardly, truly, as the protagonist, he experiences such exponential growth time and again. Not for the sake of becoming stronger, the 9 tails continuously infuse chakra with the intent of overwhelming the Jinchuriki. Should the Jinchuriki perish, the tailed beast sealed within would also meet its demise. This act was a form of suicide, as explained by Black Zetsu. Suicide? Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Is there such a method? Indeed, Black Zetsu continued. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast within will also cease to exist. However, The deceased-tailed beast will not truly die. After a number of years, it will resurrect in some corner of the ninja world. How many years is a number of years? Zhang Fan pressed for clarification. In the best case, 1 or 2 years. In the worst, several decades, Black Zetsu replied. What can be done? Is there a way to prevent this? Zhang Fan's urgency was palpable. He needed to return to seek vengeance against Gu Yi. And years of waiting for the Nine Tails to be reborn was not an option. Sealing techniques can be employed to avert its suicide, Black Zetsu suggested. Then let us seal it quickly, Zhang Fan urged, noticing the ever-growing girth of the half-human, half-fox Naruto in his grasp. I am not proficient in sealing techniques. Black Zetsu lamented. Are we simply to watch it commit suicide? Zhang Fan's question went unanswered as he gazed at the increasingly corpulent Naruto. Contemplating the impossibility of waiting several years, perhaps he should learn the art of chakra refinement. At that moment, a slender, alabaster hand rested upon Naruto's plump visage. Zhang Fan looked up to find it belonged to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Before he could inquire about her intentions, he witnessed streams of crimson chakra being inexorably drawn from Naruto. As Kaguya siphoned the energy, Naruto grew thinner, his tails diminishing one by one, gradually reverting from his half-human, half-fox form. Throughout this process, the Nine Tails remained utterly silent. When Kaguya withdrew her hand, Naruto lay still in Zhang Fan's grasp. What now? Zhang Fan inquired. I have reclaimed a portion of my power, Kaguya replied. Her eyes closed, a crimson fissure appearing upon her forehead. Does that mean he is no longer of use? Zhang Fan asked. Indeed. The tailed beast within him has been absorbed by my mother. He is now useless. Dispose of him, Black Zetsu interjected. Zhang Fan released his grip on Naruto's neck, allowing him to plummet from the heights. After discarding Naruto, Zhang Fan asked, Shall we proceed to capture that tailed beast? Are you so eager? Should we not take a moment to regroup? Black Zetsu queried in surprise, not out of concern for Zhang Fan's fatigue, but rather because his mother was still digesting the newly acquired power. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, My friend, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste it. Chapter 82. The divine tree aside from a minor hiccup in capturing the first tailed beast due to inexperience. The subsequent endeavors to apprehend the tailed beasts unfolded with astonishing smoothness. Under the guidance of Kurezetsu, Zhang Fan, accompanied by Otsutsuki Kaguya, traversed various shinobi villages. Remarkably, within the span of half a day, before dawn even broke, he had managed to capture the tailed beast Jinchuriki from all the villages. Most of the time spent merely locating them. Notably, the four-tails Jinchuriki turned out to be a wandering monk, perpetually roaming the ninja world, which caused Zhang Fan to search for quite some time. With only the last tailed beast, the three tails, remaining, he inquired, Where is it? Discarding the lifeless body drained by Kaguya, he asked. The three tails resides in a lake, Kurezetsu replied. Isn't it a Jinchuriki? Zhang Fan asked, intrigued. Due to the demise of its two previous Jinchuriki, the three tails, Isabu, has lived in this lake, Kurezetsu elucidated. Just one left? Lead the way. Zhang Fan's curiosity was piqued, though he held no particular intent, as the prior tailed beasts had all been Jinchuriki. The unexpected appearance of a wild one was somewhat astonishing, and he realized he had yet to see what a tailed beast truly looked like. After consuming the eighth tailed beast, Otsutsuki Kaguya had fully opened the fissure on her forehead, and the Rinnegan with its 9 tomo re-emerged. Cradling Kaguya, Zhang Fan swiftly followed the direction indicated by Kurezetsu, soon locating the expansive lake where the three tails resided. Upon arrival, he set Kaguya down and soared above the lake, using X-ray vision to observe the lakebed in search of the three tails' precise location. Before long, he spotted a large gray, mud, turtle-like creature with three tails resting at the bottom of the lake, its size indeed impressive. How should I capture this tail beast? Should I dive in and give it a beating? But I have never handled something of this size before. What if I inadvertently used too much force and killed it? Zhang Fan pondered in the air. Ultimately, opting for caution, he took a deep breath and exhaled towards the lake's surface. He aimed to utilize the frigid temperature of his icy breath to freeze the entire lake into solid ice, from which he could then lift the frozen mass, allowing Kaguya to absorb the creature directly. Given the lake's vastness, it took him some time, but as the horizon began to blush with dawn, the entire lake was finally encased in ice. Curiously, the three tails remained motionless, seemingly unaffected as the water encased in ice. Zhang Fan speculated that the gradual drop in temperature, akin to the proverbial boiling frog, had lulled the turtle-like three tails into a state of hibernation, explaining its lack of struggle. Once the lake was entirely frozen, Zhang Fan adeptly employed his heat vision to slice away the ice block containing the three tails. He then grasped the enormous, frozen mass, comparable to a small mountain, and lifted it to the shore. Observing Zhang Fan carrying the colossal ice block towards him, Kurizetsu could not help but think how fortunate it was that such a person was not his enemy. As the day unfolded, Zhang Fan traversed the entire shinobi realm, having already been utterly captivated by his prowess. Regardless of the tailed beasts, in Zhang Fan's hands, they succumbed to a single strike, effortlessly ensnared by their throats, rendering their struggles futile. His nonchalant demeanor and attitude suggested that those who were regarded as calamities by ordinary shinobi were as feeble as ants, easily crushed at will. At last, the final tailed beast was in his grasp. When would the divine tree materialize? Setting down the immense block of ice, Zhang Fan approached Kaguya Otsutsuki and inquired. At that moment, Kaguya was pressing her hand upon the exposed portion of the ice, intently absorbing the chakra of the three tails, leaving her no time to respond to Zhang Fan's question. From her sleeve, Kaguya's black zetsu emerged, elucidating. Once Mother has absorbed the chakra of the three tails and summoned the outer path divine statue to merge with it, the divine tree will come into being. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's explanation, Zhang Fan nodded in comprehension and moved aside, awaiting Kaguya to complete the absorption of the last tailed beast. The final tailed beast, likely due to its immense stature, required Kaguya an extended period to fully absorb the three tails. Once Kaguya had finished, Zhang Fan promptly approached her, asking, "How is it?" Kaguya inhaled deeply, gazing at the newly risen sun, her expression one of rapture as she replied, "I am well." However, Zhang Fan clarified, "That is not what I meant. I am referring to the fact that all 9 tailed beasts are gathered. So, when shall I receive my divine tree?" Upon hearing his words, Kaguya paused her rhythmic breathing, opened her eyes, and with a hint of irritation, replied, "Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. I will provide you with the seed of the divine tree shortly." With that, Kaguya pointed skyward, and the 9 small tomo within her rinnegan began to whirl rapidly. Zhang Fan, with keen perception, looked up to see a colossal humanoid figure descending from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the towering entity, standing at least several dozen meters tall, landed behind Kaguya, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhang Fan scrutinized this enormous figure, noting its 9 eyes and the color resembling withered wood, with 10 pillar-like protrusions on its back. "Is this the divine tree?" Zhang Fan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, this is the shell of the divine tree," Kaguya affirmed. "Yet it appears more human than tree," Zhang Fan remarked, pondering whether this divine tree was akin to a giant ginseng. Contemplating this, he further questioned, "How is this divine tree to be planted? Should its legs be inserted into the ground, or must the entire structure be buried?" Kaguya, confronted with Zhang Fan's queries, could only respond with a sigh, turning to touch the shell of the divine tree, transmitting a portion of the mixed chakra from the 9-tailed beasts into it. Upon acquiring the husk of the divine tree, a cylindrical appendage sprouted unexpectedly from its back. Initially resembling withered wood, its hue gradually transformed into a deep, verdant green, crowned with a rounded tip. This peculiar growth bore an unmistakable suggestiveness, likely provoking impure thoughts in those of a dubious mindset. After a brief period of growth, the cylindrical structure, having reached approximately 5 meters in length, detached itself from the divine tree's husk. Under the direction of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the husk turned and retrieved the elongated green object, presenting it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan cast a glance at the item in the divine tree's husk's grasp, and, with curiosity, inquired of Kaguya Otsutsuki, "What is this?" "You seek the seeds of the divine tree, do you not?" Kaguya replied, gesturing towards the verdant cylinder in the husk's possession. "This is precisely what you desire." Zhang Fan reached out, taking the green object from the towering divine tree's husk. He glanced at the imposing figure of the husk behind Kaguya, and then at the questionable green object in his hand, feeling a twinge of skepticism. Could this truly be the divine tree? Was Kaguya attempting to deceive him with a mere trinket? "Surely you jest. Why is your divine tree husk so grand while mine is so diminutive? Zhang Fan directly queried. It is merely a seed. Naturally, it is of such size. Kagaya replied with a hint of indifference. Contemplating her words, Zhang Fan conceded that it made sense for a seed to be smaller. Thus, he probed further. How should I cultivate it? You may plant it anywhere you choose, or in a location abundant with energy, Kagaya responded. What is the distinction between planting it anywhere and in a place rich with energy? Zhang Fan inquired. The outcome will be the same. Only the rate of growth will differ, Kagaya elucidated. Then, it is imperative to seek a place rich in energy for planting, Zhang Fan asserted. He then posed a crucial question. When will it bear fruit? Under normal circumstances, it will take approximately 1,000 years to mature, Kagaya stated, her expression unwavering as she delivered this startling revelation. 1,000 years? Are you serious? Zhang Fan exclaimed, grappling with the notion that he might not even live to see the divine tree's fruits. Even if he were to survive a millennium, the remains of Gu Yi would have long since turned to fossil. Whom would he seek vengeance upon then? The mere thought of enduring such an existence filled him with dread and despair. Do not be hasty, Kagaya began to explain. This is merely the standard time frame. There are methods to expedite the divine tree's fruiting process. How can this be accomplished? Zhang Fan pressed eagerly, as he could hardly endure waiting a single year, let alone a millennium. By planting it in a location rich in energy, coupled with ample offerings, you can accelerate the growth of the divine tree, Kagaya advised. How soon can we expect results? Zhang Fan inquired. If you have sufficient energy supply, the divine tree can bear fruit in 10 to 15 days, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied. This time frame of 10 to 15 days alleviated Zhang Fan's concerns. He felt confident that even if he could not achieve fruiting in 10 days, dedicating half a month or a month should suffice. With this in mind, Zhang Fan asked, Hey Ju, do you know of any places abundant in energy? Hey Ju emerged from Otsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve and responded, when it comes to energy abundance, the 3 sacred lands, Longdi Cave, Shurgu Forest, and Mayaboka Mountain, are undoubtedly the best. Zhang Fan recalled these places, recognizing them as the domains of the snake, toad, and slug respectively. Before he could inquire about their locations, Hey Ju continued, additionally, there is a place called Lulan, which possesses immense chakra resonance underground. Upon hearing the name Lulan, Zhang Fan's interest peaked, overshadowing his curiosity about the 3 sacred lands. He asked, where is this Lulan located? It lies within the land of wind, Hey Ju explained, where we captured the tailed beast. Without waiting for further questions, he revealed the locations of the 3 sacred lands. As Zhang Fan contemplated the ideal location for planting the divine tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya interjected. Where do you intend to plant the divine tree? I am still considering, Zhang Fan replied, looking up. Do you have any good suggestions? I have just emerged from my seal. I possess no particular insights, Otsutsuki Kagaya responded blandly. I merely inquired, and perhaps I shall seek you out in the future. Hearing her words, which implied a separation, Zhang Fan frowned and asked, Aren't you coming with me? I have just been released from my seal and wish to observe the changes in this world, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied. If you do not accompany me, I will not know how to cultivate the divine tree. I want to know how much water to provide or how much fertilizer to use. Nor am I aware of any taboos, Zhang Fan expressed his concerns. If someone with experience like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who has cultivated a divine tree, does not accompany me, I worry about potential issues, such as disease or improper care leading to its demise, he thought. The divine tree will not encounter problems. It is not a true plant and does not require watering or fertilizing. You merely need to plant it in an area with ample energy supply, and it requires minimal maintenance. The divine tree will automatically extend its roots to absorb energy, and it serves as a formidable weapon that will retaliate against enemies. Otsutsuki Kagaya assured him. Better safe than sorry. What if something goes wrong? Despite her comforting words, Zhang Fan remained apprehensive, as he had never cultivated one before. Otsutsuki Kagaya reassured him, if any issues arise, you can seek me out. What if I cannot find you? Zhang Fan pressed. Rest assured, it won't be long before the entire world knows my whereabouts, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, lifting her chin confidently. As Kagaya, Otsutsuki showed no desire to accompany him in planting the god tree, Zhang Fan contemplated whether he should simply bind her and compel her to assist him. Let's part ways here, she declared. Observing Zhang Fan's silence, Kaguya leaped atop the colossal trunk of the god tree, which then began to stride purposefully towards the rising sun, illuminated by the dawn's light. Zhang Fan squinted as he watched the figure of Kaguya recede into the distance, ultimately refraining from taking action, for he understood the wisdom in the adage that a forceful endeavor often yields bitter fruit. Once the immense trunk, bearing Kaguya, had vanished beyond the horizon, Zhang Fan withdrew his gaze and examined the mosaic-like column in his hand, pondering where he should plant the god tree. Black Zetsu had presented him with 4 potential locations. Standing still, he deliberated extensively, weighing the merits of each place, considering everything from the names to the environmental conditions, until he finally resolved to plant the god tree in Lulan. The rationale behind this decision was simple. He recalled the descriptions of the 3 great holy lands from fan fiction, which suggested that Lulan was anything but a typical abode for ordinary folk. Additionally, he recognized that claiming territory would inevitably lead to conflict. Not that he lacked the strength to prevail, but rather he deemed it unnecessary. Though Lulan resided within a desert and was inhospitable, it remained a land without a master, granting him the freedom to shape it as he wished. Yes, it may be arid and water scarce, but he could exert some effort to excavate canals, generate revenue, and later issue a mission within the Hidden Leaf Village to recruit someone skilled in wood release to cultivate and enhance the local environment. Surely, that would be most delightful. Indeed, he thought, I shall now be the sovereign of Lulan. Having made his decision, Zhang Fan grasped the god tree seed and soared towards the land of wind. Lulan, your emperor has returned. Upon reaching the skies above Sensual, he intended to use this village as a starting point in his quest for Lulan. However, he suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with Lulan's exact location. Suspended in midair, Zhang Fan contemplated the futility of aimless searching. He couldn't possibly traverse the entirety of the land of wind, landing at each village to inquire. How cumbersome that would be. It would be far more efficient to head directly to Sensual and pose his questions there, or, if necessary, issue a mission. With this in mind, he descended to the entrance of Sensual and approached the village. The sight of a man descending from the heavens, bearing a column-like object, startled the ninja guards at the gate, who immediately adopted defensive stances, some drawing kunai while others unfurled scrolls. Typically, they would not have been so alarmed. But today was different. The night prior, an intruder had brazenly infiltrated Sensual, resulting in the tragic death of the Kazakage's youngest son, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail, Shikaku, who had also been taken. Currently, the Sand Ninja Village is under a state of complete martial law, with no entry or exit permitted. Rumors abound that a conflict is imminent, and the target is undoubtedly the wealthiest village, Konoha. Stop. At this moment, a seemingly leading ninja stepped forward and inquired, Who are you? What brings you to the Sand Ninja Village? I seek directions, Zhang Fan replied, halting his steps. Could you guide me to Lulan? Upon hearing that he was merely asking for directions, the ninja responded curtly, I do not know. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. Then I would like to issue a mission to locate Lulan. Zhang Fan amended his request, deciding to post a task instead. The ninja hesitated at this proposition, but ultimately replied, Come back in a few days. Today, the Sand Ninja Village is under martial law and will not accept any tasks. Why is there martial law? Zhang Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. The question caused the ninja to become wary, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, recalling Zhang Fan's dramatic entrance from the sky, he refrained from taking any aggressive action, merely warning him, This is none of your concern. Leave this place quickly. Repeatedly being met with rejection. Even Zhang Fan's patience began to wane. Given his temperament, he would typically create a scene and cause destruction. Clenching his fists, he contemplated violence, but suddenly recalled his actions from the previous night. He reasoned that it is wise not to provoke others excessively. With that thought, Zhang Fan relaxed his fists, deciding to spare them. However, he felt compelled to deliver a minor lesson. Otherwise, his intentions would remain unfulfilled. He crouched low to gather strength, causing the ground beneath him to buckle, fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. With the protection of the earth itself, Zhang Fan was no longer concerned about exerting too much force and becoming trapped. What are you doing? Stop immediately. If you do not cease, we shall retaliate. As the cracks swiftly spread to the feet of the ninja, Zhang Fan ignored the warning and leapt into the air, shattering the land within a radius of several hundred meters beneath him. As dust and debris billowed, the gates and portions of the walls of Sand Ninja Village collapsed. Suspended in midair, Zhang Fan surveyed the destruction he had wrought, feeling a sense of satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. No one was harmed, truly a perfect little lesson. Once the dust settled from the ground he had shattered, the fourth Kazakage, Raza, along with his guards, finally arrived. He gazed upon the fallen gates and walls, pondering the cost of repairs and how much sand gold he would need to excavate to cover the expenses. Furious, he interrogated the line of on-duty ninjas. What transpired here? Why have the gates and walls collapsed? A ninja who had just conversed with Zhang Fan stepped forward and recounted the recent events to the fourth Kazakage, Raza. By the time Raza comprehended the situation and raised his gaze in search of Zhang Fan, the latter had vanished without a trace. Unable to locate Zhang Fan, the fourth Kazakage could only return in a fit of anger and issue an S-rank bounty on him. Upon departing from Sunagakure, Zhang Fan continued to traverse the desert of the Land of Wind, bearing the seed of the divine tree, in search of the fabled city of Lulan. Unfortunately, despite hours of searching, he found no sign of Lulan. Realizing that his approach was futile, Zhang Fan paused in the air above the desert, feeling somewhat disheartened. Although he had identified several locations that might be Lulan, each had been ruled out upon further investigation. He had also inquired with several villages settled around oases, but the responses were largely the same. They had heard of Lulan, but knew not its whereabouts. Where could Lulan truly be? As he contemplated whether to seek guidance from Kurizetsu, an epiphany struck him. Given that Lulan was believed to possess a significant chakra signature, could his X-ray vision or super eyesight not detect such chakra emissions? With this thought in mind, Zhang Fan ascended to a greater altitude and activated his X-ray vision. Scanning the desert below, his hypothesis proved correct. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a yellow luminescence within the sands. He flew towards the source of the yellow light, only to discover that the area was desolate, with nothing but rolling dunes as far as the eye could see. There was no sign of Lulan, nor even a house or a wall. No wonder I could not find Lulan. It had been buried beneath the sands. Zhang Fan activated his X-ray vision once more for a closer inspection. Indeed, beneath the desert, besides the immense yellow glow, he discerned numerous structures surrounding it. If he was not mistaken, this must be Lulan. However, upon locating Lulan, Zhang Fan encountered a new dilemma. The yellow light was situated at least 50 to 60 meters beneath the surface. How was he to plant the divine tree? Should he plant it directly or at the location of the yellow glow? After some deliberation, he decided it would be prudent to clear away the sand and plant the tree directly above the yellow light. The next challenge was how to remove the 50 to 60 meters of sand covering the yellow light. Zhang Fan initially attempted to blow the sand away with fierce gusts from his mouth, but soon realized that this method was ineffective. For every grain he displaced, an equal amount would shift back in. Unless he intended to blow away half the desert, unearthing Lulan would remain an insurmountable task. Convinced of his own intellectual prowess, Zhang Fan resolved to devise a solution. Realizing that if he could disperse the sand atop Lulan, the sand from other regions would inevitably flow in to fill the void. He concluded that his objective should be to prevent any sand from migrating into the area. For instance, he contemplated employing thermal beams to melt several glass walls, thereby obstructing the flow of sand. With a plan in mind, Zhang Fan wasted no time and swiftly set his intentions into motion. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, intensifying the temperature of the desert, concerned that the extreme heat might desiccate the sacred tree seeds he possessed, he first delineated the boundaries of the ancient city of Lulan, then proceeded to adjust the thermal beam's temperature while continuously melting the sand below. Constructing the glass wall consumed over 2 hours of Zhang Fan's time. Although this duration seemed excessive, he was struck midway by a thought. If he continued in this manner, would the glass wall not be too thin? Furthermore, would a vertical structure be able to withstand the elements? Thus, he expanded the glass thickness from over 1 meter to several meters and increased its depth significantly, augmenting the scale of the endeavor exponentially. The glass, fashioned from sand, glimmered with a dazzling array of colors under the sunlight: greens, pinks, reds, transparents, and purples, rendering it extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, Zhang Fan remained indifferent to its aesthetic appeal, fixated solely on unearthing Lulan swiftly to plant the sacred tree seeds. Upon connecting the final stretch, he paused momentarily allowing the glass to cool and solidify sufficiently to impede the movement of sand. He then selected a direction and commenced blowing the sand ensconced within the heavy glass walls. The result was akin to a formidable sandstorm, obscuring the sky as countless grains were swept into the air, carried away by the fierce winds. With the glass wall acting as a barrier, sand from other locales could not encroach, leading to a visible reduction in the sand-burying Lulan. Before long, the tops of numerous structures emerged, revealing the long-submerged ancient kingdom of Lulan to Zhang Fan. However, he did not relent, continuing to blow, for the area illuminated by a yellow light had yet to reveal itself. Despite his efforts, even as he dislodged the cobblestones that lined the streets of Lulan, the source of the yellow light remained concealed. It was only upon closer inspection that he discovered the luminous entity lay buried several meters beneath the surface. Zhang Fan also discerned a passage that led directly to the source of the yellow light. With the existence of this passage, there was no longer a need to excavate further. He utilized X-ray vision to locate the entrance to the tunnel. Beneath a towering circular edifice lies a passageway of remarkable height, through which Zhang Fan could effortlessly traverse even while bearing a seed of the divine tree. Measuring approximately 1 meter in width and 4 to 5 meters in height, the passage spirals downward, extending over a considerable distance. Initially, he contemplated soaring directly downwards. However, he soon realized that flying would result in the seed colliding with the walls of the passage. Only by adjusting his grip, holding it against his chest, could he safely descend. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the seed that required a protective covering, Zhang Fan ultimately resolved that it would be wiser to walk down, considering it an opportunity for physical exercise. Thus, step by step, he made his way to the passage's terminus, arriving at the location of a flickering yellow light. Contemplating his next action, he observed the fluctuating glow, uncertain whether it would be more prudent to toss the seed upward or to plant it beside the light. After a moment of reflection with his prodigious intellect, he decided to place the seed adjacent to the yellow light. The rationale behind this decision was straightforward. At this juncture, he could not ascertain whether this place was indeed the legendary Lulan as described by Heiju, nor could he definitively determine if the yellow light emitted the energy required by the divine tree seed. It was possible that this luminous phenomenon was merely a natural occurrence or perhaps a reflection of some radiant material, posing a risk should he expose himself to prolonged radiation. What if he simply tossed the seed and it perished? Thus, being inherently cautious and endowed with exceptional intelligence, Zhang Fan could hardly commit such folly. Moreover, he reasoned that should his initial attempt at planting the seed yield no results, he could always retrieve it and seek another suitable location. It was truly a twofold advantage, an ingenious approach. For a moment, he reveled in his cleverness, feeling a rare joy since being exiled by Gu Yi. However, thoughts of Gu Yi swiftly extinguished his delight, prompting him to hasten the planting of the seed. With careful intent, he exerted just the right amount of force and created a small pit at the edge of the yellow light. Yet, as he stood there, he found himself perplexed. This elongated seed, which end was the head, which the tail. After deliberating, he concluded that he could not distinguish its orientation. Ultimately, he opted to enlarge the pit, laying the entire seed horizontally within the earth, thereby eliminating the need to determine its head or tail. Satisfied with his work, he stepped upon the buried seed twice, smiling contentedly. He mused to himself that, indeed, possessing a super intellect allowed him to conceive such a solution, truly a display of wit. However, after a moment of observation, he noted with disappointment that the buried seed showed no signs of activity. Chapter 86. The growth of a divine tree. Why is there no response at all? Zhang Fan silently observed the location where the divine tree lay buried. Despite his extraordinary senses, he detected no signs of the divine tree seed beginning to sprout. Hadn't Kagaya Otsutsuki claimed that even in the absence of energy, a seed of the divine tree, once planted, would unfurl its roots, burrowing into the earth to siphon the land's vitality for growth? Contemplating this, Zhang Fan could not suppress his suspicions. Was it possible that Kagaya had deceived him? Was this merely an oddly shaped branch rather than a divine tree seed? If that were the case, had he truly been duped? The mere thought of it made Zhang Fan tremble with rage, causing the debris around him to levitate slowly. What has become of trust among people in this world? After all the effort he had expended throughout the night to capture the tailed beast for her, only to be mocked with a mere branch, one that was so grotesque it seemed to require pixelation even in hand, he erupted into the sky with a force that collapsed the entire passageway. Breaking through the obstacles above, he soared into the air to ascertain his direction. Merely a few hours had passed. The ninja world was so small. Kaguya and her companions should not have ventured far. This time, he resolved to be merciless. He must seize Kaguya to cultivate the divine tree. If she dared to resist or employ tricks, he would not hesitate to end her life, brutally, without mercy. If necessary, he would traverse the cosmos once more to capture another Otsutsuki. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, as he unleashed his full power within the passage, a series of incomprehensible golden runes materialized in response to counter his might. These grandiose symbols, despite their impressive appearance, proved futile as they shattered into fragments under the force of his eruption. Once the golden runes disintegrated into the air, the previously flickering yellow light, now brilliantly radiant, expanded within the nearly collapsing passage, reducing any debris that came into contact with it to mere dust. Yet at that moment, the divine tree seed, which Zhang Fan had dismissed as a mere branch, suddenly erupted from the earth, extending dozens of tendrils that encircled the expanding yellow light. Surprisingly, the once unstoppable yellow radiance, which had turned everything it touched to powder, found itself thwarted by the tree's newly sprouted appendages, unable to advance even an inch. From the very spot where the divine tree seed had been buried, a singular, unbranched tree rapidly ascended, breaking through the surface. As Zhang Fan identified his direction, preparing to confront Kaguya, he was startled to notice the ground trembling beneath him, followed by the emergence of a bud-like formation piercing through the soil. What was happening? Zhang Fan immediately activated his X-ray vision to inspect the subterranean situation, only to be taken aback. The original yellow light had transformed into an enormous beam extending deep into the earth. The portion that had surfaced was now enveloped by countless tendrils, rhythmically tightening and loosening as though it were breathing. What was this? Had the divine tree begun to sprout? Zhang Fan gazed at the ever-growing flower buds, stroking his chin in contemplation. Why had the divine tree suddenly begun to flourish? Could it be that it felt shy due to the presence of others nearby? Although he remained unaware of the underlying reasons, the growth of the divine tree was undoubtedly a positive development. Descending from the air, he realized that with the seed of the divine tree now sprouting, there was no longer any need to seek trouble with Kaguya Otsutsuki. In a cave somewhere in the land of rain, Kaguya Otsutsuki sat quietly in a reclining chair, surrounded by a multitude of corpses at her feet. Beside her, Black Zetsu looked upon the pile of bodies with indignation, exclaiming, "How ungrateful, daring to resist." At that moment, Kaguya abruptly rose from her chair and turned her gaze toward the land of wind. Noticing his mother's peculiar behavior, Black Zetsu inquired, "Mother, what troubles you?" "The divine tree has sprouted," Kaguya replied. "Already?" Black Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment, though he quickly reconsidered, recognizing that such rapid growth was indeed normal for Zhang Fan. "Which direction does this lead to?" Kaguya asked. After a moment of thought, Black Zetsu replied, "That direction is toward the land of wind." "Oh, he planted the divine tree in the land of wind? It's quite remarkable that it grew at all." Kaguya seemed to have a sudden realization, returning to her chair and bursting into laughter. Observing his mother smile, Black Zetsu asked, "What brings you joy, mother?" Kaguya, in a good mood, explained a millennium ago, "My divine tree was planted there. If my assumptions are correct, that place remains barren even now." "You are correct, mother. The land of wind is filled with yellow sands, devoid of vegetation. The inhabitants must venture to the land of fire to secretly chop down trees for shelter," Black Zetsu responded. "This is because the divine tree draws all energy from the earth, leaving nothing able to thrive in its vicinity. The original land gradually transforms into yellow sand, taking millennia to recover," Kaguya elucidated. "So, the land of wind became this way because of the divine tree," Black Zetsu realized, gaining insight from his mother's teachings. "My son, there is a task that I require your assistance with," Kaguya suddenly stated. "Please instruct me, mother," Black Zetsu replied. "Disseminate the effects and dangers of the divine tree's fruit," Kaguya said, her demeanor turning serious. "Also, spread the news of the divine tree in the land of wind." "Why?" Black Zetsu asked, puzzled. Of course, to aid him in hastening the tree's growth, Kagaya replied matter-of-factly. Thus, it will also bear fruit more swiftly. During the brief time spent traveling in the morning, Kagaya, through Black Zetsu's insights, had come to understand much about the current world. 1,000 years ago, this world had been dominated by warriors, whereas now it was ruled by ninjas, each possessing chakra, the very sustenance the divine tree craved. I understand, Mother, Black Zetsu said, gradually sinking into the earth. In the land of wind, Luolan, the divine tree has reached an impressive height of 50 to 60 meters, with a width of approximately 10 meters. Though it continues to grow, its pace has significantly slowed compared to its earlier days. Zhang Fan has been standing on the ground, observing the tree's growth for some time. How long will it continue to grow? Initially, he felt elated witnessing the tree's expansion, but as time passed, the novelty waned. The tree seemed to grow endlessly, yet it never paused to bear fruit. Chapter 87. Tao follows nature. Everything is predestined. The divine tree's continuous growth lacked any remarkable changes or talents. After a while, Zhang Fan's initial excitement faded, leaving him somewhat bored and in search of interesting activities to pass the time. He began to stroll through the ancient city of Luolan, stretching and exercising, hoping to find something engaging to occupy himself. Perhaps it was the difference between the sun in the Naruto world and that of the Marvel Universe. But Zhang Fan felt that while basking in the sun in the Marvel world, his strength visibly advanced at an astonishing rate, as if there were no limits. In contrast, here in the Naruto realm, he distinctly sensed that his power had stagnated, yet he was filled with an abundance of energy. Since opening his eyes in this world, he had not experienced any drowsiness or hunger. In Marvel, he adored sunbathing and waking up to enjoy a meal afterward. What would he do to pass the time? As he wandered through the ancient city of Luolan, he noticed that the scenery was dominated by shades of yellow, gray, and black, with no small creatures scurrying about, which he found unappealing. It felt monotonous and lifeless, as if the entire Luolan exuded an air of desolation. As he continued his walk, he paused, not due to any discovery, but because he recalled the words he had spoken upon arriving in Luolan. To become the Lord of Luolan, your emperor has returned. A spark ignited in his eyes. Since he had declared his intention to be the Lord of Luolan, he might as well initiate some transformations. He stroked his chin, contemplating where to begin his plans for the reformation of Luolan. First and foremost, water was crucial. This was indisputable, as water is the source of life. Without it, no living beings could survive, and the presence of life would bring vitality. Yet, regrettably, Luolan had no water at all. Thus, the first step in transforming Luolan would be to ensure a sufficient water supply. With ample water, Luolan could become an oasis, attracting animals and common folk from the land of wind to inhabit it. And with a populace, he would no longer be a mere figurehead without substance. Knowing where to start made things simpler. He would seek out areas with abundant water, locate several large rivers, and dig canals to divert the water here. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Fan clapped his hands and declared to himself, "It is settled then. The first phase of the Luolan renovation plan shall involve diverting water. Let us implement the south to north water diversion and the west to east water transfer all at once." Before departing, Zhang Fan took a moment to examine the growth of the divine tree. Satisfied that all was well, he soared into the skies in search of a river for diversion. Before long, he spotted a substantial river several hundred kilometers away. Descending beside this river, he assessed its water volume and, without further ado, oriented himself towards Luolan, commencing his work upon the earth. He first established the scale of the initial canal, digging a deep pit approximately 30 meters in depth and 60 meters in diameter beside the river, then proceeded to excavate towards Luolan in accordance with this specification. As for the canal's route, it was a matter of course to dig in a straight line. Zhang Fan had already aligned his direction perfectly. As he journeyed, encountering mountains that obstructed his path, Zhang Fan would leap and deliver a punch, obliterating the entire peak. Initially, his progress was slow, covering only 1 or 2 kilometers in an hour, primarily due to 2 reasons. First, he soon discovered a village directly in the path of the canal. Thus, the well-meaning Zhang Fan, engrossed in his hydraulic engineering endeavor, took a brief respite to facilitate a free relocation for the villagers. Observing their overwhelming joy, some even fainting from excitement, Zhang Fan gazed upward at the shifting clouds in the sky, reflecting on the tribulations of life and the capriciousness of fate, finding a sense of peace and detachment within. I can assist you only this much. From here on, it is up to you. He silently wished them, acknowledging that ultimately, one must rely on oneself. After this, he returned to the task of excavating the riverbed. The second reason for his initial sluggish pace stemmed from his apprehension of inadvertently exerting excessive force, potentially breaching the continent and triggering a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, thereby annihilating the world. Such an outcome would be undesirable. Thus, at the beginning, he cautiously gauged the appropriate amount of strength to apply, resulting in a canal marked by irregularities, some areas dug too deep, others too wide. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan paid little heed to these minor discrepancies, for as the saying goes, man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Variations in depth and width impart a natural appearance, and importantly, he found the task of digging a canal somewhat monotonous. Not being prone to obsessive tendencies, he was disinclined to return and amend his work. After excavating 1 or 2 kilometers of the canal, Zhang Fan had nearly mastered the nuances of exerting the right amount of force, achieving a sense of ease and confidence, no longer troubled by the fear of breaching the continent. Thus, the speed of his excavation surged, and the canal began to advance towards Lulan at an average pace of several kilometers per hour. In an instant, wherever Zhang Fan passed, the earth trembled, and soil and debris soared into the air, with swirling dust nearly obscuring the sky for miles around. Such a commotion naturally attracted numerous onlookers. Passing ninjas approached to investigate, but they merely lingered at a distance, silently observing for a moment before returning to their own affairs, none daring to engage the focused Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, for his part, paid them no heed, primarily because they were strangers and he was rather reserved, and secondarily because engaging them would serve no purpose, only hindering his progress in digging the canal. Would he really invite them to join him in this labor? However, exceptions exist in all situations. Just as Zhang Fan was diligently working on the riverbed, a dark, bulbous head suddenly emerged from the ground before him, capable of traversing the soil with such ease, and possessing a peculiar appearance. There was no one else it could be but Kagaya Otsutsuki's third son, Black Zetsu. Before Black Zetsu could utter a greeting, he found himself confronted by Zhang Fan's fist hurtling toward his face. In that fleeting moment, Black Zetsu's fur bristled, a sensation of indescribable pressure rendering his body rigid and immobile. The sheer force, the aura of invincibility. Black Zetsu's pupils contracted. What appeared to be a fist the size of a sandbag in Zhang Fan's hands loomed before him like a mountain, and an ominous thought flashed in his mind. With a thunderous sound, the fist whizzed past Black Zetsu's ear, sending a massive quantity of soil and debris flying into the air, only to cascade down in a chaotic shower. To his delight, Zhang Fan had progressed several hundred meters further along the canal, inching ever closer to Lulan. As the falling rocks and dirt neared Zhang Fan, they were deflected away as if an invisible shield surrounded him. After delivering that powerful blow, Zhang Fan paused, observing the motionless Black Zetsu, who was being pelted by falling debris and appeared somewhat dazed. He inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's question, Black Zetsu seemed to awaken from the daze induced by that earlier punch. I. Black Zetsu stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. He began to comprehend why Afu was so insistent on understanding the sensation of defecation. He felt that if he possessed a bladder at that moment, he might very well have lost control. "Take your time. Speak slowly," Zhang Fan encouraged, gently patting Black Zetsu's shoulder. Encountering a familiar face amidst the monotony of labor brought him a measure of joy. With Zhang Fan's reassurance, Black Zetsu, lacking lungs, mimicked the deep breaths of others, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "Feeling any better?" Zhang Fan asked. Black Zetsu took a moment to steady his emotions, striving to push aside memories of that formidable punch, and replied, "About the same." "What brings you here?" Zhang Fan inquired, having just encountered Heiju. "I came to see who was causing such a stir in the land of rain." "I didn't expect to find you here," Heiju replied. "Oh, I see." Zhang Fan nodded, then glanced around, asking, "Is Otsutsuki Kagaya here as well?" "My mother did not come this time. I am here alone," Heiju responded, averting his gaze from a falling rock. "Are you still wandering around the shinobi world?" Zhang Fan continued his questioning. We have temporarily settled in the land of rain. He Ju answered. The land of rain is a lovely place. I quite enjoy rainy days, Zhang Fan remarked politely. I am currently in Lulan. You are welcome to visit when you have time. I will mention it to my mother, He Ju said, then shifted the conversation back to Zhang Fan. What are you doing here? I noticed that Lulan is rather desolate, so I plan to make some improvements, Zhang Fan explained. What does transforming Lulan have to do with digging this? He Ju asked, a hint of hesitation in his tone. Lulan lacks even a river, so I intend to dig one first. Once we have water, the subsequent renovations will be much easier, Zhang Fan clarified. Is that really necessary? He Ju was taken aback by Zhang Fan's reasoning. The notion of directly excavating a river due to the absence of water was perplexing. If such a statement had come from the Wind Country, it would be unremarkable, but he was alone in this endeavor. Would he one day wish to gaze at the stars and then attempt to pluck one from the sky? No, He Ju suddenly recalled Zhang Fan's earlier punch. Perhaps such a feat was indeed within reach. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. This conversation was going nowhere. Well, since I have some free time, I might as well find something to do to stretch my limbs, Zhang Fan said, rolling his shoulders. I shall take my leave then, so as not to interrupt your river digging. He Ju, feeling somewhat withdrawn, transformed into a puddle and seeped into the ground. Do remember to visit Lulan, Zhang Fan called out as He Ju began to disappear. Understood, He Ju replied before completely submerging. After a brief conversation with an old acquaintance, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief from his prior monotony. He turned his gaze forward and clenched his fists. Then I shall dig to Lulan before nightfall and open the floodgates. Setting himself a modest goal, he resumed his vigorous digging. Moments later, He Ju materialized in a bustling town, holding a large bag of money as he exited a place that brokered various pieces of information. In addition to the intel regarding the divine tree entrusted by his mother, he had also sold Zhang Fan's personal details for a handsome sum. After all, he could not be held responsible for that. Once he was solitary, ensuring his own sustenance without concern for others. However, circumstances have changed. He now bears the responsibility of caring for a mother, and, as a dutiful son, he finds himself in a financial predicament. Furthermore, a representative has emerged from the village that Zhang Fan had forcibly dismantled, currently en route to Konoha with a substantial sum of money to undertake a mission. As the saying goes, men strive for a breath of dignity, while the Buddha seeks a single incense stick. All things are governed by fate. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, who was laboring to excavate the riverbed, these events were unfolding. The actions of that village could not be dismissed nor condemned, yet the conduct of Kurizetsu seemed somewhat excessive. It is essential to understand that in the ninja world, when two ninjas of comparable strength engage in combat, the critical factor becomes one's ability to gather intelligence on the opponent during the fight. Survival may hinge on such nuances. Therefore, personal intelligence is of paramount importance in the ninja realm. Had Zhang Fan been aware of Kurizetsu's illicit dealings and information, he would undoubtedly have confronted Kurizetsu in a fit of rage, demanding why he was excluded from the information exchange. After Kurizetsu's departure, Zhang Fan resumed his vigorous excavation for several kilometers. Just as he neared the borders of the Wind Country, a squad of ninjas, risking injury from falling debris, painstakingly approached within 100 meters of Zhang Fan's position. Their hesitation was not due to a lack of will, but rather the overwhelming rain of rocks and soil from above. Several members of the squad suffered grievous injuries and had to retreat. The ninjas, having crossed into the territory, observed the dim sky and nimbly evaded a falling rock while shouting, "You have entered the territory of the Wind Country. Cease your actions immediately." After dodging another falling stone, one ninja seized a fleeting opportunity to deliver the warning. Failure to comply will be regarded as provocation against Sunagakure, and we shall retaliate by any means necessary. Zhang Fan, with a powerful punch, propelled the canal forward several hundred meters before pausing. Although the distance was considerable and the sounds of falling debris continued to echo, he discerned someone addressing him. Turning to face the approaching ninjas, Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy. After laboring alone for such an extended time, he welcomed the unexpected company. In Chapter 89, a bit of fun, Zhang Fan ceased his excavation. Eventually, the relentless barrage of rocks and soil from the sky subsided. The squad of ninjas reached Zhang Fan, and one, clad in a white headband that obscured half his face, stepped forward. This ninja, embodying the duality of yin and yang with his mask, reiterated the earlier warning with unwavering authority. You have entered the territory of the Wind Country. Immediately halt your actions, or it will be seen as a provocation against Sunagakure, and we shall retaliate by any means necessary. I have already ceased my actions, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Uncertain whether it was Zhang Fan's amiable demeanor or his apprehension of Zhang Fan's formidable prowess in excavating the riverbed. The ninja with a white headscarf and a dual-tone visage stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Zhang Fan. Greetings, I am Maki, a jonin from the Sand Village. I am Zhang Fan, the Lord of Lulan, Zhang Fan replied. Upon hearing this introduction, Maki lowered his gaze, deep in thought, while his hand subtly gestured behind him to signal his companions. Only when he felt assured that they had noticed his signal did he lift his head and inquire. But as far as I know, Lulan was buried years ago in a once-in-a-century sandstorm and is now extinct. Indeed, however, I spent over an hour excavating Lulan, and now I am its master, Zhang Fan responded with a smile. Impossible. You must be lying, Maki suddenly retorted. I have seen it myself. Lulan is buried under at least 20 to 30 meters of sand, an endeavor beyond human capacity to unearth. Unless another once-in-a-century sandstorm occurs, Lulan cannot possibly resurface. As he spoke, Maki squinted at Zhang Fan and asked, Who exactly are you? Why would I deceive you? I truly unearthed Lulan, Zhang Fan said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. You must believe me. Maki discreetly glanced at Zhang Fan's fair hands and then surveyed the dusty, dim environment around them. His suspicions began to take shape, yet with insufficient intelligence, he refrained from jumping to conclusions, for the ramifications of a miscalculation could be dire. This patrol had brought along the children of the Wind Shadow, and with one son perished the previous night, along with the loss of a tailed beast. The thought of losing another entire group of Wind Shadow South progeny here could drive him to madness. At that moment, a nameless ninja approached from behind. He leaned in and whispered to Maki, Captain, there are no signs of chakra fluctuations within a 500-meter radius, and this individual exhibits no indications of chakra either. I understand. Return and inform Temari and Kankuro to remain vigilant and be prepared for any potential ambush, Maki commanded the nameless ninja. Yes, Captain, the unremarkable ninja replied before retreating. Subsequently, a girl and a boy from the team fumbled to retrieve their weapons. The girl, wielding a large folding fan, anxiously turned her head to survey the surroundings, while the boy produced a scroll from his bosom, unfurling it with a snap that released a cloud of white smoke, revealing an unsightly puppet. Having reassessed Zhang Fan, Maki seemed to have made a decision, shifting the conversation away from previous topics to ask, What are you doing here? Excavating a riverbed, Zhang Fan replied candidly, revealing no secrets. Maki curled his lips in skepticism and continued, Why dig such a lengthy channel towards the land of wind? This is not merely a channel. It is a riverbed, Zhang Fan clarified. Very well, not a channel, but a riverbed, Maki chuckled lightly before pressing on. Then why excavate a riverbed leading to the land of wind? Due to the absence of water in Lulan, I intend to excavate a channel leading to it. Zhang Fan replied with utmost seriousness. Ha ha! Maki could not contain his laughter, throwing his head back in mirth before abruptly silencing himself and glaring fiercely at Zhang Fan. Do you take me for a mere child? He retorted. Truth be told, I do not wish to interrogate a commoner, for that would be exceedingly cruel. I speak nothing but the truth, Zhang Fan countered helplessly, pondering the peculiar behavior of this ninja. Had he not witnessed Zhang Fan's valiant demeanor while he was digging the channel? Reveal everything you know. Maki approached Zhang Fan slowly, gazing up at him as he spoke deliberately. Even if you remain silent, we can extract the information we desire from your head, though by then, your fate may be uncertain. I assure you, I am telling the truth. Zhang Fan exclaimed passionately. You must believe me. Relay your claims to our interrogation department. Maki shifted his focus to the surroundings, vigilant for any potential enemies, and swiftly delivered a chop to Zhang Fan's neck. Why do you not believe me? Zhang Fan replied with a look of exasperation directed at the two-faced Maki. Upon striking Zhang Fan, Maki felt as if his hand had struck solid iron. Realizing something was amiss, he refocused on Zhang Fan, but it was too late. Zhang Fan had already seized his neck with a firm grip. Suddenly, Maki was enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness, unaware that, upon his collapse, All but 2 younger ninjas in his group had likewise succumbed to unconsciousness. During the previous night's capture of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Zhang Fan had gauged the necessary force to render a ninja unconscious. However, he understood that individuals varied, and should he inadvertently apply lethal force, it would be an unfortunate consequence of a ninjutsu world's generally high physical standards. Kenjuro stared blankly at his fallen comrades, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events and why his companions had all collapsed in an instant. Clearly, his sister Tamari exhibited far more composure, despite the sudden upheaval. She quickly regained her bearings and launched an attack with her ninjutsu against the only standing figure, Zhang Fan. Wind release, wind blade. Tamari initiated with her most potent technique, a translucent blade of wind emanating from her large fan, slicing through the air towards Zhang Fan's chest. Nonchalantly, Zhang Fan swatted away the wind blade and, with a single punch, obliterated the grotesque puppet that Kenjuro had summoned, then declared with righteous authority, "You stand accused of unwarranted aggression against the Lord of Lulan, with intentions to incite war between our nations and disrupt the peace." Under Chapter 1, Section 3, Articles 56 and 57 of Lulan's law, I hereby apprehend you. Please do not resist to avoid unnecessary harm. Chapter 90, Relocation of Sunagakure as the offspring of the Kazekage. They were not individuals to simply yield to Zhang Fan's words. However, whether or not they surrender, Zhang Fan remains indifferent. He finds the task of digging the canal rather monotonous and seeks a bit of amusement. A few minutes later, after having seized Shoju's ornate folding fan and thoroughly obliterated all of Kanjuro's puppets, Zhang Fan suddenly gazes up at the sun overhead. Estimating the time, he turns to the breathless, despair-ridden sibling duo standing before him and declares, "All right, the break time has concluded. You may leave now, for I must commence my work." With that, Zhang Fan leaps away, leaving Shoju and Kanjuro in a state of bewilderment. "Sister, are we saved?" Kanjuro stutters, watching Zhang Fan's receding figure. With a thunderous roar, a familiar sound emerges from the distance as a massive torrent of earth and stone is propelled into the air. "Kanjuro, stop pondering. Quickly, take the teacher and the others away." As the impending rain of stones approaches, the still clear-headed Shoju dashes to her teacher Maki's side, hoisting him off the ground and managing to carry another as she runs. Kanjuro, realizing the urgency, mimics her actions, lifting his unconscious companion and retreating. After sprinting several hundred meters, Shoju finally halts, scanning her surroundings until she finds a rocky outcrop where the debris is unlikely to reach. She gently lays down the still unconscious teacher Maki and another unknown ninja before promptly returning to rescue the remaining incapacitated allies before the stone rain descends. Fortunately, there were not many comrades knocked unconscious by Zhang Fan. Shoju and Kanjuro were able to carry everyone out with just 2 trips. To be fair, Zhang Fan's skills are commendable. None of those he rendered unconscious have yet regained consciousness. Zhang Fan, preoccupied with his task, pays no mind to the siblings' actions. The sun has now unknowingly reached its zenith and is poised to descend. He must hasten his efforts to ensure the canal is completed before sunset. Meanwhile, in the Sand Ninja Village, Lord Wind Shadow, all damages inflicted by the sandstorm have been fully assessed. Please review. Seated at a grand round table, the 4th Wind Shadow, Raza, accepts the documents from his subordinate. He does not scrutinize the contents, but flips straight to the last page, casting a glance downward. Though prepared, upon witnessing the figure, he cannot help but draw a deep breath, his hand trembling involuntarily. "Lord Wind Shadow, are you all right?" A concerned subordinate inquires, knowing that their leader must remain steadfast. "Do not worry, I am well." The 4th Wind Shadow, Raza, exhales a sigh of relief, sets the documents aside, and inquires, "Why has this sandstorm caused such extensive losses? I recall that even during the once-in-a-century sandstorm years ago, our Sand Ninja Village did not suffer such devastation." The sandstorm arrived with an uncanny swiftness, as if it had materialized out of thin air, devoid of any forewarning, resulting in devastating losses, as explained by the subordinate. "Very well, I understand," replied the 4th Kazekage. Raza, after hearing the explanation, "You may withdraw now." "Yes, Lord Kazekage." Once the subordinate exited the room, Raza cast another glance at the figure on the document. With no one else present, he let out a deep sigh. his expression faltering as he calculated inwardly how many extra shifts he would need to work to recover such a substantial amount of money. Just as Raza pondered how much sand gold he would need to unearth to rectify this deficit, he suddenly felt the entire building tremble slightly. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? As he stood up to investigate, a guard stationed outside burst in without knocking. What is going on outside? Raza inquired, aware that his guards would never intrude without pressing circumstances. My lord, it is difficult to explain. It would be best if you saw for yourself. The guard replied with a bow. Lead the way. Raza, refraining from further dialogue, followed the guard out of the room to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had become increasingly adept at his excavation, even alternating hands to double his digging speed. Before long, he lifted his gaze and spotted the Sand Ninja village 5 kilometers away, regrettably noting that its position obstructed the canal's path. Although the village was named Village, it bore little resemblance to the modest settlements he had encountered earlier. Its scale was akin to that of a small city. Moreover, the military prowess of Sand Ninja Village was formidable, with ninjas traversing the streets, rendering lower-ranked ninjas as common as dogs and middle-ranked ninjas abundant. Faced with such a powerful village, Zhang Fan resolved that rerouting the canal was not an option. Such a course was implausible for a lifetime. The only viable solutions were to either persuade them to relocate or assist them in doing so, thus preserving the canal's direct route to Lulan. After several more excavations that brought the canal right to the village's doorstep, Zhang Fan chose to cease his digging, feeling compelled to show some respect to one of the 5 great hidden villages. Therefore, he decided to approach them personally and request their relocation. Arriving once more at the entrance of Sand Ninja Village, Zhang Fan observed the nearly completed gate, shaking his head in disappointment. It had been a futile effort to repair it. At that moment, Raza emerged from the gate with a contingent of ninjas, heading to the excavation site to investigate the situation. Standing alone at the entrance of the village, Zhang Fan, with his handsome features, tall stature, and extraordinary demeanor, resembled a firefly in the dark night, inevitably attracting the attention of Raza's guards. Who are you? Why are you here? One of the guards approached and inquired. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and replied, neither servile nor arrogant. I am the Lord of Lulan, come to inform you that the land of your Sand Ninja village has been requisitioned by me. From this moment forth, you have half an hour to vacate. What did you say? Repeat that, the guard asked, suspecting he might have misheard. Confronted with the imminent displacement of the villagers, Zhang Fan felt it necessary to exercise a measure of patience. Thus he reiterated his previous statement. Chapter 91. Forced demolition. Yi, what is happening? The 4th Kazakage, Raza, cast a glance at Zhang Fan and inquired of the guard. Lord Kazakage, this man is speaking nonsense. The guard named Yi replied, turning to Raza. I will expel him at once. Indeed, Raza nodded. Be swift, for we must depart soon. Kid, while I am still calm, you would do well to leave at once. Yi growled, attempting to intimidate Zhang Fan with his imposing presence. Zhang Fan paid no heed to Ye's petty displays, or perhaps he simply dismissed the guard's aura entirely. His thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that Yi had referred to Raza as Lord Kazakage. So, this individual is the Kazakage? Zhang Fan called out to Raza, who was turning to leave. Are you the Kazakage? Seeing that Zhang Fan not only ignored him, but also dared to address the Kazakage, Yi was consumed by fury, his anger boiling within him as he lunged for Zhang Fan's neck, intent on teaching him a lesson. Zhang Fan raised his hand and firmly grasped Ye's outstretched arm. Before Yi could react, Zhang Fan delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The elite shinobi, Yi, crumpled to the ground as if he were a mere lackey, collapsing without a sound, unconscious. Having gleaned the identity of the Kazakage, Yi was no longer of use. Zhang Fan released his grip, allowing Yi to slump to the ground. Raza, hearing the commotion behind him, assumed it was the sound of Yi disciplining Zhang Fan, and thus did not turn around, merely urging Yi, hurry up and handle it. However, Raza received no response from Yi, but instead heard an unfamiliar voice. Are you the Kazakage? Zhang Fan inquired again after incapacitating Yi. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's voice behind him, Raza sensed something amiss. He halted and turned to ascertain the situation. To his shock, the first sight that met his eyes was Yi, lying motionless at Zhang Fan's feet. An enemy! Raza's heart raced, and he assumed a combat stance, issuing a warning at once. The other guards swiftly turned to Raza's side, bracing for confrontation. It was well known that Yi, as the Kazakage's guard, bore the title of elite shinobi, and such a rank signified exceptional prowess. Unless it were a surprise attack, even the formidable Raza would struggle to subdue Oya in such a brief interval, let alone silence him completely. The guards, astute and capable, surrounded the fourth Kazakage Raza, scanning the vicinity for the assailant targeting Oya. Aside from the necessary vigilance, they paid little heed to Zhang Fan, a mere civilian devoid of any chakra. "Stop searching. It is I alone," Zhang Fan lamented, questioning his lack of presence despite his imposing stature. His voice successfully drew Raza's attention. Raza turned to scrutinize Zhang Fan for the first time. Tall and handsome, clad in a black form-fitting outfit that revealed his well-toned physique, a subtle smile graced his face. Raza's heart raced. This individual was no ordinary civilian. Seize him. Even if he is not the perpetrator, he is undoubtedly connected to the matter concerning Oya. Raza commanded in a low tone. "Yes, Lord Kazakage," one of the guards replied, advancing toward Zhang Fan. Observing this commanding scene, Zhang Fan understood who the Kazakage was, but still insisted on granting them an opportunity. Thus, he inquired once more, "Are you the Kazakage?" Regrettably, Raza remained silent, failing to seize the final chance Zhang Fan offered. With a sharp crack, Zhang Fan unleashed a supersonic slap, sending the approaching guard staggering backward. "I intended to engage in a civil discourse," Zhang Fan declared, levitating above the ground as an array of kunai and shuriken flew toward him. Unflinching, he continued, "But since you are unwilling to converse, we need not discuss any further." With that, his figure vanished from Raza and his guard's sight. Raza turned, scanning the area for Zhang Fan, and asked, "Where has he gone? Did any of you see him?" "I did not see him, nor did I. It seems he has vanished suddenly," the guards murmured, equally perplexed by Zhang Fan's disappearance. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan returned to the riverbank, resuming his excavation. Initially, he pondered the implications of directly dismantling the structures of Sunagakure without discourse, thus deciding to approach them regarding relocation. However, upon meeting the Kazakage, he was left with an exceedingly poor first impression, rendering the encounter a waste of time. Consequently, Zhang Fan resolved to forego notification and proceeded to dig straight through. Minutes later, he reached the entrance of Sunagakure. Yet, he did not pause, continuing his excavation until he had traversed the entirety of the village, advancing toward Lulan. Though some attempted to thwart Zhang Fan's efforts, his resolved demeanor kept him hidden. Thus, those who endeavored to approach the riverbank, braving the rain of stones, were swiftly incapacitated before they could act, utterly powerless to impede his progress. The once harmonious Sand Shinobi village has been irrevocably divided by Zhang Fan's canal. Having suffered such a significant loss, the village is unlikely to relent easily. As they cannot approach directly, they have resorted to trailing Zhang Fan from a distance. However, Zhang Fan remains indifferent to their presence. To him, the affairs of Sand Shinobi village are trivial. His priority lies in excavating the canal, opening the sluice gates, and transforming Lulan. At long last, after relentless effort, he successfully completed the Grand Canal before sunset. Soaring into the sky, he surveyed the winding waterway encircling Lulan, nodding with satisfaction. The presence of the Sand Shinobi trailing behind was of no concern to him. With the canal excavated, it was now time to open the sluice gates and channel the water. Before doing so, Zhang Fan inspected the divine tree, but after half a day, it remained unchanged, save for a slight increase in height and girth. The underground energy levels were similarly unchanged, allowing Zhang Fan to proceed confidently to open the sluice. Upon the arrival of the Sand Shinobi at Lulan, they beheld the ancient city enveloped by vibrant glass walls. The majestic divine tree, towering into the sky, captured their attention. The three ninjas dispatched by Sand Shinobi village crouched upon the glass walls, marveling at the grandeur of Lulan and its soaring center tree. After a moment of awe, one ninja inquired, "Captain Da, what should we do next?" Dao, the ninja addressed, pondered briefly before responding, "Nakatani, you should return to Sand Shinobi village to report our findings. As for myself and Shurju, we will scout the area and gather intelligence." "Understood," replied Nakatani, promptly rising to make his way back to Sand Shinobi village. Once Nakatani's silhouette vanished into the sunset, Captain Dao turned to Shurju, saying, "Shurju, release your puppets and let them lead the way to scout ahead." "Got it, Captain Dao," Shurju replied, setting down the large scroll he had been carrying. As he unfurled the scroll, a plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a 2-meter-tall square figure. With Shizhu's intricate hand seals, the square began to emit a series of mechanical sounds, transforming like a transformer. Captain Dao observed in awe. No matter how many times I witness this, it never ceases to impress me. You're too kind, Captain, Shizhu replied, continuing his seals. Within moments, the square had morphed into a spherical form. My puppet is ready, Shizhu announced. Excellent. Let's commence our mission, Captain Dao declared with a wave of his hand. Received, came a reply. With a decisive kick, the tree planter sent the spherical puppet tumbling down from the glass wall. The puppet, possessing a commendable weight, plummeted from a height of several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a substantial crater. Remarkably, it emerged unscathed. The tree planter began to leave handprints on the surface, and suddenly, the spherical puppet disintegrated into dozens of smaller spheres, which began to roll around the vicinity. Moments later, all the small spheres returned to their original position and reassembled into a larger spherical puppet. All right, Captain, I have thoroughly inspected the area and detected no hazards or traps. The tree planter reported. Then let us descend, Captain Daw declared as he stepped off the glass wall, followed closely by the tree planter. As their feet touched the ground of Lulan, the roots of the divine tree suddenly began to sprout several tendrils, which wildly spread beneath the earth, targeting the 2 ninja from the Sand Ninja village who had just set foot on Lulan's land. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan swiftly returned to the riverbank in mere seconds. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and forcefully opened the sluice gate with a single punch, allowing torrents of water to surge into the channel he had created. As the water flowed ceaselessly into the newly formed path, he hovered at the river's breach, contemplating the next phase of the Lulan transformation plan. With the water in place, the next step was to restore the vegetation and transform Lulan into a verdant oasis. This task was relatively simple. Given ample time, even without intervention, Lulan would inevitably metamorphose into an oasis within a decade. However, Zhang Fan's ambition was to expedite this transformation before the divine tree bore fruit, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, would occur within a month or two. Thus, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to wait idly for Lulan to evolve into an oasis. Excellent. The forthcoming transformation plan must accelerate the oasisification of Lulan, he resolved, to ensure the river water flowed into Lulan without mishap. Zhang Fan glided through the air at the pace of the water's current, deep in thought about how to hasten Lulan's transformation. In other regions, the most effective method would be reforestation, continuously planting trees to speed up the oasisification process. Yet, this was a world infused with the extraordinary power of chakra. Such a mundane approach seemed uninspired. Zhang Fan recalled a rare ninjutsu known as would release, which, as legend had it, could conjure trees from the earth as long as one possessed chakra. The greater the chakra, the more trees would sprout, and with sufficient chakra, an entire forest could materialize in an instant. However, where could he find a ninja skilled in wood release? Zhang Fan pondered whether to consult Kagaya, who had lived in the ninja world long enough to surely know of anyone proficient in such techniques. However, upon reflection, Zhang Fan realized that seeking out Heijue would be rather cumbersome, especially since this individual had the ability to burrow underground, making him exceedingly difficult to locate. At that moment, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Why not simply issue a mission in the hidden village? As soon as this notion materialized, Zhang Fan felt as though the doors to a new realm had swung open, granting him a fresh perspective on his surroundings. How marvelous! I am truly a genius for coming up with such a clever solution, releasing a task, and enlisting the help of ninjas to find the person for me. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of Zhang Fan, who was momentarily buoyed by his own brilliance, was soon tempered by a pressing concern. Issuing a mission required funds, and he, unfortunately, was devoid of any financial resources. How could he post a mission without money? The issue swiftly transitioned from how to expedite the greening of Lulan to how to acquire funds. Where could he procure money? How much would be sufficient? At that juncture, Zhang Fan suddenly recalled that Lulan, as an ancient city, might harbor buried treasures or relics, perhaps even vast quantities of jewels, gold, and gemstones. If there were indeed treasures to be found, he would not need to fret about raising funds. He could simply pursue the treasures directly. With this thought, Zhang Fan could not resist glancing at the flowing river below. The water was surging forth at a rapid pace, encountering no obstacles thus far, and it continued to flow steadily towards Lulan. It appeared that the river would pose no immediate issues, and even if he were to step away momentarily, it would be of little consequence. Zhang Fan contemplated returning to Lulan to investigate. Should he find no treasure, he could at least make early plans, which would be preferable to idling away time in his current location. With that in mind, Zhang Fan could no longer restrain himself and hastened his flight back to Lulan. Yet, upon his return, he had scarcely begun to search for treasures when he was captivated by a peculiar transformation occurring in the divine tree. What is this? The fruit of the divine tree? Chapter 93. Seeking Otsutsuki Kagaya. At some point, several bare trunks, each 3 to 5 meters in height, erupted from the ground beside the divine tree. Strangely, the tops of these trunks were adorned with oval-shaped cocoons. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. These pale cocoons stood over 2 meters tall and more than a meter wide, appearing rather imposing. They did not resemble fruits in any way. Instead, when connected to the trunks, they evoked the impression of a miniature divine tree. Could it be that the divine tree, much like bamboo, must first grow extensively before bearing fruit at the brink of death? Plans often falter in the face of change, and now that the divine tree had manifested new developments, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside his quest for Lulan's treasures and the pursuit of funds to accelerate greening. First, he would investigate these trunks. Zhang Fan descended from the sky and approached the divine tree, surveying the area. There were only 6 such trunks in total. He activated his X-ray vision at the base of these trunks, eager to discern their origins and whether they aligned with his hypotheses. As anticipated, under the scrutiny of X-ray vision, Zhang Fan discovered that these tree trunks all extended from the roots of the divine tree. At that moment, a thought struck him. Even bamboo shoots, when freshly sprouted, are edible. Might these newly emerged trunks also be consumable? Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon the trunks. However, their desiccated, wood-like hue deterred him. It was evident without trial that they were inedible. Perhaps he should examine the cocoons instead. They might prove to be edible. He focused on the pale, large cocoons atop the trunks, contemplating whether to descend and inspect one. Suddenly, he noticed that the large cocoon wriggled like a maggot. What was happening? It could move? Was it some form of pest? Zhang Fan halted abruptly, activating his X-ray vision on the large cocoon. The presence of pests on the divine tree was no trivial matter. It required immediate attention. To his astonishment, the X-ray revealed that these large cocoons were not insects, but rather encapsulated individuals. Each cocoon contained a person, eyes closed and faces adorned with serene smiles, curled up like infants. Judging by their attire, Zhang Fan deduced that these individuals were not produced by the divine tree. Otherwise, they would be bare, not clothed. It was inconceivable for the divine tree to manifest garments as well. So, what was the situation here? Despite having uncovered the nature of the cocoons, Zhang Fan's questions multiplied. Why were there humans within the cocoons produced by the divine tree? Did this phenomenon affect the divine tree in any way? What did the fruits of the divine tree look like? A cascade of inquiries led Zhang Fan to realize that he was utterly ignorant of the appearance of the divine tree's fruits. It was a considerable failure on his part. How he wished that Otsutsuki Kagaya were nearby. Perhaps he should seek out Otsutsuki Kagaya for answers. He recalled her suggestion that he could approach her with any issues, and now he found himself in need of her guidance. Thus, he resolved to locate her. Zhang Fan soared into the air. Recalling that Black Zetsu had mentioned Otsutsuki Kagaya was currently residing in the Land of Rain, although he was unaware of its location. He surmised that the area where Black Zetsu had appeared during the canal excavation was likely the Land of Rain. With that thought, he decided to investigate that region first. Even if it were not the correct place, he could always find someone to guide him. Zhang Fan took a moment to reach the section of the river where Black Zetsu had manifested, employing his usual methods, first ascending into the sky. Once aloft, he activated his X-ray vision. Otsutsuki Kagaya, having absorbed the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, would be radiating energy, making her as conspicuous as a glowing bulb in the pitch-black night. Zhang Fan began to scan the area surrounding the location where Kurizetsu had appeared, seeking the whereabouts of the luminous Otsutsuki Kagaya. Before long, he was astonished to discover a radiant bulb-like figure nestled within a great mountain. After adjusting the power of his X-ray vision, Zhang Fan finally discerned the form of this glowing entity. It was indeed the Otsutsuki Kagaya he had been searching for. At that moment, she sat upon a stone recliner, her eyes closed, seemingly in slumber or perhaps in a state of meditation. Having located Kagaya, Zhang Fan descended directly, circling the mountain before finding the entrance to the cave, into which he promptly flew. "Kagaya, it has been quite a while," he exclaimed as he glided silently down the passageway to stand before her, suddenly breaking the silence with a loud greeting. The resting Kagaya was startled by the unexpected sound, nearly unleashing an 80-god airstrike that could have demolished the cave. Thankfully, in that fleeting moment, she recognized the voice and retracted her fist. "Why are you here?" Kagaya inquired, once again closing her eyes as she settled back onto the recliner. "What? Am I not welcome?" Zhang Fan asked, extending his arms in a gesture of feigned innocence. "There is no unwelcomeness. However, your arrival was rather stealthy, and you startled me," Kagaya replied, still with her eyes shut. "Oh, that was intentional," Zhang Fan said nonchalantly as he strolled through the dark cave. "I wanted to surprise you." "I felt no surprise, only fright," Kagaya retorted. "Then I shall change my approach next time," Zhang Fan assured with little sincerity, after exploring the entirety of the cave. He paused before a rocky wall and inquired, "Is this truly where you reside now? Is there a problem with it?" Kagaya asked. "But you are a princess, the legendary goddess of the moon," Zhang Fan exclaimed, plucking a piece of rock from the wall and idly toying with it. "How can the goddess of the moon dwell in such a dark and cramped cave?" A smile graced Kagaya's face as she responded. "Where should I reside, then? Surely in a grand and resplendent palace," Zhang Fan replied, still holding the stone. "However, I have only just emerged from my seal. Where would there be a palace for me?" Kagaya countered. "Did not Kurizetsu provide you with one?" Zhang Fan tossed aside the stone, brushing off the dust from his hands. "Not at all. Kurizetsu mentioned he had his own plans," Kagaya answered. "Then come to my place. I have an entire city," Zhang Fan invited earnestly. Kagaya erupted into a fit of giggles, covering her mouth. "What is so amusing?" Zhang Fan frowned, perplexed by the humor in his words. After a moment of laughter, Kagaya spoke. "I suspect your intentions in seeking me are not merely to offer me a place to stay. Do not overthink it. It is quite simple," Zhang Fan insisted, waving his hands in a dismissive manner. "I merely observed that a goddess such as yourself, the illustrious deity of the dawn, resides in this dark and foreboding cave, which is truly a dismal and desolate state of affairs. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss. Oftentimes, I sense ill intentions lurking beneath your words." Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, "You are overly suspicious. I simply extend an invitation for you to reside at my place. It is as straightforward as that. What ulterior motives could I possibly harbor?" Zhang Fan replied earnestly. "Moreover, consider your own intellect. How could I possibly deceive you?" Although Zhang Fan's words were eloquent, Kagaya's instincts warned her that matters were not as simple as they seemed, and that some underlying issue eluded her grasp. "Do you truly have no other demands? Is it solely to invite me to your abode?" she inquired once more. "I assure you, there are no ulterior motives," Zhang Fan responded resolutely. "It is solely out of pity for your current dwelling that I extend this invitation." If Kagaya were to reside in Lulan, Zhang Fan contemplated, should any issues arise with his divine tree, would she not be inclined to intervene? His mind raced with possibilities. "Come with me. I shall construct a magnificent palace for you, and you shall be its sovereign," Zhang Fan whispered enticingly into Kagaya's ear. "Imagine, once you arrive, awakening each day from a vast bed, attended by countless servants devoted to your every need. Who would wish to dwell in a damp and gloomy cave when a palace awaits?" Naturally, Kagaya yearned for the grandeur of a palace. As she envisioned such a scene, she found herself nodding involuntarily. Seeing her acquiescence, Zhang Fan eagerly grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Then let us depart at once." "Wait, I have not yet agreed," Kagaya interjected. "Yet I have seen you nod," Zhang Fan countered. "Nodding does not equate to agreement," Kagaya asserted. "If nodding does not signify agreement, then what does it signify?" Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. "My nod indicates approval," Kagaya replied. "Approval of what? Is that not tantamount to agreement?" Zhang Fan pressed on. "Are you truly in such a haste?" Kagaya began to harbor doubts about Zhang Fan's eagerness. "Am I in a rush?" Zhang Fan questioned. "Indeed, you are," she replied. "Yes, I confess I am eager. But not for my own sake. Rather, it is for your well-being," Zhang Fan maintained with utmost seriousness. "The hour grows late, and we must select your dwelling. Time is of the essence. Surely we could select it tomorrow. There is no need to rush this evening, Kaguya responded. That simply will not do. Zhang Fan insisted with fervor. Prior to knowing you resided in a cave, I was unaware. Now that I have seen it, how could I bear to let you remain in such a dark and damp abode? Is that truly the case? Kaguya asked, covering her mouth as she giggled. Indeed, it is true. How could I dare deceive someone as enchanting as you? Zhang Fan, with a tongue that flowed like a river, was willing to say anything to bring Daitamu Kaguya to Lulan. If only he had possessed such eloquence in the past, he might not have remained single until now. Very well, I shall accompany you, Kaguya finally agreed. Just as Zhang Fan grasped her hand to depart, she called out to him once more. Wait, what else is there? Zhang Fan inquired, turning his head. I wish to take my lounge chair with me, Kaguya stated. Zhang Fan glanced at the rocky lounge chair and replied. There is no need for that. I shall craft a superior one for you once we arrive. All right then, Kaguya said, casting a reluctant glance at her chair. Once the issue was resolved, Zhang Fan once again took her hand, eager to proceed. Yet, Kaguya called out to him yet again. Wait, what now? Zhang Fan asked, his patience wearing thin, wondering why he had not noticed Kaguya's fussiness before. I just remembered that my son, Kurizetsu, will be returning soon. I wish to inform him. Kaguya explained. Do you not share a telepathic connection? It would suffice to tell him once we arrive, Zhang Fan retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Without allowing Kaguya to speak further, he activated his biological stance and forcibly pulled her out of the cave, soaring towards Lulan. Before long, they reached Lulan. Upon witnessing the dilapidated state of the city, Kaguya felt deceived. Is this truly the entire city you spoke of? She queried. Indeed, is this not a city? Zhang Fan responded, unperturbed by her discontent. Kaguya turned to survey the surroundings. Well, it is a city, albeit a bit worn and aged, she conceded, leaving her words hanging. And what of my palace? She inquired. It is still in the planning stages, Zhang Fan replied. Where shall I reside then? Kaguya asked. There are numerous houses here. All yours. Choose any that you desire, Zhang Fan proclaimed with grandiosity. Kaguya fixed her gaze upon Zhang Fan, silent and evidently displeased. In your lounge chair, Zhang Fan suddenly recalled. Wait here, I shall craft one for you. With that, he released her hand and flew to the thick glass wall beside them, using his thermal vision to slice off a substantial piece of glass. He then fashioned the glass into a shimmering, multicolored lounge chair. Returning to Kaguya's side with the exquisite chair in hand, he asked, What do you think? Observe the craftsmanship. I even polished it. The smoothness is akin to the delicate skin of a maiden. Is it not far superior to your previous chair? Kaguya glanced at the lounge chair Zhang Fan held, raised her chin and replied, It's passable. Would you like it? Zhang Fan spoke as he handed over the recliner in his possession. Otsutsuki Kaguya accepted the chair, declaring, I forgive you, but your palace must be completed swiftly. Chapter 95. The plan succeeds upon finishing her statement. Otsutsuki Kaguya took it upon herself to soar towards the tallest structure in Lulan, accompanied by the recliner crafted by Zhang Fan. The edifice, a towering circular spire, became the resting place for the recliner, which Kaguya placed with utmost care at its apex before finding a comfortable position to recline. Observing Kaguya's demeanor, Zhang Fan realized she was settled in for the long haul. His plan had already achieved half its goal. The next challenge lay in coaxing Kaguya to divulge her insights regarding the divine tree. He contemplated two potential approaches. The first, a straightforward inquiry, simply to ask her directly. This method bore the merit of simplicity and decisiveness, requiring little intellectual effort. However, it bore the risk of awkwardness should Kaguya refuse, leading to an undesirable outcome, whether it be confrontation or persistent pleading. The second approach involved a more nuanced strategy, subtly guiding her to speak freely, a technique often referred to as eliciting information. This would mitigate the risk of outright rejection, but demanded a sharper wit and agility in conversation. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan, endowed with an exceptional intellect, opted for the latter, confident that extracting information would be as effortless as sustenance. With his decision made, he pondered how to initiate the dialogue while gliding toward Kaguya's location. Reclining in her chair, Otsutsuki Kaguya glanced back and noticed Zhang Fan approaching with a troubled expression, her intuition hinting that something was afoot. As Zhang Fan arrived at her side, He found himself momentarily rendered speechless, for Kagaya preempted him with, "I wish to rest. What brings you here?" Caught off guard, Zhang Fan felt a jolt of frustration. According to his plan, he was meant to speak first, yet Kagaya's unexpected interruption shattered the carefully crafted mood, leaving his rehearsed words lodged in his throat. A most uncomfortable predicament. Nevertheless, being a person of refined taste and purity, Zhang Fan refused to succumb to this setback. Such trivial obstacles could not deter him. He quickly adapted his approach and resolved to persist with his plan. "The night is long, and sleep eludes me. I sought your company for conversation." Yet Kagaya responded with a smile. "I wish to sleep, and am not in the mood for conversation." Zhang Fan found himself stifled once again. Kagaya was not adhering to the anticipated script. Logically, she ought to have engaged him in dialogue. He contemplated the challenges of employing the second plan, yet he had not anticipated it would be this arduous. Was the use of force truly unavoidable? No, it could not be. He must have faith in his intellect. Surely there must be another way to engage in conversation. Observing Zhang Fan's distressed expression, Otsutsuki Kagaya suppressed a giggle behind her hand, finding the situation rather amusing. Although she was unaware of Zhang Fan's predicament, it must surely be of significant importance, for he had gone to great lengths to summon her. At that moment, Zhang Fan noticed Kagaya's stifled laughter, and realization dawned upon him. This woman was toying with him. Recognizing this, he promptly cast aside his clever schemes and threatened, "Is your backside itching again?" In response to Zhang Fan's intimidation, Kagaya's face flushed as she recalled something amusing, and she burst into laughter once more. "Is that truly amusing?" Zhang Fan inquired, preparing to take action. Wait a moment." Kagaya quickly halted her laughter, waving her hands in protest. "It was merely a jest. Why are you so angry? Do you not wish to rest?" Zhang Fan grasped both of Kagaya's hands and asked. "No more resting, no more resting," she replied, retreating slightly. Yet her hands remained firmly in his grip, leaving her twisting on the recliner like a worm. "Can we converse?" Zhang Fan pressed on, unable to evade him. Kagaya turned to him with a broad smile and replied, "I adore chatting." "That's splendid." Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing her response. He then released her hands, stepped back, inhaled deeply to compose himself, and began, "The night is long and sleep eludes me. I presumed I was the only one awake. It seems, Miss Kagaya, you two are restless. What are you talking about?" Kagaya looked at him in confusion. "An icebreaker. I am initiating a conversation," Zhang Fan replied earnestly. "Otherwise, how we chat? Should I inquire if you have eaten?" Kagaya erupted into laughter once more, unable to contain herself. Initially, Zhang Fan patiently awaited her to calm down. But as time passed and her laughter persisted, he could no longer endure it. Hey, could you be serious? We are conversing. Please refrain from incessant giggling. I am earnest in my discourse, yet you laugh without restraint. This is quite disrespectful. Do you not realize?" Seeing Zhang Fan's frustration, which suggested he might take action if she continued, Kagaya finally managed to suppress her laughter, as she too was nearing her limit. After her laughter ceased, Zhang Fan issued a warning. "Do not laugh again. If you do, I shall truly take action. I'm not jesting. It would be quite cruel. I can't hold it any longer. Perhaps we should cease our conversation." Kagaya waved her hand dismissively. "You may simply state what you wish to convey." "How could that be acceptable?" Zhang Fan resolutely declined Otsutsuki Kagaya's proposal, feeling that he had yet to showcase his remarkable intellect. He could not allow matters to conclude in such a manner. "I beg of you, to state your concerns plainly," he implored. Otsutsuki Kagaya gazed at Zhang Fan with an air of desperation, unable to endure another instance of that earlier smile. Observing Kagaya's expressive eyes, Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "Very well, let us forego idle chatter and discuss the matter at hand." With a sigh of relief, Kagaya inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Here is the situation," Zhang Fan began. "I would like to inquire if there's an issue with the divine tree." Chapter 96. Let the world feel pain. After voicing his question, Zhang Fan was enveloped by a sense of melancholy. Although the outcome might remain unchanged, the inability to demonstrate his superior intellect left him feeling discontented. So that is the case. Otsutsuki Kagaya, having heard Zhang Fan's query, had already formed an understanding. She had discreetly examined the condition of the divine tree upon her arrival in Lulan. "Is there a problem with the divine tree?" Noticing Kagaya's solemn demeanor, Zhang Fan hastily pressed on. The divine tree is fine, it is thriving. Those occurrences are merely normal phenomena. It appears that some ninjas have trespassed into the divine tree's domain, resulting in their capture, Kaguya replied. Once the issue of the divine tree's cocoons was resolved, Zhang Fan ventured to ask a question that piqued his curiosity. What does the fruit of the divine tree resemble? It is roughly like this, Kaguya recalled, gesturing with her hands to indicate size, explaining, the shape is heart-like, akin to a heart, and the surface of the fruit is a vivid crimson. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Fan felt reassured. At least when the divine tree bore fruit, he would not miss it due to unfamiliarity with its appearance. Subsequently, he pointed towards the towering divine tree and casually asked, "Look how grand my divine tree has grown. When will it bear fruit? Do I need to pollinate it when it blooms?" Kaguya glanced at the divine tree and replied nonchalantly, "It will likely require another 900 years. How could it take so long?" Zhang Fan expressed disbelief and questioned, "Did I not provide it with an energy-rich environment? Why must it take so long? If you understood how the divine tree bears chakra fruit, you would know how to expedite its maturation," Kaguya explained. "Do enlighten me," Zhang Fan urged. The divine tree absorbs natural energy and converts it into chakra, subsequently producing a chakra fruit, Kaguya elaborated. However, the conversion of natural energy into chakra occurs at a sluggish pace, compounded by the tree's own growth requiring chakra for sustenance, thus significantly delaying the fruiting process. "So, what must be done?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Consider this. If the divine tree were to directly absorb chakra, bypassing the natural energy conversion process, would it not expedite its growth, allowing it to bear chakra fruits prematurely?" After speaking, Otsutsuki Kaguya offered a subtle smile to Zhang Fan, contemplating that if it were him, he could easily accomplish such a feat. "What is the situation with those ninjas encased in cocoons? Why does the divine tree envelop them in such a manner?" Zhang Fan inquired, as Kaguya's words sparked a flicker of inspiration within him, though he struggled to grasp the full extent of it. "Because those ninjas possess chakra," Kaguya responded, her tone laden with significance. "Consider the crafting of a blade. One could utilize a quality ingot directly, while the other would need to extract it from ore. If you were given the choice, which would you prefer?" A moment of clarity washed over Zhang Fan as he comprehended Kaguya's implication. The divine tree's maturity and fruit-bearing were hampered by the lengthy process of converting natural energy. However, by eliminating the intermediary and allowing the tree to absorb chakra directly, it could rapidly mature and yield its fruits. Each of those ninjas was teeming with chakra. Thus, capturing them to nourish the divine tree would swiftly grant him the coveted chakra fruits. With this realization, Zhang Fan turned his gaze toward Kaguya, recalling that she had absorbed 9-tailed beasts. Surely, her chakra reservoir was immense. If she were to nourish the divine tree, would it not hasten the fruit-bearing process? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. There are far too many ninjas in this world for even a divine tree to be unsatisfied. "Why do you gaze at me so?" Kaguya, noticing the calmness in Zhang Fan's eyes, felt an unsettling apprehension. Suddenly, a chilling possibility struck her. With the 9-tailed beasts within her, her chakra was nearly boundless. If she were to nourish the divine tree, the thought filled Kaguya with dread, causing her to tremble involuntarily as her Rinne Sharingan began to rotate. In an instant, Zhang Fan stepped forward and grasped Kaguya's hand, startling her into activating the unique ability of her Rinne Sharingan, Emanaka, attempting to transport herself to another dimension. This ability allows one to shift their own and other spatial coordinates instantaneously. Yet, deep down, Kaguya was subconsciously reluctant to resist Zhang Fan or even to use Emanaka against him, despite her newfound power from merging with the 10-tailed beasts. The overwhelming fear instilled by their first encounter lingered in her psyche. Perhaps those with resolute wills would remain unaffected, but Kaguya was not a warrior. She could not escape the shadow cast by Zhang Fan. "I see now. Fortunately, you shared this with me. Otherwise, I would have foolishly awaited the divine tree's fruit." Zhang Fan expressed his gratitude, still holding Kaguya's hand. Otsutsuki Kaguya was momentarily taken aback, halting her half-initiated heavenly divine technique as she gazed at Zhang Fan before her. A thought crossed her mind. Had he not noticed? Yet, it was inevitable that he would discover the truth eventually. Should she hasten her departure from him? At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. "Rest assured, you have aided me. I will not allow you to become nourishment for the divine tree. Kaguya was startled by Zhang Fan's words, her entire being stiffening as her mind raced with the realization that he had indeed come to understand. Zhang Fan released Kaguya's hand and continued, "If you feel fear or doubt my intentions, you are free to leave." Kaguya hesitated, uncertain whether it would be wise to stay or depart. Zhang Fan, unfazed by her inner turmoil, turned his gaze toward the towering divine tree, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he pondered something unknown. After a moment, his voice resonated again. "So, have you made your decision? Will you stay or leave me?" After a prolonged silence, Kaguya finally clenched her teeth and declared, "I choose to stay." Upon hearing her resolution, Zhang Fan smiled and turned to face her, enunciating each word. "Then let us make the world feel suffering." Chapter 97. The annihilation of Sunagakure. The following morning dawned, the golden rays of the sun illuminating the glass walls of Lulan, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that transformed the place into a realm of enchantment. The sound of flowing water began to echo around Lulan as, after a night's passage, the waters of the canal finally reached it. Last night, Zhang Fan had thoroughly comprehended how to expedite the divine tree's yield of the chakra fruits he desired, resolving to fulfill his earlier promise to Kaguya, to allow this world to experience pain. Although this was not a solemn vow, it had initially been uttered merely to deceive Kaguya. Yet, Zhang Fan was well known for transcending trivial pursuits. He was a man of his word, and thus, how could he speak lightly? He remained indifferent to the potential loss of countless ninjas and the obliteration of numerous villages, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. Zhang Fan believed that, as ninjas, they must have contemplated such a fate. Since death was inevitable, they might as well contribute to his cause, rendering their existence worthwhile. Eager to act, he intended to promptly capture all the ninjas from the nearest Sunagakure to offer them as sustenance to the divine tree. However, Kaguya halted him, urging him to wait and prepare adequately. The chakra fruits of the divine tree were within reach. What further preparations were necessary? Zhang Fan had even paused the greening project of Lulan, unable to contain his impatience. After listening to the words of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and decided that it would be wise to wait a while longer. After all, those ninjas were still present and could not escape. Soon, Black Zetsu arrived hastily, armed with a detailed map and a multitude of white zetsus. Thus, the night slipped away during the wait for Black Zetsu's arrival. Standing at the edge of the tower's pinnacle, Zhang Fan glanced at the finely crafted ninja map that Black Zetsu had brought. After comparing it with the mental map he had memorized, he casually tossed the map aside and inquired, "I am ready to depart. Will you accompany me?" The map fluttered down from the tower, carried by the wind, disappearing into the distance. "I shall await your return here," Kaguya Otsutsuki replied, standing beside Zhang Fan, her robes rustling in the strong winds atop the tower. "And what about you, Black Zetsu? Do you wish to join me?" Zhang Fan turned to ask. "My mother does not go, so I shall not either. I wish to remain by her side," Black Zetsu responded, grinning to reveal his gleaming white teeth. "Very well. If neither of you will come, I shall go alone." With those words, Zhang Fan began to ascend slowly, and upon reaching a considerable height, he suddenly accelerated, vanishing into the horizon. "Mother, do you think he will succeed?" Black Zetsu asked, gazing at the spot where Zhang Fan had disappeared. "Who knows?" Kaguya Otsutsuki replied as she turned back to her lounge chair, several white zetsus kneeling beside her, offering fresh fruits. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's first destination was undoubtedly Sunagakure, as it was the closest ninja village and seemed to be less fortunate. On his way to Sunagakure, he noticed several teams of ninjas heading towards Lulan, their intentions unclear. However, Zhang Fan refrained from engaging with them, planning instead to capture them upon his return. In mere seconds, Zhang Fan arrived above Sunagakure. At that moment, nearly all the villagers were gathered around the newly opened canal, celebrating with exuberance. A few overly eager individuals, forgetting their inability to swim, leaped into the canal, only to be swept away by the current, never to resurface. Regrettably, joyous moments are fleeting. As Zhang Fan began to take action, the once celebratory Sunagakure erupted into chaos. The Kazekage is under attack. An enemy. Were they? Who was engaging in Tai Chi? Zhang Fan deliberately suppressed his speed, weaving through the crowd like a specter. He prioritized incapacitating anyone who resembled a ninja, swiftly delivering blows to render them unconscious. Once every visible ninja had been subdued, Zhang Fan paused, methodically placing the unconscious foes in a nearby vacant area before activating his X-ray vision to survey the village for any remaining threats. Upon encountering a ninja, Zhang Fan would swiftly incapacitate them, ensuring that not a single ninja could withstand his prowess. The downfall of the Sand Ninja Village was devoid of fervent battles or banter. It was a relentless sequence of ninjas being discovered and subsequently subdued. It wasn't until Zhang Fan ascertained that no remaining ninja in the village could still move that this asymmetrical conflict finally drew to a close. He gazed upon the field, now resembling a small mountain piled high with unconscious ninjas, and found himself in a quandary. With so many individuals, how could he transport them all back? He scratched his chin, feeling somewhat vexed. There were at least 1,000 ninjas here, and carrying them one by one would prove inefficient and excessively time-consuming. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Zhang Fan. He envisioned a method to transport all these ninjas at once. This solution was in essence quite simple, yet beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. An hour later, Otsutsuki Kagaya reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, indulging in fruit while basking in the sun, when suddenly a shadow eclipsed her light. She opened her eyes to find herself startled. The source of the shadow was, astonishingly, a mountain, now hovering directly above her, with clumps of earth occasionally tumbling down. "Hey, stop staring and come help," a familiar voice called out. Kagaya focused her 3 large eyes and discerned Zhang Fan at the base of the mountain. It turned out he had brought this mountain here. Kagaya ascended and curiously asked Zhang Fan, "Why have you brought a mountain?" "This is not a mountain," Zhang Fan replied, while searching for a suitable place to land. "If this is not a mountain, then what is it?" Kagaya inquired, pinching a clump of dirt from above her head. Zhang Fan, still looking for a landing spot, replied without lifting his gaze, "You can find out for yourself." "What is up there?" Kagaya instinctively looked up, but saw nothing but dirt. "There's nothing but dirt up here," she stated. Chapter 98. The second target. Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Zhang Fan looked up in mild confusion. He found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing her actions, unable to discern whether she was being foolish or jesting. However, Kagaya was not genuinely foolish. Catching the peculiar expression on Zhang Fan's face, she quickly realized that he was referring to something beyond their immediate location. Hee, just a little joke to lighten the mood. Kagaya chuckled awkwardly, offering a brief explanation before swiftly ascending from the mountain's base. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Fan confirmed his suspicion. She was not joking. She was simply rather naive, or as one might put it, adorably oblivious. As Kagaya, Otsutsuki, soared above, she finally beheld the full visage of the mountain, only to realize it was not a mountain at all, but rather a colossal landmass excavated from the earth, upon which the gathered ninjas formed a small hill. The audacity of directly relocating such a substantial piece of land struck her as excessive. Kagaya mused that perhaps next time she should accompany him, lest this place become uninhabitable after several more visits. Zhang Fan, holding this vast expanse of land, noticed that Lulan lacked such ample space. So he sought a larger area to deposit it, disregarding the collapsed structures beneath. The moment the immense land touched the ground, the divine tree stirred. Its roots began to extend and split, breaking through the soil, ensnaring the ninjas Zhang Fan had brought back. The sight would be unbearable for those afflicted with a fear of dense clusters or those who dread earthworms and leeches. At that moment, Kagaya flew beside Zhang Fan, observing the ninjas ensnared by the roots of the divine tree, and inquired, "How did you manage this?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Fan replied. "Why do these ninjas allow the divine tree to bind them without any resistance?" Kagaya questioned. "Oh, that," Zhang Fan explained nonchalantly. "There were too many ninjas. To prevent their revolt, rendering them unconscious was not a reliable option. Thus, I fractured their spines without endangering their lives, ensuring that even if they regained consciousness, they would remain immobile." Kagaya nodded at Zhang Fan's explanation and said, "Next time, I shall accompany you." "Very well," Zhang Fan responded without turning, his gaze fixed on the actions of the divine tree. Noticing Zhang Fan's peculiar behavior, Kagaya asked, "What do you see? Do you think there are enough ninjas?" Zhang Fan pointed at the gathered ninjas and replied, "Certainly not. The collective chakra they possess is barely equivalent to that of a single-tailed beast." As the roots of the divine tree ensnared the ninjas, they began to secrete a white liquid, enveloping them entirely. The scene grew somewhat repulsive for Zhang Fan, who turned to Kagaya and suggested, "Let us depart. We must capture another batch." "Where to?" Kagaya inquired. "The sand village is devoid of ninjas. Our next target shall be the hidden rock village in the land of Earth," Zhang Fan replied. As he embraced Kagaya's waist, preparing for takeoff, he suddenly recalled the several squads of ninjas he had seen en route to Lulan, originally intending to collect them on his return from the sand village. But the thought had slipped his mind. "Never mind, it is not a matter of great importance. I can always capture them next time." Zhang Fan swiftly dismissed the incident from his mind. Shortly thereafter, he soared through the skies above Awagakure accompanied by Kagaya Otsutsuki. The village was encircled by barren rocky mountains, with its structures crafted from the very stones that surrounded it, making it easy to overlook from above if one was not careful. "Will you accompany me down, or shall you remain here to observe?" Zhang Fan inquired. Together, Kagaya Otsutsuki replied. "Very well, then do exercise caution," Zhang Fan advised as they descended to the entrance of Awagakure. He could not fathom why every hidden village erected such towering gates. "Who are you?" The vigilant ninja stationed at the entrance questioned, eyeing the duo that had descended from the sky with heightened alertness. Ignoring the inquiry, Zhang Fan unleashed a powerful punch at the gate, which shattered explosively with a resounding crash. "Intruders!" shouted the surviving ninja at the entrance, promptly triggering the alarm. Its shrill sound piercing the once peaceful atmosphere of Awagakure like boiling oil. Zhang Fan had deliberately awaited the alarm, as searching for individuals one by one would have proven exceedingly tedious. Soon, the entrance was bustling with ninjas, while more poured in from within the village. "Are you the ones attacking Awagakure?" A tall ninja stepped forward to inquire. Zhang Fan paid no heed to the question, turning to Kagaya Otsutsuki beside him and remarked, "There are quite a number of ninjas here. It seems there are at least several thousand, far more than Sunagakure. Perhaps the god tree will be well fed this time." "Let me give a try." Kagaya Otsutsuki stepped forward with determination. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Zhang Fan asked with concern, having yet to witness her combat prowess, fearing for her safety. "How dare you disregard my words?" The tall ninja, infuriated by Zhang Fan and Kagaya Otsutsuki's casual exchange, clenched his fists and declared, "I will show you the might of Awagakure's stone power." Kagaya Otsutsuki paid no mind to the tall ninja's bravado and turned to Zhang Fan, saying, "Let's see what happens." She then focused on the throng of Awagakure ninjas gathered at the shattered gate, and the 9 tomo of her Rinnegan began to spin. Then, silence fell, for all the ninjas at the entrance had collapsed. "Impressive." Zhang Fan approached Kagaya Otsutsuki, giving her a thumbs up in admiration, and curiously asked, "How did you accomplish that?" "It was infinite Tsukuyumi," Kagaya Otsutsuki replied with a smile. "Ah, I see. That explains why they all fell," Zhang Fan responded. Zhang Fan nodded, recalling the introduction of Tsukuyumi he had encountered in fan fiction. This technique draws an enemy's consciousness into a realm of illusion, executed through the kaleidoscopic Sharingan or the Rinnegan, and can be regarded as the most formidable form of mental assault within the Naruto universe. Generally, Tsukuyumi cannot be countered. Only those possessing a Sharingan with greater ocular prowess and formidable mental fortitude can hope to break free. Observing the 9 tomo Rinnegan upon Kagaya Otsutsuki's forehead, Zhang Fan shook his head, concluding that unless one were immune to ocular techniques, these expendable ninjas would surely be unable to escape the clutches of Kagaya's Tsukuyumi. "I shall annihilate you all here," Kagaya declared with excitement as she strode towards the hidden stone village, seemingly intent on confronting thousands of ninjas single-handedly. As she traversed through the shattered entrance of the village, the 9 small tomo within her Rinnegan spun ceaselessly. Any foe approaching within 100 meters would succumb to unconsciousness without even meeting her gaze. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's figure flickered behind Kagaya, gathering the ninjas ensnared in Tsukuyumi-esque grasp and piling them together, simultaneously crushing their spines. While it seemed these ninjas could not possibly break free from Kagaya's Tsukuyumi, Zhang Fan preferred to err on the side of caution, taking precautionary measures just in case. At this thought, he couldn't help but commend himself for his meticulousness. However, unlike Zhang Fan's sheer force and speed, Kagaya's Tsukuyumi, while undoubtedly efficient and aesthetically impressive, has its limitations. This limitation was eventually discovered by the hidden stone village, albeit at the cost of hundreds of ninjas falling silently to the ground. The enemy possesses an unusual ability. Do not look into her eyes. Maintain your distance. Do not approach within 100 meters. Commanded a ninja from within the crowd. Everyone, focus your long-range attacks on her. As this order for concentrated ranged assault was issued, Zhang Fan observed the ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village categorizing themselves into various tiers. Wealthy ninjas swiftly retrieved explosive tags from their ninja tool pouches, affixing them to shuriken or kunai before hurling them. Those unable to afford explosive tags or reluctant to expend them began forming hand seals on the spot, incessantly chanting earth release techniques. The least fortunate ninjas, lacking both long-range ninjutsu and explosive tags, could only muster their strength to hurl stones from the ground. In an instant, a myriad of projectiles darkened the sky, raining down upon Kaguya. In the face of the concentrated assault, Kaguya remained unfazed, gracefully swinging her delicate fists. 80-God vacuum attack. Countless phantom fists manifested around her, and the powerful gusts generated by them effortlessly swept away all incoming projectiles. In the next moment, a multitude of ethereal fists descended upon the Hidden Stone Village. The village of Awagakure was subjected to an onslaught akin to a bombardment from modern artillery, with the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries resonating incessantly. The spectral fists that descended upon the village resembled missiles, detonating upon contact, obliterating structures and creating gaping craters in the ground, while the unfortunate ninjas struck by these fists were reduced to mere remnants, their remains unrecognizable. Kaguya Otsutsuki's attacks were indiscriminate and all-encompassing. Even Zhang Fan, who trailed behind her, suffered a few blows. However, to Zhang Fan, the impact of these formidable strikes felt no more significant than a gentle breeze brushing against his face. He paid no heed to Kaguya's punches, instead gazing at the devastation wrought upon Awagakure, his brow furrowing in dismay. It was truly a lamentable sight. These ninjas were indeed the prime nourishment for the divine tree. Kaguya was utterly reckless in her destruction. He mused, contemplating how, should the number of ninjas dwindle in the future, she would be the one to fill that void. Suspended several meters above the ground, Kaguya surveyed the chaos she had unleashed, watching the ninjas below scurry like frightened rodents, and found amusement in their plight, bursting into laughter. Yet, without hesitation, she raised her fist, eager to unleash another round of chaos, only to have her arm firmly grasped by Zhang Fan. "What are you doing?" Kaguya inquired, turning to see Zhang Fan holding her arm. "You've killed far too many," Zhang Fan replied with solemnity. "Is that a problem?" Kaguya asked, perplexed, while internally questioning whether he had developed a sense of compassion for these ninjas. With such a method of slaughter, what will the divine tree have to absorb? Your chakra, perhaps? Zhang Fan retorted with palpable distress. Hearing his words, Kaguya felt a wave of relief wash over her, responding with a hint of contrition. "I apologize. I got a bit carried away in the heat of the moment." Just as Zhang Fan was about to articulate a response, he caught sight of an elderly figure leisurely approaching from the distant sky. Paying it no mind, he continued, "You take a rest. Allow me to take over from here." "Very well." Kaguya nodded obediently, her demeanor shifting dramatically from her previous exuberance. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan activated his super speed, vanishing from Kaguya's sight. Subsequently, the ninjas of Awagakure fell in waves, akin to rice being harvested by a machine, and within half an hour, not a single one would remain standing. Faced with an adversary they could not even glimpse, the ninjas began to exhibit signs of impending collapse. Just as they were on the brink of retreat, the elderly figure soaring through the sky finally arrived on the scene. With his arrival, the ninjas of Awagakure, already on the brink of collapse, felt a surge of spirit, as if they had found a formidable ally, regaining their confidence to continue the battle. "Wonderful! Lord Suchikage has arrived. We are saved. Let us all press on together. Hold the enemy at bay, and buy time for Lord Suchikage." The ninjas, once frantic, began to rally once more. It turned out that this elderly figure was indeed the third Suchikage of Awagakure. Zhang Fan glanced up at the venerable man, his white hair and deeply lined face illuminated against the sky, feeling a profound gratitude for his presence. The ninjas ceased their frantic movements and began to regroup, thus saving Zhang Fan a considerable amount of time. Chapter 100. Resolving a Wagakure of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki gazed solemnly at Zhang Fan's elusive figure below, noting to himself that even the speed of the rakeage could not compare. His dust release technique was too slow to deploy. He needed to await the opportune moment. A sphere of white light materialized between Inoki's hands, representing his jutsu, the dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Any being struck by this technique will be disintegrated to the molecular level. To date, no creature had successfully withstood it. After Zhang Fan dispatched yet another squad of ninjas charging at him, he caught a glimpse of the white glow emanating from the Tsuchikage's hand high in the sky. Is it a ki wave? Was Zhang Fan's immediate reaction upon seeing the luminous orb, and inexplicably, excitement coursed through him. Come on, let's clash. He halted, gazing upward at the Tsuchikage, his eyes beginning to redden. What a perfect opportunity. Now is the time to finish him off. Noticing Zhang Fan had stopped, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki felt a sharp focus in his gaze. The long-prepared dust release, detachment of the primitive world was unleashed, a beam of white light hurtling directly toward Zhang Fan below. As he beheld the Tsuchikage's attack, Zhang Fan's blood surged with fervor, the rhythmic sounds of music echoing in his mind. He never expected to have a day where he could counter such an attack. The fiery gaze in his eyes surged forth, unreservedly charging toward the white light. Seeing the crimson light radiating from Zhang Fan's eyes, Inoki could not help but sneer inwardly. This young man is still too naive to think he can contend with my dust release, detachment of the primitive world. In the eyes of all the ninjas in a Wagakure, the two beams of light, one white and one red, collided in the air. In that instant, the red beam shattered the white one. Inoki was taken aback by how quickly his prized jutsu was overwhelmed, crumbling under the assault with such swiftness that he had no time to evade Zhang Fan's fiery gaze. Thus, the renowned Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, who had survived the era of turmoil and possessed vast combat experience, was reduced to ashes by Zhang Fan's full-force fiery gaze, drifting gracefully from the sky like scattered dust. All the ninjas of a Wagakure who witnessed this scene stood with their mouths agape, their faces etched with disbelief. The Lord Tsuchikage is dead? How could this be? Only Zhang Fan curled his lips in discontent, feeling no resistance. The confrontation concluded in utter disappointment. Avenged Lord Tsuchikage. Kill him, a ninja shouted. Instantly, all the ninjas turned their gaze towards Zhang Fan, their eyes brimming with hatred, clearly indicating that the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, held an extraordinary position in the hearts of the Wagakure ninjas. Observing the disdainful looks directed at him, Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy. It appeared that slaying this Tsuchikage had its benefits, as it alleviated the need for him to seek out these ninjas. Altogether, kill him, kill him, kill him. With each furious shout, the ninjas surged forward. It must be said that the ninjas of a Wagakure vastly outnumbered those of Sunagakure, even though Otsutsuki Kagaya had felled thousands, and Zhang Fan had taken down hundreds. An unending tide of ninjas still rushed toward him. Regrettably, these ninjas lacked the protagonist's fortitude. Their rage and hatred did not augment their strength. Even in overwhelming numbers, they posed no challenge to Zhang Fan, allowing him to dispatch them with even greater efficiency. What followed was reminiscent of the earlier skirmishes with Sunagakure. With each passing second, dozens of ninjas fell, and soon he had cleared the area of adversaries. Zhang Fan piled the fallen ninjas together and, employing his X-ray vision, scanned a Wagakure, catching sight of several ninjas attempting to flee. Initially inclined to pursue and capture them, he reconsidered and dismissed the thought. After all, he already had an abundance of ninjas. A few more were inconsequential. Perhaps these few would one day re-establish Iwagakure. Should the divine tree require a sufficient number of ninjas in the future, he could always return. With this notion, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for his grand vision and foresight. Truly, he was remarkable for even contemplating such matters. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had vanished earlier, reappeared beside him, munching on an unknown fruit, interrupting Zhang Fan, who was lost in his brilliant thoughts. Is everything settled? She inquired. What do you think? Zhang Fan retorted, slightly annoyed at being interrupted. Then, I shall take over from here. Otsutsuki Kagaya glanced at the mountain of ninjas piled by Zhang Fan, discarded the fruit, and stepped forward, ready to act. What are you planning to do? Zhang Fan asked with curiosity. Of course, I will transport them all back to Lulan. Otsutsuki Kagaya replied tersely, Otherwise, why would I have come out with you? All of them back? Zhang Fan inquired. All of them, Kagaya affirmed with a nod. Transport them all at once? Zhang Fan inquired skeptically, believing that Otsutsuki Kagaya was boasting. There were at least several thousand ninjas here, unless she could conjure a portal to transport them all at once. Without hesitation, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, then commence your performance. Zhang Fan gestured invitingly, eager to witness how Kagaya intended to transport these ninjas. Prepare to witness with wide eyes, Kagaya proclaimed proudly. I did not come here merely for amusement. As she spoke, the 9 tomo of her Rinnegan began to spin, and a black portal, at least 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, materialized before Zhang Fan. Come forth, Kagaya commanded the black portal, and soon, a stream of white zetsu emerged, continuously retrieving the unconscious ninjas from the ground and vanishing back into the portal. Zhang Fan watched in astonishment as the white zetsu tirelessly transported the ninjas in and out of the black gateway. Incredible! You can truly open a portal, he exclaimed. Kagaya chuckled, waving her hand dismissively, her face adorned with pride while she humbly remarked, it is merely a trivial ability, nothing worth mentioning. Frustration welled within Zhang Fan. He had indeed been outsmarted. He could not deny that he envied this power. Had he possessed it, he would not have been exiled by Ancient One. Chapter 101. The Invasion of Konoha, observing the continuous flow of white zetsu, each carrying a ninja. Zhang Fan estimated that it would take approximately 1 or 2 hours to complete the transport. He considered that their next objective was several small villages and concluded that there was still time to raid a few hidden ninja villages. Thus, he declared, let us proceed to the next village. That is not feasible. This portal requires my energy to sustain its existence. If I depart, the portal will vanish, Kagaya replied. So, we must wait for the white zetsu to finish transporting before we can leave? Zhang Fan said with a hint of melancholy, feeling that this was a waste of time. Indeed, Kagaya confirmed, unless you wish to transport a mountain back as well. Transport a mountain? Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and decided against it. Although moving a mountain would not be laborious, the logistics would be cumbersome, and it might not save much time compared to the white zetsu. Let us forego the mountain. It seems too tedious, Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head. A wise decision, Kagaya remarked. Standing idly, Zhang Fan observed the white zetsu as they carried the ninjas from a wagakure when he suddenly asked Kagaya, how many ninjas do you think it would take for the divine tree to bear fruit? I do not know, Kagaya replied candidly. Is it impossible to estimate? Zhang Fan probed further. How can one calculate such a thing? Kagaya explained, you must understand that ninjas vary greatly among themselves. The elucidation provided by Kagaya Otsutsuki rendered Zhang Fan speechless. He could only nod in agreement, finding her reasoning remarkably sound. He contemplated that if every ninja possessed chakra in such abundance as Kagaya, perhaps only a few would suffice to bear fruit from the divine tree. After a brief period of waiting, Zhang Fan could no longer endure the tedium and glanced around before addressing Kagaya. You stay here. I shall venture into the depths of a wagakure. Very well, Kagaya acquiesced. Zhang Fan strolled leisurely into the heart of the village, intent on treasure hunting to uncover any intriguing artifacts. Once Zhang Fan had walked a fair distance, Kagaya summoned one of her white zetsus, instructing, fetch my reclining chair. Upon Zhang Fan's return, burdened with a colossal package, he was immediately struck by the sight of Kagaya languorously reclined in her chair, flanked by 2 white zetsus, one holding a platter of fruits and the other wielding a large umbrella. You certainly know how to indulge. Where did you procure these items? Zhang Fan inquired, a hint of envy in his tone as he set down his oversized bundle, pondering why he hadn't thought of such comforts earlier. These were gathered from the village, Kagaya replied, her curiosity piqued by the enormous package Zhang Fan carried. What have you brought back? A few scrolls, seemingly chronicling ninjutsu. Zhang Fan responded, plucking an unfamiliar fruit from the platter held by the white zetsu. But you lack chakra. What use do you have for ninjutsu? Kagaya questioned. Lacking chakra now does not preclude me from possessing it in the future. Once I partake of the divine tree's fruit, it shall be mine, Zhang Fan retorted, taking a bite of the fruit only to immediately spit it out. What sort of fruit is this? Its flavor is exceedingly astringent. This fruit requires peeling, Kagaya said, her warning arriving belatedly. Why did you not mention this sooner? Zhang Fan discarded the fruit and reached for another of the same kind. I assumed you were aware, Kagaya replied, extending her hand as a peeled fruit was placed into her grasp. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan lost all interest in the fruit. Now eager to capture a few ninjas, he tossed the fruit aside and asked, "How much longer until the banyan is complete?" Kagaya, savoring her fruit, turned slightly to respond soon. "There are only a few left." Zhang Fan glanced over, noting that what was once a mountain of Awagakure ninjas had dwindled to a mere foundation. As the white Zetsus tirelessly transported the remaining ones, "Be sure to bring those back for me." Zhang Fan gestured towards the packages on the ground. Without need for further words, Kagaya beckoned, and a white Zetsu approached to lift the enormous bundle from the ground. However, the package was excessively large and heavy for a single white Zetsu to lift. Consequently, Kagaya Otsutsuki summoned several white Zetsu to assist in the transportation. The number of ninjas from the Awagakure village dwindled, and after the last white Zetsu carried 2 ninjas through the portal, Kagaya promptly closed the portal and remarked, "All right, let us proceed to the next village." Zhang Fan, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, swiftly scooped Kagaya into his arms and soared towards the next ninja village. According to Zhang Fan's meticulously planned route, behind Awagakure lay the small villages of Amigakure and Kusagakure, all modestly sized. Zhang Fan had no opportunity to engage, as Kagaya effortlessly resolved matters with an infinite Tsukuyomi. By the time they had gathered all the ninjas from these smaller villages, night had already fallen. The time spent on travel was minimal, yet the lengthy process of transporting the ninjas consumed a substantial amount of time. Observing the dimming sky, Zhang Fan inquired, "Shall we return to rest?" He was primarily concerned about Kagaya's chakra reserves, fearing she might be unable to open another portal. "No, let us proceed directly to the next ninja village," Kagaya replied. "Very well." Zhang Fan guided Kagaya along the planned route towards the next ninja village. After concluding their expedition through the smaller villages, Zhang Fan's next target was none other than Konoha, reputed as the strongest ninja village. Soon, Zhang Fan and Kagaya arrived at the entrance of Konoha. "Who are you?" questioned the gatekeeper ninja. Familiar with the inquiry, Zhang Fan responded with familiar fervor. With a resounding crash, he shattered the gate of Konoha, prompting the intentionally spared gatekeeper to immediately sound the alarm. "Allow me to handle this," Zhang Fan declared to Kagaya. "Why?" Kagaya asked. "This is a major ninja village, and there will be numerous ninjas to transport shortly. You have been engaged in battle for quite some time, and I fear your chakra might be insufficient to open the portal," Zhang Fan explained. "No need for concern. My chakra is still abundant," Kagaya reassured him. Chapter 102. The God Tree bears fruit. Having just endured the event of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki being seized, Konoha was still on high alert. Upon hearing the alarm, a multitude of ninjas rapidly converged at the shattered gate. As the ninjas gathered, Zhang Fan proposed, "Let us strike together to save time." "Agreed, let's attack in unison." Kagaya readily accepted Zhang Fan's suggestion. Like a tempest, Zhang Fan charged into the ranks of Konoha's ninjas, initiating the onslaught, while Kagaya, not to be outdone, unleashed her infinite Tsukuyomi in pursuit. Their coordination was impeccable, as they carved a path through the heart of Konoha. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. Zhang Fan gazed at the colossal corpse of a monkey beneath him and asked, "Can the God Tree absorb this?" Kagaya replied, "As long as it possesses chakra, the God Tree can absorb it. However, since it is deceased, a lifeless God Tree cannot absorb anything." Upon witnessing the immense form of the monkey, Zhang Fan could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Such a colossal physique likely harbored an abundance of chakra. However, his spirits soon lifted as he recalled the formidable toads, slugs, and snakes from the 3 great sacred lands, all of which were renowned as sages, undoubtedly possessing considerable chakra. "Have you ever heard of the 3 great sacred lands?" Zhang Fan inquired. Otsutsuki Kagaya raised her hand and summoned a portal, replying, "I have not." Although Kagaya was unfamiliar with the 3 great sacred lands, Zhang Fan felt an exhilarating prospect ahead. Yet, the absence of their locations on the map provided by Black Zetsu was somewhat vexing. Observing white Zetsu busily transporting ninjas, Zhang Fan deemed it necessary to inquire about the locations of the 3 great sacred lands from Black Zetsu. After another lengthy wait, Zhang Fan chose not to scavenge any ninjutsu scrolls this time, but instead directed Otsutsuki Kagaya to ask White Zetsu to collect them while he comfortably settled into a chair, watching White Zetsu's industrious figure. After concluding their endeavors in Kanahagakure, the next destination was Kirigakure, followed by a series of smaller ninja villages, ultimately leading to the distant Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning. Zhang Fan and Otsutsuki Kagaya toiled until midday the following day, finally having scoured all the ninja villages marked on Black Zetsu's map. Upon their return to Lulan, Zhang Fan and Otsutsuki Kagaya were met with a transformed landscape. Apart from the towering spire, all other structures had vanished, replaced by a plethora of densely clustered, overlapping white cocoons. Naturally, the absorption of so much ninja chakra would bring about changes in the god tree, and the once budding flowers had now fully blossomed, revealing a minuscule, nearly imperceptible fruit nestled at the heart of the bloom. Is this the god tree's fruit? Zhang Fan hovered before the flower, gazing at the small yellow orb. Indeed, that is the god tree's fruit, Kagaya confirmed. Why is it yellow? Zhang Fan turned to Kagaya, questioning. Did you not mention that the fruit of the god tree is red? I am uncertain. Kagaya shook her head. Do you think it's ripe? Zhang Fan inquired further. It should be ripe, Kagaya responded uncertainly, as the god tree's fruit was unlike any she had previously consumed, leaving her unsure of the ripeness of this yellow fruit. Zhang Fan shot Kagaya a bemused glance, pondering the ambiguity of her response. Ripeness was a definitive state. Is the unripe god tree fruit toxic? He pressed on. Probably not. Kagaya's answer was less than reassuring. Do you not possess a more definitive answer? Zhang Fan urged. Indeed, Kagaya declared confidently. I can assert that this is the god tree's fruit. In critical moments, Kagaya, you truly offer little to rely upon, Zhang Fan remarked with evident disdain. Oomph. Kagaya Otsutsuki let out a cold snort and said, if it weren't for me, you would still be foolishly waiting for the god tree to bear fruit. Never mind. I shall do it myself. Zhang Fan refrained from saying more, reaching out to pluck the fruit from the god tree. A great thinker once proclaimed that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, rather than engaging in endless speculation. It would be far more prudent to take a bite and ascertain the reality for oneself. Just as Zhang Fan was about to taste the fruit, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Kagaya Otsutsuki, inquiring, Kagaya, when you consumed the god tree fruit, did you eat it bite by bite? Or did you stuff it all in at once? Kagaya pondered for a moment before responding, I distinctly remember savoring it bite by bite. What was the taste like? Zhang Fan hastily asked. Kagaya reminisced. At that moment, I was so exhilarated that perhaps I ate too quickly, and I did not pay attention to the flavor of the god tree fruit. Upon hearing Kagaya's description, Zhang Fan gleaned a revelation. If the fruit could be consumed slowly, then logically, while it may not necessarily prove to be exceptionally delicious, it certainly would not be unpleasant. With this thought in mind, Zhang Fan closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and took a hearty bite of the yellow fruit in his hand. Crunch, crunch. One bite followed another, and soon he had consumed the entire god tree fruit. How is it? What does it taste like? Kagaya asked eagerly from his side. Well, how should I describe it? Zhang Fan said, chewing the flesh with his eyes closed. It is indeed a fruit, yet the flavor is rather peculiar. I have never encountered such a taste before. Overall, it is not bad. After swallowing the last morsel, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, feeling an unfamiliar surge of power welling up within him. Do you sense any changes? Kagaya inquired again. Observing Zhang Fan, who appeared unchanged after consuming the god tree fruit, she felt a twinge of curiosity the moment she had ingested it. A nine-tomo rinnegan had manifested upon her forehead. I feel an unfamiliar power rising within me, Zhang Fan replied, closing his eyes once more to attune to this new energy. Is this chakra? Soon, he sensed the strange force coursing through his body, ultimately converging towards his head. This transformation stirred a sense of apprehension within Zhang Fan. He worried about potential complications, as any issues with the mind could lead to significant trouble. As the unfamiliar energy entered Zhang Fan's head, it vanished. And despite feeling invigorated, he was suddenly overtaken by an irresistible wave of drowsiness. So, he succumbed to the natural urge and drifted into slumber. Chapter 103. Gaining new abilities after Zhang Fan fell asleep, Kagaya Otsutsuki beside him suddenly felt an invisible force pushing her outward. Initially, she paid it little mind, as the strength of this force was exceedingly weak, seemingly requiring only a slight exertion on her part to negate it. However, When Kagaya Otsutsuki truly began to exert herself in an attempt to counteract this formidable force, its potency surged exponentially, propelling her thousands of meters away in an instant before she could even comprehend the situation. Accompanying her in this unexpected displacement were several bewildered white zetsu. Glancing down at the spinning white zetsu beneath her, Kagaya felt a deep sense of resentment, attributing her misfortune to a moment of inattention that had rendered her vulnerable to this unscrupulous assault. Resolute, she endeavored to return. But before she could ascend even a few meters, she was met with an increased pressure. The air surrounding her thickened like molten lava, rendering each movement an exhausting endeavor. Gritting her teeth, Kagaya strained to push forward a few more meters. Yet despite the bulging veins on her forehead and neck, she found herself unable to advance even a fraction. After a futile struggle, she ultimately had no choice but to retreat. Unbeknownst to Kagaya, every living creature in Lulan had been similarly expelled by this force, including the divine tree itself, which had been uprooted along with its cocoon. The direction of their expulsion varied, and she simply had not witnessed it. An invisible sphere, centered around Zhang Fan and spanning a diameter of 10 kilometers, had emerged. Any living entity within this sphere was thrust outward by an unknown power, and entry was prohibited. Time passed, though Zhang Fan could not ascertain how long it had been. Upon awakening, he opened his eyes only to discover the absence of his divine tree. A glance around revealed that Kagaya Otsutsuki had also vanished. Were it not for the familiar glass walls encircling him and the solitary tower nearby, he might have believed he had traversed to another realm. However, Zhang Fan quickly diverted his attention from a missing divine tree as he realized that the world before him appeared entirely transformed. Everything he observed seemed as though viewed through a glass barrier, rendering distant objects indistinct. Alarmed, he pondered whether he had developed nearsightedness. In a state of panic, he closed his eyes and rubbed them, then slowly reopened them to reassess his surroundings. This time, the glassy illusion dissipated, and the once vague objects in the distance came into sharp focus, alleviating his concerns. It seemed he was not actually nearsighted after all. Drawing upon his experience, he surmised that his recent excessive eye strain, due to overindulgence in X-ray vision, coupled with insufficient rest, had resulted in a temporary blurriness. He resolved to limit his use of X-ray vision henceforth, and to prioritize the protection of his eyesight. Having settled this issue, Zhang Fan suddenly recalled that he had consumed a fruit from the divine tree, yet he felt no discernible change within himself, nor did he sense any energy coursing through his body. Where has my chakra gone? Why can't I sense it? Is it necessary to refine this chakra on my own after consuming the fruit of the divine tree? Zhang Fan could hardly accept such a conclusion. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently to feel the power within his body, determined to uncover the existence of chakra. Surely the fruit he had labored to cultivate could not be consumed in vain. Unbeknownst to him, as he focused his mind inward, the rubble within a 100-meter radius began to float as if liberated from the shackles of gravity, rising to his eye level. Damn it, nothing at all. The divine tree's fruit has gone to waste. Zhang Fan cursed silently, opening his eyes only to find no trace of chakra within himself. As he relaxed his mind, the floating stones tumbled back to the ground with a clatter. What was happening? Why were those stones floating in the air? Gazing at the scattered debris, a spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Fan's mind. He extended his hand toward a small stone on the ground, concentrating to envision it levitating. He distinctly sensed a mental tendril extending from his consciousness, lifting the stone from the earth. Gradually applying force, the stone began to shatter, ultimately transforming into a pile of dust. Is this a superpower? After testing several more stones, he finally confirmed that he had awakened a telekinetic ability akin to psychokinesis. So, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, I did not gain chakra, but rather awakened a superpower? Zhang Fan recalled that among Superman's myriad abilities, there was none resembling psychokinesis. Thus, this newfound power could only be attributed to the divine tree's fruit. With this new ability, testing it became imperative. However, the stones here were too small. Zhang Fan's gaze shifted to the only remaining tower of Lulan, still standing tall. He extended his hand toward the tower and began to lift it slowly. The tower appeared to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, rising seamlessly from its foundation along with Zhang Fan's palm. After a brief moment, he felt no strain, as if the 34-meter-tall structure, built of black stone, possessed no weight at all. Were he not witnessing the tower being raised by his own telekinesis? He would have believed he was lifting nothing but air. Feeling that the tower could not adequately test the limits of his telekinesis, Zhang Fan clenched his fist tightly. In that instant, the tower swiftly twisted, contorted, and shattered. Zhang Fan maintained his fist's grip, and even as the tower crumbled into powder, it continued to compress inward until this 34-meter-tall structure, spanning several meters in width, astonishingly transformed into a compact black sphere with a diameter of less than 1 meter. Zhang Fan retracted his palm, and the dark sphere formed from the tower he had compressed fell heavily to the ground, sinking immediately and vanishing into the earth. He was uncertain of the whereabouts of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Raising his gaze, he felt a sense of elation at his newfound abilities. However, his ultimate goal of utilizing chakra to open a portal to return to Earth and obliterate the ancient sorceress, Agamotto, remained unfulfilled. Chapter 104. Departing from the ninja world, his thoughts turned to seeking Kaguya Otsutsuki, pondering whether she might assist him in opening a portal to another dimension. With this in mind, Zhang Fan soared into the sky, eager to find Kaguya and request her aid. Having engaged in such quests numerous times, he was adept at it. He first ascended to a great height, then closed his eyes to activate his super hearing, beginning to search for any sound that might belong to Kaguya Otsutsuki. As long as she spoke, he would be able to hear her. Before long, Zhang Fan discerned Kaguya's voice, which seemed to be accompanied by black zetsu. Activating his supervision, he directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, eager to ascertain what Kaguya was doing. However, upon engaging his supervision, he found that his sight did not extend further or clarify. Instead, it became increasingly blurred, as if he were peering through layers of glass once more. Zhang Fan hastily deactivated his supervision and rubbed his eyes. When he reopened them, his previously blurred vision returned to normal. What was happening? Was it not nearsightedness, but rather a malfunction of his supervision? Encountering this situation again, Zhang Fan began to contemplate. To validate his hypothesis, he activated his supervision once more, and indeed, the sensation of viewing through glass returned. After deactivating it, the blurriness dissipated. After several trials, he concluded that his supervision was indeed flawed. Furthermore, he discovered that this glass-like blurriness manifested when his visual range exceeded a certain threshold. Why was this occurring? Suspended in the air, Zhang Fan stroked his chin in contemplation, temporarily setting aside his quest for Kaguya. As he had already located her, he could approach her at any time. Could the consumption of the divine tree's fruit be the reason for the degradation of my supervision? I have acquired telekinetic-like powers, but lost my supervision. At that moment, a possibility struck him. Perhaps he had not truly lost his supervision, but rather something was obscuring his sight. With this thought, he reactivated his supervision, and as the glass-like sensation emerged again, he hesitated before extending his hand, seeking to touch the layer that obscured his view. Zhang Fan's conjecture proved correct. He indeed felt the presence of that layer before him. Zhang Fan subsequently deactivated his supervision, curious to discover whether he could still perceive that elusive layer without the enhanced sensation. Once the supervision was turned off, the hazy feeling of viewing through a glass barrier dissipated, and the layer he had touched vanished along with it. Was touch contingent upon sight? Did invisibility equate to non-existence? Uncertain as to why, the thought of Schrodinger's cat flitted through his mind. He then reactivated his supervision and once again felt that layer. Judging by the tactile sensation, it was remarkably soft, reminiscent of gauze. He extended his other hand to grasp it, pulling with both hands. Despite its softness, the layer exhibited unexpected resilience. Although Zhang Fan did not exert his full strength, the force he applied was considerable, yet the layer remained intact, defying his attempts to tear it away. Intrigued, he resolved to test its durability further. With both hands, he forcefully tore at the layer. A ripping sound echoed as he created a significant tear. Contrary to his expectations, the world did not become clearer. Instead, a circular black aperture appeared at the site of the rupture. An unsettlingly familiar, yet terrifying force of suction emerged. Before he could resist, Zhang Fan was drawn into the gaping void. In that fleeting moment of being engulfed by the black hole, a realization struck him. This was the same force he felt when Ancient One had attempted to banish him through a portal. The moment Zhang Fan was consumed by the black hole, it swiftly sealed shut, yet in that brief instant, the continent beneath him was obliterated by the terrifying suction. Once inside the black hole, Zhang Fan found himself plummeting once more. Having experienced this before, he sang as he descended, convinced that this was the path back. The familiar sensation, leaving no room for doubt. "Ha, Ancient One, I am back." With newfound experience, Zhang Fan was quickly expelled from the vortex, landing once again in the dark world filled with shimmering lights. Next, where should he venture? Floating in the void, he scratched his head, wondering if he would need to faint once more. Observing his hands and feet, he noticed the familiar black mist had returned to envelop him. However, he remained unperturbed. Fainting was merely a transient state he had endured before. He resolved to treat it as a brief slumber, reclining and allowing the black mist to entwine around him. After a while, he opened his eyes, puzzled as to why he had not succumbed to unconsciousness this time. He lowered his gaze and observed that his hands and feet had vanished beneath the encroaching black mist, which had now reached only to his chest. Still a distance from his head. I recall the last time it didn't take this long. Could it be that I am simply too anxious? Zhang Fan pondered that this might indeed be the case. Previously, he had never experienced such a sensation, which filled him with dread, prompting him to seek an escape from the black fog, thus making time feel as though it passed swiftly. However, this time was different. His urgency to lose consciousness in return made the black mist seem to advance at a sluggish pace. With this thought, Zhang Fan closed his eyes in tranquility, awaiting the inevitable fainting spell. After a while, the black mist finally encroached upon his head, and as expected, Zhang Fan succumbed to unconsciousness with remarkable ease. A beam of golden light appeared once more, dispersing the black mist and revealing Zhang Fan's form anew. Strangely, while the previous golden light had nearly faded away, this time it shone even brighter than when it first emerged. The golden light enveloped Zhang Fan's body, propelling it through the void in a singular direction, all the while entangled with the black mist, continuously countering its advance. As the golden light dimmed yet again, it finally propelled Zhang Fan's body into a spherical realm. Chapter 105. Welcome to Raccoon City. Cold and trembling, under the vast expanse of twinkling stars, Zhang Fan awoke from his unconsciousness. He opened his eyes and glanced around, discovering the shimmering, starry sky above, while lying in the bed of a moving pickup truck. Wait, a vehicle? Zhang Fan immediately sprang to his feet in the truck bed, the wind whipping against his face, revealing a straight highway before him. As he observed the cars whizzing by, he could not contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha! Hu Hansen has returned," was the first phrase that sprang to Zhang Fan's mind. Though he had no idea who Hu Hansen was, it seemed fitting in this moment. "Gu Yi, prepare for your bald head to be polished. I shall soon come to twist it off." Just as Zhang Fan contemplated seeking Gu Yi atop the Himalayas, a young girl's voice caught his attention. "Mom, look, that man has woken up." Zhang Fan turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a little girl with long brown hair and a face adorned with freckles, peering eagerly through the small back window of the pickup truck. "Hello, little one. How are you?" Zhang Fan leaned down, waving at her. The sight of this girl reminded him of his own Lily, and he wondered how she was faring. After being exiled by Gu Yi, he hoped Natasha had taken good care of her. The woman driving the truck glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zhang Fan nonchalantly standing in the truck bed. She couldn't help but say, "If you don't want to tumble off this speeding pickup at 80 miles per hour, it would be wise for you to sit down or at least hold on to something secure." Upon hearing her mother's words, the little girl made a face at Zhang Fan. A quick look at the interior of the pickup revealed only two occupants, the little girl and the woman behind the wheel, who was evidently the girl's mother. Zhang Fan smiled. Despite his exceptional sense of balance, he could easily maintain his stance even if the truck came to an abrupt halt. Nevertheless, respecting the woman's good intentions, he complied and settled down, loudly inquiring, "How did I end up in your truck? I'm driving right now and have no time to answer your ridiculous questions." The woman snapped. Zhang Fan was unfazed by her irritable demeanor. Instead, he found her bluster amusing. He leaned toward the little girl, who was peering through the rear window, and whispered, "It seems your mother's a bit temperamental." Perhaps Zhang Fan's smile made the little girl feel at ease, prompting her to confide in this stranger as if they were friends. "She is always like this," the little girl said, cautiously glancing toward the driver's seat. Noticing her mother was oblivious to their conversation, she turned back to Zhang Fan and added, My mom brought you into the truck because she thought you looked handsome. She's always fawning over people without thinking. That's just how I came to be. Zhang Fan instinctively touched his face, internally lamenting, curse this irresistible charm of mine. Angela, don't think I can't hear you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut. The woman driving barked. Get back to that child seat I paid $120 for and buckle up that pesky little safety belt. Zhang Fan chuckled from the truck bed and asked, I'm Zhang Fan. What's your name? I'm Angela, the little girl replied, pointing to the woman. That's my mom. Everyone calls her Loudmouth Mary. She may seem fierce, but she's really kind-hearted. Zhang Fan nodded and glanced at Mary, chuckling softly. Yes, it's quite evident that she has a loud voice. Hearing Zhang Fan agree, Angela erupted into giggles. Mary, seeing Angela still chatting with Zhang Fan in the rearview mirror, shouted, Hurry up, Angela. Don't make me angry. There will be plenty of time to talk when we reach the rest area. Got it, Mom, Angela replied, then turned to Zhang Fan. I have to go back to my seat. Just hang on for a bit. We'll be at the rest area soon. All right, Angela, Zhang Fan responded. See you soon. See you soon. As the little girl vanished from the rear window, she returned to her pink seat, having made a farewell pact with her in the resting area. Zhang Fan, who was seated in the truck bed, resolved to wait until they reached the rest stop before bidding adieu to the somewhat amusing mother-daughter duo. As the adage goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. He seized this moment to ponder how best to exact revenge on Gu Yi, to alleviate the fury that simmered within him. Should he launch a sudden assault, catching her off guard? Or perhaps disguise himself and methodically attack the sorcerers of Kamartaj, savoring the slow torment of her suffering? Both strategies held merit, leaving Zhang Fan in a quandary. He mused whether it might be feasible to intertwine the two approaches, exploring the potential of such a combination. The pickup truck sped down the darkened highway with its high beams illuminating the path ahead. Before long, a colossal sign adorned with flickering neon lights emerged in the distance. Mary deftly decelerated the vehicle and veered into the rest area. Just as she parked in an available spot, Zhang Fan, who had already devised his plan for revenge against Gu Yi, leaped from the truck bed. He intended to bid farewell to the mother and daughter as previously planned before embarking on his quest for vengeance. As the saying goes, the wind is bleak, and the waters of the Yi River are cold. A great warrior departs. Suddenly, he halted, realizing the inauspiciousness of recalling such a phrase. The pickup had scarcely come to a stop when Angela swiftly flung open the door and hopped out, rushing to Zhang Fan's side. She inquired, My mother and I are heading back to Raccoon City. Would you like to join us? Zhang Fan, in the midst of articulating his premeditated response, suddenly registered that Angela had mentioned a name with which he was intimately acquainted. Unsure if he had misheard, he asked, Did you just say you were going back there? Raccoon City, Angela replied. What's the matter? Aren't you coming with us? Chapter 106. Upon realizing it was a world of traversing, Zhang Fan's perspective instantly shifted. Raccoon City? That name was all too familiar to him. It was the psychological shadow cast by the zombies in the childhood film Resident Evil. He recalled how, after watching the movie, he had endured several nightmares as a mark of respect. Consequently, as he grew older, he often found himself contemplating how he would escape should a similar outbreak occur, meticulously searching for safe escape routes. Nevertheless, whether the Raccoon City Angela referenced was indeed the one etched in his memories remained uncertain. It was prudent to verify, lest he find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Are you referring to the Raccoon City of Umbrella Corporation? Zhang Fan inquired. Indeed. What other Raccoon City could there be? Angela responded. With this confirmation, the pieces fell into place. This place not only featured the Umbrella Corporation, but also Raccoon City itself, leaving little doubt. It was undoubtedly a scenario reminiscent of Resident Evil. However, Zhang Fan has now matured and acquired superhuman abilities, no longer experiencing the same fear of zombies as he did in his childhood. He finds himself in a state of perplexity, recalling that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there appears to be no company akin to Umbrella. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could it be that he is not in the Marvel Universe at all, but has instead traversed into an entirely different realm? The mere possibility of this notion excites Zhang Fan, igniting a desire to soar into the cosmos and discern whether he is truly on Earth. He firmly believes that no two leaves in the world are identical, and similarly, no two Earths could exist within a single universe. If this place is not Earth, but merely a life-sustaining planet mirroring Earth's evolutionary trajectory, it would greatly suggest that he remains within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet, should he confirm that this planet is indeed Earth, it would signify something extraordinary. He has not merely traversed the Marvel Universe, but has instead crossed into an entirely new world. As Zhang Fan contemplates this, he seeks an excuse to depart and take a moment to investigate the cosmos. At that moment, Angela's mother, Mary, conveniently steps out of the vehicle and strides directly toward him. She scrutinizes Zhang Fan from head to toe and inquires, "What on earth are you doing lying in the middle of the road? If I hadn't T-slammed on the brakes just in time, you might have been run over." "May I defer my answer to that question for a moment?" Zhang Fan replies, anxious to ascertain whether he is on Earth and lacking the leisure to engage in idle conversation with Mary. "Why?" she probes. "Is there something you cannot articulate?" "Not at all. It's just that my bladder is about to burst." Zhang Fan gestures towards a nearby public restroom, presenting his prepared excuse. "I really need to use the facilities." "Yet your expression does not seem to convey an imminent crisis," Mary questions skeptically. "I have a high tolerance," Zhang Fan responds. "Very well. Off you go." Mary appears to sense something amiss and waves her hand, adding, "We shall await you at the restaurant ahead. Once we finish dining, we will set off." "Understood." Zhang Fan acknowledges with a nod and promptly strides towards the restroom. Upon reaching the entrance, he glances around and, seeing no one in sight, swiftly ascends into the sky, heading towards space. Uncertain whether he remains within the Marvel Cinematic Universe or has indeed crossed into a new cosmos, he resolves to exercise caution and refrain from revealing his abilities indiscriminately. Once in space, Zhang Fan meticulously examines the planet beneath him, comparing it to the globe in his mind, and ultimately confirms that this celestial body is indeed Earth. He realizes he has not been banished by the Ancient One to another galaxy, but has been forcibly expelled from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thus, the spheres he glimpsed in that void must represent individual new worlds. Zhang Fan reflects on the visions he encountered amidst that emptiness. Thus, am I now a superhuman capable of traversing myriad worlds? Contemplating this notion, he suddenly felt his horizons expand, and even the lingering desire for vengeance against Gu he dissipated like smoke in that moment. In retrospect, he owed her a debt of gratitude. Had she not cast him into exile, he would have never unearthed this secret. Zhang Fan spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun's rays, which continuously elevated his power. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom. From this day forth, I shall do as I please. No longer burdened by the fear of inadvertently damaging the world and rendering myself homeless. After all, even if this world were to be irrevocably marred, I could effortlessly transition to another realm. "Mom, is Uncle Zhang Fan not coming?" Angela inquired before entering the vehicle. Mary, taking the driver's seat, replied, "Hurry and get in." "Angela, he is on a different path than us." "What a pity," Angela sighed, shaking her head. "I rather liked him." "Enough chatter, get in the car," Mary exclaimed. "We must return to Raccoon City today. I have work tomorrow, and you have school." Subsequently, Mary drove her pickup truck with Angela toward Raccoon City. Meanwhile that night, a horrifying massacre was unfolding in the Umbrella Corporation's underground laboratory, known as the Hive. The catalyst was a spy named Spence Parks, who, while attempting to steal the T-virus, inadvertently shattered a vial of the original T-virus solution. Unbeknownst to him, his careless actions precipitated an apocalyptic event. The shattered T-virus solution mingled with the air and infiltrated the ventilation system. By the time the laboratory's artificial intelligence, Red Queen, realized the situation, the T-virus had already permeated the entire underground facility, infecting all scientists, researchers, security personnel, and support staff within. To prevent the further spread of the T-virus and the unimaginable consequences that could ensue, the Red Queen, adhering to her program directives, made a horrifying decision to seal off the entire underground facility and eliminate all personnel within to prevent them from escaping and transmitting the virus to the outside world. Regrettably, the Red Queen's noble intentions went unrecognized. The Umbrella Corporation believed the AI had gone rogue and dispatched a team of mercenaries to the Hive to retrieve the Red Queen's motherboard. As the mercenaries breached the Hive's entrance, Pandora's box was opened, and the narrative of Resident Evil's first installment began to unfold. Chapter 107, Earth Online, Resident Evil DLC. As the sun rose and set, another day passed. Days later, Zhang Fan, who had been lying dormant in outer space. Finally opened his eyes. Upon awakening, the first action he took was to close his eyes once more, activating his super hearing, and then he floated in space, quietly attuning himself to the sounds of the universe. He sought to reaffirm that this Earth was indeed not the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, encountering a character like Coulson while battling zombies would be utterly amusing. The Earth remained unchanged, yet Zhang Fan discerned no sounds reminiscent of the Marvel realm. This absence further solidified his earlier conjecture that he was not within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but had traversed to another world. However, this solitary piece of evidence was insufficient. It merely indicated that he had indeed crossed into another realm, but did not substantiate the notion that he could traverse worlds at will. Thus, Zhang Fan embarked on the next phase of his investigation, activating his supervision to ascertain whether the delicate membrane he had torn upon leaving the Naruto realm was a mere coincidence or a predetermined occurrence. He believed that this extraordinary membrane, which manifested as visible or non-existent, represented the fabled world barrier and was the key to his ability to traverse dimensions. This test was crucial in determining whether his crossing was accidental or if he possessed the freedom to navigate worlds at will. As Zhang Fan's supervision once again reached the threshold, no unforeseen events transpired. The familiar haze, akin to viewing the world through a veil, returned. He instinctively grasped the soft membrane with his hands. Now, if he could tear this membrane once more, he could confirm whether he could freely traverse worlds. However, Zhang Fan opted against this course of action for a simple reason. He felt that he had gathered sufficient evidence to conclude that he could indeed traverse worlds without the necessity of tearing the membrane. It was worth noting that he held a keen interest in the apocalyptic world of Resident Evil, teeming with zombies, and he was reluctant to depart before even encountering a single zombie. Engaging in zombie combat and experiencing life in a post-apocalyptic setting presented an enticing game for Zhang Fan, especially now that his abilities allowed him to approach this world as if it were a game to be played. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that tearing the membrane would unleash an overwhelming, inescapable force, making it impossible for him to choose to remain. As the saying goes, since he had come this far, why not enjoy the experience before departing? Zhang Fan deactivated his supervision, and as his sight returned to normal, the membrane he had been grasping seemed to dissolve into another dimension, vanishing from his hands. He then returned from the cosmos to the restroom in the lounge, where he had parted ways with Mary and her daughter. On his journey back, he had already devised a plan to treat this world as a game akin to an online version of Earth. To this end, Zhang Fan deliberately suppressed his strength, employing telekinesis to create a virtual interface resembling a game panel for reference. While he could restrain his strength to the limits of an ordinary person, he deemed it unnecessary to suppress his reflexes, super senses, and his iron physique, for he disliked the feeling of being ambushed, particularly while engaged in a game. Moreover, it is entirely reasonable to exhibit some agility while playing basketball, and utilizing cheats in video games is not excessive either. Once these matters were settled, Zhang Fan's journey in the realm of Earth Online, Biohazard officially commenced. Upon emerging from the restroom in the rest area, he glanced back at it, astonished that this seemingly mundane facility was, in fact, his point of origin. The rest area was rather modest. Aside from the parking lot, there stood only a gas station and a motel that offered dining, drinking, and lodging. Although night had fallen, the hour was still early, and the rest area bustled with people refueling and dining. Ignoring the throngs, Zhang Fan set a primary objective for himself: to reach Raccoon City with utmost expediency. Thus, he made his way toward the neon-lit signpost, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, should bear the information pertaining to Raccoon City, as it was the same route taken by Mary and her daughter. Under the watchful eye of a man clad in a black jacket, Zhang Fan arrived beneath the flickering neon sign and examined it closely. As expected, aside from a medley of miscellaneous information, the sign displayed a singular address: Raccoon City. It indicated that Raccoon City was a mere 35 miles away. 35 miles? Zhang Fan swiftly calculated in his mind, arriving at a figure: 56327039914383, with the unit being kilometers. Such a distance? He inhaled sharply, deeply engrossed in his role, and shifted his gaze toward the parking lot, realizing that he needed to locate a vehicle. However, before departing, He resolved to stop by the convenience store at the gas station to procure some sustenance. Since basking in the sun, he had regained the sensations of an ordinary human, including the pangs of hunger. While this sensation was not particularly intense, it was certainly preferable to feeling nothing at all. Approaching the entrance of the convenience store, he noticed the door plastered with a plethora of posters and advertisements before he pushed it open. Ding dong, welcome! An electronic voice chimed as a store clerk raised their hands. And a man in a black jacket, donning a bandit mask and brandishing a handgun, turned to look at him. A robbery? Observing the scene before him, the thought crossed Zhang Fan's mind. Was this a delightful surprise before the game officially commenced? Excellent. This game indeed promised excitement. The man in the black jacket immediately aimed his gun at Zhang Fan, realizing that the newcomer was the peculiar figure he had spotted in the parking lot. Shaking the firearm, he spoke, "Take what you want and don't disturb me, or my bullets won't discriminate." At this moment, Zhang Fan anticipated that an option would appear before him, and a voiceover echoed in his ears. "The apocalypse is upon us." Confronted by a criminal in the act, will you step forth as a hero or choose to descend into villainy alongside the perpetrator? This narrative revolves around the dynamics of a confrontation. Zhang Fan, faced with the muzzle of a firearm, nonchalantly shrugged and remarked, "You possess the weapon. You are the leader. This time, your word is law." Upon receiving Zhang Fan's acquiescence to his proposal, the assailant clad in a black jacket shifted his focus solely on Zhang Fan before redirecting the gun towards the cashier, resuming his interrupted heist. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, with a basket in hand, perused the shelves for his desired provisions. "Move swiftly. Do not compel me to fire. Open that damned cash register at once." The urgency in the cashier's voice echoed as Zhang Fan, laden with groceries, pondered the situation. From their dialogue, it was apparent that both parties were novices in this scenario. The robber was inexperienced in his criminal endeavor, while the cashier was likely facing his first robbery, paralyzed with fear. Zhang Fan selected a can of soda from the beverage cooler, resolved to intervene. Just as the cashier managed to open the register, the assailant suddenly sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned to investigate, only to be met with a soda can smashing against his face. The impact struck him squarely on the bridge of his nose, causing him to recoil in shock. Seizing the moment, Zhang Fan stepped forward. His fist coiled like a tightly wound ball of fury and unleashed his full strength towards the robber's abdomen. Who threw that can? Regaining his senses amidst the pain, the assailant's first thought was of the peculiar figure in the tight black attire from that fateful evening. There was no one else present in the convenience store. "You imbecile! I pitied you and offered a chance, yet you dared to assault me. Just watch." The robber's threats were abruptly silenced as the searing agony in his midsection rendered him incapable of holding onto his firearm, which clattered to the ground. Zhang Fan calmly retracted his fist and stood upright. The assailant gradually sank to his knees, clutching his abdomen, gasping for breath as if he were a fish stranded on land, unable to emit even a cry of despair. "Thank you, sir. If not for your intervention, I would have faced severe reprimand from my boss." The cashier expressed his gratitude, witnessing Zhang Fan's decisive action against the robber. "Do not mention it. It was merely my duty." Zhang Fan glanced at the cashier, noting the youthful appearance despite the typical aging of individuals in the West. This attendant appeared quite young, perhaps only around 15 or 16, with a sprinkling of freckles adorning his face. He bent down to retrieve the handgun that had fallen from the assailant's grasp, examining the antiquated revolver, which bore a black grip and a gleaming silver body. Zhang Fan adeptly opened the magazine, revealing it was filled with 6 gleaming yellow bullets. He then closed the magazine and aimed the gun at the cashier. "Sir, what are you doing?" the cashier inquired. "I am, of course, robbing you," Zhang Fan replied, shaking the gun slightly while extending a hand. "Please, take out all the money." "Are you joking, sir?" The cashier hesitated. "I assure you, I am not joking." "Kindly expedite the process and retrieve the money," Zhang Fan replied calmly, in stark contrast to the frantic demeanor of the man in the black jacket. "All right," the cashier, dismissing the absurdity of the situation, hurriedly gathered all the cash from the register and placed it on the counter. Zhang Fan swept all the money into the basket containing food and remarked to the cashier, "Thank you for your cooperation. However, next time, please be a bit quicker and more astute. Not everyone possesses my level of patience." Facing the gun's threat, the young cashier nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will be more careful next time." "You are quite perceptive. I have high hopes for you," Zhang Fan said, casting a commendatory glance at the young man. "Until we meet again, then." With that, he reached for a pack of chewing gum and, basket in hand, retreated from the convenience store. As Zhang Fan disappeared from view, the cashier exhaled in relief. He then glanced at the man in the black jacket, who was still clutching his stomach on the floor. He reached beneath the counter for a long shotgun, but chose not to pursue Zhang Fan. Instead, he picked up the phone and dialed 911. Upon exiting the convenience store, Zhang Fan made his way to the parking lot, carrying the basket filled with money and food. Several vehicles were scattered about, yet none contained occupants. Unlike in the movies, he lacked the skills to pull wires from beneath the steering wheel and start a car with a simple connection. Thus, he had no choice but to wait for a fortunate encounter, hoping to borrow a vehicle to reach Raccoon City. Zhang Fan selected a spot in the parking lot with a clear view, seated himself, and began to snack from the basket as he awaited the arrival of a kindred spirit. Before long, a sleek black SUV slowly entered the lot. A fortuitous individual had arrived. Hastily discarding his snacks, Zhang Fan approached, basket in hand. Once the SUV parked, a family of 3 emerged, the parents chatting merrily while cradling their child. Zhang Fan approached them, concealing his revolver behind his back. Upon seeing a man in tight clothing blocking their path, the father instinctively positioned himself in front of his wife and child, frowning as he asked, "Sir, what is your business? I would like to request your assistance." Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Perhaps his amiable demeanor disarmed the father, who lowered his guard and inquired, "What sort of assistance?" In a straightforward manner, Zhang Fan emerged from behind, brandishing a handgun aimed at the male host, stating, "I wish to borrow your vehicle." Upon witnessing Zhang Fan suddenly draw his weapon, the male host was momentarily taken aback, but quickly raised his hands, subtly maneuvering to shield his wife. He implored, "Please remain calm. Do not harm us. I shall comply with your demands." "Hand over the car keys," Zhang Fan commanded, his gun still leveled. All right, I understand," the male host replied, gradually lowering one hand to reach into his pocket and retrieve the keys. "Excellent. Now toss the keys over here," Zhang Fan instructed. The male host complied, throwing the keys, which Zhang Fan deftly caught. Just as he was about to depart, an idea struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Where is your destination?" "Raccoon City. We were intending to go there," the male host responded, compelled by the threat of the gun. Zhang Fan glanced at the woman holding a child and advised, "Considering your cooperation, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not proceed to Raccoon City. Instead, find a remote rural area and stock up on supplies to lay low." Understood, the male host replied, though whether he would heed Zhang Fan's counsel remained uncertain. Chapter 109. The checkpoint on the road to Raccoon City. Zhang Fan drove, while chewing gum, rolling down all the car windows and cranking the stereo to its maximum volume. "I'm driving my neighbor's car, chasing the sunset." He sang along to the upbeat music, pressing the accelerator without restraint as he sped towards Raccoon City. Before long, a sign reading "Welcome to Raccoon City" flashed by the roadside. At this moment, Zhang Fan could discern a distinct crimson glow on the horizon, most likely emanating from Raccoon City. It appeared that Raccoon City was imminent, and the game of battling zombies was about to commence. Zhang Fan felt a rush of exhilaration, wishing he could instantly soar into the city. Alas, he could not, since he was engaged in a game. Adhering to certain rules was essential. Or else what was the point of playing? As he continued onward, he soon encountered a blockage on the road. This obstruction was not caused by other vehicles or zombies, but rather by 2 ancient-looking barricades, guarded by several fully armed soldiers. This was a makeshift checkpoint. Zhang Fan reduced his speed, gradually halting before the barricade. A soldier approached, tapping on the car window without uttering a word, merely gesturing with his hand, leaving Zhang Fan uncertain whether he was being signaled to lower the window or exit the vehicle. Through the window, Zhang Fan observed the soldiers. Each had their index fingers poised on the triggers, appearing highly vigilant, seemingly ready for combat. Could it be that my carjacking scheme has been exposed, and these individuals are here to apprehend me? Was my journey destined to conclude after merely 2 hours? Such a thought flickered through Zhang Fan's mind upon witnessing the formidable scene before him. Yet he swiftly dismissed this absurd notion. In his perception, the efficiency of American law enforcement could not be so remarkably high, particularly concerning the petty matter of a stolen vehicle. Observing that Zhang Fan had yet to lower his window, the soldier, perplexed and frustrated, rapped on the glass once more, this time with greater urgency. The surrounding soldiers, alerted by the sound, shifted their gaze and slightly raised their assault rifles, aiming them at Zhang Fan's darkened vehicle. Realizing that any further delay might provoke a lethal response from the soldiers, Zhang Fan knew he must confront the situation head-on. He resolved to take each step as it came, vowing not to relinquish his save file until the very last moment. He lowered the window, placing his hands atop the steering wheel in plain view, and feigned confusion as he inquired, "What seems to be the problem? Is there an issue?" The soldiers scanned the interior of the car, finding nothing amiss, and inquired, "Why are you taking so long to lower your window? Your armed presence is rather intimidating." Zhang Fan instinctively recoiled, his gaze evasive, embodying the essence of timidity as if it were etched upon his very face. Amused by Zhang Fan's demeanor, the soldier chuckled and asked, "Where are you headed?" "Raccoon City," Zhang Fan replied, his head bowed, striving to avoid revealing his full face. "Turn back. The entire city is under lockdown. No one can enter or exit," the soldier commanded, gesturing emphatically. "If you go in, you won't come out." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Zhang Fan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. A biochemical crisis had erupted in Raccoon City. The soldiers were not stationed here merely to intercept car thieves, but to prevent anyone from entering the city. With the concern for his own safety alleviated, a new dilemma emerged. How could he navigate through this checkpoint to continue his journey to Raccoon City? As he pondered his strategy for infiltrating the area, he queried, "What has transpired?" The soldier regarded Zhang Fan with curiosity, wondering why this man seemed to shed his cowardice so suddenly. Nevertheless, his duty was to turn back anyone attempting to reach Raccoon City, even if it required the use of force. While such measures were a last resort, he nonetheless explained, "A highly lethal infectious disease has emerged in Raccoon City, and it has been completely sealed off. Passage is forbidden." Listening to the soldier's explanation, Zhang Fan observed the soldiers carefully, calculating the odds of successfully breaching the checkpoint with force. However, upon witnessing the soldiers clad in full protective gear, complete with visors and armed to the teeth, he immediately dismissed the notion of a forceful breach. Such an imposing presence could only be overcome with modifications. A direct assault was utterly futile. While Zhang Fan pondered how to navigate this checkpoint, his gaze fell upon the remnants of a child's belongings left by the previous owner in the back seat, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. "Please allow me passage. My child remains in Raccoon City," he implored earnestly. This was his strategy to evoke sympathy, and if this approach failed, he would have no choice but to consider circumventing the checkpoint on foot. Upon hearing this, the soldiers seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, a father's concern was a sentiment he could empathize with. Yet, duty compelled him to respond firmly. "No, you must turn back. My child is unattended. I beseech you, let me through." Zhang Fan gazed intently into the soldier's eyes, contemplating one last attempt. If this too were unsuccessful, he would abandon his vehicle and find a way around the checkpoint. After all, one cannot allow the living to suffer unduly. "I must be candid with you. The situation in Raccoon City is dire. You would be risking your life," the soldier remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Fan's expression. "Yet, even knowing this, you still wish to go?" Zhang Fan detected a glimmer of hope in the soldier's words, his resolve strengthening. Nothing would deter him from confronting the undead. The soldier held Zhang Fan's gaze for a moment before turning to his comrade, shouting, "David, remove the obstruction and let him pass." The soldier named David promptly lowered his weapon and deftly moved the barricade aside. Though Zhang Fan yearned to accelerate away immediately, he understood the necessity of maintaining his facade. Even in a game, one must play with earnestness. He harnessed his telekinetic ability to gather a hint of moisture from the air and applied it to his eyes. In an instant, his eyes glistened, and with reddened orbs, he expressed his gratitude to the soldier, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Seeing Zhang Fan's display, the soldier appeared somewhat moved, waving him off with a solemn, "Hurry, your child awaits." Zhang Fan nodded gravely, rolled up his window, and pressed the accelerator to traverse the checkpoint. Behind him, David re-established the barricade. Once beyond the checkpoint, Zhang Fan quickly rubbed his eyes. He had exerted too much force while conjuring the moisture, leaving his eyes stinging and bloodshot. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. Having successfully passed through, Zhang Fan's journey ahead promised to be smooth sailing. Along the way, he witnessed the Umbrella Corporation frantically constructing walls at the city's periphery, establishing checkpoints. Yet they did not impede Zhang Fan's vehicle. Instead, They merely pointed and laughed at him as he drove into Raccoon City. Observing the derisive expressions of the armed personnel from the Umbrella Corporation in his rearview mirror, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smirk. How could this foolish bunch comprehend the exhilaration of battling zombies? Upon entering Raccoon City, Zhang Fan further reduced his speed, rolling down the window to scan the streets for any signs of the undead. At this point, Raccoon City had nearly succumbed to chaos. The outskirts appeared somewhat desolate. Yet the interior thrived with a cacophony of blood-curdling screams, gunfire, and explosions, flames raging in every direction. Not long after, he effortlessly spotted several staggering zombies by the roadside. He parked his car, turned off the ignition, and engaged the handbrake. However, before disembarking, he cast a cautious glance at the handbrake. Ensuring it was securely engaged was crucial, for without it, the vehicle could easily roll away, causing damage to both people and flora alike. Once satisfied that the handbrake was firmly set, Zhang Fan exited the vehicle, closed the door, and surveyed the distant zombies before lowering his gaze to search for a suitable weapon. The scattered zombies in the distance had already noticed Zhang Fan's presence, roaring and charging towards him. Perhaps due to their recent transformation, their bodies retained a certain freshness and elasticity, allowing them to move at a pace akin to a human jogger. They quickly closed in on Zhang Fan, who was still frantically searching for a weapon. With the zombies drawing near, panic surged within him. His rules dictated that he could not confront the undead unarmed. He could only flee when faced with such danger. At that critical moment, his eyes lit up as he spotted a street lamp that had been knocked askew by a car nearby. That's the one. Zhang Fan dashed over to the lamp, swiftly grasped it, and with 2 quick bends, broke it off from its base. He swung the street lamp a couple of times in his hands, his brow furrowing. While he could manage its weight, its considerable diameter and length made it unwieldy. It was difficult to wield with one hand. He could only hold it with both. Nonetheless, with the zombies closing in, even an awkward weapon was better than fleeing. "Let us get started," Zhang Fan shouted, gripping the 3-meter-long street lamp tightly as he charged forward. 3 zombies surged forward, and to be frank, their appearances were rather decent. Their bodies were relatively intact, devoid of missing limbs or grotesque features such as torn facial skin or exposed entrails. With a battle cry, Zhang Fan calculated the distance and leapt high into the air, wielding a street lamp. As he reached the apex of his jump, he aimed the lamp at one of the zombies' heads and swung down with great force. The lamp, propelled by Zhang Fan's strength and the acceleration of gravity, sliced through the air with a whistling sound and struck the zombie skull with a resounding thud. The impact was akin to a watermelon that had been frozen for a month and then thawed, exploding upon contact. Viscera of red, white, and black sprayed in all directions. But Zhang Fan remained unperturbed, shielded by his telekinetic aura. Despite the gruesome scene, the other 2 zombies remained undeterred, continuing their guttural shrieks as they charged at him. "Come on!" Zhang Fan bellowed once more, decisively stepping back. The proximity of the 2 zombies left him little room to execute another powerful leap. However, as the saying goes, sometimes one must withdraw their fist to strike with greater force. By stepping back, he evaded the zombies' onslaught, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, he thrust the lamp forward with renewed vigor. With a surge of energy, the hefty lamp head grazed one zombie's shoulder, toppling it, and then struck the other zombie squarely in the face, caving in its visage by several centimeters. Although this attack lacked the visceral thrill of the previous decapitation, it still sent the zombie flying several meters away, providing a satisfactory visual spectacle. The final zombie, now toppled to the ground and struggling, posed little threat. Zhang Fan, like a whack-a-mole champion, delivered a series of blows to its head with a lamp, ultimately dispatching it as well. With the 3 zombies dealt with, the street lay momentarily devoid of additional threats. Casting aside the now cumbersome lamp, Zhang Fan fell into contemplation over the corpses before him. He pondered whether his strength was excessive and if he should temper it slightly. Otherwise, dispatching zombies seemed almost too effortless. Ultimately, after much reflection, he concluded that maintaining his current power level was prudent. After all, this world held not only zombies, but also formidable evolved creatures like lickers and tyrants, making his strength merely adequate for the challenges that lay ahead. The second point is of great significance. This is a self-made single-player game, and the intent is to enjoy the game rather than be enslaved by it. If the difficulty is excessively high, it becomes a form of self-torture. To struggle for an extended period against a single zombie is rather disheartening. Chapter 111. The Sound of Gunfire. More importantly, he believes that dispatching a zombie with a single blow would appear quite impressive and exhilarating. In the course of life, such thrilling and aesthetically pleasing experiences are rare, and when encountered, one must seize the opportunity with both hands. After deliberating on how to address the initial attributes of the game, Zhang Fan set forth once more. This time, he opted not to drive, for the road ahead appeared rather unwelcoming, strewn with abandoned, wrecked vehicles, some even ablaze. Occasionally, he spotted a couple of grotesque corpses, remnants that even the zombies could not transform. Driving through such treacherous terrain would likely result in scrapes or collisions with these obstacles, causing damage to the borrowed vehicle. After all, he intended to return the car if the opportunity arose. As the old saying goes, one should return what is borrowed to facilitate future lending. Moreover, walking would allow him to scavenge for supplies along the way, searching for suitable weapons. He could not possibly exit the vehicle every time he encountered a zombie to seek out a weapon. He was hardly a master of arms, capable of wielding any object with finesse. Zhang Fan abandoned the car and continued on foot, leisurely progressing, pausing intermittently to survey his surroundings as if on an outing. Before long, he stumbled upon a metallic baseball bat and a blood-stained backpack beside a corpse on the roadside. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a metal baseball bat and a backpack. Zhang Fan muttered to himself as he approached, first picking up the metal bat and swinging it a few times. The bat sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Although its weight was slightly light for him, the ergonomic grip and the design, which favored a heavier head for increased striking force, pleased him, leading him to nod in approval. This was indeed a weapon befitting a normal person. Let the wretched streetlights be damned. He then set the bat aside, turning his attention to the blood-stained backpack. He hoped it might contain some valuable items, perhaps a stash of pistols and ammunition. Unfortunately, upon opening the backpack, he discovered it held only a few articles of male clothing, lacking anything that would catch his eye. Bah! Zhang Fan cast a disdainful glance at the corpse, muttering, "What a miser! Venturing out without even a gun, no wonder he was devoured by zombies." Nevertheless, these garments were not entirely useless to Zhang Fan, as he was still clad in a suit resembling a tight-fitting bodysuit made of vibranium. He emptied the contents of his backpack onto the ground, rummaging through the clothes until he discovered a rather appealing brown jacket, which he promptly donned. He then selected a pair of gray work pants and changed into those as well. Once clad in his new attire, Zhang Fan transformed into a quintessential resident of Raccoon City, no longer burdened by the absurdity of his previously tight-fitting outfit. He stowed a metal baseball bat upright in his backpack, leaving part of the handle exposed for easy access, and continued on his way with the bag slung over his shoulder. With a reliable weapon at his disposal, he was naturally inclined to seek out some zombies to test his mettle. However, he was uncertain whether the zombies on the street had been lured away or if they were inherently scarce. As he traversed the road, he encountered not a single zombie aside from the initial three. Undeterred, he pressed on, determined to find at least one zombie along this path. After passing through a roundabout, he casually chose a direction and, after a short while, found himself in a residential area. The houses here were charming little villas, each adorned with grassy gardens at the front, neatly aligned on either side of the road, creating a visually pleasing scene. To Zhang Fan's delight, he finally spotted the zombies he had been yearning to find. Some wandered in small clusters down the street, while others stood motionless in front of a house, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Fan's presence at the street corner. Without hesitation, he retrieved the metal baseball bat from his backpack and, opting not to ambush, shouted, "Long live Noxus." He then charged towards the nearest zombie with enthusiasm. His voice resonated throughout the neighborhood, prompting all the zombies on the street to turn and rush towards him with guttural roars. They approached in various states of mobility, some staggering, others jogging, while a few crawled out from beneath cars. Despite their differences in speed and physical condition, their expressions shared a singular, ravenous hunger for fresh flesh. Zhang Fan met the first zombie head-on, delivering a powerful swing that sent the creature flipping backward. While its skull did not shatter, it certainly suffered a catastrophic fracture. Armed with a lightweight baseball bat, Zhang Fan found his agility and speed of attack greatly enhanced, allowing him to deftly contend with the horde of disorganized zombies rushing toward him. The once tranquil residential area devolved into a scene of carnage, with blood and entrails strewn about. With each step he took, Zhang Fan swung the bat 3 times, each strike a lethal blow to the head. Fortuitously, his physical constitution prevented any decline in strength due to fatigue, allowing him to press on without hindrance. The zombies surged forward in relentless waves toward Zhang Fan. Yet one by one, they fell beneath the swing of his baseball bat. Just as Zhang Fan became consumed by the fervor of the fight, the curtains of a nearby house's second-floor window began to part slowly. It was evident that there were living individuals hiding within, for the undead would never draw curtains. They would simply shatter windows and leap through. "Let us assist him." A female voice resonated from behind the curtain. "No, Selena," a male voice interjected, firmly dismissing the suggestion. "With so many zombies outside, that man is doomed. If we attempt to help him, we might endanger ourselves." "Are we to do nothing then? Just watch?" the woman, Selena, inquired. "I don't know," the man replied. At that moment, a gunshot rang out through the street. Startled, Zhang Fan paused, unsure whom the shot had been aimed at. For safety, he swung his bat, knocking a zombie aside, and quickly maneuvered his way out of the encirclement, leaping atop a parked car. He turned to gaze in the direction of the gunfire. Chapter 112. The Fat Zombie Soon Enough. Zhang Fan spotted the shooter, a burly man with a thick beard from the second-floor window of a nearby residence. Upon noticing Zhang Fan, the bearded man tossed down a makeshift rope fashioned from a white bedsheet and beckoned vigorously, shouting, "Come over." Although Zhang Fan did not require assistance, he felt it impolite to refuse such goodwill. After all, this bearded man could potentially become an ally. Thus, he signaled an okay gesture in response. However, as Zhang Fan prepared to descend from the car's roof to approach the bearded man's abode, he found himself besieged by zombies. Looking around, he realized that the area surrounding the car was now teeming with the undead, leaving him with no feasible escape route. The bearded man, clearly aware of Zhang Fan's predicament, swiftly raised his firearm and aimed at the zombies encircling Zhang Fan's feet, pulling the trigger. Yet, nothing happened. No zombies fell, and it was evident that the bearded man's marksmanship left much to be desired, as his shot had missed entirely. Zhang Fan tilted his head to avoid the bullet, turning to regard the bearded man with incredulity, pondering whether this individual might actually wish him harm. The bearded man, noticing Zhang Fan's gaze, attempted to reassure him. "Do not worry, I will rescue you shortly." He then raised his weapon again, preparing to aim. "Do not shoot," Zhang Fan shouted urgently as he saw the bearded man about to fire once more. "I have a way to get out. Do not waste your bullets." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the bearded man responded confidently. "No problem. I have plenty of bullets left. I will get you out." Zhang Fan dared not allow the bearded man to continue firing. He leaped from the rooftop, treading upon the skulls of the undead, and swiftly escaped the encirclement of zombies. The audacity of Zhang Fan's actions left the bearded man on the second floor utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, that is martial arts. Truly remarkable skill." Once free from the throng of zombies, Zhang Fan stowed the metal baseball bat into his backpack and hurried down to the bearded man's floor, seizing a makeshift rope fashioned from bedsheets and scaling it with ease. "Greetings, my friend. I am Jack," the bearded man said, extending his hand with a mature demeanor. Jack, of similar height to Zhang Fan yet stout and appearing somewhat endearing, awaited a response. "I am Zhang Fan," he replied, shaking Jack's hand after sizing him up. "Hello. Hey, buddy, you were incredibly impressive just now," Jack exclaimed excitedly after their handshake. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively, surveying the room's contents as he nonchalantly remarked, "No need to be overly enthusiastic. It was merely a standard maneuver, nothing to marvel at." Jack's abode was modest, yet the wall adorned with collectibles and a katana hanging prominently caught the eye. The decor suggested that Jack was indeed the archetypical homebody. "Was that martial arts?" Jack inquired further. "Not at all," Zhang Fan replied. "Impossible, it must have been martial arts," Jack insisted, donning an expression that conveyed his intellectual superiority, as if he were immune to deception. Just as Zhang Fan was about to clarify, a series of violent thuds echoed from below, reverberating against the door. Jack hurried to the window, peering down, then turned to Zhang Fan with an air of confidence. "It's those zombies. They've discovered our location. But fret not. My door is a specially designed security door. They cannot breach it. As long as we remain silent, they will eventually retreat. However, No sooner had he spoken those words than a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from downstairs. Without needing to look, it was evident that zombies had infiltrated the premises. Zhang Fan glanced at Jack, seeking his reaction. Noticing Zhang Fan's gaze, Jack pondered for a moment before stating, "They must have entered through the window. As my windows are not fortified." He reassured Zhang Fan, "Do not worry. If we stay quiet, they won't ascend." In silence, Zhang Fan retrieved the metal baseball bat from behind him. "What do you intend to do?" Jack asked, bewildered by Zhang Fan's movement. "Fight the zombies," Zhang Fan replied, swinging the bat lightly. "What else? Play baseball? That would be far too perilous," Jack urged quickly. "There's no need to take risks. If we remain upstairs and keep silent, they won't come up." "Jack, do not move from here," Zhang Fan instructed, gripping the doorknob as he turned to say, "I shall return shortly." Without waiting for the bearded Jack to speak, Zhang Fan gracefully opened the door and stepped outside, ensuring to close it behind him. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illumination, yet this dim environment posed no hindrance to Zhang Fan. As he descended the staircase, he encountered a wandering zombie below. Upon spotting Zhang Fan, the creature, eager for fresh flesh, was about to let out a roar to express its excitement and summon its companions to share in the feast. However, in the next moment, it found its skull shattered by a metallic baseball bat. The sound of the skull cracking drew the attention of other zombies inside the house, prompting them to approach. Zhang Fan took refuge at a corner, lying in wait. As a zombie drew near, he struck its head with his bat, followed by a swift kick to prevent the corpse from obstructing the path. In a matter of moments, he had cleared the zombies from the house. After a quick survey of the ground floor, Zhang Fan discovered the route the zombies had taken to enter the building. Bearded Jack's assumption was correct. These zombies had crawled in through the window. However, one particularly hefty zombie had wedged itself in the window, unable to either enter or exit, causing a commotion among the horde behind it. The scene was quite amusing, reminiscent of a comedic film. Zhang Fan, not in a rush to slay the portly zombie, turned to return upstairs and inquire with Bearded Jack about a camera. Such a rare spectacle deserved to be documented. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he heard footsteps approaching. How could there still be zombies? He distinctly recalled searching the entire downstairs. Had he overlooked something? Despite the oddity of the situation, Zhang Fan raised his baseball bat, standing ready at the corner, waiting for the zombie to reveal itself for a decisive strike. Chapter 113. Bearded Jack is dead. The baseball bat, smeared with black blood and bits of red flesh, sliced through the air and came to rest before Bearded Jack's face. The abrupt stop of the bat, propelled by inertia, splattered Bearded Jack with grime, while the rush of air it generated parted his beard down the middle. "What are you doing down here?" Zhang Fan retracted the bat and remarked, "Did I not instruct you to wait above? I was worried something might happen to you." Bearded Jack replied, wiping the zombie filth from his face, his expression a mix of anxiety as he glanced at the bat in Zhang Fan's hands. "My friend did the same before he went out, but an hour later, I saw him mingling with them outside the window. I feared you might meet the same fate, so I wanted to help. I thought it would be safer for us to stick together." "Enough of that," Zhang Fan interjected, raising a hand to silence him. "Do you have a camera?" "A camera? You mean for taking pictures?" Bearded Jack, with a puzzled expression, inquired why the conversation had shifted to the seemingly unrelated topic of cameras. "I nearly had my head smashed in by your reckless swing. Shouldn't you be offering me some comfort instead?" "Yes, a camera for taking pictures. Do you have one?" replied Zhang Fan. Unbeknownst to him, Bearded Jack had other thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would likely disregard them. After all, what depth could one expect from a mere NPC? "No," Bearded Jack contemplated briefly before responding. "But I do have a handheld camcorder. Will that suffice?" "A handheld camcorder?" Zhang Fan pondered for a moment, deciding that photographs and videos served a similar purpose. "A camcorder will do. Hurry and fetch it. I shall await your return here." "All right," Bearded Jack obediently replied, turning to ascend the stairs with a deliberate clatter. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan remained downstairs, listening to the sound of zombies scratching at the door, awaiting Bearded Jack's return with the camcorder. After a short while, Bearded Jack came bounding down the stairs, clutching a camcorder. "What do you need a camcorder for?" he asked, approaching Zhang Fan and extending the device towards him. "Just wait a moment, and you shall see," Zhang Fan replied, accepting the camcorder, keeping the suspense alive. He fiddled with the device, but soon realized he was unfamiliar with its operation. Without revealing his struggle, he returned the camcorder to Bearded Jack, saying, "Follow me." Assist me in recording a video. Zhang Fan then guided bearded Jack to the window where a portly zombie was wedged. Upon seeing the two living beings before it, the trapped fat zombie erupted in frenzied roars, eager to devour Zhang Fan and his companion. Alas, its ample flesh rendered it immobile, firmly lodged in the window. The other zombies outside, hearing the excited cries of their larger comrade, became agitated and began banging against the walls beside the window. When bearded Jack caught sight of the stuck fat zombie, he exclaimed, "David, you know him?" Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. "He is the friend I mentioned," bearded Jack clarified, then turned to Zhang Fan and asked, "How did you manage this?" "What do you mean by how?" Zhang Fan was bewildered by the question. "How did you fit my friend into such a small window?" Bearded Jack gestured with his hands for emphasis. "It wasn't me. He wanted to squeeze in and got stuck," Zhang Fan explained, chuckling as he added, "Isn't it rather amusing?" "I fail to see the humor," bearded Jack replied, adding, "I find it quite terrifying." "Not amusing?" Zhang Fan pointed at the trapped fat zombie, perplexed. "Jack, look, it intended to crawl in and eat you, but it got stuck due to its size. Does that not strike you as humorous?" Bearded Jack listened to the howls of zombies outside, observing the slightly trembling walls, and with concern remarked, "Buddy, we should hasten back upstairs. They seem increasingly agitated." Noticing the fear etched on bearded Jack's face, Zhang Fan lost the inclination to take photos and with a swift motion, struck down the plump zombie lodged in the window, saying, "Let us head upstairs." Upon returning to the upper floor and securing the door, bearded Jack collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling heavily. The constant cacophony of zombies below weighed heavily on his psyche, instilling a deep-seated fear that they might break through the walls and invade. Once he settled, seated on the sofa, he felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, and his vision began to blur intermittently. Zhang Fan approached the window, drew back the curtains, and peered outside. The lawn was now overrun with zombies, yet the street beyond appeared deserted save for a heap of zombie corpses. Presumably, the zombies of the street had congregated in this vicinity. As Zhang Fan contemplated whether to employ kite tactics or a more aggressive approach to clear the zombies outside, he suddenly heard heavy breathing behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the source of the labored breaths was none other than bearded Jack, who had his eyes shut, his complexion ashen, and beads of sweat streaming from his forehead. "Jack, what is wrong?" Zhang Fan inquired. I don't know," bearded Jack replied, opening his eyes to reveal a feeble gaze. "I feel very unwell. Please help me." Upon observing the pallor of bearded Jack's eyes, Zhang Fan's suspicions grew. Could it be that bearded Jack had already contracted the T-virus? When had he become infected? Was it before Zhang Fan's arrival, or after? Before he could arrive at an answer, bearded Jack's eyes suddenly clouded over completely. With a guttural roar, he lunged towards Zhang Fan, arms outstretched, unsteadily rising from a sofa. The metallic baseball bat sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, as it struck bearded Jack's head with a resounding thud. The impact crushed one side of his skull, sending his body flying before it crashed heavily to the ground, never to rise again. After dispatching bearded Jack, Zhang Fan felt a profound sense of malaise. He had intended to leave with him. With his spirits dampened, he decided it was time to vent his frustrations. Chapter 114. The church. Zhang Fan stowed the metal baseball bat back in his backpack and approached the rack holding the katana. He grasped the weapon, drawing it forth to inspect. The katana gleamed with a cold light, its appearance commendable, albeit regrettably dull, serving merely as a decorative piece. However, for Zhang Fan, this posed little hindrance. Given his strength, the katana's sharpness was of little consequence. With the samurai sword in hand, Zhang Fan approached the window, opened it, and glanced down at the zombies on the grass below. Spotting a clear patch suitable for landing, he leaped without hesitation. Justice descended from the heavens. In midair, Zhang Fan drew his blade and struck down upon a zombie, cleaving it in two from head to toe. The sound drew the attention of the other zombies, and upon noticing the fresh flesh of Zhang Fan, they surged towards him in a frenzy. Unfazed by the encroaching horde, Zhang Fan swiftly severed the head of an attacking zombie with a single stroke and kicked another away. The kicked zombie collided with its companions behind, creating a wide space for movement. Stepping forward, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon the surrounding zombies, his blade rising and falling without a hint of hesitation, his eyes unwavering. In an instant, severed limbs and dismembered bodies were strewn about, blood and gore mingling in a gruesome spectacle. The gleaming samurai sword stirring a tempest of carnage amidst the undead. Having fought his way through the throng, Zhang Fan did not aim merely to escape, but to annihilate every last one of the zombies. With a fervent resolve, he twirled the sword in his hand and plunged back into the fray. After 3 furious charges, the once-dense horde had thinned considerably, with only a few lonely stragglers remaining. When he finally decapitated the last standing zombie, his sword was rendered nearly unrecognizable. The blade was twisted and deformed. Even the grip, once secured by a non-slip cord, had loosened to the point that had it not been for his extraordinary grip strength, he might have lost the weapon during the battle. Discarding the now useless sword, Zhang Fan retrieved a metal baseball bat from his back. The zombies had been thoroughly cleared, and it was time to explore elsewhere. However, as he surveyed the ground strewn with dismembered corpses, he felt a fleeting sense of disinterest in the relentless fighting. The endless cycle of combat and slaughter seemed utterly devoid of excitement, lacking any semblance of amusement. Yet, in a world beset by zombies, where communication was impossible and the only outcome was death, his or theirs, what alternative existed in this survival horror? Should he endeavor to build a sanctuary and save humanity? Shaking his head at the thought, Zhang Fan dismissed the notion as overly cumbersome. He had little patience for such endeavors and had never been fond of management strategy games. What then should he pursue? Contemplating his next source of amusement, he continued to walk along the street, gradually leaving the residential area behind. Not long after departing the neighborhood, a church came into view. Its entrance was barricaded by dozens of zombies, and as he observed their frenzied scratching and growling, a suspicion arose within him. There must be someone seeking refuge inside that church. Yet, this scene seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a moment in a film where the protagonist encountered a church besieged by crawlers. Naturally, when the hero from Resident Evil faced such a situation, it was only courteous to extend a greeting. With this thought in mind, he let out a resounding whistle towards the zombies gathered at the church entrance. The undead, upon hearing Zhang Fan's whistle, turned to behold him standing at a distance, abandoning their post at the door and rushing towards him with guttural roars. Observing the horde of a dozen or so zombies charging at him, Zhang Fan remained unperturbed, raising his baseball bat with deftness akin to striking moles, dispatching each one with swift precision. However, just as he contemplated approaching the door, a series of gunshots erupted from within the church, followed by screams and wails. It appeared that the protagonists and supporting characters inside were already facing an onslaught from the crawlers. While the protagonists were perilously engaged in their struggle, Zhang Fan stood outside the church, contemplating whether it would be more prudent to continue knocking or to burst in directly. Opting for the former might convey politeness. Yet he was uncertain if they had the luxury of time to answer the door. If someone responded, that would be fortunate. If no one did, he could appear rather foolish. Weighing these thoughts, Zhang Fan resolved to choose the latter course of action and kicked the church door with intent. With the force of 2 decades of training behind it, the kick shattered the 2 solid wooden barricades behind the door, flinging it open. Clearly, this door was no match for his might. Once the entrance swung wide, Zhang Fan quickly surveyed the interior, swiftly grasping the situation at hand. Inside the church were 3 individuals, 2 women and a man of African descent. One woman and the man leaned against the wall, firearms in hand, vigilant against the elusive crawlers, while another woman, clutching a camera, cowered behind a row of benches, trembling in fear. Moreover, 2 crawlers lurked within the church, grotesque in appearance, resembling their cinematic counterparts. Lacking eyes and skin, their crimson muscle tissue and pulsating brains were grotesquely exposed to the air, evoking a sense of revulsion. Enormous hands bore razor-sharp claws, and a long tongue writhed from their mouths, dripping saliva like an unending stream. The sudden intrusion of Zhang Fan captivated the attention of those inside the church, even prompting the woman hiding beneath the bench to peek out, raising her head to glance toward the entrance. The crawlers, too, turned their heads towards Zhang Fan, despite their lack of eyes. They possessed a peculiar ability to sense his presence. In the church, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive as all eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan. He sensed that it was time for him to step forward and lighten the mood. However, what should he say? After a moment of contemplation, he decided against uttering anything too ostentatious, as they were not particularly familiar with one another. Chapter 115. meeting the protagonist group after much deliberation and careful consideration. Zhang Fan ultimately chose to raise his hand and wave at the congregation within the church, smiling as he greeted them. "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you all." This seemingly simple salutation was, in fact, the result of Zhang Fan's meticulous contemplation, embodying his lifetime of social experience. What appeared to be a mundane greeting subtly conveyed an extraordinary presence. Like a silent thunderclap, while the surface remained tranquil, its core concealed a formidable power that demanded respect. On the surface, this greeting harmonized with the current environment, projecting goodwill towards the people in the church without appearing overly ingratiating, allowing for an effortless exit if necessary. To encapsulate this sentiment in idiomatic expressions, one might say it demonstrated a balance in approach and retreat, or showcased adeptness in navigating social interactions. Moreover, at a deeper level, this greeting served to remind those in the church that he was not a zombie, thus avoiding the distress of being mistaken for one. The playful tone of his salutation established a lively and mischievous first impression, fostering a sense of fondness among his audience. Most notably, the act of waving his hand before greeting was the essence of his approach. Its significance is apparent to those who understand its nuances. Truly, he was a man of exceptional intellect, navigating the situation with grace and precision. Just as Zhang Fan reveled in his own cleverness, the woman wielding a gun noticed a shadow descending from the ceiling, lunging toward Zhang Fan, who stood at the doorway. She promptly called out, "Be careful." However, there was no need for her warning. Zhang Fan had already observed the crawler's movement the moment it sprang into action. Faced with the oncoming threat, he remained unruffled, even feeling a hint of amusement. He pondered why the crawler would choose to attack him amidst so many others in the church. "Young man, your options are quite limited, are they not?" With calm composure, Zhang Fan drew a metal baseball bat from his back, gracefully sidestepping the crawler's clawed assault. He aimed for the exposed brain of the creature, swinging the bat with all his might. With a resounding crack reminiscent of a bursting balloon, the crawler's head exploded akin to a water-filled balloon, splattering white brain matter and red blood like a chaotic splash across the surroundings. Aside from the oblivious woman, the other two individuals in the church were taken aback by Zhang Fan's display of skill. Although the dim lighting obscured the finer details, they clearly witnessed the crawler being sent flying after its ill-fated assault on the man. In that moment, another crawler exhibited remarkable cunning. It refrained from targeting Zhang Fan. Instead, it seized the opportunity when its companion engaged Zhang Fan, diverting the attention of all present. Silently, it lunged toward the woman huddled beneath the rows of benches, akin to an ostrich, oblivious to its approach. Regrettably, despite its stealth, the woman armed with a pistol, stationed against the wall, spotted the movement. With astonishing reflexes, she raised her weapon and, without aiming, fired instinctively at the descending crawler. The sharp report of gunfire echoed through the church as the orange blaze of the bullets flickered rapidly. In less than a second, she emptied a 15-round magazine. Faced with such a barrage, the crawler, despite its agility, was inevitably struck, sustaining several gunshot wounds that disrupted its trajectory, causing it to crash heavily onto the rows of benches. The woman concealed beneath the benches was startled by the sudden appearance of the crawler and shrieked in terror, frantically scrambling away to distance herself from the grotesque creature. Drawn by the scream, the crawler rose from the ground, toppling several benches in its wake as it barreled towards the screaming woman. Meanwhile, the man, perhaps due to his steadiness, had yet to react. He maintained his aim, but hesitated to fire. The other woman, despite her swift shooting, found her reloading speed lacking. As the screeching woman appeared to be on the brink of death beneath the claws of the crawler, Zhang Fan, rather than rushing to her aid, turned his gaze toward the grand, stained glass window at the center of the church. A barely audible roar of an engine resonated, and in the next instant, a motorcycle shattered the colorful stained glass, hurtling into the church. The motorcycle barreled directly toward the last crawler, and at the moment of impact, the rider executed a backflip, dismounting with precision. The motorcycle collided violently with the crawler, pinning it down as it skidded to a halt against the wall. The rider, quick on her feet, drew two submachine guns from beneath her arms and unleashed a flurry of bullets toward the motorcycle, rather than targeting the immobilized crawler beneath it. The rapid fire echoed, and with a resounding explosion, the motorcycle's fuel tank ruptured, igniting a fierce blaze that engulfed the crawler. Trapped beneath the motorcycle, The crawler was utterly helpless, succumbing to the flames. Observing this familiar scene, Zhang Fan was instantly convinced that this was indeed the church where the main characters of the Resident Evil saga converged. He surveyed the individuals within the church, mentally aligning each with the memories etched in his mind. The woman who fired with such alacrity was undoubtedly Jill, a police officer of notable repute. The woman known as the Screaming Lady is a broadcaster from a television station named Terry, who later meets her demise at the hands of a zombie within the school. The man, a police officer and partner to Jill, is named Wells. However, it is likely that he has already been bitten by a zombie and will soon transform into one, only to be shot dead by Jill shortly thereafter. The woman who dramatically arrives on a motorcycle is none other than the protagonist, Alice, a flawless adaptogen to the T-virus. Once all the crawlers have been vanquished, the police officer Wells holsters his firearm and approaches Zhang Fan, glancing towards the grand doors of the church. Outside, the street is beginning to fill with scattered zombies, drawn to the gunfire and explosions that erupted from the church. "Help me out," Wells urges Zhang Fan. "Let's close the door, or these ghastly creatures will come barging in." "Absolutely," Zhang Fan responds, stowing his metal baseball bat into his backpack. Chapter 116. Virtual game. Zhang Fan and Wells each take a side to secure the church's grand doors. Unfortunately, due to the barricade that Zhang Fan had previously broken, the doors cannot be locked and will simply swing open with a push. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily move several benches to reinforce the entrance. At that moment, Jill strides up to Alice, casting a glance at Zhang Fan, who is busy blocking the door, and questions him with a firm tone. "Who are you?" Alice, removing a shard of glass embedded in her thigh, also looks at Zhang Fan, unfazed by Jill's tone. "I am Alice. As for him, I do not know him. We are not together." "Your movements were reminiscent of something out of film," Jill suddenly remarks. Alice remains silent, merely studying Jill, uncertain of the implication behind her words. "But I am not without merit," Jill continues, "though I have yet to try. I believe I could perform those movements as well." Alice, momentarily speechless, replies, "Then you are fortunate." "What do you mean?" Jill inquires. "They have altered me. I no longer know if I could be considered human," Alice responds coolly. "Who are they?" Jill presses. "The Umbrella Corporation," Alice replies. "The chaos in Raccoon City is a result of their machinations." Subsequently, Alice and Jill delve into an intricate discussion regarding the zombies and the Umbrella Corporation. Meanwhile, having secured the door, Wells approaches Zhang Fan with the same inquiry Jill posed, albeit in a gentler manner. "Hello, brother. I am Wells, a police officer. And you?" "I am Zhang Fan, a player," Zhang Fan replies as he takes a seat on a nearby bench. "A player?" Wells echoes, sitting beside him. "Are you referring to the kind that plays games?" "Indeed," Zhang Fan affirms. "I enjoy games as well." Wells responds, "What games do you play? Perhaps we are engaged in the same ones." Upon hearing Wells' inquiry, Zhang Fan cast a bemused glance in his direction and replied, "You must be familiar with this game. And indeed, you are currently engaged in it. Am I truly acquainted with it? And am I playing it at this very moment?" Zhang Fan's words piqued Wells' interest, prompting him to reflect on several games he indulged in after work, and he inquired, "Pray tell, what game do you refer to?" "Earth Online, Resident Evil DLC," Zhang Fan articulated. "Earth Online, Resident Evil DLC?" Wells had no recollection of such a title, and, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "You are mistaken. I have never played this game, nor have I even heard of it." Just as Zhang Fan was about to elaborate, Jill and Alice approached. "What are you discussing?" Jill queried. "Games," Wells responded. "What games?" Jill pressed on, her disinterest in gaming overshadowed by her instinct to uncover Zhang Fan's identity, a trait ingrained from her profession as a police officer. "Earth Online, Resident Evil something or other," Wells glanced at Zhang Fan. "It is Earth Online, Resident Evil DLC." Zhang Fan reiterated the title he had conjured. "Oh, I have not heard of it," Jill remarked, turning to Alice, asking, "Have you heard of this game?" Meeting Jill's gaze, Alice shrugged and replied, "Sorry, I never play games." Jill then shifted her attention to Terry, who trailed behind with little presence. "I have not heard of this game." Terry responded quietly. "Oh, it seems to be a niche game," Jill concluded. "Earth Online, Resident Evil DLC is hardly a niche game," Zhang Fan protested, rising to his feet. "How could I be unaware of a game that I'm playing?" Jill also stood, retorting firmly. As a female officer and a member of the elite STARS Alpha team, she had always exhibited a strong-willed demeanor. Wells rolled his eyes in exasperation. After nearly 3 years of collaboration with Jill, he was well acquainted with her nature. Observing Jill's reaction, Zhang Fan realized he had made an error. According to his conception, they were all NPCs, not players. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he pondered what would transpire if he divulged the plot of Resident Evil to them. Noticing Zhang Fan's silence, a faint smile crossed Jill's face as she began to lecture. Some games you may find enjoyable, believing everyone will play them, but in truth, is merely your preference. You are correct, Zhang Fan chuckled, responding. This game indeed has only me as its sole player. However, you're all participants as well. What do you mean? Jill inquired, puzzled. What I mean is that you all exist within a virtual game world, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Zhang Fan initially believed that his revelation would leave everyone utterly astonished, their worldviews shattered, leading them to reconsider their existence. However, Wells and Jill gazed at him with perplexity, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped the church. Fortunately, at that moment, Alice, having experienced the resurrection of the dead, spoke up with a mindset of cautious skepticism, inquiring, "Do you have any evidence?" Of course, evidence existed. Zhang Fan sighed in relief and responded, "Moreover, there's plenty of it." "Pray, elaborate," Alice replied, crossing her arms. "Let us begin with you," Zhang Fan said, pointing at Alice. "Your name is Alice, and you are a clone." "That is enough," Alice interjected, instantly dismissing Zhang Fan's claim as nonsense. She turned to the others and suggested, "We should focus on how to escape from Raccoon City." As she spoke, the group formed a circle, engaging in a lively discussion, primarily led by Alice and Jill, with Wells occasionally contributing. Terry, the least noticeable among them, found her role by nodding along and murmuring affirmations like, "Yes, you are correct." Observing their animated discourse, Zhang Fan did not abandon his earlier intention. He pondered how to convince them of his existence as a virtual entity. Given that revealing the plot would likely not sway them, he resolved to present some tangible evidence. Chapter 117. "I apologize. I am a player. Wait a moment," Zhang Fan suddenly exclaimed, interrupting their fervent discussion. The group halted and turned their attention to him. Curious about his interruption, Alice asked, "Do you have a question?" "Folks, I have additional evidence that supports my claim about this virtual world not being a jest," he declared, as telekinesis began to gather moisture from the air. Zhang Fan's eyes shimmered with an almost ethereal glow, enhanced by his earnest gaze and barely perceptible heat vision. "Look, my eyes are shining," he exclaimed. "Please, grant me another chance." Upon hearing his words and witnessing his sincere expression, Jill, Alice, and Wells exchanged glances, communicating silently. "What do you think, Jill?" Wells blinked several times, silently inquiring. "I suggest we ignore him. He is likely experiencing severe mental strain due to external circumstances, causing him to hallucinate. I suspect he may have escaped from a mental institution." Jill swiftly replied with a silent flutter of her eyelids. "Let him speak. I fear he might lose control mid-conversation." Alice interjected with a blink. "How did you perceive our silent exchange?" Jill asked, her surprise evident. "Nothing much," Alice replied with a subtle smile, her eyelids fluttering. "I used to be the head of security for an umbrella company, proficient in over 100 passwords and fluent in more than 20 forms of silent communication." Just as Jill contemplated the irony of their existence, Wells blinked and silently remarked, "Jill, why do you label him a lunatic? He seems perfectly normal when I converse with him. He hardly resembles a madman. I've observed him donning a tight-fitting black outfit." Jill explained, blinking in response. "What normal person would venture out in such attire? It merely indicates he has peculiarities. It does not confirm he is insane." Wells blinked back. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Jill raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening, and her eyelids fluttered more heavily. Terry, the radio broadcaster with a camera, watched the group, her eyelids blinking incessantly. She felt as though, despite standing among them, she was merely a spectator. With tears in her eyes, she vowed, "Enough with the commotion." Alice interjected, "I propose we decide by blinking. The minority shall yield to the majority." Jill and Wells exchanged glances, both blinking in agreement with Alice's suggestion. "Since everyone concurs, let us commence," Alice declared, her eyelids fluttering again. "I agree. I concur." Wells blinked, turning to Jill. Jill rolled her eyes, blinking. "Were you looking at me for if you all agree?" "It's settled then. We shall grant him another chance." Alice blinked affirmatively. After a silent exchange, the trio ultimately resolved to give Zhang Fan another opportunity. With arms crossed, Jill announced. We shall grant you one more chance. You shall not be disappointed. Come, look here. This is the evidence I wish to present, Zhang Fan said, revealing a confident smile akin to a magician's, his palms facing outward towards Jill and the others, then crossing over his chest while indicating them to observe the area around his heart. I see nothing. Jill turned to Wells, inquiring, Did you see anything? Wells shook his head, replying, I did not see anything either. Alice's expression grew solemn. She felt as though she had been duped. Meanwhile, Terry, the broadcaster, remained uncertain about the situation and dared not speak. Look, Zhang Fan said, sweeping his hand across his chest, where a glowing panel materialized before them. This was the attribute panel he had initially created by manipulating the air with psychokinesis, which he had been unable to use until now. What is this? Jill questioned, as Wells began to doubt his own existence, turning to Jill, eager for her clarification. It might be some projection or, at that moment, Jill found herself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation for the panel based on her extensive experience. Alice remained silent as she approached the panel, slowly extending her hand in an attempt to touch it. However, her hand passed through the panel without making contact. This is my game panel. Now you must believe my words. Zhang Fan observed their astonishment, a sense of exhilaration swelling within him, feeling that all his preparations had not been in vain. Why haven't we? Alice withdrew her hand and posed a pivotal question. That is because you're all NPCs in the game, Zhang Fan replied. How could NPCs possess player tribute panels? We are NPCs? Jill waved her hand dismissively, asserting, impossible, absolutely impossible. I can think, I can make my own decisions. I'm fully aware that I'm not an NPC. Alice gazed into Zhang Fan's eyes and asked, Throughout your lives, have you ever pondered these questions? Why have you never encountered extraterrestrial life? Or why has it never appeared? Why is there a limit to speed? Without waiting for their responses, Zhang Fan began to recount an intriguing theory he had come across online. My world has reached a developmental impasse. To seek a path for civilization, we constructed a colossal computer, one capable of computing the universe. So this world is merely an illusion? I'm just a program? Wells murmured to himself. It was evident that Zhang Fan's words had left him bewildered, now questioning the very essence of his existence. Jill's reaction was even more dramatic. She drew her gun and aimed it at Zhang Fan, reasoning that if the problem could not be resolved, then eliminating the one who posed the problem would suffice. She believed that by disposing of Zhang Fan, all issues would cease to exist. The only one remaining somewhat composed, Alice swiftly pressed down on Jill's gun. Addressing both Jill and Wells, Descartes once stated, I think, therefore I am. As long as we continue to think, does it truly matter whether we are virtual? Jill gradually exhaled a deep breath, allowing her mind to cool, her intellect reclaiming its dominance. She then looked up at Zhang Fan and asked, Why are you telling us this? Chapter 118. Zhang Fan did not respond immediately to Jill's question. He paused to consider how he should present himself to them. Should he embody the persona of a benevolent helper, or that of a bored player merely seeking amusement? After contemplating, he decided against constructing a persona that contradicted his true self, as deceit would inevitably reveal its flaws. Thus, he replied, I simply wanted to observe your reactions. Are you satisfied now? Jill scoffed. Quite so. Your reactions are rather amusing, Zhang Fan replied with a grin. You dog. Jill, exasperated, attempted to hurl an insult, but was interrupted mid-sentence by Alice, who interjected to halt Jill's ensuing tirade. She inquired of Zhang Fan, Is what you just said true? Zhang Fan retorted, What did I say? Earlier, he had exerted considerable effort to deceive the protagonist group with a plethora of words, and now found himself uncertain about which statement Alice was referencing. You mentioned for the first time that I am a clone. Alice assisted Zhang Fan in recalling. Oh, so that is what you're asking about, Zhang Fan realized. And he then provided Alice with a definitive affirmation, responding clearly, Indeed, it is true. You are a clone. But you are now stating that we are all NPCs. Mere virtual entities, Alice continued, perplexed. Why would one clone a virtual being? Upon hearing Alice's inquiry, Jill's eyes lit up. She sensed that Alice had uncovered a logical flaw in Zhang Fan's words and interjected, Yes, why would one clone a virtual entity? Wells, on the other hand, displayed no reaction, muttering to himself with peculiar behavior, though no one besides Zhang Fan had yet noticed his oddity. As for our radio announcer, Terry, she remained engrossed in the implications of Zhang Fan's earlier statements, struggling to comprehend how she had come to be deemed as false. Faced with Alice's question and Jill's challenge, Zhang Fan calmly replied, "This question is quite easily explained." "Then do elucidate swiftly." Jill interjected, "Stop dragging your feet. Are you perhaps concocting an excuse on the spot?" Among them, Jill found it most difficult to accept the worldview that Zhang Fan had revealed, had it not been for Alice's intervention. She might have succumbed to despair after confronting Zhang Fan with a firearm. Despite Wells appearing utterly disoriented, his demeanor more exaggerated than Jill's. Much of his condition was due to the damage inflicted upon his brain by the T-virus. Meanwhile, the radio announcer Terry had yet to fully grasp Zhang Fan's assertions. "Do not rush." Zhang Fan glanced at Jill and leisurely explained, "Since this is a computer-generated virtual world, it can undoubtedly be controlled or predicted." He paused momentarily, then asked, "Do you understand what I am saying?" "I can comprehend," Alice replied in a subdued tone, a vague thought flickering in her mind, hinting at a hypothesis. Observing Alice's acknowledgement, Jill, unwilling to be outdone, asserted, "Such a simple concept, how could I possibly fail to understand it?" "That is reassuring," Zhang Fan nodded, continuing, "since it can be predicted. I had already foreseen how the narrative of this world would unfold upon my arrival." "That does not necessarily clarify the matter," Alice responded, though she had begun to suspect something, her heart still clinging to a glimmer of hope. "Alice, you serve as the head of the security department at Umbrella Corporation. Yet these are merely fabricated memories. In reality, you are a clone of Alicia Marcus, a high-ranking official within the company, a perfect adapter to the T-virus. Your reflexes and strength surpass those of ordinary humans, and your intellect has exponentially increased. You possess remarkable regenerative abilities, and as time progresses, upon becoming the ultimate evolution of the T-virus, you may even acquire psychokinetic powers, enabling you to manipulate thought waves." Zhang Fan recounted Alice's experiences and abilities with great familiarity. "Impressive. No wonder you were able to perform those cinematic feats earlier," Jill remarked, her eyes wide with amazement as she gazed at Alice. She was aware of Alice's prowess, but had not anticipated its magnitude. In response to Jill's compliment, Alice felt no sense of joy. Instead, her complexion paled, a chill coursing through her. After detailing Alice's capabilities, Zhang Fan posed a question. "Do you understand why I know so much about you?" Alice shook her head, harboring suspicions, yet hoping to be mistaken. "Because you're the protagonist of this world for the next decade," Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jill, though skeptical of Zhang Fan's assertion, could not resist inquiring, "What about me? What will happen to me?" Zhang Fan glanced at her and stated, "You are merely a minor character, so I have not paid much attention. You likely met your end somewhere." "Nonsense. With my abilities, how could I possibly be a minor character?" Jill nudged Alice and asked, "Isn't that right?" At that moment, Jill noticed Alice's pallid complexion and inquired, "Alice, what is wrong? You are the protagonist, yet your face looks dreadful. Even I, a minor character, do not look as bad as you." Ignoring Jill's, Alice directed her question to Zhang Fan. "Has the disaster in Raccoon City not been contained? Is the T-virus spreading? How do you know this?" Zhang Fan cast a surprised glance at Alice before responding, "By dawn, Umbrella Corporation will launch a tactical nuclear missile at Raccoon City, obliterating it entirely and eradicating all evidence. However, the T-virus will not vanish in the explosion. Instead, it will be propelled into the atmosphere, spreading throughout the world. With Umbrella's machinations, the entire globe will succumb." "You mean our world is doomed?" Jill interjected. "Indeed," Zhang Fan affirmed. Alice regarded him intently and asked, "Is there any way to avert this?" "Perhaps," Zhang Fan replied after a moment of contemplation, uncertain whether the final vial of antidote was developed by Umbrella afterward or existed long before. Chapter 119. "There is either something or there isn't," Jill said, her tone somewhat brusque. "What do you mean by perhaps?" "I am uncertain whether the Umbrella Corporation has developed an airborne antidote within the next decade," Zhang Fan explained, raising his hands in exasperation. "You claim that a virus has obliterated the world. Thus, the virus must hold considerable significance. Conversely, it follows that the antidote is equally vital and cannot be overlooked." Upon reaching this deduction, Jill turned to Zhang Fan with skepticism, questioning, "Given that you have witnessed the trajectory of the world's narrative, how could you remain oblivious to such a crucial matter?" "To think you could pose such a question," Zhang Fan remarked, his expression reflecting disbelief that Jill could even inquire about this. "What is that expression on your face?" Jill, known for her fiery temperament, felt her long-held worldview shatter, accumulating an excess of emotions with no outlet. Confronted with Zhang Fan's incredulous gaze, the fire within her, previously stifled, erupted uncontrollably. In a fit of rage, Jill raised her pistol toward Zhang Fan, her fragmented sanity urging her to declare, "Answer my questions swiftly, or I shall shoot you without regard for whether you are a player or prophet." Nearby, Alice swiftly seized Jill's firearm, her voice steady as she admonished, "Jill, calm down. Look at that." Zhang Fan mocked, grinning at Jill. "This is precisely why you are a mere supporting character, while Alice takes center stage. How dare you? I shall teach you a lesson." Jill, already on the brink of collapse, lost her composure at Zhang Fan's taunts and lunged at him. However, Alice restrained her, holding her tightly. Why provoke her when she is already emotionally unstable? Alice questioned, firmly gripping the struggling Jill. "Because I find it amusing. Your opinion is irrelevant." Zhang Fan replied with a playful shrug. As Alice furrowed her brow, preparing to respond, Zhang Fan suddenly appeared, struck by a revelation, gazing at Alice with astonishment. "Surely, you do not believe that my lengthy discourse was intended to assist you?" Upon noticing Alice's grim countenance, he continued incredulously, "You can't truly think we are allies." "Let me go, Alice. I want to confront him one-on-one," Jill shouted vehemently. "One-on-one." Zhang Fan could not suppress his laughter, responding, "Jill, you jest. Even if I stood here and allowed you to attack me, you would not inflict any harm. Do not move. Watch as I crush your manhood," Jill retorted, turning to Alice with a steely gaze. "Alice, release me. I know what I must do." "Let her go, Alice," Zhang Fan added. "Today, I shall make Jill understand the meaning of impotent fury." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Alice released Jill from her embrace and retreated to a distance, granting them the space they required. After all, they were all adults. One could only temporarily intervene, and the issues at hand would inevitably need resolution. Once freed, Jill took a deep breath, twisted her neck, and shook her legs. With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Fan, she began to stretch her limbs, leisurely making her way towards him. It seemed Jill felt a sense of certainty as she glanced at her own fists and declared to Zhang Fan, "You still have time to beg for mercy. I might consider going easy on you." Suppressing a smile at Jill's audacious demeanor, Zhang Fan crossed his arms and replied, "Put some effort into it. Don't hold back." No sooner had he spoken than Jill, with lightning speed, delivered a kick to Zhang Fan's groin, aiming for a decisive victory. Observing Zhang Fan's unchanging smirk, seemingly unperturbed, Jill envisioned the next moment, him rolling on the ground, clutching himself while she stood nearby, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. However, contrary to Jill's expectations, when her kick made contact with Zhang Fan's groin, she experienced none of the anticipated sensation of triumph. Instead, it felt as though she had struck solid steel. Had this man concealed a metal plate within his trousers? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. What was it like to kick a solid object? "Ah, my foot." Jill could not stifle a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling about, clutching her ankle. Given Jill's background, she had undergone professional training. A mere kick against steel should have been well within her threshold of pain. Yet, the disparity between expectation and reality overwhelmed her. She had anticipated a certain victory, but instead encountered an immovable barrier, leading her to react as if she were an ordinary person writhing in pain. Alice, observing from the sidelines, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Jill, after landing a blow on Zhang Fan's vulnerable spot, was the one crying out in distress. What led to this altercation? Terry, the radio announcer, approached Alice, inquiring. Alice glanced at Terry and asked, "What were you doing just now?" "I was pondering his words." Terry indicated towards Zhang Fan. "Have you figured out now?" Alice probed. "Not at all. It's far too convoluted. I can't make sense of what's genuine and what's not," Terry replied, visibly troubled. Was what he said truly that complicated? Alice responded, perplexed. Terry chose not to answer, but instead asked, "Can you explain to me what instigated their fight?" Thus, Alice began to recount the events leading up to the confrontation in detail, while also elucidating Zhang Fan's remarks. The situation unfolded as such. On the other side, Jill finally restrained the pain in her foot and managed to rise from the ground. "Did you hide a metal plate inside?" Jill inquired, suppressing her discomfort. "No," Zhang Fan replied. "That's impossible. Then why did I kick something hard?" Jill expressed her disbelief. "Because you're a player, and I'm a player too," Zhang Fan casually remarked. "It is impossible for NPCs to harm players." Impossible. Jill immediately countered. Zhang Fan's assertion that NPCs could not injure players was met with Jill's skepticism. She could hardly fathom such a concept. Would that not imply he could act without consequence? The truth was evident before them. Zhang Fan shrugged, stating, "Your disbelief is futile. To you, I am invincible." Jill refrained from engaging in further banter. The truth would reveal itself through action. She was not one to blindly accept another's words. Despite her injury, she still possessed her fists, capable of delivering a blow. Jill stepped forward, leaping on one foot to unleash a powerful punch, striking with great force at Zhang Fan's nose. Regrettably, Zhang Fan had not lied. To Jill, he was truly invincible, his face as unyielding as steel. Jill once more collided with this unbreakable barrier. Yet this time she restrained some of her strength, mentally preparing herself. Even after absorbing the blow, Zhang Fan retained his smile. In fact, Jill's punch was nothing more than a trivial nuisance to him. After delivering the strike, Jill's hand trembled uncontrollably. Yet she refrained from vocalizing her pain, not due to readiness, but because her heart ached deeper. Zhang Fan's words held truth. He was right, and his honesty inflicted the greatest wound and profoundest anguish upon her. "Do you believe me now?" Zhang Fan yawned, adding, "If you remain skeptical, you may continue to test it." Jill fell silent, bowing her head as she limped back. "Have you given up?" Zhang Fan taunted her retreating figure, his voice ringing mockingly behind her. "Didn't you just boast so fiercely? You were going to teach me a lesson to end my life. Oh, your threats truly terrify me." As Jill heard the derisive remarks echoing behind her, her teeth clenched tightly in frustration. She had never endured such ridicule throughout her life. Yet Zhang Fan was indeed invincible. She was powerless to retaliate. Would she have to endure this humiliation for eternity? At that moment, her gaze fell upon Wells, whose body trembled slightly beside her. Having worked alongside him for many years, Jill understood his character. He would never mock her. His quivering form was a testament to his anger on her behalf. If she approached him, Wells would surely offer her comfort. Jill dared not act, nor could she bear to meet Wells' gaze. A person as resolute as she was preferred solitude over the comfort of others. Yet, she soon approached Wells, not in search of solace, but drawn by the sight of the pistol in his hand. If fists cannot conquer you, then perhaps you shall taste a bullet. A thought surged within Jill. Let us see if you can withstand a bullet. Meanwhile, Alice, witnessing the conclusion of Zhang Fan and Jill's confrontation, ended her conversation with Terry and addressed Zhang Fan. "Enough, there is no need to continue. You have emerged victorious." At that moment, Jill had reached Wells' side and, in a sudden motion, seized the pistol from his grip, turning it towards Zhang Fan. Invincible? Let us put that to the test. With unwavering resolve, Jill fired at Zhang Fan. The unexpected turn of events left Alice speechless, only able to cry out, "Jill, don't!" Bang, bang, bang. Jill's exceptional marksmanship allowed her to empty the chamber of her gun at Zhang Fan with astonishing speed. However, when she inspected the aftermath, she was rendered motionless. For Zhang Fan stood unscathed, a smile adorning his face. At a distance of no more than 5 meters, Jill was certain she had not missed, and the holes in Zhang Fan's jacket confirmed her hits. Yet why did he not fall? Why was there no blood? Why did he remain there, grinning? Alice, who had been poised to rush forward, was equally stunned. What is happening? Is it not strange to be unafraid of bullets? Zhang Fan brushed off the holes in his jacket, leisurely remarking, "I've told you before, I am a player. You cannot harm me. Why can't you believe that?" In the church, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all trapped in a state of bewilderment. "I would mind putting on a show," Zhang Fan continued, "but I detest being threatened with a gun without prior discussion. Oh, by the way," he said, glancing at Jill, "in addition to being invincible, I can also control your body at will." With a gesture toward Jill, he commanded, "Kneel." To her astonishment, Jill found herself compelled to kneel, as if her legs no longer belonged to her. No matter how she struggled, they remained firmly planted on the ground, refusing to rise. "How does it feel?" Zhang Fan asked, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he gazed at the kneeling Jill. "If you have the courage, then kill me," Jill retorted, fixing her furious gaze upon Zhang Fan, embodying a spirit unafraid of death. "Who permitted you to look me in the eye?" Zhang Fan replied. At that, Jill's head involuntarily bowed, her forehead and lips pressed against the cold floor of the church. The humiliation of being manipulated so freely proved unbearable for the proud Jill. Yet with her mouth pressed firmly against the floor, she could only emit muffled whimpers, unable to utter a single harsh word. Finally regaining her composure, Alice was struck with fear upon witnessing Zhang Fan controlling Jill's body, her hand instinctively reaching for the shotgun behind her. Zhang Fan turned to look at Alice and asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" Alice quickly lowered her hand, responding, "No." "That's good to hear." Zhang Fan replied with a smile, before turning his attention back to the nearly prostrate Jill on the ground. Alice hesitantly began, Jill, what do you wish to convey?" Zhang Fan inquired, gazing at her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Alice slowly articulated, "Jill acted impulsively. Could you possibly let her go?" After a brief contemplation, Zhang Fan responded, "All right. Thank you." Alice exhaled in relief. "However, I have one condition," Zhang Fan added. "What condition?" Alice's heart raced anew at his words. Chapter 120. Tension or not? Relax. Don't be tense. My condition is rather simple. Observing Alice's anxious demeanor, Zhang Fan offered a word of reassurance. "I am not tense," Alice firmly denied. "You are lying. I can see your heart rate accelerating," Zhang Fan countered without hesitation. Exposing Alice's facade. "Not tense means not tense. I have no reason to lie," she insisted, maintaining an impeccable expression, revealing no sign of distress. As for Zhang Fan's claim regarding her racing heartbeat, she dismissed it, as she often employed such tactics herself. Generally speaking, it mattered little if one misstepped in such matters. But a correct observation could impose immense pressure, potentially causing the other party to falter. Unbeknownst to Alice, Zhang Fan truly perceived the rapidity of her heartbeat. "Then why is there sweat on your forehead?" he pressed, growing impatient with Alice's persistent denial. He found himself particularly irked by those stubborn individuals who refused to acknowledge their own faults. Inwardly vowing to compel her to confess her nervousness, he thought, "I will not relent until you admit you're on the verge of losing control." Alice, maintaining her composure, casually brushed her forehead and, after wiping away the perspiration, replied nonchalantly, "It's merely because it's too warm in the church, not due to nervousness." "Warm? I cannot perceive any heat," Zhang Fan remarked, gesturing toward the petite figure of Terry, who still donned a coat. "People react differently," Alice calmly retorted. "Perhaps I am just more prone to sweating." In just a few brief sentences, Zhang Fan realized that his eloquence would not compel Alice to admit her nervousness. Thus, he thought it only fitting to employ a small ruse. "Very well. Since you are not nervous, then Jill is of no use," he declared, as he leisurely approached Jill and placed his foot upon her head. "Wait," Alice interjected hastily. "What does my lack of nervousness have to do with Jill?" "I spared Jill out of respect for you," Zhang Fan retorted, turning his gaze back to her. "However, I sense a lack of respect from you, which leads me to believe that I need not extend my courtesy to someone who disrespects me." "I do not disrespect you," Alice replied, feeling bewildered. She could not fathom how her few words had suddenly transformed into a perceived affront. At that moment, the unobtrusive Terry approached, eager to voice a fair perspective. "We did not mean to disrespect you," she began, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhang Fan. "Be silent. This matter does not concern you. If you wish to avoid trouble, find a shady corner and remain there." As soon as Zhang Fan uttered these words, Terry promptly closed her mouth and quietly retreated to the wall. Observing Terry's retreating figure, Zhang Fan nodded silently, appreciating her compliance. Having dealt with the unwelcome interruption that was Terry, Zhang Fan turned to Alice and asserted, "You do indeed lack respect for me." "In what manner have I disrespected you?" Alice inquired, realizing that Zhang Fan's treatment of Terry was merely an attempt to torment her. "My body is impervious to harm," Zhang Fan provocatively questioned. "Isn't that impressive? Quite formidable." Alice paused, adding another descriptor, "Simply unimaginable. I can manipulate your bodies at will." Zhang Fan demonstrated by making Alice perform an extravagant split before releasing her, and then inquired, "Is that powerful?" "Very frightening," Alice replied as she stood, echoing her previous sentiment with an added adjective, "truly terrifying." "Yet, before someone as unimaginably powerful and fearsome as I, you claim to be unperturbed?" Zhang Fan stated, "You exhibit no signs of anxiety, which leads me to suspect that you harbor contempt and disrespect towards me. Is that truly the reason?" Alice was left in shock, pondering the absurdity of his logic. Her first thought was that Jill's earlier comment might hold some truth. Could this person genuinely be unhinged? Nevertheless, regardless of Zhang Fan's mental state, Jill still required saving, and Alice resolved to offer an explanation. That is not the case. However, before Alice could finish her explanation, Zhang Fan interrupted her once more, locking eyes with her and asking, "So, are you nervous?" Alice averted her gaze and finally admitted, "I am quite nervous." "How nervous?" Zhang Fan pressed further. "Extremely nervous," Alice replied. Upon hearing Alice's response, Zhang Fan's face betrayed disappointment. Her answer was utterly uninspired, and he found it unappealing. "Your reply is far too perfunctory," he remarked, as beads of nervous sweat began to bead on his forehead. Alice then attempted a different answer. However, Zhang Fan shook his head again, commenting, "This is slightly better than the previous one, yet I have already witnessed your anxious demeanor. Overall, it lacks originality, and I remain dissatisfied." Alice fell silent, pondering how to articulate her thoughts in a manner that would please Zhang Fan. She perceived that his behavior was undeniably that of a disturbed individual, beyond explanation. Thus, she understood that she could not employ conventional reasoning. Rather, she needed to embrace the mindset of one grappling with mental turmoil to truly grasp his perspective. After a moment, seeing Alice still unresponsive, Zhang Fan spoke again. "Respect for others is a sentiment that resides within. If you cannot embody it, expressing it 1,000 times is futile. It is best not to force yourself." As he spoke, he lifted his foot, ready to bring it down. With his strength, there was little doubt that Jill's head would not withstand the blow. In that critical moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in Alice's mind, and she blurted out, as if possessed by the spirit of a disturbed individual, "I was so nervous, I nearly lost control of my bladder." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan halted his foot's descent, a smile finally gracing his face. Alice, the protagonist, had indeed seized the moment. He had not been merely intimidating her. Had Alice failed to articulate her thoughts, he would have followed through with his threat, killing Jill as a cautionary example. Zhang Fan retracted his foot and inquired, "What did you say? Speak louder. I cannot hear you." "I was so nervous, I nearly lost control of my bladder," Alice repeated, raising her voice. Though she did not shout, her tone was sufficiently loud, and Zhang Fan chose not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 121. Conditions. "Congratulations, you have successfully saved Jill," Zhang Fan declared, releasing his hold on Jill and applauding enthusiastically. He relished the presence of a protagonist imbued with a sense of justice. Freed from Zhang Fan's constraints, Jill could no longer maintain her position of submission. Collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, she had exerted every ounce of her strength to escape his control and was now utterly drained. Alice approached and helped Jill to her feet, asking, "Are you all right?" Jill, head bowed and unable to meet Zhang Fan's gaze, merely nodded in response. Her demeanor now timid and diminished. She resembled a drenched dog, stripped of the fearless bravado she had previously displayed, along with the confidence that once proclaimed her strength. "Very well, I have released Jill," Zhang Fan said with a smile. "Now, as per our agreement, it is my turn to propose conditions." "Speak, what is your condition?" Alice replied, lifting her gaze to Zhang Fan, resolute in her intent not to retract her stance. Having witnessed Zhang Fan's formidable power, Alice had completely relinquished any thoughts of resistance, at least until she could discern Zhang Fan's weaknesses. For now, she merely hoped that his demands would not be excessive or contravene her principles. "You needn't worry. My conditions are quite simple," Zhang Fan remarked, rubbing his hands together with a rather lecherous grin. Upon seeing the exceedingly grotesque smile on his face, Alice felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She glanced at Zhang Fan and, upon closer inspection, noted that he stood approximately 6 feet tall, with long legs, broad shoulders, and a slender waist. His strikingly handsome features were accentuated by thick eyebrows and large eyes, complemented by a ruggedly masculine, sun-kissed complexion. Should he propose such conditions, a sacrifice on her part might not be entirely out of the question. With this thought, she cast a sidelong glance at Jill, whom she was supporting, and sighed inwardly, acknowledging that she was doing this to save someone, with no other choice available to her. Zhang Fan chuckled again, but then his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he declared, "For the future of humanity, I require you to assist me in retrieving the original strain of the T virus and the genuine antidote from another facility beneath the Umbrella Corporation's hive." What did you just say?" Alice exclaimed in astonishment, her expression betraying a mix of disbelief and indignation. It was undeniable that Zhang Fan's request had startled her, even causing Jill, cradled in her arms, to glance up at him. "What's the matter?" Zhang Fan inquired, noticing Alice's reaction. "Are you unwilling?" "No, I'm simply taken aback." Alice quickly responded, eager to avoid provoking Zhang Fan, lest her fate mirror that of Jill's. "Is that so?" Zhang Fan said, raising an eyebrow. "I can't shake the feeling that your expression conveys something more than mere surprise." "Yes, you are correct. My astonishment is not solely superficial." "I did not expect you to perceive that," Alice admitted, feigning admiration as she regarded him. "I do have a few additional thoughts." "Pray, enlighten me," Zhang Fan replied, crossing his arms. "I consider myself quite democratic. Feel free to share your thoughts." After a moment of contemplation, Alice posed a question. "What is your motivation behind this? What is your ultimate objective?" "As I have stated," Zhang Fan replied, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, "it is for the future of humanity. The world ought not to be as it is." "Oh, I see. Then I have no objections," Alice said, though inwardly she remained skeptical, convinced that Zhang Fan harbored ulterior motives. After all, why would he require the original strain of the T-virus, since there are no issues? "Stop dawdling and let us set off," Zhang Fan urged. He sensed the insincerity and dismissiveness in Alice's words, yet he paid it no heed. For he indeed had his own agenda, one that did not necessitate disclosure. Zhang Fan's intentions were quite straightforward. He merely wished to observe whether Alice, the protagonist, could alter the narrative of the Resident Evil saga, commencing directly from the climax of the second installment. Sensing the implication behind Zhang Fan's words, Alice inquired, "Are you not coming with me? Why would I accompany you on such a perilous endeavor?" Zhang Fan retorted. Alice found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Jill abruptly grasped Alice's arm and declared, "I will go with you." "Absolutely not," Alice replied without a moment's hesitation. "It is far too dangerous." "But is there anywhere in Raccoon City that is safe?" Jill countered. Observing the resolute determination in Jill's gaze, Alice contemplated briefly before conceding to Jill's request. Subsequently, Alice turned to Zhang Fan and asked, "How will I contact you once I procure the T-virus sample and the antidote?" "You need not worry about that. Once you obtain the items, I shall naturally appear," Zhang Fan responded. "Shall we depart now?" Alice inquired once more. "If you wish to rest here a while longer before setting off, I shall not oppose it," Zhang Fan stated, then turned and walked into the interior of the church. Having elucidated the matter at hand, he intended to resume his game, having no time to engage in further trivialities with Alice. After Zhang Fan's departure, Alice addressed the group. "Let us hasten our exit. This church is no longer safe. The gunfire has undoubtedly attracted all the nearby zombies. I recall there being a cemetery behind the church. We can make our escape through there." However, at that moment, Jill realized that her companion, Wells, was missing, with no indication of his whereabouts. "Wells! Wells!" Jill called out twice, and behind a long bench, she spotted a fallen figure. Approaching, she discovered that it was indeed the missing Wells. At this juncture, Wells was in dire straits, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen, and unconscious. "What happened?" Alice inquired. "Wells is in trouble," Jill replied. Alice approached, and upon seeing Wells lying on the ground, unresponsive, she asked, "Has he been bitten by a zombie?" "Yes," Jill confirmed. "The teeth and claws of zombies carry a substantial amount of the T-virus. Anyone who is scratched or bitten by a zombie is guaranteed to contract the T-virus," Alice elucidated, adding, "He has been bitten and is already infected. He will soon transform into a new zombie." Chapter 122, Parting Ways. Upon hearing Alice's words, Jill turned to her and asked, "Is there no way to save him?" Observing Wells' condition, Alice, drawing from her experience, declared, "This is a late stage. It is irreversible. There is no hope." Alice's explanation compelled Jill to rise, her expression calm as she asked, "Can you provide me with a gun?" Alice glanced at Jill, understanding her intentions, and proposed, "Do you need my assistance?" Jill shook her head, declining Alice's offer, and replied, "I think I can manage on my own." "Very well. We shall wait for you at the back door." Respecting Jill's determination, Alice refrained from further discussion. She returned the handgun she had just taken from Jill and proceeded with the translucent Terry towards the church's rear entrance. Before they could reach the back door, a gunshot echoed from within the church, causing Alice to pause momentarily before continuing onward, surprised by Jill's swiftness. Shortly thereafter, Jill emerged from behind, pistol in hand, and rejoined Alice and Terry at the church's back entrance. This exit led to the cemetery, a desolate area particularly at night, where the presence of the caretakers kept the place tranquil, thus minimizing the risk of attracting zombies. Surrounding the graveyard was a tall fence, dissuading wandering zombies from straying into this secluded haven. Alice took the lead, followed closely by Jill, with Terry trailing behind. The three women traversed the cemetery silently under the moonlight. As they walked, Jill suddenly halted, inquiring, "Do you believe what he said is true?" "True about what?" Alice continued forward without pausing. "That we are merely virtual beings, existing within a computer," Jill responded, catching up to her. "The authenticity of such claims holds no significance for me," Alice replied. "As long as I am capable of thought, that is sufficient. Such inquiries are best directed to philosophers." Jill, taken aback by Alice's response, hesitated, glancing around before ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Thus, the trio of women fell back into their previous silence after a brief exchange. Upon nearing the cemetery's exit, Jill could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "Are you truly planning to follow his suggestion to visit the Umbrella Corporation's base?" "Of course," Alice affirmed. "Why should we heed him? He is simply insane. Wouldn't it be better to leave this city?" Jill finally voiced her earlier concerns. However, Alice held a differing perspective, questioning, "What if what he said about the world being ravaged by a virus is true? We could escape the city, expose the Umbrella Corporation, and utilize the military to completely quarantine the virus and the corporation, eliminating the need for immediate peril." As soon as Alice finished speaking, Jill interjected with a multitude of counterarguments, clearly having contemplated the idea of escape. "But have you considered whether we can truly escape this city?" Alice mused. "Perhaps he is watching us even now." Upon Alice's utterance, Jill fell into an immediate silence, uncertain of how to respond. Although she had contemplated various scenarios, this particular notion had eluded her. Observing Jill's newfound quietude, Alice too lapsed into silence for a moment before declaring, "He merely summoned me, without demanding your presence as well. Therefore, Jill, you may escort Terry out of the city." Noticing Jill's lack of dissent, Alice continued, "As long as you both manage to exit the city, I shall consider it a personal failure. You can expose the true nature of the Umbrella Corporation from the outside. There is no need for further discussion. I have pledged to accompany you, and I shall not depart," Jill resolutely asserted. "Do not entertain the idea of saving the world alone." Ultimately, the trio of women divided at the cemetery's entrance into two factions. Alice and Jill formed the savior team, destined to seek the antidote beneath the Umbrella Corporation's hive, striving to rescue the world. Meanwhile, the inconspicuous Terry was left abandoned by the duo, compelled to venture alone in search of an escape from Raccoon City. On the other side, after parting ways with Alice and her companions, Zhang Fan cast them from his thoughts. His initial intent in sending Alice to locate the virus's raw serum and the antidote was merely to acquire a souvenir upon his departure. If Alice succeeded, it would ease his own escape. If she failed, it mattered little. He could always retrieve it himself when he grew weary of the game. As for whether Alice and her group adhered to his directives or chose to flee and hide, Zhang Fan deemed it inconsequential. He had already committed Alice's voice to memory. If they truly escaped, he would ensure they received an unforgettable lesson while he collected his souvenirs. Zhang Fan did not exit through the cemetery's rear entrance. Instead, he meandered through the church, ultimately discovering a room with a window through which he deftly climbed. Since this was a game, he resolved not to tread the conventional path. He would not take the route that could be traversed easily, and a window was surely meant to be scaled. Emerging from the church, he proceeded down the street, intermittently dispatching aimless zombies while searching for a gun shop in Raccoon City. A zombie-slaying game devoid of the sound of gunfire would certainly diminish the enjoyment by a considerable margin. Thus, Zhang Fan advanced street by street towards the city center, intent on locating a gun shop to upgrade his weaponry. However, after clearing 3 streets without encountering a single gun store, he swung his baseball bat and dispatched a nearby zombie with a decisive blow to the head. Casting a glance back at his path, he could not help but lament. Finding firearms in this game is indeed a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should alter his approach to searching, perhaps by activating a form of clairvoyance. After all, continuing to flounder about like a headless fly would only prolong his quest to locate a gun shop. Just as Zhang Fan contemplated this idea, the telephone booth on the sidewalk rang, breaking the silence. The jarring ring of a telephone echoed through the tranquil streets. where scattered remnants of the undead began to reappear despite Zhang Fan's earlier efforts to clear the area. He turned his gaze towards the ringing phone booth, fully aware, as someone familiar with cinematic narratives, of the caller's identity. Chapter 123. The caller was Dr. Ashford, the head of the Genetic and Virus Research Department of the Umbrella Corporation. During the evacuation, his daughter, Angela, had encountered an unfortunate incident that left her trapped within the city, now hiding in a school. At that moment, the Umbrella Corporation deemed the viral outbreak in Raccoon City uncontrollable, and the official in charge of the impending cleansing operation refused to rescue Dr. Ashford's daughter. Consequently, in a desperate bid to save her, Dr. Ashford breached the corporation's confidentiality agreement, hacking into the surveillance cameras throughout Raccoon City to locate survivors and inform them of the corporation's cleansing plan, urging them to assist in rescuing his daughter. In return, he promised to reveal to the survivors how to escape the tightly sealed Raccoon City. In simpler terms, as Zhang Fan would put it, answering the call would initiate a side quest to find a young girl named Angela in the school, with the reward being a means to leave Raccoon City. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhang Fan's mind. He realized he could locate the gun shop without needing any special vision. He simply needed to answer the phone and inquire with Dr. Ashford himself. With this thought, he hurried to the phone booth and picked up the receiver. "Thank heavens, you finally answered." Dr. Ashford exhaled in relief. Before he could express his intentions, Zhang Fan interjected, "You want to save your daughter, right? No problem. I accept the mission. Now, quickly tell me where the nearest gun shop is." Dr. Ashford was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Fan's directness, wondering how this person had discerned his purpose. "Hello, why aren't you speaking?" Zhang Fan, hearing only silence for a moment, nearly assumed Dr. Ashford had hung up until he detected the faint sound of breathing on the other end. "How did you know what I wanted?" Dr. Ashford finally asked, regaining his composure. "That's none of your concern. I have my own channels," Zhang Fan replied impatiently. "Now, hurry up. Are you going to save your daughter or not?" Since Zhang Fan was unwilling to elaborate, Dr. Ashford refrained from pressing further. The priority was clear. Rescuing his daughter was paramount, and everything else was secondary. "All right, I want to ask further, Dr. Ashford noted Zhang Fan's impatience on the monitor and quickly continued, "My daughter's name is Angela, and she is hiding in Raccoon High School. If you can rescue her, I will tell you how to escape Raccoon City. Please specify her location," Zhang Fan requested. "I'm not familiar with the layout of Raccoon City." "Just a moment. Let me check the map," Dr. Ashford replied. Dr. Ashford on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback by Zhang Fan's ignorance of the renowned Raccoon High School in Raccoon City. He quickly opened the map of Raccoon City on his computer. After inputting Zhang Fan's current location into the map and glancing at it, he exhaled with relief. For Zhang Fan was quite close to Raccoon High School, just a few hundred meters away, merely across the street. "The location of Raccoon High School is very near to you," Dr. Ashford remarked with a hint of excitement in his voice. "You just need to walk east along this street until you reach the end, then turn right and walk a few hundred meters to see the entrance. Walk east to the end and then turn right, correct?" Zhang Fan reiterated over the phone. "Yes, that's right. Walk east to the end and turn right. You will reach Raccoon High School," Dr. Ashford confirmed. "Understood," Zhang Fan replied. "Now, where's the nearest firearms store? I need weapons." "Wait a moment. Let me check," Dr. Ashford said as he bent over his computer, swiftly marking all the firearms stores on the Raccoon City map. After a moment, he looked at the map and said, "The nearest firearms store is—" "Wait a moment. Give me 2 minutes. I have something to attend to." Before Dr. Ashford could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan interrupted him. He switched the surveillance camera and saw the zombies that were closing in on Zhang Fan. It became apparent that the zombies, drawn by the ringing phone, had stealthily approached and were about to surround the phone booth. After finishing his conversation, Zhang Fan hung up, drew his metal baseball bat from behind, and stepped out of the phone booth. Dr. Ashford, watching the surveillance footage of Zhang Fan nearing encirclement, silently urged him, "Run. Don't get surrounded." It had taken Dr. Ashford nearly half an hour to find this one living person in Raccoon City. If Zhang Fan perished, who knew how long it would be before he found another soul? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan's actions startled Dr. Ashford, causing his heart to race. Rather than fleeing, Zhang Fan raised his baseball bat and charged forward against a horde of at least 20 zombies visible on the monitor. "This is it. I will have to search for another person," Dr. Ashford thought, feeling a wave of despair. His daughter was still hiding within Raccoon High School, yet he was uncertain when he would find the next survivor. The encroaching zombies numbered just over 30. How long would it take to dispatch them, one by one? Zhang Fan took a full 1 minute and 30 seconds to finally finish off those zombies, most of the time spent evading their grasp. He shook the blood and brain matter off the baseball bat, stowing it back in his backpack before leisurely returning to the telephone booth, adhering to a 2-minute timeline. "Hello, are you still there?" Zhang Fan answered the call once more, stating, "I have completed my task. You may now continue with the location of the gun shop." Dr. Ashford, bowing his head, remained engulfed in a cloud of despondency, unable to glance at the monitor for fear of witnessing Zhang Fan being torn apart by the undead. At that moment, Zhang Fan's voice unexpectedly resonated in his earpiece. Initially, Dr. Ashford thought he was imagining things. But upon raising his gaze to the monitor and seeing Zhang Fan, he was nearly propelled into a leap of joy. "It's truly wonderful that you are unharmed," he said, suppressing his elation. "Seeing you surrounded by zombies, I feared the worst. Just over 30 zombies. I could see the end of them at a glance. What could possibly happen to me?" Zhang Fan retorted dismissively. Chapter 124. Makeshift weapons. Dr. Ashford felt a complex mix of emotions at Zhang Fan's apparent disdain for the zombies. On one hand, he was relieved to have found a strong ally, someone capable of dispatching the undead with the ease of slicing through vegetables, significantly increasing the odds of his daughter escaping from Raccoon City. Yet, on the other hand, he worried that Zhang Fan's underestimation of the zombies might lead to his downfall, endangering his own life. Each zombie was a vector for the virus, and whether through a scratch or a bite, or even just a drop of their bodily fluid entering an eye or wound, it could lead to infection and transformation into a zombie within mere hours. Though Dr. Ashford himself had been careless and succumbed to the virus, the loss was inconsequential to him. Countless residents of Raccoon City had perished, a fact he hardly cared about. However, he was determined to rescue his daughter and could not afford to perish in vain. For her sake, he resolved to convey the peril posed by the zombies, urging Zhang Fan to remain vigilant and not to take unnecessary risks. With this in mind, Dr. Ashford cautioned over the phone, "Do not underestimate the zombies. Enough with the chatter. I'm well aware of the situation regarding the zombies. Just provide me with the location of the gun shop." Zhang Fan interrupted, clearly uninterested in Dr. Ashford's warnings, considering them mere formalities. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, Dr. Ashford had drawn numerous conclusions from his casual remarks. In truth, Dr. Ashford wished to be less verbose, but for the sake of his daughter, he persisted, "I will give you the location of the gun shop. But what you faced earlier was exceedingly perilous. You should have chosen to flee rather than charge in." "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Zhang Fan retorted, his tone sharp. "No, it's merely a piece of advice. I believe you should pay attention. If you perceive my words as instructive, so be it." "My goodwill has been disregarded time and again," interrupted and ignored, which inevitably stirs a surge of anger within Dr. Ashford, causing his speech to unconsciously carry a hint of ire. Noticing the shift in tone from the other end of the line, Zhang Fan curiously inquired, "Are you not grasping the situation? I find your manner of speaking quite displeasing. Do you not wish to save your daughter? The one who seems oblivious to the circumstances is you." Dr. Ashford could no longer contain his frustration, letting out a cold laugh as he declared, "To prevent the spread of the virus, the company has erected a 6-meter-high wall around the periphery of Raccoon City for stringent containment, guarded by armed personnel. Without my guidance, you would never escape Raccoon City." "And so?" Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. "Currently, the only place with zombies is Raccoon City. Why would I want to leave? Do not entertain the notion that you can simply remain within the city, seeking refuge behind thick walls, waiting for official rescue," Dr. Ashford said with a sense of satisfaction, believing he had deciphered Zhang Fan's thoughts. Unfortunately for him, the higher-ups had already issued orders to completely cleanse Raccoon City after 6 o'clock in the morning. "A precision tactical nuclear warhead," he continued, pausing momentarily before elaborating, "to be launched directly from a U.S. military base." Dr. Ashford's words rendered Zhang Fan silent. A nuclear bomb, the ultimate weapon of humanity, was indeed terrifying. Sensing the silence on the other end, Dr. Ashford smiled. Although he disliked coercing others in this manner, he felt justified in doing so for his daughter. After a brief silence, Zhang Fan abruptly hung up the phone and exited the booth. Dr. Ashford, listening to the busy tone echoing in his ear, was taken aback, countless questions flooding his mind. What has transpired? Why did he hang up? Could it be that zombies had surrounded him? He hurriedly glanced at the surveillance monitors, but all he saw were the bodies of zombies. Devoid of the figures he had anticipated, including Zhang Fan. Had he left? Why would he do that? Dr. Ashford's mind was awash with confusion. Had my previous statements not been sufficiently clear? Was he unaware of my ability to assist him in escaping Raccoon City? After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Ashford attributed Zhang Fan's dismissal to a lack of intelligence, concluding that he simply could not trust his words. After all, those who are physically strong often possess simpler minds. Zhang Fan, in Dr. Ashford's recollection, perfectly embodied that stereotype of brawn over brain. Now that the person had fled, what purpose did further contemplation serve? Dr. Ashford sighed and resumed typing away at his computer, a series of surveillance feeds flickering across the screen. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan departed from the street with determination, intent on discovering a new avenue. Should he fail to locate a firearms store once more, he would resort to consulting the entire map. Upon turning into a different street, his spirits lifted as he beheld a plethora of shops, albeit accompanied by a throng of zombies, densely packed and overwhelming. Yet, he harbored a premonition that a gun shop surely existed within this thoroughfare. However, Zhang Fan refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, after contemplating the situation, he dispatched an approaching zombie with a swift strike before retreating. The sheer number of zombies on this street was daunting, and he feared that his metal baseball bat might falter under the weight of so many skulls to crush. Thus, he resolved to seek a more formidable weapon before returning. Yet, after wandering outside for a while, he found no suitable arms and was reluctant to squander time rummaging through building after building. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a fire hydrant on the sidewalk, and a sudden thought struck him. Since he could not find a decent weapon, why not craft one himself? A game devoid of the ability to forge weapons would lack enjoyment. Resolute, Zhang Fan set to work. His weapon of choice would undoubtedly be metallic. Thus, he turned his attention to a nearby lamppost, which was indeed made of metal. With his telekinetic prowess, he effortlessly yanked the lamppost from its foundation, compressing the 4-meter-tall, 15-centimeter-wide fixture into a solid iron rod measuring just over a meter in length and 3 centimeters in diameter. Looking at the iron strip he had fashioned from the lamppost, Zhang Fan considered that if he could mold it into a rod, then, with an ample supply of metal, he could create other shapes as well. Metal was abundant throughout the city, making it easily accessible. This realization invigorated his ambition to craft his own weapon. Now, with a newfound sense of purpose, he pondered the type of weapon he should create. Contemplating various forms such as blades, spears, axes, and halberds, an ingenious idea flashed through his mind. Why not construct a gun? With my telekinesis, I could assemble any component instantly. However, he quickly dismissed this alluring notion upon realizing the absence of ammunition. Even if he succeeded in crafting the firearm, he would still lack gunpowder to produce bullets. A gun without bullets was little more than a mere stick, and at least a stick could be wielded effectively for striking. Of course, Zhang Fan would never admit that the primary reason for his dismissal lay in his ignorance of firearm construction. Even the simplest musket was beyond his understanding. It was indeed a case of wishing for knowledge only when the need arose, though his aspirations of creating a gun were dashed by the unavailability of ammunition. Zhang Fan did gain valuable insights. At the very least, he recognized the alternative applications of his telekinesis while also appreciating the significance of knowledge. He harbored a faint sensation that if only he could delve deeper into knowledge and refine his telekinetic abilities, the creation of entities from the void would no longer be a mere fantasy. However, such contemplations were for another time. Zhang Fan reined in his wandering thoughts. For as the adage wisely advises, one must focus on the task at hand without wavering. This was not the moment for idle musings. He needed to consider which weapon he should forge. After pondering for a while, he found himself torn between crafting a knife or a sword. He was uncertain whether the exhilaration of wielding a knife would surpass the elegance of a sword. Among all cold weapons, he was most familiar and fond of these two. He desired both, yet was reluctant to carry one in hand and the other on his back while confronting the undead. Thus, the dilemma arose. Should he choose the knife or the sword? After careful deliberation, he found it difficult to relinquish either option. An idea sparked in his mind. Why not amalgamate the two? What if he were to forge a magnificent sword? Who could possibly refuse such a grand blade? He reflected on this notion and deemed it splendid. A double-edged sword capable of both slashing and thrusting, exuding an air of authority when wielded. I am truly a genius, he mused, glancing at the iron rod and realizing that to create this grand sword, he would require more metal. He strolled down the street, dismantling every lamppost he encountered, using his telekinesis to compress them into square blocks of metal that floated behind him. After traversing half the street, he surveyed the collection of metal blocks and estimated that they would suffice for the creation of his grand sword. Thus, he halted his dismantling and summoned all the metal to his front, preparing to commence his crafting. He did not seek out another location, but began his work right there. First, he gathered all the metal blocks together, incorporating the metal baseball bat into the assembly. Soon, he would possess a magnificent sword. The baseball bat had become unnecessary. Zhang Fan then relentlessly compressed the metal blocks with his telekinesis, striving to unify them into a single entity. Under the influence of his formidable powers, the metal blocks melded together like soft clay, transforming into a solid mass. However, upon gazing at the large metal block he had forcibly shaped, disappointment washed over him. The surface was marred by a myriad of twisted and contorted lines, the result of the compression between the blocks, giving it a patchwork appearance that seemed precarious. He pondered whether this grand sword would shatter at the first strike. Zhang Fan envisioned the shattering of the grand sword in his mind and quickly shook his head. Such thoughts were not conducive to his objectives. He needed to devise a method to restore the metal into a unified whole, achieving the harmonious state of mutual existence. The most effective approach would be to melt it down completely. Melting a block of metal was an exceedingly simple task for Zhang Fan. Even vaporizing it would pose no challenge. The real dilemma lay in how to contain the molten metal once it was liquefied. Glancing at his hands, he pondered whether he should catch it with them. He chuckled at the absurdity of the notion. It was impractical to attempt such a feat. His palms were far too small to hold enough molten metal to even forge a dagger, let alone a grand sword. In a moment of inspiration, Zhang Fan conceived a solution. He would utilize his telekinetic abilities to create a transparent crucible, harnessing thermal rays as a source of energy. This would allow him to melt the metal block efficiently. He then directed the thermal rays at the metal, raising its temperature until it gradually transformed into a pool of molten liquid within the transparent crucible. Bubbles continuously emerged from the molten metal, each bursting to release dense clouds of smoke, which were the impurities within the metal block, including paint from the main material and remnants of plastic or bulbs from wires. Observing the bubbling liquid, Zhang Fan swiftly employed his versatile telekinesis to fashion a transparent casting mold for the grand sword, matching its dimensions closely. He carefully poured the steaming molten metal into the mold, meticulously adjusting it to ensure not a single drop was wasted. For every ounce of this liquid was the fruit of his labor. As he poured the last of the molten metal into the mold, he noticed it beginning to solidify. This development vexed him. He had yet to finalize the design of the grand sword. He could not allow his first self-crafted weapon to appear so rudimentary. Remaining composed, he activated the thermal rays to reheat the mold, returning the nearly solidified metal to its liquid state. Chapter 127. The Sword of Tempest while heating the sword mold. An alarming thought struck Zhang Fan, one that pertained to his intellect, rendering it of utmost seriousness. Why had he gone through the unnecessary effort of creating a crucible to melt the metal instead of directly using his telekinesis to contain the molten substance? This profound self-inquiry was inescapable, prompting him to reflect, could it be that there was a flaw in my intellect? In the next moment, he answered his own query with conviction. No, my intellect is sound. I possess a superhuman brain, and there is absolutely no issue with my cognitive faculties. Zhang Fan, feeling a twinge of anxiety, cautiously lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Fortunately, he had meticulously scoured this street twice. Now, not a single living soul, or even a zombie, was in sight. Observing the desolate thoroughfare, he exhaled in relief, grateful that no one had witnessed his actions. Even if some onlookers or zombies had seen the scene unfold, they would remain oblivious to its significance, rendering it inconsequential. However, Zhang Fan, being somewhat sensitive, struggled to reconcile this internally. Should anyone have observed him, it would undoubtedly necessitate a drastic measure to preserve his secret. Yet, he realized he had overlooked one crucial area. He glanced skyward, and as expected, several satellites lingered above Raccoon City, some adorned with a red and white parasol emblem. In an instant, his telekinetic prowess surged forth like a blade. piercing the heavens and swiftly shattering all surveillance satellites hovering over Raccoon City. While it was highly improbable that these satellites could detect Zhang Fan, his current foul mood led him to curse their misfortune, as they had unwittingly become his target. Outside Raccoon City, in the command center of the Umbrella Corporation's temporary camp, the computer displaying satellite surveillance suddenly illuminated with a red, indicating that the satellites had detected an extraordinary energy reaction within the city. Operators hurriedly typed away at their computers, attempting to locate the source of the signal. The images on the large screen magnified continuously until they pinpointed the vicinity of Zhang Fan's location. However, just as the operators sought to zoom in further for precise identification, the satellite feed abruptly froze, and their screens displayed a loss of connection. Despite their frantic attempts to reconnect, the computers continued to indicate a failure, prompting the operators to report the issue. Soon, the camp's commander, Kane, entered the command center, his expression dark and foreboding. "What is happening?" he inquired. "I lost connection with the satellite while processing an energy reaction signal," the operator replied, rising from his seat. "Then reconnect it," Kane said tersely. "Do I need to instruct you on that?" "Unfortunately, I have exhausted all methods to reconnect with the satellite," the operator responded. "I have verified that our systems are functioning properly. The issue lies with the satellite itself. I suspect it has malfunctioned." "Very well. I understand," Kane sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. He was already dealing with the recent fallout from the leak involving Dr. Ashford, and now this complication arose. "Should we report to headquarters to request a replacement satellite?" the operator quietly asked. Kane lowered his hand from his forehead and replied, "No, that is irrelevant. Initiate the vengeful deity plan immediately. Time is of the essence. Let the vengeful deity investigate any anomalies within Raccoon City while simultaneously gathering data." "Understood," came the response. After the operator acknowledged with a nod, he returned to his seat and began to furiously strike the keys of his computer, while the supervisor, Kane, stood behind him, observing intently. As the operator manipulated the computer, the lights in a laboratory somewhere in Raccoon City suddenly illuminated, and all the instruments were activated. In the center of the lab lay a test subject, eyes tightly shut and features contorted. This subject stood over 2 meters tall, with muscles rippling across its body, exuding an aura of ferocity that was palpable. As the machines whirred to life, one computer screen displayed the words "Vengeance Goddess Project Initiated," followed by an onslaught of pop-up notifications: sedative supply, automatic shutdown, intravenous supply, automatic shutdown, muscle relaxant, automatic shutdown. Moments later, the subject lying on the bed abruptly opened its eyes. Shortly thereafter, an armed helicopter lifted off from the camp, carrying a weapons crate into Raccoon City. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, having vented his frustrations by shooting down several satellites, felt considerably lighter in spirit, the gloom brought on by earlier intellectual dilemmas dissipating. Refocusing on his grand sword, he noticed it had regained its rigidity, despite the ornate pattern yet to be determined. How could it harden without a defined shape? Zhang Fan then activated his thermal vision once more, heating the sword again until it transformed into molten metal. The thermal vision proved effective, and within seconds, the sword was once again a liquid metal. The next step was to finalize the sword's form. Zhang Fan was quite particular about his first handcrafted weapon. He desired it to be both aesthetically pleasing and functional, rather than hastily made. Maintaining the heat, he envisioned various sword designs he had encountered, while the psychic mold for his sword morphed in accordance with his thoughts. After much contemplation and comparison, he resolved to craft his sword in the shape of the Storm Sword. Though the Storm Sword lacked the extravagant appearance of legendary blades, like the Dragon Slayer or Frostmourne, its elegance was undeniable. The long guard and substantial blade imparted a sense of grandeur, while the inscriptions etched upon it appeared understated yet enigmatic. As Zhang Fan's intention solidified, the psychic mold of the sword mirrored the form of the Storm Sword. Simultaneously, he ceased the heating process, without the ongoing warmth. The molten metal within the psychic mold began to cool swiftly, gradually solidifying. Naturally, Zhang Fan could not afford to wait idly for the sword to cool on its own. He began to blow gently into the transparent mold, where the glowing red metal resided. Chapter 128. Bring it on. Certainly, the breath he exhaled was not a freezing breath, but merely an ordinary exhalation. Zhang Fan, despite any perceived foolishness, had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. As the saying goes, 3 years later, another 3 years. Although his academic performance was unremarkable, he understood the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. With the temperature of the great sword so elevated, if he were to unleash a freezing breath, would it not shatter instantaneously? The howling winds swept over the great sword, dissipating considerable heat, causing its temperature to plummet swiftly and its brightness to dim at a visible rate. The astonishing lung capacity of Zhang Fan ensured that even before he had fully exhaled, the temperature of the great sword had already descended to a tolerable level for an ordinary person. As it cooled, the true form of the great sword was finally revealed. Noticing that it had sufficiently cooled, Zhang Fan reached out and grasped the hilt, lifting the magnificent sword he had crafted for a closer examination. This grand sword measured approximately 2 meters in length. When stood upright, it appeared slightly taller than Zhang Fan himself. The width of the blade was an impressive 40 centimeters, with its thickest part measuring around 10 centimeters. Countless incomprehensible runes were etched upon the blade, imbuing it with an air of mystery. Coupled with its two-handed grip and elongated guard, the entire sword resembled a colossal cross. As this great sword was cast as a single piece, there were no color variations. The entire blade exhibited a heavy silver-gray hue from top to bottom, evoking a sense of security upon mere observation. Zhang Fan hefted it in his hands, discovering it weighed approximately half a ton, around 500 kilograms. Such weight was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to wield. Reluctant to waste any molten metal, he had crafted this sword to resemble the storm sword in appearance, yet it was considerably larger in size, perhaps due to the fact that he had personally forged it. Zhang Fan found himself increasingly satisfied with its appearance. The terms high-end, elegant, understated luxury, and intrinsic quality aptly described the great sword he now held. He grasped the hilt with both hands and swung it casually a few times. The blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Given its weight and the speed of his swings, even without a sharpened edge, the potential damage was not to be underestimated. After testing it a few times, he rested the sword upon his shoulder, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. The feel of the sword was commendable, taking into account the self-imposed restraint on his strength. It was neither too light nor too heavy, but rather just right. Next, he intended to conquer that street. Armed with his new weapon, the great sword, he eagerly returned to the thoroughfare. Observing the densely packed zombies within, Zhang Fan felt the need for a resounding slogan to announce his arrival. With a vigorous sweep of the great sword, he executed a sweeping strike, cleaving several unscrupulous zombies attempting to ambush him in half. Their innards and blood splattering as his telekinetic force automatically repelled the viscera away. After dealing with a few zombies, Zhang Fan conjured an amplifier using telekinesis before his mouth and bellowed towards the street. "Bring it on. You shall meet a glorious demise." The effect of the telekinetic amplifier exceeded Zhang Fan's expectations. He had merely intended to attract the zombies on this street, but the resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood. All the zombies in the vicinity turned their heads towards the source of the sound, and in the next instant, countless zombies emerged from alleyways, poured out of houses, and even ambled over from the adjacent street. A relentless tide of zombies surged towards Zhang Fan's location. Meanwhile, on the neighboring street, Carlos Oliveira fled in a panic, trailed by a horde of zombies. His squad had been abandoned by the Umbrella Corporation and had been annihilated by the onslaught of the undead, with even Carlos himself sustaining a bite from a teammate turned zombie. Just as despair engulfed him, Zhang Fan's rallying cry became his salvation. The powerful slogan drew the entire swarm of zombies pursuing Carlos back towards its origin, leaving only a handful of the more obstinate zombies still chasing him. However, these few zombies posed no significant threat. Realizing this, he turned a corner, drew his dagger, and swiftly dispatched the fastest zombie in pursuit. Meanwhile, several streets away, the fully armed vengeful deity was poised to eliminate the armed militants occupying a gun shop when it too heard Zhang Fan's resounding battle cry. The vengeful deity, operated by agents of the Umbrella Corporation outside of Raccoon City, recognized the sound, indicating that the controllers beyond the city walls had also heard this rallying call. "Let the vengeful deity go investigate," instructed the overseer Kane. "Understood," replied the operator, casually clicking the mouse on the computer. After Zhang Fan shouted his slogan, he raised his great sword and charged directly into the oncoming horde of zombies. Critical strike. Facing the first zombie he encountered in his charge, He honored it with utmost reverence, leaping into the air with a great sword held high before bringing it down with tremendous force. A silky sound sliced through the air as his sword met no resistance, smoothly cleaving the zombie from head to toe. Having split the zombie in twain, Zhang Fan swiftly rotated his wrist, channeling the momentum of his downward strike into a horizontal slash, bellowing, whirlwind slash. He then spun with the great sword, crashing into the advancing horde. Instantly, a portion of the undead was sent flying, and Zhang Fan cleared a 3-meter radius around him. The devastation wrought by his great sword exhilarated him. The sheer thrill of sweeping through a massive horde evoked the exhilarating sensation of playing a hack-and-slash game. Surrounded by a throng of zombies, Zhang Fan remained oblivious to the chaos, his mind lost in thought. The relentless onslaught of the undead soon filled the void created by the sweeping arc of his grand sword. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that he could no longer wield his weapon, as the zombies had encroached upon the space needed for his strikes. Fortunately, he had only just engaged with the horde and had not yet been completely encircled. Retreating several steps, he distanced himself from the advancing zombies. Zhang Fan understood that the sheer size of his sword, over 2 meters in length, rendered it unwieldy in close quarters. Unlike the more manageable baseball bat he had wielded previously, once the zombies closed in, maneuvering the sword became exceedingly difficult unless he exerted some force. Yet he pondered, why not unleash a powerful wave of heat vision instead? Chapter 129. The meat grinder realizing that once he plunged into the horde, his grand sword could not falter. Zhang Fan knew that the surrounding zombies would swarm him, filling every inch of space and hindering his ability to strike. With this in mind, 2 strategies immediately sprang to his thoughts. Either to strike from the periphery and withdraw, avoiding entrapment, gradually whittling down the horde, or to enhance his swordplay speed, transforming himself into a meat grinder, an utterly human-powered device that would shred every zombie that approached. With a combination of his strength and the sword's weight, even without a sharp edge, he could not be halted once in motion. This approach would undoubtedly expedite the process of clearing the zombies, albeit with the caveat that once he charged into their midst, he would find himself surrounded on all sides, with no escape route. He could not cease his strikes until all the zombies were vanquished, nor could he afford to slow down. For a moment's hesitation would result in being overwhelmed by the horde. Each method bore its own merits and drawbacks, but with the zombies already encroaching, there was no time for Zhang Fan to deliberate further. In a flash, he made his decision. With one hand wielding the half-ton sword, he faced the approaching zombies, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a flash of white teeth. Let us see who exhausts first, my endurance or your annihilation. He opted for the latter, choosing to confront the horde head-on. After all, having invested so much effort into crafting such an impressive sword, how could he resort to a cowardly strategy of hit and run? Gripping the hilt with both hands, he twirled his grand sword and shouted whirlwind slash as he charged forward once more. As soon as he came into contact with the horde of zombies, the formidable sword, possessing both strength and speed, sliced through the undead with an ease reminiscent of a hot knife gliding through butter, sending countless dismembered limbs and blood soaring into the air. Taste my magnificent sword. Behold my whirlwind slash. Zhang Fan exclaimed, filled with elation. Yet his sword operated like a merciless meat grinder, perpetually whirling without respite, severing any zombie that dared to encroach upon its lethal domain. Like a farmer harvesting rice, he relentlessly cut down wave after wave of the undead before him. Zhang Fan's sword spun with such velocity that it completed more than 2 rotations per second, cleaving through the air with a resonant hum and the unsettling sound of flesh being rent apart. The upper half of a zombie, severed at the torso, lingered momentarily in the air before the blade whirled back, enveloped in a mist of crimson, and dispatched the remaining half with a second stroke. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. No matter how many he felled with each swing, an equal, if not greater, number surged forth to take their place. The relentless tide of zombies pressing in from all sides created a suffocating sensation that momentarily confined Zhang Fan to spinning in place. In the span of a mere minute, the ground beneath him was already piled high with over half a meter of dismembered remains, dark crimson blood pooling around his feet. Realizing the grave danger of being buried beneath the ever-mounting carcasses, Zhang Fan's keen instincts kicked in. He began to brace himself against the onslaught, gradually rotating forward, striving to extricate himself from the burgeoning heap of corpses. In truth, the pressure exerted by the relentless waves of zombies was more illusory than substantial. Once he began to move, he discovered that the weight of their advance was hardly as oppressive as it appeared. Before long, he maneuvered his magnificent sword through the mound of bodies, slicing through the undead as he delved deeper into the heart of the horde. Zombies continued to surge toward him, yet his ruthless sword claimed the lives of 7 or 8 of them each second. Zhang Fan persevered for approximately 5 or 6 minutes. The street now a gruesome tapestry of dismembered flesh, with dark red blood beginning to flow toward a nearby manhole cover. Just as he lost count of how many zombies he had dispatched, he sensed a diminishing of the undead swarm. What had once been a densely packed throng, teeming with swarming heads, began to thin out gradually. The horde had been significantly reduced. After cleaving a few more zombies in half, Zhang Fan finally paused his relentless assault. With so few zombies remaining, he could easily dispatch them without the need for his earlier frenetic fervor. Thus, he took a moment to wield his sword, traversing the street from one end to the other, and then back again, ultimately clearing the thoroughfare of all remaining zombies. At this moment, the streets were strewn with dismembered limbs and entrails. The scent wafting through the air was intoxicating. With each step, the ground felt slick beneath his feet, akin to stepping upon a fresh mound of excrement. Zhang Fan shook off the remnants of flesh and blood clinging to his great sword, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he traversed the sidewalk, in search of the firearms shop he longed to find. The sidewalk was the only viable path on this street, and he was oblivious to the blood-soaked mist that seemed to envelop him, a remnant of the many zombies he had dispatched. Zhang Fan halted before a store adorned with large panes of transparent glass, elated to discover the firearms shop he had sought. His suspicions were indeed validated. As there it stood, the entrance was a wooden door, and through the expansive glass windows he could glimpse the glint of dark, polished firearms adorning the walls within. His anticipation surged, and he yearned to step inside and test the weapons. Approaching the door, he grasped the handle and pushed, but it would not budge. It appeared to be locked, yet he hesitated to draw conclusions, pondering that some doors might require pulling rather than pushing. He then attempted to pull the door outward, but to no avail. Zhang Fan twisted the doorknob, producing a couple of clicks, yet remained unyielding. This time, he was convinced that the door was indeed secured. The lock, however, brought him a peculiar sense of joy, as it indicated that the shop had not been visited recently, a favorable sign. The lock posed no real concern for him. He now deliberated whether it would be more prudent to shatter the glass to gain entry or to kick the door open. Ultimately, Zhang Fan resolved to kick the door, fearing that breaking the window might result in shards slicing through his already tattered clothing. Though his attire bore numerous holes, he preferred to avoid further damage. A strange exhilaration coursed through him as he prepared to force his way in, glancing left and right. A thrill coursing through him despite this not being his first venture of such nature. With a determined kick, he struck the locking mechanism of the wooden door. If this part yielded, the door would no longer be secured. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered, swinging open to welcome Zhang Fan into the firearms shop. Rather than rushing in recklessly, he first set down the cumbersome great sword at the entrance, as its size might hinder his movements within. Weighing half a ton, it was safe at the door, posing little risk of theft. As Zhang Fan stepped into the shop, a figure emerged on the street, none other than Carlos Oliveira, the former member whom Zhang Fan had unexpectedly saved. Amidst the rallying cries of Zhang Fan, Carlos, driven by an insatiable curiosity, found himself drawn to a gathering of zombies from a distance. As he stepped onto the street, he was nearly overwhelmed by the acrid stench of blood. What transpired here was a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Oh, my heavens! What on earth has occurred? Observing the streets strewn with dismembered limbs and flesh, Carlos fought back the urge to vomit and cautiously stepped onto the relatively clean sidewalk. His curiosity, coupled with a sense of impending doom, propelled him to uncover the grim spectacle, a haunting tableau more grotesque than a slaughterhouse that would surely haunt his dreams. As he ventured deeper into the street, his mind raced with thoughts on how such carnage could have come to pass. He sought to divert his attention, refusing to focus on the utterly repulsive and terrifying scene before him. With each step, he pondered the nature of the dismembered bodies. Were they not once zombies? What kind of assault could render them in such a state? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that someone had driven an enormous steamroller flattening every zombie on the street. While Zhang Fan could not claim to have eradicated every zombie from the street, he had certainly dispatched all that lay within his sight. Consequently, the street was eerily silent, devoid of even the distant moans of the undead. At that moment, as Zhang Fan picked up a familiar 41 carbine in the arms shop, he heard footsteps approaching. Someone had entered the street. Judging by the cadence and volume of the footsteps, he discerned they belonged not to a zombie, but to a living man. Someone is coming, he thought, intrigued by the audacity of this fortunate soul daring to enter. Even he, after the battle, found it somewhat unbearable to behold the aftermath of his own making. Thus, he stepped out of the arms shop with his 41 at the ready. "Hello there," Carlos greeted, raising a hand in a friendly gesture as he faced the stern-looking Asian man aiming a 41 at him. Zhang Fan's gaze was drawn to the man's wound. "You've been bitten?" he inquired directly. "Yes, by one of my teammates," Carlos replied, glancing at the wound on his hand and offering a bitter smile, fully aware of the implications of such an injury. Zhang Fan studied the man, finding his features somewhat familiar. If he was not mistaken, this man was likely a supporting character from the Resident Evil saga. "What is your name?" he asked. "Carlos. Carlos Oliveira," Carlos responded. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Fan recalled the character Carlos, who played a significant supporting role in Resident Evil 2. He remembered that Carlos was bitten but was later saved by the antidote from the doctor's daughter, escaping Raccoon City alongside Alice in a helicopter. He also made an appearance in Resident Evil 3, famously known as the man who exploded alongside a fuel truck. "How long have you been bitten?" Zhang Fan inquired, feeling the need to ask since Carlos was merely a supporting character. "About half an hour," Carlos replied. "Have you received any phone calls during this time?" Zhang Fan pressed further. He was particularly curious if Carlos had answered a call from the doctor, as he would need to persuade him not to assist in any nefarious deeds. "What phone call?" Carlos responded, bewildered. Noticing Carlos's expression did not suggest deceit, Zhang Fan had a sudden epiphany. "You're in luck," he said, holstering his weapon with a calm demeanor. "What do you mean?" Carlos asked. "If the vaccine is administered within 2 hours, it can grant immunity to the virus," Zhang Fan stated, casting a glance at Carlos. "You have an hour and a half left to save your life." Carlos detected a hint of hope in Zhang Fan's words and asked, "Do you have a vaccine?" "No," Zhang Fan replied, observing Carlos's expression of disappointment. "However, I am aware of its whereabouts." Carlos, feeling disheartened, quickly inquired, "Where?" "At Raccoon High School," Zhang Fan answered. "Raccoon High School?" Carlos appeared perplexed, questioning why the vaccine would be located there instead of a laboratory. The daughter of Dr. Ashford, head of the Genetic and Viral Research Department at Umbrella Corporation, is currently hiding in Raccoon High School, and she possesses the antidote, Zhang Fan explained. "How do you know this?" Carlos asked. "Dr. Ashford informed me," Zhang Fan replied, adding, "He called me, requesting that I rescue his daughter, which is why I asked if you had received a call." "Oh, I see," Carlos nodded thoughtfully, realizing it was Dr. Ashford's daughter. He understood that she likely possessed the vaccine. As a former member and squad leader of the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, he was somewhat familiar with the inner workings of the company. "I am currently seeking weapons to rescue Dr. Ashford's daughter," Zhang Fan invited. "Would you care to join me?" Chapter 131. Journey to Raccoon High School. Zhang Fan was unaware of how many other calls Dr. Ashford had made, nor how many others had been notified to rescue his daughter. However, none of that mattered now, for the brilliant idea he had conceived was to whisk Dr. Ashford's daughter away before anyone else could intervene. "Dare I say, I misjudged the situation." Zhang Fan let out a cold laugh, pondering to himself how absurd it was for one to offend him, yet still wish to meet his daughter. Truly a fanciful daydream. "I shall accompany you," Carlos replied eagerly. Upon learning the whereabouts of the virus vaccine, a glimmer of hope for survival ignited within Carlos, prompting him to readily accept Zhang Fan's invitation. "Ding, you have successfully recruited a teammate. Follow me. We must first arm ourselves before embarking on the rescue of Dr. Ashford's daughter," Zhang Fan declared. Turning on his heel towards the armory, Carlos set the time on his tactical watch and trailed behind Zhang Fan into the store. Half an hour later, within the armory, Carlos stood fully equipped beside Zhang Fan, wielding a heavily modified assault rifle, and exclaimed with excitement, "Let us hurry up and set off." "Patience," Zhang Fan replied leisurely. "One cannot rush when it comes to hot tofu. I am still loading the ammunition. Once I have filled the magazine, we shall depart." He sat at the counter, which was piled high with gleaming yellow bullets, methodically loading a 60-round drum magazine with a series of clicks. Carlos couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the numerous fully loaded drum magazines in front of Zhang Fan. With such an arsenal, was he preparing for war? Unable to restrain himself, he advised, "You are carrying too much ammunition. This will increase your load and diminish your mobility. If we encounter zombies, you won't be able to flee. Why should I run when I have so much ammunition?" Zhang Fan mused, arranging the drum magazines in his hands. Noticing Zhang Fan's disregard for his counsel, Carlos decided to impart a lesson drawn from his years of combat experience. He inquired, "What if there are too many zombies to fight off? What then if we must retreat? If there are so many zombies, why should I not use up all my bullets to lighten my load instead of running away with my ammunition?" Zhang Fan countered. Carlos was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Zhang Fan's reasoning. Something must have gone awry. He retraced his thoughts and ultimately recognized Zhang Fan's validity. After all, zombies were not human. They lacked brains and did not require tactics. Merely firepower sufficed. Observing Carlos's bewildered expression, a sense of intellectual superiority washed over Zhang Fan, prompting him to conclude, thus, when facing zombies, one should carry as much ammunition as possible. Carlos, contemplating Zhang Fan's words, nodded thoughtfully before turning to gather additional spare magazines. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly realized he hadn't come to debate the optimal amount of ammunition for battling zombies. He promptly returned to Zhang Fan's side and said, "Let us set off. I'm running out of time." "How much time do you have left?" Zhang Fan inquired. 1 hour, Carlos replied, glancing at his tactical watch. Zhang Fan cast a regretful glance at the remaining bullets on the counter that he hadn't yet loaded, then stood up and declared, "Let us depart." The two men stepped out of the armory and onto the street. Carlos had little to say, clad in his customary black combat attire. In stark contrast, Zhang Fan had transformed his appearance entirely. He discarded his tattered black jacket and donned a pristine black combat uniform. Handpicked by Carlos, who insisted that a uniform look would enhance their team's presence. In addition to his new attire, Zhang Fan equipped himself with a large ammunition pouch to accommodate his numerous 60-round drum magazines. Most notably, he sported a pair of sunglasses he had discovered beneath the counter, which, coupled with his impassive demeanor, rendered him as cool as a Terminator. Carlos cast a glance at Zhang Fan's sunglasses, a twinge of envy evident in his voice. "Can you really see the road clearly at this hour with those shades on?" Zhang Fan replied coldly, "It's not a matter of visibility." "What is it then?" Carlos inquired. Curiosity piqued. "It's a matter of style," Zhang Fan retorted. Left without a response, Carlos could only salute Zhang Fan with a middle finger, a gesture of respect. Instead of reciprocating, Zhang Fan asked, "Carlos, do you know where Raccoon High School is? You don't happen to be unaware, do you?" Carlos looked at Zhang Fan with unease, his expression darkening as he realized he had less than an hour before his transformation was complete. "I certainly know where Raccoon High School is," Zhang Fan replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Carlos sighed in relief. If neither of them had known the location, they would have been in deep trouble. Zhang Fan recalled the address mentioned by Dr. Ashford during their phone conversation, then turned to Carlos and commanded, "Follow me." Thus, Zhang Fan led the way, with Carlos trailing behind. Due to Carlos's infection, they opted for a slow jog instead of walking as they made their way to Raccoon High School. Halfway there, Carlos, unable to contain his curiosity, asked while running, "Since you'll arrive before me, do you know what is going on that street?" "I do," Zhang Fan responded, maintaining his pace. Carlos quickened his stride to catch up, eager for details. "What is happening?" "Many zombies have perished," Zhang Fan replied. "I can see that they're dead," Carlos scoffed. "What I mean is who killed those zombies?" "I did," Zhang Fan stated flatly. Carlos, initially skeptical, assumed Zhang Fan was joking. With a playful spirit, he pressed on. "How did you manage that?" "With a sword," Zhang Fan answered. "A sword?" Carlos rolled his eyes, finding the boastful claims utterly exaggerated. It was evident they were fabrications, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. "Indeed, a grand sword," Zhang Fan asserted confidently. Unable to continue the charade, Carlos sighed and replied, "Buddy, your tales become increasingly ludicrous. I can no longer engage." Chapter 132. Finding Angela, Zhang Fan halted and turned to Carlos, irritation evident in his voice. "If you don't believe me, why ask so many questions?" "I am indeed a good person," Carlos replied with utmost seriousness. "Hence, when you boast, I fear that exposing you on the spot may cause you embarrassment." A A commendable habit. Continue to uphold it, Zhang Fan remarked, giving Carlos a thumbs up. He chose not to elaborate further, as he was merely speaking the truth, and Carlos's disbelief was beyond his control. Why aren't we running? Carlos inquired. Zhang Fan gestured to the side. We have arrived. Following Zhang Fan's gesture, Carlos turned to behold the school. However, the entrance stood ajar, and the sign above the door was mysteriously absent. Is this Raccoon High School? He asked. If Dr. Ashford has not lied, this should indeed be Raccoon High School. Zhang Fan replied, retracting his finger and shrugging. Approaching the school's entrance, Carlos surveyed the tranquil surroundings and asked, shall we enter directly? What else will we do? Zhang Fan joked. Are you planning to notify the school in advance? If only I could get through, Carlos responded with a chuckle. Let's not squander any more time. Zhang Fan raised his weapon and boldly stepped into the stillness of Raccoon High School. Carlos glanced at his tactical watch, noting the countdown still had over 40 minutes remaining. Taking a deep breath, he too raised his weapon and followed Zhang Fan into the school. For Carlos, his fate hinged upon this moment. Time was of the essence. And if he could not locate Dr. Ashford's daughter within Raccoon High School, his demise was all but certain. Upon entering the school, Carlos surveyed the several buildings before them and asked, should we split up the search? No need. There are only the two of us, and separation could lead to trouble. Zhang Fan replied, primarily concerned for Carlos's safety. The open area outside the school was devoid of zombies, and the interior of the school buildings was eerily quiet as they approached the teaching building. Angela! Zhang Fan suddenly shouted as they reached the entrance, startling Carlos, who had been vigilantly following behind. What are you doing? He whispered urgently. Aren't we searching for someone? Zhang Fan turned back. I'm calling out to her. Carlos. His expression anxious whispered, if you shout like that, you'll attract the zombies. That is precisely the effect I desire, Zhang Fan replied. Why? Carlos was taken aback, puzzled as to why Zhang Fan would want to draw the zombies closer. Observing Carlos's expression, Zhang Fan seemed to grasp the reason behind the demise of his squad. It was evident that Carlos failed to perceive such a blatant intention. Nonetheless, he patiently elucidated to Carlos, it is currently night, and the illumination within the classroom building is rather dim. Furthermore, the multitude of rooms creates a labyrinthine environment, rendering combat against zombies in such conditions perilous. Therefore, I lured them out with sound, intending to confront them in a more open space. Zhang Fan was adept in utilizing firearms against zombies, having played numerous zombie games. Although there are distinctions between the virtual and the real, the mindless nature of the zombies remained consistent. Carlos, upon hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, nodded in realization, murmuring, so that's how it is. Noticing something amiss with Carlos, Zhang Fan surmised that the squad's downfall had instilled a sense of fear regarding zombies within him. Seizing the moment before the zombies arrived, Zhang Fan placed a reassuring hand on Carlos's shoulder, saying, we are armed with guns and ammunition. There is no need for such hushed tones. You may speak a bit louder. Taken aback by Zhang Fan's words, Carlos hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from within the school's teaching building. Zhang Fan positioned himself at the entrance, raised his weapon, and disengaged the safety. Carlos, imitating him, moved to the other side to guard the doorway. Amidst the chaotic footsteps, the first zombie soon emerged at the entrance. It was a small zombie, presumably no older than 13. Carlos froze for a moment, hesitating to fire, but Zhang Fan showed no mercy. He squeezed the trigger, a bullet leaving the chamber and obliterating the small zombie's head. Focus your attention and maintain fire. I will take the lead, Zhang Fan instructed Carlos. Understood, Carlos replied. Soon, a swarm of small zombies surged forth from the doorway. Zhang Fan held the trigger down, methodically dispatching each advancing zombie with precision. His aim was astonishingly steady, exhibiting no recoil whatsoever, and his efficiency was remarkable, often scoring a kill with a single shot, occasionally taking down two with one bullet. The number of zombies within the teaching building was not as overwhelming as Zhang Fan had anticipated after this initial wave. His 60-round magazine had barely been depleted as the zombies at the entrance were swiftly eradicated. Carlos, positioned nearby, remained idle, not firing a single shot. After a brief interval, reassured that no further zombies would emerge, Zhang Fan replaced his magazine with a fresh 60-round one, activated the tactical flashlight on his weapon, and said to Carlos, let's proceed inside. The search within the teaching building proceeded smoothly, devoid of peril or unforeseen events. Zhang Fan discovered a small girl hiding beneath a podium in a classroom on the second floor. "Angela?" he inquired, gazing at the girl clutching a silvery box. The girl nodded in affirmation. "We have found her." Zhang Fan addressed Carlos, who was vigilant outside, and then turned his attention to the young girl beneath the podium, saying, "Come out. I was sent by your father to pick you up." Angela glanced at Zhang Fan, remained silent, and quietly emerged from below the podium, clutching a small box. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Fan inquired Carlos, "How much time is left?" Carlos, casting a fervent look at the little girl behind Zhang Fan, raised his hand to check his tactical watch and replied, 30 minutes remaining. Zhang Fan nodded and then turned to Angela, saying, "This uncle has been bitten by a zombie and urgently requires a vaccine to survive. Do you have the virus vaccine?" Angela still did not speak, but nodded slightly, placing the small box down and pressing her tiny hand against it, causing a flash of green light as the box opened. Inside lay 6 vials, 3 green and 3 blue. Angela retrieved one of the blue vials and handed it over. "Is this the antidote?" Zhang Fan asked as he accepted it. Chapter 133. Oral or injection. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's inquiry, Angela nodded, indicating that it was indeed the virus vaccine. Yet she remained silent. Zhang Fan examined the blue vial with curiosity, as it was his first encounter with the T-virus vaccine. The vial was about the size of a small thermos, sealed at both ends with smooth silver metal, while the middle was transparent, revealing the blue liquid swirling within. After toying with it for a moment, Zhang Fan asked, "How is this administered? Is it oral or injectable?" Before Angela could respond, Carlos, unable to contain his impatience, snatched the blue vaccine from Zhang Fan's hand. He inspected it, located the injection port, reversed the vial, and firmly pressed the smooth metal tip against his arm. Then forcefully pressed his thumb on the other end of the vial. With a hissing sound, it seemed to Zhang Fan that something had leaked, and he watched as the blue liquid within the vial gradually diminished. It turned out that the vial itself functioned as a syringe. Once the blue liquid had disappeared, Carlos casually discarded the now empty vial. At that moment, Zhang Fan pointed incredulously at Carlos, saying, "How could you be so impulsive? What's wrong?" Carlos, having just administered the vaccine, felt bewildered, as if he had committed a grave error. "You were too rash," Zhang Fan exclaimed anxiously. "I just asked Angela, and she said this is meant for oral use, not for injection." "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Carlos froze as if struck by lightning. However, he quickly regained his composure, stating, "But that vial had an injection mechanism." Zhang Fan noticed Angela behind him attempting to speak and quickly reached out, subtly tugging at her clothing, casting her a meaningful glance. Understanding his intention immediately, Angela nodded in comprehension and sealed her lips. Once he had effectively silenced Angela, Zhang Fan turned to Carlos with an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you not aware that this is dual purpose? It can be twisted open." "Angela, is he telling the truth?" Carlos inquired, clearly skeptical of Zhang Fan's assertion, and turned to Angela for confirmation. She remained silent, merely nodding at Carlos, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Upon witnessing Angela's response, Carlos felt as though he had received a staggering blow. Trembling, he asked, "What will happen if I inject it?" He had never anticipated that Zhang Fan would conspire with Angela to deceive him. Zhang Fan remained silent, mirroring Angela's demeanor as he gazed at Carlos, as if observing a lifeless being. Faced with Zhang Fan's penetrating stare, Carlos panicked, imploring, "Please tell me. What will happen if I inject it?" "You will turn into a zombie," Zhang Fan replied. "What can I do?" Carlos asked, clinging to a shred of hope. "There is no salvation. Prepare to meet your end." Zhang Fan replied coldly. "Because you administered it voluntarily, even a vaccine would be of no help now." "Impossible. This cannot be." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Carlos's face drained of color, his heart sinking into despair. He could scarcely believe that, despite having the vaccine in hand, he had irrevocably forfeited his only chance due to improper usage. "If you do not wish to become a zombie, I can escort you on your final journey," Zhang Fan stated solemnly. Carlos looked up at Zhang Fan, whispering, "Thank you. I will let you know if I need anything." Giggling, Angela, standing beside Zhang Fan, could not contain her amusement at Carlos's plight, finding him utterly foolish for being so easily deceived. Hearing laughter, Carlos glanced up to find Angela chuckling behind Zhang Fan, prompting him to ask, "What is so funny?" "I'm on the brink of death." "You fool. You've been tricked, Angela replied with a smile, her first spoken words. Carlos, not truly dim-witted, quickly grasped that he had been duped upon hearing her response. He turned to Zhang Fan, questioning, were you just deceiving me? Ha ha. Your pale face is absolutely hilarious. Zhang Fan chuckled, unable to contain himself any longer. Realizing he had been played, Carlos watched the two before him, one tall and one small, laughing incessantly, caught in a moment of conflicting emotions. Should he be furious or relieved, feeling a mix of laughter and tears? Let us give a high five, Zhang Fan suggested, extending his hand towards Angela, who graciously reciprocated with a high five. The two of them swaggered in front of Carlos and exchanged a high five. Carlos murmured, that joke is not funny at all. It nearly gave me a heart attack. After the exchange with Angela, Zhang Fan turned to Carlos and inquired, what did you feel just now? Carlos candidly admitted his experience. At first, I couldn't believe it. Then I began to regret it. And finally, I thought I was doomed. I'm not asking that. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. I meant to ask how you felt when you received the virus vaccine. It felt cool, Carlos reflected. Initially, my body felt quite heated, but after the vaccination, it turned pleasantly cool. Is it truly that effective? Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. If you don't believe me, you could try it for yourself. Carlos replied with a sidelong glance. That's unnecessary. Zhang Fan quickly waved his hand. I was merely curious. All right, enough of the jokes. Carlos suddenly became serious. Now that we've located Dr. Asiford's daughter, where should we go next? Upon hearing Carlos's question, Zhang Fan replied directly, I don't know. You don't know? Carlos said in disbelief. Didn't Dr. Asiford instruct you to find his daughter without telling you where to take her? Actually, Dr. Asiford called me to help rescue his daughter. We had a good conversation at first, but ultimately, I couldn't agree, Zhang Fan explained. So, I only know where his daughter is, not where to take her afterward. Then why did you bring me to save her? Carlos asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Because you were bitten, Zhang Fan shrugged. That's why I brought you along to find Dr. Asiford's daughter. What about Angela? Carlos asked. What else can we do? Zhang Fan replied. Of course, we'll take her out. Where to? Carlos asked, still confused. Zhang Fan paused, realizing he hadn't thought that far. Initially, he had merely wanted revenge on Dr. Asiford while rescuing his teammate, without considering how to arrange things after saving Dr. Asiford's daughter. Can't she just vanish like a character in a game after receiving her reward? However, now that they had rescued her, Zhang Fan glanced at Angela beside him, thinking it wouldn't be right to make her hide back under the podium and wait for the next wave of people. So he said to Carlos, what do you think? Of course, we'll take her out of the city. Are we supposed to take her to an amusement park? But Raccoon City is already sealed off by Umbrella Corporation. Not even a fly can escape, Carlos frowned. At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly regretted not having considered making Carlos a teammate from the beginning. If it were not for Carlos, I would not have sought the vaccine for the virus. Without that pursuit, I would not have recalled Dr. Ashford's daughter. Without her presence, I could have transformed into a zombie, free to roam at will, to slay the undead as I pleased, and to traverse wherever my whims led me. Should I tire of dispatching zombies, I could indulge in the spectacle of a nuclear explosion, a delightful respite. Thus, rescuing Carlos as a comrade was an ill-fated choice. He cast a glance at Carlos, and a thought surged within him. Why not relinquish the burdensome Angela to Carlos? This way, I would be rid of Angela's encumbrance and conveniently part ways with Carlos. A truly ingenious plan. With this resolution, Zhang Fan eagerly addressed Carlos, declaring, I shall leave her safety in your hands. Why? Carlos inquired, perplexed. Because she saved you. Is that reason not sufficient? Zhang Fan pointed at Angela, questioning further. Do you wish to witness your savior being devoured by zombies? Carlos looked at Angela and found her large eyes fixed upon him, their gazes locked, and a tremor ran through him. As a man, how could he refuse at such a moment? Therefore, under Angela's watchful gaze, he confidently thumped his chest and proclaimed, No problem, I will ensure her safe passage. Seeing Carlos's agreement, Zhang Fan hastily added, Very well, I have matters to attend to, so we shall part ways here. You're leaving? Carlos asked. Yes, I have things to do, Zhang Fan replied. As Carlos seemed about to speak again, Zhang Fan swiftly turned and strode away. However, after a few steps, he pivoted and remarked, Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention. You both should exit the city before 6 o'clock, as the Umbrella Corporation will detonate a nuclear bomb in Raccoon City at that hour. having conveyed the final piece of information. Zhang Fan had no desire to witness Carlos's reaction to the news of the bomb. He turned on his heel and departed without a moment's pause. As Carlos watched Zhang Fan retreat, he hesitated, ultimately reflecting inwardly, "What a good person. Not only did he assist me in finding the vaccine and saving my life, but he also imparted such crucial news." After this contemplation, Carlos squatted down and asked Angela, "Angela, can you contact your father?" "No." Angela shook her head, producing a phone from her pocket. "There's no signal. I cannot make a call." "Very well, then we should set off," Carlos lamented, wishing they could reach Dr. Ashford, as perhaps his influence could summon a helicopter from the Umbrella Corporation. Zhang Fan hastily exited the school, and at that moment, the once desolate street outside was beginning to show signs of scattered zombies. These undead had been drawn by the gunfire from Zhang Fan's earlier skirmish within the school. He paid no heed to the scattered zombies and swiftly bypassed them, sprinting towards the armory. Zhang Fan intended to retrieve additional ammunition and firearms. Before long, he found himself at the entrance of the armory, where he noticed the large sword still standing at the door. Upon re-entering the armory, Zhang Fan approached the counter, grasping a 60-round magazine, and commenced the rhythmic task of loading bullets. His ammunition belt could accommodate a few more magazines. With remarkable speed, he managed to load a dozen 60-round magazines, completely exhausting the store supply of ammunition. Yet, he was still not satisfied. He rummaged through the store for a holster and secured 2 fully loaded shotguns to his back. Zhang Fan initially considered attaching a bandolier for shotgun shells, but he quickly realized that it would interfere with his ammunition belt, leading him to abandon the idea. However, having already procured 2 shotguns, he felt compelled to acquire some shotgun shells. After pondering for a moment, he devised a solution. He would simply use a backpack to store the shotgun shells, as he had more than a dozen magazines that wouldn't fit elsewhere. Thus, he filled his ammunition belt entirely with 10 fully loaded 60-round magazines, while his backpack contained an additional 12. In total, Zhang Fan carried 23 magazines. Given that each magazine holds 60 rounds, he possessed a staggering total of 1,380 rounds of ammunition. This count does not even include the additional boxes of shotgun shells. Excluding the quantity of secondary weapons, Zhang Fan was equipped with precisely 1,380 rounds for his primary weapon. Even so, he felt this was insufficient. Merely 1,380 rounds meant that even as a sharpshooter, where each bullet could fell 2 zombies, he could only dispatch 2,760 of them. Regrettably, this was the extent of the store supply, and he could not procure any more. With his backpack laden with ammunition and all necessary items secured, he prepared to venture out to confront the zombies. However, as soon as Zhang Fan stepped outside, he barely walked a few paces before encountering a figure clad in a black leather coat, an ominous bioweapon reminiscent of the Umbrella Corporation from the apocalypse. Zhang Fan paused momentarily, contemplating, isn't that Alice's former lover? What brings it here instead of pursuing love and vengeance with Alice? Chapter 135. The Useless Avenging Demon. As Zhang Fan pondered this, he considered whether it would be more prudent to greet the creature or to fire a shot instead. Meanwhile, the avenging demon opposite him had already begun assessing Zhang Fan, instantly categorizing the armed Zhang Fan as a combatant, a designation that necessitated elimination according to its programming. The judgment was complete. The vengeful deity raised the 6-barreled Gatling gun aimed at Zhang Fan. The motor of the machine gun roared to life, and the 6 barrels began to spin slowly. Sensing imminent danger, Zhang Fan swiftly dodged, shattering the glass and bursting into a nearby shop. The vengeful deity's machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, bullets chasing after Zhang Fan, devastating the interior of the shop in mere moments. After losing sight of Zhang Fan, the vengeful deity paused, cautiously approaching to assess the situation. Hiding behind a load-bearing wall within the shop, Zhang Fan felt a surge of relief. If he hadn't run quickly, he would have been struck by bullets, exposing himself without a chance for survival. Once the gunfire ceased, he cautiously peered outside, noticing the vengeful deity advancing toward him. This creature seemed intent on total annihilation. With this realization, Zhang Fan resolved to act decisively. He drew his weapon and fired from within the shop, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed directly at the vengeful deity's head. The gun, equipped with no recoil and self-targeting capabilities, allowed Zhang Fan to land nearly every shot on a single point. In mere moments, The vengeful deity, caught off guard, had its head obliterated by Zhang Fan's gunfire. Lifeless, the towering figure slowly toppled backward. Is this it? Zhang Fan gazed incredulously at the fallen vengeful deity. Upon first sight, it had wielded a Gatling gun, donned a black leather coat, and stood at least 2.5 meters tall, moving with a deliberate grace. Though its appearance was grotesque, it exuded an air of intimidation befitting a skilled opponent. Zhang Fan had anticipated an epic confrontation, expecting a fierce exchange of blows, but instead, the creature had succumbed to his gunfire without a fight. Approaching the vengeful deity, Zhang Fan hesitated, pondering whether the entity possessed regenerative abilities. Perhaps it could recover and rise again. However, after waiting a while, he observed that the blood pooling around the vengeful deity had already begun to flow into the sewers, heading towards the wastewater treatment plant, with no signs of revival in sight. Disheartened, Zhang Fan realized that this creature was merely a facade, its composed demeanor a result of its inability to move quickly. Fortunate to have encountered it, he reflected that had he not taken cover, it would have perished outright, leaving no opportunity for him to unleash a volley of gunfire. Truly, it was a spectacle devoid of substance. Having concluded his thoughts on the vengeful deity, a costly creation of the Umbrella Corporation, Zhang Fan departed, seeking out the zombies for further amusement. A few hours later, Zhang Fan stood atop a 3-meter-high platform in the bustling square of Raccoon City, where a perplexing statue had once graced the pedestal, now lying beneath it. Surrounding the platform was a throng of ravenous zombies, their outstretched hands reaching hungrily towards him. The square was utterly filled with these relentless creatures, packed tightly together, leaving no room to spare, the horde spilling over into the streets beyond, where they grew sparse. However, in the distance, scattered zombies were hastening towards the square, eager to join this macabre assembly. It would not be long before the perimeter of the square was similarly congested. Zhang Fan had carelessly placed his ammunition-laden backpack atop the platform. Its gaping opening and deflated appearance revealed that it was now entirely empty. At his feet lay 2 speakers, pulsating with vibrant music, a clandestine weapon he had appropriated from a nearby mall to attract the zombies. Yet at this moment, his supply of 1,380 rounds had been exhausted. Even the shotgun shells within the backpack were all spent. The corpses of the zombies he had dispatched lay in heaps, creating what appeared to be a mound on the otherwise flat square, interspersed with a few crimson-skinned crawlers. Observing the outstretched arms of the zombies below, Zhang Fan smiled, casually tossing his spent shotgun downwards. With the bullets fully depleted, he had grown weary of this deadly game. He yanked off his ammunition belt and floated slightly above the platform, gazing down at the throng of zombies reaching for him, a grin spreading across his face. So eager. Are you? He mused, his eyes glimmering with a fiery intensity. Then allow me to grant your wish. As the words left his lips, searing rays erupted from his gaze, cleaving countless zombies in half instantaneously. He pivoted his head, allowing the scorching beams to sweep across the square, and within moments, the ground was littered with dismembered limbs. The tremendous heat of his vision left only remnants behind, devoid of bloodshed or gore. As he retracted his fiery sight, few zombies remained standing in the square. Those fortunate enough to have evaded his wrath were truly the lucky ones in the realm of the undead. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Zhang Fan closed his eyes and activated his heightened auditory senses, endeavoring to locate Alice's voice. Hours had passed, and he was eager to ascertain the progress of her and her companions, hoping they had procured what they sought and adhered to his instructions. Behind you, Alice ducked. He heard her voice, and soon realized she was with Jill, the situation seemingly dire. Zhang Fan elevated his gaze slightly, activating his enhanced vision, and followed the sound. Beneath the mountains near Raccoon City, he beheld Alice and Jill, both armed, confronting a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, dressed in black leather, with a pallid complexion and a bald head. The arena was littered with dozens of zombies and the conspicuous remains of several crawlers. Chapter 136. Alice in Truth. This place was not one that Alice and Jill had discovered themselves. Upon their arrival at the mansion, they had yet to commence their search for the genuine base purportedly located beneath the hive mentioned by Zhang Fan when they were suddenly overwhelmed by a noxious gas that rendered them unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in this very arena, their personal weapons inexplicably intact. What followed was the scene that Zhang Fan witnessed. The two engaged in relentless combat against a variety of bioengineered creatures. Initially, they faced mere zombies. But as the challenges escalated, they encountered increasingly formidable foes, culminating in the appearance of the imposing bald man clad in a black leather trench coat. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as Alice and Jill stood their ground against this emotionless giant. It was a daunting task to maintain composure in the presence of such a behemoth. Jill, unable to contain herself, remarked, "How is this guy so tall? With that height? He should be playing basketball, not here as a thug. He is not normal, just like me. He has undergone extensive bioengineering," Alice replied, wielding a machete. "I am well aware he is not normal," Jill responded seriously. "I merely attempted to lighten the mood with a joke to ease the tension." Alice turned to Jill, apologizing. "I'm sorry. It's all right. I volunteered for this," Jill replied with nonchalance. "In such a grand endeavor to save the world. How could I let you bask in the spotlight alone?" The bald man, seemingly intolerant of Alice and Jill's light-hearted banter, suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Alice with an expressionless face. Have you ever witnessed a fist the size of a human head? As the fist approached, Alice felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if an invisible gale were rushing towards her. "Dodge!" Alice shouted, kicking Jill aside while simultaneously rolling away, using the momentum to evade the incoming strike. The bald man missed his target but remained unfazed, advancing with a menacing stride, intent on crushing Alice, whom he instinctively perceived as a greater threat than Jill. As Alice rolled on the ground, preparing to rise and retaliate, she caught a glimpse of a colossal foot, nearly the size of her upper body, descending upon her with overwhelming force. Gritting her teeth, she continued to roll on the ground. Jill, propelled by Alice's kick, managed to roll away to dissipate the impact, quickly rising to one knee. After a brief moment of aiming, she fired at the bald man in the trench coat. This time, she refrained from rapid fire and took a moment to carefully aim before pulling the trigger. The scarcity of ammunition compelled her to prioritize precision, as the effectiveness of her pistol against the bald man was limited. The bald man, reacting with remarkable speed, raised a large hand to shield his head. Even as he pursued Alice, the two shots, originally aimed at his eyes, struck his arm instead, inflicting negligible damage. Although Gill's shots did not cause significant harm to the bald man, they successfully piqued his interest. He abandoned his chase of Alice, raising his hand to protect his face and charging toward Gill. Seeing the bald man rush towards her, Gill promptly holstered her pistol and turned to flee, not daring to linger. Having already achieved her goal of aiding Alice, there was no need to confront the bald man head-on. This was not the time for heroics. Through their time fighting side by side, Gill understood that it was Alice who dealt the damage, not herself. With the bald man diverted, Alice let out a sigh of relief as she rolled on the ground, aware that another roll might leave her dizzy. She feared that in a daze, she might end up beneath the bald man's foot, crushed like a worm with a sickening pop. Rising from the ground, Alice hurried towards the bald man. Gill couldn't hold him off for long. In fact, after just 5 or 6 steps, the bald man was already closing in from behind, his towering height allowing him to cover the distance of 2 of Gill's strides with a single step. Alice still couldn't reach him in time. By the moment her blade struck the bald man's calf, Gill was punched in the back, sending her flying. Despite being slashed by Alice, the bald man's expression remained unchanged, as if his leg had not been struck at all. He withdrew his fist and turned, delivering a powerful punch towards Alice. Gill, struck by the bald man's blow, felt as if she had been hit by a vehicle. Darkness enveloped her, her body stiffened, and she was unable to brace for her fall, crashing heavily to the ground. As she landed, a surge of pain overwhelmed her, making even breathing a struggle. Alice, slightly sidestepping, danced as if upon a knife's edge, narrowly avoiding the bald man's colossal fist. Ducking beneath the punch of the trench-coated bald man, she deftly slashed her knife across his forearm, leaving a long, deep gash. It was evident that Alice's reflexes and agility surpassed those of the bald man. Strangely unfazed by the injury, he maintained a stoic expression as if he felt no pain, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched another swift punch at Alice. The relentless barrage of attacks from the bald man left Alice unable to mount an offense, forcing her to continuously evade while inflicting minor, inconsequential cuts upon his arm. Though the bald man's onslaught seemed overwhelming from an outsider's perspective, it was he who was at a disadvantage. Not only did his strikes fail to connect with Alice, but he also found himself playfully sliced again and again on his arm by her deft maneuvers. Before long, the fabric of his trench coat was reduced to tattered shreds, revealing a battered arm adorned with a white circular band on his wrist. Yet Alice was aware of her own plight. While dancing with the blade was undeniably impressive, it demanded immense mental fortitude and was incredibly taxing over time. The arena, despite its vastness, had boundaries, and she sensed that the bald man was gradually compressing her movement space with his incessant attacks, forcing her toward the edge. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps if she endured a punch, she could escape his range. However, upon witnessing the baleful impact that had left Jill incapacitated on the ground, Alice wisely dismissed the notion of sacrificing herself to gain more space. That was not a path to survival. It was a route to self-destruction. Yet doing nothing and allowing the bald man to corner her was equally a slow form of suicide. As she contemplated how to alter this dire situation, she suddenly felt her blade encounter an unusual hardness as it sliced through the bald man's arm. A flicker of excitement surged within her. Had her knife struck bone? Upon closer inspection, however, she realized her initial assumption was incorrect. The hard object was not his bone, but rather a white circular band adorning his wrist. Her gaze fixated on the mark her knife had made upon this band, and an idea sparked in her mind. She dismissed the notion that the white ring was merely a decorative accessory. Undoubtedly, the bald man was a bioweapon developed by the Umbrella Corporation using a virus. After all, how could an ordinary person possess such towering height, strength, and speed? If it was indeed a bioweapon, it would not bear a trinket devoid of purpose. What then? Could this white circular band signify? Could it be a sort of controller, specifically designed to manipulate the trench-coated bald man? As Alice deftly dodged the man's punches, she pondered in her mind that if the white ring were indeed a controller, it would explain why this bioweapon bore such an accessory. A spark of realization ignited in her eyes. What if she were to destroy this controller? Would it incapacitate the trench-coated bald man? Or perhaps liberate him from the Umbrella Corporation's grasp, rendering him even more feral? Unfortunately, the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. The man's fists grew swifter, his steps more menacing, and it appeared she was being cornered. Meanwhile, Jill lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless, showing no signs of revival. Resolute, Alice decided to target the white ring encircling the man's wrist. Rather than succumb to a slow demise, she would gamble on destroying that very ring. The outcome could not possibly be worse than her current predicament. With each counterattack, she aimed for the white ring on his wrist. Soon, the bald man noticed her intent. He seemed unwilling to allow his ring to be struck, instinctively guarding it as his punches became less aggressive and more hesitant. This shift in the bald man's demeanor alleviated some of Alice's pressure, and the tides began to turn. Realizing the efficacy of her strikes against the white ring, she intensified her assault. The scene swiftly transformed. Alice, armed with her blade, pressed forward with relentless determination, while the once formidable bald man found himself increasingly restrained. Before long, Alice discovered that the white rings adorned not just one, but all four of the man's limbs. Once this was revealed to her, the bald man was rendered nearly defenseless. Every time he threw a punch, Alice would retaliate towards the ring on his arm. When he kicked, she would target the ring on his leg, leaving him with little recourse but to defend himself in place. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan hovered above the base where Alice and Jill were engaged in their fierce struggle. Upon spotting them, he chose not to intervene immediately, instead positioning himself overhead to find a suitable vantage point. With enhanced vision, he savored the spectacle of Alice and Jill battling fiercely within. The emergence of a bioweapon, reminiscent of a vengeful god with enhanced aesthetics, was far more exhilarating than watching a Resident Evil film. Returning to the arena, the bald man's cowardly defense, devoid of any offensive action, was destined to falter, especially against Alice's agile and ferocious assaults. In a moment of carelessness, Alice shattered one of the white rings encircling the bald man's arm. The bald man in the white trench coat, his body frozen like a machine deprived of power, suddenly came to a halt. In the following moment, the muscles in his arm, which bore a shattered white bracelet, began to writhe as if animated, twisting and expanding uncontrollably. The sound of 3 consecutive cracks resonated, leading to the shattering of 3 additional white rings in a chain reaction. The bald man convulsed violently, his once elegant coat now stretched taut against his swelling form, signaling a clear loss of control. Such a transformation in a bioweapon was undoubtedly perilous, with Alice and her companions in immediate jeopardy. Alice, unwilling to witness the bald man's transformation unfold, seized the opportunity while he was momentarily incapacitated. She lunged forward, leaping into action, and delivered a powerful strike with her blade aimed at his neck. Her intention was to sever his head, reasoning that without it, he would be rendered motionless, no matter the extent of his transformation. However, she underestimated the strength of his muscles. Her decisive blow sank only a third of the way into his neck before it was obstructed by the dense tissue. To successfully decapitate him, Alice would need to strike at least 3 or 4 more times. Yet, time was not on her side, for the bald man's transformation accelerated rapidly, and his body ceased to tremble, teetering on the brink of completion. Planting her foot on the mutated figure, Alice executed a roll to withdraw her blade. As the knife was extracted from his neck, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Yet, the transformed bald man was unfazed by the gushing wound. He directed a swift strike towards Alice, still airborne and yet to land. With a dull thud, the force of his palm sent her hurtling several meters away. Upon landing, Alice, seemingly unscathed, sprang back to her feet, though a trickle of blood from her lips revealed the potency of the bald man's assault was no trifling matter. Chapter 137. A desperate escape rising from the ground, Alice finally beheld the full extent of the bald man's transformation. No longer could he be referred to as the man in the trench coat. He had transcended into a new entity entirely. His stature had grown significantly, towering over 3 meters, a dramatic increase of 30 to 40 centimeters. The once well-fitted trench coat lay in tatters, torn apart by his bulging muscles, now resembling mere strips hanging from his form. Moreover, his previously pale skin had darkened to a deep crimson hue due to the excessive growth of muscle. The most striking change was in his arms, which had elongated considerably, now hanging down to knee level, and with razor-sharp nails that approached the height of his calves. Only his bald head remained unchanged, devoid of any hair. The man in the trench coat had transformed into the red-headed aberration. The mutated figure's gaze was even more apathetic as he turned to Alice, regarding her as if she were a mere cadaver. Slowly, he reached out and tore away his tattered trench coat, revealing his androgynous, naked form, with a bleeding wound on his neck visibly healing at an alarming rate. Alice, enduring excruciating pain as her internal organs shifted, lifted her knife in a defensive stance, utterly depleted of the strength to attack. Despite having swiftly recovered from a solid slap delivered by the red-headed man, the truth was that the blow had inflicted severe damage upon her. Had she not been a perfect host for the T-virus, she would have collapsed to the ground like Jill, unable to rise. The mutated, naked red-headed man exhibited neither a roar nor any unnecessary movements. Without hesitation, he charged toward Alice. His speed and strength had increased dramatically post-transformation, a stark contrast to his previous self in the trench coat. The ancient adage, to shed one's clothing is to gain strength, rang true. As soon as they clashed, Alice found herself unable to even evade, her body being violently thrown aside, as though she were a mere child against an adult, a complete mismatch in prowess. After sending Alice flying, the mutated red-headed man, unlike before, showed no inclination to pursue. Instead, he approached Alice with deliberate, measured steps, seemingly intent on amplifying her terror. Having already endured considerable internal turmoil, Alice received another crushing blow, rendering her unable to rise. She struggled on the ground, yearning to get up, yet the agonizing pain robbed her of any strength. After a futile struggle, she managed to roll over onto her back, at least allowing her to see how her demise would unfold. Watching the towering red-headed man draw nearer, she glanced at Jill, lying motionless nearby. If only she had heeded Jill's warning and fled Raccoon City instead of seeking out this base, would her fate have been different? Yet, such reflections were futile now. She closed her eyes, surrendering to her fate. She had fought until the final moment, too weak to stand, utterly spent. The red-headed man loomed over Alice, casting a shadow as he raised a fist the size of a human head, poised to strike. But wait, I still have one last resort. Suddenly, the image of Zhang Fan flashed through her mind, along with his words, igniting a flicker of hope within her. If you truly possess the extraordinary powers you claim, always watching over us, then please appear swiftly. With a sudden burst of determination, she opened her eyes wide and summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Zhang Fan, save me." Entrusting one's life to another is undoubtedly foolish. However, Alice found herself at the end of her wits, unable to concern herself with such matters. Even the faintest glimmer of hope compelled her to take a chance. Upon hearing Alice's cries, the red-headed man seemed momentarily startled, clenching his fists but hesitating to strike. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, acutely sensing that something was swiftly approaching from above. Yet, the ground above him was a solid mass of earth and stone over 100 meters thick. Even a nuclear explosion would pose no threat, unless it were of an extraordinarily high yield or precisely targeted. What could penetrate such a formidable barrier? Alice lacked the red-headed man's keen intuition. She merely wondered why he had frozen in place, staring upwards. What could possibly be up there? Her curiosity piqued. She followed his line of sight, but saw nothing but the stark white light above and the thick concrete ceiling. What could there be? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was suddenly showered with a cascade of dust, as if it were raining. In the next moment, the solid concrete ceiling shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which a torrent of earth and a shadow descended. The debris crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured Alice's view of the shadowy figure. However, the red-headed man seemed to have discerned something. He roared into the swirling dust and, without hesitation, lunged forward, generating a gust of wind as he plunged into the haze. This was the first time Alice had heard his voice. Almost instantly, she witnessed the red-headed man emerge from the dust at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily against the arena's boundary, which shattered like fragile glass, creating a web of cracks. What had transpired? The sequence of events unfolded far too swiftly, from the appearance of the hole to the red-headed man being hurled away, overwhelming Alice's senses and leaving her momentarily dazed. Then, as if commanded by an unseen force, the dust began to coalesce towards the center, much like swallows returning to their nest. As the dust settled, a man clad in a black bodysuit emerged before Alice's eyes. Though he had changed his attire and hairstyle, she recognized him instantly. It was futile. A man as striking as he was, akin to a firefly in the pitch-black night, stood out so vividly. Zhang Fan. Alice could not help but exclaim, her eyes brimming with tears. Although she had been calling his name moments before, deep down, she had never truly believed he would arrive. "Hello, Alice," Zhang Fan said casually, tossing aside a clump of dust, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I apologize for my tardiness. I took a moment to freshen up and change." Chapter 138. The white-haired elder, you haven't arrived late. Alice assumed Zhang Fan was jesting, replying, "The timing is impeccable." Zhang Fan turned his gaze towards the motionless figure of Jill lying on the ground and deliberately inquired aloud, "Oh, isn't that Jill? Why is she lying there, unresponsive? Has she perished? You may die, but I shall not." A faint voice emanated from Jill's form. Having endured the throes of this life-and-death crisis, the psychological shadow Zhang Fan cast upon her had diminished significantly, reverting her to her former rebellious self. In truth, Jill was neither unconscious nor dead. She, like Alice, had been struck by the bald man, leading to the compression of her internal organs and a displacement of her viscera. However, Alice possessed a far superior constitution, allowing her to rise after the blow, while Jill could barely move without succumbing to excruciating pain and dizziness. Truly fortunate to be alive. Such a fate is regrettable, Zhang Fan remarked with a hint of disappointment. Jill refrained from further conversation, as speaking was a painful endeavor for her. Instead, she opted for a less painful gesture to convey her response, a single middle finger raised toward Zhang Fan. Did Zhang Fan appear to be one who would suffer in silence? Just as he contemplated retaliating with a similar gesture, the previously sealed boundaries of the arena abruptly began to reveal dark openings every 5 meters. He glanced around, counting a total of 12 such apertures. It seemed the unseen puppeteer wished to prevent them from leisurely reminiscing in the arena, unwilling to allow their performance to be overshadowed even by the bald man in a trench coat, eager to make an appearance and reclaim some semblance of significance. Zhang Fan paid no heed to the 12 dark openings, but instead turned his attention to the upper right, where a piece of glass camouflaged as concrete caught his eye. He extended a solitary middle finger towards the glass, though he certainly did not intend to direct it at the glass itself, as that would appear rather peculiar. Thus, this gesture was intended for the individual standing behind the glass. Behind the glass stood an elderly man with graying hair, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the sudden emergence of Zhang Fan in the arena, seemingly pondering how this individual had arrived. Zhang Fan did not recognize the person behind the glass. Hence, for the sake of memory, he promptly bestowed upon him a rather fitting nickname, the white-haired elder. As their gazes met, the white-haired elder did not exhibit alarm, even in the face of Zhang Fan's effortless defeat of a tyrant. To him, such matters were inconsequential. For as long as he had the resources, he could create as many tyrants as he desired. He merely expressed surprise that Zhang Fan had managed to discern his presence. It was noteworthy that the glass before them represented the pinnacle of Umbrella Corporation's technology, in terms of appearance, shadow, color, scent, and even tactile sensation. It bore no difference from concrete, rendering it a seamless disguise. However, such a flawless disguise has been uncovered by an outsider like Zhang Fan. And, judging by his gesture of raising the middle finger, it is evident that he is not merely guessing but genuinely aware of the presence here. The elderly man with white hair cannot help but feel astonished. He ponders whether there is a traitor within the company or if this individual possesses an unusually keen intuition. Regardless, the expression on the elderly man's face conveys that the situation is manageable and under his control. He dismisses Zhang Fan's gesture, knowing that only the incompetent would resort to such an act of frustration. Instead, he simply needs to smile and press the red button before him. As the red button is pressed, a cacophony of hissing sounds emanates from the arena below, all originating from the ominous black openings. Moments later, 12 identical 3-meter-tall, bald men clad in black trench coats emerge from these voids. Use all your strength to eliminate him, commands the elderly man from behind glass. With a sharp click upon his command, the white rings adorning the bald men's attire detach and swiftly transform them into red-skinned bald men. It turns out that these white rings were not controllers, but rather enhancement devices designed to elevate the aesthetic appeal of the bald men. After all, once they morph into red-skinned bald men, their faces bear the scars of a violent encounter. Resembling skin marred by acid, their complexion's a disturbing shade of red, far from the standards of human beauty. At that moment, the first red-skinned bald man, previously sent flying by Zhang Fan, rises and joins the 12 newly transformed red-skinned bald men to encircle him, while Alice and Jill, lying on the ground, are ignored. Their healing speed is astonishing. Zhang Fan muses, recalling how he had sent the red-skinned bald man sprawling with a single blow, shattering numerous bones, rendering him seemingly incapacitated. Yet, only a brief moment has passed, and he is already on his feet again. Zhang Fan glances at the resurrected adversary, realizing that its bones have indeed mended. He concludes that he must exert a tad more force. It appears that the red-skinned bald men share a form of telepathic connection, as they coordinate without words or eye contact. Among the 13 encircling Zhang Fan, 3 step forward, while the other 10 remain in position to prevent his escape. Only 3 have come forth? Zhang Fan remarks disdainfully, "This is a grave underestimation of my abilities." He then raises his gaze towards the individuals behind the glass. Gesturing with his hand, "I demand to face 10. Regrettably, his request goes unacknowledged, and the 3 advancing red-skinned bald men remain silent, charging toward Zhang Fan without uttering a word. To ambush while I am speaking. How lacking in martial decorum. Zhang Fan notes, feeling a surge of indignation as he witnesses the 3 red-skinned bald men approaching him, their lack of courtesy infuriating him further. He decided to exert a touch more strength, imparting a small lesson to the 3 oblivious red-skinned, bald-headed men, so they might comprehend the essence of martial virtue and courtesy. The trio, moving from different directions, simultaneously launched their fists towards Zhang Fan. With a mere glance, he understood their intent. As the basketball-sized fists approached him, he remained unperturbed, even finding the time to mockingly declare, "Such trivial skills dare to display themselves before me." In the instant their fists neared, he deftly evaded the spot he occupied. The 3 men, certain of their victory, found their punches swinging into empty air, nearly colliding with one another, bewildered as they exchanged glances, unable to fathom how Zhang Fan had suddenly vanished from their sight. Chapter 139. The Tyrant's Reckoning. This punch, a culmination of 20 years of mastery. I wonder if you can withstand it. At that moment, a voice emerged from the blind spot of the 3 red-skinned men. They turned to the source and discovered Zhang Fan had reappeared in their field of vision, having stealthily positioned himself in their blind spot. He stood in a reverse bow stance, concealing his fist at his waist. Without waiting for the trio to react, he unleashed a powerful punch towards them. With a resounding crack, a vast arc of red flesh and blood materialized before him, and the upper halves of the three men standing within this area ceased to exist, leaving only their legs, complete with pelvises, standing on the ground, oozing blood, struggling to remain upright. The old man behind the concealed glass, witnessing the aftermath of Zhang Fan's punch, was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out. It was simply too outrageous. Having developed and engineered the tyrant, he was well acquainted with its capabilities and, calculating in his mind, realized that the power of Zhang Fan's punch was akin to that of a missile. Yet, how could this be possible? The old man was reluctant to accept this notion, but the scene before him compelled belief. Observing the devastation he had wrought, Zhang Fan retracted his fist, sheepishly scratching his head as he remarked, "My apologies, I lost control momentarily and exerted a bit too much force." He then turned to address the remaining red-skinned men, inquiring, "Well then, who among you shall step forward next?" In truth, the advanced bioengineered weapons, like the red-skinned men, possessed an instinct for self-preservation. Unlike their lower-tier zombie counterparts, they did not charge forward recklessly. They hesitated at the sight of fresh carnage, unwilling to tread the path of danger, fearing a fate similar to that of their fallen brethren. The gruesome fate of the three had instilled fear in the others, and for a while, none dared to step forth, while the old man, having witnessed the potency of Zhang Fan's strike, lingered in contemplation, hesitating to issue any commands. As time passed without any of the red-skinned men stepping forward, Zhang Fan speculated that his earlier display of strength had intimidated them, leaving them apprehensive of meeting a similar grim end. Nevertheless, he admitted that the force exerted in that last punch was indeed considerable, a full 10% of his strength. Had he not utilized telekinesis to contain most of the power from leaking out at the critical moment, the arena might have been obliterated. Thus, Zhang Fan felt compelled to reassure everyone, stating, "Rest assured, I will control my strength this time and will not create such a bloody spectacle." Yet, despite his assurances, the red-skinned, bald men remained motionless, unwilling to step forward. Left with no choice, he declared, "Since you refuse to come forward, I shall approach you." As he took a step forward, the red-skinned, bald man opposite him retreated a step, increasing the distance between them. Was the retreat of the red-skinned, bald man a serious action? Zhang Fan paused, pondering whether these figures were indeed afraid. After all, weren't bioweapons devoid of rationality? Could these chip-controlled entities experience fear? To test his hypothesis, he advanced another step, and indeed, the red-skinned figure retreated once more. Zhang Fan then attempted a similar approach with the others, and, as expected, every time he drew near, they would swiftly back away, adamantly refusing to let him approach. Stopping in his tracks, he ceased his attempts and remarked, "Very well. Since you wish to end this, let's conclude here." With that, he employed his telekinesis to immobilize all the red-skinned men, his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity directed at them. After a few moments, as he cleared the arena of the red-skinned figures, Zhang Fan thought it was time to move on to more pressing matters. He scanned the arena and soared towards the camouflage glass, which he had noted was not the only exit but was indeed the most accessible. However, upon reaching it, he found it utterly deserted. The old man had sensed something amiss during Zhang Fan's probing of the red-skinned men and had fled decisively. Unfortunately for the escaping elder, he was unaware that Zhang Fan had memorized his voice, ensuring that he could be tracked down regardless of his location. With a snap of his fingers, Zhang Fan shattered the camouflage glass, creating a gaping hole 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Just as he was about to enter through the breach, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten about Alice and Jill. Thus, he flew back to their side, asking, "How are you? Can you stand?" Alice attempted to rise, but, after a struggle, her face contorted in pain as she shook her head, replying, "I need a bit more time." Zhang Fan glanced around the arena. It was far from safe. Beneath his feet lay a mass of grotesque and hideous experimental specimens, and in the dark openings, dormant pods house an array of zombies, crawlers, and trench-coated tyrants. At present, Alice found herself utterly immobilized. If she were to leave and the dormant pods suddenly malfunctioned, unleashing their contents, it would indeed be a comical scenario. Nevertheless, having gone this far, she resolved to uphold her virtuous nature, ensuring that she escorted them to a more secure location. With this thought in mind, Zhang Fan extended his hand and bent down towards Alice. Observing his actions, Alice's heart raced. Could he be preparing to lift her in a princess carry? A bashful expression crossed her face as she closed her eyes and raised her hands. However, the next moment, she froze in surprise, for she felt a large hand grasp her neck, lifting her effortlessly. How unexpected! She had anticipated the beginning, but never the conclusion, leaving her in an exceedingly awkward predicament, compelling her to keep her eyes shut. After lifting Alice, Zhang Fan proceeded towards Jill, who had regained some mobility, though she was still far from fully functional. Seeing Zhang Fan clutching Alice as one might handle a cat or dog, she instinctively struggled to rise. Being treated in such a manner would surely jeopardize her future prospects. Unfortunately, Jill's willpower had its limits. By the time Zhang Fan reached her side, she could only manage to prop herself up on her hands. If Alice could not stand, Jill was even less capable, prompting Zhang Fan to act decisively. He grasped Jill's neck and lifted her as well. Chapter 140. Zhang Fan carried both Alice and Jill, soaring into the observation room behind the shattered glass. The concealed observation chamber was square and modest in size, measuring merely a few dozen square meters. Aside from a ceiling, the other four walls were constructed of a semi-transparent green material, with the overhead lights casting a shimmering yellow-green glow. The furnishings within were strikingly sparse. Apart from a control console in front of the glass, there was only a single chair. There were no sofas, coffee tables, or aesthetically pleasing potted plants to be seen. Zhang Fan casually placed Alice and Jill down in the open space, eliciting cries of discomfort from both. As if oblivious to their protests, he declared, "You shall remain here for a while. I will take you to see the fireworks shortly." With that, without awaiting their response, Zhang Fan stepped towards a solid wall, standing motionless as he gazed at it. Alice, feeling somewhat better after being set down, shuffled to the control console and leaned against it. Although this did little to alleviate her pain, it was certainly more dignified than Jill's current position, lying flat on her back. Initially, when Alice saw Zhang Fan approach the wall, she assumed he was searching for an exit. However, after observing him for a while, it became evident that he was simply standing there, motionless, as though contemplating the wall itself. Finding this peculiar, Alice inquired, "What are you doing?" "I am examining the specifics of this base and waiting for the old man to cease his activities," Zhang Fan replied without turning his head. Zhang Fan's response left Alice utterly perplexed. Could the wall truly contain such an abundance of information? She scrutinized the wall behind Zhang Fan, confirming that it bore neither maps nor any artwork. It was merely an ordinary wall. Was it her vision that faltered, or was Zhang Fan experiencing a delusion? "Can you see anything?" Alice inquired cautiously. "Of course I can see. Otherwise, what would I be looking at?" Zhang Fan replied, as though it were self-evident. "Could it genuinely be my eyesight failing me?" Alice could not restrain herself, adding, "But all I see is a wall. There is nothing else." Zhang Fan erupted into laughter at Alice's words. "What are you laughing at?" Alice asked, puzzled. Was it truly humorous that she could not see anything? "It's just a wall. How could you possibly see anything?" Zhang Fan turned, pointing to his own eyes, and declared, "I possess X-ray vision. I can see through walls." "Ah, I see." Alice nodded, her demeanor revealing no astonishment or disbelief regarding Zhang Fan's claimed ability. After all, she had witnessed his formidable physique capable of withstanding bullets, his strength sufficient to pulverize a bald, red-skinned man with a single punch, and his eyes emitting beams of crimson light. Thus, the addition of another extraordinary ability seemed hardly remarkable. Gale, who had been lying on the ground, was less inclined to accept Zhang Fan's assertions with such ease. "Nonsense. How could such a power exist?" she retorted. Zhang Fan glanced at Gale, suggesting, "Do you need me to demonstrate it for you?" Gale had intended to challenge him to prove it, but upon meeting Zhang Fan's gaze, her words transformed into, "I never said I disbelieved. I merely find it too incredible." Zhang Fan smiled. Since Gale was perceptive enough, he need not divulge what he had seen earlier. At that moment, Alice, filled with curiosity, asked, "Did you see anything?" "I have gathered a general understanding of the base's situation. Now, I wish to observe where that white-haired elder has gone," Zhang Fan replied. "The white-haired elder?" Alice echoed. "Yes, the one who was standing here watching your battle. However, he has since fled. I saw him moving freely within the base," suggesting he is a high-ranking official from Umbrella Corporation. "Therefore, I wish to track his whereabouts," Zhang Fan explained. "White-haired elder." Alice mouthed the name, rummaging through her memories for any association. Having once served as a security supervisor at Umbrella Corporation, she had a fair grasp of the mid-level management. But regardless of her efforts, she could not recall anyone by that name. Noticing Alice's expression, Zhang Fan, though lacking telepathy, surmised her thoughts and remarked, "Do not ponder too long. White-haired elder is merely a nickname I bestowed upon him." Upon hearing this, Alice felt a wave of realization wash over her. So it was just a moniker. No wonder she could not make the connection. Since it is merely a nickname, there is no need to ponder further. There are numerous individuals with gray hair in high places, so any contemplation would be futile. At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly announced, "I have good news." "What good news?" Alice inquired. "3 squads of armed personnel are approaching us," Zhang Fan replied. "Is that really good news?" Jill scoffed from aside. "If no one were coming, I would have to venture out myself, which would be quite bothersome." Zhang Fan remarked, "Now that someone is coming to alleviate my boredom, is that not good news?" Just as Jill was about to retort, she suddenly realized that, given Zhang Fan's capabilities, these armed personnel might indeed be nothing more than toys for him. Instantly, she found herself at a loss for words, simmering in silence. Zhang Fan stretched his shoulders and said, "All right, you stay here and do not move. I'm going out to play." The exit of the observation room was cleverly concealed, blending seamlessly with the surrounding walls. It was nearly impossible to locate without careful scrutiny, and one could only wonder why the Umbrella Corporation designed it this way. Yet, no matter how well hidden, it mattered little to Zhang Fan, for he had no intention of searching for this so-called exit. Instead, he simply reached out and lightly tapped the wall before him. With a muffled thud, the wall, glowing with a yellow-green luminescence, shattered as if struck by a rocket. A cacophony of crackling sounds ensued, the fragments of the wall scattering under the immense force. Alice and Jill instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces the moment the debris began to fly, leaving them unconcerned about other potential injuries. Fortunately, both of them were lucky, as not a single shard struck them. Once the sound subsided, Alice and Jill lowered their hands to examine themselves for any wounds. At this point, the wall that had stood before Zhang Fan had vanished, leaving only a couple of exposed rebar to indicate that a wall had once existed there. Chapter 141, A New World. After Zhang Fan shattered the wall with a mere flick of his finger, a passageway emerged before him. However, this passage was not straight. Rather, it extended horizontally, offering limited visibility. To ascertain the specifics of the passage, it was necessary to exit the observation room and venture inside. Ignoring Jill's muttering behind him, Zhang Fan stepped out of the observation room and into the passageway. Upon entering the passage, Zhang Fan found himself needing to choose between the left and right sides. As the passage extended horizontally, he glanced around. The passage was not long, and the observation room was situated precisely in the middle, with corners appearing approximately 20 meters on either side. Moreover, a full squad of armed personnel was rapidly approaching from both directions. After a series of complex calculations and internal deliberations, Zhang Fan ultimately decided against venturing either way, opting instead to remain in place and await the arrival of these armed squads, choosing to bide his time and conserve his energy. Soon, the corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps as the armed personnel from Umbrella Corporation arrived. Upon seeing the black-clad figures, adorned with helmets reminiscent of motorcycle gear, Zhang Fan was about to utter some pleasantries. However, the armed individuals, without a word, resolutely pulled their triggers and opened fire. The ferocity of their assault was astonishing. An overwhelming barrage of bullets filled the air before Zhang Fan. He reached out to pluck a bullet from the air. Examining it closely, it was indistinguishable from a standard round. Discarding the projectile, he turned his gaze toward the armed personnel on either side, contemplating their chosen path. Since they were so eager to hasten their demise without a word, he would oblige them. With a surge of psychic energy, he unleashed his telekinesis, causing the gunman to float as if stripped of gravity. Then, with a swift motion, he clenched his hand, and the formidable figures were crushed together in a tangle. Fortunately, this transpired rapidly. His telekinetic prowess was formidable, and the armed personnel met their end in silence, without a single cry escaping their lips. After dispatching the gunman, he surveyed the lifeless bodies and was struck by a grave realization. Even if he acquired the unique treasures of this world, where would he keep them? He couldn't simply carry them indefinitely. At that moment, he recognized that since Doctor Strange had expelled him from the Marvel Universe, although he could traverse various realms, He lacked a permanent sanctuary. Unless he settled in this world, he would be doomed to wander endlessly among disparate worlds. This thought filled him with an inexplicable sense of emptiness, as if all significance had evaporated. Zhang Fan resolved to depart this world in search of a place to call home, recognizing that the world of Resident Evil was hardly a fitting refuge. However, before he left, there was one task remaining: to escort Alice and Jill from the base, ensuring a proper conclusion to his endeavor. In the observation room, Alice wondered why Zhang Fan returned so swiftly after just stepping out, especially following the intense gunfire. She inquired, "Why are you back so soon?" Zhang Fan did not respond to her question. Instead, he silently grasped Alice and Jill, leading them back through the corridor from which he had entered. Noticing his unusual demeanor and troubled expression, Alice and Jill hesitated to speak, allowing Zhang Fan to guide them, despite his earlier amiability. The haunting memory of the church scene lingered vividly in their minds. Upon venturing outside, Zhang Fan swiftly located the nearest vacant dwelling, unceremoniously depositing Alice and Jill within its confines before returning alone to the skies above the base. He did not enter the base. Instead, he extended his hand toward the void below and exerted a downward force. The underground facility, unable to withstand the pressure of his telekinetic grip, promptly collapsed. After executing this feat, Zhang Fan activated his superlative vision and silently departed from this realm. Upon returning to the void, he realized that his previous sensations had not misled him. The black mist's encroachment upon his body had indeed slowed. At this pace, it would not be long before the mist could no longer erode his form. Contemplating this notion, Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement. If this were the case, could it imply that he would no longer traverse realms in a state of unconsciousness, but rather be able to select the worlds he wished to enter? Thus, he began to ponder which world would be most suitable for his future settlement. Foremost, this world must be secure, devoid of chaotic elements, such as those absurd beings who incessantly sought to conquer or annihilate the world. Furthermore, it would be preferable for there to be no advanced technology or supernatural abilities, with him being the sole possessor of such extraordinary traits. With such hopeful aspirations, Zhang Fan ultimately succumbed to the encroaching black mist and fell into a state of unconsciousness. A golden light emanating from his head as it propelled him toward the nearest world. When Zhang Fan awakened from his stupor, he found himself lying alone in a humble abode constructed of thatch and bamboo. Surveying the interior decor, he deduced that he had indeed arrived in an ancient world. As for his presence on the bed, it was likely that he had been rescued by someone during his unconscious state, reminiscent of a prior experience in a world beset by biohazard. Quickly rising from the bed, Zhang Fan desired to explore the outside, as the sounds beyond his dwelling were festive and raucous, reminiscent of a celebration. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to discover himself in a waterside village, where a massive ancient fish was prominently displayed, suspended for all to see. The villagers, clad in traditional garb, confirmed Zhang Fan's suspicions. He had indeed traversed into an ancient realm. At that moment, the villagers were engaged in merriment, surrounding a Taoist priest donned in a pale yellow robe. Just as Zhang Fan contemplated approaching to inquire about the happenings, a familiar exchange reached his ears, instantly informing him of his arrival in this peculiar world. Chapter 142. A villager approached the Taoist priest, presenting a basket brimming with rewards, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Taoist. Here lies a modest sum of silver and 2,000-year-old salted fish. Please accept it." The Taoist waved his hand, accepting the basket, and resolutely replied, "As a practitioner of the Tao, my aspirations lie solely in aiding the world. Such precious offerings are not for me." As the Taoist priest stored away the silver coins from the bamboo basket, he returned the 2 salted fish to the villager. The villager, filled with admiration, nodded and exclaimed, "Ah, indeed, he is a true Taoist." The priest then turned to the onlookers, raising his voice, "Friends, the demon has been captured. How you choose to deal with it is entirely up to you." At this juncture, Zhang Fan could ascertain that he had traversed into the realm of journey to the west, conquering the demons. This was evidently the opening scene of the film, where this small fishing village had long suffered under the torment of a fish demon, leading them to summon a Taoist priest for assistance. However, the priest had mistakenly captured a colossal ancient fish instead. This world was far from simplistic. It was rife with malevolent forces. Moreover, during the film's climax, When Sun Wukong was subdued, an imposing visage of the Buddha appeared, nearly the size of the earth itself, a truly terrifying spectacle. Furthermore, upon watching the film initially, aside from the comedic elements, there was an overwhelming sense of oppression, not stemming from the trivial romantic subplot between Miss Duan and Chen Xuanzang, but rather an insurmountable feeling of helplessness. The film was saturated with a pervasive sense of scheming, and even the final apparition of the Buddha felt beyond the reach of someone like Chen Xuanzang, who had never truly embarked on a path of cultivation. It seemed to Zhang Fan that Chen Xuanzang had merely reached his threshold of endurance, and the time had come. Initially, upon realizing he was in the world of Journey to the West, Zhang Fan contemplated departing this realm for another, for he felt an acute sense of insecurity here. Surrounded by formidable entities who could manipulate fate, time, and even the air itself, leaving him with an unsettling notion that he could be sealed or suppressed at any moment. Yet, upon further reflection, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of leaving without having encountered Sun Wukong. As Zhang Fan pondered whether to stay or to leave, the villagers were not idle. One villager, brimming with excitement, pointed at the enormous ancient fish hanging and shouted, "Let us kill it." An older villager, bewildered, replied, "Isn't it already dead? Then let us kill it again." Another villager cried out. A disheveled woman stepped forward, enunciating firmly, "I seek vengeance." The crowd collectively shouted for retribution, eager to turn the massive ancient fish into a mush. At that moment, a disheveled man emerged from the throng. It was the protagonist, Chen Xuanzang. He squeezed through the crowd and shouted, "You are all mistaken. It is not the culprit." Upon hearing Chen Xuanzang's words, the villagers turned, glaring at him with indignation. Realizing he had captured their attention, Chen Xuanzang retrieved a tattered ancient book from his pocket, opened it, and pointed at the suspended ancient fish, explaining, "It is not a demon. It is merely an ancient fish, gentle by nature, optimistic in disposition, and of commendable character, albeit a bit oversized." While his explanation lacked coherence, Chen Xuanzang's words still bore an undeniable persuasive power. A villager inquired, "Who are you?" Chen Xuanzang carefully concealed his books and smiled, declaring, "I am Chen Xuanzang, a disciple of the Mahayana Buddhist sect who is yet to be ordained, a demon slayer here to vanquish evil." Upon hearing his introduction, the villagers murmured among themselves, their skepticism palpable. The village chief stepped forward and remarked, "We know of the goo fish, but we have never encountered one of such magnitude. The priest claims it is possessed by a demon." "Indeed," the village chief continued, "yet it merely appears to be an unusually large fish." "It is certainly not the monster you seek," Chen Xuanzang interjected. Just as the villagers seemed swayed by his words, the priest grew displeased. If this goo fish were not a demon, would it not imply that he had erred in his capture? Should he have been mistaken? The reward he had anticipated would surely need to be returned. Casting a glance at the abundant silver coins nestled in his basket, he resolved not to let this young man thwart his plans. A devoted father, slain by a demon, the priest exclaimed, his face contorted with feigned sorrow. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xuanzang, saying, "The grieving families of the innocent victims are devastated, and yet you utter such words." The priest stumbled over his own words, having rushed into his performance without preparation, and could only cover his mouth in pretended grief. Seeing the priest's demeanor, the villagers recalled the victims who had perished at the hands of the demon, their anger igniting. One villager shouted at Chen Xuanzang, "Scoundrel!" Soon the entire assembly joined in, hurling insults at him. Meanwhile, the priest, having incited their wrath, retreated behind the crowd, feigning tears while secretly counting his coins. Facing the seething villagers, Chen Xuanzang pleaded, "Please, listen to me. The monster you seek has yet to reveal itself." A grief-stricken villager approached him, shouting, "Silence. Have you ever lost a husband?" Chen Xuanzang shook his head and, grasping her hand earnestly, responded, "Dear sister, I have no husband." The villager pressed further, "Have you ever lost a husband?" Unfazed, Chen Xuanzang reiterated, "Dear sister, trust me, I truly have no husband." Upon hearing his persistent reply, the distraught villager could no longer contain herself. She withdrew her hand and slapped him across the face. Observing her aggression, another villager rushed forward, his eyes wide with fury. As tension escalated, other confused villagers raised their fists and charged at Chen Xuanzang, striking him with blows. In no time, Chen Xuanzang was overwhelmed and brought to the ground. his arms forcibly pinned by the villagers. With hair being yanked and blood trickling from his split lip, the onlookers shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" Yet, even amidst the chaos, Chun Xuanzang continued to assert, "The fish is innocent. The true demon lurks still beneath the waters. Please, do not venture into the water." At that moment, behind the crowd, the Taoist priest, having counted his silver, noticed Chen Xuanzang lying there, beaten yet still threatening his own schemes. He once again hoisted his basket and pointed at the prostrate Chen Xuanzang, declaring, "Such utter nonsense! He is clearly an accomplice of the monster. Hang him and burn him alive." Several villagers dragged Chen Xuanzang off the ground, while others echoed in a chant-like chorus, "Burn him! Burn him!" Chapter 143. The decision to stay observing the fervent villagers, the Taoist priest sighed inwardly, recognizing the power of public sentiment. He then firmly proclaimed, "Listen, everyone. This monster has already been vanquished by me. This place is absolutely safe, and you may enter the water with peace of mind." The villagers, while smiling and nodding in agreement, hesitated as they gazed at the shimmering surface of the water, none daring to lead the way into its depths. Indeed, Chen Xuanzang's words had made an impact. Seeing the villagers' lingering doubts, the Taoist priest understood that he could not waver at this moment. Fortunately, he had brought a disciple along, and he signaled to him with a glance to enter the water. The disciple hesitated, fearful of lurking monsters. Aware of his master's true nature and the fact that their visit was merely a ruse for profit, he was reluctant to plunge into the water. Noticing his disciple's reluctance, the Taoist priest, clutching the silver, adopted a stern expression and commanded, "Get in the water." Realizing his master was serious, the disciple slowly approached the water's edge, peering in to ascertain whether it was indeed safe. However, without hesitation, the Taoist priest kicked his disciple into the water. The disciple, splashing and struggling in fear, soon discovered that he was safe. He called out excitedly to the shore, "It's fine. It's very safe." The Taoist priest turned to the villagers, jubilantly exclaiming, "See, it is safe." Upon witnessing someone testing the waters, the villagers finally felt reassured, believing that the monster had been captured and that there was no longer any danger lurking below. One villager shouted with exaggerated enthusiasm, "Wow, it really is safe." With such dramatic tone and expression, one might think he was merely a plant in the priest's scheme. Just as the villagers raised their arms in celebration, preparing to dive into the water for a swim, a voice called out from behind them, "Wait, I sense something amiss." The villagers halted their movements, turning to discover that the speaker was a strikingly handsome man dressed in peculiar attire. This man was, of course, Zhang Fan. After much contemplation, he had decided to remain and observe, believing that with his abilities, even if he could not defeat the formidable beings, he could certainly escape at near-light speed if necessary. After all, they had yet to engage in battle. How could he know he would not prevail? A villager beside a woman exclaimed, "Hey, isn't he the one you brought back, Jin?" Zhang Fan was discovered by the elder brother of his deceased husband when she went to invite the Taoist priest to exorcise the demon early this morning. Many villagers had witnessed this, and some had even carried Zhang Fan. The demon had already been captured by the priest, rendering the waters safe. The village chief stepped forward and inquired, "Do you have any further questions, young man?" "I believe that, given the short time since entering the water, even if a demon were present, it would not manifest so swiftly," Zhang Fan replied as he approached from behind, the villagers parting to create a path for him. "Everyone must hold a bowl while eating. Surely the demon would also require some time to arrive. Perhaps it is currently rushing towards us. And if we enter the water now, we might encounter it directly." "That makes sense." The villagers murmured in agreement, considering Zhang Fan's reasoning. "It is sheer nonsense. Do not heed his words." The Taoist priest interjected, clutching his silver. "The demon has been captured. The waters are unquestionably safe." "If the demon has indeed been captured, why are you in such haste?" Zhang Fan glanced at the priest and asked. The priest found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, his disciple, still swimming, suddenly froze in terror at Zhang Fan's remarks, sensing impending danger lurking beneath the surface. "Master, what should I do? Shall I just remain here?" The disciple inquired from the water. "Silence. Stay in the water. I shall see from where this demon arises," the priest insisted, attempting to maintain his composure. "And how long must we wait?" the village chief asked again. They were a fishing village, reliant on their catch for sustenance. Having not ventured into the water for days due to the demon's presence, their food supplies were dwindling. Prolonged waiting would lead to hunger. Not too long. A mere 10 minutes will suffice, Zhang Fan responded. What is the duration of 10 minutes? The village chief asked, his face etched with confusion. Zhang Fan paused, realizing he had momentarily forgotten that they were in ancient times, devoid of a concept of minutes and seconds. After a moment's thought, he replied, Is the time taken for a stick of incense to burn? Oh, the time for a stick of incense. That is more manageable. The village chief turned to the villagers and declared, For safety's sake, we shall wait for the duration of 1 stick of incense. Thus, a villager rushed home to fetch a slender stick of incense, lighting it and placing it on the shore. Together, they stood by the water's edge, observing the priest's disciple swimming alone. During the wait, the Taoist priest, unsure of Zhang Fan's intentions, approached him and whispered, Who are you? I am Zhang Fan. Zhang of the long bow, Fan of the mundane, he replied. Since you are an ordinary person, it would be wise not to involve yourself in our exorcism matters. The priest cautioned earnestly, leaning closer to Zhang Fan. You must understand, this realm is far too profound for someone like you to navigate. I am fully capable. Zhang Fan asserted. You truly do not grasp the situation, the Taoist said patiently. I am indeed capable of understanding, Zhang Fan replied, gazing at the Taoist. What would you do if no monsters materialized? The Taoist suddenly inquired. If none appear, wouldn't that be for the best? Zhang Fan responded, perplexed. That would imply you have indeed captured the monsters. The Taoist was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhang Fan's words. At that moment, a taller villager pointed towards the bend of the river and shouted, Look, what is that? Everyone turned to follow the villager's gesture and, sure enough, they saw a large shadow beneath the water rapidly approaching. The crowd awaited with bated breath, eager to discern the nature of the shadow, for they often witnessed schools of fish creating similar shadows while swimming together. However, Chen Xuanzong, who was being restrained by others, suddenly shouted, Danger! The monster is coming! Everyone, stop looking and swiftly move away from the shore. Chapter 144. Sand Monk, though, was merely a shadow, and the true monster had yet to emerge. Chen Xuanzong's alarmed cries were sufficient to incite panic among the timid villagers. The frightened villagers hastily retreated from the shore, moving back several meters, fearful of being captured by the monster, while some bolder souls remained at the edge, continuing to observe the approaching shadow. Zhang Fan belonged to the courageous group. He calmly walked to the water's edge and activated his light perception to scrutinize the encroaching shadow. Before him appeared a peculiar fish spirit, which he recognized would eventually become Chen Xuanzong's disciple, the Sand Monk. According to the narrative, this fish spirit was originally a kind-hearted human who, while attempting to save a child by the river, was mistakenly perceived by the villagers as a kidnapper, leading to his untimely death and disposal in the river, where fish and beasts feasted upon his remains. Thus, he harbored deep resentment, transforming into a half-fish, half-beast water demon to seek vengeance upon the villagers. However, Zhang Fan harbored doubts about the authenticity of this account. He pondered whether, should he slay this fish spirit, the Sand Monk would still manifest. Meanwhile, the disciples in the water sensed the commotion on shore and, without needing to be called, scrambled onto land, dripping wet, and made their way to their master. The relatively composed village head turned to the Taoist and asked, Taoist, why is this happening? The Taoist, caught off guard by the uncanny coincidence, felt a twinge of anxiety as well. Fortunately, it was still just a shadow, and the true monster had not yet revealed itself. He reassured the village head, saying, There is no need to panic. Everyone is on shore. Even if it is indeed a monster, it cannot ascend. No sooner had the Taoist finished speaking than the wet disciple beside him was ensnared around the waist by a vivid red tongue that shot out from the water, pulling him back into the depths. Upon witnessing the disciple of the Taoist being ensnared by a lengthy tongue, the villagers were finally convinced that a monster had arrived. They were filled with terror, shrieking and fleeing for their lives. Long life! Long life! Mother Jin searched through the panicked crowd for her daughter as she made her way towards the shore. Mother Jin, hurry! Quickly! A familiar villager urgently pulled her away from the water's edge. Master, help! Save me! The disciple, ensnared by the tongue, clung desperately to the crevices of the ground. His body stretched taut as he looked up to his master for salvation. However, upon witnessing his disciple caught by the monster's tongue, the master dared not look further, clutching his silver and fleeing without a backward glance. The village chief, witnessing this, erupted into a surprising speed unbefitting his age, quickly chasing after the fleeing Taoist. "Return our money." The chief desperately tugged at the Taoist's apricot-colored robe, preventing him from escaping. "What are you doing? Let go. My robe is quite expensive." The Taoist protested as he struggled to retain his silver. "You are deceiving us. Return our money." The chief refused to relent. "Who is deceiving you? This money is rightfully mine. Did I not capture a monster for you?" The Taoist retorted. "Who knew there was another?" The Taoist cleverly shifted the blame, saying, "This is all your fault. Had you informed us of 2 monsters earlier, this calamity would not have occurred." "What shall we do now?" the chief asked, gripping the Taoist's robe tightly. "How about you release me first? I shall prepare and return a deal with the monster," the Taoist proposed. "Agreed. But you must return our money first," the chief insisted. "On what grounds?" the Taoist inquired, puzzled. "Did I not already capture one monster? But there is still another monster." The chief pressed. "It is only fair to charge for each monster captured. This is the rule of us exorcists," the Taoist explained. "I care not. Unless you capture this second monster, do not expect to take the money." The chief shook his head, resolute in his grip. "Why are you so obstinate? Reason seems lost on you," the Taoist exclaimed, his frustration evident as he threatened, "If you do not release me, I swear I will strike you down. I truly will. And it will be quite brutal." Caught off guard by the threat, the chief was momentarily at a loss, and instinctively threw a punch at the Taoist's abdomen. The Taoist had not anticipated that the seemingly simple-minded chief would suddenly attack, leaving him utterly unprepared to receive the blow to his midsection. Although the village chief was somewhat advanced in years, his daily fishing life had granted him a physique of hardened muscle, and the strength behind his punch was certainly formidable. With a muffled grunt, the Taoist doubled over from the unexpected strike, struggling to swallow back the rising bile as he looked up at the chief and questioned, "What was that for?" "I don't know," the chief replied, somewhat embarrassed. "This is what you have compelled me to do." The Taoist priest wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand while protecting the silver with the other. He then delivered a punch to the village chief's face. Undeterred, the village chief retaliated with a blow of his own, and soon the two were engaged in a brawl, exchanging punches in a chaotic display of raw aggression, ultimately grappling on the ground. Meanwhile, the abandoned disciple of the Taoist, devoid of strength to call for help, focused all his energy on resisting the aquatic demon's tongue. He feared that uttering a sound would release the pressure, leading to his imminent demise. Desperately, he clawed at the ground, seeking any leverage to prevent being dragged under by the creature's powerful appendage. Yet, despite his efforts, the demon's strength proved overwhelming, and inch by inch, he was pulled towards the water. Observing his disciple's hands, now bloodied and raw, yet still clinging to hope for survival, Zhang Fan resolved to assist him. With a sigh, he navigated through the crowd and approached his disciple, bending down to grasp the tongue ensnared around his waist. Pulling with all his might, with a resounding splash, the creature concealed in the water was forcibly yanked out by Zhang Fan. The aquatic demon, as large as an elephant, adorned in hues of yellow and green, with the body of a fish and the head of a qilin, soared over the heads of the panicking villagers. Among those fleeing, some turned back upon hearing the commotion, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After dragging the beast from the depths, Zhang Fan brandished its tongue like a meteor hammer above his head. An increasing number of villagers halted in their escape, including Sister Jen, searching for her daughter, and the village chief and the Taoist, still entangled in their scuffle, all gazing in astonishment at the demon being wielded by Zhang Fan. After spinning the creature several times, Zhang Fan aimed for an open space and forcefully slammed the aquatic demon to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a large crater was formed in the sandy earth. Zhang Fan initially contemplated emulating the Hulk, intending to strike the demon further, as it was his first encounter with a legendary creature, and he was uncertain of the efficacy of his initial attack. A few more strikes could ensure a more secure outcome. However, as he prepared to lift the demon for another blow, he realized he grasped nothing but air. Looking down, he saw that the tongue he had held had mysteriously transformed into a puddle, slipping through his fingers. When he raised his gaze again, he observed the demon's body in the crater undergoing a transformation. After a brief convulsion, a copious amount of transparent liquid erupted from its form. Before the astonished eyes of the villagers, the once massive creature left behind a large pool of water and rapidly morphed into a naked man. Lying on the ground with closed eyes, This extraordinary metamorphosis left the villagers in stunned silence, as it was their first encounter with such an eerie spectacle of a demon transforming into a human. Zhang Fan was somewhat astonished. However, unlike the villagers, his surprise stemmed from the woeful weakness of the demon fish, which struck him as utterly inconceivable. He perceived that this fish spirit was nothing extraordinary, possessing only a large physique and an odd appearance, resembling an ordinary beast more than anything else. In truth, setting aside any feelings of fear, Zhang Fan believed that if a dozen villagers were to grasp this creature's tongue, even if they could not achieve the effortless tossing of the fish spirit as he had, they could still gradually haul it ashore. He gazed at his own hands, contemplating whether his excitement at encountering a monster for the first time had inadvertently caused him to exert too much strength, resulting in the fish spirit being caught off guard and unable to showcase its true abilities before being stunned by his actions. The more he pondered, the more he felt this was indeed the case. After all, it was implausible for a demon to possess no magical prowess or extraordinary abilities whatsoever. At that moment, a villager pointed at Zhang Fan and proclaimed to those around him, "So he is the demon exorcising master. Sister Jen has brought back a demon master." Upon hearing this, the other villagers, bolstered by Zhang Fan's unusual attire and the recent spectacle of him pulling the fish spirit from the water, were instantly convinced. They hastened to surround him, kneeling in reverence and expressing their gratitude. The Taoist priest, mingling among the villagers, also bowed to Zhang Fan, albeit while secretly searching the ground for the silver that had fallen from his pocket during the earlier scuffle with the village chief. Faced with a throng of people bowing before him, Zhang Fan felt overwhelmed. Although he had previously commanded others to kneel, he had never experienced such sincere gratitude from so many, evoking a complex array of emotions within him. Overall, however, the sensation was rather pleasant. "Everyone, please rise." Zhang Fan gestured, stating, "I am no demon master. I merely possess innate strength." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's denial, some villagers continued to kneel in gratitude, bewildered. If Zhang Fan had not captured the fish spirit, who else could have? Not all villagers had witnessed the entire process of him pulling the fish spirit from water. At that moment, the village chief appeared from nowhere, sporting a bruised and battered visage, and grasped Zhang Fan's hand, saying, "Master Zhang, please do not be modest. I witnessed you pulling the fish spirit from the water with my own eyes." Zhang Fan swiftly shook off the village chief's hand. He had intended to continue deflecting the praise, but soon reconsidered. In this unfamiliar world, lacking any identity, adopting the mantle of a demon master was not a bad proposition. His expression shifted, and with a tone of righteous authority, he addressed the villagers. "Since my identity has been unveiled, I shall no longer conceal it. Indeed, I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, the paragon of heroism and chivalry, the legendary demon exorcising master." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's affirmation of his status, although the villagers ceased their kneeling, they were nonetheless filled with awe. Wow, a demon exorcising master. How impressive. Truly a demon master, to be honest. I had suspected it all along. So handsome. The village chief, standing nearby, inquired, "May I ask what title Master Zhang holds?" Upon hearing the chief's question, Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had no title to speak of and had to conjure one on the spot. Fortunately, his mind was quick, and with a swift glance, he settled upon a suitable moniker. "I am known as the Monster Slayer, Zhang Xiaofan," he proclaimed. In introducing himself, he added a diminutive to his name, believing that in such a world, one ought to possess a nickname to avoid unnecessary troubles. What a splendid title, the village chief praised. The Monster Slayer, Zhang Xiaofan, simple and clear, truly a commendable name. "You flatter me," Zhang Fan replied, bowing slightly, a pleased expression gracing his face. The village chief then turned to the villagers and announced, "This is the renowned exorcist, the Monster Slayer, Zhang Xiaofan." With fervor, the chief rallied, "Monster Slayer." The villagers echoed in unison, "Zhang Xiaofan. Monster Slayer, Zhang Xiaofan." Observing the inexplicable fervor that had ignited among the villagers, Zhang Fan finally comprehended why they had brutally mistaken the earnest sand monk, who merely sought to rescue a child, for a trafficker. Such easily stirred emotions, spurred by mere words, were indeed daunting. At that moment, Chan Xuanzang, who had been overlooked, squeezed his way through the crowd. He earnestly waved at Zhang Fan and called out, "Brother Monster Slayer, greetings." I am Chun Xuanzong, a disciple of the Mahayana Buddhist school, yet to undergo ordination, and also a professionally trained exorcist. I have matters of importance to discuss with you. Zhang Fan, sensing someone was addressing him, cleared his ears and turned to see the protagonist, Chun Xuanzong, waving amidst the throng. He approached and pulled Chun Xuanzong from the crowd, momentarily quieting the villagers' chants, and asked, "What were you saying? I couldn't quite catch that." Regaining his composure after being extracted, Chun Xuanzong adjusted his attire and reiterated, "Brother Monster Slayer, greetings. I am Chun Xuanzong, a disciple of the Mahayana Buddhist school, yet to undergo ordination, and also a professionally trained exorcist. I have matters of importance to discuss with you." Zhang Fan scrutinized Chun Xuanzong, pondering whether he was genuinely simple-minded or merely feigning ignorance. Perceiving Zhang Fan's peculiar gaze, Chun Xuanzong, puzzled, tugged at his clothing and smoothed his hair, inquiring, "Brother Monster Slayer, why do you look at me so?" Chapter 146. Zhang Fan observed Chun Xuanzong's rather naive countenance and sighed, explaining, "Monster Slayer is not my name. It is my title in this world. My actual name follows." Oh, Chun Xuanzong finally grasped the misunderstanding, realizing he had mistakenly addressed Zhang Fan. Embarrassed, he repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. Not to worry. Just remember for next time." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Zhang, since we are both exorcists, could you assist me with a small favor?" Chun Xuanzong inquired. "Oh, the protagonist seeks my aid?" Zhang Fan immediately grew vigilant. This was Xuanzong, the central figure of Journey to the West, a far cry from a mere Alice from a biohazard tale. Even though Xuanzong appeared to be an ordinary human, one should never underestimate him. "Do tell me your request. As fellow exorcists, I shall offer my assistance if possible." Zhang Fan did not hastily agree, but chose to listen to what Chun Xuanzong required. Feeling somewhat shy, Chun Xuanzong scratched his disheveled hair and said, "Could you allow me to handle that fish spirit you captured?" While Zhang Fan and Chun Xuanzong conversed, a few inquisitive villagers, not joining the village chief in chanting silly slogans, approached to observe the fish spirit. They saw the transformed figure of a man lying motionless on the ground. One particularly audacious villager picked up a branch and cautiously approached the man, carefully maintaining a safe distance. He reached out with the twig, gently prodding the figure to ascertain if he was alive. After a few nudges, the transformed man swatted the branch away, opened his eyes, and sat up. The curious villagers were startled by his sudden movement and scrambled backward in fright. One terrified villager, nearly paralyzed with fear, shouted as he crawled away, "The monster is not dead. It has awakened. Run." The boldest villager, recovering after stepping back, fixed his gaze on the seated figure and proclaimed, "What are you running from? The legendary bane of monsters, the master exorcist, is here." Upon hearing this, the panicking villagers steadied themselves, huddled together, and began to converse excitedly, bolstering each other's courage. A few even rushed off to inform the village chief and the other villagers. Soon, the news spread that the monster was not only alive but had awakened. Under the village chief's leadership, the villagers armed with poles, fish spears, and nets surrounded the seated man. "What shall we do now, chief?" a villager inquired. The chief glanced at Zhang Fan, who was still conversing with Chun Xuanzong, then turned to the bare man on the ground and declared, with a master exorcist present, "We need not fear. We shall vanquish it. Indeed, with the master here, we have nothing to fear from the monster. Let's destroy it. Let's destroy it." The villagers were reignited with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement, eager to charge at the seated man. "Oh, that fish spirit," Zhang Fan mused as he glanced toward the creature. "No problem, but you must act swiftly, otherwise the enraged villagers will kill it." "Thank you." Chun Xuanzong, clearly aware of the commotion, expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fan and hurried toward the scene. Zhang Fan leisurely followed behind Chun Xuanzong, surmising that Chun was destined to serenade the fish spirit, a classic scene he did not wish to miss. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind, "Exorcist Master, thank you for saving me." Zhang Fan halted, turning to see it was the disciple of the Taoist priest. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was a trivial matter, no need for concern." With that, Zhang Fan turned to leave, leaving behind the trembling disciple, bloodied and shaken. Once Zhang Fan pushed his way into the crowd, the Taoist priest, who had been gathering silver coins, jumped out and called to his disciple away. "Let us depart quickly while the villagers remain unaware." However, This time the disciple did not respond with his usual eagerness. Instead, he silently approached his master, reached into his master's embrace to seize a handful of silver, and then turned to leave. The Taoist priest was taken aback, unable to comprehend that his usually respectful disciple would dare to take money from him. As the disciple turned to depart, the priest finally reacted, exclaiming, "Away, are you rebelling? How dare you take money from my possession? You've even dirted my clothes. Do not call me away," the disciple retorted, suddenly erupting in anger. He pointed at his master and declared, "Away is dead, and you are the one who chose this idol. This silver is rightfully mine. You cannot keep it. Mark my words." The Taoist priest, stunned by his disciple's words, stammered, "Away, what are you talking about?" The disciple smiled faintly and replied, "From this day forth, I sever all ties with you." With that, he departed the small fishing village, leaving the Taoist priest alone. Meanwhile, as the villagers surged forward in a frenzy to confront the fish spirit, Chen Xuanzang called out, pushing through the crowd, make way, make way." Once inside, he addressed the villagers, "Listen to me, I am specially trained for this. Allow me to handle it. I am a professional exorcist." After calming the villagers with some effort, Chen Xuanzang removed his shoulder bag and pulled out a cloth, laying it before the bare figure of the transformed fish spirit. Next, he retrieved an array of talismans and a stone, arranging them neatly upon the cloth. Having completed these preparations, Chen Xuanzang sat cross-legged before the fish spirit's manifestation, taking out a book titled 300 Nursery Rhymes. After opening the book, he picked up a box with a gourd-shaped handle from the assortment of talismans, which served as his musical instrument for accompaniment. Before commencing his song, Chen Xuanzang offered a warm smile to the transformed figure of the fish spirit. In response to Chen's kind smile, the spirit, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Xuanzang then began to turn the gourd handle, and a melodious tune emanated from the box. The enchanting figure of the fish spirit gazed curiously at Chen Xuanzang, bewildered by the sudden onset of music. Chapter 147. Miss Duan. Child, why are you so wicked? Bullying, deceiving, why have you committed such acts? Learn to be a good child, to cherish and love one another. Zhang Fan stood beside Chen Xuanzang, observing him serenade the fish spirit. Truth be told, the melody was not unpleasant. Chen Xuanzang sang in tune, his voice pleasant enough to potentially turn at least one minner's head on a talent show like The Voice. Despite the slightly absurd lyrics, the song was rather delightful. Regrettably, Chen Xuanzang seemed oblivious to the fact that while singing, he insisted on making overly exaggerated expressions towards the fish spirit. The fish spirit frowned at the greasy display of Chen Xuanzang, not because the song was unappealing, but rather due to the disconcerting expressions that repulsed him. He glanced at Zhang Fan, suppressing his irritation. In his past, such behavior would have elicited a swift reprimand. Care and affection reside in the heart, vibrant and colorful. Dear child, do return. Chen Xuanzang appeared oblivious to the fish spirit's discomfort, growing increasingly enthusiastic in his performance, inching closer with his comically exaggerated expressions. I embrace you, always keeping the door open for you. As Chen Xuanzang's face drew nearer, the fish spirit turned his head away, opting for the adage of out of sight, out of mind. Yet Chen Xuanzang followed suit, continuing to sing directly to him. Dear child, if you truly repent, you will always be my beloved. The fish spirit shot a glare at Chen Xuanzang, turning his head to the side, but Chen Xuanzang, relentless, ensured they remained face to face. Dear child, do return. The fish spirit, witnessing Chen Xuanzang's persistence, clenched his fists, contemplating delivering a punch. This sentiment was shared not only by the fish spirit, but also by the villagers nearby, who, upon witnessing Chen Xuanzang's expressions, felt a strong urge to strike him. Zhang Fan, however, was somewhat more composed, having seen this scene numerous times in the film. Though he still found it rather greasy, he was at least devoid of the impulse to resort to violence. Ultimately, the fish spirit refrained from throwing a punch at Chen Xuanzang, not due to intervention from others, but because he relaxed his fists, choosing to endure the moment. Those who can endure the intolerable shall achieve great things in the future. He lowered his head, avoiding Chen Xuanzang's gaze, burying his face in his chest, thinking, this way, I won't have to see you. Alas, the fish spirit underestimated Chen Xuanzang. After all, who was Chen Xuanzang? He was Tang Sanzang, and regardless of the version, he had a knack for exasperating others. In a shocking turn, Chen Xuanzang reclined on the ground, positioning his head between the legs of the fish spirit, who was, notably, unclothed. In doing so, it was inevitable that Chen Xuanzang would inadvertently make contact with the fish spirit's lower regions. However, Chen Xuanzang remained unfazed. In his pursuit to awaken the true goodness and beauty within the fish spirit, and driven by the boundless love in his heart, what did this minor sacrifice mean to him? His head rested upon the legs of the fish spirit man, maintaining a gaze that connected them as he continued to sing. I must strive to learn for the future. I have gone to such lengths to avoid you, yet you still approach? The fish spirit man's lips trembled with anger. Turning away, he attempted to act as a dutiful child. Yet, Chen Xuanzang, undeterred, continued to gaze at the fish spirit man, lost in the melody of his childhood song, hoping to inspire the essence of goodness within him. Unfortunately, rather than evoking the inner beauty and righteousness of the fish spirit man, Chen Xuanzang's song only served to ignite the fury that simmered within. Unable to contain himself any longer, he felt the injustice was too great to bear. With unrestrained rage, he raised his fist to strike Chen Xuanzang, who lay upon his legs. Faced with the oncoming blow, Chen Xuanzang had no means of defense. His limbs flailed helplessly. Alas, in his prone position, it was nearly impossible to evade the attack, and he could only endure the blows from the fish spirit man. The surrounding villagers, witnessing Chen Xuanzang's plight, did not come to his aid. Some even displayed expressions of schadenfreude. They had long endured Chen Xuanzang's presence, and had it not been for the fact that his assailant was a creature of the supernatural, they might have applauded the scene. You sing? Yet why must you make such greasy expressions? Zhang Fan, observing Chen Xuanzang being struck, felt a wave of delight wash over him. His spirits lifted. He remained vigilant, anticipating the entrance of the film's leading lady. Soon enough, he noticed a woman hurrying towards them from a distance, seemingly weary but determined. The fish spirit man, not yet satiated from his assault on Chen Xuanzang, delivered several more punches to his face. Still feeling unsatisfied, he reached for a nearby bamboo basket, intending to rain down further blows. Just as the fish spirit was caught up in his fury, a hand adorned with a yellow bracelet reached out, seizing his hair and dragging him aside, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. This sudden arrival was none other than Miss Duan, the heroine of the film Journey to the West, conquering the demons. In the movie, her inexplicable affection for Chen Xuanzang led to her ultimate downfall at the hands of the Demon King, Sun Wukong. After the altercation, Miss Duan produced a bag resembling a burlap sack from her waist, swiftly ensnaring the fish spirit man within it and tightening the opening. From beneath the bag, she extracted a hollow metallic sphere. Subsequently, she opened this intricate sphere and retrieved a small fish demon figurine, which she hung at her waist. Zhang Fan found himself intrigued by Miss Duan's peculiar bag that could transform demons into mere toys, although the bag's capacity appeared insufficient to contain an adult man. Once the fish spirit man's head was enveloped, his entire body was effortlessly drawn inside. Zhang Fan activated his X-ray vision, eager to discern the happenings within the bag, but was thwarted by a shimmering veil of yellow light, obscuring his view entirely. After the fish spirit was taken by Miss Duan and transformed into a doll, Chen Xuanzang finally stood up, clutching his chest. Miss Duan, having secured the doll, approached Chen Xuanzang and inquired, "Are you also an exorcist?" Indeed, Chen Xuanzang nodded. Miss Duan scrutinized him, and, realizing he was merely a mortal without any discernible power, asked, "By what right?" "The exorcism canon," replied Chen Xuanzang. "What is the exorcism canon?" Miss Duan queried further, as she had never encountered such a text in her extensive experience as an exorcist. Chen Xuanzang picked up a book titled 300 Children's Songs from the ground and handed it to her. Miss Duan received the book, glanced at it, flipped through a few pages, and confirmed, "This is indeed 300 Children's Songs." "What? 300 Children's Songs?" she exclaimed, noting the title. Zhang Fan, who had been listening to their exchange, felt a shiver run down his spine. This scene had appeared in the film as well, where Miss Duan immediately recognized the book. However, he wondered why she later transformed this book into the Great Sun Tathagata scripture. Seeing her confusion, Chen Xuanzang offered an explanation. "It awakens the truth, goodness, and beauty within the hearts of monsters. As they say, at the beginning, human nature is inherently good, combined with my unique interpretation." "Who said that?" Miss Duan interrupted. playfully slapping the book against Chun Xuanzang's chest. He received the book and replied, "My master. Do you believe that?" She probed, "Whether you believe it or not." "I certainly do," Chun Xuanzang affirmed. Miss Duan suppressed a laugh, took off her bracelet, and waved it before him, causing it to suddenly multiply into two. Then, she clashed the two bracelets together and, with a tug, transformed them into a long chain of interconnected bracelets. Finally, she squeezed the chain of bracelets together, and when she opened her hands again, it had reverted back into a single piece. Chun Xuanzang was left speechless, utterly amazed by such a wondrous ability. Miss Duan slipped the bracelet back on her wrist and remarked, "Such childish trinkets I actually find quite delightful." At that moment, Zhang Fan approached Chun Xuanzang and reached for the 300 Children's songs, asking Miss Duan, "Miss, do you know the name of this book?" He sought to confirm whether she truly recognized this collection. Miss Duan glanced at Zhang Fan, but did not respond to his question. Instead, she turned to Chun Xuanzang and asked, "Who is he?" Chun Xuanzang looked at Zhang Fan and explained, "He is the bane of monsters, Zhang Xiaofan, a master exorcist. This fish spirit was captured by him." "Oh, a master exorcist," she acknowledged. Miss Duan listened to Chun Xuanzang's explanation and nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of disdain. She turned to assess Zhang Fan, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Upon noticing the spark in Miss Duan's gaze, Zhang Fan felt a sense of foreboding. Approaching her with his book seemed ill-advised, as he realized he had committed a folly. This Miss Duan appeared far more complex than her cinematic portrayal. "Where did you purchase your attire?" Miss Duan inquired abruptly. Before Zhang Fan could respond, she continued, "Not only is the color of your garment unappealingly dark, but it also fits too snugly, accentuating your physique in an indecorous manner. I would advise you to change it promptly." With that, Miss Duan pointed at Chun Xuanzang, laughing heartily as she turned and departed. After she left, Zhang Fan looked down at his vibranium battle suit, the contours of his muscles clearly defined without any indecency. "Is my attire truly inappropriate?" he asked Chun Xuanzang. Chun Xuanzang glanced at Zhang Fan and replied, "That lady's observation holds merit. Your attire is indeed rather unseemly." Zhang Fan surveyed Chun Xuanzang's slender physique and shook his head, asserting, "I refuse to believe you. This is mere envy speaking." Chun Xuanzang shot him a disdainful look, retrieving his compendium of exorcism chants from Zhang Fan's grasp. "As a lay disciple of the Mahayana Buddhist tradition, I advocate truth, goodness, and beauty. I would not deceive you." Still unconvinced, Zhang Fan turned to the villagers and queried, "Is my clothing indecent?" The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. The exorcist seemed acceptable above the waist, yet his lower half did provoke a degree of envy. Observing the villagers' reactions, Zhang Fan had an inkling. Just then, the village chief approached and said, "In my opinion, that woman was overly harsh. Although your attire is indeed lacking, to call it indecent is an exaggeration. Had she not been a woman, I would have delivered a sharp retort." "All right, I understand. You need not continue," Zhang Fan interjected, waving his hand. "Please fetch me another outfit." The village chief fell silent and turned to retrieve clothing for Zhang Fan. Chun Xuanzang then remarked, "Since the matter of the fish spirit has been resolved, I shall take my leave." "Very well, travel safely," Zhang Fan replied, not pressing Chun Xuanzang to stay, confident he could find him again at any moment, having committed his voice to memory. With his compendium in hand, Chun Xuanzang departed the quaint fishing village, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. "Master, have the monsters been captured? Is the water now safe?" a villager inquired. Zhang Fan glanced at the water's surface behind him, seeing no monstrous entities, and responded, "It is safe." "Then may we venture into the water?" the villager asked again. "Yes, yes," Zhang Fan gestured affirmatively. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's assurance, the villager turned to the others, exclaiming, "The master has declared the water safe. We may now enter." Upon finishing his words, the villager executed a backflip and leapt into the water. The other villagers followed suit, raising their arms in jubilation, diving in after him like dumplings being tossed into boiling water. In an instant, splashes erupted, and the river was alive with villagers swimming joyfully. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan stood on the shore, observing the merriment in the water, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to seek out Sun Wukong. Should he follow the narrative alongside Chun Xuanzang, or embark on a solitary quest to find Sun Wukong immediately? With nothing pressing to occupy his time, He leaned towards the latter, eager to discover just how diminutive Sun Wukong truly was. Yet, concern flickered in his mind. What if the location of Sun Wukong existed solely within the confines of the storyline, appearing only at the appropriate moment? If that were the case, his current pursuit would be a futile endeavor. "Master, your clothes," the village chief interjected, approaching with a garment in hand, interrupting Zhang Fan's reverie. Zhang Fan accepted the clothing, regarding the incongruous new attire in his grasp, and inquired, "Whose is this?" The village chief sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "This was what I wore during my youth when I attended school in the county." "Why is it in such pristine condition?" Zhang Fan shook the fabric lightly. "Because I had little education," the village chief answered. Chapter 149 finds Zhang Fan donning the clothes brought by the village chief, striking a pose with his hands clasped behind his back, standing upright on the riverbank, his gaze directed at a 45-degree angle toward the heavens. A gentle breeze caressed the river surface, fluttering his garment and revealing a glimpse of his black thigh. At that moment, Zhang Fan resembled the character Zizenbao. Upon realizing by Jingjing's affection for a delicate scholar had once blocked her path at midnight, lamenting the long night devoid of sleep. "What do you think?" Zhang Fan asked. "Master, what do you mean?" The village chief responded, confused. "Am I handsome?" Zhang Fan pressed. The village chief scrutinized Zhang Fan and remarked, "Compared to my youth, you still fall just a tad short, master." He gestured in a manner that would provoke envy in any Korean man. With a chuckle, Zhang Fan regarded the village chief's wrinkled visage and, with a smirk, grasped the chief's collar, pulling him closer, stating, "I shall grant you a chance to rephrase your words." "I cannot speak against my conscience," the village chief retorted stubbornly. "A tad short is merely a tad short." "Then perhaps you should take a moment to cool off," Zhang Fan replied, tossing the village chief into the river. "What audacity you possess, old man, to claim superiority in looks." As the village chief soared through the air before plunging into the water, Zhang Fan's mind unexpectedly conjured an image of a mermaid. This thought led him to reflect on the nature of this world, a realm inspired by Journey to the West, where the sea conceals the dragon palace within its depths. The question arises, what does a dragon truly look like? Zhang Fan felt compelled to seek an answer, for he would much prefer to behold a young dragon maiden than a mere pig. With this thought in mind, he turned to the village chief, who had just emerged from the water, and inquired, "Do you know which direction the ocean lies?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's question, the village chief wiped the water from his face and, standing in the shallows, responded, "Are you planning to visit the sea, master?" "You have indeed asked the right person. In my youth, I once journeyed downstream with a few companions, and it took us a fortnight to reach the East Sea. Simply follow this river, and you shall arrive at the East Sea." Zhang Fan pressed further, "Are there dragons in that sea?" The village chief replied earnestly, "Though I have never seen one, I believe there must be." "Why do you think so?" Zhang Fan inquired. The chief reasoned, "Why else would so many people worship the Dragon King?" Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, feeling more confident about his quest for dragons. "Are you going to the ocean to seek a dragon?" the chief asked. "Indeed. Is there a problem with that?" Zhang Fan replied. "Of course not." The chief hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "If you do find a dragon, might you return to tell us about it?" "Absolutely," Zhang Fan assured him, adding, "If possible, I shall bring the dragon back for you to see." It goes without saying that the plight of dragons in the world of Journey to the West is dire, often subjected to the whims of deities. Zhang Fan felt confident he could manage as well. "No need to bring it back," the chief quickly interjected. "Just tell us what the dragon looks like. Then I shall take my leave," Zhang Fan declared, gradually ascending from the ground. Once he reached a sufficient height, he followed the current of the river, leaving a cacophony of villagers behind. This time, rather than hastening into outer space in search of the ocean, he resolved to adhere to the route the village chief had described, flying along the river until he reached the sea. After all, in a world rife with demons and spirits, he might encounter a celestial being or a monster along the way. For Zhang Fan, whether he encountered a monster or a deity, it would be an exhilarating experience. Thus, he deliberately kept his speed at a notably measured pace. As he departed the fishing village, Zhang Fan flew while casting his gaze about. Upon glimpsing the distant blue sky adorned with white clouds, a thought struck him. Was there truly a heavenly realm concealed among those clouds? While Zhang Fan pondered the existence of the southern heavenly gate amidst the clouds. In the streets of the county town, Chen Xuanzang wandered despondently among the throngs of people. Though he had faced ridicule for his collection of 300 nursery rhymes for exorcising evil spirits, this time felt different. For reasons unknown. The image of a young lady laughing and playfully slapping her thigh while pointing at him flashed vividly in his mind. In a deserted alleyway, a plump and amiable monk, with fair skin, wielded a brush to paint upon a wall. Chen Xuanzang approached the rotund monk from behind and called out, "Master." The portly monk, engrossed in his painting, turned around. Upon seeing Chen Xuanzang's return, he set down his brush and, with a smile, inquired, "Xuanzang, you have returned. Why do you appear so dispirited?" Chen Xuanzang placed his burdensome luggage down and replied, "Master, I have failed once again." The rotund monk, possessing an enigmatic smile, remarked, "The water spirit you encountered by the river today was originally quite benevolent." As the monk began to recount the origins of the water spirit, Chen Xuanzang, absorbed in his thoughts, barely listened. Once the master finished speaking, he posed a question. The portly monk, with a twinkle in his eye, responded, "What is your question?" Chen Xuanzang retrieved a book of nursery rhymes from his luggage and asked his master, "Is the book of nursery rhymes truly that remarkable?" The master took the book from Chen Xuanzang's hands, leafing through its pages, and asked, "Why do you inquire?" Recalling the image of Zhang Fan effortlessly pulling the elephantine water spirit from the river, Chen Xuanzang replied, "I merely wish to exorcise spirits in the simplest manner." Like the other demon hunters, the rotund monk, well versed in such abilities, possessed numerous cultivation techniques. However, he had no intention of imparting them to Chen Xuanzang and would subtly obstruct any attempts to acquire such knowledge. Moreover, throughout the past decade and more, the portly monk had continuously indoctrinated Chen Xuanzang, urging him to use his own moral compass to enlighten demons, to uncover the truth, goodness, and beauty within them. For it was only through this understanding that one could truly exorcise evil. The reasoning behind this approach lay in the fact that Chen Xuanzang was the protagonist of this era. Granting him access to cultivation techniques would allow him to advance at an alarming rate. As the adage in martial arts suggests, a prodigious talent such as his, if allowed to master the vital pathways, would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Chapter 150. Chen Xuanzang's question prompted the rotund monk to ponder for a moment. He then reached for a venomous snake from a nearby tree and declared, "A swift strike is not the true essence of exorcism. You must always remember our guiding principles." With that, the monk pinched the snake's mouth shut and forcibly extracted its fangs. "Why does one become a demon?" he asked, displaying the fanged serpent to Chen Xuanzang. "It is the human heart that succumbs to malevolence. We must eradicate the demonic nature while preserving its benevolence. The book of nursery rhymes serves to awaken the inherent truth, goodness, and beauty within people, stifling the darkness that resides in their hearts." At this juncture, the portly monk suddenly queried, "Xuanzang, you do not harbor doubts about our philosophy, do you?" If Zhang Fan were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at the monk's words. However, having been indoctrinated for many years, Chen Xuanzang had long embraced the awakening of truth and goodness in people's hearts as his personal creed. How could he possibly doubt his own beliefs? He hurriedly replied, "No, Master, I merely doubt my own abilities." The master comforted him, saying, "Did you not save a child?" Stunned by the master's words, Chen Xuanzang exclaimed, "Master, I have never saved a child." "Never?" The plump monk was taken aback by Chen Xuanzang's response and inquired, "How could that be?" Chen Xuanzang, puzzled, asked, "Do you not know, Master? You have always been aware of my actions. Why today do you mysteriously claim that I saved a child?" "Of course I know." The plump monk chuckled, a glint of golden light flickering in his eyes. "I was merely testing you to see if you would lie." "Oh, I see." Chen Xuanzang nodded in understanding. "But Master, your eyes shone just now. Is that not a problem? Did they?" The plump monk mused, touching his eyes with a hint of confusion. "Could it be that you misjudged?" "I certainly did not mistake. I distinctly saw your eyes sparkle, and it was golden." Chen Xuanzang asserted confidently. "Ah." The plump monk nodded and then looked up at the sun. Perhaps it was merely the sun's influence. The sun's influence? Chen Xuanzang turned to gaze at the sun, stating, "Today's sun is the same as usual. There seems to be no issue. Sunlight is just sunlight." The plump monk remarked enigmatically as he stared at the sun. "What you perceived as golden light in my eyes was simply sunlight reflecting at a peculiar angle. Is that so?" Chan Xuanzong examined his master's eyes again and glanced at the sun, replying, "No, what I saw was golden light emanating from your eyes. Not a mere reflection of sunlight. That was merely the air pressure causing a current, leading you to experience an illusion." The plump monk offered another explanation. However, seeing that Chan Xuanzong wished to inquire further, the plump monk, overwhelmed, quickly pressed a collection of nursery rhymes against Chan Xuanzong's chest while gently pushing him away, saying, "Once you have completed your training, you will naturally understand, and at that time, you will grasp the true, boundless power of these nursery rhymes." "Master," Chan Xuanzong attempted to interject, but was promptly interrupted by his master. Go on," the plump monk insisted, persistently nudging Chan Xuanzong away. "Master." Chen Xuanzong turned back. "Yes, understood. Do your best," the plump monk continued to urge Chan Xuanzong, not allowing him a moment to speak. "Master." Chen Xuanzong turned back once more. "Leave now," the plump monk bellowed, glaring at Chen Xuanzong. Realizing his master was genuinely upset, Chen Xuanzong ceased his protests and left. Glancing back repeatedly, pondering, "Master, I have yet to collect my belongings. Why the haste?" After Chen Xuanzong departed, the plump monk returned to the wall adorned with the fish demon. He wiped his hand across it, and the ink painting that once filled the wall transformed back to a pristine white. He picked up the nearby brush and began to paint once more. Before long, an entirely new scene emerged upon the wall. The plump monk, Master de Xuanzong, set down the brush and gazed at the painting, which depicted a man clad in a tight black suit pulling a fish demon from the depths of the water. This man was unexpected, neither having a traceable past nor any discernible footprints. His vitality surged like a boundless abyss, soaring thousands of miles into the heavens, truly a formidable guardian. The monk marveled, his plans subtly shifting in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was weaving through the clouds, searching for the fabled southern heavenly gate. Initially, he intended to venture into the sea to seek the dragon, but as he beheld the drifting white clouds, his curiosity overwhelmed him, prompting him to ascend amongst them. Alas, after traversing 100 miles of cloud, he found no sign of the southern heavenly gate, nor any celestial beings on their journeys. It appeared that the deities in this realm were far fewer than he had anticipated. Observing another white cloud drifting in the distance, he sighed and resolved to search for one final cloud. If he found nothing, he would abandon the southern heavenly gate and head directly to the sea in pursuit of the dragon. He circled within the cloud, but predictably found nothing. Emerging from the cloud, he cast a glance back at the slowly drifting vapor and smiled, a realization dawning upon him. How foolish of me! These clouds float back and forth daily. How could they possibly lead to the southern heavenly gate? He then returned to the river's expanse, commencing his flight towards the ocean. Not long into his journey, Zhang Fan spotted a turtle nearly the size of an elephant floating on the water surface, carried along by the current. Observing its considerable size, he surmised that this turtle must be a demon, and thus aimed his flight towards it. The turtle, basking in the sun's warmth, suddenly sensed an aura of hostility enveloping it. Lifting its head, it saw a dark figure swiftly approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, it dove into the river. The turtle's instincts were undeniably sharp, and its reflexes quick. However, it had encountered Zhang Fan. Before it could descend several meters, it felt an invisible, irresistible force pulling it back to the surface. A deity? A demon? Zhang Fan inquired telepathically, drawing the large turtle before him. "Great immortal, spare me. Great immortal, spare me." The turtle pleaded without hesitation. Chapter 151. It seems to be a demon. Witnessing the turtle's reaction, Zhang Fan nodded thoughtfully, a tinge of disappointment welling within him. Unquestionably, this turtle appeared to be a demon. Otherwise, it would not have fled upon seeing him, nor begged for mercy so readily. What a pity it was! Had the turtle been a celestial being, perhaps a mountain or water deity, he could have inquired about the path to the southern heavenly gate. "Great immortal, spare me," it continued to plead. Since the moment the little demon became aware of its surroundings, it has resided by the riverside, never committing any heinous acts. Moreover, it often engages in benevolent deeds. For instance, just a few days ago, I witnessed a young deer being pursued by a tiger, inadvertently falling into the river. The deer struggled in the water, reaching the center of the river. To prevent the deer from drowning, I kindly returned it to the shore. Another incident involved a large turtle, which upon being captured, found itself gazing at me in silence, growing increasingly fearful, terrified of being inadvertently transcended. It muttered incessantly. The incessant chatter of the turtle began to irritate Zhang Fan, impeding his ability to think clearly, as he pondered whether he had delivered the deer to the opposite bank or returned it the way it came. Silence, Zhang Fan commanded sternly. The turtle immediately ceased its chatter. Tears the size of ping-pong balls streamed from its football-sized eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Observing the pitiful expression of the turtle, Zhang Fan sighed and reassured, "Do not worry, I shall not harm you." "Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal," the turtle exclaimed joyfully, eager to express its gratitude. "However, I have several inquiries that I hope you can answer truthfully," Zhang Fan stated. "Please ask. As long as this little demon knows, I shall divulge all without reservation," the turtle promptly declared. Zhang Fan inquired, "Do you know the way to the Southern Heaven Gate?" Although it was highly probable that this turtle did not possess such knowledge, he felt compelled to ask, just in case. The turtle pondered momentarily and replied, "I do not know." Zhang Fan nodded. It was reasonable not to know. The turtle's response did not surprise him, so he proceeded to ask, "Do you know the location of the Dragon Palace?" The turtle shook its head, stating, "I do not know. Are there any other demons nearby?" Zhang Fan queried. Once again, the turtle shook its head, indicating ignorance. "Are you even a demon? How can you know nothing?" The turtle's lack of knowledge frustrated Zhang Fan, leading him to suspect that the turtle might be mocking him. Yet he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicion. "Please do not be angry." Noticing Zhang Fan's irritation, the turtle quickly explained, "I have lived in this great river since my youth, with my movements confined to a stretch of this river, and I have never encountered another turtle. If you were to inquire about which part of this river is abundant in aquatic life, I would certainly be well informed. But concerning your questions, I have neither heard nor known of such matters." "How long have you lived?" Zhang Fan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this question, the turtle felt a surge of delight, for it knew the answer. In response, "This little demon has lived for 50 winters and summers." 50 years, and you have grown to this size?" Zhang Fan expressed astonishment. In his view, given the size of this turtle, it would be considered normal for it to have lived at least 500 or 600 years. With a millennium not being unusual. The turtle contemplated briefly before replying. In response to the immortal, "It is likely due to the abundance of aquatic life here, which allows me to feast daily." Zhang Fan was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. He decided it was futile to engage further with the oblivious turtle spirit and thought it best to cease wasting time. "All right, you may leave," he declared, releasing the telekinetic hold he had on the turtle and soaring away towards the vast ocean without a backward glance. With Zhang Fan's restraint lifted, the giant turtle plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the river's surface and sending up a tremendous splash of water. Once the spray settled, the river returned to its serene state, and the turtle's form vanished beneath the water's surface. Shortly after Zhang Fan's departure, the turtle resurfaced, gazing towards the direction in which Zhang Fan had vanished, a glimmer of golden light flashing in its eyes. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan continued his flight along the river towards the sea, a thought struck him. Why had the great turtle referred to him as an immortal? Had it encountered a celestial being before? Nonetheless, having already released the creature, he had no intention of turning back to investigate further, deeming it trivial. Thus, Zhang Fan journeyed along the river for the better part of the day, flying from midday until the sun began its descent. Eventually, he reached the river's mouth. To his surprise, the number of supernatural beings along the way was far fewer than he had anticipated. Apart from the turtle, he had only encountered 2 enormous catfish spirits and a magnificent golden carp. However, he did not attempt to capture them, merely casting a glance. He continued his pursuit towards the ocean. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, a brilliant moon began to rise from the opposite side of the sea, creating a wondrous spectacle of the sun and moon coexisting in the sky. Zhang Fan floated above the ocean's surface at the river's mouth, quietly savoring the breathtaking sight. Once the sun had fully set and the marvel of the day and night together faded, he finally resolved to take action. As he ventured deeper into the ocean, a thought crossed his mind. With such vastness, how would he find his way? Realizing he needed a guide, he immediately considered the sea-dwelling spirits, reasoning that they would surely possess knowledge of the Dragon Palace's location. Thus, Zhang Fan activated his X-ray vision, beginning to scrutinize all the larger and more peculiar creatures beneath the waves. From his experience, such beings often turned out to be supernatural entities, The ocean at that moment was pristine and teeming with life, showcasing a rich variety of creatures, many of considerable size. Unfortunately, most of these beings were collectively labeled as fish by Zhang Fan, their specific identities unknown to him. While searching for these spirits, Zhang Fan was suddenly reminded of the coastal foraging videos he used to watch before his transmutation. He realized that his current endeavor resembled that of foraging for seafood, albeit with the distinction that he was pursuing supernatural beings instead. This thought of foraging flickered through his mind before his gaze locked onto a particular target in the depths of the sea. Zhang Fan's target was a magnificent lobster nestled within the crevices of the seabed, a creature whose body alone measured over 2 meters in length, not including its impressive antennae. It appeared exceptionally plump. Such a sizable lobster surely possessed an otherworldly essence. To be candid, the ocean harbors many creatures larger than this lobster, yet Zhang Fan, being well acquainted with lobsters, deemed it prudent to pursue what he recognized rather than venture after the unknown. After all, there exists a saying about the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, when compared to the vividly colored wild fish spirits. These lobsters and crabs likely held a greater chance of knowing the location of the Dragon Palace. However, Zhang Fan did not plunge into the water to capture it. Instead, he opted to utilize his telekinetic abilities, aiming to extract the lobster from the depths without dampening his attire or hair. Yet, just as his powers began to penetrate the water, the lobster, as if sensing imminent danger, abruptly darted from its hiding place. The lobster's robust tail thrashed violently in the water, propelling it away from Zhang Fan with remarkable speed, skimming along the seabed. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan was nearly certain that this was the elusive lobster spirit he sought. Yet despite this realization, he felt a pang of disappointment. How he wished this lobster were not a creature of magic. He mused that while vanquishing a monster was entirely justifiable, feasting upon a sentient being capable of speech would weigh heavily on his conscience, akin to partaking in cannibalism. As the lobster hastily retreated, Zhang Fan's interest was piqued. If he could not eat it, perhaps he could play with it instead. Reclaiming his telekinesis, he resolved to personally retrieve the lobster from the sea. With a determined thought, he launched himself like a cannonball into the ocean's surface, generating colossal waves. When Zhang Fan retracted his telekinetic grasp, the fleeing lobster hesitated momentarily, bewildered by the sudden shift in circumstances. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, it felt its antennae seized by an unseen force. Zhang Fan clutched the lobster's antennae, swiftly drawing it upwards. The lobster, caught completely off guard, made no attempt to resist as it was dragged from the depths. After ascending several meters above the surface, Zhang Fan halted, presenting the creature before him. He shook it vigorously and inquired, "Can you speak?" At that moment, he remained oblivious to the colossal shadow that had emerged beneath the water surface. Finally inhaling the fresh air, the lobster comprehended that it had been captured and began to thrash its robust tail in a desperate struggle within Zhang Fan's grasp. Upon encountering the magnificent lobster, Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy. Could it be that he had misjudged? This lobster was not a monster, merely an unusually large crustacean. "If you continue to remain silent, I shall roast you alive, a rather cruel fate," he asserted, confirming once more for assurance. The lobster, however, offered no response to his words, merely thrashing about to showcase its freshness. "Excellent. It cannot comprehend human speech. It is not a creature of malice." Satisfied with the lobster's demeanor, Zhang Fan contemplated whether to seek out someone on the shore to prepare the lobster or to indulge himself in a sumptuous feast of its unadulterated essence when an unexpected incident transpired. The water beneath him parted silently, and a massive maw adorned with sharp teeth surged upward, aiming to snap at Zhang Fan, who was holding the lobster aloft. "What in the world?" he exclaimed, startled, dropping the lobster in his fright. With his extraordinary senses, he should have detected such an ambush, yet for reasons unknown, he failed to notice the colossal mouth until it was nearly upon him. Fortunately, Zhang Fan's reflexes were astonishing. After his startled cry, he swiftly elevated his position, narrowly evading the attack. The gaping maw closed beneath him with a resounding crack, a chilling sound as the jagged teeth clashed together. The assailant, having missed its target, crashed back into the sea, creating a tremendous wave. It was only then, while airborne, that Zhang Fan discerned the true nature of his assailant. The creature bore resemblance to a horned deer, its body sinuous like a serpent, scaled like a fish, and with talons akin to a hawk. Its massive form accentuated by a flowing mane of blue. Such a familiar visage, he immediately recognized it as a dragon. As Zhang Fan remained astonished by the audacity of a dragon attempting to ambush him, the creature circled the surface of the water before lunging once more towards him. Are you repeating the same tactic? Do you not realize it will have no effect on me? Despite the dragon's formidable presence, Zhang Fan showed no sign of leniency. He did not concern himself with whether the dragon understood his words. After uttering a few remarks, he swiftly darted towards the dragon's head. With a flourish, he delivered a long-lost superhero technique, a crushing blow to the dragon's forehead. A dull thud resonated as a visible shockwave burst forth from the impact, a testament to the force of his strike. Though the dragon did not suffer a fatal blow, it was nonetheless sent sprawling, its magnificent blue mane flailing as it crashed back into the sea, sending up a colossal splash. How does it feel to be at a disadvantage? Zhang Fan gazed at the dragon he had just sent flying, a smile playing upon his lips as he casually blew on the fingers he had employed to deliver the blow. He felt a profound satisfaction with the potency of his strike. The force was perfectly calibrated, not enough to shatter the dragon's skull, yet not so gentle as to elicit indifference. The dragon, likely dazed by Zhang Fan's unexpected assault, swayed its head, intermittently soaring into the sky and then diving into the sea, swimming about until it finally came to a halt. Once the dragon regained its senses, it immediately fixed its gaze upon Zhang Fan, who was suspended in midair. With a fierce roar, it ascended and opened its massive jaws wide. Ah, still not convinced? Zhang Fan taunted, nonchalantly flicking his fingers and addressing the dragon. Care for another round? Chapter 153. The great move. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's provocative words, the dragon's expression shifted to one of unmistakable ferocity. Its nostrils expelled 2 long jets of white vapor, and with a flick of its tail, it lowered its head and charged at Zhang Fan with unyielding determination, seemingly intent on impaling him with its horn. In the face of the dragon's aggressive advance, Zhang Fan, confident in his own swiftness, remained entirely unfazed, even finding the leisure to speak. You don't truly intend to kill me, do you? Just as his words fell, the dragon's horn loomed before him. As the horn was about to make contact, Zhang Fan deftly sidestepped, positioning himself before the dragon's colossal eye. With a smile directed at the enormous creature, he unleashed a long-neglected supersonic slap that landed squarely on the dragon's face. With a resounding thud, a circular wave of white energy emanated from the point of impact where Zhang Fan's palm met the dragon's visage. The immense head of the dragon was propelled upward, and in that fleeting moment, Zhang Fan distinctly observed the dragon's eye glaze over, along with a few bloodied teeth that flew from its maw. After receiving the blow, the dragon's head, along with its body, tumbled several dozen meters before losing consciousness and plummeting into the sea. Zhang Fan, adhering to his principle of mercy in combat, never pursued his opponent nor sought to accumulate successive strikes, and this instance was no exception. Once he had delivered the supersonic slap, he glanced down at his palm, flexing his fingers, not due to pain, but rather because he felt the impact lacked the gratifying sensation of true force. Zhang Fan pondered that perhaps the dragon's large face had necessitated a more precise angle and timing, resulting in an imperfect point of contact. He resolved that in future encounters with such sizable creatures, a fist would be more effective. After this contemplation, he redirected his attention to the dragon, only to discover it had curled itself into a tight ball on the water's surface, its head buried within its own body, while the exposed parts occasionally twitched. Recognizing this development, Zhang Fan became alert, sensing that the dragon was likely enraged and preparing to unleash a formidable counterattack. At this moment, dark clouds began to silently emerge in the previously clear sky. As the clouds multiplied, they coalesced into a formidable mass, shrouding the heavens and obscuring the silvery glow of the moon. Zhang Fan, ever vigilant, keenly observed the dimming environment, and upon glancing upwards, he instinctively gasped in awe. The dragon's ultimate move was undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of invoking celestial phenomena. In the next instant, rain began to pour down in large droplets from the sky. To shield himself from the downpour, he promptly unfurled his telekinetic umbrella. With the absence of lightning, he had no fear of being struck, thus he maintained his altitude, soaring above the surface of the sea to monitor the dragon. The rain intensified, yet the grand spectacle he had anticipated remained elusive. causing him to grow increasingly restless and lost in thought. Isn't the charging time for this ultimate move a bit excessive? It's fortunate I happen to be here to witness it. Otherwise, the timing of such a display might have resulted in chaos. No wonder Neza could extract the dragon's tendons. As time passed, and the rain continued unabated, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and still, no change occurred. Zhang Fan began to ponder whether the dragon's ultimate move was merely the rain itself. He reconsidered. It was not entirely implausible that the rain could be toxic. Or perhaps it was not rain at all, but rather a corrosive substance that could erode all things. Perhaps because he had immediately raised his telekinetic umbrella, he had overlooked this detail. With a spirit of audacity, Zhang Fan extended his hand into the rain to experiment, but alas, the classic scene of droplets striking his palm and producing wisps of smoke did not materialize. Since there was no corrosive effect, it was likely that the rain contained poison. With this realization, he withdrew his rain-soaked hand. Then, mimicking a scene from a Hong Kong film, he rubbed his wet fingers against his teeth to test for toxins. After a moment, he felt no dizziness nor any adverse reactions in his body. However, upon reflection, Zhang Fan concluded that this did not definitively indicate the absence of poison in the rainwater, as he deemed his initial test insufficiently rigorous. Being a superhuman, his constitution was far superior to that of ordinary mortals, and considering the minuscule amount of rainwater he had ingested, it was entirely normal not to experience any negative effects. Thus, he resolved that to accurately test for toxins in the rainwater, he would need to consume a larger quantity. With this thought, Zhang Fan modified his telekinetic umbrella, transforming its surface into a colossal funnel that captured the rainwater from a wide radius of several dozen meters. Below the funnel, he conjured a basin specifically to collect the rainwater that flowed through it. As the rain fell heavily within mere seconds, the enormous funnel had filled a substantial basin with rainwater. Once he felt he had gathered enough, he retracted the colossal funnel above him. Zhang Fan gazed at the large basin of rainwater he had collected, then turned to glimpse the dragon coiling in the tumultuous sea. At that moment, he hesitated, feeling that drinking it would render him a fool. He pondered how events had unfolded in such a manner and when the transformation had begun. However, as the saying goes, since one has come, one must proceed. Indeed, having accepted the challenge, if he refrained from drinking, all his meticulous maneuvers and logical deductions would be in vain. With this thought, Zhang Fan dispelled his doubts, raising the basin filled with rainwater to his lips and gulping down a generous mouthful. The rainwater slid down his throat, icy and refreshing, devoid of anything remarkable, akin to ordinary rainwater. He smacked his lips, savoring the taste, surprisingly pleasant, free of impurities, with a hint of sweetness. This rainwater, he mused, could be considered a delicacy for quenching thirst. Just as he contemplated taking another sip, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the coiled dragon with a tremendous force. The dragon, inexplicably affected, remained coiled without any signs of charred flesh or injury. Instead, its body began to emit a radiant light, glowing white from within. Observing this spectacle, Zhang Fan glanced at the sky and hastily drank several mouthfuls of rainwater to steady his nerves, setting the remaining liquid aside to closely observe the luminous dragon below. Chapter 154. The little dragon made in the white light intensified, enveloping the dragon entirely. Watching the creature vanish within this brilliance, Zhang Fan could not resist activating his X-ray vision to discern the changes concealed within the light. However, he quickly realized that even with enhanced sight, all remained shrouded in a blinding whiteness, rendering everything invisible. With a furrowed brow, he crossed his arms, contemplating the implications of this extraordinary light, wondering if a creature akin to a wild Ultraman might suddenly emerge from its depths. The thought, while improbable, did not seem entirely fantastical. Given his own experiences with traversing realms, he began to ponder what he would do should a wild Ultraman appear, whether to capture it or. As Zhang Fan indulged in these whimsical thoughts, the white light remained steadfast, maintaining its enigmatic brilliance and intensity. Before long, the rain ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the moon re-emerged. It was at this moment that the previously static white light began to exhibit new changes, gradually dimming and fading at a discernible pace. Aware of the light-ash transformation and still contemplating how to care for the hypothetical Ultraman, Zhang Fan refocused, his attention unwavering as he fixated on the white glow, determined not to miss a single detail. He was eager to witness the transformation that would occur after the white light dissipated, wondering if indeed a Ultraman would emerge. Under Zhang Fan's fervent gaze, the white light quickly vanished. However, when he beheld what appeared in the absence of the light, he was utterly taken aback, not merely in a casual manner, but in sheer astonishment. To his surprise, instead of the anticipated wild Ultraman, there was no trace of the dragon either. Instead, a woman stood there, barefoot on the surface of the sea, completely unclothed. This woman possessed alabaster skin that radiated a shimmering glow under the moonlight. She seemed quite curious about her own form, bending down to inspect her body, glancing left and right, and occasionally reaching out to shake and pinch herself. Though Zhang Fan, a lifelong bachelor, had encountered the female form before, albeit through the screen of a computer, this was his first experience witnessing it in person. After a moment of lingering, he diverted his gaze to the boundless sea, attempting to calm the tumultuous rush of blood within him. Once his fervor subsided, he descended from the sky, flying directly before the woman, and inquired, "Are you a deity? A monster?" The woman, upon seeing Zhang Fan, neither screamed nor exhibited any shyness. Instead, she stared intently at him, seemingly unconcerned about her bare state. Her unwavering gaze made Zhang Fan feel a tinge of embarrassment, prompting him to tousle his hair and say, "Miss, I'm aware of my handsome appearance, but could you please don some clothing before gazing at me? This predicament is quite challenging." The woman remained silent, but recognition flickered in her round eyes, which narrowed menacingly. Zhang Fan, sensing the shift in her demeanor, queried, "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, the woman let out a fierce roar, lunging towards him with her mouth agape. Zhang Fan sidestepped her assault, seizing her neck from the side and lifting her effortlessly. Despite being restrained, the woman continued to writhe and struggle, desperately attempting to free herself while trying to twist her head to bite Zhang Fan's hand. Unmoved by her defiance, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to her head. With a dull thud, the woman cried out in pain, covering her forehead with her hands as tears quickly brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over. However, Zhang Fan paid her little mind, for he had noticed something peculiar while delivering the slap. 2 small horns were hidden within her hair. How could a human possess horns? Unless she was a monster. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this woman possibly be the dragon transformed? After all, if even a lowly fish spirit could take on human form, there was no reason this dragon could not as well. Zhang Fan pondered increasingly upon the possibility that something extraordinary had occurred. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how such a magnificent dragon could vanish into the white light. He had observed the creature throughout its luminous transformation, never once averting his gaze. The woman, unable to bear the throbbing pain in her forehead any longer, succumbed to tears. As her sobs echoed, the previously clear sky swiftly became enshrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the moon that had only just emerged to catch its breath. Upon witnessing the moonlight vanish, Zhang Fan looked skyward again and noted the return of dense clouds, marveling inwardly at the capricious nature of the sea's environment. Just moments ago, the rain had ceased and the clouds had dispersed, yet now they had reassembled in such abundance. His gaze fell upon the woman in his grasp, still weeping, and an epiphany struck him. If this woman transformed from the dragon, could the rain also be linked to her? To test his hypothesis, Zhang Fan addressed the weeping woman, "Cease your tears." She, however, paid him no heed, her quiet sobbing escalating into wailing. As raindrops the size of beans began to pour from the heavens, Zhang Fan unfurled his psychic umbrella, shielding them from the deluge. He raised his hand, poised to flick her forehead, and warned, "If you continue to cry, I shall flick you." Startled by his gesture, the woman instinctively turned her head to evade his impending flick, but Zhang Fan had a firm grip on her nape, rendering her unable to escape. Just as he was about to act, she hastily wiped her tears and abruptly ceased her crying. Zhang Fan's intuition proved correct. As the woman quieted, the rain too subsided, and the clouds began to dissipate at a visible pace. Observing the retreating clouds, he remarked with admiration, "Indeed, you are a little dragon girl." He then lowered his gaze to the woman and inquired, "What is your name?" Chapter 155. The Dragon Palace in response to Zhang Fan's question. The little dragon girl remained silent, merely glancing at the fingertip resting upon her forehead, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear before breaking into a broad, ingratiating smile. Noticing her newfound stillness, Zhang Fan withdrew his hand and reiterated, "I am asking you a question. Do not respond to me with frivolous smiles." Upon feeling Zhang Fan retract his hand, the little dragon girl exhaled in relief, yet she continued to remain mute, her smile still directed at him. Zhang Fan, observing her persistent silly grin, furrowed his brow in contemplation, wondering if perhaps she had been rendered speechless by his earlier actions. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that he had not exerted much force, merely enough to elicit discomfort. Furthermore, aside from her vacant smile, she exhibited no signs that would suggest she had been rendered truly foolish, such as drooling or incontinence. Since I have not rendered her foolish, why does she remain silent and merely grin? Zhang Fan gazed at the silly, smiling Zilongnu in his hands, pondering whether this girl was obstinately rebellious, refusing to cooperate unless coerced. With this thought, Zhang Fan decided to test his hypothesis. He extended his hand and playfully flicked her forehead, declaring, "If you continue to remain silent, I shall be compelled to take action." Upon seeing Zhang Fan's hand return, Zilongnu's toothy grin faltered, and she instinctively recoiled. Yet her neck was gripped by Zhang Fan, preventing any retreat. Consequently, she curled her body into a tight ball, as if seeking solace in this posture. Despite her evident trepidation, she remained mute, her large eyes gazing up at Zhang Fan, revealing a blend of fear and pleading. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. It was Zhang Fan's first encounter with such transparent emotions reflected in another's gaze. He found himself perplexed. Why, despite her evident fear, did she choose not to speak? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that this Zilongnu was incapable of speech and could not comprehend his words? He glanced at the curled-up Zilongnu, and the more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If she were indeed a wild dragon, many of the inconsistencies he had noted would find reasonable explanations. For instance, her indifference to being exposed, her initial attempt to bite him, and her overall feral demeanor. Zhang Fan realized he should have considered this sooner. Who would expect a dragon to be inarticulate, behaving more like a beast than a sentient being? After all, the turtle spirit he had captured during the day could speak quite eloquently and sweetly addressed him as a mortal. Recognizing that Zilongnu was not unwilling to converse, but rather unable, Zhang Fan withdrew his hand. After all, if she could neither articulate nor comprehend his intentions, any threats would be futile. Upon witnessing Zhang Fan retract his hand, Zilongnu assumed her act of vulnerability had succeeded, and she broke into another joyful smile, loosening her curled form and swaying side to side as if celebrating. Observing her foolish demeanor, Zhang Fan was struck by a thought. If all dragons in this world resembled her, would there even exist a dragon palace? After all, this was merely a fictionalized version of the journey to the West, not the authentic narrative. Furthermore, a crucial detail lingered in his mind. During the climactic battle of the film Journey to the West, conquering the demons, the just-freed son Wukong had his golden staff pulled from his ear, shattered. Despite the three demon masters being mere trifles, he could easily dispatch with a breath. If such beings could destroy the golden staff, it was evident that the staff son Wukong retrieved from his ear was not the same as the one he had taken from the Dragon Palace. This indirectly suggested that in this world, son Wukong had never visited the Dragon Palace. But why did he refrain from doing so? Could it be that the Dragon Palace does not exist at all, or perhaps that everyone is merely imagining its existence? The moment this possibility crossed Zhang Fan's mind, he found himself momentarily unsettled. His journey to the ocean was not solely to seek out dragons and expand his horizons. He harbored another ambition, to locate the fabled Dragon Palace. After all, it was widely said to be brimming with treasures, and he fancied the idea of acquiring a few trinkets for himself, rationalizing it as a mere borrowing. However, this notion now seemed increasingly tenuous. Yet, rather than succumbing to despondency, Zhang Fan felt a surge of pride upon contemplating the likelihood of the Dragon Palace's non-existence. After all, it was solely through a diminutive dragon maiden in his grasp that he had deduced so much, further affirming his extraordinary intellect. Zhang Fan tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky, murmuring to himself, being too clever could be a double-edged sword. Some truths are unveiled too swiftly, robbing one of anticipation. The little dragon maiden, noticing Zhang Fan gazing upward, assumed there was something of interest in the heavens and attempted to look as well, only to remember that her neck was being held firmly, rendering her unable to move. Curiosity piqued. She rolled her eyes in an effort to glimpse what lay above. Observing the dragon maiden's peculiar eye movements, Zhang Fan mistakenly thought he was gripping her too tightly and hastily relaxed his hold, fearful of inadvertently harming her. With newfound freedom, the little dragon maiden eagerly craned her neck to peer into the sky, yet saw nothing. Zhang Fan, noticing her odd fixation on the heavens, also turned his gaze upward, but found no sign of anything unusual. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. After all, this realm was imbued with magical elements, and the absence of visible phenomena did not preclude the existence of something hidden, perhaps even someone cloaked in invisibility, observing him from above. Thus, Zhang Fan activated his light vision, meticulously scanning the sky, leaving no corner unchecked. Regrettably, his search yielded no results. The little dragon maiden, upon realizing Zhang Fan was still intently scrutinizing the sky with a serious demeanor, returned her gaze to the heavens, puzzled by his unwavering attention to what appeared to be nothing. Was there something she had failed to notice? With this thought lingering, she imitated Zhang Fan, adopting a serious expression as she examined the sky with newfound diligence. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Fan was surprised to find the little dragon maiden still fixated on the sky, her expression now far more solemn than before. Witnessing this, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could there truly be something up there? Chapter 156. Dressing the Little Dragon Maiden. Zhang Fan glanced skyward once more, yet aside from the familiar constellation of stars and the moon, he discovered nothing amiss. The Little Dragon Maiden, having found no evidence in the sky, finally withdrew her gaze. She turned her head and gazed at Zhang Fan with a peculiar expression, unable to comprehend why the sky was devoid of anything. Yet the person holding her continued to stare intently. Zhang Fan noticed the little dragon lady's gaze fixed upon him, but he paid her no heed. He contemplated that regardless of whether something was concealed in the sky, it was prudent to vacate this place first. After all, he had successfully captured the little dragon lady, making this maritime adventure not entirely fruitless. With this thought, he grasped her by the neck and soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the fishing village. On the return journey, Zhang Fan did not intentionally fly at a slow pace. During the day, a leisurely flight allowed him to admire the scenery and search for any lurking monsters. Hence, he had been flying rather casually and at a moderate speed. However, it was now nighttime, and darkness enveloped everything. Although Zhang Fan could still see, the clarity was nothing compared to that of daylight. Moreover, since he had already captured the dragon, there was no need for a leisurely flight. The sooner he returned, the better. Perhaps he could even partake in dinner. Thus, while it took him an afternoon of flying to reach the sea, he managed to return to the fishing village in less than 15 minutes. The reason for this seemingly prolonged duration was that on his way back, he spotted a town and realized that the little dragon lady he was holding was unclothed. Originally, if she had remained in her dragon form, clothing would not have been an issue. However, now that she had transformed into a human, and a woman at that, it became imperative to find her some attire. Consequently, Zhang Fan flew into the town to procure clothing for her. Yet, the process of dressing the little dragon lady did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. Initially, searching for clothes was straightforward. He found a prominent household in the town and easily borrowed a plethora of garments. He then took the little dragon lady to an unoccupied area, preparing for her to change. However, the complications arose when he assumed that the little dragon lady, who had remained quiet throughout their journey, had surrendered. He thought to allow her to dress herself. To his astonishment, the moment he released her, the previously docile little dragon lady let out a joyful shout and dashed off without a backward glance. Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. Did the little dragon lady believe he had truly set her free? In an instant, his telekinetic powers activated, retrieving the little dragon lady who had barely covered 10 meters in her escape. The bewildered little dragon lady stared at Zhang Fan, confused as to what had transpired. She had thought she had escaped, yet here she was again. Since she could not comprehend spoken words, Zhang Fan remained silent, merely gesturing toward the pile of clothes on the ground, indicating that she should get dressed. He then released his hold on her, feeling her limbs free once more. The little dragon lady joyfully shouted again and promptly turned to flee. Zhang Fan utilized his telekinetic abilities to retrieve the fleeing Xialong. Yet this time he was far less accommodating. He delivered a sharp strike to her forehead, causing her to cry out in pain, her hands instinctively clutching her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Outside, the sky darkened ominously with gathering clouds. Sensing her imminent tears, Zhang Fan remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand in a snapping motion, lifting it slowly. Upon witnessing his movement, Xialong abruptly ceased her cries, the tears that were ready to spill backtracking in a moment of understanding. Noticing her silence, Zhang Fan pointed at the garment strewn on the ground and then at her, indicating that she should don clothes. Under the looming threat of his earlier strike, Xialong's comprehension sharpened significantly. She glanced between Zhang Fan and the clothes. Quickly grasping his intent, she reached for the clothes, and with a forceful tug, they tore apart with a rip, which she proudly presented to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was taken aback by her audacity, astonished that his gestures could be interpreted in such a manner. Seeing Zhang Fan's lack of response, Xialong grew anxious. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted a pile of clothes on the floor. She discarded the torn piece and grabbed another, ready to pull it apart again. Zhang Fan, noticing this, hurriedly intervened, picking up a robe-like garment from the ground and putting it on himself. He reasoned that if he demonstrated wearing it, she would surely understand. However, once he donned the robe, he found himself perplexed about how to secure it properly at the back, ultimately resorting to using another piece of clothing as a makeshift belt. After observing Zhang Fan's demonstration, Xialong nodded in realization and picked up a garment from the ground to put on herself. Watching her mimic his actions, Zhang Fan removed his own clothing, nodding in approval. Suddenly, with a rip, Xialong accidentally tore her garment. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan's smile faltered, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind. As anticipated, Xialong's subsequent attempts at dressing resulted in either unintentional rips or tears. While Zhang Fan felt little discomfort in apprehending her, Xialong, being a true dragon endowed with formidable strength, found her power overwhelming for the mere fabric, leading to frequent mishaps. Observing the dwindling pile of borrowed clothing, Zhang Fan felt an urgent need to devise a solution. Otherwise, how long would it take for Xialong to master the delicate art of dressing? In that moment, his gaze fell upon the discarded tattered garments, and a brilliant idea struck him. If wearing them proved too challenging, perhaps wrapping them around her would yield the same effect. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Zhang Fan approached and playfully tapped the little dragon girl on the head, snatching the garment from her grasp and tossing it aside. The little dragon girl, startled by the gentle tap, glanced at the discarded clothing and quickly covered her forehead, casting a fearful look at Zhang Fan. She presumed her attire was inadequate, fearing she was about to be reprimanded. Having already learned how to communicate with her, Zhang Fan paid no heed to her distress, but instead assumed a stance with his feet shoulder-width apart and arms outstretched, signaling her to mimic his actions. Observing his movements, the little dragon girl became increasingly anxious, interpreting Zhang Fan's gesture as a precursor to punishment should she fail to comply. Chapter 157. Noticing the little dragon girl's hesitation to follow suit, Zhang Fan, though unsure of her thoughts, could glean her apprehension from her demeanor. She was evidently terrified of being struck. Unsure how to convey that he meant her no harm, he resorted to telekinesis to gently position her in the stance he had demonstrated. Restrained in this manner, the little dragon girl struggled, quickly adopting a pitiful expression reminiscent of a tactic she had employed before. Unfazed by her display of vulnerability, Zhang Fan proceeded to gather the torn remnants of fabric strewn about and began to wrap them around her like strips of cloth. Realizing he had no intention of harming her, the little dragon girl relaxed, her curious gaze fixed on Zhang Fan as he meticulously wound the fabric around her. With swift dexterity, he secured her form, taking care to layer the clothing multiple times to prevent any accidental exposure due to her strength. Ultimately, he utilized all the available fabric, encasing her until she resembled a round ball. Once satisfied with his handiwork, he stepped back a few paces to circle around her, admiring the sight of the little dragon girl, now resembling a penguin, and nodded in approval, relieved that she could no longer inadvertently unveil herself. Subsequently, he withdrew his telekinetic hold, releasing her from confinement to assess the outcome. As the little dragon girl regained her mobility, she lowered her head, curiously inspecting her new appearance. It was her first experience donning clothing, and after taking a few steps, She felt a bit uncomfortable and wished to tug at the wrappings enveloping her. Observing her intent, Zhang Fan swiftly grasped her hand, shaking his head sternly. The little dragon girl, caught off guard, looked at him quizzically, evidently perplexed by the meaning behind his gesture. Recognizing her confusion, Zhang Fan understood that she had not comprehended his intentions. He then demonstrated to the little dragon girl that if she were to tug at her garments again, she would face consequences. After this demonstration, he released her hand. Zhang Fan's clear and comprehensible illustration allowed the little dragon girl to instantly grasp the implied meaning. Once he let go, she promptly seized the garment that had been pulled out and tucked it back in. Observing her reaction, Zhang Fan chuckled, displaying an expression of satisfaction, and affectionately patted her head as a reward. Having resolved the issue of the little dragon girl's attire, Zhang Fan continued their journey towards the fishing village, this time opting to lift her by the back of her clothing rather than by her neck. Upon their arrival at the fishing village, Zhang Fan, who had anticipated enjoying a warm dinner, discovered that the villagers had already retired for the night. The village was enveloped in tranquility, devoid of even a single dog-esque bark. The ancient fish that had been hung earlier was reduced to a mere skeleton, stripped bare of its flesh by the villagers. As he set the little dragon girl down on the dock, he surveyed the quiet village, pondering why they retired so early. Did these villagers not indulge in nocturnal revelries or late-night snacks? Although the villagers were already asleep, Zhang Fan hesitated to disturb them. However, he quickly reconsidered. A life without nighttime festivities seemed rather dreary, and he felt compelled to introduce them to the joys of a vibrant night. With this thought, he released the little dragon girl, taking a step forward. This time, she did not dash away. Instead, she remained obediently in place, perhaps resigned to her fate. Realizing escape was futile, Zhang Fan turned in surprise, having anticipated several attempts from her before she understood her predicament. Seeing her compliance so swiftly was unexpected. "Since you are so well-behaved, I shall reward you," he said, returning to her and affectionately ruffling her hair as one would a cat. Occasionally, he would playfully pinch the two small horns concealed within her hair. The little dragon girl's head protested under Zhang Fan's large hand, as she shook it left and right in an effort to evade him, seemingly unappreciative of this gesture of affection. Zhang Fan noted her disdainful expression, but paid it no mind. His own enjoyment was paramount. After a while, having tousled her hair into a fluffy mess, he finally withdrew his hand. He had other matters to attend to and could not become lost in the pleasure of petting the dragon. It was time for the villagers to experience the joys of nightlife, and Zhang Fan had already devised a plan to ensure they would revel in the experience. First, he needed to awaken the villagers, so he stood on the deck and bellowed towards the fishing village. "Awake, everyone! Rise and shine!" His voice, amplified by the psychokinetic speaker, reverberated through the village like a clap of thunder. The mountainous terrain surrounding the village further echoed his call, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout. Next to him, the little dragon girl was startled by a sudden outburst, but she quickly regained her composure and joined in the excitement, echoing his shouts. "Awake, awake!" Upon hearing this strange addition to his proclamation, Zhang Fan turned to see the little dragon girl, her cheeks flushed, enthusiastically shouting, "Awake, awake!" Puzzled, he wondered if she could speak. Noticing Zhang Fan's gaze upon her, the little dragon girl, her face aglow with excitement, pointed towards the village and exclaimed, "Awake, awake!" Realizing that she was merely mimicking his words, Zhang Fan felt a surge of delight. He promptly discarded the notion of letting the villagers enjoy a nocturnal revelry and eagerly began to teach the little dragon girl how to speak. "Call me Papa," he instructed her. The little dragon girl looked at him with confusion, but then her eyes lit up as she pointed towards the village and shouted, "Awake, awake!" Zhang Fan turned to see that the villagers had indeed been roused by his shouting. Many had lit oil lamps, and several able-bodied villagers had emerged with torches to investigate the commotion. In an instant, the once tranquil fishing village erupted into a symphony of sounds, babies crying, mothers comforting, and voices of anger and inquiry filled the air. At that moment, a torch-bearing villager spotted Zhang Fan standing on the deck and, filled with joy, rushed back to inform the others, "He's back. The master has returned. Everyone come quickly." The little dragon girl, seeing the villager turn and run, immediately attempted to pursue him. Zhang Fan grasped her hand, puzzled, and asked, "Where are you going?" "Awake, awake," she insisted, pointing anxiously at the departing villager. Though uncertain of her intentions, Zhang Fan calmly reassured her, "Do not worry. He will return." Whether it was that the little dragon girl understood his words or that his calm demeanor soothed her, she gradually began to settle down. Before long, the villager returned, leading a throng of villagers, with the village chief at the forefront. The little dragon girl watched the approaching villagers with gleaming eyes, licking her crimson lips with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan remained oblivious to her unusual behavior, engaged in conversation with the chief. "Master, did you not say you were going to the sea to capture a dragon?" The village chief inquired. "How did you return so swiftly?" "I have already captured it," Zhang Fan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony erupted among the surrounding villagers. "Wow, that's impressive. Truly worthy of being called a master. Where's the dragon?" "I don't see it." "Fool, he is a master exorcist. Would he deceive you?" "I understand the reasoning. But where is the dragon?" "I cannot see it." Upon hearing that Zhang Fan had captured the dragon, the village chief glanced around, failing to spot the creature, and asked, "Master, where's the dragon? Might we have the pleasure of witnessing it?" As soon as the village chief's words escaped his lips, the other villagers clamored to see what the dragon looked like. "No problem," Zhang Fan readily agreed, then pulled over the eager little dragon girl beside him, saying, "This is the dragon you wish to see." The village chief was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the little dragon girl in Zhang Fan's grasp. She was undeniably a beautiful young lady. "Master, do not jest. Release the dragon so everyone may have a look." "I am not joking," Zhang Fan retorted, grabbing the little dragon girl by her head and revealing the horns adorning it to the villagers. "Look, she has horns atop her head." Indeed, the fish spirit transformed into a person when it came ashore during the day. Upon seeing the little dragon girl's horns, some villagers recalled the process of the fish spirit transforming into a human earlier, leading to a flurry of discussions among them. "Yes, I witnessed that too. Thus, this young lady must be the dragon transformed." "It is certainly the dragon transformed. The master would not deceive us." One bachelor among the villagers, captivated by the little dragon girl's beauty, unconsciously stepped closer, wanting to see her more clearly. "Is this truly a dragon?" the village chief asked, glancing at the little dragon girl. He remained somewhat skeptical. Aside from the two horns on her head, she bore no distinction from an ordinary person. Most importantly, she was remarkably lovely. Truth be told, had it not been for the words of the master exorcist Zhang Fan, the village chief would have undoubtedly sought to uphold justice. Without a doubt, Zhang Fan released the little dragon girl, explaining, "Moreover, I am not charging any fee. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, the village chief nodded, pondering that it made sense. The master had no reason to deceive the villagers. Zhang Fan surveyed the gathering villagers, sensing that they had mostly congregated, then raised his arm and called out to them, "To celebrate my capture of dragon, we shall hold a celebration tonight." However, before the villagers could react to Zhang Fan's announcement, the little dragon girl, seemingly receiving a cue, sprang forth. She interpreted Zhang Fan's raised arm as a signal for her to act, and filled with delight, she thought it was finally time to feast. Despite her body being wrapped in clothing, she moved with astonishing speed, easily pouncing on the nearest bachelor villager and sinking her teeth into his neck. The villager, instinctively raising his hand to block the assault, was met with the relentless advance of the little dragon girl, who declared that regardless, she would consume whatever came her way. If she couldn't bite the neck, a hand would suffice. With a swift motion, she sank her teeth into the arm that obstructed her path. The once pale visage of the little dragon girl was now stained crimson with blood, a twisted semblance of pleasure etched across her face, rendering her a ghastly apparition. All were taken aback by this shocking spectacle, including Zhang Fan, who was preoccupied with thoughts of how to navigate the celebratory gathering, never anticipating the little dragon girl's sudden and violent outburst. It was only when the wounded villager began to wail in agony, clutching his injured hand, that the onlookers snapped back to reality, erupting into a state of panic. "A murder! The demon dragon has killed! Everyone flee!" As chaos threatened to engulf the scene, Zhang Fan made a decisive move, striding over to the little dragon girl and lifting her away from the fallen villager. Confused, she turned to Zhang Fan, her expression questioning the sudden change in her situation, as she wondered why she was being removed when it was not yet mealtime. Zhang Fan, momentarily at a loss as to how to address the bloodied little dragon girl, contemplated whether to chastise her or to reason with her. Observing that Zhang Fan had managed to contain the little dragon girl, The village chief promptly stepped forward to reassure the villagers, who were on the brink of hysteria. He called out to the frightened crowd, "Remain calm. The demon-slaying master is here. The dragon has been subdued, and we are safe." With the chief's commanding voice and the sight of Zhang Fan holding the little dragon girl, the villagers gradually regained their composure, ceasing their frantic flight. Once the atmosphere settled, the chief instructed, "Two of you, quickly carry Guzzi away for treatment. Otherwise, he may bleed to death." Following his command, two villagers stepped forward, one lifting his legs and the other his arms, to transport the injured man for medical attention. Upon witnessing the wounded individual being taken away, the chief approached Zhang Fan, casting a wary glance at the little dragon girl before turning to him and saying, "Master, why does this dragon still consume humans?" Zhang Fan found himself at a loss for a response, recognizing that this incident was indeed his responsibility. Had he been more vigilant, such an occurrence might have been averted. He could only assure, "I will discipline her. There will be no next time." "That is reassuring," the chief replied, nodding in relief. Zhang Fan continued, "Rest assured, this matter arose due to my oversight, and I will provide compensation. Master, we have yet to express our gratitude for your help in catching the fish spirit." "There is no need for compensation," the chief quickly declined. "That will not do. One matter must not overshadow another. We must look forward. Compensation is necessary." Zhang Fan asserted with a magnanimous tone, "Speak. What form of recompense do you seek?" "Master, truly it is unnecessary. It was but a minor injury, and compensation is not required," the chief insisted. Zhang Fan expressed his thoughts, yet the village chief, having lived for 5 to 6 decades and possessing some education, not to mention years spent in the outside world, was well-versed in the nuances of human relationships, until the true intentions of the master were ascertained. How could one dare to demand any form of compensation? Who could fathom what the master truly thought? Perhaps the master was merely being polite. If he unwittingly made an inappropriate request that displeased the master, it could summon all manner of spirits and demons to their village by dawn. It would be wiser to ask for nothing and maintain a sense of goodwill. "Do you look down on me for not seeking compensation?" Zhang Fan's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly to the village chief. "Speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" Observing that Zhang Fan was not merely being courteous, the village chief hesitated, lowered his gaze in contemplation, and inquired, "Does the master have a place to stay?" "No, why do you ask?" Zhang Fan replied, puzzled by the village chief's question after he had invited him to make a request. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's response, the village chief's face brightened. "Master, considering our village is blessed with clear waters and lush mountains, might you consider making our village a residence? If the master could reside in their village, they would no longer need to worry about demonic troubles. Moreover, having the master living among them might lead to the possibility of him taking on a few disciples to impart his knowledge." However, upon hearing the village chief's request, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this truly your request?" His frown was not born from the difficulty of the request itself, but rather because he had already intended to settle in this quaint fishing village, awaiting Chan Xuanzang's departure to seek Sun Wukong. Thus, he hoped the village chief would propose an alternative form of compensation. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan's thoughts, the village chief, seeing the master's furrowed brow, immediately grew anxious. Fearing his request might have been too demanding and displeased the master, he quickly clarified, "It's not a demand, merely an inquiry." Upon noticing the village chief's expression, Zhang Fan realized he had been misunderstood and that the chief believed he was dissatisfied. Therefore, he explained, "I am not upset. I had already decided to reside here. So please suggest another request." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the village chief's face lit up. "No need for anything else. Having a master live in our village is already wonderful. We have no further requests." "Truly none?" Zhang Fan inquired sincerely. "None at all," the village chief affirmed. "Very well then," Zhang Fan replied with a hint of regret, for Qin Xuanzang had yet to embark on his quest for Sun Wukong, and he found himself at a loose end, longing for some engagement. "Does that mean the master has agreed to reside in our village?" the village chief asked softly, seeking confirmation. "Yes, I intend to make your village my home," Zhang Fan responded. Seeing Zhang Fan's genuine agreement, the village chief joyfully turned to the villagers gathered nearby, exclaiming, "The master has consented to stay in our village. From now on, we shall have a master of exorcism among us. and our village will be safe henceforth." Upon hearing the news, all the villagers erupted in joyous cheers. Although they did not possess the foresight of their village chief, they were nonetheless aware that their safety was now secured. The little dragon girl, lifted aloft, became equally exhilarated by the villagers' enthusiasm, her spirit igniting as she danced in Zhang Fan's grasp, eager to leap forth. Yet, Zhang Fan held her by the collar of her garment, ensuring he did not constrict her neck. In her sudden outburst, she almost slipped from his grip. Fortunately, following a prior incident involving harm, Zhang Fan had remained vigilant towards the little dragon girl. As she made to dart away, he swiftly employed telekinesis to immobilize her limbs. As she turned back to glance at him, he deftly flicked his fingers against her forehead, commanding her to be quiet. The little dragon girl, feeling inexplicably wronged by the sudden gesture, felt her eyes welling with tears. At that moment, as her eyes reddened, the sky above darkened with ominous clouds. Zhang Fan, recognizing the impending tears, promptly unleashed his secret weapon, suppressing her desire to cry with a flick of his fingers. Once the villagers had quieted down, the village chief recalled Zhang Fan's earlier words and addressed the villagers. "To celebrate the arrival of our esteemed master in our village, I have decided to host a celebratory gathering this evening." At this announcement, the villagers erupted into another round of cheers. In an era devoid of entertainment, everyone relished the prospect of a feast. "Very well, let us prepare for the celebration," the chief declared, raising his hand, prompting the villagers to spring into action. After witnessing the villagers bustling to prepare for the gathering, the chief turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Master, please indicate where you would like to stay. I will have someone ready a room for you." "No need. I shall find my own accommodation." Zhang Fan declined the chief's kind offer, holding up the little dragon girl as he explained, "As you can see, residing among the villagers would not be prudent. I may very well need to capture other monsters in the future, and it would be unwise to risk another incident." Although the chief felt a pang of disappointment at the prospect of the master not residing in the village, he nodded in understanding, acknowledging, "You speak wisely, master." He then inquired, "Where do you intend to stay?" Zhang Fan had not considered this aspect, but casually glanced upward, spotting a small mountain behind the village. He gestured toward it, saying, "I shall reside atop that mountain." The chief, following Zhang Fan's direction, immediately cautioned, "Master, the summit of that mountain is perilously steep and treacherous. Hardly accessible." "It matters not. I can manage," Zhang Fan replied with a smile. The chief suddenly recalled Zhang Fan soaring toward the sea at noon. Realizing his concerns were unwarranted, the master was a figure of extraordinary capabilities, and their limitations did not apply to him. Seeing that the chief had no further matters to discuss, Zhang Fan spoke. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to explore the mountaintop." As he spoke, he shook the petite figure of the little dragon girl in his grasp and added, "Let us also train this dragon." The village chief promptly replied, "Very well, master. You may attend to your matters. The banquet will be ready in approximately an hour." "Understood," Zhang Fan nodded, lifting the little dragon girl and soaring into the night sky towards the peak of the mountain behind the fishing village. After watching Zhang Fan and the little dragon girl vanish into the starlit expanse, the village chief turned and departed to prepare for the festivities. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Zhang Fan surveyed his surroundings and realized that if no renovations were made, this summit was hardly a suitable dwelling. The space was cramped and uneven, riddled with cracks and pits. Contemplating the environment, Zhang Fan thought it necessary to undertake substantial modifications. Otherwise, it would be uninhabitable, lacking even a place to recline. He already had several plans in mind for the transformation. First, he aimed to expand the area, a task that seemed straightforward. Zhang Fan ascended with the little dragon girl in tow, circling the mountain before selecting a location. With his eyes glimmering red, he unleashed his thermal vision, commencing a horizontal cut about 30 meters from a peak. The speed at which the full-power thermal vision sliced through the mountainside was remarkable. It was as effortless as a hot knife gliding through butter, cleaving half of the mountain away with a mere turn of his head. Once the cutting was complete, he easily grasped the severed portion of the mountain, much to the astonishment of the little dragon girl, and casually cast it away, the half-mountain vanishing into the night with a whistling wind. This left him with a substantial expanse of flat ground, breathing upon the newly cut surface. A gust of wind swept through, quickly dulling the previously warm earth. Descending onto the freshly created plateau, Zhang Fan surveyed the area, nodding in satisfaction. Although it felt somewhat vast, a larger space was preferable to a smaller one. With the area established, the next consideration was whether to construct a dwelling. Standing in contemplation, Zhang Fan ultimately decided to build a house, not for habitation, but primarily to pass the time. After all, he was uncertain how long it would be before Chen Xuanzang sought out Sun Wukong, and idleness would be rather dull. However, before embarking on the construction, Zhang Fan felt it imperative to address the matter of the little dragon girl, as he could not keep his gaze fixed upon her indefinitely. With this thought in mind, he gently set her down, seizing the opportunity to impart some knowledge to her. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan engaged in teaching the little dragon girl in anticipation of the fishing village's celebration, Chen Xuanzang approached the Gao family inn, empty-handed save for a collection of nursery rhymes nestled in his arms. Regarding the reason why Chen Xuanzang chose to visit the Gaojiazwang restaurant, it was certainly not for the renowned roast pig that the establishment is famous for, nor did he make a special effort to dine here in the evening. Although his master indulged in both meat and vegetables, Chen Xuanzang had yet to reach such a level of enlightenment. He abstained from consuming meat. His purpose for arriving at the Gaojiazwang restaurant was to vanquish demons. The reason for his unprepared state, arriving empty-handed, was due to the numerous questions he posed during the day, which led to his master expelling him without the chance to gather his belongings. As Chen Xuanzang pushed open the grand door of the restaurant, he was greeted by a brightly lit interior, bustling with a multitude of diners. After a brief glance around, he stepped inside. Upon his entrance, the door behind him closed automatically, and a female server approached him. "Welcome, welcome. You have exquisite taste. Our establishment boasts delightful cuisine and splendid decor that our patrons truly adore," the server enthusiastically remarked. Chen Xuanzang, however, paid little heed to the server's exuberance, as his attention was captured by an unusual candelabrum adorned with 9 flickering candles. Noticing his fascination, the server continued her eager introduction. "Look at that candelabrum. Isn't it exquisite? It exudes a romantic charm, doesn't it? Romantic?" Chen Xuanzang could not perceive such sentiment. All he saw were the glinting edges of sharp blades. The server, undeterred, pointed to the nearly filled tables and proclaimed, "Just look at our many returning guests. It's clear our dishes are irresistibly delectable." Following her gesture, Chen Xuanzang did not observe the patrons enjoying their meals. Instead, his gaze fell upon the gruesome sight of blood-soaked corpses strewn across the floor. The server then led him further inside, gesturing toward an enormous roasting oven, exclaiming, "Come, come. This is the treasure of our restaurant, the famous roast pig." Standing before the fiery oven, Chen Xuanzang gazed inside at the roast pig, while the server continued her enthusiastic description. "This roast pig is crispy on the outside and tender within. An utterly delectable experience that guarantees you will return for a second helping." Yet, what lay within the oven was not the roast pig she described, but rather a collection of huddled figures. As the server remarked on the bustling crowd, suggesting he wait while she found him a seat, Chen Xuanzang, who had been silent since entering, called out to her. "Wait," he said. The server paused, turning to inquire, "Is there something else, esteemed guest?" Gazing steadily at her, Chen Xuanzang calmly declared, "I am an exorcist. Reveal your true form." The server looked at him with a face full of confusion, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Without further ado, Chen Xuanzang struck the bewildered server with a decisive punch, opting not for the playful nursery rhymes, but for the force of his own fist. Regrettably, he forgot that despite possessing eyes capable of perceiving the illusions of the world, his strength was akin to that of an ordinary person. Chen Xuanzang's fist was seized by a waitress with a firm grip. Having initiated the confrontation, Chen Xuanzang's adversary ceased to feign innocence. She held his fist and declared, "If you wish to fight, so be it. It is well known that humans possess 2 hands." Before the waitress could finish her statement, Chen Xuanzang's other fist struck her face with precision. He had cunningly infused his punch with a tiger claw technique, causing her visage to distort. Chapter 161 of the original film. "This is your doing. Do not blame me." The waitress, whose face was now askew from Chen Xuanzang's blow, erupted in fury, clenched her fist, and charged at him. In a state of panic, Chen Xuanzang retreated, realizing too late that she was about to land a hit on him. At that moment, Miss Duan, who had been patiently waiting, suddenly appeared behind Chen Xuanzang. She pulled him aside and, with a swift punch, reduced the pursuing waitress to mere dust, revealing her true nature as a transformed demon. Witnessing this spectacle, the diners within the restaurant stood in awe, observing Miss Duan's formidable display. Unquestionably, the patrons and staff that Chen Xuanzang had encountered in this establishment were all, in fact, demons in disguise. A fierce battle seemed inevitable. Chen Xuanzang, leaning towards Miss Duan, inquired, "Would you like assistance?" Miss Duan cast a glance at the predatory patrons and replied, "Yes." "How can I assist?" Chen Xuanzang asked. "Get out of the way," she retorted without turning. "Understood," he responded without hesitation, swiftly hiding behind a supporting pillar, aware that a confrontation was imminent. As a mere mortal, it would be prudent for him not to become a burden. Once Chen Xuanzang had vacated the area, Miss Duan took the initiative, lunging forward to seize the nearest waiter, delivering a series of powerful punches that reduced him to dust. Following her assault, the once intimidating patrons lost their bravado, shrinking back in fear, unable to meet Miss Duan's gaze. Seating herself at a dining table, Miss Duan surveyed the now timid patrons before beckoning one to approach. The diner silently shook his head, expressing his reluctance. Miss Duan, undeterred, reached out, pulling him closer and pinning him to the table, delivering several punishing blows to his face. Her strikes flattened his features, prompting him to plead, "Enough. If you continue, I shall perish." Ignoring his pleas, Miss Duan landed one final punch, reducing him to dust as well. After dispatching this diner, Miss Duan gracefully moved from the table to a bench. However, as she settled down, a patron from behind ensnared her neck. As the saying goes, opportunities are fleeting. The monsters, now transformed into diners, witnessed Miss Duan's neck ensnared, and their prior timidity dissipated, replaced by reckless bravado as they surged forward, intent on seizing the moment to pummel the ensnared Miss Duan. Hiding behind a pillar, Chen Xuanzang, upon seeing Miss Duan in peril, was poised to assist, only to witness her unleash a powerful roar that sent the encroaching monsters flying. The prior restraint of the monsters, having mistakenly believed their numerical advantage could vanquish the disruptive Miss Duan, quickly evaporated. The little demons pressed on, undeterred, yet Miss Duan remained unfazed by their onslaught. She deftly removed the elusive divine ring from her wrist and cast it forth. The ring soared through the air, striking the two foremost demons, reducing them to mere dust, before returning to her hand. Just as she dispatched the two, three more demons rushed in to replace them, prompting Miss Duan to hurl the ring once more. The sound of impact echoed thrice, as the three demons met the same fate, disintegrating into nothingness. Yet, the once timid little demons, now emboldened, charged at Miss Duan without hesitation. Just as it seemed she would be overwhelmed, Miss Duan executed a remarkable leap, soaring 2 to 3 meters into the air, followed by a powerful backflip that extricated her from the encircling throng. Upon landing, she skillfully caught the returning divine ring, which vibrated between her palms. Seeing her escape, the demons quickly redirected their assault, rushing towards her with claws bared. Miss Duan, observing their advance, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, and with a flick of her wrists, she sent the quivering divine ring spiraling towards the oncoming horde. Chen Xuanzang, peering from behind the pillar, witnessed the ring transform into a multitude, each one hurtling towards the advancing demons. The power of Miss Duan's divine ring was formidable. Any demon struck by it was immediately reduced to dust. In mere moments, she had cleared the establishment of nearly all the little demons. As the ring returned to her hands, reverting to its singular form, Miss Duan donned it once more, ready to speak. However, a fortunate little demon, having narrowly escaped the chaos while hiding behind a bench, seized the opportunity to leap forth, not to attack, but to flee for its life. Miss Duan, relentless in her pursuit of justice, immediately took flight after it. The escaping demon had barely taken a few steps before Miss Duan caught up from behind, delivering a decisive kick that sent it sprawling to the ground, where she firmly pinned it beneath her foot. The little demon, pursued by Miss Duan, resigned itself to its fate and lay on the ground, turning its head to gaze at Miss Duan, who stood upon its back. "Could you be a bit gentler?" "Thank you," it pleaded. Miss Duan, regarding the creature beneath her with a sinister grin, seized one of its hands and, with a forceful tug, wrenched it from its body. She then repeated this gruesome act with both legs. Although the little demon emitted no cries of agony, and the scene was devoid of bloodshed, Miss Duan's brutal display of violence left Chun Xuanzong, who was hidden behind a pillar, utterly stunned. At that moment, Miss Duan twisted off the little demon's head and casually tossed it aside, calling towards the now empty restaurant. What you've transformed into is utterly unamusing. Come out yourself. A well-groomed, handsome man with a glistening complexion emerged stealthily from behind Miss Duan, approaching her with a lurching gait. This man, known as Zhu Ganglai, was the proprietor of the Gaojia Village restaurant and the target of Chan Xuanzong's mission that night. Come out. Miss Duan continued her calls into the vacant establishment, oblivious to Zhu Ganglai's presence creeping up behind her. Zhu Ganglai seized the opportunity to sneak up on Miss Duan and, with a mischievous grin, placed a hand on her shoulder. Startled by the unexpected touch, Miss Duan reacted instinctively, turning and delivering a swift punch. Zhu Ganglai was taken aback by the speed and decisiveness of her response. Before he could even fully turn around, he was struck and sent flying, completely unprepared for such a reaction. Though the blow was not particularly forceful, it left Zhu Ganglai dazed, as the outcome diverged sharply from his anticipated scenario. In his mind, he had envisioned a different sequence of events. He would gently tap the shoulder of the woman causing a ruckus in his restaurant, and she would turn, puzzled, to discover his strikingly handsome face, only to be instantly captivated and rendered pliable to his whims. As Zhu Ganglai soared through the air, he gazed at Miss Duan, who had turned away, filled with a multitude of thoughts yet at a loss for words. Shouldn't one first look back when someone taps your shoulder? What if you hit the wrong person by acting so rashly? Unaware of Zhu Ganglia's intricate thoughts, Miss Duan, seeing him flung away, charged forward with the intention of striking again. However, Zhu Ganglai, recovering from his fall, executed a clumsy maneuver that sent Miss Duan flying. Rising swiftly, he reached for the nine-toothed rake hanging from a pillar. Undeterred, Miss Duan placed her hands on the ground and, with a powerful heave, conjured a multitude of divine rings. With a swift motion of her arms, she launched a barrage of golden rings towards Zhu Ganglai, who was still in the process of seizing the rake. The formidable Zhu Ganglai had just seized the nine-toothed rake hanging from the pillar when several golden divine rings struck his exquisite visage. These shimmering golden rings shattered half of Zhu Ganglia's lustrous face, revealing a long, pig-like snout. More golden rings soared toward him, and disregarding the pain of his disfigurement, Zhu Ganglai hurriedly wielded the nine-toothed rake to fend off the incoming assault. Miss Duan swiftly waved her hands, effortlessly casting away the conjured rings. Unfazed, she pressed her palms together, causing the discarded rings to reappear in her grasp. With a gentle push, the rings transformed into a multitude, flying in every direction toward Zhu Ganglai. Observing this, Zhu Ganglia's expression shifted, and he exerted more force, accelerating the motion of the rake in his hands. Chun Xuanzong, hidden behind the pillar, watched the duel between the demon and the woman, captivated and yearning for the spectacle. The sounds of clashing metal and sparks flying filled the air as Zhu Ganglai swung his rake, deflecting all the approaching rings, and stepped forward, aiming a strike at Miss Duan's head. With her palms still together, Miss Duan summoned the rings back into her hands, pulling them into a chain to block the descending rake. Zhu Ganglai pressed down forcefully, relying on his strength to attempt to pin her down. However, Miss Duan had no intention of engaging in a contest of strength. She retracted the rings, evading the rake, and gracefully leapt behind Zhu Ganglai. Unprepared for her sudden retreat, Zhu Ganglai stumbled, thrusting the rake into the ground, which split the blue bricks beneath him. Meanwhile, Miss Duan, now behind him, ensnared his neck with the rings and began dragging him along the ground. With his neck constricted, Zhu Ganglai relinquished the rake, and in a moment of desperation, he unleashed his full strength, shattering the remnants of his once flawless visage, revealing his true form. With a piggish squeal, he summoned all his might to escape Miss Duan's grasp. Sensing that Zhu Ganglai was on the verge of breaking free, she immediately released the rings, allowing them to tighten on their own, then seized his arms, twisting them behind his back while delivering a powerful kick to his lower back, interrupting his escape. Subsequently, she secured his arms further behind him and locked her legs around his waist, limiting his ability to exert force. Yet, in his true form, Zhu Ganglai possessed tremendous strength. Despite Miss Duan's hold, he began to gradually break free from her constraints. Realizing he was slipping from her control, Miss Duan called out desperately for assistance. Chen Xuanzong, who had been mesmerized by the scene, suddenly snapped back to reality and exclaimed, dashing from behind the pillar. Reaching Miss Duan's side, Chen Xuanzong inquired, Miss, I have waited a long time. How may I assist you? Miss Duan, gripping the boar demon tightly, spoke with great effort. The demon's primordial spirit has already been struck in its throat. Quickly, use your mouth to extract it. All right. Chen Xuanzong responded eagerly and approached the captured boar demon. Initially, he believed this task to be straightforward. However, he soon realized he had overestimated his own capabilities. Upon seeing the demon's grotesque visage, its mouth agape and dripping with viscous saliva due to its struggles, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. He tentatively inquired, What did you say to use for extraction? With your mouth, Miss Duan replied. Chen Xuanzong gestured, asking, Are you suggesting that I should use my mouth to suck out what is inside its mouth? Is there another way? She retorted, gazing at the demon's repulsive maw. Chen Xuanzong swallowed hard and said, Very well. However, as he took a deep breath, preparing to begin, he caught sight of a thick, yellow-brown liquid deep within the demon's throat. A troubling thought crossed his mind. That substance must be phlegm. Given its color, it could very well be a thick mucus. And what if he ended up inhaling that instead of the demon's primordial spirit? What if he couldn't spit it out? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, the courage he had mustered dissipated entirely. He turned to Miss Duan, asking, Is there perhaps another method? The boar demon's struggles intensified, nearly breaking free, but fortunately, Miss Duan was quick to tighten her grip. Hurry, I can barely hold on, she urged. Hearing her strained voice rekindled Chen Xuanzong's resolve to extract the demon's primordial spirit. But upon glimpsing that yellow-brown liquid once more, his courage vanished again. He tentatively suggested, What if, hypothetically, I were to restrain it while you perform the extraction? Would that be feasible? Chapter 163. The boar demon, with great effort, finally managed to free its hands from Miss Duan's grasp. However, rather than seizing the nearby Chen Xuanzong or Miss Duan, it quickly reached for the divine ring around its neck. If that ring tightened any further, it would not need anyone to extract its primordial spirit. It would be suffocated by the ring itself. Although the ring had ceased to constrict further, the boar demon sensed that it had merely stopped its tightening, not because it was incapable of doing so. It dared not take the risk and clutched the ring with both hands for a semblance of safety, fully aware of how small that ring appeared in Miss Duan's grasp. Frustrated by Chen Xuanzong's hesitance and incessant questioning, Miss Duan erupted, For heaven's sake, stop dawdling. Otherwise, everyone would perish in each other's embrace. At this moment, Chen Xuanzong noticed that Zhu Ganglai had managed to free his hands. Believing that Miss Duan could no longer endure, he too was filled with urgency. With a rallying cry to bolster his courage, he muttered to himself, I can do this, and lowered his head, intent on kissing Zhu Ganglai. The immobile Zhu Ganglai, observing Chen Xuanzong approaching with the intent to siphon his essence, had a sudden inspiration. He extended his long tongue and licked Chen Xuanzong's entire head. Overwhelmed by the stench that assaulted his senses, Chen Xuanzong instinctively turned his head away, unable to proceed with the kiss, and exclaimed in anguish, I'm sorry, I cannot. Miss Duan, witnessing this from behind Zhu Ganglai, sighed silently. Gathering her strength, she abruptly leaned back, toppling Zhu Ganglai. Chen Xuanzong, who was atop Zhu Ganglai, was also brought down, and before he could comprehend the situation, his mouth collided with Zhu Ganglai's. Realizing that their lips had met, Miss Duan swiftly raised her hand. Before Chen Xuanzong could even attempt to draw in the essence, he felt something leap into his mouth unbidden. Since he had not inhaled, it could not have been the pig demon's essence. His mind immediately recalled the thick, yellowish phlegm he had glimpsed in the demon's throat, and an overwhelming urge to retch surged within him. Meanwhile, Zhu Ganglai, his essence expelled, became utterly limp, his once vibrant pig-headed form now lifeless on the ground. After stealthily introducing the pig demon's essence into Chen Xuanzong's mouth, Miss Duan quickly darted out from behind Zhu Ganglai. Grasping Chen Xuanzong, who was on the verge of vomiting, she pressed her lips against his and forcefully inhaled, drawing the pig demon's essence from his mouth. Upon realizing that he was locked in a kiss with Miss Duan, and more importantly, that she had absorbed the thick phlegm from his mouth, Chen Xuanzong was simultaneously filled with a sense of relief and shock. He hurriedly sought to alert Miss Duan about the phlegm, only to see her draw forth a demon-catching bag from her waist. She promptly leaned down and expelled the pig demon's essence into the bag, swiftly pulling the drawstring to secure it. At that moment, Chun Xuanzang comprehended that the substance that had leapt into his mouth was not the pig demon's phlegm, but rather its essence. Yet he pondered, why had the essence voluntarily entered his mouth when he had not inhaled? Before he could unravel this mystery, he witnessed the pig demon's essence thrashing wildly within the bag. Miss Duan, unable to maintain her grip, watched as the bag fell to the ground, the struggling essence within stretching the bag perilously close to rupture. Seeing this, Miss Duan urgently urged Chun Xuanzang, hurry. The demon-catching bag is about to break, and the pig demon will escape. The two turned and fled, not daring to look back as they dashed out of the Gao family inn. The demon-capturing bag was shattered by the primordial spirit of Zhu Ganglai, who then returned to his physical form, revealing himself as a wild boar of considerable size, akin to that of an elephant. The near-death experience left Zhu Ganglai's small eyes tinged with red, and in a fit of rage, he howled towards the heavens, thrashing about in search of the man and woman who had just escaped. At that moment, Miss Duan and Qin Xuanzang had already fled from Gao's village, which lay in ruins under Zhu Ganglai's devastation. While Miss Duan and Chan Xuanzang deepened their bond through shared trials in Gao's village, Zhang Fan was not idle. After nearly 2 hours of guidance, he finally made the little dragon girl understand that the villagers were not her food and were inedible. Zhang Fan glanced at the obedient yet flushed little dragon girl beside him, nodding in satisfaction at his educational methods, secretly marveling that had he not taken up factory work, but instead chosen to become a teacher, he might have attained the status of a distinguished educator. Having imparted sufficient knowledge to the little dragon girl, it was now time to assess the fruits of his labor. Zhang Fan had already devised a plan for this test, intending to use the forthcoming banquet as a measure of whether the little dragon girl would still harbor a desire to consume humans. Just then, shouts from several villagers below echoed up the mountain. "Master, the banquet is ready. Please come down quickly." Upon hearing the villagers' calls, Zhang Fan took the little dragon girl in his arms and flew down from the mountaintop. The villagers, holding torches, waved their lights upon seeing Zhang Fan descend, shouting, "Master, this way. We are here." Initially, Zhang Fan intended to fly directly into the village, since landing would require him to walk several steps to reach the fishing village, which seemed cumbersome. However, upon noticing the little dragon girl in his grasp, he reconsidered. This was the perfect opportunity to test her education with the villagers present. Thus, he descended gracefully. As soon as he landed, he released the little dragon girl to observe her reaction upon encountering the villagers. The villagers quickly parted to make way for Zhang Fan, exclaiming, "Master, this way. The banquet is ready and awaits your presence." The little dragon girl, upon seeing the villagers, did not exhibit her previous predatory excitement. Instead, she cast a glance at Zhang Fan and quietly stood to the side, resembling a maidservant. Seeing the little dragon girl's demeanor, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief, and, amidst the villagers' enthusiastic welcome, joyfully stepped towards the fishing village, with the little dragon girl following closely behind him. Upon Zhang Fan's arrival at the fishing village, he found the village chief and the villagers already waiting at the entrance, eager for his presence. "Master, you have finally arrived." Upon the appearance of Zhang Fan, the village chief promptly approached him, exuding warmth as he announced, "The banquet is ready. We await your esteemed presence." Zhang Fan nodded slightly, refraining from excessive enthusiasm, as he harbored a distaste for formalities. His attention was predominantly fixated on the little dragon maiden, and amidst the throng of villagers, he feared that the vast gathering might overwhelm her. Fortunately, the 2 hours of instruction he had provided on the mountain bore fruit. The little dragon maiden exhibited no signs of distress upon encountering the villagers, her expression one of serene detachment, devoid of sorrow or joy. "Master, please follow me." The village chief continued, oblivious to Zhang Fan's aversion to pleasantries. However, he discerned Zhang Fan's lack of enthusiasm and chose not to prolong the conversation, instead leading the way. Zhang Fan trailed behind the village chief, with the little dragon maiden following closely as they made their way through a throng of villagers brandishing torches. Arriving at the location of the banquet, the village's largest open space, situated along the riverbank's deck. At this juncture, the deck was adorned with numerous tables and chairs, interspersed with piles of firewood providing illumination. while the air was thick with the aroma of salted fish. The village chief guided Zhang Fan to the largest table, stating, "Master, please take a seat. The food will be served shortly." Zhang Fan nodded and settled down, where several sets of chopsticks and bowls awaited the forthcoming dishes. Once Zhang Fan was seated, the village chief turned to the other villagers, urging, "Please, do not stand. Find a place to sit." Noticing the little dragon maiden still standing behind him, Zhang Fan gestured to a chair beside him and invited, "Come, sit here." The little dragon maiden glanced between Zhang Fan and the chair, seemingly pondering his intent. However astute as she was, she quickly grasped Zhang Fan's meaning as other villagers began to take their seats and approached to mimic his actions. Once most had settled, the village chief leaned toward a nearby villager and whispered, "We may commence serving the food and drinks." The villager nodded in acknowledgement and departed. With the villager's exit, the village chief took a seat beside Zhang Fan, assuring him, "Master, please wait a moment. The food will be here shortly." Zhang Fan, acknowledging the village chief's words, nodded. Truth be told, the banquet differed significantly from his expectations. He had envisioned a lively gathering akin to a bonfire dance, with participants singing and dancing around a fire. Yet it resembled more a formal feast. Before long, an array of dishes was presented, and Zhang Fan observed that his table boasted the most dishes, 3 main courses and a soup, while the other tables had merely a single offering. The 3 dishes evidently featured fish, including fried, grilled, and sautéed varieties. Just as Zhang Fan was about to inquire about the situation, the village chief, having kept a watchful eye on Zhang Fan, preemptively explained, "Master, it is not that we are stingy. We simply lack food due to the fish spirit's influence. We have not been able to fish for several days." Zhang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, and beside him, the little dragon girl imitated his gesture. The village chief gestured towards a dish on the table and introduced it, saying, "This dish is called fried salted fish, prepared using salted fish that has been preserved for a year." He then pointed to another dish and continued, "This one is pan-fried salted fish, crafted from salted fish that has been aged for 10 years, slowly cooked in an iron skillet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan felt a sense of confusion. How could salted fish be categorized by age, like fine wine? Was it true that the older the salted fish, the more delectable it became? As the saying goes, if one does not understand, one should inquire. Thus, he reached out to halt the village chief, who was about to present a third dish, and said, "Wait a moment, I have a question." Seeing Zhang Fan's gesture, the village chief replied, "Master, please speak." Zhang Fan expressed his curiosity. "You mentioned salted fish of 1 year and 10 years. Does this mean that salted fish, like wine, is also valued by its age?" The village chief chuckled at Zhang Fan's inquiry and responded, "Indeed, salted fish is also discerning of age, much like wine. However, while wine becomes richer with age, salted fish grows saltier the longer it is preserved." "Saltier?" Zhang Fan could not help but ask, initially believing that the aged salted fish would have a more refined flavor, not realizing that it simply became saltier with time. Yet, upon reflection, he found the logic sound. After all, a fish cured in salt for decades, or even centuries, would hardly transform into something sweet. Yes, indeed, the older the salted fish, the saltier it becomes. A salted fish aged over 100 years would taste akin to a concoction of salt and spirit. With pride, the village chief exclaimed, "In our village, we possess 1,000-year-old salted fish. In my childhood, I once tasted a lick of it, and the flavor was indistinguishable from salt. Then this dish must be prepared with the century-old salted fish," Zhang Fan inquired, pointing towards the final dish. "Precisely, this is stir-fried salted fish made from a 100-year-old specimen." The village chief praised, "Master, you truly possess discerning eyes." Zhang Fan fell silent. He resolved not to touch this dish at all. After all, according to the village chief's earlier words, the older the salted fish, the saltier it became. If this fish had been preserved for over a century, then the stir-fried salted fish will be comparable to fried salt itself. Surely, this cannot be the soup made from your village's 1,000-year-old salted fish? Zhang Fan asked, pointing to the last dish, which resembled pure white jade. The village chief chuckled and replied, "Master, you have misjudged this time. This soup is not made from the 1,000-year-old salted fish. If it were, the broth would not be so pristine." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Zhang Fan felt a surge of relief. Finally, there was a dish that seemed somewhat normal. However, he remained cautious, for with a 1,000-year-old salted fish that resembled mere salt, he could not rule out the possibility of encountering other peculiar items. Thus, he hurriedly inquired, "What is this made from?" "This soup is crafted from the flesh of the ancient fish that the Taoists caught during the day," the village chief replied. "Oh, so it's fish soup." Zhang Fan nodded with relief, finally finding something edible. "Master, please eat quickly, lest the dishes grow cold," urged the village chief. "Very well," Zhang Fan agreed. Zhang Fan replied with a sound and lifted his bowl, ladling a portion of soup, which he placed in front of the little dragon girl. He was not hungry, nor would he be, for the banquet was merely a means to create a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing the soup set before her, the little dragon girl glanced around to observe how others were behaving, but alas, there was no such dish on their tables, leaving her at a loss as she looked back at Zhang Fan. Chapter 165. Observing the little dragon girl's bewilderment, Zhang Fan raised his own bowl, mimicking a drinking gesture. With this example, the little dragon girl quickly followed suit, lifting her own bowl to drink. However, the moment she tasted the fish soup, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she tilted her head back, gulping down the entire bowl with gusto. As a wild dragon, she had never consumed cooked food, having sustained herself solely on raw flesh. Although, as a dragon, the taste of blood and meat would naturally be superior, her transformation into a human had undoubtedly altered her palate. Upon experiencing the flavor of cooked food, she was utterly captivated by this new sensation. Having emptied her bowl, the little dragon girl extended the empty vessel towards Zhang Fan. Exclaiming "Ma bai, ma bai," Zhang Fan glanced at her, bemused by how she had picked up only these two words from his lengthy discourse, which had now become her catchphrase. He pointed towards the pot of fish soup on the table and remarked, "You are now a transformed dragon. You ought to learn to serve yourself." Though the little dragon girl did not comprehend the meaning of Zhang Fan's words, she certainly understood the gesture of his pointing at the soup. Furthermore, she not only grasped it, but also innovated her approach. Without hesitation, she tossed aside her small bowl, rose, and fetched the pot of fish soup from the table. Under the astonished gaze of the village chief, she, much like a cowherd carrying a large bucket of milk being halted at the airport for liquids, lifted the pot and tilted her head back, consuming the entire contents in one go. Zhang Fan observed her drinking, but he was not as astonished as the village chief. After all, despite her youthful appearance, she was a dragon and her appetite was not surprising. What troubled him was that the only edible dish on the table, the fish soup, had been completely consumed by the little dragon girl. What would he eat now? Was he to resort to fried salted fish and pan-seared salted fish? As for the stir-fried salted fish, it was less about cooking fish and more akin to frying salt, which he had no intention of even glancing at. After finishing the pot of fish soup, the little dragon girl let out a satisfied burp and once again extended the empty pot toward Zhang Fan, calling out "Ma bai, ma bai." It was evident that she had not had her fill and desired more. Thus, Zhang Fan turned to inquire, "Village chief, is there any more of this fish soup?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's inquiry, the village head regained his composure. He cast a glance at the empty basin, a wry smile playing on his lips, and with a hint of embarrassment, he confessed to Zhang Fan, "Master, there is nothing left. All the fish soup has been shared. It is not due to our stinginess, but rather, our village is devoid of any other sustenance. If we do not fish tomorrow, the entire village shall go hungry. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice." With the village stripped of food, Zhang Fan refrained from further comment. His eyes fell upon the salted fish on the table, which he had no intention of consuming. He looked up at the sorrowful village head and thought to himself that it would be best to find an excuse to swiftly conclude this gathering. Just as he pondered how to excuse himself, a glimmer of white light caught the corner of his eye, drawing his attention. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the white light was merely moonlight reflecting off the river's surface. Gazing at the river, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the sizable lobster he had caught in the sea. An epiphany dawned upon him. Had not the village head mentioned the scarcity of food? Yet, to him, the river was teeming with sustenance. With this realization, Zhang Fan addressed the village head. "Do not worry, I have a way to procure food." "Oh, what method does the master possess?" the village head inquired. His curiosity piqued as he wondered what magical means Zhang Fan would employ to conjure food. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Just wait. Summon the villagers to catch fish." Without waiting for the village head to respond, he raised his eyebrows, and with a surge of telekinetic energy, he conjured a massive net that enveloped every corner of the expansive river before him. With such a large net, Zhang Fan did not need to employ clairvoyance to determine where the fish congregated. He merely plunged into the water and swept the net, capturing all the fish within that stretch of the river. Due to the sweeping motion, even the loaches and crabs hiding in the muddy riverbed were not spared. All were drawn up into the net. Just as the village head was about to inquire further about Zhang Fan's vague statement, a commotion arose from the river's surface. He turned to see the dark waters swell, as if a colossal creature was stirring beneath. The village head was taken aback by this sudden development, fearing the return of the fish spirit. The villagers, who also witnessed the disturbance on the river, feared the presence of a monster and began to chatter anxiously. However, upon seeing Zhang Fan seated calmly like a mountain, the village head felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. With the master present, there was nothing to fear. Any fish spirits or crab spirits would meet their demise. Fear not, everyone. With the master here, any monster shall perish. The village head stood up, soothing the frightened villagers. With his reassurances, the villagers gradually quieted and instinctively moved away from the riverbank, gathering closer to the village head. At this moment, Zhang Fan pulled up a considerable haul of fish, shrimp, and crabs from the river. The village chief beheld a colossal creature slowly rising from the river. Illuminated by the dim glow of the moonlight, he discerned that this enigmatic being was adorned with numerous fish tails and heads, leaving him bewildered as to its true nature. The mere sight of such a grotesque figure was enough to instill fear in his heart. Had it not been for the master's presence beside him, he would have likely succumbed to terror and been rendered immobile. However, it was not a monster at all, but rather a bounty of fish that Zhang Fan had caught from the river. As he spoke, he pulled the catch ashore, and with the dissolution of the telekinetic fishing net, a cascade of large and small fish, crabs, loaches, turtles, and toads fell like rain onto the deck by the bank. The sheer volume of fish overwhelmed the space, causing many to tumble back into the river. A nearby villager instinctively reached out and cradled a large fish that had landed in his arms. Staring vacantly at the creature, he soon came to his senses and exclaimed, "It's fish! So many fish have fallen!" His shout seemed to ignite a fervor among the villagers, who rushed forward to seize the fish. Chapter 166. Upon witnessing the abundance of fish, the little dragon girl also cheered and dashed forward to catch some. However, while the villagers were busy gathering fish, she seized one and bit into it, savoring the raw delicacy. The villagers, recognizing that it was the master's companion indulging in a feast, dared not intervene. Observing her lack of aggression towards the villagers and her sole focus on eating, Zhang Fan turned to the village chief and inquired, "Is there enough food now?" The chief gazed at the deck overflowing with an array of fish, shrimp, and crabs, nodding enthusiastically as he responded, "Indeed, indeed, master, after so many years of fishing, this is the first time I have seen such a bountiful catch. How long will this last us?" As the saying goes, aiding others brings joy, and seeing the villagers so delighted filled Zhang Fan with happiness. He smiled and reassured the chief, "If there is too much, let them enjoy it slowly. It's a perfect time for a feast. Let everyone indulge." "You're absolutely right, master," the chief replied, his eyes crinkling with joy. While the festivities erupted on one side, on the other, Chun Xuanzong and Miss Duan found themselves like lost souls, stopping in an unknown pond nestled in the mountains. "It won't pursue us any longer, will it?" Chun Xuanzong glanced back apprehensively. Miss Duan plopped down by the water's edge, one hand clutching her shoulder, and asserted confidently, "No, it is injured as well." As Chun Xuanzong turned to respond, he suddenly noticed bloodstains on Miss Duan's shoulder, which he had not seen when they fled from Gao's village. Although perplexed, he nonetheless expressed concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Miss Duan waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "I'm fine, it's nothing." She then proceeded to remove her outer garment before Chun Xuanzong, tending to the wound on her shoulder. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Xuanzong hastily turned his head away, unwilling to gaze any longer. Miss Duan glanced at the averted Chun Xuanzong and retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom to dab at the bloodstains on her shoulder. She called out to him, "Come here and assist me." Chun Xuanzong, paralyzed by trepidation, refrained from moving or turning back, fearing the sight of something he ought not to see. However, a thought struck him. The young lady had been injured while saving him. It would be utterly unconscionable to neglect her wound. Consequently, he turned to face Miss Duan, striving to keep his gaze steady, and inquired, How should I help? Observing Chen Xuanzong's rigid demeanor, Miss Duan chuckled lightly and, in a spirited manner, replied, "As exorcists, we are not overly fastidious. Quickly, hold down my acupoint." Hesitantly, Chen Xuanzong extended his hand toward her shoulder. Noticing his hesitation, Miss Duan grasped his hand and firmly placed it on the acupoint on her shoulder. With the pressure now applied, Chen Xuanzong breathed a sigh of relief, averting his gaze once more, too apprehensive to look. Miss Duan produced a white porcelain bottle from her waist, uncorked the red stopper, and poured out some medicinal powder. Despite having turned his face away, Chen Xuanzong could not ignore the delicate texture and warmth of Miss Duan's skin beneath his fingers, inciting an irresistible urge to caress her. This impulse surged forth with startling swiftness and directness. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, firmly controlling his hand. For the teachings he had received throughout his life forbade such actions. The love between men and women was but a trivial affection. He was destined to cultivate for the greater love of the world. Nevertheless, the urge persisted, compelling him to divert his attention. "That pig demon earlier was quite formidable," he remarked. Miss Duan, while applying the powder to her shoulder, replied, "Of course. It boasts the highest bounty in our area. Did you not come to partake in the spoils?" Chen Xuanzong, unmindful of when he had turned back, looked at her earnestly and declared, "I am not motivated by money. I wish to contribute to the well-being of the common people." Miss Duan appraised Chen Xuanzong's frail frame with a dismissive glance and retorted, Have you a death wish? I did not contemplate such matters." Feeling somewhat flattered, Chen Xuanzong responded, "I didn't mean it that way." He then inquired, "By the way, your weapon was impressive. Are you referring to this?" Miss Duan gestured toward her divine ring. "Yes," Chen Xuanzong nodded. "This is the unfettered flying ring, a family heirloom used for capturing demons," she explained. At that moment, Chen Xuanzong felt blood trickling from his nose, yet remained oblivious, simply nodding and murmuring, "Unfettered flying ring." Noticing the blood, Miss Duan asked, "Are you injured?" "Huh." Chen Xuanzong looked at her in bewilderment, unsure of her statement. "You have a nosebleed," she pointed out. Chen Xuanzong wiped his hand, and indeed, blood trickled from his nose. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "It is merely a minor internal injury, nothing to fret about." "I am Chen Xuanzong. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss?" Miss Duan, having donned her clothing and applied some medicine, replied, "My surname is Duan." Chen Xuanzong, adopting a serious demeanor, said, "Miss Duan, I am grateful for your timely assistance." "Then you should thank me," she countered, tilting her face upward and closing her eyes. Chen Xuanzong, bewildered by Miss Duan's intentions, inquired, "Miss Duan, what do you mean by that?" She remained with her eyes shut, responding, "A girl closing her eyes signifies that she wishes for a kiss." Taken aback by her unexpected words, Chen Xuanzong found himself at a loss. Noticing his prolonged silence, Miss Duan opened her eyes, seized his collar, and leaned in, saying, "Stop pretending, come on." Startled by the sudden turn of events, Chen Xuanzong struggled to break free. As her lips drew nearer, he performed a backward flip to escape her grasp and fled. Thus, their first intimate encounter concluded without fruition. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, having caught an abundance of fish, transformed the gathering into a true feast. The villagers, including the village chief, cast aside the salted fish and joyfully gathered around the bonfire to grill their catch. At this moment, the little dragon girl, no longer inclined to eat raw fish, displayed remarkable learning ability. Upon catching the scent of grilled fish, she quickly mimicked the villagers, gutting the fish and roasting it over the fire with a stick. Zhang Fan stood nearby, observing her. He was the only one not indulging, for he did not experience hunger. Eating was merely a means to satisfy his own desires. Thus, he had no interest in fish grill without seasoning. Chapter 167. The village chief returned with a grilled fish in hand, offering it to Zhang Fan, saying, "Master, enjoy this grilled fish, which I prepared myself. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, quite delicious." Zhang Fan glanced at the charred fish in the chief's hand and politely declined, "No, thank you. You may enjoy it." "Ah, master, there is no need for formality. I have already eaten. This fish is for you," the chief insisted, smiling broadly as he extended the fish toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan refrained from reaching out. He could tell from merely sniffing that the unseasoned fish would not be palatable, and its blackened exterior further dampened his appetite. "I do not relish fish," he replied bluntly, fearing the village chief's enthusiasm might lead to further insistence. So he added, "Nor do I wish to try. You do not enjoy fish?" The village chief withdrew the fish, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Then how about I prepare a crab for you?" "I do not enjoy crabs either," Zhang Fan responded. "What about loach?" the chief inquired. "Not that either," Zhang Fan replied with growing impatience. "What of turtles?" the village chief continued to inquire, his demeanor suggesting that he would not relent until Zhang Fan was treated to some roasted delicacies. Faced with the chief's exuberance, Zhang Fan felt somewhat overwhelmed and thought it prudent to devise an excuse to divert him. Thus, he remarked, "Very well, roasting a turtle does sound rather appealing." Upon hearing of Zhang Fan's interest in the turtle, the village chief eagerly thumped his chest and declared, "Master, please be patient for a moment. I shall procure a turtle for you at once." With that, he turned enthusiastically to fetch the turtle. "Wait a moment," Zhang Fan called out, halting the departing chief. "Master, is there anything else?" the chief inquired, turning back. "I would prefer a larger turtle," Zhang Fan specified. "A larger turtle may be more challenging to roast properly," the chief cautioned. "Not to worry, master. I will surely select the largest one available," he assured before departing with enthusiasm to prepare the turtle for the esteemed guest. Once the chief had left, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to ascend into the sky, swiftly departing the fishing village. He had no desire to wait for the chief to return with a roasted turtle. As he flew away, the chief, who was carrying a turtle, suddenly glanced in the direction Zhang Fan had flown off to. He then turned to observe the little dragon girl indulging in her meal, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his face. A nearby villager who was assisting inadvertently caught sight of the chief's smile and shivered involuntarily, remarking, "Chief, your smile is quite unappealing. Young man, one should not speak carelessly while eating. How could I, the most handsome man in the village, possibly have an unattractive smile?" The chief retorted with irritation. "It truly is quite unattractive," the villager muttered softly. Upon hearing this, the chief, slightly miffed, replied, "If it is so unattractive, then do not look." Seeing the chief's displeasure, the villager refrained from further comments. Upon exiting the fishing village, Zhang Fan aimlessly soared through the sky. It was late, and with no need for slumber. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the moon, and a thought emerged. He wondered if the world of Journey to the West might harbor the presence of Chang'e. As for whether or not she existed, he would discover that soon enough. With a newfound goal, Zhang Fan propelled himself toward the moon, swiftly breaching the atmosphere. Midway through his journey, he glanced back, realizing that in nearly a day of being in this world, he had yet to glimpse the planet's surface. Upon his first inspection, he concluded that this celestial body was not Earth. It was evidently larger and devoid of the familiar 7 continents. After this brief exploration, he resumed his trajectory towards the moon. A minute later, Zhang Fan successfully landed on the moon's surface. Observing an environment reminiscent of Earth's moon, he felt a premonition that the likelihood of encountering Chang'e was slim. Nevertheless, even with such meager odds, he circumnavigated the moon a few times in search of her. Regrettably, Zhang Fan's premonition proved to be accurate. On the moon, he discovered nothing. No rabbits, no Chang'e, and certainly no Guanghan Palace. The moon in the world of Journey to the West. The demon slayer resembled the moon of Earth, barren and devoid of life. Lying languidly in space under the sun, Zhang Fan chose not to return to the fishing village, for if he did, he would likely find the village chief had just roasted a turtle, which would cause him trouble. Thus, he resolved to bask in the sunlight on the moon for the night, planning to return in the morning, as only the cosmic sun could lull him into a drowsy state. The following morning, on the streets of the county town, in front of a roasted goose stall, the rotund monk turned to Chun Xuanzong beside him and inquired, "Xuanzong, are you feeling exhilarated?" Chun Xuanzong, bewildered by his master's seemingly nonsensical question so early in the day, responded, "Exhilarated about what?" The stout monk appraised Chun Xuanzong with a knowing look and confidently asserted, "You have been courting a lady." Surprised at his master's implication, Chun Xuanzong exclaimed, "Master, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be courting anyone?" Seeing Chun Xuanzong's denial, the monk merely chuckled and shifted the topic, asking, "What is your perspective on matters between men and women?" To this inquiry, Chun Xuanzong replied with utmost sincerity, "Matters between men and women are trivial affections, of no concern to me." At this moment, An image of Miss Duan floated into his mind, but he quickly suppressed it, declaring, I am destined to cultivate for the greater love of the world. The rotund monk, upon hearing Chen Xuanzang's words, smiled knowingly and placed a greasy goose leg before him, asking, would you like to partake? Chen Xuanzang glanced at the goose leg, swallowed hard, and replied, I do not wish to. The monk chuckled, retrieving the leg and devouring it with gusto. Observing this, Chen Xuanzang admonished, Master, this is improper. It contravenes our precepts. Unfazed, the monk continued to munch on the goose leg, remarking, in my heart, there is no desire for the goose leg. Indulging is inconsequential. Yet you harbor a desire in your heart without vocalizing it. Therein lies the crux. Had these words come from another, Chen Xuanzang would have argued passionately, elucidating the essence of precepts and their significance. However, since they emanated from his own master, he dared not retort, instead widening his eyes in contemplation. As if gaining some understanding, the rotund monk observed Chen Xuanzang's thoughtful demeanor while quietly enjoying his meal. Chapter 168. Meanwhile, the female proprietor of the roasted goose stall could no longer tolerate the situation. The incessant chatter of the two individuals obstructing her stall not only disrupted her business, but also, the portly one had taken a goose leg without any intention of payment. Tossing aside her knife, she confronted the monk, demanding, Why are you eating my goose leg? Have you paid for it? The master turned to glance at the female proprietor, then nonchalantly dropped the nearly devoured goose leg from his hands and replied, I'm broke. Upon hearing this, the female proprietor was incensed that he dared to eat her goose leg without payment, viewing it as an act of brazen thievery, as if he were mocking her. A mere woman, seething with fury, she raised her hand and struck the plump monk, the master of Chen Xuanzang, with considerable force. The slap, fueled by her anger, was so powerful that it sent the monk's wig flying, revealing a shiny bald head. Fortunately, Chen Xuanzang, standing nearby, swiftly caught the wig before it hit the ground. Yet, the female proprietor felt her single slap was insufficient. After all, this was a blatant act of dining and dashing. She realized how difficult it was for a woman like her to establish herself on the streets. And if she let this bald thief go today, would it not invite more such shameless acts in the future? She felt compelled to ensure this bald man faced the consequences, lest her future be fraught with trouble. The plump monk, witnessing the relentless pursuit of the female proprietor, seized the wig from Chen Xuanzang's hand, placed it atop his head without a word, and fled. Although the act of eating the goose leg was not directly his doing, his master was escaping, and thus Chen Xuanzang had no choice but to follow. The female proprietor chased after them, hurling insults, You bald thief, stop right there. The plump monk was of remarkable origin, if he wished to evade capture. None could catch him. As for Chen Xuanzang, though merely mortal, he had developed considerable stamina through his demon-slaying endeavors. They dashed through the streets, and after a considerable distance, the female proprietor, a mere mortal, could not keep up with the duo and eventually leaned against a wall, panting heavily, grinding her teeth as she watched them disappear at the street's end. Once they had evaded the female proprietor, the two masters stopped to catch their breath at their usual spot. Chen Xuanzang turned to see a familiar depiction of the pig demon on the wall and exclaimed, Master, so you knew about the pig demon all along. After a moment of rest, the plump monk's breathing steadied as he explained to Chen Xuanzang, This pig demon is named Zhu Ganglai, grotesque in appearance and a romantic at heart. He was deeply infatuated with his wife, yet she despised his looks and committed adultery with a handsome man, conspiring with her lover to murder him with a nine-toothed rake. In death, his love turned to hatred, and he vowed to slay all women who desired beautiful men. Gazing at the mural, Chen Xuanzang sighed. It seems he is a pitiful soul. After contemplating this, he recalled his purpose for seeking his master and turned to him, saying, Master, I am no match for such a formidable demon. Perhaps you could intervene. Very well, the plump monk readily agreed, but then added, However, I must inform you that I have been quite busy of late and may not have the time. As Chen Xuanzang heard his master agree to take action, he was momentarily elated, only to be rendered speechless by his master's subsequent words. He exclaimed, What should we do then? At that moment, his master, the rotund monk, observed Chen Xuanzang's worried expression and chuckled. There's indeed a way. Eager to hear his master's solution, Chen Xuanzang inquired, Oh, master, what is your plan? The rotund monk responded, To confront such a formidable demon, If you possess the courage, you might seek out a king among kings who may impart to you the art of subduing demons. Chen Xuanzang pressed further. Who is this person? The monk replied, it is none other than Sun Wukong, who has been imprisoned beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. Sun Wukong? Chen Xuanzang replied, astonished by the name uttered by his master. Master, Sun Wukong is merely a legend. No one has ever found him. The monk smiled and said, it is quite simple. Go to the base of the Five-Finger Mountain, locate an ancient temple with a Buddha statue in front, towering 1,300 zhang and wide 256 zhang. Sun Wukong resides there. Is it truly that simple? Chen Xuanzang questioned, his skepticism rising. If it were so easy, why had no one discovered Sun Wukong after all these years? Sensing Chen Xuanzang's impending barrage of questions, the rotund monk gently urged him towards the exit, saying, a Buddha statue of such monumental proportions would be visible even to the blind. There is no time to waste. You must set forth. Though Chen Xuanzang had many more inquiries, he recognized that his master would not elaborate further, having learned through the years that silence was his master's way. Thus, he refrained from speaking, his mind filled with questions as he prepared to embark on his journey. Yet, just as he took a few steps, the rotund monk called from behind, one more thing to heed. Sun Wukong is fierce, cunning, treacherous, and deeply embittered. Exercise caution. Chen Xuanzang turned to his master and asked, why would he assist me? The monk smiled faintly, raising a book by virtue of your wisdom, and this collection of 300 Tang poems. Seeing the familiar book of poems in his master's hands, Chen Xuanzang helplessly cradled his head, after observing Chen Xuanzang's figure disappear around the corner. The rotund monk gazed up at the sky, a slight smile gracing his greasy face, murmuring to himself, now it is your turn. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan lay half asleep on the desolate moon, basking in the sunlight, suddenly jolted awake. Upon rousing from his stupor, he sensed nothing amiss, merely stretching lazily before soaring towards the fishing village. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, he resolved to return to the village, for he had left a little dragon girl behind. However, upon his return to the fishing village, he sensed that something was amiss. He pondered to himself how long he had actually slumbered upon the moon, for upon his arrival, he beheld the villagers brandishing sickles and hoes as weapons, encircling the little dragon girl, shouting, kill her, kill her. Zhang Fan descended between the little dragon girl and the villagers, and just as he intended to inquire about the situation, the village chief emerged, lamenting to Zhang Fan, Master, you have finally returned. You must take charge for us. Take charge? What does that entail? The chief's words left Zhang Fan utterly perplexed. He had just returned and was unaware of the circumstances. Thus he asked, what's going on here? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's question, the village chief, with a countenance filled with sorrow and indignation, pointed at the little dragon girl behind Zhang Fan, exclaiming, this demon dragon took advantage of last night's banquet, while everyone was asleep, and devoured Sister Jin and her daughter Changsheng. Upon hearing the chief's words, Zhang Fan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The banquet from the previous night? This implied that he had not been asleep on the moon for long. In fact, he had merely slumbered for half the night. It was truly lamentable that Sister Jin's family, known for their benevolence, had met such a tragic fate. Her husband had recently perished at the hands of the fish demon, and they had not even completed the mourning period, only to find themselves entirely annihilated by a monster today. The village chief continued to weep before Zhang Fan, while the surrounding villagers were filled with righteous fury, voicing their outrage. Sister Jin's family is so unfortunate. We must avenge them. Kill this demon. Kill her. Zhang Fan glanced at the increasingly agitated villagers and furrowed his brow. He had confidence in his educational methods, and given that it had only been a single night, he doubted that the little dragon girl would resort to cannibalism. However, the chief and the villagers' fervent reactions seemed too genuine to be feigned. Turning to the little dragon girl, he posed a direct question. Did you eat anyone? The little dragon girl looked at Zhang Fan, bewildered by his inquiry, and remained silent. Possessing a keen intuition, she sensed the hostility emanating from the villagers, except for Zhang Fan, and glared fiercely at them. Recognizing that he could not ascertain the truth through mere questioning, Zhang Fan activated his light perspective ability. If the little dragon girl had indeed consumed human flesh, he should be able to find evidence within her stomach. Under the scrutiny of the light perspective, The interior of the little dragon girl-esque body was laid bare before his eyes. Zhang Fan searched through her stomach and intestines for a while. But aside from the roasted fish she had consumed the previous night, he found no traces of human flesh or bones. The absence of human remains, coupled with the undigested roasted fish in her stomach, suggested that the little dragon girl had not eaten anyone at all. Zhang Fan turned to see the village chief. Momentarily taken aback, then smiled and inquired, "Did you witness with your own eyes that the little dragon girl devoured Sister Jin and her daughter Changshun?" The village chief, upon hearing Zhang Fan's question, was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen, and replied, "I did not see it with my own eyes." "Then why are you so certain that the little dragon girl consumed Sister Jin and her daughter Changshun?" Zhang Fan pressed further. The village chief stared at Zhang Fan, seemingly taken aback by such an inquiry. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Master, are you perhaps trying to shield this monster? How could that be? I, a renowned exorcist known as the Bane of Monsters, have traversed the world for many years, earning the admiration of the people through 3 principles." In response to the village chief's questioning gaze, Zhang Fan raised a finger and earnestly stated, "First, I never act on impulse." He extended a second finger, asserting, "Second, I will not overlook any wrongdoing." Finally, raising a third finger, he declared, "Third, I will judge with absolute fairness." The village chief listened, his face twitching, but he soon regained his composure. Zhang Fan, with 3 fingers raised, rotated to survey the villagers, ultimately fixing his gaze on the village chief's face. "I harbor no intent to shield her. I merely examined the little dragon girl's stomach, and there was no human flesh within. Impossible. I refuse to believe it." The village chief exclaimed in astonishment. Then, as if struck by a thought, he pointed at the little dragon girl and said, "Unless we cut open her belly to see." At this, the surrounding villagers echoed, "Yes, let us cut open her belly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression shifted, and he coldly remarked, "Are you implying that you do not trust what I just said?" Observing the change in Zhang Fan's demeanor, the village chief seemed to realize he had misspoken and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, I did not mean to doubt the master." "Then what do you mean?" Zhang Fan pressed. "What I mean is..." The village chief's eyes darted as he quickly concocted a rationale. He pointed at the little dragon girl and elaborated, "I mean, she is a monster. Her digestive capabilities differ from ours. Perhaps Sister Jin and her daughter Changsheng have already been completely digested, possibly even transformed into waste." Enough with the jesting. Zhang Fan waved his hand, unwilling to continue the charade. After surveying the crowd, he discerned that none of the villagers were genuine. "I am not jesting. I am quite serious," the village chief replied earnestly, still unclear about Zhang Fan's implication. Mistakenly believing that Zhang Fan was joking about Sister Jin and her daughter being transformed into waste. "You are not the village chief. Who are you truly?" Zhang Fan asked directly. Upon hearing this, the village chief looked puzzled and asked, "Master, are you confused? If I am not the village chief, then who could I possibly be? Are you still pretending?" Zhang Fan approached and reached out with the intention of gripping the village chief's head. Faced with Zhang Fan's outstretched hand, the village chief stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, the surrounding villagers suddenly erupted in alarm. "This is bad. The master has gone mad. He seeks to kill the village chief. The master is in league with the monsters. Let us unite and save our leader." Shouting fervently, the villagers, who had previously cowered in the presence of a monster, now brandished their sickles and hoes, charging forward fearlessly. Confronted by the advancing villagers, Zhang Fan withdrew his hand from the village chief and resolved to deal with the villagers first. He turned, lifting the petite long nu, his eyes glistening with a fiery red, unleashing a searing gaze that swept across the oncoming villagers. The devastating intensity of his gaze cleaved through the villagers with astonishing precision. Due to the high-temperature, cutting nature of the fiery glare, the scene was devoid of the grotesque splatter of flesh. Nevertheless, it remained horrifying. The severed upper bodies of the villagers fell to the ground, writhing in agony, desperately seeking their missing lower halves. In Chapter 170, witnessing the gruesome plight of the villagers, even the face of the petite long nu, held in Zhang Fan's grasp, reflected a flicker of fear. After eliminating the villagers, Zhang Fan turned his attention back to the village chief, stating, "All obstacles have been dealt with. Now it is your turn." The imposter village chief, observing the carnage, was overtaken by terror. With trembling hands, he pointed at Zhang Fan, exclaiming, "You are no exorcist. You are a demon. A demon. You shall face retribution. You will face retribution." Still pretending? Zhang Fan grasped the village chief's head firmly, saying, "I shall grant you one last chance. Speak. Who are you truly?" The village chief, fixated on the writhing forms of the villagers succumbing to their wounds, seemed to lose his sanity, disregarding Zhang Fan's inquiry, incessantly muttering, "You will face retribution. You will face retribution. You will face retribution." Seeing that the village chief remained unyielding, Zhang Fan tightened his grip slightly, intending to instill some discomfort. However, to his astonishment, he found a head in his grasp yielding like rotten tofu. With a mere application of pressure, it deformed. Blood flowed from the chief's 7 orifices as he let out a mournful cry before swiftly expiring. Dead? Zhang Fan, in disbelief, lifted the village chief's body for a closer inspection. After a thorough examination, he confirmed the village chief was indeed lifeless, with the village chief's demise rendered inconsequential. Zhang Fan carelessly discarded the corpse to the side. While the chief's death was swift and uncomplicated, it left Zhang Fan with a perplexing question. Despite having controlled his strength meticulously, how could he have inadvertently crushed the village chief's skull? Could it be that the village chief is merely feigning death? Zhang Fan cast a glance at the lifeless body of the village chief and pondered the possibility. After all, this is the world of Journey to the West, a realm imbued with magic. And his own ignorance of sorcery left him wondering if there might be a spell to simulate death that could deceive him. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely, based on his experiences gleaned from various fantasy dramas. Feigning death typically required the cessation of breath and heartbeat. He had never encountered a scenario where a shattered skull could be part of such a ruse. If that were the case, he would accept it as a lesson learned. As for his other queries, the village chief was already deceased, rendering them irrelevant. Zhang Fan resolved to cease his speculations, recognizing that any underlying conspiracy would ultimately reveal itself in due time. Overthinking would only squander his mental energy, and he might even arrive at erroneous conclusions. He turned his gaze toward the little dragon maiden, finding no signs of distress, and then closed his eyes to listen intently, seeking the whereabouts of Chun Xuanzang. With the fishing village now devoid of life, remaining there served little purpose. It would be wiser to seek out Chun Xuanzang and expedite his meeting with Sun Wukong. Before long, he discerned the precise location of Chun Xuanzang, and the sound indicated that he was on the move. Yet, instead of embarking immediately, a sudden impulse led him to search for Miss Duan's voice. But despite his efforts, he could not detect her presence. Fortunately, Zhang Fan was not one to become ensnared in trivialities. Since he could not locate her, he decided to abandon the search, trusting that as long as he accompanied Chun Xuanzang, the enigmatic Miss Duan would eventually make her appearance. Just as he was about to depart the fishing village with the little dragon maiden in tow to find Chun Xuanzang, a thought struck him. He turned to gaze at the village chief's corpse, his eyes reddening, and with a fierce gaze, he incinerated the body to a pile of ashes. Afterward, he gently blew the ashes into the river. Having completed this act, Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction and took flight toward Chun Xuanzang's location with the little dragon maiden. As he departed, the once vivid bodies of the villagers swiftly transformed into heaps of yellow sand, dissipating in the gentle breeze. A few minutes later, Zhang Fan, accompanied by the little dragon maiden, found Chun Xuanzang traversing a desolate mountain path, weary from his journey. Chun Xuanzang, engrossed in his travels, was startled to see Zhang Fan suddenly appear before him, momentarily fearing that a mountain spirit had come to harm him. However, he quickly recognized Zhang Fan. For in ancient times, the distinctive golden battle attire he wore was unmistakable. "Ah, it is you, Brother Zhang," Chun Xuanzang exclaimed, still somewhat shaken as he patted his chest. "You frighten me. Such sudden appearances can be lethal." Zhang Fan set down the little dragon maiden and, disregarding Chun Xuanzang's complaints, inquired Chun Xuanzang, "Are you in such a hurry to exorcise demons?" "Brother Zhang, I am not on a quest to exorcise demons," Chun Xuanzang replied candidly, "but rather to seek out Sun Wukong at Wuji Mountain and learn from him the ways of subduing demons." Such haste? Upon hearing Chun Xuanzang express his intention to seek Sun Wukong at Wuzishan, Zhang Fan was taken aback. It had only been a day since they captured Sham Monk. And yet the narrative had progressed so swiftly to the quest for Sun Wukong. This was quite unexpected. Initially, Zhang Fan thought that Chen Xuanzang was on his way to Gao Laozhuang to confront the pig demon, but it turned out he was in search of Sun Wukong instead. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl noticed that Zhang Fan was engrossed in conversation with Chen Xuanzang, and, feeling neglected, she ambled to the roadside, fiddling with the wild grass. Having spent her entire life in the sea, this was her first experience on land, and she was filled with curiosity about everything around her. What do you mean by so soon? Chen Xuanzang inquired, puzzled by Zhang Fan's remark. Zhang Fan, not wishing to delve into the details of the journey to the west, hastily concocted an excuse, saying, "What I meant by so soon is that I didn't expect someone as young as you to have already reached the pinnacle of exorcism. And now you are off to find the legendary demon king, Sun Wukong." "Brother Zhang, you misunderstand," Chen Xuanzang replied earnestly. "I do not intend to subdue Sun Wukong. Rather, there is a formidable pig demon wreaking havoc, and I have no choice but to heed my master's instructions to seek out Sun Wukong at Wuzhishan, as my master believes he possesses the means to deal with the pig demon." After contemplating Chen Xuanzang's explanation, Zhang Fan had a vague notion and asked, "Did you just set off?" "Yes, I departed this morning." "Is there an issue?" Chen Xuanzang responded candidly. "Since you have just begun your journey, it implies you have yet to encounter Miss Duan," Zhang Fan observed, his thoughts growing increasingly clear. "What would happen if I were to take Chen Xuanzang directly to Wuzhishan? Would the great sun Tathagata's scripture still manifest? Wuzhishan is quite distant, isn't it?" Zhang Fan inquired, preparing to escort Chen Xuanzang directly to Wuzhishan. Chapter 171. Chen Xuanzang pondered for a moment before responding, "It is approximately over 1,000 miles. Zhang Fan appraised Chen Xuanzang, who leaned on a cane and carried a satchel, and with a smile remarked, "It seems you intend to walk there?" "Indeed. How else would I travel?" Chen Xuanzang replied matter-of-factly, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "I have no money. I cannot afford a horse or hire carriage, so I must walk." Nodding at Chen Xuanzang's words, Zhang Fan asked, "How long will your journey take?" Chen Xuanzang calculated in his mind and replied, "If all goes smoothly, it would take about 1 to 2 months to reach Wuzhishan." Upon hearing that the journey would take 1 to 2 months, Zhang Fan felt even more resolute in his decision to take Chen Xuanzang to Wuzhishan. He certainly could not wait that long. Zhang Fan decided to be direct and said, "That is too long. I will take you there by flying." "You can fly?" Chen Xuanzang asked, astonished by Zhang Fan's proclamation. In the eyes of Chen Xuanzang, those who can fly are akin to celestial beings. Throughout his life, apart from birds, he had never witnessed anyone capable of flight. "What is the matter?" Zhang Fan inquired, a look of astonishment gracing his features as he gazed at the overly excited Chen Xuanzang. "Is it so strange to fly? Did you not see me descend from the sky just moments ago?" He continued, "I was so engrossed in my journey that when I looked up, I found Brother Zhang before me, unaware of how he had arrived." Before Chen Xuanzang could express his thoughts further, Zhang Fan's attention was abruptly diverted. From the dense thicket beside the path, a pitch-black arrow, adorned with intricate hollowed-out runes, silently surged forth. Realizing that the arrow was aimed at him, he instinctively extended his hand, attempting to seize it with telekinesis. However, to Zhang Fan's astonishment, the arrow pierced through his mental force as if it were non-existent. While Chen Xuanzang was speaking, he suddenly noticed Zhang Fan reaching out beside him. Assuming there was something there, he instinctively turned to look. Just as he did, a shadow darted past him, startling him greatly. As the rune-engraved arrow approached, Zhang Fan chose not to rely on his seemingly invulnerable body to confront it directly or to attempt to catch it with reflexes. Instead, he opted to sidestep the perilous projectile. After all, he was unfamiliar with the nature of the black arrow and had no desire to experiment with his own flesh. "Brother Zhang, was there something that just passed by?" Chen Xuanzang asked, still shaken. "An arrow," Zhang Fan replied, squinting into the depths of the thicket. He had not anticipated the appearance of Miss Duan, who typically only emerged at night. Was this group perpetually monitoring Chen Xuanzang? With that thought, Zhang Fan cast a sympathetic glance at Chen Xuanzang. "An arrow?" Chen Xuanzang exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Noticing Zhang Fan's sympathetic expression, he turned to the thicket and asked, "Are there robbers approaching?" Zhang Fan turned to the tattered-clothed Chen Xuanzang and teased, "Why are you so flustered? I reckon any robbers would be inclined to give you a few coins just to buy a pancake." Brother Zhang, I'm not afraid of being robbed. Rather, I fear they might harm me fatally without taking anything of value, Chen Xuanzang explained, turning back. Just then, as Zhang Fan was about to respond, a disheveled Miss Duan stumbled out from the very thicket from which the arrow had been shot, her hands bound together by a large iron nail. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Xuanzang turned to see Miss Duan and immediately rushed to her side. Noticing her dire condition, he reached out to support her and inquired, Miss Duan, what has happened to you? Run swiftly. Ms. Duan cast a fearful glance over her shoulder and urgently urged Chen Xuanzang, if we don't hurry, it will be too late. Zhang Fan stood to the side, arms crossed, calmly observing Ms. Duan's performance, eager to see if her early appearance had brought forth a new script for Chen Xuanzang. Before Chen Xuanzang could inquire about the situation, he noticed the trees in the dense forest behind Ms. Duan shaking violently. Suddenly, a combat vehicle, resembling a ship on 4 wheels, burst forth from the thicket. Zhang Fan recognized this vehicle well. He had seen it in a film known as the Iron-Blooded War Chariot, designed for rapid terrestrial movement through an iron blood system. The mechanism was quite simple. One person would continuously blow into an airbag, while others would beat the airbag to channel the air into pipes, subsequently driving the windmill to generate power. Despite its humorous concept, the iron-blooded system, when fully operational, could outpace even a transformed wild boar. The war chariot executed a graceful drift, halting perfectly before Chen Xuanzang and Ms. Duan. Before Chen Xuanzang could react, 2 muscular men, one clad in black and the other in white, leaped down from the vehicle, accompanied by figures shrouded in black, wielding a curved blade. The 2 burly men quickly flanked Chen Xuanzang and Ms. Duan, their fierce gazes fixed upon them, while Zhang Fan, standing aside, was entirely disregarded. Unbothered, Zhang Fan found amusement in the unfolding drama, far more entertaining than any film. Observing the aggressive trio, Chen Xuanzang turned and quietly inquired, Ms. Duan, what is happening? Just as Ms. Duan opened her mouth to speak, the burly man in black began to babble at Chen Xuanzang and Ms. Duan. Upon finishing, the white-clad man launched into a lengthy tirade of his own. However, unlike his counterpart, the white man gestured toward the iron-blooded war chariot after speaking. Chen Xuanzang then witnessed several individuals, bound and gagged, descend from the vehicle. Once they disembarked, the black man brusquely herded them toward Chen Xuanzang and Ms. Duan. At last, the figure swathed in black lowered their mask, revealing a woman's face. She spoke, "We hail from the west, venturing into the central plains to vanquish demons, striving to make a name for ourselves. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are like enemy nations before slaying the demons. One must first eliminate the exorcists." Brandishing her curved blade at Chen Xuanzang and the others, the woman recited her origins and intentions as though delivering a scripted monologue. Chapter 172. Upon hearing this familiar dialogue and witnessing the scene, Zhang Fan could no longer contain himself. The lack of originality was evident. He had anticipated that Ms. Duan's early entrance might bring forth a new narrative, only to find it was the same old storyline from the movie. In truth, there are no genuine exorcists from the West. It is merely a script devised by Miss Duan, with these individuals merely serving as her subordinates, including those bound captives. Their names are quite memorable: the Sha, Air Sha, San Sha, Si Sha, and Wu Sha. The burly man is the Sha, the stout man is Air Sha, while San Sha is a fool, and Si Sha is the masked woman, also referred to as Si Mei. Wu Sha is the youngest child. Regardless of your Western affiliations or whether you are colleagues, who was it that shot an arrow at me? Zhang Fan stepped forward to confront Chen Xuanzang and the group. Commanding, step forward and be honest. Brother Zhang, Chen Xuanzang exclaimed in surprise. The events had unfolded too swiftly and unexpectedly, compounded by Miss Duan's grave injuries, leaving him in a state of disarray, nearly forgetting that a master exorcist stood beside him. With a master exorcist at his side, dealing with these so-called Western exorcists would be as effortless as handling snails with 3 fingers. How could this motley crew possibly contend with Brother Zhang, who could soar through the air like a celestial being? With this thought, a smile broke across Chen Xuanzang's face, and he no longer felt timid. He pointed at Zhang Fan and proclaimed loudly, "This is the renowned master exorcist, Zhang Xiaofan, the bane of all monsters." Master exorcist? Upon hearing Chen Xuanzang's words, Sime was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with the Shah and Heir Shah, their eyes wide in mutual uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Initially, upon noticing Chen Xuanzang's companion, she had suggested they remain hidden until Zhang Fan departed for a safer outcome. However, who could have anticipated that Miss Duan would lose her composure and insist on revealing herself at this moment? Now, with a master exorcist present, they found themselves cornered. After this revelation, Sime, the Shah, and Heir Shah exchanged glances, arriving at no conclusion, and turned their gaze towards Miss Duan, who remained unperturbed behind Chen Xuanzang. Recognizing Miss Duan's intent to continue the charade, Sime decided to take a risk for her happiness. Gritting her teeth, she defiantly declared, "What nonsense about a master exorcist? Do you think I was raised in fear? Just because you claim he is a master exorcist does not make it so. He looks more like a farmer to me." Upon hearing Sime's words, Zhang Fan did not react, but Chen Xuanzang leapt up as if he had been personally insulted. "You are finished. You are finished. How dare you claim that a master exorcist is merely a farmer? You are doomed." Sister C paid no heed to Chen Xuanzang, perceiving him as merely a blustering individual, and she could not fathom why Miss Duan held any affection for him. She turned to Zhang Fan and advised, "Young man, it is evident from your physique that you possess remarkable skills in tilling the land. This matter concerns us exorcists, and such affairs can be perilous, often leading to death. It would be prudent for you to return home and tend to your farming." Beside her, the burly man Heir Shah, in an effort to bolster Sister C's persuasion, drew his machete and struck one of the assailants squarely on the crown of his head. Blood gushed forth as the victim fell silently to the ground. Witnessing the murder, Chen Xuanzang was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated such ruthless savagery from this band, especially with an exorcist present. "You beasts! You indiscriminately slay the innocent. You are more heinous than animals, lower than swine," he stammered, his voice trembling with indignation. "Enough! I have no time for your theatrics," Zhang Fan interjected. Weary of the charade, he advanced directly towards Miss Duan and inquired, "Who shot that arrow just now?" "Theatrics?" Chen Xuanzang was taken aback by Zhang Fan's words and turned to Miss Duan for clarification. "What are you saying? I do not understand." Miss Duan feigned ignorance, attempting to maintain her ruse. Not willing to indulge her any further, Zhang Fan swiftly made his move, eager to test Miss Duan's true capabilities. He reached out towards her head, his speed neither too fast nor too slow. Upon sensing Zhang Fan's approaching hand, Miss Duan abandoned her pretense, agilely evading his grasp and returning to Sister C's side. Observing her deftness, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Miss Duan was indeed extraordinary. His earlier attempt to seize her, while seemingly unhurried, had surpassed the speed of sound, yet she had effortlessly evaded him. "Are you all in cahoots?" Chen Xuanzang finally grasped the situation, pointing incredulously at Miss Duan, unable to comprehend her motives. "Enough of this game," Miss Duan declared, removing a nail that had affixed itself to the back of her hand. "Do you think you can simply declare the end of the game? Such fortune is rare." Zhang Fan's expression hardened, and an invisible aura surged forth from him, akin to a tempest, scattering the debris and leaves at his feet. Though Chen Xuanzang could not perceive Zhang Fan's aura, he was nonetheless buffeted by the sudden gust, rendering him unable to keep his eyes open. Sensing Zhang Fan's overwhelming presence, Miss Duan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A golden, formless flying ring appeared silently in her palm. Narrowing her eyes, she regarded Zhang Fan and asked, "What do you desire?" If possible, she had no inclination to engage in combat with him. The imposing figure of the Shah, the burly man Heir Shah, and Sister C all sensed the tension in the air and silently positioned themselves behind Miss Duan. "This is the final time." Zhang Fan extended his hand and inquired, "Who shot the arrow just now?" "I apologize. That arrow was mine," the fourth sister replied, swallowing hard and admitting it was a misoperation, not intentional. "I offer my apologies on behalf of the fourth sister." Miss Duan, observing Zhang Fan's every movement, interjected, "Moreover, you are not injured. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest." Chapter 173. Zhang Fan let out a cold chuckle, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The identity of the archer had become irrelevant. What truly mattered was Miss Duan's earlier evasion, which had successfully piqued his interest. In the words of a romantic drama, it could be said, "Woman, you have captured my curiosity. Disperse." Upon witnessing Zhang Fan's disappearance, Miss Duan immediately shouted, followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Cease your shouting. They've already been dealt with by me. Now it is your turn, Zhang Fan remarked from behind Miss Duan. When she turned her head, Miss Duan was shocked to see that the previously vanished Zhang Fan had somehow appeared behind her. While the formidable Air Shah and the fourth sister lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. What have you done? Miss Duan demanded, a mix of anger and shock in her voice, as her unpredictable flying ring had shrunk to the size of a ring, unbeknownst to her, and gently tapped the back of Chen Xuanzong's head. Poor Chen Xuanzong, hearing Miss Duan's call, felt a surge of anxiety. However, as he opened his eyes, he had no time to comprehend the situation before he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by darkness as he fainted. Zhang Fan observed Miss Duan's subtle actions. Although intercepting her flying ring would have been an easy feat given his speed, he chose to remain composed and watch as she rendered Chen Xuanzong unconscious. With Chen Xuanzong succumbing to unconsciousness, the previously furious Miss Duan underwent a remarkable transformation. As if she had become an entirely different person. She straightened her posture, delicately twirled her fingers, and wore a tranquil expression that was both amused and inscrutable. Seeing Miss Duan's transformation, Zhang Fan's face lit up with a curious smile, his body eager to engage. As he sought to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic Miss Duan, rather than attacking Zhang Fan immediately, she regarded him calmly and stated, "You should not have done that. Are you instructing me on how to act?" Zhang Fan retorted, and in the blink of an eye, a fist the size of a sandbag was thrust towards Miss Duan's nose. Upon the sudden appearance of the fist before her, Miss Duan's pupils constricted, her body unable to react in time, leaving her defenseless as she could only watch as Zhang Fan's fist struck her nose with force. Struck by Zhang Fan, Miss Duan was sent flying like a rag doll, her body crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Observing the aftermath of his punch, Zhang Fan retracted his fist and reached behind his head, grasping the errant flying ring that had attempted to ambush him. With a swift motion, he squeezed, producing a series of creaking sounds as the golden, chaotic flying ring was crumpled into a ball of shimmering gold, which he casually tossed aside. Zhang Fan chose not to pursue, not out of concern for the sneak attack that had hindered him, but rather because he was intrigued to discern the true nature of Miss Duan. He did not harbor intentions of ending her life immediately. Had he wished to do so, he would not have held back his earlier punch, and Miss Duan would certainly not have remained intact. Silently, Miss Duan rose from the ground, her eyes a crimson hue, devoid of discernible pupils, a sign of retinal detachment and cerebral hemorrhage. Zhang Fan's strike had inflicted severe harm upon her, nearly obliterating her skull, a fact evident from the grotesque contortions of her limbs and the sunken features of her face. Under ordinary circumstances, one sustaining such injuries would find it miraculous to merely rise, let alone crawl. However, this was no ordinary realm, but one imbued with celestial beings and deities. And Miss Duan was likely one of those very entities. Thus, despite her grievous wounds, her countenance remained etched with a semblance of a smile, as if impervious to suffering. Observing Miss Duan's state, it was clear she could no longer engage in combat. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. This was not the outcome he desired. If she truly were a Buddha, then this Buddha was astonishingly feeble. At that moment, Miss Duan's lips began to move, seemingly uttering something, and shortly thereafter, a golden light emanated from her wounds. Witnessing this transformation, Zhang Fan felt a surge of delight, inwardly acknowledging that this was more fitting. A true Buddha could hardly be incapacitated by an ordinary strike. However, the scene of Miss Duan's metamorphosis struck him as increasingly familiar, as though he had witnessed it before. It dawned on him that it resembled the transformation of the little dragon girl when he had captured her. The distinction lay in the golden radiance of Miss Duan compared to the white glow of the little dragon girl. Did this imply a connection between the little dragon girl and these individuals? With this thought, Zhang Fan glanced around, only to realize the little dragon girl had vanished. She had been frolicking nearby, but was now nowhere to be found. The golden light intensified, enveloping her as her garments disintegrated like paper, cascading from her form and revealing her distorted, naked body. Subsequently, her skin began to flake away as if it too were mere parchment. Yet beneath it, instead of flesh and blood, There radiated a blinding golden luminosity, unlike the opaque white light of the little dragon girl. Zhang Fan discerned within the golden brilliance of Miss Duan the emergence of a towering figure. As the final remnants of her skin fell away, the once dispersing golden light abruptly retracted, culminating in the manifestation of a colossal golden statue, identical in appearance to the Buddha enshrined within the temple, standing over 3 meters tall before Zhang Fan. Upon witnessing the emergence of the golden Buddha, Zhang Fan gazed with great interest at the golden figure conjured by Miss Duan, inquiring, "So, is this your true form?" The golden Buddha remained silent, yet from its back, a circle of arms wielding various weapons and adorned with a singular eye blossomed like a chrysanthemum. Zhang Fan's eyes brightened at this transformation, exclaiming, "I recognize this. You are the thousand-handed Guanyin, are you not?" The thousand-handed Guanyin, with her palms pressed together and eyelids lowered, softly intoned, "Zhang Xiao Fan, lay down your sword and become a Buddha on the spot. You are fated to be my protector, a Vajra." As the words flowed from the thousand-handed Guanyin, Zhang Fan felt as if her voice resonated not merely from her lips, but echoed throughout the very fabric of the universe. The sound was immense, reverberating with such intensity that it left him dizzy and agitated. Silence. "It is unbearable." Zhang Fan could not contain himself and bellowed at the thousand-handed Guanyin before him. The force of his voice surged forth like a tangible wave, scouring the ground beneath him and revealing the earth and stones below. The incessant murmurs of the cosmos dissipated with his furious outcry. Chapter 174. The thousand-handed Guanyin, stubborn and untamed. It is you who deserves punishment. Observing the futility of dialogue, the thousand-handed Guanyin ceased her words and advanced towards Zhang Fan, preparing to subdue him directly. It seems the punishment should be yours." As the towering figure of the thousand-handed Guanyin approached, standing over 3 meters tall, Zhang Fan stood undeterred and moved towards her as well. The two, one human and one Buddha, drew closer, neither yielding an inch, each imbued with unwavering confidence in their impending victory, convinced that while the other was formidable, their strengths were not insurmountable. With their towering height, long limbs, and a multitude of weapons, the thousand-handed Guanyin possessed a reach far exceeding that of Zhang Fan. Consequently, before he could close the distance, a deluge of weapons rained down upon him. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Zhang Fan remained unperturbed, for he perceived the speed of the thousand-handed Guanyin as exceedingly slow. What did it matter if she had many hands? If she could not strike him, her efforts were in vain. To him, the barrage of attacks appeared as if it were a vast sea, devoid of any openings. But he could effortlessly evade them should he wish. However, Zhang Fan refrained from doing so, eager to test the true quality of the thousand-handed Guanyin's prowess. His hands danced swiftly before him, leaving trails of shadow in the air as he deftly deflected all her assaults. "Is this all you've got?" Zhang Fan taunted while fending off the strikes of the thousand-handed Guanyin, even possessing the energy to speak. "If this is your strength, to be frank, it seems rather challenging." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's derisive remarks, the thousand-handed Guanyin's expression did not waver. She maintained a semblance of smile. Yet, the weapons in her grasp began to whirl with increasing velocity and intensity. It is evident that Zhang Fan's taunts have not been in vain. Rather, it is the adept expression control of the thousand-handed Guanyin that has rendered them ineffective. As the thousand-handed Guanyin intensified her efforts, fierce whirlwinds began to swirl around them, emitting sharp, piercing howls, uprooting the very ground beneath their feet. Zhang Fan could distinctly sense the enhancement in the thousand-handed Guanyin's abilities during their clash. However, for him, this slight augmentation made little difference, and he continued to handle the situation with ease. "Are you angry? Yet, your anger serves no purpose. One must acknowledge their shortcomings and stand firm in the face of adversity." Zhang Fan continued his mockery. "In truth, if you were to kneel and bow to me, I might consider granting your request." The thousand-handed Guanyin remained silent, but the eyes sprouting from her hands suddenly shot forth beams of golden light akin to lasers directed at Zhang Fan. Caught off guard, he was struck by several rays of this golden energy. The power of the golden light was extraordinary, though it did not draw blood. It awakened a long-forgotten sensation of pain within him. This pain signified that the thousand-handed Guanyin could indeed inflict harm upon him, perhaps even bring about his demise. Yet instead of succumbing to fear, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Embarking on offensive, Zhang Fan abandoned his passive defense and stepped forward, bringing the thousand-handed Guanyin within his range of attack. He clenched his fists and engaged her directly. The thousand-handed Guanyin keenly noticed that Zhang Fan's punches quickened and grew in power after being struck by her anti-magic golden light, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Could it be that her golden light served as his source of energy? The tide of battle began to turn. Zhang Fan commenced to dominate the thousand-handed Guanyin, growing faster and more invigorated with each strike. Before long, his fists breached her defenses, landing a resounding blow upon her head, which was marked by protruding bumps. The sheer force of the punch drove her massive form deep into the ground, leaving only her head above the surface. Zhang Fan surveyed his own fist, which bore not even a scratch, and crouched down to touch the thousand-handed Guanyin's head, questioning, "Are you truly a deity? Why are you so feeble?" As the saying goes, even a deity can harbor wrath. Faced with Zhang Fan's relentless provocations and the humiliation of being driven into the ground, the thousand-handed Guanyin could no longer maintain her facade of a bemused smile. She looked up at Zhang Fan, who was mocking her from his crouched position, her brow furrowing as white flames ignited in her eyes, signaling her utmost fury. "What? Are you furious?" Zhang Fan taunted, patting her bumpy head with a smirk. "Come and strike me if you dare." Upon hearing these words, the thousand-handed Guanyin's expression contorted with rage. She cast aside any thoughts of guardianship and solely wished to eliminate Zhang Fan, to extract his soul and cast it into an oil lamp for eternal torment. The ground began to tremble, fissures forming beneath them. Observing this, Zhang Fan intuitively retreated a few steps, granting her the space she sought to emerge. The thousand-armed Guanyin emerged from the earth, her every step accompanied by dramatic transformation. As she advanced, her form expanded exponentially. Her body swelled while additional heads sprouted forth, and hands multiplied on her limbs. By the time she stepped on solid ground, her stature had increased 4 to 5 times, soaring from over 3 meters to an imposing height of several meters. Multiple heads, resembling candied hawthorns, cascaded down her elongated figure, which was grotesquely adorned with an abundance of hands, creating a horrifyingly distorted visage that threatened to shatter one's sanity at first glance. "What on earth is this?" Zhang Fan exclaimed, startled by the terrifying metamorphosis of Guanyin, instinctively retreating a few steps. The original thousand-armed Guanyin, though endowed with many arms, bore a harmonious appearance, lacking the frightful quality that now characterized her. With her resplendent golden form and a face that wore an enigmatic yet benevolent expression, she could easily pass for a deity. However, in her current state, her hands grew chaotically across her body, and a multitude of heads sprouted forth, rendering her a ghastly figure, bereft of any semblance of divinity. Silently, the thousand-armed Guanyin's visage contorted into that of an enraged Vajra, her numerous hands flailing wildly as she charged toward Zhang Fan. The sight of this monstrous transformation filled him with a wave of nausea. He yearned to conclude the battle without further delay. Each glance at her grotesque form felt like a severe assault on his psyche. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists, his previously gentle countenance hardening into a visage of resolute determination, sharp and formidable as if carved from stone. "D!" he shouted, launching a mighty punch at the advancing Guanyin. Chapter 176. The village chief returned, presenting Zhang Fan with a freshly roasted fish. "Master, please enjoy this grilled fish. I prepared it myself. It's crisp on the outside and tender within, truly delectable." Zhang Fan glanced at the charred fish in the chief's hands and politely declined. "No, thank you. You enjoy it." "Oh, master, there's no need for formality. I've already had my fill. This fish is for you," the chief insisted with a beaming smile. Extending the offering toward Zhang Fan, he refrained from reaching for it. The lack of seasoning on such a fish was evident. Merely the scent was enough to convey its unappetizing nature. The fish's dark, ashen exterior further diminished his appetite. "I don't like fish," he stated bluntly, wishing to preempt any further persuasion from the chief. "Nor do I wish to try it. Not fond of fish." The chief pondered before withdrawing the fish. "How about I prepare a crab for you instead?" "I also do not like crabs," Zhang Fan replied. "What about loach?" the chief inquired. "Not interested," Zhang Fan responded, his patience waning. "And turtles?" the chief continued, his determination unwavering, as if he would not relent until Zhang Fan had sampled something. Upon witnessing the village chief's exuberance, Zhang Fan found himself at a loss, contemplating a plausible excuse to dismiss the chief. He then ventured, "All right, roasted turtle does sound rather appealing." Instantly, upon hearing Zhang Fan express interest in the turtle, the village chief thumped his chest and exclaimed, "Master, please be patient. I shall procure a roasted turtle for you at once." With that, he turned with enthusiasm to fetch the delicacy. "Wait a moment," Zhang Fan called after the departing chief. "Master, is there something else?" The chief inquired, turning back. "I would prefer a larger turtle," Zhang Fan specified. "A larger turtle may prove more challenging to cook thoroughly." "No worries, esteemed master. I shall certainly choose the largest one available," the chief assured him, and with that, he joyfully departed to prepare the turtle. Once the village chief had left, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to ascend into the sky, swiftly departing from the fishing village. He had no desire to await the chief's arrival with a roasted turtle in hand. Just as he was soaring away, the chief, now carrying a turtle, turned his gaze momentarily towards the direction Zhang Fan had flown off to, before redirecting his attention to the little dragon girl, who was indulging in a hearty meal. A faintly sinister smile creeping across his face. A nearby villager, inadvertently catching sight of the chief's unusual smile, shivered involuntarily and remarked, "Chief, your smile is quite unseemly. A young lad should not speak recklessly. How could I, the most handsome man in the village, possibly have an unappealing smile?" The chief retorted with irritation. "It truly is unappealing," the villager muttered softly. Upon hearing this, the chief, slightly vexed, snapped, "If it is so unappealing, then do not look." Realizing the chief was growing angry, the villager chose not to press further. Exiting the fishing village, Zhang Fan wandered aimlessly through the skies, the late hour rendering him restless and uncertain of his next endeavor. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the moon, and a thought sparked within him. "I wonder if Chang'e resides on the moon in this realm of journey to the west. As for the truth of her existence, one could only ascertain it by venturing there." With newfound purpose, Zhang Fan soared towards the moon, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere. En route, he glanced back. Having spent nearly a day in this world, he had yet to behold the planet's visage. At first glance, he discerned that this planet was not Earth, for it appeared significantly larger and lacked the familiar 7 continents. After this brief observation, he resumed his journey to the moon. A minute later, Zhang Fan successfully alighted upon the moon's surface. Surveying the environment, which bore a striking resemblance to the moon of Earth, he felt a sense of foreboding. Sensing the likelihood of encountering Chang'e was slim. Nevertheless, even with such slim odds, he circled the moon several times in search of her. Alas, his intuition proved correct. On the moon, he found nothing. No rabbits, no Chang'e, and certainly no palace of eternal harmony. The moon in the world of Journey to the West, demon slaying, is strikingly similar to that of Earth, barren and desolate. Zhang Fan, unable to locate Chang'e, lazily reclines in space, basking in the sunlight. He refrains from returning to the fishing village, for if he were to return now, the village chief would likely have just finished roasting a turtle, which would be quite troublesome. Thus, he decides to sunbathe on the moon for the night and return in the morning, as only under the cosmic expanse does he find a semblance of drowsiness. The following morning, on the streets of the county town, in front of a roasted goose stall, the portly monk inquires of his companion, "Chen Xuanzang, Xuanzang, are you feeling content?" Chen Xuanzang, bewildered by his master's seemingly nonsensical question so early in the day, responds, "Content with what?" The monk, sizing up Chen Xuanzang, asserts confidently, "You have caught the eye of a lovely lady." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanzang is taken aback and retorts, "Master, what are you saying? How could I possibly attract a lady?" Seeing Chen Xuanzang's denial, the monk chuckles softly and shifts the topic, asking, "What are your thoughts on matters between men and women?" To this, Chen Xuanzang earnestly replies, "The bond between men and women is but a trivial affection, of no concern to me." At this juncture, an image of Miss Duan fleetingly crosses his mind, but he quickly suppresses it, asserting, "I am destined to cultivate for the great love of the world." The monk, amused by Chen Xuanzang's words, smiles knowingly and places a greasy goose leg before him, inquiring, "Would you like to have a taste?" Glancing at the goose leg, Chen Xuanzang's throat moves slightly as he responds, "I do not wish to." The monk, chuckling, retrieves the goose leg and devours it heartily. Chun Xuanzong, observing, advises master. This behavior is inappropriate. It goes against our precepts. Unfazed, the monk continues to indulge in the goose leg, declaring, in my heart, there is no desire for goose legs. Indulging is of no consequence. You wish to eat, yet remain silent, merely a hair's breadth apart. Had these words been spoken by another, Chun Xuanzong would have engaged in a debate, enlightening them on the significance of precepts and their implications. However, as these words come from his master, he dares not retort, instead widening his eyes in contemplation, sensing a hint of understanding. The monk, noticing Chun Xuanzong's pensive demeanor, silently enjoys the goose leg. Chapter 178. The escape in mere moments. The two had exchanged over 1,000 blows, wreaking havoc that was nothing short of astounding. The once verdant forest and winding mountains had vanished, replaced by colossal craters as if the earth had been struck by an asteroid. Now, without extraordinary means, the two found themselves locked in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand through mere brute force. The burly man, inadvertently observing the altered surroundings, felt a sense of foreboding as his earlier excitement evaporated into thin air. Alas, if this confrontation continues, the very earth may soon split asunder. The burly man felt a heavy weight in his heart, for his concern was not merely the fissuring of the ground, but rather the infernal flames that would erupt from the chasm, wreaking havoc upon the world. Though these flames posed no direct threat to him, their chaos would inevitably bring calamity to humanity. In such a scenario, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon his own being. With impending disaster looming, it was prudent to minimize entanglement in such karmic consequences. Otherwise, his very crown might be unseated. Casting a glance at Zhang Fan, he contemplated the necessity of swiftly concluding this battle. Noticing the burly man's distraction, Zhang Fan seized the moment. Are you unable to endure any longer? If so, feel free to express it. I am magnanimous and shall grant you a moment's respite. The burly man scoffed, declaring, nonsense. I could fight for an entire day without issue. Yet, despite his bravado, he instinctively retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the fray. Zhang Fan, halting his pursuit, quipped, though your words are bold, your body speaks otherwise. I merely believe that persisting in this manner will yield no victor. Let us settle this with a single decisive blow, proposed the burly man. Dream on. Your aspirations are fanciful, Zhang Fan retorted, charging forward once more. He was no fool to heed his adversary's whims. The reality was that beyond his own strength and speed, he possessed no formidable techniques to unleash. Why do you, young man, refuse to heed my counsel? The burly man remarked while fending off Zhang Fan's onslaught. Would it not be better to conclude this swiftly? Zhang Fan remained silent, articulating his resolve solely through the force of his fists. Frustrated by Zhang Fan's refusal to communicate, the burly man felt his anxiety rise as he sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive and heated. If this continued, the infernal flames would indeed erupt. Alas, your relentless aggression leaves me no choice, he sighed, lamenting the situation. He had once held admiration for this youth. Yet the unpredictability of fate was ever present. Sensing the burly man's intent to unleash a formidable technique, Zhang Fan remained silent, heightening his vigilance. Prepare to make a hasty escape should the situation become untenable. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Suddenly, the burly man abandoned his defense, bringing his hands together in a prayerful pose, standing still as he chanted an incomprehensible incantation. A subtle white light enveloped his being. Zhang Fan's fist struck, only to be thwarted by a transparent barrier that materialized around the burly man. After several attempts, he realized that this impenetrable shield encased the man entirely. In that moment, a vivid memory surged within Zhang Fan's mind, reminiscent of a scene from the film Demon Slayer, where Sun Wukong was subdued by a formidable palm strike from Buddha. He looked skyward, and indeed, a colossal ethereal visage of the Buddha had emerged, casting an imposing shadow over the battlefield. However, he did not flee immediately. Instead, he soared into the sky, heading towards the ethereal image of the Tathagata Buddha. Although he had never encountered Sun Wukong from the portrayals in films, he believed himself to be considerably stronger than the legendary Monkey King. He desired to test his mettle and see if he could shatter the illusion of the Tathagata Buddha. Yet, the higher Zhang Fan ascended, the more astonished he became. regardless of how he flew, even into the vastness of outer space. The Buddha's apparition maintained a consistent distance from him, neither too far nor too close, just within reach. He began to suspect that the image of the Tathagata was not truly present in the cosmos as depicted in the films, but rather projected directly onto his retina. Upon this realization, Zhang Fan ceased his pursuit of the Buddha's illusion and instead paused upon the moon, awaiting the divine palm strike that would descend from above. Soon, the previously motionless image of the Tathagata Buddha stirred. In the obsidian void of space, a colossal golden hand descended upon Zhang Fan with overwhelming force. The moment the Tathagata's divine palm materialized, a warning resonated within Zhang Fan. He must not be crushed by it, for otherwise his fate would surely mirror that of Sun Wukong. Thus, he did not remain stationary, waiting to be subdued. Instead, he took the initiative and flew towards the gigantic hand, reasoning that it would not elude him. Unfortunately, once again, Zhang Fan miscalculated. The distance between him and the divine palm, while gradually closing, showed no signs of diminishing. In the heat of battle, Zhang Fan's intellect remained sharp. Observing that the Tathagata's palm offered him no opportunities, he promptly activated his supersight and escaped the world of journey to the west. However, he soon discovered that even in the pitch-black void, the Tathagata's palm continued its inexorable descent towards him. The inability to evade this divine hand filled him with despair, leading him to abandon resistance and lie flat in the emptiness, awaiting the colossal hand arrival. Yet, upon relinquishing his struggle, Zhang Fan noticed that the descending divine palm was also shrouded in a black mist, which spread at an exponentially increasing rate. Ultimately, the Tathagata's palm dissipated before his eyes, never making contact with him. As he witnessed the golden hand vanish, he could not help but exhale in relief. Had he been any slower in his actions, even in this void, he might have succumbed to the weight of the golden palm. He surmised that whatever fate awaited him after such an oppression would certainly not be a pleasant one. In the world of Journey to the West, after Zhang Fan's departure, the burly man who had been chanting suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in the direction from which Zhang Fan had vanished, his expression filled with perplexity. After a moment, he shook his head, his physique deflating like a puncture balloon, reverting to that of the rotund monk. The plump monk surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he thought to himself, "What a bother! I must return to my original form." With a wave of his hefty hand, the earth began to revert to its former state, as if time were reversing, and the deeply buried Chen Xuanzong, enveloped in a sphere of white light, was once again brought to the surface. In a fleeting moment, as if struck by an asteroid, the terrain reverted to its former state, with Miss Duan reappearing and nodding at the portly monk. Chapter 178. Arrival in a New World under the enchantment of the portly monk. The world of Journey to the West. Demon subduing returned to its original form. Upon awakening, Chen Xuanzong felt no sense of unease, leaning on his cane as he set off toward Wuzishan to seek out Sun Wukong. However, none of this concerned Zhang Fan any longer. He had successfully escaped this realm, journeying towards a new world. When Zhang Fan regained consciousness once more, he found himself in a dimly lit alley, reminiscent of his initial crossing. Rising from the ground, he made his way to the alley's entrance, where the sounds of life and merriment reached his ears. Tokyo, Shibuya. As he strolled across the pedestrian crossing at the intersection, Zhang Fan observed the throng of pedestrians bustling about, a smile gracing his face as a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. He relished this modern world. If only this realm adhered to the principles of science, it would be even better. Uncertain of the exact nature of this world, Zhang Fan gleaned from the colossal neon signs adorned with Japanese characters that he was likely in Japan, though the specific location eluded him. Yet, these details mattered little. He was not inclined to ponder the intricacies of this world. Instead, he was eager to amass wealth, to indulge and relish life before anything else. Of course, Zhang Fan was not averse to utilizing his zero-cost acquisition skills, as he had done upon his initial arrival, for with his current prowess, he was virtually invincible in a modern world devoid of mystical forces. Yet, given the option, he preferred to purchase goods with his newfound riches. Wandering aimlessly through the city, he soon discovered a rather secluded ATM. With an air of nonchalance, he approached the machine, feigning an attempt to withdraw cash, only to deftly pry open its exterior and calmly extract all the money within. With funds secured, Zhang Fan decided it was time to procure a new outfit. After all, roaming the streets clad in a tight black suit, while attracting no verbal reproach, still left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, acquiring clothing would yield a bag, ideal for concealing his cash. Thus, clutching a bundle of banknotes, Zhang Fan headed towards a clothing store that had caught his eye. The process of purchasing garments was straightforward. He simply selected what appealed to him. After securing his attire, he exited the store, a large bag of money in hand, amidst the staff's deep bows of respect. However, just as he stepped out, a petite high school girl in a sailor uniform, youthful and striking, with a generous bosom, suddenly intercepted him. "Excuse me, sir. Do you require assistance? With just a bag, I can accompany you for an entire day. After all, I'm a high school girl." Upon hearing those words, Zhang Fan revealed a mysterious smile. This must be the legendary occurrence he had only heard of. He never anticipated that he would encounter such an event in his lifetime. Should he agree to it? Zhang Fan decided to assess the girl's appearance before making a choice. However, upon observing the high school girl, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Her face appeared oddly disjointed. Could it be that she had undergone plastic surgery? Unable to resist, he activated his X-ray vision, and the sight that greeted him was startling. Before him stood not a high school girl, but a grotesque creature resembling a cockroach, draped in human skin. Zhang Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, akin to being deceived in matters of the heart. The cockroach monster, disguised as a high school girl, noticed Zhang Fan's silence and his dazed expression. Growing anxious, she flashed a carefully crafted smile and, in a high-pitched voice, declared, "This is my first time. I seek a handsome uncle." The creature's voice jolted Zhang Fan from his melancholic reverie. As he regarded the posing figure before him, any lingering fantasies dissipated. He was now consumed with the urge to pulverize this cockroach monster with a single punch. Yet, his burgeoning curiosity restrained him from acting impulsively. He wished to discover the intentions of this creature masquerading as a high school girl. Suppressing his desire to obliterate the monster, Zhang Fan acquiesced. Upon hearing his agreement, the high school girl joyfully sprang up and linked her arm with his, exclaiming, "I will take you to a wonderful place." Zhang Fan, feeling a wave of nausea as she clasped his arm, inquired, "What wonderful place?" "You'll find out once you arrive," the disguised cockroach monster replied, tugging him along. Since Zhang Fan was equally curious about the creature's motives, he refrained from resistance and followed her. As they ventured deeper, the path diverged further, leading them to a dimly lit alley. Zhang Fan casually scanned the surroundings, recognizing it as an ideal location for foul deeds. At the alley's end lay an open sewer entrance, convenient for disposing of bodies, while its position between towering buildings ensured that, without a few minutes of deliberate entry, no one would be aware of the sinister happenings within. The ground and walls bore numerous dried, dark red bloodstains, and without needing to count the bones beneath the manhole cover, he understood that this non-human entity harbored malevolent intentions. Clearly, this world was fraught with danger. "It appears you are a nefarious creature," Zhang Fan declared, now fully aware of the cockroach monster's intentions. With that realization, he decided to drop the pretense, delivering a supersonic slap that severed the creature's head from its body. Using telekinesis to shield himself from the spurt of white blood, he adjusted his sleeves and exited the alley. Joyful moments invariably passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Inside a ramen shop, Zhang Fan finished a bowl of noodles and inquired with the proprietor about a reputable inn nearby. The owner graciously recommended an esteemed hot spring inn known for its excellent reputation. Following the owner's directions, Zhang Fan quickly arrived at the hot spring inn and discovered it to be quite intriguing. The reception was situated within a dilapidated kendo dojo. To an unknowing visitor, it would appear to be merely a kendo hall rather than a hot spring inn. Although this establishment was labeled as a hot spring inn, it lacked actual hot springs, offering only a bathing hall. However, Zhang Fan paid little heed to these peculiarities. He rented a room and paid for a month's stay, intending to enjoy his time until his funds were depleted. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan luxuriated in his bath, the night in Osaka was far from tranquil, as a gruesome spectacle of violence began to unfold. Chapter 179, The City of Carnage. With his eyes closed in the bath, Zhang Fan activated his enhanced hearing, hoping to catch any familiar names or topics that might help him discern the nature of this world. Instead, he was met with a cacophony of anguished cries and pleas for help. He opened his eyes and glanced toward the source of the sounds, but quickly closed them again. Sensing that the commotion was somewhat distant, he decided to finish his bath before investigating further. Closing his eyes once more, he picked up a chilled cola from the floating tray and took a sip, followed by a piece of sushi. In another part of Osaka, two teams clad in black bodysuits were transported to different streets. One team consisted of 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, 2 young men and a middle-aged man with thinning hair, while the woman was none other than the renowned Japanese star, Yamasaki. Upon their arrival, one tall young man noticed a person kneeling by the roadside and rushed over to gently tap the individual's shoulder, asking, "Are you all right?" However, the moment his hand touched the shoulder, the kneeling figure collapsed, motionless. The tall young man turned the person over and was horrified to discover that they were already dead. At that moment, Yamasaki, holding what appeared to be a toy pistol, pointed at a shop sign nearby and exclaimed incredulously, "Is this Dotonbori? We are in Osaka." The middle-aged man, attempting to comfort the startled tall young man, glanced at the sign and asked in alarm, "What is going on? Aren't we part of the Tokyo team? Why have we been transported to Osaka?" Just then, the radar on Yamasaki's arm began to beep, and she raised her arm to inspect the display showing the number 3, revealing a red dot approaching them from down the street. If all goes as expected, the red dot should signify the presence of an enemy. Yamazaki took a few steps, aligning her direction, and raised her firearm towards the source of the approaching red dot, bracing for the imminent threat. Meanwhile, the balding middle-aged man mirrored her actions, lifting his gun in unison. Only the tall young man stood behind them, bewildered, observing their actions with no understanding of their intent. As for the shorter young man, upon witnessing the balding middle-aged man and the illustrious Yamazaki brandishing their weapons, he calmly stepped aside to avoid the gunfire, retreating to the edge of the street. Before long, a woman clad in a blood-stained kimono, towering at least 2 meters tall, staggered towards them. As she drew nearer, they realized with horror that this towering figure was not human, but a grotesque entity lacking eyes and a nose, save for a mouth lined with sharp teeth. The tall young man, confronted by this faceless horror, staggered back in terror, nearly losing his footing. The middle-aged, balding man, equally terrified, began to pull the trigger of his weapon frantically at the advancing creature, displaying a shocking lack of awareness regarding the distance required for effective shooting. Observing this mindless action, the shorter young man scoffed and stepped into the fray, seemingly intent on taking matters into his own hands. With a cold demeanor, the shorter young man aimed his handgun at the head of the faceless creature, yet refrained from firing. As the creature drew closer, it extended its arms towards him. Just as it was about to pounce, the shorter young man calmly squeezed the trigger, then bent down and turned, evading the creature's lunge beneath its outstretched arms. The creature stumbled forward, coming to a halt before the tall young man. Paralyzed by fear, he fell to the ground, unable to move his limbs to even attempt to rise. However, the faceless creature did not attack the incapacitated tall young man. Instead, its head began to swell grotesquely in his presence. Moments later, with a resounding explosion, the creature's head burst into a gory mess before him. Staring at the blood spraying from the creature's neck, the tall young man was momentarily dazed. Only after a few seconds did he finally react, collapsing to the ground in a fit of nausea. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Zhang Fan, freshly emerged from a bath, donned a kimono provided by his employer, clacking his wooden sandals as he made his way to the front hall. Having heard the screams and cries for help earlier, he had focused his attention on that area while bathing, anticipating the presence of a protagonist in such a lively setting. Not long after, Zhang Fan indeed overheard some familiar dialogue, and upon reflection, he promptly recalled the corresponding film. Battle Royale originally began as a manga, serialized by the Japanese artist Koshiro Takami in 2000, featuring a fantastical adult narrative. It tells the story of high school student Shiya Nanahara, who, after an untimely demise, is transported to a mysterious chamber where a black sphere orchestrates a deadly game against extraterrestrial invaders. This manga has been adapted into 2 live-action films and 1 animated feature. Zhang Fan had seen all 3 films and, piecing together his memories with the dialogue he had just heard, deduced that he was indeed within the realm of the movie. The proprietor, still engaged in accounting at the front desk, heard the sound of wooden clogs and glanced up to see the guest emerging. He inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Just stepping out for some fresh air," Zhang Fan replied absent-mindedly, his ears attuned to the ongoing conversation. Ah, I see, the owner paused, hesitating before advising, while stepping out for air is quite harmless. After all, nightlife is a part of youth. Tokyo's evenings have not been particularly safe of late. Just a week ago, there was a terrorist attack in Shibuya, resulting in numerous casualties, and the perpetrators remain at large. Therefore, I would advise against wandering out so late. Upon hearing the owner's words, Zhang Fan turned to look at him and said, "It's all right. I'll just walk near the entrance and won't venture far." "Very well. I shall keep the door open for you. Please return promptly," the owner cautioned, and seeing Zhang Fan's determination to go out, he chose not to press further. Returning to his calculations. Chapter 180. I am Shinasuke Noara. Zhang Fan nodded, preparing to step outside when he inadvertently noticed a samurai sword and an ancient suit of armor, both bearing the marks of past battles, displayed on an altar beside the owner. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he thought of a brilliant idea. Halting in his tracks, he pointed to the altar and turned to ask, "What is that, my good sir?" The owner looked up at the altar where Zhang Fan pointed and replied, "Ah, that sword. It's a family heirloom. Then you hail from a lineage of warriors." Zhang Fan remarked with a smile. "Not quite a warrior anymore," the owner chuckled, glancing at his rounded belly. "Having passed 50, I've yet to go bald. My father's generation could still be considered a warrior family." "Why do you say that?" Zhang Fan inquired with interest, sensing a tale worth hearing, as the allure of gossip is universally appealing. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's inquiry, the proprietor was instantly engulfed in reminiscence, as if a floodgate of memories had been unlatched. He began to recount, "Young man, you cannot fathom. In my youth, I was naive and oblivious to the significance of the swordsmanship that our family cherished. I merely believed that the way of the sword would yield no fortune and was reluctant to inherit the family dojo, yearning instead to venture into business. However, my father vehemently opposed this, leading to a fierce argument between us. In a fit of anger, I absconded with the family savings." He spread his hands, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "As you can see, I returned home utterly destitute. Not only that, but upon my return, I discovered that my father had passed away many years prior, and the dojo had fallen into disrepair. With age upon me and no proper training in swordsmanship during my youth, reviving the dojo became a Herculean task. Thus, I was left with no choice but to open a hot spring inn to make ends meet. In truth, I have always harbored a dream. Enough, I understand. No need to elaborate." Zhang Fan interjected hastily, as he had merely sought to indulge in gossip, not to delve into the proprietor's aspirations. The proprietor, abruptly interrupted, cast a mournful glance at Zhang Fan, seemingly lamenting the fact that he had been cut off just as he had begun to find his rhythm in conversation. Unfazed by the proprietor's expression, Zhang Fan inquired, "Since you have abandoned the path of swordsmanship, have you considered selling your sword?" "Absolutely not. That is my final remnant of hope," the proprietor replied, glancing at the katana adorning the altar with a look of wistfulness. "Moreover, I intend to continue the legacy, for I still possess a dream." Seeing the proprietor poised to embark on yet another lengthy discourse, Zhang Fan swiftly interjected, "Never mind, it's getting late. To avoid causing you any trouble, I shall refrain from venturing out and will retire early." "Oh, I see." The proprietor's enthusiasm was once again curtailed. Regrettably, as the customer is king, he could only swallow his aspirations and bowed, expressing gratitude. "Then I am thankful for your understanding." "No need for thanks. If anything, I should apologize for the inconvenience," Zhang Fan remarked meaningfully as he strolled towards his room. After the light in Zhang Fan's room extinguished, the proprietor concluded his accounting and stretched before making his way to his own chamber. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan sat cross-legged in the darkness of his room, awaiting the proprietor's slumber. Half an hour later, assured that the proprietor was asleep, Zhang Fan silently opened his door and glided out of his room. He drifted through the corridor to the altar where the katana and armor were displayed. Zhang Fan reached for the katana resting on the altar and tucked it into his obi. He had initially intended to don the armor as well, but soon realized that it would be a daunting task to do so alone, ultimately resigning himself to relinquish that ambition. After acquiring his coveted prize, Zhang Fan left all the money he had on the altar, amounting to several million yen. Although it is highly unlikely that this sum of money would suffice to purchase the sword, having paid for it means it cannot be deemed theft. Subsequently, Zhang Fan donned a kimono and wooden clogs, with a katana sheathed at his side, and swiftly exited the inn, heading towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, in another part of Osaka, he audaciously acted despite his own fears. What a fool. If he wishes for death, let him embrace it. Truly an irredeemable simpleton. Shimohira Rinka trembled with indignation, cursing Kato as she made her way back. At that moment, a voice broke the air around her. "Excuse me, miss. Do you enjoy eating green peppers?" Shimohira Rinka halted, startled by the unexpected male voice. She hadn't anticipated encountering someone on the street who was not rushing to flee, but rather attempting to strike up a conversation. Could it be that my allure is simply too great? How vexing. Instinctively, she adjusted her posture and glanced towards the source of the voice. A man leaned casually against a lamppost before her. Shimohira Rinka scrutinized him. He had his arms crossed, disheveled hair, a scruffy beard, melancholic eyes, and unremarkable features. He wore a blue yukata and wooden clogs, with a katana tucked at his waist. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the hem of his yukata to flutter, revealing legs adorned with dark hair. A rather peculiar man, though he appeared more handsome than Kato. The mere thought of Kato filled her with concern for the fate of the boy she had just abandoned to face the malevolent spirits alone. "Dear lady, I am Noira Shinnosuke, 25 years of age, a swordmaster who has never revealed his skills to the public. I have come to Osaka to seek the legendary demons. Pray tell, do you enjoy green peppers?" Zhang Fan noticed that Shimohira Rinka remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to reiterate his fabricated identity. "I am Shimohira Rinka. You must return home. The streets are rife with demons, and wandering is perilous." Upon hearing Lu Jianfeng's self-introduction, Shimohira Rinka realized that this Noira Shinnosuke was likely the notorious, overgrown adolescent of legend. For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution, a departure from her usual disinclination to meddle in others' affairs. "Thank you for your advice, but I have traveled all the way from Tokyo expressly to hunt demons." Zhang Fan, embodying Noira Shinnosuke, lowered his hands to grip the katana at his waist, locking eyes with Shimohira Rinka as he continued, "With this sword in hand, I shall end their lives." Chapter 181. My glory, long-awaited farewell, it's too late. There is no hope. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade the damned. Since this Noira Shinnosuke insists on courting death, the inherently unsympathetic Shimohira Rinka ceased her attempts to dissuade him further. She turned and rushed back in the direction she had come from, yearning to support the dashing Kato. A twinge of regret gnawed at her. She should not have acted impulsively and abandoned Kato to confront the humanoid lizard creature alone. She hoped fervently that she could reach him in time. The sound of wooden clogs echoed on the pavement as Zhang Fan followed closely in Shimo Hiragana's footsteps. Upon hearing the clattering of the clogs, Shimo Hiragana did not halt or glance back, but coldly remarked, "If you wish to perish, then by all means, continue to follow me." She silently pondered whether this Nishinosuke Yawara would be so frightened by the humanoid lizard that he would lose control. Zhang Fan remained silent, his focus intent on observing Shimo Hiragana as she strode purposefully ahead, astonished to find it resembled a scene straight out of a film. Before long, Shimo Hiragana, accompanied by her shadow, Zhang Fan, returned to the spot where they had previously parted ways with Kato. Upon arrival, her gaze immediately fell upon the creature, which was several times larger than a freight truck, lying on the ground like a lizard with a human head. At that moment, the humanoid lizard was locked in a standoff with Kato, who had taken refuge in the cramped unloading area of a department store. How could they possibly vanquish it? Kato aimed his firearm at the humanoid lizard, ready to strike. While safeguarding the two elderly individuals behind him from the creature's tail and tongue, he frantically brainstormed. The gun in Kato's hand was designed for creatures of similar size, and against this massive humanoid lizard, its power was woefully inadequate, offering no chance for a decisive blow. Suddenly, he spotted Shimo Hiragana and Zhang Fan sprinting towards him, causing him to momentarily lose focus. In an instant, he was struck by the tail of the humanoid lizard, sending him crashing against the wall, his only weapon, a small handgun, tumbling from his grasp. Fortunately, the protective quality of his black fitted suit was commendable, sparing him from severe injury in the collision. As soon as he hit the ground, Kato scrambled to reclaim his fallen handgun, knowing that, despite its limited power, it was his only hope to defeat the humanoid lizard. However, the creature was swifter, whether intentional or not. It swung its tail, resembling an arm, and shattered Kato's gun into pieces. The humanoid lizard gazed at the wreckage of the weapon, seemingly imbued with intelligence, and silently grinned with its toothy maw. Damn it! Kato cursed in frustration for failing to retrieve his gun, retreating deeper into the unloading area, his spirit unyielding. The situation took a dire turn. Witnessing this, Shimo Hiragana swiftly raised her handgun, aiming it at the looming humanoid lizard, determined to assist Kato. The head lizard monster, despite confronting Kato, had already taken notice of the approaching Rika Shimohira. It slowly turned its head as a decoy towards her direction, then, from the opposite side, stealthily extended its tail to strike at Rika with great swiftness. Rika, focused on aiming her gun at the demon's head, failed to notice the tail lunging at her until it was nearly too late, leaving her only to watch helplessly as the tail raced towards her. Just as it seemed Rika would be struck by the tail of the head lizard monster, a flash of white light caught her eye. Crimson blood splattered over her, and the monster's tail was severed before her. The head lizard monster let out a pained roar to the heavens. The clear sound of a blade sang through the street. My honor, long separated. Zhang Fan, one hand gripping the sheath of his katana and the other slowly returning the blade to its scabbard, approached Rika from behind. It was evident that Zhang Fan had severed the tail of the head lizard monster, saving Rika in moments earlier. He had used his telekinesis to create the illusion of a blade-esque song, elevating his dramatic flair to new heights. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me that Noera Shinnosuke is actually a sword saint? Rika, drenched in the demon's blood, stared blankly at Zhang Fan, who emerged behind her. Could that white light have been? Kato, eyes wide in disbelief, gazed at the sword in Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan, secretly reveling in the astonishment of the two, found more joy in this theatrical display than in his usual show of strength. Meanwhile, the head lizard monster, having recovered from the pain of its severed tail, glared furiously at Zhang Fan with its lantern-like eyes. I will grant you a swift end, Zhang Fan calmly declared, assuming a stance reminiscent of swordplay he had seen on television. Death is merely a part of existence. I hope you can accept it with tranquility. Without hesitation, the head lizard monster leaped into the air, its massive body descending towards Zhang Fan under the force of gravity. Its sheer size eclipsed nearly the entire width of the street, an overwhelming force that seemed intent on crushing Zhang Fan beneath its weight. Get out of the way, Rika shouted anxiously to Zhang Fan, who remained unfazed, while she quickly rolled away into the unloading area of the department store where Kato was. Yet, Zhang Fan stood nonchalantly, gripping the hilt of his sheathed katana, calmly gazing up at the descending head lizard monster. At the critical moment, a brilliant white line suddenly appeared before Xiaoping Linghua and Kato, while Zhang Fan, who had been gripping the hilt of his sword, was now slowly sheathing his blade. The resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the street. This time, the melody of the blade was more enchanting, as Zhang Fan had made a subtle modification. The white line mercilessly cleaved through the air, striking the head of the lizard creature, vanishing into the crimson horizon. By the time the lizard creature descended, its body had been severed in twain. A torrent of blood cascaded down like a torrential rain, yet was dispersed by a small whirlwind emanating from Zhang Fan, leaving him untouched. Chapter 182. The Art of Showmanship. Did you see that? Did you witness it? Xiaoping Linghua and Kato exchanged similar inquiries, locking eyes and discovering the shock that was unmistakably etched upon each other's faces. They found it nearly inconceivable that such power could exist in the world. Why had they never encountered or even heard of someone with such prowess before? Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Fan had been discreetly observing their reactions, and upon witnessing their astonishment, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. In truth, he possessed no knowledge of swordsmanship, fearing that his inadequacies would be exposed. After all, this was Zhang Fan's inaugural attempt at feigning the role of a swordmaster, and his understanding of such a figure was largely derived from animated films, leaving him rather uncertain. Having never wielded a katana, Zhang Fan struggled to perform even the most basic maneuvers. And the dazzling light they had witnessed was not produced by his sword, but rather was an illusion crafted solely by his empty hand. Should anyone uncover this secret, he would have no choice but to resort to his backup plan, adopting a facade of bravado and declaring himself a master of empty-handed martial arts, even preparing a suitable catchphrase. Do not be deceived by my appearance as a sword master. I am, in fact, the master of the water-slicing style. The luminous effect he had conjured was a technique birthed from a fierce battle with a rotund monk, a clever little trick devised for the purpose of overwhelming lesser opponents. The principle was rather straightforward. By swinging his arm at high speed, he could create an air slash imbued with lethal potential. With the air slash serving as a substitute for sword energy, the subsequent actions became effortless. Zhang Fan, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, discreetly drew his katana from its sheath, simulating the dramatic flair of having unsheathed his sword while remaining unseen. It was crucial to maintain a slow pace when sheathing the sword, ideally concluding with an enigmatic remark that would elevate his stature even further. For instance, the cherry blossoms of my homeland are in full bloom. However, in this instance, since Zhang Fan's role was clearly defined, there was no need for such abstract expressions. He could simply adopt the words of his character directly. After a full 30 seconds of sheathing his sword, Zhang Fan slowly uttered, "Death is like the wind, ever accompanying me." Upon regaining her composure, Shimahai, Reika, and Kato skillfully avoided the blood puddle on the ground and approached with excitement. Shimahai, Reika gazed in admiration at Zhang Fan, who held his sword at his waist, his gaze directed skyward at a precise 45-degree angle. "Mr. Noera, no, Sword Saint Noera, how did you manage to cleave such a massive demon in two, when your sword is no longer than its finger?" "It was the fierce wind that severed this demon," Zhang Fan replied, retracting his sword after a moment of display. He turned to reintroduce his persona, aiming to deepen their impression of him. "I am Noera Shin no Suk. My friends call me Shinasuk, while strangers and foes refer to me as the Gale Swordsman. With your strength, why did you not appear sooner?" Kato remarked somberly, his gaze fixed upon the motionless body of a passerby who had not managed to escape. Embodying the persona of a compassionate individual, he continued, "If you had come earlier, many lives could have been spared." Before Zhang Fan could respond, Shimahai Reika interjected angrily, "Kato, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you seen the news from Tokyo a week ago?" Zhang Fan countered Kato's statement. "Have you caught a glimpse? The news reported that Tokyo was attacked by terrorists." "I saw a bit. The report said Tokyo was assaulted by terrorists." But wait, Kato suddenly realized the assailants weren't the terrorists mentioned in the news, but these creatures? "Indeed, I was in Tokyo at the time. Upon seeing the news, I immediately took the Shinkansen to Osaka," Zhang Fan explained, extending his furry little leg from beneath his bathrobe with a smile. "At that moment, I was indulging in a hot spring." "I see," Kato mused, his sharp mind piecing together the explanation. "The attack in Tokyo led you to believe these creatures would reappear, so you remained vigilant in Tokyo, never anticipating they would shift their focus to Osaka." "I apologize, my understanding was inadequate. I have caused you trouble, Mr. Noera." Kato bowed deeply to Liu Jianfeng, grasping the situation's context with logic and coherence that lent credence to his thoughts. Though Shimahai Reika did not fully grasp Kato's lengthy explanation, she felt a sense of joy upon witnessing Kato's apology to Mr. Noera. This alleviated her position between the two, and with the Sword Saint Noera Shin no Suk at her side, she felt assured that their mission would proceed safely. "Enough of this. We cannot waste time. There are many monsters still at large, and countless lives await our rescue. Let us depart from this place," Zhang Fan declared, raising his hand with a noble air. "Though I wander the world, I remain steadfast in my purpose." Kato and Shimahai Reika nodded in agreement, inspired by Zhang Fan's grand words. Subsequently, under Zhang Fan's guidance, they traversed the streets and alleys of Osaka, vanquishing these monsters and rescuing the fortunate survivors. The news of the terror attack in Osaka was momentous, prompting television stations to dispatch helicopters and a cadre of ambitious reporters to infiltrate the disaster-stricken area for live coverage. In various city streets, colossal screens designed for advertising are broadcasting the perilous footage captured by reporters. One particular massive screen, located on a main thoroughfare, is overwhelmed by an eager crowd. Experts assert that these entities are not of terrestrial origin, but rather extraterrestrial beings. The imagery displayed transitions from a celestial perspective to ground-level recordings made by the reporters, featuring the figures of Zhang Fan, Kato, and Shitara Reina. We have received the latest updates regarding the enigmatic figure clad in black. A newly uploaded video on a streaming platform reveals two young individuals in black attire alongside a young man in a bathrobe, who collectively rescue an elderly couple and an infant. Viewers of this footage quickly rallied, leaving comments online, astonished that the figure in black truly exists. The bathrobe-clad individual is quite impressive. Go Osaka. I have heard that the man in the bathrobe is, in fact, a master swordsman. His name is Noera Shinosuke, and those he rescued have spoken of him. Does anyone know of this Noera Shinosuke? No, I have not heard of him. Meanwhile, the Japan Self-Defense Forces have dispatched several squads into Osaka. Chapter 183. The Lost Kato and Shitara Reina with Zhang Fan's inclusion. The speed at which Kato and Shitara Reina rescue individuals has soared. After saving another person, strange flaming tire monsters suddenly rolled around a street corner, accompanied by several shadowy figures. Mistaking the scene for survivors being pursued by monsters, Kato and Shitara Reina hurriedly armed themselves and rushed across the street to investigate. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, who was basking in the gratitude of those he saved, Kato and Shitara Reina had already dashed away. Regrettably, upon their arrival, they discovered that it was not the flaming tire monsters pursuing civilians, but rather several individuals clad in identical black bodysuits, surrounding and assaulting the two fiery creatures. Kato, observing the scene, incredulously questioned the exaggerated nature of their actions. He recognized these individuals as members of the Osaka team, Shitara Reina's teammates. How could there be such a disparity within teams of the same caliber? He had just attempted to persuade the Tokyo team to rescue civilians, yet they were unwilling, only willing to confront the monsters when left with no other options. The Osaka team's coordinated assault on the creatures was a stark contrast. People like that always find a way to survive. Although they had encountered teammates, Shitara Reina displayed no excitement, instead calmly regarding her companions. She pointed to one individual, introducing him to Kato. The one with darker skin is known as George. His real name is Shirmaki, and he has achieved victory 3 times. The tall one is Muratani Nobuaki, whom we call Nobu, and he has won 4 times. As the introduction came to an end, Xiaoping Linghua sighed and continued. These 2 individuals are both arrogant and prone to forming cliques, often causing chaos. Hearing Xiaoping Linghua's description of her teammates left Kato in a state of astonishment. One had triumphed 3 times, while the other had conquered 4. Did it not imply that winning once would allow one to escape that ominous black room? Why did they persist in battle? Observing Kato's shock, Xiaoping Linghua added, however, there is someone even above them. Really? Kato turned to gaze at Xiaoping Linghua, incredulous. Gong Balaro, a monster who has won 7 times, is elusive in every battle. He disguises himself and hides away. At the very moment Xiaoping Linghua was introducing her teammates to Kato, a monstrous creature towering at a height of 100 meters, emerged from a small river less than 5 meters deep and scarcely 10 meters wide, letting out a deafening roar. This creature possessed the upper body of a bull-headed man, while its lower half resembled that of a spider, an appearance both terrifying and grotesque. Simultaneously, a tremendous splash echoed from the opposite bank of the river, as a squad of self-defense forces that had tracked the noise turned to see a humanoid mech, equally imposing as the bull-headed spider creature, making its entrance. Without delay, this newly appeared giant mech leaped towards the roaring bull-headed spider creature, delivering a powerful kick amidst the astonished gazes of the squad members. The bull-headed spider, quick to react, raised its fists and fiercely pounded the mech in return. Thus, they engaged in a wild brawl on the bustling streets of Osaka, exchanging blows without a care for onlookers. How could Zhang Fan possibly miss such a spectacular scene? Noticing the absence of Kato and Xiaoping Linghua, he chose not to search for them, confident they would eventually reappear. He soared into the sky, seeking a vantage point to witness this clash between the humanoid mech and the bull-headed spider creature. Alas, Zhang Fan found himself without any sunflower seeds to munch on, for enjoying the spectacle while snacking would have been far more pleasurable. As Zhang Fan leisurely watched the titanic battle from above, 2 members of the Tokyo squad, wandering aimlessly on the street below, found themselves in grave peril. Indeed, these 2 members were none other than the glamorous Yamazaki Anzu and the inconspicuous, middle-aged, balding man who had fallen from grace. As they strolled through Osaka, they were suddenly encircled by a military squad. Do not move. Raise your hands. Dozens of soldiers approached Yamazaki Anzu and the middle-aged man, guns drawn. Faced with the menacing array of firearms, The starlet Yamazaki Anzu wisely raised her hands immediately. However, the middle-aged man beside her, lost in his own thoughts, suddenly shouted, "Don't shoot," and charged recklessly towards the armed soldiers. In response to this unpredictable advance, one of the soldiers, showing no hesitation, unleashed a trio of shots aimed at the man's chest. A middle-aged bald man was struck by a bullet, crying out in pain as he crumpled to the ground. However, the remarkable protective quality of his black bodysuit mitigated the impact. Apart from the excruciating pain in his chest and abdomen, he appeared relatively unscathed. The renowned star, Anze Yuki, was taken aback by the sight of the bald man being shot down, astonished that the soldiers had truly opened fire. At that moment, Kato emerged from nowhere, carrying a car door, and rushed to the side of the fallen man, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The middle-aged man, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground, was in such agony that he could not utter a word. Kato swiftly assessed the injury and, upon discovering that the bullet had not penetrated the man's abdomen, breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to face the advancing soldiers, using the car door to shield both himself and the injured man. Kato shouted to the approaching soldiers, "Do not fire." Unlike the treatment afforded to the middle-aged man, the soldiers did not heed his warning, but instead demanded, "Who are you in those black outfits? Speak quickly, or I will fire." Faced with the barrels of their guns, Kato's mind raced as he replied, "We are special operations personnel." "From which unit?" one of the soldiers inquired. Kato instinctively responded, "The Black Sphere." "Black Sphere?" Several soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, evidently unfamiliar with this unit involved in the operation. In the distance, Rika Shimohira peeked from a narrow alley, secretly observing the tense standoff between Kato and the soldiers. Infuriated by Kato's reckless decision to charge forward despite her warnings, she stomped her foot, muttering curses at the foolish man. What on earth is he trying to accomplish? Uncertain of the existence of the Black Sphere, the soldiers pressed on, demanding, "Then show us your credentials." "I have no credentials, but I am not lying," Kato retorted defiantly. "Then I will open fire," the soldier threatened. In that critical moment, as Kato struggled to find a plausible excuse, the soldiers closed in, poised to shoot. Suddenly, a pair of enormous feet clad in wooden clogs descended from above, crushing one of the soldiers beneath them. Amidst the chaos of shattered limbs and splattered blood, the onlookers finally beheld the towering figure of the foot's owner, a creature standing over 3 meters tall, resembling the legendary Tengu from Japanese folklore. The Tengu snorted, exhaling white vapor as it surveyed the soldiers surrounding it, pondering, "Why do these people not flee?" "Open fire," one soldier bellowed. As the initial onslaught of gunfire erupted, the formidable de Tiango instinctively raised its arm for protection. However, it quickly realized that these projectiles posed no genuine threat, merely managing to disrupt its oily skin. Acknowledging this, the Tiango ceased its defensive gestures and, with a swift motion, seized one of the soldiers before it, brandishing the hapless figure amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Flaunting its dominance, with a ferocious tenacity, the Tiango charged forward, effortlessly dispatching the entire squad of soldiers in mere moments. After crushing the last soldier who crawled desperately on the ground, its gaze locked onto Kato, who was holding a car door nearby. In a display of bravado, the Tiango let out a thunderous roar directed at Kato, its body poised to leap forward and eliminate him. In that instant, a bicycle collided with the Tiango, diverting its attention. Both Kato and the Tiango turned to behold the source of the disturbance, realizing that it was none other than the bicycle thrown by Shimohira Rinka. Noticing Kato's glance, Rinka nodded at him and shouted towards the distracted de Tiango, "Look this way, you fool." Seizing the opportunity created by Rinka, Kato promptly drew his teleportation gun from behind and fired at the now preoccupied de Tiango. Caught off guard, the Tiango found itself ensnared by the teleportation tether, immobilized. The weaponry produced by the Black Sphere was notably effective, easy to operate, and devastatingly powerful. Its only drawback being the delayed activation of most devices. Meanwhile, the celebrated Yamazaki Anzu, who was simultaneously supporting a middle-aged, balding man and aiming her weapon at the incapacitated de Tiango, inexplicably refrained from taking the shot, despite the prime opportunity presented. Remarkably, since their teleportation to Osaka, she had yet to discharge a single round from her weapon. Moments later, the rope binding de Tiango began to glow crimson, signifying the impending activation of the teleportation gun. As the Tian-Go appeared on the verge of being transported, its demise looming imminent, it summoned an unyielding resolve and, with a tremendous exertion of strength, broke free from the restraints of the tether. Kato, witnessing the resurgence of the liberated Tian-Go, instinctively recoiled in fear. This was the only creature he had encountered capable of escaping the teleportation. The Tian-Go's gaze fixated on Kato. Recognizing him as the one who had fired that fateful shot, it yearned for vengeance. Just as its wings unfurled, enabling it to ascend and deliver a righteous retribution upon Kato, an invisible force suddenly bore down upon it, violently crashing it back to the ground. Blood erupted, creating a circular crimson crater as the ambushers, Muratani Nobuo and George, emerged slowly from behind the vehicle. What an absurd turn of events. Nobuo Mutaguchi gazed in astonishment at the writhing Daikengu in the blood pit, finding it hard to believe that a creature could survive under the influence of his gravity gun. Moments later, the recovering Daikengu struggled within the pit, attempting to rise again. Not yet dead? Could it possibly be the 100-point demon? George remarked from the side. Leave it to me, Mutaguchi confidently declared, brandishing the gravity gun as he approached the blood pit. Observing the Daikengu slowly regaining its footing, he raised the weapon and proclaimed with unwavering assurance, "Once I make my move, you shall perish as swiftly as an ant." He pulled the trigger, and the Daikengu was once again forced into the blood pit. However, this time, its ability to rise was markedly quicker, as its body gradually acclimated to the sudden force of gravity imposed upon it. Quite formidable, akin to a cockroach. Let's do this a few more times. Mutaguchi gritted his teeth, and, undeterred, he fired at the Daikengu once more. This time, the Daikengu did not succumb to the pit, merely bending at the waist under the strain of the gravity gun. It resisted the assault, taking a step forward amidst the onslaught. Witnessing the Daikengu's resilience, a flustered Mutaguchi repeatedly pulled the trigger, unleashing wave after wave of gravitational force upon its back. It was this very advance that allowed the Daikengu to enter the range of Mutaguchi's attacks, a fact he remained oblivious to as he focused on firing madly at the creature. Seizing the opportunity during a brief pause in the gravity gun's assault, the Daikengu swiftly extended its massive hand, gripping Mutaguchi's foot and lifting him to the ground with reckless abandon. Hey, enough of this game. Finish it off quickly. George, witnessing Mutaguchi being recklessly slammed about, did not rush to assist but instead offered sarcastic remarks, mistakenly believing this to be a trivial blunder. The protection of the black bodysuit was astonishing. Despite being pounded by the Daikengu, Mutaguchi remained unscathed. Seizing the moment, he drew a pistol from his thigh and successfully severed one of the Daikengu's arms. Realizing that its previous assault had been ineffective, the Daikengu adopted a different tactic, using its remaining hand to grasp Mutaguchi's chest and applying immense pressure. Instantly, the tremendous grip caused the blue lights on Mutaguchi's bodysuit to turn red. Once the blue lights turned red, it indicated that the suit's protective capabilities were on the verge of failure. In a state of panic, Mutaguchi called out to George, who was merely spectating, "Come save me. Come on, King of Bluster. Can't you manage on your own?" George, who had just witnessed Mutaguchi severing the Daikengu's arm, believed victory was within reach. Due to an obstructed view, he failed to notice the imminent failure of Mutaguchi's bodysuit and assumed he was jesting, thus disregarding his cries for help. Deprived of his teammate's aid, Nobutaka Sumitani finally recalled his handgun. He hastily aimed at the head of the Tengu and fired several shots. However, the lethality of these bullets was delayed, and he needed to endure for a few more seconds before salvation could arrive. Chapter 185, The Slick Demon at that moment. After firing, a viscous liquid streamed from the blue lights of Sumitani's black bodysuit, indicating the suit's protective capabilities had failed. In an instant, a cacophony of bone-crunching sounds echoed as the Tengu crushed Sumitani's chest into a pulpy mass. Remarkably, in those final seconds, the delayed impact of Sumitani's gunfire obliterated the Tengu's head, leading to an extraordinary mutual demise. The scene fell into a profound silence. Observing the Tengu's decapitated form, George approached with a smirk, teasingly inquiring, "So, Sumitani, have you soiled your pants?" With a thud, Sumitani's gun clattered to the ground. As George drew nearer, he caught sight of Sumitani's bloodied visage, the mirth vanishing from his face as disbelief settled in. Is this real? Elsewhere, The battle between the mecha and the monsters unfolded with a monotonous exchange of punches, devoid of any noteworthy spectacle, with even flying kicks occurring only once. Floating in the sky, Zhang Fan couldn't help but yawn, pondering the lack of excitement, and contemplating seeking out Kato and the others for some amusement. With that thought, he began to search for Kato and Rinka Shidohira. Before long, Zhang Fan spotted them and stealthily descended from the sky, positioning himself behind Shidohira, who was engrossed in observing the battlefield. Unbeknownst to her, he had silently appeared behind her. Observing her intense focus, Zhang Fan queried, "What is the current situation?" "Ah, Mr. Noera, your arrival is most fortuitous," Shidohira exclaimed, turning around in surprise as she eagerly relayed the circumstances. "Mr. Noera, just moments ago, Kato's team was cornered by soldiers, on the brink of execution, when suddenly a creature resembling the Tengu descended from the heavens and eliminated them all. Then, Nobutaka Sumitani and the alien Tengu perished in a simultaneous explosion." Pointing towards the lifeless Sumitani, crushed in the Tengu's grasp, she added, "That is Nobutaka Sumitani." As Shidohira spoke, a creature resembling the legendary yokai of Japanese folklore, the Slick Demon, ambled towards them in flip-flops, muttering indistinctly. Hearing the commotion behind him, George turned to see the approaching Slick Demon and, without hesitation, charged forward with his blade. True to his prowess, having achieved perfect scores thrice, George swiftly executed 2 nearly imperceptible slashes, effortlessly cleaving the leaping Slick Demon into 4 segments. Yet the slippery demon, severed into 4 segments by George, did not perish. Instead, its dismembered body began to regenerate mid-air, and by the time it landed, it had transformed into 4 identical slippery demons. These 4 entities traversed past George, drawing ever closer until they fused together once more, reconstituting into a single slippery demon. When George turned to inspect the fruits of his labor, he was astonished to discover that not only had the demon survived its division, but it had also manifested 4 new forms that mysteriously converged into one. This bizarre spectacle rendered him hesitant to act rashly. Divided into 4, the demon then approached the corpse of the great Tengu, disregarding George entirely as it circled the body, seemingly unable to comprehend that the great Tengu had met its end. "What manner of monster is that?" Kato inquired, pointing at the slippery demon. "It is a slippery demon. The target of the black orb's task worth 100 points. If we kill it, we can return," announced the renowned Yamazakian. Upon hearing her words, the assembled crowd felt a surge of eagerness. A target worth 100 points. If they succeeded, they could escape the black orb's grasp. Most notably, this slippery demon appeared akin to a frail, elderly figure afflicted with big-headedness, swaying as it walked, diminutive and lacking in muscle. Merely in appearance, it seemed far weaker than the formidable Great Tengu, which had been a muscular foe. Zhang Fan, however, found himself intrigued by this slippery demon, not for the sake of the Black Orb's points, but because in both manga and 3 CG films, this final boss slippery demon was revered as a deity, immortal, indestructible, and infinitely evolving, bearing the title of the omnipotent demon of rebirth. In simple terms, if the slippery demon perceived an impending attack, it could evade harm, demonstrating super speed regeneration that instantaneously healed its injuries. Should it recognize that an adversary's attack could lead to its demise, the slippery demon could escape death, thereby achieving rebirth. Moreover, this rebirth was not a mere revival. Its remarkable learning capacity meant that any formidable opponent it faced would have their techniques assimilated, leading to a rebirth that endowed it with even greater powers for counteraction. However, this was contingent upon the slippery demon's awareness. Any unforeseen damage would be beyond its capacity to recover from, meaning only a stealthy assault could guarantee its defeat. Otherwise, it would continue to evolve, growing ever stronger. Zhang Fan gazed intently at the slippery demon, stroking his chin, pondering how far this demon could truly evolve. He resolved to test it shortly, refusing to believe it could genuinely evolve indefinitely. Frustrated by being entirely disregarded by the slippery demon, George, in a fit of rage, raised his blade and charged the demon's back. Yet this time was different. Despite exerting all his strength, he failed to land even a single blow on the slippery demon, and the exertion left him breathless and fatigued. As the slippery specter deftly evaded George's blade. It appeared to be toying with him, despite having been cleaved into 4 segments by George previously. However, Zhang Fan discerned a different truth. George had indeed slain the slippery specter once. Yet, when confronted by lethal attacks, the specter could resurrect itself, simultaneously evolving into a body of remarkable agility to elude George's strikes. Undeterred by the blade, the specter continued to circle around the corpse of Daikokutten, emitting a series of low, mocking moans, showing no regard for George. Observing the specter's audacious defiance, George steadied his breath and calmed his mind, pondering how to confront this elusive entity. Realizing the futility of his weapon, he discarded the knife and activated the enhancement feature of his black bodysuit, charging toward the slippery specter with outstretched arms. Unexpectedly, the specter, which had previously evaded George's strikes with ease, found itself unable to escape his grasp this time. "Ha! Got you now. Let us see how you escape," George exclaimed triumphantly as he enveloped the specter from behind, utilizing the augmented strength of his bodysuit to exert relentless pressure upon it. He aimed to suffocate the specter within his embrace. "Ah, the show is about to begin," Zhang Fan declared, widening his eyes in anticipation, keen to observe. He had replayed this so-called hell of women's bodies several times while watching the film, hoping to grasp it more clearly. As George applied increasing pressure to the slippery specter, a horrifying transformation unfolded. The specter began to emanate white tissue, which upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be composed entirely of female bodies. In an instant, George found himself ensnared within the hell of women's bodies, with no chance to withdraw. Moments later, a colossal figure, entirely constituted of countless female forms, knelt before the onlookers, its hands veiling its visage. Meanwhile, George, trapped in this nightmarish realm, was reduced to naught but a head, entirely consumed by the entity, his body seemingly absorbed. "Is this real?" Xiaoping Linghua gasped in disbelief, retreating a few steps. "Are they both dead? What do we do now?" The star, Yamazaki-an, who had been brandishing a handgun, looked at Kato in panic. The middle-aged bald man could barely stand, let alone speak. "We must do our utmost." Kato stepped forward, his face a mask of determination. Noticing Kato's resolve, Xiaoping Linghua seized his arm, imploring, "You will die. Think of your brother. Allow me to take a chance first." Zhang Fan emerged from behind Xiaoping Linghua, declaring that it was now his time to step into the fray. "Are you confident, Mr. Noera?" Kato turned to Zhang Fan, a hint of concern in his eyes, for the creature before them appeared exceedingly fearsome. "The road ahead is long, but with the sword as my companion." Zhang Fan's lips curled into a smile as he recited a line, resolutely advancing. Such an opportunity was not one he would relinquish to Kato. He yearned to experience the female body held up close, pondering how such a grotesque form could have been conceived by the slippery demon, truly perverse. Amidst the anxious gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Fan strode to within 5 meters of the female body held before halting, meticulously scrutinizing its entirety from head to toe. Fortunately, the entity did not initiate an attack, though its continuous weeping began to unsettle Zhang Fan. "Who is he? Is he also part of your Osaka team?" "Why isn't he clad in a black bodysuit?" As Lu Jianfeng stepped forward, intending to confront the female body hell with a single strike to eliminate George, the renowned star Yamasaki Anzu turned to her companion Shitara Reika, perplexed. Initially, she had assumed Zhang Fan was merely a civilian rescued by Kato and Shitara. "Mr. Noera is neither a member of our Osaka team nor the Black Ball Squad. He saved both Kato and me earlier," Shitara declared, clenching her fist in affirmation. "He is the Sword Saint. Just wait and see. His strength is beyond imagination, possessing the power to shatter one's worldview. After encountering him, my own perspective has been irrevocably altered." Kato, Yamasaki Anzu found Shitara's praise of Lu Jianfeng somewhat surreal and turned to seek Kato's thoughts. "Very strong. If even Mr. Noera cannot defeat him." Kato paused contemplatively before continuing. "Then we must give it our all and leave the rest to fate." Before long, Zhang Fan discerned that, upon closer inspection, the female body hell was rather unimpressive. Its allure in the films must have been a product of careful camera work. With his desire to continue observing diminished, Zhang Fan resolved to test the limits of the slippery demon's evolution. If it could indeed evolve infinitely, as depicted in the films, he could simply retreat again. "Hey, I'm about to launch my attack. You'd better watch closely and not perish, Zhang Fan cautioned, anxious not to inadvertently obliterate the slippery demon, for his strength was exceedingly exaggerated in comparison to its current form, even when wielding a fraction of it. Perfect timing to try out my newly developed technique for dispatching weaker foes, Zhang Fan muttered as he initiated his assault. A flash of white light surged forth, and as the weeping female body hell cradled its face, a thin line of blood appeared at its waist. Subsequently, its upper body began to topple downward in tandem with Zhang Fan's retraction of his blade. This strike, an air blade, had effortlessly cleaved the female body hell in two. Zhang Fan, gazing at the hilt of his sword, assumed a posture of having drawn his blade, gradually exuding confidence as he sheathed it. He paid no heed to the grotesque figure before him, seemingly convinced that after delivering the lethal blow, the abomination was already vanquished, requiring no further verification. His demeanor exuded an air of utmost confidence, bordering on arrogance. "What a pitiful creature!" exclaimed Shida Hira Reika, her excitement palpable as she danced and shouted nearby. "It's not that simple," Kato interjected, pointing at the grotesque figure with a grimace, struggling to suppress his revulsion. "Look, is not yet dead." Upon witnessing the creature's response, Shida Hira Reika's exhilaration swiftly morphed into a wave of nausea. Her companions, the celebrated Yamazaki and the unremarkable balding middle-aged man, also ceased their mirth. After finally retracting his blade, Zhang Fan cast a glance at the grotesque figure, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. He observed that as the upper half of the creature slipped away, blood ceased to spurt from the wound, replaced instead by the continuous emergence of pristine white flesh, which grotesquely melded together. Consequently, what had once retained a semblance of humanity had now elongated grotesquely to 5 or 6 meters, writhing on the ground like a worm with a human head, a sight both repulsive and surreal. "Oh, it hasn't even evolved yet. Shall we test this move once more?" Lu Jianfeng, for the first time, unsheathed his sword completely. As the blade emerged, a visible whirlwind began to form around him. With the emergence of this whirlwind, a palpable pressure radiated from Zhang Fan, an oppressive force that even those standing 20 to 30 meters away, including Shida Hira Reika, felt uncomfortable, nearly activating their protective suits. "What on earth is this?" Shida Hira Reika exclaimed, observing the small whirlwind around Zhang Fan. Could this be the legendary aura so powerful it influences reality? The mutated abomination, sensing the pressure, reared up like a serpent, its cavernous maw agape as it prepared to charge at Lu Jianfeng. Zhang Fan swung his blade towards the creature, unleashing a colossal tornado that surged forth from the tip of his sword, aimed directly at the abomination. Faced with such an expansive assault, the creature had no means of resistance. Upon contact, it was lifted into the air by the force of the tornado. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan vanished from sight, only to reappear in an instant, surrounded by multiple versions of himself, each executing different sword strikes from various angles. Countless beams of white light flashing across the creature's form. The next moment, Zhang Fan stood back at his original position, the abomination slung over his shoulder. As he slowly sheathed his blade, the path to annihilation is shorter than you could ever imagine. With a resounding clang, the sword was returned to its scabbard. Countless crimson lines marred the entirety of the female body, transforming it into a nightmarish spectacle, accompanied by a torrent of blood. The dismembered remnants fell in hundreds of pieces to the ground. After sheathing his blade, Zhang Fan refrained from casting another glance at the gruesome scene, slowly making his way towards Xiaoping Linghua and the others. At that moment, the menacing aura that had enveloped him dissipated without a trace. In truth, the only aspect of his technique that warranted experimentation was the faint breeze generated upon execution. The remainder was achieved through his remarkable speed. The oppressive force he exuded was merely a byproduct. The underlying principle was straightforward. By manipulating his mental energy, he subtly displaced the air above him, creating a region of low pressure around himself. This atmospheric alteration prompted rapid air movement, resulting in a whirlwind and an even more formidable tornado. The terrifying pressure felt by those nearby was simply a consequence of the abnormally low air pressure, causing physical discomfort, devoid of any mystical qualities. As the female body lay in ruins, the onlookers gaped at Zhang Fan, incredulous at the sheer magnitude of his power. The sight of one man accomplishing such a feat was a complete upheaval of their preconceived notions. However, the renowned star Yamazaki Anzu furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with concern, as if deep in thought. Wow, that was incredible. How'd you do that? Is it truly within the capabilities of a human? Xiaoping Linghua exclaimed, skipping over to Zhang Fan and grasping his arm with uncontainable excitement. Absolutely astounding. Mr. Noera, you truly are a sword saint. Remarkable indeed. I would never have believed it had I not witnessed it myself, chimed in a middle-aged, balding man, his smile bordering on sycophancy. Kato and the illustrious Yamazaki Anzu joined in, expressing their astonishment and ignorance. Amidst their flattery, Zhang Fan glanced at Xiaoping Linghua's animated figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the satisfaction of his display. Truly, the art of ostentation brought joy. Be cautious, everyone. The slippery demon may still be alive. Yamazaki Anzu interjected, her voice steady. Our mission objective is to eliminate the slippery demon, yet we have yet to initiate the teleportation. This indicates that the creature remains unvanquished. Is it possible that it still lives after all this? Xiaoping Linghua turned to the pile of remains, disbelief etched on her face. Miss Yamazaki is correct. We have not yet teleported, which confirms the monster's survival, the middle-aged man affirmed, standing behind her. Could there be other creatures still alive, preventing our teleportation? Kato speculated. Unlikely. Before we departed, I meticulously reviewed the mission requirements. Yamazaki Anzu recalled, elucidating, the Black Sphere did not mandate the annihilation of all monsters, only the demise of the slippery demon to fulfill our mission. Typically, once the objective perishes, we are instantly returned to the Black Sphere chamber. There are almost no exceptions. Miss Yamazaki speaks the truth, the middle-aged man concurred. What should we do now? Xiaoping Linghua gazed at the heap of corpses, her expression troubled. Could it be that the Black Sphere has erred? Consider the possibility that this slippery demon may actually be dead, albeit not entirely so. Yet the Black Orb has determined it is still alive, which is why we have not been transported, Kato explained. What do you mean by dead or not dead? I'm quite unclear, Shimohira Rika responded, bewildered by Kato's words, her mind failing to grasp his meaning. What Kato implies is that the demon's consciousness has perished, yet its body remains alive for the time being, akin to a decapitated snake. The renowned Yamazaki and elucidated. So what should we do? Shimohira Rika queried, pointing at the heap of corpses. Do we have to wait until they all perish? Perhaps we should douse them in gasoline and set them ablaze. That might expedite things, suggested a middle-aged bald man. I shall assess the situation. You need not concern yourselves with me, Zhang Fan stated, disinterested in the group's discussion. And he walked directly towards the pile of corpses, sensing that the slippery demon was on the verge of resurrection. As expected, Zhang Fan observed that the demon did not resurrect amidst the heap of corpses, but rather reacted from a large pool of blood adjacent to it. Activating his light perception ability, he swiftly discerned a high-energy response emerging from the blood pool, while the energy contained within the nearby corpses had dwindled to nearly nothing. As the last remnants of blood flowed into the pool, it began to bubble violently, resembling boiling liquid. Moments later, slender tendrils, reminiscent of roundworms, emerged from the blood pool, thrashing wildly in the air. Zhang Fan took a few steps back, evading the flailing tendrils, while the onlookers, drawn by the commotion, approached to witness the unfolding event. Do not come any closer. This area is perilous. Step back and find a safer location, Zhang Fan commanded. Upon hearing his words, the crowd halted, retreating cautiously. Mr. Noera, should we not take some action? Kato inquired as he stepped back, never one to idly wait for rescue. All you need to do is watch me perform. Merely act as responsive support, Zhang Fan's thoughts echoed, though he verbally replied, just provide me cover. Chapter 188. The evolution of the slippery demon. Time passed swiftly, like a white horse galloping through a narrow passage. After a while, a hand covered in fine scales emerged from the blood pool. The resurrection of this slippery demon was exceedingly slow, had it not been for the curiosity surrounding its so-called infinite evolution. Zhang Fan would have already discarded it into the sewers, he mused while gripping his katana. After waiting patiently by the side, the slippery demon finally completed its resurrection, transforming back into its original form. It slowly crawled out of the blood pool, exuding an audacious aura of power. The resurrected slippery demon stood nearly 2 meters tall, possessing a physique akin to that of a human, complete with hands and feet, yet other aspects were strikingly different. Its entire body was adorned with intricate brown scales, and long bony spurs emerged from its elbows, shoulders, and knees. Its face was devoid of flesh, resembling a skeletal mask with horns, exuding an imposing aura akin to a formidable demon's emergence. Upon witnessing the new visage of the slippery ghost, Kato and the others were rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. The mere sight of this creature, with its formidable appearance, indicated that it was a boss not to be trifled with. Only a valiant warrior wielding a divine sword could be its match. From this moment forth, the slippery ghost form had diverged entirely from its cinematic evolution, signifying its demise at Zhang Fan's hands, rather than falling to Kato as depicted in the film, resulting in a different evolutionary trajectory. With an aura of overwhelming dominance, Zhang Fan tilted his head to observe the slippery ghost, uttering no words as he unsheathed his blade and struck. The force and speed of this blow mirrored that of the previous strike that had felled it, as he sought to ascertain whether the reborn, evolved slippery ghost could withstand such an assault. To his astonishment, the imposing slippery ghost either failed to react in time or was caught off guard by Zhang Fan's sudden attack. Unprepared in the slightest, it found its legs severed at the knee by Zhang Fan's blade, causing its towering 2-meter frame to shrink unexpectedly by 40 to 50 centimeters, rendering it shorter than Zhang Fan himself. It was indeed a pity for the slippery ghost. Even after losing its leg, Zhang Fan discerned a look of bewilderment on its skeletal face, as if it could not fathom its own sudden disability. Bah! Zhang Fan spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ghost's bony visage, scolding, "Such a pitiful creature, daring to make me look up at you, utterly oblivious to your own demise." After delivering this reprimand, Zhang Fan struck again, this time decapitating the slippery ghost, sending it into the cycle of rebirth once more. He sincerely hoped that in its next incarnation, the slippery ghost would prove more formidable. Otherwise, the lack of dramatic conflict in his continuous victories would render the experience rather unsatisfying. This time, the slippery ghost's demise was alarmingly swift. The others, still reeling from the shock of its awe-inspiring third form, could only watch as Zhang Fan dispatched it with 2 strikes. Logically, was it not supposed to grow stronger? Why did it seem to grow weaker instead? The middle-aged, balding man turned to the group behind him, inquiring, "What do you all think?" Perhaps it was due to Mr. Nohara's overwhelming strength. No matter how the slippery ghost transformed, it could never hope to defeat him. Completely enamored, the timid Inada, Ray, pressed her hands together in front of her chest, gazing at Lu Jianfeng with adoration, murmuring, "He truly is a man who inspires such a sense of security. Indeed, his strength is remarkable. Even now, I still feel a lingering trepidation from the aura he unleashed earlier." Kato, suffering from altitude sickness, lamented as he observed Zhang Fan's silhouette. However, while Mr. Nohara is indeed powerful, we cannot continuously hide behind him. The relatively composed celebrity Yamasaki and spoke up. "Have you all not noticed? We still haven't been transported by the black orb. What does this signify?" The middle-aged, balding man blurted out. To his surprise, his words prompted exchanged glances among the crowd, nearly provoking laughter. Fortunately, though they were not professionally trained, the Black Orb warriors managed to stifle their amusement, refraining from laughter. He seemed to lack a certain cleverness. Xiaoping Linghua, her eyes curving with mirth, pointed at the middle-aged, balding man and remarked, "How can you be so dim-witted?" "What do you mean by dim-witted?" "I graduated from a prestigious university," the balding man exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "What prestigious university? All I see is a fool standing here," Xiaoping Linghua retorted, sticking out her tongue. "You young people have no understanding of the survival tactics of the older generation," the balding man said. His face flushed as he began to explain concepts that were lost on everyone, throwing around terms like support and experience. This finally elicited laughter from group, filling the desolate street with a lively atmosphere. "All right, a moment of levity is enough. Let us return to serious matters," the renowned celebrity Yamazaki exclaimed, casting a helpless glance at the middle-aged man before continuing. "This indicates that the slippery spirit is not dead, and it has resurrected 3 times already. Just imagine, what if it could continue to revive indefinitely?" At this point, Yamazaki glanced at Zhang Fan and added, even if Mr. Noera can easily vanquish the slippery spirit, we're constrained by time. What will happen if we fail to complete our task before time runs out? I believe you all are aware of the consequences. What should we do then? Kato inquired. We should assist Mr. Noera, Xiaoping Linghua proposed. What do you all think? That's not feasible, Yamazaki encountered. Why not? Xiaoping Linghua asked, perplexed. I'm concerned that if we intervene, it may hinder Mr. Nohara's efforts. Our presence could inadvertently complicate the battle, leading to a situation where he can't defeat the slippery spirit while trying to rescue us. The middle-aged man explained, displaying a surprising level of self-awareness. I can't believe someone of your age could think of that. It's so out of character for you, Xiaoping Linghua exclaimed, astonished. I'm not a fool. The balding man snapped back. Nothing is permissible. What do you suggest we do? Xiaoping Linghua exclaimed in frustration, turning to Yamazaki. I refuse to believe the slippery spirit can truly resurrect indefinitely. It must possess some weakness. Once discovered, it can be defeated in a single blow, Kato suddenly interjected. Kato's suggestion sparked interest in Yamazaki, who eagerly asked, do you have any ideas on how to proceed? I believe we can closely observe Mr. Nohara's battle against the slippery spirit to identify its weaknesses, ultimately leading to a decisive resolution, Kato proposed. After Kato expressed his thoughts, he inquired, have you ever encountered similar monsters capable of rebirth? The renowned star, Yamazaki, glanced at the balding middle-aged man beside her. He remained silent, merely shaking his head to indicate that he had never witnessed such a creature that could be resurrected. Yamazaki then spoke up, this is my first participation as well. I am unfamiliar with these monsters and have never before seen one that can continuously revive. At that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something and added, by the way, our team has a seasoned black ball warrior, Nishijo Ichiro, who has survived numerous missions. If we could locate him, he might possess some knowledge. Kato's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he asked, are you referring to the short young man? Where is he now? The middle-aged man awkwardly replied, he tends to hide during battles, only appearing at the last moment. Unless he chooses to show himself, I have no idea where he might be. Kato felt a pang of disappointment from the man's words. He turned to Nakahira Rika, while Yamazaki and the middle-aged man looked on with eager anticipation. Only Nakahira Rika from the Osaka team remained silent. Given their formidable strength, she should know something, right? Haha, why are you looking at me? I haven't participated in many battles, so I'm not too clear. Nakahira Rika chuckled nervously in response to their expectant gazes. Although she had survived many missions, it was primarily by following George and Matani. Her understanding of the monsters might not exceed that of the middle-aged man. Well then, since that's the case, let's diligently assist Mr. Naira in uncovering the weaknesses of the slippery ghost and ensure we all survive together. Despite not receiving the answers he sought, Kato remained undeterred and encouraged everyone. I'll go find Nishijo, Ichiro. Meanwhile, the others were engaged in a lively discussion, laughter echoing around them, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In stark contrast, Zhang Fan was idly swinging his knife, utterly bored. Had he not feared missing the moment of the slippery ghost's rebirth, he would have considered seeking out a 24-hour convenience store to buy some snacks to pass the time. He gazed absently at the blood pit before him, where the slippery ghost's corpse continued to bleed profusely, akin to a faucet that had not been turned off properly, refusing to run dry. Zhang Fan spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the slippery ghost's body, internally grumbling, this rebirth is taking far too long. What a lack of civic responsibility. It's already late. Others have work tomorrow. Suddenly, a bubbling sound erupted from the blood pit, as if it were boiling. Zhang Fan pondered, why does the slippery ghost bleed so much every time it dies? It fills an entire pit each time. As the cunning and mischievous spirit was on the verge of rebirth, a figure clad in what appeared to be advanced combat armor approached leisurely from a distance. Do you know who he is? Kato inquired, gazing at the armored man with curiosity. The suit was entirely black, interspersed with blue LED lights, mirroring the sleek black bodysuit worn beneath. It was unmistakably a product of the Black Sphere. The renowned star of the Tokyo team, Yamasaki Enzu, along with the middle-aged, balding man, shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance, though it was evident that this armored figure was certainly not Nishiju Ikaru. I know who he is, Nakahira Rika stated gravely, her gaze fixed on the armored man. He is likely the only member of our team who has triumphed 7 times. Agawara. Only he would possess such extravagant equipment. With Mr. Noera by our side, and now another formidable ally, victory seems assured, the middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. Agawara, clad in his mechanized suit, paid no heed to Nakahira and the others, striding directly to Zhang Fan's side. Well done. However, the next part is my responsibility. A peculiar electronic voice emanated from the suit's speaker as Agawara exuded an air of authority, his proclamation unmistakably directed at Zhang Fan, despite not turning to face him. Are you certain? Zhang Fan replied, perplexed. After all, in the original narrative, Agawara met his demise at the hands of the cunning spirit, even while revealing his trump card during the confrontation, leaving him in a dire predicament. Although the current incarnation of the cunning spirit was also formidable, it was one that Zhang Fan had nurtured personally. Given the spirit's rebirth and evolutionary traits, the stronger the adversary, the more potent its revival would be. It was safe to assume this cunning spirit was significantly more powerful than its cinematic counterpart. While your strength is considerable, even beyond my comprehension, do not underestimate me. I am quite adept at dealing with such entities, Agawara asserted, swiftly revealing a gleaming blade from his arm, its sharpness apparent. Very well, if you are so insistent, then I shall entrust it to you, Zhang Fan shrugged, turning to join Nakahira and the others, completely unfazed by Agawara's claim to tackle the beast. Since Agawara was keen on taking care of the cunning spirit, Zhang Fan saw no reason to decline his offer. This would provide him with an opportunity to visit a convenience store for some refreshments, allowing him to enjoy a snack while observing the unfolding drama. Speaking of which, he realized he had yet to sample any Japanese snacks and was curious about their taste. As he strolled, lost in thought, he soon joined Nakahira and the others. Mr. Noera, how come you're back? Nakahira promptly asked. Nothing to worry about. The gentleman in the high-tech armor assured me he is a professional and can handle monster. Given his confidence, I decided to leave it to him, Zhang Fan explained lazily. By the way, I'm feeling a bit parched. Do you happen to know where the nearest convenience store is? Although Rika Shimahai is a single mother, she is undeniably a true Osaka native. This shopping street is a place where she frequently works, and she is well aware of the nearest convenience store. However, as the moment of reckoning approaches, she cannot help but ponder whether it is wise to invite Mr. Noera to join her. Is indulging in food and drink truly appropriate at such a critical juncture? She wonders if overeating might lead to discomfort should vigorous activity ensue later on.